In the vast sea, the man held the railing of the flying bridge with one hand. The two steam engines running at full power made the deck of the cruiser tremble slightly, and the chimney spewed out thick coal smoke. The man was not originally from this world. His name was Chu Qing. When he was working overtime, his blood rushed to his head, and he traveled to this parallel world. This planet is generally similar to Blue Star. Britain is still the most powerful maritime power, followed closely by France, Spain, the Caucasus, the White Eagle, the Iron Blood, and other countries, all eyeing the empire where Chu Qing is. When the new king of Qiancang Empire where Chu Qing was located ascended the throne and power was transferred, the opportunity came. A squadron of the enemy country suddenly launched an attack on the Guangdong Sea from the east. The empire was defeated, and Chu Qing's father realized that something was wrong. He knocked Chu Qing unconscious before the decisive battle and stuffed him into this Kaiji-class cruiser to preserve the last spark of the empire. Chu Qing had just crossed over and was robbed of his home. It was a very difficult start. He looked around and searched the memory of the original owner of the body again. Finally, he confirmed that all he had left was the modified Kaiji-class cruiser under his feet and the supply ship behind it. How can we revive the glory of the empire with this little wealth left? When Chu Qing was about to hold his forehead and lament, a beep sounded. Beep. Intelligent brain binding. Please wait a moment. Binding completed. System initialization. Initialization completed. Starting the space-time mall. Issuing 100 space-time points. A floating panel actually appeared in front of him. Chu Qing was overjoyed. Finally, his golden finger for time travel had arrived. Then I checked the function introduction of the intelligent brain. The functions of this intelligent brain are very extensive, including night vision, target recognition, auxiliary analysis, etc. The most important thing is that it also comes with a space-time mall. You can use time and space points to purchase various items and armaments that appeared a certain number of years ago. The initial year is 1905, and each level up unlocks 10 years. It has been detected that the host is currently in distress. Emergency assistance is being issued. Please check. The intelligent computer's emotionless mechanical voice rang out. A special ship exchange voucher appeared on Chu Qing's panel. The holographic three-dimensional image above made Chu Qing's eyes widen. The memory in his mind told him that this was the ancestor of modern battleships, the Dreadnought, which was completed in 1906. Special ship exchange voucher, Dreadnought. X1, can be exchanged for a Dreadnought-class battleship. Chu Qing looked at the prompt on the panel, his heart burning with excitement. He knew very well what a great help it would be to have a Dreadnought-class battleship in a world where sea power was paramount. And with such a worldview, there was no need to worry about the ship's origin being unclear. The only problem was the crew, but when Chu discovered a capability of the intelligent brain, the last obstacle disappeared without a trace. Resonance amplification field ability description. Consume time and space points to release a special magnetic field. Using interference with brainwaves to non-destructively enhance the target's learning and practical skills for designated projects. The upper limit is 500 times. This cruiser and the transport ship behind it are both equipped with sufficient professional sailors. Coupled with the special ability of the intelligent computer's resonance amplification field, it was enough to quickly generate combat power. Chu Qing straightened his chest, took a deep breath of the sea breeze, and felt a surge of power rising in his body. Restoring pride and glory was urgent. Use the special ship exchange voucher. Used successfully, the items you exchanged will appear in a way unique to this world. At the same time as the exchange voucher disappeared from the panel, the sky changed rapidly. The originally white clouds turned into a strange purple color, and the wind speed on the sea suddenly increased. The sailors on the deck looked up and noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. Deputy Garrison Commander Li, he boarded the flying bridge. He came to Chu Qing and whispered a few words. Chu Qing then pretended to be surprised, then delighted, and finally calmed down again. After talking for a while, at Chu Qing's instruction, Li ran down the flying bridge to give orders, instructing the sailors to move the debris on the deck back to the cabin, then tie up the life raft, close the watertight doors, and prepare to face the storm. Every appearance of a miracle storm represents a great opportunity. Most of these defenders in the Guangdong Sea started their careers with the help of miracle warships. Their combat capabilities that transcend the times can completely change the power structure of a region. In Chu Qing's memory, the old garrison commander Chu Xiong obtained a Dongying-class ship 30 years ago, which allowed him to wipe out other forces and firmly secure his position as the garrison commander of the Taixi Islands. In the distance, a storm has formed. A tornado hangs upside down from the clouds, and countless blue lightning bolts strike the sea madly, which is terrifying. Even though Chu Qing is more than 10 miles away, he can clearly sense the powerful energy contained in it. Looking at the center of the storm, Li He's eyes flashed with brilliance. The battleships and armored cruisers of the Dongying Empire's invading fleet were miracle warships that were ahead of their time. If they could also obtain a sufficiently powerful miracle battleship, perhaps the Sangdong coalition would be able to restore the balance, and they could return to the Taixi Islands. Forward 1. Slow forward. Both cars forward 1. The engine bell was dialed back from forward 3 to forward 1. The engine crew who received the signal immediately reduced the boiler output. The 2,800-ton cruiser Huantai suddenly slowed down. The flag bearer pulled the rigging and hoisted the RY flag, signaling the flying whale high-speed transport ship to slow down. Although the miracle storm was powerful, for some unknown reason, its impact diminished the further outward it traveled. At 12 nautical miles away, the two ships only felt the wind and waves causing the hull to shake slightly. Based on past experience, as long as they did not rush into the unknown central area, even a small ship of 1,000 tons would not suffer serious structural damage. The violent energy was released for about half an hour, and the sky returned to its original appearance. The strange purple clouds completely disappeared, as if everything that had just happened here was an illusion. The center of the storm 12 nautical miles away was shrouded in mist and could not be seen clearly. Chu Qing signaled the flying whale to head towards the center of the storm at full speed. Li He climbed onto the observation deck, snatched the lookout's telescope, and stared intently at the 12 nautical miles away, trying to find any clues about the miraculous battleship. Even though he was nearly 50 years old, it was difficult for him to remain calm at such a time. As the distance closed to 5 nautical miles, the mist on the sea gradually dissipated, revealing the mountainous silhouette of the ship and its massive main guns. Li He pulled out an identification manual from his pocket and tremblingly flipped through it. It's the Dreadnought class. After closing the manual, the middle-aged man turned to Chu Qing excitedly. Guardian, this type of miracle battleship is the first time to appear in the waters of the Qiancang Empire. God will not let me die. This groundbreaking warship first appeared in this world in faraway England. Its unique design and performance advantages greatly strengthened the British Empire's control over the European waters. Chu Qing also feigned surprise and ordered the Huantai and Feijing to move closer to the Dreadnought class. As the distance grew closer, all the sailors remaining on the deck cheered. The sheer size of this miraculous warship proclaimed its power to everyone. They all came from the Taixi Islands, their homeland threatened with destruction, and they themselves were displaced. Now, with the opportunity to drive out the foreign invaders, how could they not be excited? Rope ladders led from the Huantai and Feijing to the Dreadnought-class ship, and sailors quickly climbed aboard, taking control of the giant steel vessel. Chu Qing walked into the bridge, touched the gleaming metallic bulkhead, and then looked down at the massive main turret. The Dreadnought class was the first unified fire-controlled battleship in the history of the original Blue Star, equipped with all heavy main guns, and a benchmark for modern battleships. Although Chu Qing had seen her figure many times in books, materials, and on the internet in the past, seeing and controlling a dreadnought with her own eyes was an indescribable, wonderful feeling. He had just come down from the fire control room on the main mast, and the fire control console inside reminded Chu Qing that this Dreadnought-class ship was a post-battle of Jutland version. When the miracle battleship arrived, it was fully loaded with ammunition and fuel. The ship was in brand new condition, without even a scratch, as if it had just come off the production line. The helmsman is in position. The gunnery chief has begun to debug the integral computer and pitch rate dial in the fire control calculation and communication room, and the engine room crew has arrived at the boiler room and started adding water and coal to prepare to preheat the boiler. One reason why they were able to get started so quickly was that the Taixi Navy had previously obtained a batch of early fire control equipment from special channels, and had also been equipped with ships using steam turbines. The second is that when Chu Qing first boarded the ship, he activated the resonance amplification field with the maximum magnification, which greatly accelerated the training speed of the soldiers by interfering with brain waves through the magnetic field. According to the current consumption rate, 100 space-time points can maintain an amplification field for a maximum of 20 hours, so 10,000 hours of practical training on board the ship is not a small number. The navies of the great powers only sail for about 100 days a year. These 10,000 hours of training are enough to make the crew capable of fighting. 7 hours later, 18 drum-type coal-fired boilers drove 4 steam turbine units, and the masts raised the purple and silver inlaid flag of the General Guard and the Qiancang Empire Navy flag with crossed swords on a blue background and a gold anchor. This sleeping giant, which inherited the name of the former Taixi Navy flagship Taixi, has fully awakened. West of the Chu Islands, in the Yangtze Trench, lies the temporary anchorage of the Dongying Navy's Sangdong Task Force. The once damaged Yashima has been repaired. On the map of the Sangdong Sea area, the thick red arrow representing the task force plunged into the Chu Islands, and the blue marks of Taixi, Hexing, and Tongzhou had been removed by the staff officers. A group of Dongying Navy officers in dark uniforms gathered around a table, whispering, their heads bowed, but unable to conceal their excitement. Indeed, the Shinpu shipyard, the blood-forming organ of the Sangdong Sea region, had fallen into their hands. The fleets of the three main archipelagos had been annihilated, a breach had been opened, and the Sangdong patrol fleet remained unmoved. The situation was favorable. Rear Admiral Kawara Yoichi, Commander-in-Chief of the Sangdong Task Force, has arrived. Click. The sailors at the door stood at attention and called out the names, saluting with their rifles. The discussion in the conference room suddenly stopped, followed by a series of clicks of attention. Major General Kawahara, sporting a mustache, stepped in. He had a short haircut, a square face, and piercing eyes. He pressed his hands downward, signaling the start of the operational meeting. Everyone, I have good news to announce. Our army's offensive against the Sangdong Sea area has been very effective. The resistance forces in Shinpu have been completely eliminated by the Marines, and the enemy's main fleet has been annihilated. The eastern gate of the Qiancang Empire, the center of material trade, has now opened its arms to us. The headquarters has expressed its commendation to us. He smiled and took out a telegram. He looked around and saw that the room was still silent. He then spoke. Gentlemen, the Empire's elite fleet has marched north to deter the enemy. The last hidden danger has been eliminated. Victory is at hand. His Majesty has also issued new orders. Upon hearing this, everyone present stood up in unison, holding their heads like pens, and Kawara Yoichi opened the telegram handed over by the aide-de-camp. Imperial Headquarters Navy Department Directive No. 17. Chief of the Naval General Staff Goro Ijuan orders Commander-in-Chief of the Kawara Soto Task Force. The task force must destroy the coastal defenses within 20 days, seize control of the three islands of Hexing, Taixi, and Tongzhou, and ensure the supply of coal. Second, if we encounter provocative interference from the Sangdong patrol fleet during combat preparations, we have the right to use force to resist. Third, if we intercept refugees fleeing from the Sangdong Islands, we have the right to use force if we encounter resistance. 150 nautical miles north of the Taixi Islands, fog shrouded the decks, gangways, and cargo holds of a cargo ship originally used to transport minerals, filled with nearly 3,000 refugees as it struggled to make its way. After a while, the fog gradually dissipated, and the captain finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was easy to get lost sailing in foggy weather, and they didn't have much coal with them. Captain, our ship has deviated 3 compass points to the north. Correct course immediately. The captain was so angry that he wanted to curse. He walked to the side of the ship to smoke a cigarette to calm down. Captain, an unidentified vessel has been spotted behind the starboard side. The captain's cigarette was frightened off by the lookout's shout. His freighter was the last to leave the port, and there were no other ships in the vicinity. So, the captain took the telescope and tremblingly found the gray figure and the blood-red flag. Distance 7,500 yards. Captain Hayo Shimamura of the Tozakura protected cruiser Suma glanced at his target, the slow-moving medium-sized freighter. The coastal defense artillery on Taixi Island should be trembling under the Yashima's 12-inch guns. Shimamura glanced at his watch and casually chatted with his first mate. Half a month ago, after the Sangdong coalition's main fleet was destroyed, the Suma and Akashi ships had infiltrated the Taixi waters for reconnaissance. The Akashi was severely damaged by the 8-inch, 203 mm, coastal defense guns of the Taixi Coastal Defense Battery, and is still under repair at the Shimpo shipyard. Although the Suma escaped, it left a psychological scar on Shimamura. However, thinking that the enemy should now be wailing under the Yashima's 305 mm shells, Shimamura Hayo felt strangely relieved. A historical photo of the Suma protected cruiser. Distance 6,000 yards. The 40 caliber Armstrong 152 mm rapid-fire naval gun on the bow slowly turned, pointing at the vulnerable prey ahead. 3 rounds rapid-fire, warning shot. Once the shell is ejected, the gun barrel recoils under the combined action of hydraulics and springs, and the gunner then draws the breech block to load the round. This ingenious design allows it to fire at a maximum rate of fire of nearly 7 rounds per minute. This type of naval gun has become the world's most widely used rapid-fire naval gun, with most major forces now producing it domestically. 3 columns of water rose, and Shimamura seemed to have seen the crew on the freighter panicking. Send a light signal and order the other party to stop and accept inspection. Marines prepare to board the ship. Shimamura Hayo and everyone on the Sumo were ready to escort the freighter back. However, something unexpected happened. Two massive jets of water exploded 600 meters off the Suma's starboard side, staining the sea a yellow-green. They were large-caliber, high-explosive bombs using picric acid as a charge. Shimamura immediately realized battleship-level firepower. The two shots came closer, and Shimamura got a clearer look at the enemy who had suddenly appeared. Bearing 075, range 13,500 yards. One battleship. Model unknown. Speed being calculated. The lookout reported the enemy's position in panic. Shimamura Hayo's head exploded with a bang. He grabbed the high-powered binoculars from the staff officer beside him and gave orders to the signalman at the same time. Send a message to the fleet. Our ship has encountered an enemy battleship. Boom, boom. This time the bombardment was closer, and the waves it created slammed into the ship violently, nearly knocking Shimamura off the bridge. Could it be that Qiancang's patrol fleet had intervened? Shimamura Hayo raised his telescope, but the ship he saw was taller and more imposing than the Yashima, and didn't resemble any of his impressions of a Qiancang Empire warship. It's a British-made Dreadnought-class battleship. The adjutant finally confirmed the ship's identity. Signalman Hayo Shimamura realized the seriousness of the situation. Regardless of the enemy's affiliation, the appearance of a Dreadnought-class adversary in the Sangdong Sea area was extremely bad news for the task force. The fleet must be notified as soon as possible. However, the next two jets of water directly trapped the Suma, and Shimamura watched helplessly as the waves broke the communication antenna. It's over. Chapter 4, Pinghai. In the Sangdong Sea area, the sea was turbulent and the roar of the warships echoed in the air. Chu Qing calmly commanded the Taixi, his eyes firm and his decisions swift. The warship's main gun roared again, and 4 rounds of fierce artillery fire sandwiched the Suma. The observer nervously confirmed the firing data and reported to Chu Qing. The 4th round of crossfire. The course has been set. Start firing. Chu Qing's orders were like thunder. The 4 main turrets fired at the same time. The huge waves raised by the artillery fire quickly attracted the attention of the nearby refugee boat. The captain stared at the vast flames in the distance, stunned. Is that a dreadnought? For a captain experienced in shipping, encountering a dreadnought was rare. Such vessels were the most prized decisive weapons of navies, capable of dominating the seas. At this moment, the Qiancang Empire's dreadnoughts unexpectedly appeared in this area, and the captain's thoughts were instantly confused. The other side sent a telegram. It's our navy. The first mate ran back from the deck, shouting in surprise, "We're safe." Everyone's mood suddenly relaxed. Despite the fierce battle, the Taixi maintained a calm rhythm. Due to the influence of rolling period and reload angle, the Taishi's main gun firing rate was reduced to 1 round per minute, but even so, its powerful firepower was not something a cruiser like the Suma could cope with. As the shell struck the Suma's starboard side, the yellow-green water on the surface suddenly churned. The Suma lacked heavy side armor, and the shell easily penetrated the hull. The shock wave from the explosion shook the entire hull, nearly breaking it in two. Seawater rushed into the ship, and the force of the explosion triggered a steam explosion. In an instant, the Suma vanished from the sea without a trace. Sunk 1 Tosakura Navy protected cruiser, earning 2,400 spacetime points. Killed Tosakura Navy Captain Hayo Shimamura and 300 sailors, earning 600 spacetime points. Chu Qing heard the notification from the AI. This victory had brought him a generous amount of spacetime points. Although the weather was foggy, the AI's detection function ignored external influences and quickly locked onto the enemy ship's position, waiting for the perfect moment to fire. The Taishi's long-range artillery combat capability is at least equivalent to 3 or 4 Fuji-class ships. Taixi Naval Ordnance Director Chu Xiong put down his binoculars and commented softly, "But if we face an entire fleet alone, we may find it difficult to stop the torpedo-struck medium-sized ship." Chu Xiong continued his analysis. "We need some screen vessels." He worried Chu Qing would underestimate the enemy and lead the Taixi directly into a direct confrontation with the Dongying task force. Chu Qing was aware of the Ordnance Director's concerns, but he already had his own plans. Facing the Dongying fleet would certainly be a challenge for the Taixi, but he was prepared. Li He walked from the communications room into the bridge and handed a telegram to Chu Qing. Telegram from Lu Feng, General Lu of Yinling. The Yinling fleet has reunited with the Feijing and Huantai. The main fleet is approximately 70 nautical miles from us. Chu Qing took the telegram and handed it to Chu Xiong. Su Zhonghu glanced at the telegram, slightly surprised, but then realized Chu Qing had been prepared and bowed and took his leave. The Yanling Islands are closely adjacent to the Taixi Islands, and Chu Qing enjoys a close friendship with Lu Feng of Yanling. The two sides have a special communication frequency, making mutual support a given. Having missed their opportunity in the Cangnan Sea area, the Yanling fleet has been on escort duty. But now, the Yanling fleet is finally ready to support the Taixi and embark on an expedition to Dongying. A trace of determination flashed in Chu Qing's eyes. 1 Pinghai and 2 Hairon-class cruisers should be enough to contain Dongying's protected cruisers. The rest will be left to the Taixi. The Taixi must firmly grasp this most important strategic point and not let it fall into the hands of the enemy. As the sun set, the Taixi slowly approached a cargo ship, directed it in the direction of Yanling, and then disappeared into the dusky sea. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Yashima, Kawara Yoichi silently removed the symbol representing the Suma from the map. Upon receiving the telegram about the Suma's encounter with the battleship, he immediately ordered the Yashima, Asama, and Tokiwa to withdraw from the waters near Taixi, and the remaining ships to return immediately to reunite with the flagship. The task force was temporarily at a standstill, and the next step was to confirm the identity of the enemy. If the enemy were the battleships of the Cangdong Patrol Fleet, the Yashima would be more than adequate, but if they were Dreadnought-class adversaries, Commander-in-Chief. Urgent message from the Navy. Kawara Yoichi quickly opened the message, confirming his assumption. A pre-installed hidden line confirmed that all of Qiancang's dreadnoughts were stationed in the Corsi area. Therefore, the battleships that appeared here were only the Haisue-class battleships of the Cangdong Patrol Fleet. Order. All fleets, deploy in formation according to the predetermined battle plan, and head north to search for the enemy. Chapter 5 Return to Taixi 1 Chu Qing was neatly dressed and stood at the stern of the Taixi, looking at the 3 ship shadows splitting the waves under the morning glow. The leading cruiser, with 3 twin turrets arranged 1 fore and 2 aft, flew a purple garrison flag inlaid with silver, clearly the flagship of the Yanling Navy. The 2 ships following closely behind were each equipped with a Krupp 150mm rapid-fire gun on either bow, a hallmark of the Hairon-class cruisers. Soon, the Yanling lowered its transport boat, carrying 2 people, and came to contact the Taixi. Chu Qing, accompanied by Li He, greeted the 2 distinguished guests. The leading man was about 60 years old, wearing a dark blue navy coat. He was thin, with deep-set eyes that gleamed with a sharp glint. Although he looked like a simple old man next door, the ornately decorated ring-handled sword at his waist revealed his identity, Lu Feng, the garrison commander of Yanling. The officer behind him, about 40 years old and holding the rank of lieutenant colonel, was unknown to Chu Qing. He was probably a staff officer or some other kind of attendant. In such a short time, the Taixi Navy has managed to make a brand new dreadnought combat ready. The staff officer exclaimed, looking at the smoking Taixi. Jianwei, Chu Xiong's courtesy name, has truly left behind a fine team. Lu Feng was also somewhat surprised, thinking to himself, it seems this fleet was truly carefully cultivated by Chu Xiong for Chu Qing. Chu Qing, the garrison commander of the Taixi Autonomous Territory, and Li He, the deputy garrison commander, welcomed Lu Jinglu aboard. Chu Qing stepped forward and drew the saber from his waist, a style identical to Lu Feng's. Dang! The 2 sabers gently collided, making a crisp sound. This was a courtesy between the 2 garrison commanders, a sign of mutual respect and trust. Without further ado, Chu Qing and Lu Feng entered the Taishi's operations room. Chu Qing noticed that when Lu Feng saw his sword, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Who would have thought that the little brother who once followed behind his old friend would now be on equal footing with him? Lu Feng had a close personal relationship with Chu Xiong, so upon receiving the call for assistance, he immediately dispatched his battleships to support. The Yanling, a precious miracle battleship, and the 2 newly purchased Hairon-class ships were all purchased from the Fengzhou Islands in the Cangnan Sea area 2 years ago. According to intelligence, the commander of the East Sakura Fleet this time is Rear Admiral Yoichi Kawaha. Besides the sunken protected cruisers Ottawa, Izumi, Tsushima, and Suma, and the damaged Akashi and Takachiho, they still have 1 pre-dreadnought battleship, 3 protected cruisers, 2 armored cruisers, and 2 torpedo-class destroyers. The staff officer Lu Feng brought spread information about the enemy fleet on the table. The coastal artillery has just repaired their radio equipment and reports that the Dongying fleet has left the waters near Taixi and is heading north, possibly seeking a decisive battle. Li He also produced the latest telegram. The enemy has most likely misjudged our identity and strength. We'll take care of the protected cruisers and destroyers, but for the armored cruisers and battleships, you'll need to take action. Chu Qing nodded. By this time, Chu Qing had secured support from the Dreadnought-class battleships. He believed the greatest threat came from the enemy's torpedo boats. The two sides discussed and finalized the tactical details within the next half hour. The Yinling accelerated and headed straight ahead of the Taixi. The two Hairon-class cruisers occupied the two wings respectively, formed a formation, and headed south. Thank you for your assistance, Lu Jinglu. Chu Qing and Lu Feng stood at the side of the ship. The sailors on the deck were busy preparing for the upcoming battle. Lu Feng was one of the few people Chu Qing could fully rely on, so he agreed to Lu Feng's request to stay on board to observe. Yinling and Taixi are inseparable. If Dongying uses Taixi's coal resources to establish a supply station, the entire Cangdong Sea area will face disaster. The old man, wrapped in a coat, waved his hand, looking at the Taixi's majestic main turret, and continued, "She is the key to victory. I have been adrift on the sea for decades, and today I finally have the opportunity to observe a dreadnought battleship. It's time for the Dongying Navy to experience the power of a 45 caliber 305 mm naval gun." At the same time, another fleet, flying the blood-red rising sun flag, was also steaming northward. The Asama-class armored cruisers Asama and Tokiwa, along with the Yashima, flying the commander's flag, formed a column, their engines spewing thick coal smoke. The three protected cruisers, Takasago, Shintaka, and Kasagi, along with two Ryu-class destroyers, were assigned a vanguard role, conducting reconnaissance missions 6 nautical miles from the main fleet. Shells and propellant charges had been delivered to the gun positions, and the crew's eyes were fixed on the nautical charts, anxiously awaiting the appearance of the Cangdong patrol fleet. Kawara Yoichi looked at the nautical chart in the command room nervously. He had originally planned to spend a day destroying the coastal fortifications in Taixi and using local coal for supplies, but the sudden appearance of the fleet disrupted his original plan. On his desk lay the ship data of the Cangdong patrol fleet. Although there was no direct evidence, various clues indicated that the enemy had begun to intervene in the battle. Kawara Yoichi felt that since the Qiancang Central Force had not dispatched a direct fleet, and Dongying's forces were rapidly gathering here, he believed that the enemy was not an ordinary naval force. Fortunately, the Cangdong patrol fleet isn't very strong. Even if the two Haisui-class ships were deployed at full strength, they wouldn't necessarily be able to gain an advantage over the Yashima. Kawara Yoichi consoled himself. "Commander," Takasago reporting, "4 columns of smoke have been sighted in the northeast. The enemy has finally appeared." Kawara Yoichi quickly ascended the open-air bridge of the Yashima and saw several columns of smoke and the silhouettes of 3 large and small ships on the distant horizon. He breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that the enemy had only dispatched a single Haisui-class battleship. The battle was already won. All fleet, maximum speed. Column forward, engage the enemy. Chapter 6 Return to Taixi, 2. 3 cruisers. The model of the first ship is unknown, and the other 2 ships are preliminarily determined to be Hairon-class protected cruisers. The Takasago protected cruiser accelerated to 20 knots, and the 40 caliber 8-inch main gun at the bow quickly removed the muzzle cap and turned towards the enemy ship. Captain Ishibashi noticed the smoke rising thicker above the enemy ship, evidently aware of their presence. Intelligence indicated that the Cangdong patrol fleet's flagship, the Hairon-class cruisers, were inferior to the Takasago. With superior firepower, Captain Ishibashi was confident he could gain the upper hand in the vanguard engagement. He believed the unidentified cruiser was unlikely to exceed 3,000 tons and was no more powerful than the Takasago. The Navy was inherently adept at attacking, and the Tosakura Navy had inherited this British tradition. In previous battles with the Dominion Coalition, the Takasago had rarely encountered enemy ships of equal caliber. This time, they were eager to test their prowess against a formidable foe. Distance, 14,000 yards. The lookout reported the distance, and the main battery immediately closed its breech blocks and prepared to fire. For the Takasago, this distance was too far, and firing rashly would only waste ammunition. Distance, 13,000 yards. The enemy cruiser fleet is about 8,000 yards away from the battleships. Ishibashi Fu nodded with satisfaction. He planned to turn the entire fleet to the west at 8,000 yards, maximize the broadside firepower, use the range advantage of the 203 naval gun to fire first and suppress the enemy. Send a light signal and order Shintaka and Kasagi. However, the lookout's report stunned everyone. The enemy's first ship turned. The other 2 ships maintained their course. Ishibashi Fu was puzzled. The enemy ship actually broke away from the formation and turned at 13,000 yards, which was completely inconsistent with conventional tactics. It wasn't until he saw the stern of the enemy ship through the telescope that he suddenly realized it was the Yanling. This battleship had a unique twin-turret layout, just as described in pre-war documents. The Yanling Dominion's miracle battleship. Although its firepower was not great, its sophisticated fire control equipment and extremely high rate of fire made it a perfect match for the Yubari-class light cruisers of the East Sakura Navy. How dare this cruiser fire at this distance? The Tosakura naval officers aboard the Takasago scoffed. Do they think they're dreadnoughts? But the relentless barrage of artillery stunned them. The first round of shells followed within seconds, landing closer and closer, columns of water rising, and nearly every round was a pinpoint hit. At this point, the intense firepower of the Type 3 140mm rapid-fire naval guns finally allowed Ishibashi Fu to confirm the enemy's identity, the Yanling. Although the main guns of this warship were small in caliber and tonnage, it was equipped with advanced fire control equipment such as a 3-meter baseline rangefinder and a bullet impact timer, enabling it to strike with precision at extremely long ranges. Its firepower was on par with the Yubari-class light cruisers of the Tozakura elite fleet, making it a formidable challenge. Ishibashi Tsutomu had initially expected an easy battle, but unexpectedly encountered a formidable opponent. The firepower of ships like the Takasago and Kasagi would likely be insufficient to inflict fatal damage against the 140mm rapid-fire guns. Although a single 8-inch shell could severely damage an enemy ship once it entered effective range, it would obviously take more time to break through the enemy's firepower line. All ships, high-pressure ventilation. The Takasago's 4-cylinder, 3-stage expansion steam engine roared to life, horsepower instantly soaring from 16,000 to 23,000. Pushing the ship's speed past 23 knots. Sparks mingled with white smoke from the bow as the 4,000-ton ship rapidly closed in on the enemy. Boom! The Takasago's forward main gun finally fired, but at this range, there was no hope of hitting the target. Its only purpose was to disrupt the enemy's fire. Sure enough, the shell missed its target by over 500 meters and fell into the sea. Boom! A 140mm high-explosive shell struck the Takasago's forward main gun shield. Although the shield wasn't penetrated, the heat and shockwave from the explosion passed through the openings in the gun shield, killing nearly all the gun crew members. The elevation mechanism was also severely damaged. If the damage control team had not promptly transferred the propellant, the bow of the Takasago might have been destroyed. The continuous shells continued to damage the Takasago's hull. Although the 140mm high-explosive shells could not penetrate the thick armor, they did cause great damage to the Takasago's external structure. The bow's main guns were completely destroyed, the teak decks practically vanished, and the two 120mm rapid-fire guns were rendered inoperable by shrapnel damage. The most devastating blow came from the mainmast, destroying its rangefinder and fire control equipment, significantly reducing Takasago's counterattack capabilities. When the two ships closed to 10,000 yards, Ishibashi Fu finally gave up hope of a vanguard battle and decided to adopt a retreat tactic. Send a radio. Order Kasagi and Shinko to follow this ship and turn 20 compass points to port. Cover the two destroyers. Requesting our fleets of Sama and Tokiwa ships to advance for support. Ishibashi Fu knew that delaying the battleships would only render them incapable of combat. If the enemy seized the initiative, the consequences would be disastrous. So he decided to leave the two Kaijo-class ships behind and, with the help of the nearly 10,000-ton Asama-class cruisers in the rear, launch a counterattack. The three ships turned 225 degrees and bombarded the sea surface with broadside fire in an attempt to interfere with the enemy's range finding. At the same time, the Asama-class armored cruiser, located 11,000 yards away, approached at a speed of 20 knots, and the situation of supporting the battle became increasingly tense. Chapter 7 Return to Taixi 3, the enemy ships have retreated. Stop firing. After confirming the withdrawal of the enemy cruisers, Captain Gao Yoji of the Yanling quickly ordered a ceasefire. The Yanling did not have the ability to produce its own 140mm shells, so each shell was extremely valuable and had to be used with caution. The enemy armored cruiser is approaching to 16,000 yards. Notify Wujin and Tianning to reunite with our ship. We are going to retreat temporarily. Gao Yoji ordered a retreat without any hesitation. The Asama-class armored cruiser, with a full load displacement of over 10,000 tons, is equipped with two 45 caliber 203mm naval guns and 14 152mm rapid-fire guns. The main armor belt is made of 180mm thick Harvey-hardened nickel steel, and its combat capability is quite strong. If they didn't use the 533mm long-range torpedoes on the Yanling, they wouldn't be able to easily deal with the enemy ships. According to the planned battle plan, their mission was to repel the enemy's protected cruisers and destroyers. Now it's time for everyone to show off. Gao Yoji looked at the Taixi, 7,000 yards away, his heart brimming with confidence. Our ship is 14,000 yards away from the enemy cruiser fleet. Kawahara Yoichi was not surprised to learn of the enemy cruiser's defeat aboard Yashima. The two Asama-class armored cruisers were powerful enough to neutralize the enemy's 3 smaller cruisers. Even in a battle with the Haisue-class battleships, they could maintain their advantage. The enemy cruisers began to turn, but the 2 Asama-class ships had already overtaken the 3 protected cruisers and rushed to 11,000 yards. Due to such a large turn angle, the enemy ship's speed must have dropped significantly. However, the appearance of the Yanling made He Yuan confirm one thing. He must immediately destroy the enemy fleet in front of him. If the enemy is allowed to accumulate strength in the Cangdong Sea area, the autonomous region's fleet may become his new enemy. Ahead, the Yanling class engaged the Asama and Tokiwa again. Although the 11,000-yard range exceeded the Asama class's fire control capabilities, the Pinghai class's 140mm guns were not equipped with armor-piercing shells and were virtually unable to penetrate the enemy ship's armor. Chu Qing walked to the firing command post, stood at the gunner's position, and grabbed the handheld loudspeaker on the ship. "I'll command the A, P, and Q turrets. Load the armor-piercing rounds." The gunner was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't stop, he still showed a hint of surprise. Chu Qing obviously had his own agenda in doing this, hoping to win over Lu Feng by demonstrating his strength. At this point, the Taixi Navy was nearly destroyed, and Chu Qing understood that he needed help from others before rebuilding. The Yanling Autonomous Territory currently has goodwill towards Taixi, and the possibility of cooperation is very high. However, to win Lu Feng's trust, Chu Qing needs to demonstrate absolute strength and impress the people of the Yanling Autonomous Territory. Therefore, he decided to utilize the powerful computing power of the auxiliary intelligent brain to conduct a precise artillery strike at extreme range. This would be the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his strength. The intelligent brain could measure distances to the centimeter level within 20 kilometers. It could also calculate factors such as the target's motion, reaction time, wind speed, and waves, helping the gunner make accurate firing adjustments. Chu Qing, through the precise calculations of the intelligent brain, seemed to have activated the perspective auto-aiming mode. Intelligent brain, access the automatic fitting calculation module. Module loading. Loading complete. Automatically retrieve own ship's artillery trajectory data, determine the distance and closing rate between own ship and enemy ship, and create a fitting curve. Automatically correct for muzzle storm interference and human error, and output firing parameters. The calculation results appeared on the panel. Chu Qing quickly picked up the phone and shook the firing clock. Main gun elevation 13.5, swing right. 6 thick gun barrels were raised high, flashing coldly in the sunlight. As the gun crew adjusted the firing dial to the preset setting, 3 green lights lit up in front of Chu Qing, followed by the siren call signaling the main gun was about to fire. The countdown to the optimal firing window began, with 5 seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chu Qing pressed the firing button without hesitation. Then there was a loud bang. 6 386-kilogram armor-piercing shells were fired from the 3 main turrets of the Taixi and headed straight for the Tokiwa 18,000 yards away. Chapter 8 Shocking. Captain Kato Kanji of the Asama was nervously commanding his battleship and following closely behind. He was ready to engage the cruiser formation in front. The previously retreating ships Takasago, Kasagi, and 2 destroyers were following closely behind the 2 armored cruisers, ready to attack at any time. However, Captain Kato suddenly noticed several huge fireballs rising from the battleship in the distance, and his heart skipped a beat. He recalled the Yanling's long-range, medium-range artillery combat capabilities and realized that the battleship in front of them could obviously also fire at a distance of 17,000 yards, which was extremely unusual for them. They had always assumed the enemy was the Cangdong patrol fleet, and therefore assumed the battleship behind the enemy was a Haisue-class battleship. However, the situation before them clearly did not conform to this assumption. The first mate hurriedly flipped through the ship identification manual, trying to confirm the identity of the enemy ship. At such a long distance, even a super dreadnought would find it difficult to hit the enemy in the first round. "We have enough time to confirm the enemy's identity and make a decision." Captain Kato comforted his first mate, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. But just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden rumble overhead, like a heavily loaded freight train passing by, followed by a sharp whistling sound. Swoosh! 6 heavy shells fell from the sky, smashing into the Asama's deck. Due to the extreme angle of their trajectory, the shells descended like meteors. Thanks to precise calculations by the intelligent computer, the bombardment's accuracy was unparalleled. 5 of the 6 armor-piercing shells accurately hit their targets. Even the Vanguard-class and Iowa-class battleships of later generations on Blue Star would have struggled to achieve this level of accuracy. The 386 kilograms armor-piercing shell effortlessly pierced the Asama's armor and exploded within the ship. The shockwave tore through the watertight doors and bulkheads, followed by a scorching air mingled with poisonous gas and flames. Although only a few muffled thuds were heard outside, the ship's structure was almost completely warped. In less than 5 seconds, the flames spread rapidly to the ammunition magazine beneath the bow main gun. A violent explosion shook the surrounding sea surface, and the blast even shattered the glass of the bridge of the Tokiwa ship behind, temporarily blinding the crew. Before anyone could react, the 10,000-ton armored cruiser had been reduced to scattered steel fragments and debris. A first-round hit from 17,000 yards. Lu Feng dropped his hands in shock, covering his ears, unable to believe the sight before him. Was this the combat power of a dreadnought? Li He was equally shocked as he watched the black smoke rising in the distance. He had served as the artillery chief of the Qiancang Central Fleet and knew how difficult it was to land a first-round hit at such a long distance. Even the Qiancang Empire's most elite dreadnoughts would have difficulty achieving this. Dreadnought class. Inside the Yashima's armored command tower, Rear Admiral Kawaharu was completely shocked. Although he had witnessed the power of dreadnoughts before, this scene was completely beyond his imagination. He had fought against the fleets of the Shandong Sea before, and had seen dreadnoughts emerge from miraculous storms. He knew the dreadnought's ability to suppress armored cruisers in long-range artillery battles, but the current situation was unacceptable to him. The Shandong Sea fleet, which had fled 3 days ago, actually obtained a dreadnought from the Miracle Storm, and skillfully used it to kill the armored cruiser of the Dongying Navy in seconds in a long-range artillery battle. As a senior officer of Dongying, Major General Kawaharu clearly understood some conclusions about Miracle Storm. The appearance of Miracle battleships follows a certain pattern, and the design styles of Miracle battleships in the same sea area are often similar, with only very few exceptions. The Qiancang Empire's total number of Miracle battleships was greater than that of the Dongying Empire, giving it a numerical advantage. However, the Dongying Empire's Miracle battleships were generally of higher quality, often outclassing the Qiancang fleet. The Dreadnought class wasn't a component of the Qiancang Imperial Guard's fleet. He Yuan had never seen this type of battleship in the Qiancang Empire, but today he saw it with his own eyes. Report to the Navy Department. A Dreadnought-class battleship appeared near the Taixi Islands in the Shandong Sea area, and our troops are engaged in combat with it. Use clear text. Report simultaneously on the medium and short-wave bands. Kawaharu Yoichi felt very uncomfortable at this moment, as if he had encountered an event with extremely low probability. Order the entire fleet to cover the destroyers and prepare for torpedo attacks. He knew he had no escape route. The enemy's goal was to destroy him. Even if he tried to flee, the Yashima, with a speed of only 18 knots, would never be able to escape the dreadnought's pursuit. He could only pin his hopes on his last weapon, the Type 44 Type 2 457mm torpedoes on the Tokiwa and 2 Toyin-class destroyers. This new type of torpedo had a speed of 36 knots and a range of 8,000 yards. Its 100 kilograms or more warhead was enough to cause heavy damage to the dreadnought. However, the Tokiwa was huge, and the enemy's long-range artillery fire would probably destroy it before it could get close. The only hope was these 2 destroyers. Chapter 9. The dust settled, and after the firing was complete, the Taishi's main gun barrel slowly lowered. The Dreadnought-class turrets were not capable of full-angle reloading, so after each shot, the turrets had to be adjusted to a horizontal position for the next round of reloading. Chu Qing glanced at the stunned crew in the fire control room and gestured for silence. Everyone understood and quickly returned to their respective positions. Intelligent computer, continue calculating the fire control parameters. He didn't disable the auxiliary functions of the intelligent computer. Although each precise calculation consumed more than 500 spacetime points, the armored cruiser he had just sunk also brought him 6,000 points of income, which was completely affordable. At the very least, he had to eliminate the enemy's 2 large ships first. Although the intelligent computer had warned that continuous use would lead to a sharp increase in the consumption of spacetime points and might affect his brain, Chu Qing decided to use it at most twice in this naval battle. Search, measure, calculate, output. With a resounding blast of the gun bell, new firing data was calculated. The Tokiwa's sailors, gazing at the flickering muzzle flashes in the distance, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. As expected, the 305mm shells followed. This time, 5 of the 6 shots hit the target. The auxiliary intelligent computer's fire control capability was almost unmatched. If the Dryer fire control station was used to fire at this extreme range, it would take at least 5 or more half-salvos to achieve a straddle. 2 shells struck the Tokiwa's bow, penetrating below the waterline. The force of the explosion completely destroyed the bow. Water rushed in, sending the bow plummeting. Then, a shell struck the armored conning tower, wiping out the Tokiwa's command staff. Of the remaining 2, 1 detonated prematurely on the mainmast, unleashing a torrential downpour of steel, while the other penetrated the Tokiwa's funnel at an almost vertical angle, crippling the ship's main boiler. The 10,000-ton armored cruiser instantly lost power and sank to the surface. The entire fleet turned 4 compass points to right, unleashed broadside firepower, and engaged the enemy in formation. Even though the enemy ships were within range, Chu Qing didn't immediately order an attack on the Yashima. He knew that if all the enemy's large ships were incapacitated, the remaining smaller vessels would inevitably retreat and not engage him head-on. The Lei-class destroyers could reach speeds of up to 31 knots, while the other cruisers could reach speeds of over 21 knots. If the enemy ships were allowed to escape at this point, pursuit would become extremely difficult. Therefore, Chu Qing decided to give the enemy a glimmer of hope and seize this opportunity to destroy them in one fell swoop. As the Taishi's massive hull completed its turn, its 4 main turrets simultaneously aimed at the port side. The East Sakura Navy's cruisers had already closed in at 8,000 yards. They had almost exhausted all of their boiler power in a desperate assault on the Taishi's position. The leading Kasagi broke 24 knots, pursuing the take. 2 destroyers hid behind the cruiser, waiting for the chance to deliver a fatal blow. Bang! Bang! The Yashima finally lost control and opened fire. Although still 11,000 yards from the Taixi, while out of effective range, the Dongying Navy's gunners seemed unable to tolerate the passive situation and were eager to vent their anger. The expensive 12-inch shells were ruthlessly dumped on the sea surface, the water column churning, without even a chance to interfere with the range measurement. Subsequently, Kasagi and other ships also began firing at distances beyond the fire control limit, hoping to accidentally hit 1 or 2 shells. As the Tosakura fleet opened fire repeatedly, the gunners of the Taixi had already adjusted their turrets and prepared to receive a counterattack. I was sprinkling water and sand on the deck to prevent fires. Picric acid explosives can easily cause fires, the Yashima's damage control captain whispered during interrogation aboard the take. Then I was swept into the sea by the water column. The crew member in charge of recording paused and scoffed. "You're very lucky then." He then ordered the damage control captain to be taken to the cabin and detained with the other captured sailors. Indeed, of the 8 shells fired by the Taixi, except for 2 near misses, the remaining 6 305mm high-explosive shells almost all hit the Yashima. Hundreds of kilograms of Lidex exploded simultaneously, sending blasts and blazing flames sweeping across the ship, destroying the ship's open-air guns and sighting equipment. The lifeboats on the side were set on fire or thrown into the sea, and the fire spread rapidly across the ship. Although the main guns were not fatally damaged, facing the uncontrollable fire, the turret commander finally ordered the ammunition depot to be flooded to avoid a greater disaster. As a result, the 4 305mm guns were unable to fire again in the battle and completely lost their combat capability. Rear Admiral Kawahari almost fainted from the poison gas and finally gave the order to abandon ship. The command flag was lowered and the sailors jumped into the sea one after another. Without the obstruction of large ships, the 3 protected cruisers of the Yanling Navy pounced on the Dongying fleet like wolves under the cover of the Taixi. To close in and launch a torpedo attack, the Dongying fleet was forced to charge through a T-shaped formation, creating a perfect opportunity for the Yanling fleet. Taking advantage of its range, the Yanling adopted a kite-flying tactic, sending its 140mm high-explosive shells accurately hitting the Dongying fleet's superstructure. As they approached 6,500 yards, the Lei-class destroyers accelerated and sprinted desperately. The coal stokers worked hard to fill the furnaces with coal. The 4 boilers were running at full speed, and the ship's speed exceeded 30 knots, and the seawater wet the bow. 2 Lei-class destroyers quickly rushed out from the rear of the fleet, and the torpedo operators worked hard to turn the detonators, preparing to launch. However, the Yanling's Hairon-class cruisers gave them no chance. 2 Hairon-class cruisers engaged head-on, destroying the 2 destroyers' attacks at a range of nearly 150mm. The Taishi's intelligent computer accurately predicted the torpedo's trajectory, ensuring complete control of the situation. After the torpedo attack failed, the morale of the Dongying fleet plummeted to the bottom. Facing the pressure from the Yanling Navy cruisers and the Dreadnought class, the remaining 3 ships finally chose to sink themselves to avoid being captured. At the end of this battle, the Sangdong task force of the Dongying Navy was completely destroyed, and more than 600 captured crew members, including the unconscious Rear Admiral Kawahara, were detained on the Taixi and Yanling for screening and interrogation. Chapter 10 Return. Send a message to the Taixi Autonomous Territory. The invading enemy has been completely wiped out, and our ship will soon dock. Under the setting sun, Chu Qing returned to the open-air navigation bridge, looking at the Taixi Islands in the distance, whose outlines gradually appeared under the sunset, and a feeling of unreality arose in his heart. A few days ago, he thought he would be adrift on the sea for the rest of his life, but he unexpectedly obtained a golden finger and returned triumphantly with his dreadnought. Shortly after the telegram was sent, a distant lighthouse lit up, emitting a bright beam of light, like a beacon guiding a wanderer home. The sailors on the deck had tears of excitement in their eyes. Many of them were from Taixi, and many of their fathers and brothers had even died in the battle against Dongying. Now they had returned to their homeland to avenge their losses with their own hands. How could they not be moved, hang up the lanterns, and prepare to fire the salute? Chu Qing looked at the coastal defenses and charred beaches reduced to ruins by the bombardment of large-caliber naval guns, and couldn't help but sigh. Due to the Qiancang Empire's central control measures on large-caliber artillery and high-grade cement, the coastal defenses of the autonomous regions were originally designed to withstand only artillery fire under 10 inches, and were therefore unable to withstand the 12-inch battleship gunfire. That year, when Chu Xiong led the fleet to sail, he ordered the evacuation of coastal artillery and other armed forces, but the Marine Brigade of Taixi Autonomous Territory defended their homes and bought time for the people and supplies, which made Chu Qing deeply admire their courage. As the fleet approached, the sun had already set, and the Taishi's mast and hull were festooned with colorful lights. Whoop! Each ship sounded its whistle, followed by a 17-gun salute in honor of the soldiers defending their homeland. When the coastal artillery ended, the coastal artillery, marines, and some civilians who had volunteered to stay behind began to gather. Li Yi commanded the fleet to dock steadily at the pier. The Taixi Islands had a well-developed shipping network and frequently docked 10,000-ton cargo ships. Therefore, there were 2 deep-water docks here that could accommodate the Dreadnought class. The gangway was lowered, and Chu Qing was the first to descend, followed closely by Li He and Lu Feng. As he set foot on the land of the Taixi Islands, Chu Qing felt a strange emotion. As a time traveler, he shouldn't have such a reaction, but after questioning the intelligent brain, he learned that it was due to the influence of the previous owner's memories. Zhang Fengyang, commander of the Taixi Autonomous Territory Coastal Defense Artillery Brigade, welcomes the triumphant return of the garrison commander. Zhao Jianya, commander of the Taixi Autonomous Territory Marine Brigade, welcomes the triumphant return of the garrison commander. The 2 soldiers in black uniforms and with the rank of colonel on their shoulders stood at attention and saluted. Chu Qing saluted in return, then learned of Taishi's current situation. 5 of the 6 45 caliber 203 mm coastal defense guns have been destroyed, leaving only 6 of the 18 152 mm rapid-fire guns. The Coastal Defense Artillery Brigade now has over 800 men remaining, while the Marine Brigade is intact. Shipping companies relocated over 60 passenger and cargo ships, and over 8,000 men and 8,000 elderly and infirm people volunteered to remain behind. The Dongying people were unable to land, so Taishi's coal mines and other mineral resources and infrastructure were not significantly damaged and remained generally intact. Only 2 merchant ship docks were affected by shelling, but the damage was relatively minor. Thankfully, my golden finger awakened early, so I didn't inherit a mess. Chu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. The Taixi Islands had been Chu Xiong's headquarters for decades, boasting a population of 320,000, rich energy and mineral resources, a maritime academy, and a newly established weapons design and development facility. Despite its small size, it was well-equipped and perfectly suited as a starting point for his own business. 1 protected cruiser, 2 armored cruisers, and 1 pre-dreadnought battleship provided me with 25,000 time and space points. After deducting expenses, I still had over 22,000 left, enough to start something. Li Yi went to supervise the interrogation of Kawahara Yoichi, while Chu Qing strolled along the coast for a while and returned to the dock, where the fleet was anchored. He saw the coastal artillerymen helping to carry ammunition and supplies. As expected, The Taixi was already surrounded by curious soldiers and civilians, pointing and marveling at the massive vessel. Among the crowd, a thin figure wrapped in a navy coat stood out to Chu Qing. Seeing Chu Qing approach, the onlookers dispersed, and the Marines formed a cordon to protect the two garrison commanders. If Lu Jinglu really covets the Taixi, Chu Qing teased, he can serve as my deputy envoy. Then he can command the Taixi. Lu Feng turned around and forced a dry smile. Your frivolous personality is just like your father's. He looked at the steel hull of the Taixi and suddenly put away his smile. His expression was serious. Gao Yoji just reported that he intercepted the telegram sent by the Dongying fleet before it was destroyed. Koyoichi used plain code when reporting our position, which means that the news that Taixi possesses a dreadnought has spread. The man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. He sighed. Although the threat of the Dongying task force has been eliminated, the situation in the Sangdong Sea area has become more chaotic. The power of a dreadnought-class ship is by no means something a single autonomous region can easily control. Besides the scrutiny of the Qiancang Empire and other powers, retaliation from the Dongying Navy is also on the way. Furthermore, the Qiancang Central's attitude towards these uncontrolled powerful forces is also worth pondering. Without the logistical support of a national power, such a massive war machine would sooner or later run into trouble. Chu Qing naturally understood Lu Feng's meaning, but he believed that with the help of the intelligent computer and the space-time mall, problems such as ammunition supply and machinery maintenance could be easily solved. Anyone who wants to take food from me can come and try. However, I think Chu Xiong must have left you a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Apart from anything else, those long-range bombardments were definitely not something that could be achieved by ordinary means, right? Lu Feng suddenly changed the subject, staring straight at Chu Qing, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. No matter how the situation changes, Yinling will always be the most loyal ally of the Taixi Autonomous Region." Chapter 11. Technical Talents. In a secret room in Baitsong City, the capital of the Qiancang Empire, the young emperor was conversing with his trusted ministers. Qi Shiren is still unwilling to send troops. The hall outside was magnificent, but the atmosphere inside the room was solemn. The young emperor remained silent as he listened to the report from his Minister of Military Affairs, Sun Tianwei. Your Majesty, Qi Shiren claims the enemy is too powerful to be defeated by the Sangdong Patrol Fleet. He stated that if the Imperial Guard's fleet is willing to allocate a Ling Yuan-class dreadnought for support, that Sangdong Patrol Fleet is willing to cooperate. Sun Tianwei, with his elegant features and 3 golden general stars on his shoulders, served as the second consul of the Qiancang Imperial Parliament and Minister of Military Affairs. He had been a trusted minister to the previous emperor and a prince of the Imperial Auxiliary State, holding a distinguished position. Humph, the young emperor snorted, knowing full well that 2 Heisa-class warships would be sufficient to deal with 1 Fuji-class. He believed that in recent years, the various patrol fleets had also received a number of cruisers from the Fengzhou shipyard and the Tianjin shipyard. If they were combined with the fleets of other autonomous territories in the Sangdong Sea area, they would be sufficient to drive out the Dongying Navy. He knew that the Sangdong Patrol envoy Qi Shiren had completely sided with Prince Dong and refused to obey his orders. While the Qiancang Empire had a parliament, the cabinet was appointed by the monarch, and the consuls were accountable to the monarch, giving the monarch real power, similar to Prussia on Blue Star. Previously, the inspectors and guards had not dared to disobey the Qiancang central government. However, due to the previous emperor's serious illness and loss of prestige, the old emperor, on his deathbed, overcame all odds and supported the new emperor. This sparked discontent among the nobles and exacerbated dissent within the military. Of the 4 battleship divisions of the Imperial Guard's fleet, only 2 were loyal to the emperor. The other 2 were controlled by Prince Sun Nanzhong of the East and the first consul of the council. Inspector General Qi Shiren of Sangdong had already pledged his loyalty to Prince Sun and received instructions to conserve his strength and avoid battle, so he naturally disobeyed the central government's orders. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in, Your Majesty, there's been a change in the situation in Sangdong." A young officer carrying a briefcase rushed in. Sun Tianwei recognized him as a member of the Military Intelligence Bureau. He completely controlled the Military Intelligence Bureau, the only authority he could fully trust. With the help of Li He, Chu Qing issued an announcement, informing all the people who were stranded in the Taixi Autonomous Region that the crisis was basically resolved, and they could freely choose whether to take the passenger and cargo ships of the Taixi Shipping Company to return to the autonomous region. The information gained from the interrogation of Koyoichi was also valuable. The Dongying task force consisted of over 5,000 Marines stationed in Tongzhou, Hexing, and the Xinpu Autonomous Region. In addition to the technicians repairing the Akashi and Takachiho ships, the Xinpu Islands also housed a group of captured Sangdong Sea District sailors. These captured sailors were crucial to the reconstruction of the Taixi Navy, and the strategic position of the Xinpu Autonomous Region was also extremely important. The Xinpu shipyard was the strategic core of the Sangdong Sea area, and even the Xinpu Steel Works, which could produce ship steel, was a valuable resource that everyone coveted. In fact, most of the improved Kaiji-class cruisers were built at the Xinpu shipyard. Chu Qing's predecessor, the Huantai, also underwent renovations at Xinpu. Kawahara Yoichi revealed that the coastal defenses of the three autonomous territories had been completely destroyed and would be impossible to restore in the short term. If these three regions were considered the fattest piece of meat, Xinpu was undoubtedly the most lucrative. Chu Qing discussed with Lu Feng and Li He and decided to have the Taixi take command to deter the enemy, while the Yinling Autonomous Region would escort the Taixi Marines to take over the Xinpu Autonomous Region. As for the Akashi and Takachiho ships in the Xinpu dockyard, Chu Qing, under Li He's murderous gaze, decided to give them to Lu Feng as a reward. Commander, although the performance of those two cruisers is average, they are ready-made combat capable, so it's better to keep one. After the meeting, Lu Feng left with a smile, while Li He angrily caught up with Chu Qing, questioning him for giving away the ready-made cruiser. Chu Qing had his own plans in mind. Blue Star history proved that the era of protected cruisers would soon pass. Even these massive armored cruisers would quickly become obsolete in the coming naval equipment revolution. There was no longer much point in retaining those two old ships. What if I say that the exchange condition is that we gain absolute control over the Xinpu shipyard? Chu Qing turned and glanced at the office building of Su Zhonghu, director of Taixi Ordnance. Li He was stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to believe that Lu Feng would give up a shipyard capable of building 4,000-ton cruisers just for two cruisers. But after a moment's thought, he understood. Although the Xinpu Autonomous Region had a dock capable of building 4,000-ton cruisers, it did not have the relevant design drawings. As a self-governing territory, it was unrealistic to expect to achieve anything in isolation. Lu Feng lacked ship designers and could not afford the expensive blueprints for warships, forcing the Xinpu shipyard to continue producing outdated Kaiji-class ships. Clearly, this was not cost-effective. However, the situation in Taixi was different. The newly appointed director of ordnance, Su Zhonghu, had been the chief architect of the Tianjin shipyard and had presided over the design and surveying of many large ships, and even participated in the construction of the Haisui-class pre-dreadnought battleship. Chu Xiong had invited him back 2 years ago through a fellow townsman connection and had built a shipyard in Taixi capable of building 1,000-ton ships. The warship designs in the Space-Time Mall were relatively cheap, and Su Zhonghu had experience converting miracle warship technology into mass production. Providing him with a few sets of Space-Time Mall design drawings for reference and study would allow him to achieve self-production. Chu Qing returned to the garrison commander's residence, summoned the Auxiliary Intelligent Brains panel, and clicked the upgrade button. Do you want to spend 10,000 space-time points to upgrade the Auxiliary Intelligent Brain? The upgrade will increase the Intelligent Brain's computing power, unlock more functions, and the Space-Time Mall will be open until December 31st, 1915. Confirm upgrade. Upgrading. The Space-Time Mall's lifespan has been extended. Please check the unlocked functions yourself. Chapter 12 Light Armored Cruisers. You have a new miracle ship? On the morning of the second day after the fleet returned, Lu Feng watched in shock as a tugboat from Taixi port towed a cruiser with 4 chimneys and a long forecastle slowly into the port. Chu Qing was wearing a windbreaker and waving a ship identification manual in front of him, looking high-spirited and proud. I spotted her as soon as I woke up this morning. She must have appeared offshore at night. According to the identification manual, this cruiser is a Birmingham-class light armored cruiser designated by the British. It has a displacement of 5,400 tons, a speed of 25.5 knots, and 9 152mm main guns. Displacement, 5,440 tons length, width and draft, 139.3 m times 15.2 m times 4.9 m speed, 25.5 knots. I remember that the British had just completed the surveying and replicating of this type of cruiser. It's considered the latest batch of cruisers that can be mass-produced. Lu Feng shook his head and smacked his lips, then turned around to supervise the maintenance and supply work of the Yinling Navy ships. Obtaining 2 miracle warships in 1 week, I can't help but sigh that Chu Qing's luck is much better than his father Chu Xiong. This cruiser was naturally not some miracle warship, But the fourth batch of City-class light cruisers completed in 1914 by the original Blue Star United Kingdom, also known as the second ship of the Birmingham-class light cruisers, the Lowestoft. This ship was equipped with a standard firing director and 9 MKXI, 152mm naval guns with a maximum range of 14,000 yards. Therefore, it was also known as the best light cruiser with a focus on broadside guns at the time. Even the Ninghi-class light cruiser, which was born more than 10 years later than her, was not much better than her in fire control. She is one of the earliest light cruisers on Blue Star. Her elder sister, the Lincian class, which was born 3 years earlier, pioneered the concept of light cruiser. The 76mm hardened armor steel arranged on the waterline of the side is enough to resist the semi-armor piercing shells of the 4-inch gun at close range. At 10,000 yards, the semi-armor piercing shells of the 6-inch gun may not be able to penetrate her side armor. Therefore, they are called light armored cruisers. Such warships undoubtedly have a terrifying suppressive capability against those protected cruisers that are still active at sea in this era and perform reconnaissance missions. You must know that the reality is different from the situation in some naval battle games. In the reality of Blue Star, naval guns with a caliber of 152mm and below are often not equipped with specially designed armor-piercing ammunition, but use more versatile high-explosive shells or semi-armor piercing shells / conventional shells. Even if she encounters those early and mid-stage armored cruisers, she can try to use her fire control advantage to make the opponent lose their combat effectiveness or escape at full speed. There's something on deck. What are those boxes? Someone noticed that the deck of the cruiser was piled with many large wooden boxes covered with oilcloth. Since there had been cases of miracle ships carrying cargo before, Lee was not too surprised. He asked the sailors on the dock to set up the gangway, and then led his men on board the ship for inspection. Large boxes were brought ashore one by one. When they were opened, it was found that the boxes contained rifles with walnut stocks and long magazines. Is this some kind of semi-automatic rifle? A soldier from the Taixi Marine Corps lifted the oil paper, grabbed a rifle, and pulled the bolt. S-type 7.9, 2 Mauser-pointed bullet. Another soldier grabbed a box of bullets from the box next to him. After a rough count, it was found that there were 3,000 rifles in various compartments on the ship, enough to arm the riflemen of an entire Marine brigade. How could the British ship have rifles from the Iron Blood nation? This dramatic scene left Leahy bewildered. However, despite their doubts, after Chu Qing announced that the guns would be immediately distributed to the Taixi Marine Brigade, those men no longer cared about it, and were all as happy as if they had married a new wife. That's right, these rifles were still exchanged from the Spacetime Mall. This time, Chu Qing chose for them the M1916 semi-automatic rifle produced by the former Blue Star Iron Blood country in 1915. Although the gun's firing rate is slightly lower than other semi-automatic rifles of later generations due to its special bolt design, it still has an overwhelming advantage over those bolt-action rifles. The 25-round large magazine provides ample firepower, and there are large reserves of 7.92 by 57 Mauser bullets in the various islands of Cangdong, making it very easy to obtain ammunition supplies. Now the Taixi Navy is undergoing reconstruction and is short of combat personnel, so the Birmingham-class Chu Qing has to be left idle for the time being. If the disadvantage in manpower can be made up for in equipment, then it should naturally be compensated to the maximum extent possible. Although changing clothes before a battle is a taboo, with the auxiliary intelligent computer, you don't have to worry too much about the proficiency in weapon operation. Intelligent Brain. Activate the resonance amplification field to enhance the designated target's mastery of the M1916 rifle. Opening. The resonance amplification field has been activated. The current amplification factor is 500 times. About an hour later, gunshots rang out at the shooting range. Bang, 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 bang. This is really weird. Is this gun so easy to use? At a 100-meter target, these little bastards can basically hit 90 rings with 10 bullets. It's obviously a brand new gun. Marine Brigade Commander Zhao Jinya looked at the several target papers he had taken down, then at the M1916 rifle on the table, baffled. Could this new equipment possibly require no break-in? But that was all well and good. With the addition of semi-automatic firearms, dealing with the Dongying people entrenched in the Xinpu Autonomous Territory would naturally be easier. When the Taixi Marine Brigade finished changing their uniforms, Chu Qing called a team of personal soldiers to carry several large boxes to the office of Su Zhonghu, the director of ordnance. Su Zhonghu, who had just returned from an inspection at the military port, had not even warmed up his office chair when he saw Chu Qing pull out something that looked like a blueprint from his navy coat. Is this a battleship design? He took the paper and recognized it as part of a blueprint for a certain type of cruiser. Could it be? Chu Qing pointed in the direction of the naval port and nodded. Yes, it's the construction drawings of the Birmingham-class ship. I found them in the cabin. This. Su Zhonghu excitedly stepped forward, opened the first 2 boxes, glanced at them to confirm they were correct, and said with emotion, its value can buy another cruiser. This is true. The British country has just completed surveying and imitation, and the first ship built independently has not yet been launched. As for the blueprints of a new ship of this level, if they are sold to the Iron Blood country, Qiancang Center or the Caucasians, they may really be able to exchange them for a ready-made cruiser. Commander, if you give me a 5,000-ton slipway and purchase power equipment from the Principality of Yangzhou, we can start construction now. Su Zhonghu watched his personal soldiers carry the blueprints to the safe vault of the Ordnance Research Institute. He felt itchy in his heart and couldn't wait to start construction right away. Director Su is too impatient, Chu Qing smiled. Let's wait until we take control of the Xinpu shipyard. Chapter 13 Landing. Private First Class Tojo. Move the detonator back 5 meters. In the middle of the night, on a defensive position 100 meters away from the Xinpu shipyard, a sergeant was waving his command knife and directing his soldiers to adjust the position of the detonator. The soldier who was called out hurriedly lifted the box-shaped detonator with his companions and moved it back 5 meters. The task force had lost contact since reporting the encounter with the enemy dreadnought. Samejima Gushage, the supreme commander of the East Sakura Marines on the island, overruled all opposition and decided to destroy the infrastructure of the Xinpu Autonomous Region before immediately withdrawing to the East Sakura-controlled area by transport ship. However, the amount of explosives carried was not enough, so it was finally decided to prioritize destroying the largest 4,000-ton slipway at the Xinpu shipyard. At this time, dozens of kilograms of TNT explosives have been buried under the largest gantry crane of Xinpu shipyard. Once the detonator is pressed, this newly built dock will be reduced to ashes in the explosion. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. The fire lit up half the sky red. However, it was not the gantry crane of the Xinpu shipyard that was blown up into the sky, but Ichiro Tojo and Sergeant Itagaki, who were holding the detonator. The fleet of Yinling Autonomous Territory arrived at the waters off Xinpu at night. Using the lighthouse as a mark point according to the map of Xinpu Autonomous Territory, they dropped anchor and bombarded the shipyard to blockade it. However, who knew that this first shot would unexpectedly save the precious dock from Dongying? This shot severed the detonation line, cutting off the Dongying people's idea of destroying Xinpu's shipbuilding capabilities. The residents who were originally sleeping soundly at home were also awakened by the rumbling sound of the cannon. The crying of children could be heard one after another, and some brave residents stuck their heads out to check the situation. Chaotic Japanese commands and the sounds of large groups of soldiers running were heard on the streets. A large number of Dongying soldiers carrying Type 30 rifles and wearing black military caps with flat tops and white rims gathered in the direction of Xinpu Westport. The former residence of the Xinpu garrison commander, now the headquarters of the Changdong Task Force Marine Corps, was in chaos. Some of the staff officers were asking the frontline combat troops about the enemy situation, some were mobilizing troops, and some were hurriedly packing various documents in preparation for the transfer. Colonel, the enemy fleet's artillery fire has blocked the road leading to the shipyard. I'm afraid we can't destroy it. Samejima Tamushi's adjutant rushed into the command center. The enemy is expected to land at Sihanoukville, Western Harbor. We should have laid quite a few mines, right? Yes. All 400 mines in the Xinpu Islands have been deployed. Only 2 channels have been reserved for our troops to evacuate. Samejima Tamahiza breathed a sigh of relief. The minefield consisting of 400 mines would surely give the attacking enemy a hard time. If the landing ships could be detonated by the mines, the pressure on their defense would be greatly reduced. Has the position of the enemy ship been determined? The enemy ship appears to be using some special night-fighting propellant. The muzzle flash is weak and cannot be accurately located. How long will it take for the transport ship to depart? Colonel Samejima looked at the captain of the transport ship. It will take another 3 hours to preheat the boiler. After receiving the reply, Samejima Tomo cursed inwardly and then ordered his men to prepare for battle. Confirm the enemy's position as quickly as possible and notify the artillery battalion to prepare to fire flares. Do not leave any reserves. All 3 infantry battalions will be deployed to the front line of defense in Sihanoukville. Left hand 15, 2 cars and 1. Right 10, set course. Chu Qing was personally steering the landing ship on the bridge. The The scanning results of the auxiliary intelligent computer showed that there were 400 mines in this sea area. The charge of any one of them was more than 100 kilograms. Any one of them was enough to send this 4,000-ton landing ship to the bottom of the sea. To ensure that everything goes smoothly, he had to go on the scene himself and, with the assistance of the intelligent computer, approach the port along the calculated safe route. Captain Gao, Westport Dock Coordinates 2445 Area, 2 artillery pieces. Chu Qing's auxiliary intelligent computer generated a real-time three-dimensional map of the surrounding area, which could show the military activities near the port. A large number of Tosakura infantry carried heavy machine guns and rapid-fire guns and concentrated on the port, and even pushed out 2 105mm Krupp rapid-fire guns for ship use from the inventory of Shinpu shipyard. Chu Qing didn't want his troops to be hit by artillery shells, so he notified the Yinling Navy to knock out these 2 hidden threats. The landing ship broke through the minefield and approached stealthily to within 1,000 meters of the port. The Dongying defenders on the shore finally lit up 2 high-power searchlights. As the 2 naval guns were blown into the sky, the dark silhouette of the landing ship was exposed under the searchlight. How could they break through the mine blockades so quickly? The Dongying army on the shore was shocked and fired hurriedly. Bao-type machine gun. Several Type 31 75mm rapid-fire guns and 47mm Hotchkiss machine guns fired towards the landing ship, interspersed with the dull sound of the Type 92 machine gun firing. This so-called machine gun that uses 8mm bullets is actually a copy of the Hotchkiss heavy machine gun and the ancestor of the Type 92 heavy machine gun. Several water columns exploded, and shrapnel hit the hull with crackling sounds. Although 1 or 2 shells hit the cabin at the front of the ship, the small and medium-caliber land artillery had a pitifully small amount of ammunition and could not cause any substantial damage to our group. Now that it had been discovered, the landing ship no longer hid and simply turned on the lights. The bright searchlights shone towards the firepower points of the Dongying Marines. The baffles on the side ears were lowered, and the 4 120mm Armstrong rapid-fire guns on both sides could not wait to pour fire on the rapid-fire gun positions on the shore. On one side, 6 37mm water-cooled Maxim machine guns bared their fangs, and the sound of bang 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 echoed throughout the battlefield. The cabins under the first deck also opened their firing holes, and the water-cooled Maxim machine guns unscrupulously sprayed a rain of bullets. This landing ship was originally a merchant ship of Taixi Shipping Company. It was converted into a landing ship dedicated to the Marine Corps 4 years ago. In addition to opening doors on the front and sides of the hull, it also added ears to place weapons to suppress enemies near the landing site. Boom! The hot poisonous mist of picric acid filled the position, and the high-speed projectiles of machine guns rushed around, hitting the Dongying Marines and making their flesh and blood fly everywhere. The commander of the Dongying Defense Force ordered to find shelter, but the debris and equipment in the port could not prevent the penetration of the 37mm machine gun, and they were still suppressed. The landing ship slowly approached the dock, and the side hatch opened downwards, serving as a landing springboard. Under the cover of artillery on the deck, the soldiers of the Taixi Marine Corps quickly jumped off the landing ship and rushed into Shinpu Westport to engage in close combat with the Dongying Marine Corps. Chapter 14, Landing Part 2. Illumination flares from the landing ships and the Dongying Artillery Battalion rose into the sky at the same time. The slowly falling ball of light illuminated the battlefield and dispelled the darkness. The 7.92 pointed bullets fired by the M1916 and the 6.5mm Tomosaka rifle bullets fired by the Type 30 rifle shuttled through the port, taking away a life from time to time. The 2,700th member of the Taixi Marine Brigade jumped out of the cabin and quickly took control of the nearby dock, engaging in a house-to-house battle with the 2 Dongying infantry battalions that had already arrived at the battlefield. A Marine Brigade soldier was moving quickly along the wall while looking around. He noticed a figure flashing through the window opposite him out of the corner of his eye, but before he could turn his gun around, the enemy had already opened fire. A light machine gun poked out of the window, making a strange rattling sound. Several blood arrows spurted out of the soldier's body, and then he fell to the ground. His teammates reacted quickly and concentrated 4 M1916s to shoot at the window. The firepower of 4 semi-automatic rifles successfully suppressed the light machine guns of the Dongying Marines, and there was no movement after a burst of shooting. The construction focus of the autonomous territories in the Shandong Sea area is on naval ships, with relatively little investment in the Marines. They are only equipped with heavy machine guns and a few medium-caliber sampan guns, and not even light machine guns. Ordinary soldiers only have old-fashioned bolt-action rifles. Fortunately, All the troops were equipped with semi-automatic rifles before the war, which made up for the disadvantage in this area. As for why the troops were not equipped with machine guns, Chu Qing took into consideration that they had no experience in operating light machine guns before. Even if each squad was assigned a light machine gun, they did not know how to coordinate firepower. A soldier climbed into the room, picked up the machine gun from under the Dongying machine gunner, checked it, and threw it out of the window. This light machine gun has a fixed small tripod and uses a 30-round magazine. If Chu Qing were here, he would recognize that this is the French-Spanish M1909 light machine gun. This gun has many problems. The biggest problem is that once the ammunition exposed on the magazine is stuck with mud and sand, it can easily cause the machine gun to jam. In this world, the reason why the Dongying Marine Corps introduced this gun is that it uses the Lebel 8mm rifle bullet that is compatible with the Bao-type machine gun. With the support of naval guns, Sihanoukville fell completely into Chu Qing's hands 40 minutes later. After losing more than 300 people, the Dongying Marine Corps began to retreat to the interior of Xinpu main island and merged with the 3rd Infantry Battalion that came from Dongshan Island. The landing ships in the harbor used another round of shooting to destroy most of the artillery of the Dongying artillery unit. Then, Chu Qing raised his hand and fired a blue flare. According to the plan drawn up before the war, the blue flare represented an attack in the direction of Beidao. Is there a fight outside? Could it be that the Qiancang Central Force has dispatched troops? What are you thinking? At most, the patrol fleet took action. The school on North Island is now used as a prisoner of war camp, holding more than 600 sailors captured in previous naval battles. After hearing the sound of gunfire outside, the prisoners inside became excited. Liu He, the former captain of the Taixi Navy's Fu Bo cruiser, looked around, stretched out his hand to call over a few of his old subordinates, and gave them a few instructions. Bay Island is 1,800 meters away from the main island of Xinpu, and is connected to the main island by only a cross-sea bridge. It is inaccessible to Dongying Island, which has a shipyard. The people in charge of guarding these prisoners were the Dongying sailors whose ships had sunk or been seriously injured in previous naval battles. There were about 100 of them, all of whom were armed. The more than 600 detained sailors had begun to become restless, attracting the attention of the guards, who significantly increased the number of patrol personnel. The sound of gunfire is getting closer. It seems the Dongying people are about to lose their position. A first mate from the Tongzhou Autonomous Territory said, "I'm afraid these Dongying people will end up with nothing." The people around nodded in agreement and began to dismantle the bedboards and rails to make any weapons that could be used for resistance. At this time, Samjima Guzhong also received the news of the fall of Westport. According to the intelligence, the Marines of the autonomous regions in the Sangdongsi area were poorly equipped and should not be able to fight against his 2 battalions. However, the report showed that although this unit was not equipped with light machine guns, its individual weapons were some kind of semi-automatic rifles capable of continuous firing. The firepower at the squad level was not inferior, and the water-cooled heavy machine guns at the company and platoon levels were stronger than the Hotchkiss-style machine guns. Coupled with the artillery support from the fleet outside Dongying Island and the landing ships in Sihanoukville, the defense line quickly collapsed. The facts were already before him, and he had no choice but to accept them. Moreover, the artillery battalion had basically lost its combat capability, and his own troops were now being passively bombed. After confirming that the boilers could not be preheated quickly, Samjima issued the order: sink the transport ship. All combat units of the 1st and 2nd battalions will be stationed in the buildings. The 3rd battalion will retreat to the North Island. If we continue to resist on land at this rate, we will probably be wiped out. There are captured Sangdong sailors on the North Island. I believe that at the last moment, the enemy will definitely have some reservations. You take 1 battalion to Dongying Island to control the shipyard, and the rest of you follow me to the Beidao prisoner of war camp. Zhao Jianya, pistol in hand, led his men toward Dongying Island, while Chu Qing led the main force toward Beidao Bridge. A key objective of this attack on Xinpu was to rescue the captured sailors and rebuild the Taixi Navy. If the prisoner of war camp wasn't quickly secured, the Dongying people might use the prisoners as hostages, potentially leading to a desperate situation. Therefore, Chu Qing personally led the assault. Bang! Bang! Gunshots were heard from the front, and it was obvious that they had once again engaged in a firefight with the Dongying troops. Chu Qing looked at the map and found that he was currently more than 600 meters away from the Beidao Bridge. A battalion of the Dongying army has evacuated from Dongying Island back to the main island and is advancing towards the Beidao Bridge. If they are allowed to meet up with the sailors stationed on Beidao, combined with the heavy machine guns and machine guns on one side of the bridge, the Marines will suffer heavy casualties. Along the way, many Dongying soldiers hid in the houses of civilians and tried to shoot the soldiers of the Marine Brigade. The scanning results of the auxiliary intelligent brain showed that there were still a large number of civilians living in the civilian area. Artillery fire could not be used to destroy the houses. He could only clear the hidden dangers one by one along the way. He had to shrink the troops and slow down to clear the remaining enemies, resulting in the spearhead of the attack no longer being as sharp as before. Just keeping the auxiliary intelligent brain's three-dimensional holographic situation map open had consumed more than 300 time and space points. Bang! Raising a Ruger 08 pistol produced by the system, Chu Qing killed a Dongying soldier hiding behind the door. Realizing that a battle was likely to take place near the Beidao Bridge, he fired 3 flares in a row, calling on the Yanling Navy to send warships for support. Chapter 15. Expanding Territory. When Samejima Tomashige led his staff across the Kitajima Bridge under the escort of the security forces, the Taixi Marine Brigade finally broke through to the bridgehead of the Kitajima Bridge. Also coming with them were the people of the Shinpo Autonomous Territory using captured weapons. Their long-suppressed resentment was released after the arrival of the Taixi Marine Brigade. They picked up the weapons dropped by the Dongying soldiers, turned around, and opened fire at the surviving Dongying people. A squadron stationed at the bridgehead was swallowed up in an instant, and the large force gathered at the bridgehead and formed a stalemate with the opposite bank. There was nothing on the wide deck of the North Island Bridge that could hide their figures, and the light and heavy machine guns and light artillery deployed on the other side of the bridge 1,800 meters away were staring at the other side with a fierce look. 1,800 meters was far beyond the range of the light and heavy machine guns in the hands of ordinary infantry, and the two sides fell into a brief and tacit ceasefire. The soldiers of the Marine Brigade pushed up several 47mm Hotchkiss rapid-fire cannons from the rear of the team, quickly set up their positions, and waited for Chu Qing's order to fire. 2 green flares rose in the eastern sky, signaling the successful capture of the shipyard. Simultaneously, in the waters east of North Island, 3 warships illuminated their searchlights and navigation lights, emphasizing their presence and slowly approaching the shore. After about 3 minutes, Chu Qing suddenly discovered that the sailors in the prisoner-of-war camp seemed to have been released in the 3D real-time situation map. Several white flags were hung on the defensive positions on the opposite bank. At the same time, a team of Dongying soldiers walked onto the bridge, waving signal flags and sending out flag signals indicating that they wanted to negotiate. Chu Qing pondered for a while and decided to agree to negotiate with the other party, because the current situation really gave Chu Qing a headache. He hoped to be able to rescue the captured sailors while annihilating the Dongying army. This could be done at any cost, but the losses of the Marine Brigade would definitely not be small. If the Marine Brigade is forced to suffer heavy casualties in order to rescue these sailors, it will probably affect the morale of the troops. A gap opened up in the opposite defense line, and a man who looked like a leader walked out. The auxiliary intelligent computer told Chu Qing that this man was Colonel Gu Shigeki of Jiaodao. Chu Qing then went to meet him with 2 soldiers from the Marine Brigade beside him. According to convention, the governor of the Qiancang Empire would be automatically awarded the rank of Major General, so Chu Qing's military rank was higher than that of Jiaodao. Your Excellency, the garrison commander, Samejima Guzhong stood at attention first, saluted Chu Qing, and spoke fluent Chinese. Your army's combat capability is worthy of respect. Chu Qing waved his hand, signaling him not to say any more polite words. Samedao Guzhong was stunned. You are a straightforward person. He looked up at the rapid-fire guns and heavy machine gun positions already set up on the other side of the bridge, then at the 3 cruisers whose broadside guns had been exposed. He swallowed and said, based on the current situation, to avoid unnecessary casualties, our army is willing to lay down its arms and surrender to your army. I have ordered the release of your captured sailors. I hope that your army can guarantee the safety of the lives of the imperial soldiers who have laid down their arms. After saying this, he took off the sword at his waist, bent down, and raised it above his head. Chu Qing reached out to take the saber, handed it to his follower, and raised his hand in return to show that he agreed to the plan. Afterwards, Samejima Guzhong came to Chu Qing and whispered a few words, and Chu Qing's expression suddenly became strange. Garrison commander, what is this guy talking about? The Marine Brigade soldier behind him asked curiously. This guy said that if the Dongying Empire sends someone to contact us, he hopes we will tell them that he fought to the end, was stunned by artillery, and lost the ability to resist, so he was captured by us. He was not surprised that Samejima Tomashige decided to surrender. The Dongying Empire in this world did not have the fanatical loyalty to the monarch like Blue Star. Moreover, Samejima Tamushige was the grandson of Iwakura Tomomi, a hero of the Meiji Restoration, and the adopted son of General Samejima Winoki. He still had a long career ahead of him and was not willing to die here in vain. Anyway, as long as we can achieve our goals and prevent our subordinates from suffering unnecessary losses, there is no need to fight to the death. Moreover, including the more than 600 people before, Chu Qing now has 1,500 Dongying captives in his hands, including a major general and 3 colonels, and even the descendants of powerful people like Samejima Gushich. I believe they can be used as bargaining chips to blackmail the Dongying people. Colonel Samejima returned to the position, and the soldiers of the Tosakura army on the opposite bank laid down their weapons at his order. The soldiers of the Marine Brigade rushed onto the bridge and escorted the prisoners to the main island in batches. More than 600 captured sailors were personally led onto the landing ship by Chu Qing. These sailors came from the 4 autonomous regions of Xinpu, Hexing, Tongzhou, and Taixi. Chu Qing first showed the pictures and parameters of the Taixi and the Birmingham-class light cruiser, and then asked them to choose whether to join the Taixi Navy or receive severance pay and return home after recovering the lost territory. In the end, except for about 10 people who were unable to continue fighting due to physical reasons, all of the more than 600 people chose to join the Taixi Navy. They would become the crew of the Birmingham-class light cruiser. Since then, the Xinpu Islands have been recaptured. According to convention, if a dominion is lost due to foreign invasion and the garrison commander is killed without a successor, the force that recaptures it will automatically obtain ownership of the dominion. The former governor of the Xinpu Autonomous Territory had died in a naval battle, and his wife had committed suicide by jumping into the sea with their young son in her arms when the Dongying army landed on the island, leaving no heir. Now the Xinpu Islands officially belonged to Chu Qing, who already had 2 autonomous territories under his control. Soldiers of the Marine Brigade posted notices everywhere to appease the people and distribute emergency supplies. The original heads of various departments in the Xinpu Islands also found Chu Qing to swear allegiance. Trigger the initial achievement. Expanding the territory. Expanding the territory for the first time will reward you with 20,000 time and space points. The auxiliary intelligent brains prompt sounded, sending 20,000 time and space points. Chu Qing's originally empty pockets were filled again. Chu Qing did not go to the space-time mall to purchase items for the time being, but went to Dongying Island to receive the seized supplies. The repairs of the 2 ships Akashi and Takachiho in the shipyard were basically completed, and they were lying quietly in the dock. The soldiers of the Yinling Autonomous Territory were preparing to fill the dock with water to move them out of the dock and tow them back to Yinling. The explosives buried under the 4,000-ton slipway were also cleared away. Chu Qing's next step was to expand it to a 6,000 or even 7,000-ton slipway. After all, in a few years, after protected cruisers were completely phased out, the 4,000-ton slipway would only be able to produce some miscellaneous reconnaissance cruisers. As for the large slipway with a capacity of more than 10,000 tons, Chu Qing planned to place it in the Taixi Islands considering the strategic depth. Commander, there are more than 30 cargo ships now anchored in Dongying. I will take you to receive them. Lu Kai, the former head of the Xinpu Shipping Bureau, led Chu Qing to the port of Dongying Island. Over 30 freighters were lined up in a row. Lu Kai pointed to the 2 largest ones and said, 2 years ago, the Shipping Bureau purchased 5 new freighters from England with a full load displacement of nearly 30,000 tons and a deadweight of over 10,000 tons. The Dongying people have taken away 3 of them, leaving 2. The remaining freighters are 5 10,000-ton class and 11 7,500-ton class. Most of our sailors remain on the island, and these cargo ships can be set off at any time. Now the most precious assets of the Xinpu Shipping Bureau are in your hands, Lu Kai said respectfully. As the eastern gate of the Cangdong Sea area, Xinpu was the largest cargo distribution center and shipping transit station before the war broke out. It is not surprising that it has a large ocean-going shipping fleet. Although the total number of ships of Taixi Shipping Company exceeds that of Xinpu, the total tonnage is far less. And this is the result of the Dongying people taking away more than 10 ships. Chapter 16 The Storm is Coming. Commander-in-Chief, Ijuan, a telegram from the General Staff. Inside the Sasebo Naval Base, there was a knock on the door of the Commander-in-Chief's office, and General Samejima Yashiki took the telegram handed to him by his subordinates. The news of the destruction of the Cangdong Task Force has been reported back to the military command, and it has also been determined that the owner of the Dreadnought-class battleship should be the Taixi Autonomous Region or the Yinling Autonomous Region. In response to this, the chief of the Naval General Staff Goro Ijuan simply lamented the impermanence of life and did not blame Kawahara for waiting for the generals. He also instructed the Sasebo naval base to seize the opportunity to contact the other side and exchange the prisoners as soon as possible. After all, the gap between the dreadnought and the early pre-dreadnought like the Yashima is a huge chasm, and they cannot be blamed too much for losing the battle due to their equipment disadvantages. The Cangdong Task Force was originally a coastal defense fleet drawn from the Sasebo naval base. Most of the ships in it were of poor performance, and their loss would not cause any serious damage to the naval base. The Empire's shipyards were already capable of mass-producing the Satsuma-class battleships, known as quasi-dreadnoughts, with combat power approaching that of the dreadnought class. Each ship was as powerful as 2 Yashimas. Furthermore, a new, incredibly powerful, miracle battleship had appeared in Tutu Bay. Its unprecedented power had convinced the Admiralty that it could alter the world's power structure. Jiao Dao Yuangue unfolded the telegram, read it once, and put it in the drawer. He then took out a piece of telegram paper and wrote a few words on it. Mr. Oshima, he called to the messenger, copy the above information to the garrisons in Hexing and Tongzhou. The occupying forces in the Shinpo Islands had lost contact with the Sasebo naval base for 12 hours. Before the war, it was agreed that communication with the naval base would be conducted every 4 hours. If the contact was lost for more than 8 hours, the area would be considered lost. It seemed that the 3 infantry battalions and 1 artillery battalion stationed on the Shinpo Islands had been completely wiped out. Therefore, the best course of action for the troops stationed in Hexing and Tongzhou was to evacuate immediately before the enemy arrived. Goro Ijuan's telegram was to comfort him not to worry too much about the failure of the Cangdong Sea area, and that he could consider contacting the other party to discuss the specific matters concerning the Dongying prisoners. We were just lucky enough to get a dreadnought-class ship. Without a 10,000-ton dry dock for maintenance, I'm afraid it won't even be able to display 60% of its combat power in 3 years. Jiao Dao's officer scoffed. Just 2 weeks ago, the Empire acquired a miraculous battleship equipped with 12 356mm main guns. Once all the tests and training are completed, even Qiancang's guard fleet won't be able to withstand her power. What kind of waves can the tiny Cangdong Sea area cause? Garant Governor, this telegram is of great importance and requires your personal translation. The head of the telecommunications department of Taixi Autonomous Territory rushed into the garrison governor's residence with a telegram. Chu Qing was woken up just after falling asleep after holding a mourning ceremony for the fallen soldiers at noon. Rubbing his sleepy eyes and unfolding the telegram, he recognized this special form of encryption and was immediately shocked. This form of encryption was only used by the Qiancang royal family. In order to maintain maximum confidentiality, the decoding method is only known to the royal family and the governors outside the royal family. In addition, each dominion has a unique secret frequency that will not be activated unless necessary. Now that the Qiancang Central has activated this frequency, it means that there is something extremely important to negotiate with Chu Qing. Chu Qing took out the code book, had the intelligent brain scan it, and then used the computing power of the intelligent brain to complete the translation and projected the result onto the holographic panel. After a while, Chu Qing finished reading the telegram, sighed, and picked up a pen to write down the translated content of the telegram. The Qiancang Central is planning to use me as a pawn. Please ask Lu Jinglai to come to Taixi and tell him that there is something important to discuss. Chu Qing felt a headache as he looked at the telegram on the table. The telegram from the Qiancang Central praised the contribution of the Taixi Autonomous Territory in resisting the invasion of Dongying, promoted Chu Qing to the rank of Vice Admiral of the Qiancang Empire Navy, and conferred the title of Viscount. It also stated that Chu Xiong, the former Inspector General of the Cangdong Sea area, had failed to fulfill his duties of defending the territory and fighting the war, and was immediately dismissed. Chu Qing, the Taixi General and Garrison Commander, would temporarily replace the Inspector General of Cangdong, and if resistance was encountered, force could be used to expel them. The words sound very nice, but they are all cheap checks. Taixi is an autonomous territory. Whether there is a title or not, or whether the military rank is promoted or not, it will not help to improve the hard power. The Cangdong Sea area is a place that emphasizes hard power. The Inspector General of the Army seems to be a good position. In name, he can command the General Manager of the Cangdong Sea area and obtain various assistance from the Qiancang Center. However, sitting in this position will inevitably involve him in the power struggle of the Qiancang Center and be constrained everywhere. Besides, if Qiancang Central really wanted to grant him this position, why didn't they announce it on the public channel, but only informed himself alone using a secret frequency? Obviously, they regarded him as a naive young man. I guess that in the power struggle in the Qiancang Center, Chu Xiong should have stood on the opposite side of the new monarch, So the new monarch wanted to use us to get rid of him, Lu Feng analyzed. Then we will decline this so-called reward and not get involved in this mess for now. Chu Qing hopes to focus on construction in the next step and restore order in the Cangdong Sea area. Most of these autonomous territories in the Cangdong Sea area rely on the shipping industry. Since the war, the shipping routes have been blocked and customers have turned to Zhangxi or Yangzhou shipping routes, so they have lost their income. The maintenance of military equipment, the purchase of ammunition, the salaries and pensions of officers and soldiers, etc., are all huge expenses. Add to that the expenses incurred by shipping companies in transporting refugees. Half of the original 15 million taels of silver in the Taixi Autonomous Region before the war has been burned. Chu Qing hopes to restore the Cangdong Sea area to its former tranquility as soon as possible so that he can use the Taixi Autonomous Territories funds, minerals, and various advanced technologies and items in the space-time mall to quickly arm himself and grow into a force with a say. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng shook his head. It's too late. It's too late. We have no chance to escape. We only know that the new monarch gave us this secret order. We don't know if he has passed the message to other autonomous territories. It's even possible that the central government has directly informed Chu Xiong. Having said this, Lu Feng's expression became even more gloomy. To protect himself, he definitely won't give up this position obediently. Instead, he'll probably come and cause trouble for us right away. Now, we have no way out. You must be prepared for a fierce battle. Chu Xiong may be more difficult to deal with than Dongying's task force. Chu Qing thought for a moment and felt that what Lu Feng said was indeed reasonable, but he was a little dissatisfied with Lu Feng's last words. Judging from the current paper strength of the Cangdong patrol fleet, with the Dreadnought-class fleet in charge, there was absolutely no reason for him to lose. Lu Feng saw Chu Qing's inner thoughts from his expression and said sinisterly, In the past 10 years, there has been no news about miracle warships around the Dongying Islands where the Cangdong patrol fleet is stationed. Do you think there are really no miracle warships in that sea area? Are the main force of the Cangdong patrol fleet really those two hastily-class ships? Chapter 17 Delaware-class. Passenger and cargo ships of Taixi Shipping Company are carrying people back to the port one after another. Chu Qing ordered the opening of reserve warehouses to provide emergency supplies, and management departments at all levels are gradually resuming operations. Fortunately, it was autumn at this time, and the sea rice and other crops in the Taixi Autonomous Region had been harvested before the war broke out. Otherwise, there might have been a famine. The Dongying army in Tongzhou and Hexing has left. After Chu Qing discussed with Lu Feng and contacted Li He, they finally decided to hand over Tongzhou to the jurisdiction of Yanling Autonomous Region and the Hexing Islands to Chu Qing. Li He has been transferred from Xinpu to Hexing Islands by Chu Qing to appease the people and take over various assets. In view of the current situation, Taixi Shipping Company allocated 700 sailors to the Taixi Navy for reconstruction, including the more than 200 newly recruited soldiers and more than 600 prisoners rescued from Xinpu. The new Taixi Navy gradually took shape. The Huantai and Feijing have returned to the Taixi Navy, but Chu Qing no longer thinks highly of them. They have all been designated as training ships for basic training of naval recruits. The Birmingham-class light cruiser inherited the name of the original Taixi Navy cruiser Fubo and was commanded by the original Fubo's Captain Lu Ha. Of course, in order to quickly form combat effectiveness, the resonance amplification field of the intelligent computer was still turned on. However, considering that the number of people increased and the consumption of space-time points increased accordingly, Chu Qing only turned on a 150-fold amplification. Qiu Island is the location of the Taixi Islands coal mine. The coal reserves in the underlying coal seams are second only to the Huantai Islands in the northeast of Cangdong. The two mines produce 200,000 tons of coal annually. It is not a large mine, but it is the main source of cheap coal for the nearby autonomous region. 1 ton of coal produced in Taixi was sold for 5 to 6 taels of silver, while 1 ton of coal produced in the Principality of Yangzhou or the Huantai Islands required more than 8 taels of silver. However, for Chu Qing, who was about to vigorously develop the navy, this amount of coal production was not enough to support consumption. It would take 3,000 tons of coal just to fill the coal bunker of the Taixi, and those ocean-going cargo ships were even bigger consumers of coal. In order to avoid being strangled by others in terms of energy, Chu Qing felt it necessary to expand the amount of coal mined and open another mine. So he exchanged a set of mining equipment in the space-time mall, loaded it into a cargo ship obtained from Xinpu, and then handed it over to the head of the mining bureau. According to the calculation results of the intelligent brain, after this set of equipment is put into operation, the annual output of the coal mine can at least double. Well, Building a large dry dock here is indeed a good idea. Su Zhonghu, the director of ordnance, accompanied Chu Qing to Xinza Island to inspect the site of the future Taixi shipyard. Workers were already preparing for the preliminary excavation work. Thanks to the previous experience in building 1,000-ton slipways, Chu Qing did not need to worry too much about this aspect. Xinza Island is close to the Xinza Basin, with a water depth of more than 20 meters and a wide sea surface. There is also the Xiyu coal mine nearby, which provides coal for ships and various engineering machinery. It is an excellent location for a shipyard. The previous 1,000-ton slipway was chosen here. Chu Qing purchased a set of shipbuilding equipment from the 1910 era and also towed a cargo ship, using the excuse that the shipbuilding-related equipment was found in the Xinpu Islands to conceal the existence of the Spacetime Mall. With the help of the Spacetime Mall, the construction of this 200-meter class dock should be completed in a year and a half. In the Jingling Islands, a huge figure is quietly anchored at the dock surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Unlike other ports where the cries of gulls, whistles, and noise can be heard everywhere, the defense here is tight, with a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. There are armed guards standing guard everywhere to expel unauthorized personnel. In the official residence of the Inspector General of Tsangdong, Inspector General Qi Shuren was talking with Zhang Xie, the garrison commander of Penghuai. The Haizhou Autonomous Region has also decided to pledge allegiance to you. This is the basic information of the Haizhou Autonomous Region. Please review it. Zhang Xie's face was full of flattery. After he finished speaking, he handed a booklet to the man sitting on the chair with the epaulets of a lieutenant general. Now the 3 autonomous territories of Penghuai, Haizhou, and Dongying only obey the orders of you and His Majesty the Eastern King. The latter just nodded slightly. You did a good job. Inspector General. Deputy Inspector General Wang Yu rushed into the room with documents in his arms, leaned over to Qi Shuren, and whispered a few words. Without bothering to explain, he quickly unfolded the telegram and placed it in front of Qi Shuren, whose expression gradually became angry. The little emperor in Baitsong City really doesn't take us seriously. Does he really think that he can shake the foundation of our patrol fleet by just picking up some random kid? Qi Shuren, the Inspector General of the Imperial Guards, was furious when he saw the telegram sent by his subordinates. The Qiancang royal family had actually dismissed him from his post and ordered him to return to Beijing immediately after handing over power to Chu Qing. Since we've already torn our skins apart, there's no need for us to hide our strength anymore. Wang Yu. I am. Wang Yu, the deputy inspector of Tsangdong, quickly replied. What are your thoughts? Strike first. Qi Shuren nodded, stood up with his hands behind his back, and looked out the window. Outside the window was anchored a battleship with 2 cage masts and 5 twin main turrets. Unlike her other sisters belonging to the guard's fleet, she was flying a purple and gold-rimmed inspector's flag. Line chart. Lin Juanji, this is her name in this plane. But if Chu Qing were here, he would definitely recognize that this battleship is the 2nd type of Dreadnought Delaware class of the Blue Star White Eagle country. The ship's 5 twin turrets are all arranged along the central axis of the hull, and can concentrate the firepower of 10 305mm naval guns on the side. Its comprehensive strength exceeds that of the Dreadnought class. Chu Xiong smiled indifferently. How can a Dreadnought class upstart that we accidentally acquired compare to our decades of accumulation? Commander, the people of Dongying wish to discuss with us the redemption of the captives. Chu Qing nodded and began to look through the documents handed to her by the secretary. As expected, the telegram was signed by General Samejima Winoki, Commander-in-Chief of the Sasebo Naval Base. Our empire is willing to exchange weapons, supplies, or money for our captured personnel and pay a certain amount of compensation. If your army has other requests, we can also discuss them separately. I hope you will guarantee the safety of our captured officers and soldiers. Chu Qing read 10 lines at a glance and finally saw what he wanted to see. 1,500 people, 1 general, and over a dozen lieutenants, including the general's adopted son. I need to figure out how to extort money. Chu Qing picked up the pen and started making a list on the paper. Chapter 18 Green Bombs and War Preparations. 5,000 140mm artillery shells, 2 450mm rolling mills, 2 2,000-ton hydraulic presses, and another 500,000 taels in military compensation. Zhao Dao Yuangui looked at the list sent by his subordinates and tried his best to resist the urge to tear up the telegram. The other party was obviously asking for an exorbitant amount of money, and he absolutely could not be taken advantage of. After calming down, General Samejima saw some information from the list. The 140mm shells are ammunition supplies prepared for the Yanling Navy. Apart from the Qiancang Central Command, only Dongying has large-scale production of shells of this caliber. The purchase of this type of shells should be to replenish the ammunition inventory of the Ninghi-class light cruiser. But apart from this, the rest of the list is just military equipment, which is inconsistent with the habit of other dominions to directly purchase weapons and equipment. This shows that the newly appointed Taixi garrison commander does not care about short-term interests, but has huge ambitions. He is not willing to be a local tyrant in this small corner of the Shandong Sea area. In this way, he can be used to restrain the power of Qiancang Central. Thinking about it, he picked up the phone at hand. Connect with the Naval General Staff Headquarters. The Dongying people replied so quickly. Chu Qing looked at the telegram in front of him and was a little surprised at the Dongying Empire's quick reply speed. It took no more than 6 hours from the time he sent the telegram to the time he received the reply. The 1,500 Dongying captives are valuable, but they cannot be exchanged for the industrial equipment that Chu Qingkai had previously opened. Those 450mm rolling mills and 2,000-ton hydraulic presses are enough to produce large-caliber artillery barrels over 12 inches. They are definitely strategic materials. In fact, those artillery shells and silver coins were just written casually by Chu Qing. He did not have many time and space points now, so he would rather save some to exchange for non-saleable items such as dreadnoughts. It would be great if other industrial equipment could be obtained through local channels. Chu Qing's real goal was just to get a rolling mill or a hydraulic press, and he was prepared to haggle over the price. However, in the telegram from Samejima Yuangui, apart from stating that the Sasebo Naval Base could not provide so many 140mm artillery shells, he agreed to all of Chu Qing's other requests. This is very intriguing. Chu Qing recalled the history of Blue Star and thought of someone. Do they mistake me for Zhang Yuding? In the history of Blue Star, the Dongying people made great efforts to support Zhang Yuding and tried to control the areas outside the Great Wall. The investment made in the early stage was recovered when they later sent troops outside the Great Wall. The Dongying people agreed to my request so quickly, probably because they wanted to use me to restrain the Qiancang Center. If Chu Qing did not have the assistance of an intelligent brain, even if he got these devices, there would probably be no skilled workers who knew how to operate them. In the end, he would have to ask Dongying people for technical support. This cycle would repeat itself, giving Dongying people an opportunity to take advantage of him. But with the intelligent computer and the space-time mall in hand, the Dongying people's plan is bound to fail. What's more, Chu Qing's father Chu Xiong in this dimension died in the battle with the task force. How could he possibly cooperate with the Dongying Empire? Let General Jiao Dao be the logistics captain for once, Chu Qing thought, and then agreed with Jiao Dao's staff on the time and place of the transaction. 7 days later, somewhere 500 nautical miles east of Dongying Island in the Xinpu Islands. When Li He placed the resource overview of the Hexing Islands on Chu Qing's desk, the pleasant sound of the intelligent computer suddenly rang in Chu Qing's mind. The host sphere of influence has reached the target. Host influence has reached the standard. Prosperity system activated. The intelligent computer will automatically evaluate the host's powers, technology, population, armaments, economy, and other indicators to calculate the prosperity of the power controlled by the host. The intelligent computer will regularly issue a certain amount of space-time points based on the current prosperity level. The higher the prosperity level, the more space-time points you will receive. Current prosperity, 20. Available time and space points, 200 points/day. Today's space-time point rewards have been distributed to your account. Chu Qing saw the time and space points on the panel jump from 22,320 to 22520. Previously, the only way to obtain time and space points, besides completing those illusory achievements, was to annihilate enemies and sink enemy ships. This mechanism avoids excessive military spending and encourages development and construction. With a fixed salary, Chu Qing excitedly opened the space-time mall to make a big purchase, but was still shocked by the price of the dreadnoughts there. British-made Invincible-class battlecruiser, 80,000 points. Iron Blood domestic Nassau-class battleship, 75,000 points. White Eagle domestic South Carolina-class battleship, 75,000 points. The high price discouraged Chu Qing. With the 22,520 time and space points in his hand, he could not afford any dreadnought. He could only buy a prototype-class heavy cruiser like the Hawkins class. Lu Feng's previous words clearly hinted to Chu Qing that the Shandong patrol fleet might have secretly hidden dreadnought-level combat capabilities, and the Hawkins class could be said to have no ability to fight back against the dreadnought, and the cost-effectiveness was not high. Forget it. Let's buy some ammunition to replenish our supplies. Chu Qing checked the ammunition depot of the Taixi, preparing to resupply her with ammunition, but out of the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of a batch of shells in the depot that had never been noticed before. British-made 305mm hard-cap armor-piercing round, and Ka type, X-80. The legendary green bullet that broke the Dreadnought's shield is greater than spear pattern. It is indeed possible that the Dreadnought class in 1918 was equipped with this epic-making armor-piercing ammunition. When they were first built, there was no significant difference in combat power between the Delaware class and early Dreadnoughts, such as the Dreadnought class. The battle between them was like two hard-boiled eggs colliding with each other, but now with hard-capped armor-piercing shells, it was like one of the eggs took out a sledgehammer, which was enough to change the direction of the balance of victory. With the green bombs combined with the super fire control of the fitting calculation module, Chu Qing has reason to believe that the Taixi will be invincible in the battle with the Delaware class. Intelligent computer, start real-time monitoring of all radio communications related to the Dongying Islands. The Dongying Islands, where the patrol fleet is stationed, are about 1,000 nautical miles away from Taixi and 700 nautical miles away from Yanling. If it sails at a cruising speed of 10 nautical miles, it can reach the open sea of Taixi within 4 days. Taking into account the early war preparations, the patrol fleet will arrive at the Taixi Islands in at most 1 month. Since fighting is inevitable, Chu Qing must of course do his best to eliminate the fog of war that is hanging over his head and gain as many advantages as possible. Chapter 19 Duke Bismarck. October 23, 1664 in the local calendar, 15 days after the Sangdong War was settled. On the armored cruiser Scharnhorst, the newly appointed commander of the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet, Vice Admiral Felix von Benman, leaned on the railing, holding a high-powered telescope. Scharnhorst, armored cruiser. Your Excellency, the Skimp Islands are ahead, said Captain Heinrich Karl Leonard Graf von Moltke, the captain of the Scharnhorst, pointing to the blurry black ahead. We have already sent a request for anchorage. Lieutenant General Benman nodded slightly. The boys can take a break now. He had been sailing for 5 months from the Iron Blood Kingdom with the Scharnhorst and a coal ship. The original plan was to go directly to the Qingdao base of the Far East Fleet located on the north side of the Qiancang Empire. However, due to the war in Sangdong, he chose to take a detour through the Principality of Yangzhou. Half a month ago, he received an order from the Navy headquarters to go to the Taixi Autonomous Territory to contact the young garrison commander who annihilated the Dongying Task Force. Our primary goal is to get to know the technical specifications of the Dreadnought-class warship. If they can provide more details, even if it costs a little, it's acceptable. After all, this is a rare opportunity for us to learn about the British capital ship. So said Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz, Imperial Navy Minister. Iron-blooded country people. Chu Qing had just received the extorted equipment from the Dongying people that morning. He was currently in the Xinpu Islands checking on the reconstruction of coastal defense fortifications, but he received news that the iron-blooded country fleet was visiting. Let them come. It's just an armored cruiser and a coal ship. They don't pose any fatal threat to us now. We can still make some money from the coal. Li said from the side. It's at least 7,000 nautical miles from here to the Qingdao base. They'll have to load at least 4,000 to 5,000 tons of coal. We'll extort tens of thousands of taels of silver from them. Li would never have dared to say that before. The Scharnhorst class was the Iron Blood Nation's newly mass-produced armored cruiser, a single ship capable of overturning most of the former Taixi Navy. But who could blame the Taixi Navy for now having dreadnoughts? Naturally, their confidence grew stronger. Chu Qing thought it made sense and agreed to Lieutenant General Benman's request. About 2 hours later, the Scharnhorst, a huge ship of nearly 13,000 tons, hung with colorful flags and dragging thick coal smoke, appeared in Chu Qing's sight. The only difference from Chu Qing's memory was that a thick communication antenna was installed on her mast. According to the original history of Blue Planet, this Iron Blood armored cruiser active in the Far East was finally destroyed in the southeast of the Falkland Islands by her natural enemies, the British battlecruisers Invincible and Indefatigable. Crew members in white sailor uniforms stood on both sides of the Scharnhorst. This armored cruiser with 4 thick smokestacks slowly entered the Xinpu waters under the guidance of the Fubo. Seeing the Vice Admiral's flag flying on the armored cruiser, the coastal artillery unit on the shore fired a 15-gun salute, and Vice Admiral Benman also ordered a 13-gun salute in return. Hello, young garrison commander. Lieutenant General Benman walked down the gangway with an interpreter, extending his right hand to shake hands with Chu Qing. You have a great cruiser. As a senior naval commander, he could naturally see the advanced features of the Fubo judging from its size. It should be stuck on the 5,500-ton dividing line between the large cruiser and small cruiser of the Taixi Navy. On the surface, it is a medium-sized protected cruiser. The caliber of the 9 main guns is unified at the 6-inch level. Above the triangular mainmast is a fire control command room that is significantly larger than that of ships of the same tonnage. It is obvious that centralized and unified fire control was taken into consideration during the design. There seems to be an armor belt attached to the side. All these characteristics are consistent with the British light armored cruiser that had just entered the construction stage when he set out from Iron Blood. It seems that this was an unexpected gain. It's just a reconnaissance cruiser. How can it compete with your army's 10,000-ton warships? Although Chu Qing appeared calm on the surface, she was secretly surprised by the Vice Admiral's vicious eyes. Vice Admiral Benman just smiled and sent away the other accompanying personnel, leaving only the translator and Captain Maltka. Chu Qing understood and brought a group of people to the official residence of the former Xinpu garrison commander. Your Excellency, the governor, the Dongying Empire has demonstrated its aggressiveness, and the British are behind it. You should be aware of this, right? Chu Qing looked at Vice Admiral Felix von Benman sitting opposite him and understood his purpose. So your department, or your country, is planning to obtain some information about the British main battleships from me under the banner of jointly curbing the Dongying people, right? After hearing the translator's words, Lieutenant General Benman did not say anything, which was considered as his tacit agreement. The cruiser we saw just now is indeed a Birmingham-class cruiser on the British slipway, and I do have a complete set of its blueprints, Chu Qing said. He paused, noticing the sharp glances on the faces of the two men opposite him, and continued, We are willing to share the blueprints with your army. Vice Admiral Benman finally waited for Chu Qing to say this. As long as you are willing to hand over the complete set of blueprints to the Iron Blood Empire, I can report to the Navy headquarters and directly allocate a Victoria Louise-class protected cruiser from the Far East Fleet to help you rebuild your Navy. Victoria Louise-class protected cruiser. Unexpectedly, Chu Qing shook her head. Although the price of the Victoria Lewis class in the Spacetime Mall has reached 10,000 Spacetime points, and the complete set of Birmingham-class blueprints is only sold for 800 Spacetime points, it is a profit no matter how you look at it, but she is not the best choice at the moment. This morning's intercepted telegram indicated that the fleets of the three autonomous territories of Haizhou, Penghuai, and Dongying were converging on the Jinling Islands. Unsurprisingly, they had already sided with the patrol fleet. Facing the numerous Kaiji and Kaiji-modified semi-dome armored cruisers of the autonomous territories, a single Victoria Lewis-class battleship was insufficient to provide absolute suppression. I understand that Your Excellency, Vice Admiral, is here for that Dreadnought-class ship. Although we don't have a complete set of blueprints for it, we can provide you with the design of the 12-inch main gun, as well as a sample each of high-explosive shells, semi-armor-piercing shells, and capped armor-piercing shells. I wonder what price you are willing to pay in exchange. Vice Admiral Benman and Captain Maltka exchanged a glance, each seeing joy in the other's eyes. With samples of British armor-piercing shells, they could make targeted arrangements in the warship's protective design. This is a matter of great importance. I am not authorized to make further promises, but please believe that the Iron Blood Empire will give you a satisfactory answer. After saying that, the three of them stood up and left the table, hurried back to the ship. In the evening, Vice Admiral Benman brought the news. The Iron Blood Empire is willing to exchange the former Far East Fleet flagship, the Duke Bismarck armored cruiser, with the Taixi Autonomous Region. Duke Bismarck. If we can get the blueprints and shell samples, the Empire's warships will have an overwhelming advantage in future wars, Navy Minister Tirpitz said to Vice Admiral Benman. Chapter 20 The War is Coming. This answer made Chu Qing very satisfied. In fact, his goal was to get the Duke of Bismarck-class armored cruiser. According to the information of Taixi Autonomous Territory, Duke Bismarck was a miracle battleship that appeared in Taixi Island and a veteran who had been guarding the Far East for nearly 9 years. Although its speed is not high, it has the firepower and protection level of a pre-dreadnought. The four 240mm naval guns are the same type as those of the Iron Blood Kingdom's Kaiser-class pre-dreadnought battleships, and the 200mm Krupp-hardened armor on the side is a wall of size among cruisers. Of course, for a cruiser that just over 10,000 tons to have such a thick waterline armor belt, the protection area is somewhat insufficient. The Duke of Bismarck received a transfer order from the Navy Department to return home 2 weeks ago. It will reach the Xinpu Islands in 8 days at most. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Bang! The two goblets touched lightly in the air, and the red liquid rippled in the cups. Chu Qing also smiled and said, Happy cooperation. It only costs 200 space-time points to exchange for a blueprint of the 10 Malawian Quach's 305 naval gun, and the consumption of 3 shells can be ignored. Besides, Chu Qing is not going to hand over the original hard-backed armor-piercing shells to the iron-blooded people. Instead, He replaced the original fuse with the shorter delay fuse on the soft-backed shells. 3 days later, the Iron Blood Fleet completed its replenishment and left the Chu Islands. In addition to 50,000 taels of silver for coal, the sailors on vacation also left more than 25,000 marks in the Chu Islands. After seeing off the financial sponsor, Chu Qing immediately returned to the Taixi Islands to hold a combat meeting. The patrol fleet's apparent strength consists of 6 Hairon-class ships, 3 Haitian-class ships, and 2 Haisua-class ships. The 3 autonomous territories of Haizhou, Penghuai, and Dongying have a total of 14 Kaiji and Kaiji-modified cruisers. Their basic parameters are similar, with a speed of 17 knots. The original guns have been removed and replaced with 6 120mm Armstrong rapid-fire guns. In addition, there should be 5 Hairon-class armored cruisers. In order to maintain shipping order, the Oceania Treaty signed 20 years ago prohibited the installation of artillery on passenger and cargo ships for non-military purposes and their conversion into auxiliary cruisers during wartime. In this way, even if the Huantai and the upcoming Duke Bismarck are included, Chu Qing and others only have 13 cruisers at their disposal, including 5 Kaiji-class cruisers with low combat effectiveness. Grouping ships of similar speed together will make it easier to command. Li He tapped the end of his pencil. I propose to wait for the arrival of the Duke of Bismarck and then form a formation with her and the 5 Kaiji-class ships, each with a speed of 17.5 knots, and the Takachiho, to counter the enemy's 14 Kaiji-class ships. 1 Duke Bismarck is enough to offset the combat power of 6 to 8 Kaiji-class ships. Then, the Fubo, Yinling, 2 Hairon-class warships, the Mingshi, the Huantai, and other warships capable of reaching 20 knots will form a high-speed guerrilla fleet and operate together. Before he finished speaking, Yinling's Captain Gao Yoji expressed his objection. I disagree. The enemy has high-speed warships like the Haitian class, which can travel at 23 knots, while we only have the Fubo, which is faster than the Haitian class. If the Fubo follows the other warships, we will be tying our own hands. If the enemy uses its high speed to evade the Bismarck and raid our weaker ships, I'm afraid our so-called high-speed guerrilla fleet, which can only travel at 20 knots, won't have time to rush back to support us. Besides, if the enemy has dreadnoughts, then our cruisers will have to engage 2 Haisua-class ships. Don't worry too much about the enemy's dreadnoughts. As long as there are no more than 2 of them, the Taixi is confident that it can suppress them. Chu Qing, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. His tone was firm and decisive, which inevitably caused Lu Feng to glance at him a few more times. Even with 2 Haisua-class ships, they would not be a match for the Taixi. The enemy situation is still unclear, so it's too early to finalize the fleet's formation. Our current focus should be on reconnaissance. I hope the Yinling Navy will send combat ships westward for reconnaissance, and the Taixi Autonomous Region will dispatch the Flying Whale as a communications relay ship. After discussing the relevant matters of investigation, Chu Qing announced the end of this combat meeting. After everyone left, Chu Qing summoned the space-time mall again. Alas, the enemy is formidable. It seems I have no choice but to spend more money. I was planning to save some money to buy a dreadnought. Well, let's get through this first. Once again, the grid representing HMS Lowestoft, the second ship of the Birmingham class, was found. Do you want to spend 16,000 space-time points to complete the exchange? Confirm the exchange. A white light flashed, and 16,000 time and space points were deducted from Chu Qing's panel. Unusual movements appeared again in the sky above the distant sea. Blue lightning danced wildly in the sky, but no rumbling thunder could be heard. Dark clouds hung low and spun at high speed, as if they were about to dive into the sea. Another miraculous storm. Your luck is ridiculously good. Lu Feng, the garrison commander of Yinling, looked at Li He with resentment. Besides Taixi, which other autonomous region could obtain 3 miracle battleships in such a short time? That's so unfair. Li He didn't say anything, just chuckled twice and went to the side to enjoy his happiness secretly. After the aftermath of the miracle storm dissipated, the tugboats that had been lingering for a long time rushed forward and towed the warship, which was exactly the same in length as the Fu Bo, back to the harbor. The most excited ones are the new recruits on the Huantai and the sailors who were not selected to board the Fu Bo before. Now that a new warship has been commissioned, they will be able to serve on that new warship. Due to the shortage of manpower, the Huantai was allocated by Chu Qing to the Yinling Autonomous Territory and operated by the sailors of the Yinling Autonomous Territory. The new miracle battleship was named Jinza. Now that all the new recruits have been arranged, Chu Qing can only start the second round of sailor recruitment. With Chu Qing's huge investment of time and space points, The Xunzi became combat-capable within 5 days. 5 days later, on the night when the Xunzi became combat-ready, Wu, a white warship with a thick chimney on top and a coal ship slowly pushed through the waves, blew the whistle and sailed into the dock of the Xinpu Islands. After completing the handover procedures and the crew loaded the blueprints and shells onto the coal ship and left, Chu Qing ordered the Marine Brigade to blockade the dock, and then spent 1,000 time and space points to repair the internal mechanical equipment of the 10,000-ton cruiser to new condition. Since then, the first 10,000-ton cruiser in the history of the Iron Blood country has been under the command of the Taixi Navy, inheriting the name of the original Taixi Navy Haishi. Old man, the next battle will be very hard for you. The auxiliary intelligent computer has not detected any radio communications from the Jinling Islands, Huantai, Haizhou, and other places recently. Chu Qing guessed that the other party should have completed war preparations, and together with Lu Feng, ordered all warships of the Taixi and Yinling navies to immediately go out to sea for combat readiness patrols. 4 days later, all autonomous territories in the Shandong Sea area received a telegram sent from the Jinling Islands. Chapter 21, Vanguard Warfare 1. What a beautiful day, with clear skies and calm seas. It's a perfect afternoon. On the Taixi Navy's flagship Taixi, Damage Control Captain Zhao Ruifeng looked out the window while savoring Huangshan Maofeng tea from Fuxi Island with a covered bowl. The sound of hurried footsteps behind him made him look back. Captain Zhao, your shift has ended early. The garrison commander has just ordered the combat readiness level to be raised from level 2 to level 1. All personnel must return to their posts and remain on standby. Qi Xiong finally lost his patience. Citing the emperor's incompetence, he declared that Shandong Patrol Fleet independent of the Qiancang Central Control and established the Shandong Principality. He also ordered all autonomous territories in the Shandong Sea area to surrender their military power, and all fleets were reorganized into the Shandong Principality Navy, under his unified command. In the captain's room of the Taixi, Li He looked at the telegram in front of him and pushed his nose. But he's too bold, openly confronting the Qiancang Central. If the Qiancang royal family mobilizes the guards fleet to quell the rebellion, I'm afraid 3 patrol fleets won't be able to defeat a battleship squadron. It seems that the patrol fleet has really got some good stuff in the past 10 years. Chu Qing smiled. How did the other dominions react? The 3 autonomous territories of Haizhou, Dongying, and Penghua have sent telegrams expressing their support. The other autonomous territories have not yet responded. Qi Xiong dared to openly establish a country. He must have been certain that the power controlled by the Qiancang royal family was inextricable at this moment. There must be a force within the Qiancang Central Command that is opposing the emperor. It is very likely that Qi Xiong is also affiliated with this opposition force. After all, the independence of the Shandong Sea region would definitely be a heavy blow to the young emperor who had just ascended the throne. Having said that, Chu Qing picked up the cup beside him and drank a sip of water. Let's act out a play with them. A joint declaration from Taixi and Yinling was issued in clear text on the public channel to the entire Shandong Sea area, opposing the unreasonable demand of the patrol fleet for the autonomous regions to surrender their military power, and calling on all parties to exercise restraint and maintain regional peace and stability. Li He nodded and left the captain's room. Captain, here we are on the bridge. Chu Qing came to the battle bridge and greeted the crew. At this time, the Yinling and 2 Hiron-class battleships were leading the way 5 nautical miles ahead, while 2 Birmingham-class battleships were 2 nautical miles to either side of the Taixi, and the Duke of Bismarck-class armored cruiser was following 2 nautical miles behind. The Kaiji-class fleet of the Yinling Navy was scouting and searching for the approaching enemy 80 nautical miles to the west. Chu Qing's auxiliary intelligent brain was still paying attention to the invisible radio waves flying through the sky, trying to find any clues about the patrol fleet. According to previous assumptions, the patrol fleet should have already approached Yinling's territorial waters. Although there was still no sign of the enemy, Chu Qing believed that the 2 sides would engage in battle by tomorrow at the latest. War, Yinling, action. With a slight ding sound, Chu Qing's intelligent brain intercepted a communication. The content was very brief, but it had revealed some information. A second one was subsequently intercepted. The entire fleet is sailing at maximum combat speed. Based on the signal strength, the intelligent computer estimated that the opponent's distance was close to 300 nautical miles. Notify the Yinling Navy. The telecommunications department has confirmed the enemy's position. The reconnaissance ships are withdrawing 40 nautical miles and approaching the large fleet. Course 265. All fleets accelerate to 20 knots. The sea was covered with mist in the early morning. The sun had not yet risen, and there was only a faint light on the sea. A huge fleet swept across the sea with unparalleled power. The giant ship in the center of the fleet was flying a purple flag inlaid with gold. It was the flagship of the patrol fleet, the Lingyuan-class dreadnought Yuyuan, and guarding it on both sides were two Haisua-class pre-dreadnought battleships. There were more than 20 cruisers of various sizes surrounding the periphery, and the thick smoke columns produced by their high-speed sailing dyed half of the sky black. In the past 10 hours, the communication channel has been extremely busy. 2 autonomous regions have chosen to submit to Chu Xiong, but more autonomous regions have chosen to maintain their current independent status. In response to this, the commander of the patrol fleet, Chu Xiong, did not respond, but only asked his men to record the opposing dominions. His Royal Highness the Eastern King has replied that the 2 battleship divisions directly controlled by the Qiancang imperial family have been pinned down and are absolutely unable to interfere with our operations. The communications officer walked into the bridge and reported to Chu Xiong. The latter nodded slightly. Once we control the Cangdong Sea area, His Royal Highness the East King will have the opportunity to join forces with the First Archon to force the Little Emperor to abdicate. A column of smoke was spotted in the northeast. The lookout shout interrupted Chu Xiong's thoughts. 2 or 3 columns of smoke, probably a scouting fleet. We received a telegram. They claim to be the fleet of the Yanling Autonomous Territory and do not wish to be our enemy. Humph, Chu Xiong sneered. All ships deploy according to the predetermined battle formation. Screen guard formation, move forward, order the enemy ship to stop for inspection. If any resistance is encountered, sink it immediately. Yes. The huge formation began to maneuver in an orderly manner, and the outer cruiser forces were reorganized from the original circular formation into a single column. The 2 Haisue-class ships also changed from their original parallel formation to a vertical formation and followed behind the Yuyuan. At the same time, the boilers of the 3 Haitian-class protected cruisers began to roar, and the pressure displayed on the instruments continued to rise. Finally, the 2 reciprocating steam engines reached a maximum output of 17,000 horsepower. 3 white-gray figures, accompanied by 3 Hai-Rong-class cruisers, broke away from the formation and rushed towards the blurry column of smoke in the northeast direction. In the Cangdong Sea area, the Haitian class is undoubtedly an excellent protected cruiser, equipped with 2 203mm main guns, 10 120mm Armstrong rapid-fire guns, and a speed of 24 knots, which can completely suppress the Herong class. The conclusions reached during the pre-war seminars indicated that the 3 Haitian-class ships would easily defeat any cruiser, provided they hadn't encountered the Yanling Autonomous Territory's miracle battleship. The other party did not respond and began to turn and flee. After receiving the report, the commander of the screen formation ordered a pursuit. Haitian-class formation, high pressure, full-speed pursuit. However, even though the 3 Haitian-class warships entered a high-pressure ventilation state and pursued at a high speed of 24 knots for half an hour, there was no closing rate at all. The 2 warships in front were still moving slowly outside the fire range of the Haitian-class formation. The sun is coming out. This is bizarre. Didn't they say that Taixi and Yanling don't have any ships that can sail faster than 23 knots? The captain of one of the Haitian-class ships looked up at the sky impatiently. It turned out that the Haitian class, which was known for its speed, would not be able to catch up with others one day. The distance between our ship and the Hai-Rong class formation has exceeded 6,000 yards. Isn't that too great? Don't worry about them. The captain waved his hand impatiently. Even if they burn out their engines, they can't reach our 24 knots. The enemy is speeding up. After hearing the lookout's report, the captain raised his telescope in surprise. Although there is no way to measure the distance yet, the shadow of the ship in the field of vision is indeed getting smaller and smaller. Are you kidding? The opponent's speed obviously reached 25 knots or above. The captain of the Haitian-class ship immediately reported the situation here to the fleet. But after 10 minutes, the communications department did not receive any orders from the fleet, so they could only continue the futile pursuit. The enemy ship is turning. The 2 cruisers in the field of vision were turning to the left, revealing their hulls with 4 chimneys, and then they changed course and rushed towards the 3 Haitian-class ships. Prepare for battle. Chapter 22. Vanguard Warfare 2. What type of battleship is that? The pre-war intelligence seminar didn't mention Taixi and Yanling having these 4-furnace high-speed cruisers. I'm not sure, but it looks like a cruiser specialized in speed, probably sacrificing protection and firepower. Send flag signals to contact the Qianan and Hyunmu ships, and prepare to engage the enemy in formation. Distance, 15,000 yards. The lookout reported the distance again, and the 3 Haitian-class ships were ready for battle. There were sounds of clicks and clangs as bullets were pushed and bolts were closed. The battle started suddenly. 3 Haitian-class frigates faced 2 Birmingham-class light cruisers, and the battle had already shifted from the initial stage to a joint naval battle. As the name suggests, naval battle means that both sides are heading in roughly the same direction and use broadside artillery to shoot at each other. This is one of the most common ways of fighting in this era, and the competition is about the amount of broadside firepower projected and the accuracy of the artillery fire. The rumbling of cannons on the sea was as dense as the beat of festive drums. Boom! A cloud of black smoke emerged from the bridge of a Haitian-class navigation ship at the rear. The Xuanwu has lost its command. Damn it! How come their artillery fire is so accurate? The captain of the patrol fleet's Haitian-class cruiser Tianning looked fiercely at the 2 figures in the distance that were constantly spewing fireballs. What kind of monsters are these? Boom! The ship trembled again, and then he felt his warship suddenly slow down sharply. Hit on the port side at the waterline. Huge amount of water taking in. Engine room. Report damage. The enemy's artillery fire failed to penetrate the armored dome, and the engine room was undamaged. Watertight compartments closed, starboard trimmed with water. Although the engine was not damaged thanks to the protection of the 127mm Harvey steel dome armor, the large amount of seawater that poured in greatly affected the speed. It dropped from 24 knots to 21 knots. The captain of the Qiancang slammed the railing in front of him. The 4-knot speed difference would make his side completely lose the initiative in the battle. For some unknown reason, the ship's radios completely failed, and all communication channels were filled with noise. Not only could they not communicate with the main fleet, but even the 2 sister ships nearby were out of reach. Operational control had regressed to the age of flag signals and light signals. The enemy kept the engagement distance at 9,000 yards, which resulted in the 120mm Armstrong rapid-fire guns of our superior number being basically ineffective. We could only use 6 203mm main guns, while the 2 enemy ships were able to concentrate 10 6-inch rapid-fire guns on one side. Although a bigger gun can be a bigger threat in naval battles, the fire control of the 3 Haitian-class ships does not support her fighting at this distance. The 3 Haitian-class ships, with a total of 6 203mm guns, only achieved 3 effective hits in more than 30 minutes of fighting. In contrast, the opponent's 152mm naval guns hit their 3 ships more than 10 times. Now, all 3 Haitian-class protected cruisers are injured. Although the 120mm rapid-fire guns were firing nonstop, the distance was too difficult for them. Although the firepower of the 15 rapid-fire guns on the sides of the 3 ships was very intimidating, not a single shell had achieved an effective hit. Loading complete. Shooting. The 203mm main gun fired again, and the orange flash swept across the bow with muzzle blast. The gunner observed a thin plume of black smoke rising from the enemy ship's hull. Hit! The gun crew cheered, but when the smoke cleared, only a deep dent remained in the enemy's armor. The gunner in the fire control room was heartbroken when he saw this scene. Since rapid-fire guns can cause considerable damage to warships without side armor belts, the Tianning and the other 2 ships also used high-explosive bombs when they first engaged in battle. The result was that apart from an 8-inch shell that hit the deck and caused a small fire, the other 2 shells crashed into the opponent's side armor. They were shocked to find that these were actually 2 armored cruisers. Even a 203mm semi-armor piercing round can't penetrate it. The crew of the Qiancang widened their eyes. The enemy ship was only about 4,000 or 5,000 tons, but it was actually immune to the semi-armor piercing shells of the 8-inch naval gun. The Birmingham-class side armor is 76mm Vickers surface-hardened steel, which has slightly better bullet resistance than Krupp-hardened armor. The bullet resistance of 3-inch Krupp-hardened armor is equivalent to 203mm wrought iron. Moreover, the 203 shells used by the Haitian class are relatively backward and do not even have a cap. Coupled with a certain heading angle, it can naturally withstand 8.5-inch armor-piercing shells fired from 9,000 yards. Now their own ships are more than 19,000 yards away from the large fleet, and the 3 Hai-Rong-class ships are more than 7,000 yards away. They have fallen into a situation of isolation and helplessness. The enemy formation speed has slowed down to 20 knots. 9,300 yards. Hit. The enemy ship is on fire. Liu Hichu, the captain of the Fu Bo, observed the battlefield situation. The speed of the enemy's Haitian-class formation slowed down again, and the 152mm high-explosive bomb caused a fire again. It was time to make the final decision. Full left. Seize a favorable position. Originally, the 2 sides were sailing in parallel directions. Now, If the Taixi Navy, which has the speed advantage, turns left, it will be able to form a T-shape to intercept the 3 Haitian-class ships of the patrol fleet, multiplying its firepower advantage. Boom! A huge tongue of fire suddenly burst out from the bow of the Haitian-class ship in the front, and the high-pressure gas made a shrill howl. Its propellant is ignited. Sure enough, with a deafening explosion, the superstructure of the Haitian-class ship was completely flattened, completely losing its combat effectiveness, and it staggered out of the formation. Luha noticed that several ships had appeared on the Eastern Sea. He knew that they were the Yanling Navy's fleet. Their mission was to encircle and annihilate the 3 Hairon-class ships. One of the 3 Haitian-class ships was completely disabled, and the bridge of another was attacked, with the command structure wiped out. Only the Tianning, the command ship of the formation, remained combat-capable. The enemy ship is turning. The Qianan knew it was no match for the enemy, and tried to change course to join the Hairon-class formation behind it. Tell the Jinza to disband the formation, and leave the escaped ship to me. Boiler pressure ventilation. Don't let our prey escape. Luha saw what she was thinking, and he certainly wouldn't let the prey go. The Jinza intercepted the Xuanwu and fought with it, while Lu Yi's Fubo was biting the Tianning, and the 152mm gun opened several large holes in the Tianan. The original speed of 24 knots had dropped to below 10 knots. The hull was taking on a large amount of water. The waves had surged onto the deck and flooded the front main gun position, and the Fubo chased the Tianan to a distance of 3,400 yards, completely sending it to the bottom of the sea. At this time, Yanling's fleet also engaged in a firefight with the Hai-Rong class of the patrol fleet. Chapter 23 Fighting. Chu Xiong looked at the battle taking place 20,000 yards away with a gloomy face. He had already noticed something was wrong and notified the Haitian class to retreat, but the radio equipment on the flagship Yuan was completely unusable and could not send out any radio signals. He watched helplessly as the 3 Haitian-class warships were completely destroyed, and the 3 Hairons were also besieged by 7 enemy warships, while his own large fleet was still 18,000 yards away and obviously could not take care of them. Even if we go to chase them, we can't catch up with the enemy's high-speed warships. Before even engaging the enemy, 6 main cruisers were lost, and the campaign started off badly. A and B turrets are ready to fire. The voice of the gunnery chief of the Yuan was heard from the ship's landline telephone. The gun barrels of the 2 twin-mounted main turrets at the bow were raised high, pointing towards the battlefield 18,000 yards away. Chu Xiong pondered for a while and finally decided to give up shooting. Cancel firing preparations, signal with lights, and turn 6 compass points to port for the entire fleet. The 20,000-ton dreadnought Yuan suddenly steered to the left, and the sea water cut through by the bow made a splashing sound. The sharp tilt forced all crew members to grab any fixed objects at hand to prevent themselves from slipping. The radio failed, the vanguard battle failed, and our whereabouts were obviously exposed. If we continue to move forward, we may run into the enemy's encirclement. Perhaps the enemy's dreadnoughts have already formed a T-shaped fleet and are waiting for us. Chu Xiong unfolded the map and pointed at the location of the Taixi Islands. Since the Yanling Islands were defended, the Taixi Islands that had just been recovered should not have such strict defenses. After losing radio communication, the coordination and control capabilities of the patrol fleet dropped several levels, and the sparse turning lasted for more than half an hour. The several columns of smoke in front of the left have disappeared beyond the horizon. The other party clearly has a high speed, but it did not continue to follow me. Doesn't the other party need to know my position? After sailing around for 10 hours, it was almost dark and sea fog had risen again. Chu Xiong's feeling of uneasiness became more and more serious. A large column of smoke is spotted directly ahead. 1, 2, 3. 11 columns of smoke. It's the enemy's main fleet. Distance 15,900 yards. There's a dreadnought. 2 columns of smoke appeared from behind. They must be the 2 cruisers from before. Chu Xiong suddenly stood up and stood in front of the porthole. His eyes finally penetrated the thinning sea fog and found his opponent, who had already occupied the T-shaped intersection. Our comrades sacrificed their lives. Our fathers shed their blood, and we have done everything we could to forge a brand new sword and restore peace to this sea area. But now, someone wants to take away the power we rely on for survival, and wants to use an illusory threat to force us to hand over this newly forged sword. This is humiliating, a profound humiliation. I don't know what you will do, but for me personally, rather than endure this humiliation while sheathing my sword and offering my weapon with both hands, I would rather draw my sword and fight, and seek help from the god of war. Chu Qing stood in the mainmast fire control room of the Taixi, speaking to the entire fleet with a loudspeaker in hand. All ships of the Taixi Navy were equipped with wireless receiving equipment that could receive broadcast signals within 6,000 meters. Automatic fitting calculation module is running. Select. Measurement. Calculate. Correction. Output the shooting elements corresponding to the time window. His left hand shook the firing clock, transmitting the fire control parameters to the corresponding turret. Come on, let the masters of the patrol fleet see the wrath of the new Taixi Navy. He drew his command knife from his waist with his right hand and pointed the sharp saber directly at the largest figure in the enemy fleet in the distance. Four green lights lit up, the countdown on the panel returned to 0, and Chu Qing pressed the trigger button with his left hand. Orange-red flames burst out, and 8 hard-capped armor-piercing shells fell towards the UN 15,900 yards away with a huge roar. The final decisive battle began with this burst of gunfire. These 386 kilograms of steel, carrying tremendous kinetic energy, rushed towards the sea at an angle of nearly 25 degrees. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of metal tearing and twisting, 5 of the 8 shells hit a Haitian-class cruiser. The unfortunate ship exploded on the spot and turned into flying metal fragments. The second round of shelling 30 seconds later hit the UN, which was leading the fleet in a turn before the patrol fleet could react. The 2 shells smashed the top armor of the bow and stern turrets respectively. More than 10 kilograms of lit explosives exploded inside the turrets. The high temperature and metal fragments took the lives of all members of the 2 gun crews. The remaining 3 missiles penetrated the upper deck and exploded inside the hull. Although there was no rising flame, the cabins near the explosion point had been distorted and damaged by the shock wave. The rupture of steam and electrical pipelines turned this place into a hell on earth. Before the patrol fleet officially engaged in battle with the Guangdong Navy, their flagship Yiyuan had already lost nearly half of its combat effectiveness. Fire door closed. Main gun ammunition depot secure. Damage control is working tirelessly to restore the turret to normal operation. The lights in the bridge flickered a few times and finally went out. Chu Xiong barely stopped himself from falling and looked at the Taixi in the distance in horror. He had many questions, but the current situation didn't allow him to overthink. After losing radio communication, he had ordered the fleet to change from a double-column formation to a single-column formation for safety reasons, with the rear ships following the movements of the front ships. Our own fleet was at a disadvantage and was forced to turn one by one. During this period, it was unable to fire due to the drastic changes in course and speed, but the opponent only needed to aim at a turning point and shoot, just like target shooting. The enemy fleet is turning and trying to engage in a direct air battle. Calculate the turning point and fire the broadside main guns alternately at the turning point. The ship's distance clocks and demeric mechanical computers were ticking away, and the gunnery officer was busy at the Dryer 3 Malawian Quach's fire control console. The shells have been lifted into the turret through the ammunition silo. The crew members are sweating profusely as they use the ramrod to push the 305mm shells into the barrel. The gunner turns the hand wheel to adjust the elevation according to the parameters on the shooting dial. After 2 successful salvos, the morale of the entire fleet reached its peak. At this moment, Chu Qing had also returned to the navigation bridge. It was not that he did not want to continue using the super fire control of the intelligent computer to increase his advantage, but this thing had a huge load. With the current level of the intelligent computer, using it too many times in a short period of time would cause irreversible and serious damage to his body. Moreover, the previous radio detection, resonance amplification field, the directional radio shielding that continues to this day, the large-scale sea area detection, and even the use of magnetic fields to create sea fog to conceal the whereabouts of the fleet have burned up most of the remaining spacetime points. The last nearly 1,000 spacetime points were also burned out in these 2 auxiliary shootings. If those cruisers had not been sunk, even the radio shielding would have been gone. Fortunately, the effect is quite good. The patrol fleet is now like a huge but slow-moving disabled giant, being continuously punched by a small boxer. Under the setting sun, the sunset glow is brilliant, and it should be peaceful and harmonious, but the rising water columns on the sea surface shattered everything. Chapter 24 Fighting 2. During the 30-minute turn, the Taixi and Yanling fleets poured fire nonstop toward the turning point 14,000 yards away. The rumbling guns of the Duke of Bismarck-class armored cruiser Haishi, the Ninghai-class light cruiser Yanling, and the Dreadnought-class battleship Taixi blasted a wall of water on the sea. The 2 Birmingham-class ships at the rear of the patrol fleet also seized the opportunity to bite the weak ships at the end of the fleet. Every warship in the patrol fleet was inevitably subjected to a barrage of artillery fire when passing the turning point. The lucky warships were able to avoid the invitation of death, while the less lucky ones were hit by a few 140mm shells but were not seriously damaged. As for those poor guys who were hit by 240mm and 305mm shells, they were either killed or injured. The Haisui class was better off, but those old Kaiji class would basically lose their combat effectiveness as long as they were hit by a 240mm high-explosive shell near the waterline. After the half-hour turning operation, which was called hell by the surviving crew members of the patrol fleet, the sun completely disappeared. The patrol fleet lost 4 cruisers, including 2 Heron class and 2 Kaiji class and Kaiji modified. The Yiyuan was also hit by one 240mm and one 305mm shell, adding new damage to the decisive weapon of the patrol fleet. Qi Xiong in the armored command tower rubbed the navy cap in his hand to relieve his inner boredom. Night fighting was not so bad for the Taixi Island joint fleet, whose radio equipment could function normally, but it was a disaster for the patrol fleet, which could only rely on light communication. Although on paper they still have the numerical advantage, the direction of the balance of victory has changed as their chips have decreased. Distance, 13,000 yards. The fire control room of the Yiyuan also became busy, and the artillery officers were also using integrating calculators, variable pitch dials, and other equipment to calculate various parameters. After the turn was completed, both fleets entered a brief ceasefire period due to the resetting of fire control parameters. Taking advantage of this gap, Qi Xiong issued 2 orders. Send a light signal to inform Wang Yu that the cruiser formation immediately turn off their navigation lights, turn left, and approach. Use our numerical advantage to gather and annihilate them. Haisui class drives away enemy high-speed cruisers. The 2 Haisui class ships were originally prepared to join the battle line and use formation firing to assist the Yiyuan in dealing with Chu Qing's dreadnought class ship. However, now that the radio communication has failed, the efficiency of the formation firing method has been greatly reduced, and it may even interfere with the Yiyuan's artillery observation. It would be better to send them to drive away the 2 high-speed cruisers that were harassing them. Lights flickered on the flagship Yiyuan and the Haitian-class cruisers following behind it, along with more than 10 mighty cruisers, approached the enemy in the night. The enemy fleet has completed its turn. What Qi Xiong didn't know was that the flames from the burning wreckage floating on the sea illuminated the whereabouts of the patrol fleet, and the huge shape of the Yiyuan was particularly conspicuous. The intelligent computer exposed Qi Xiong's intention. The cruiser fleet approaching at high speed was clearly visible in the real-time holographic detection image generated by the auxiliary intelligent computer. It was this ability that allowed Chu Qing to figure out the opponent's movement trajectory in the initial battle and seize the T-head. Notify the Haishi to separate from our formation and prepare to support the Kaiji-class formation. The tactics chosen by Chu Qing were simple and crude, concentrating all cruisers except the 2 Birmingham-class cruisers to concentrate forces in a decisive battle with the patrol fleet. The communication capabilities of the patrol fleet were basically destroyed, while their own communications were smooth and they were fully aware of the movements of any enemy warship. It would probably not be so easy for Qi Xiong to overwhelm them by taking advantage of numbers in the melee. Fire control parameters complete. Distance 12,000 yards. Starboard turret. Fire alternately. Boom. A wall of fire shrouded in black smoke rose up, and a huge flash of light illuminated the already dark night sky. Almost at the same time, the Yiyuan, 10,000 meters away, also opened fire. The 2 steel giants swung their arms and threw deadly steel spears at each other. Delaware-class dreadnought firing its main guns. As the sky gradually darkened, flares fired from the secondary guns of the Taixi and Yiyuan rose into the sky one by one. Yellow and white balls of light slowly fell, illuminating the entire battlefield. The 10,000-ton armored cruiser Haishi led the way, along with 6 Kaiji-class and Kaiji-Kai ships, including the Huantai, and 3 Heron-class ships, to meet the more than 10 cruisers approaching from the inspection fleet. In the distance, 2 Haisui-class battleships were also firing, trying to drive away the 2 Birmingham-class light armored cruisers with their 280mm Krupp naval guns. Although one 280mm shell was enough to cause heavy damage to the Fubo and Jinza, the Haisui class was, after all, a 10-year-old ship. Its sighting and observation equipment could not be compared with the Birmingham class, which was more than 10 years ahead of the times. The 7,600-ton hull was by no means a good platform for the 280mm cannon. After firing several rounds, it could not even touch the edge of the Fubo and Jinza ships. Therefore, Lu Hichu was able to calmly command the two ships to fire 152mm high explosive shells at the Haisui class at a distance of 10,000 yards. The speed of the Haisui class was only 18 knots. Although it had been undergoing maintenance for 10 years, its mechanical aging meant that it could only reach 17 knots. The speed advantage of more than 8 knots allowed the two Birmingham-class ships to take the initiative. The decks of the two Haisui-class pre-dreadnoughts were ignited by high explosive shells, like torches in the dark. Chu Qing did not choose to hide in the armored command tower, but stayed in the navigation bridge, where there were wireless communication equipment installed that could directly communicate with the entire fleet, making it convenient to change tactical deployment at any time. 6 massive columns of water rose off the Taishi's starboard side, and the sea surged violently, causing the 18,000-ton Taixi to tremble slightly. The Yuyuan currently had only 6 main guns operational, and this last one was already a salvo. 10 seconds before this, the Taixi fired a second half-salvo, but also failed to hit the target. In the low-visibility night battle, one cannot have too high expectations for the hit rate. The main guns of the British and Iron Blood battleships in the Battle of Jutland had a hit rate of no more than 5%. Boom. The Taixi completed its third and a half salvos, and the Yuyuan on the opposite side also fired its second salvo. Countless water columns rose around the two giant steel ships. 4 close-range shells. The fourth round of shelling extended 200 meters outward. This time, after consuming the space-time point, to ensure the optimal solution for the subsequent artillery fire, Chu Qing provided corrections to the artillery officer based on the observations and calculations of the fitting calculation module, rather than personally operating the gun. Thus, the 3 opportunities within a short period of time were exhausted. Upon receiving the subsequent order, the loader used mechanical equipment to advance the green-tipped armor-piercing shell into the barrel. The gunner in the turret then turned the hand wheel to adjust the elevation angle. Finally, the gunner pressed the fire button to complete the fourth half-salvo. Along with the booming sound of cannons, the artillery chief clearly saw 3 water jets trapping the Yuyuan, which was emitting a flaming ball. 4th round of crossfire. 1 shot hits the target. The crew in the fire control room immediately cheered. They had done what they could, and the next battle would be left to the god of probability. Chapter 25 Fighting 3. Luck also plays a large part in naval battles, just like the famous Battle of Denmark Strait on Blue Star. Originally, the strength of both sides was about 46 to 47, and it should have been a back-and-forth battle, but the 5th salvo from the battleship Bismarck sent the hood directly to the bottom of the sea. There was also an element of luck in the Taishi's ability to achieve a crossfire in the 4th half-salvo, but no matter what, the Taixi now has the advantage in the exchange of fire. During the previous turn, the Yuyuan had a rangefinder destroyed by shrapnel from a 305mm high explosive shell, resulting in a decrease in ranging accuracy and speed. It was only after the 5th full salvo that it achieved crossfire, which put it at a disadvantage. In the previous artillery battle, it was hit by another shell from the Taixi. Fortunately, the Delaware-class main armor belt has an 11-inch belt, and the hard-cap shell attacking from 12,000 yards away penetrated it immediately. The shell body was also damaged, and only a few surrounding compartments were destroyed. Even so, Chu Xiong and the others were terrified. Their 12-inch armor-piercing rounds could penetrate 9 to 10 inches of surface carboized hardened armor at this distance, which was already considered good. But the enemy's 12-inch gun could actually directly penetrate the main armor belt of the Lingyuan class. This was another bad news. Chu Qing still remained on the bridge of the navigation ship, feeling the humming engine sound of the war machine under his feet and the huge roar about once a minute. Fortunately, this body grew up on the sea and followed Chu Xiong in battle, so he did not suffer from seasickness. If it were the Chu Qing before the time travel, he would have been shaken to death. It was now completely dark, and the cruiser formations were all charging forward. Only the flares fired from time to time by both sides hung in the sky, emitting light. A few dark red smoke clouds exploded in the distance, and Chu Qing understood that the Yuyuan had opened fire again. Overhead, the roar of a steam locomotive like a whistle came from far away and then plunged into the sea around the Taixi, with waves hitting the deck. Although standing here is indeed life-threatening, the naval battle scenes I have seen on the screen, on the internet, and in books in the past are never as vivid as being there and participating in it firsthand. A beautiful flash of light flashed across the sea ahead. Chu Qing determined based on the direction that the ship that fired was the Duke of Bismarck-class armored cruiser HMS Sea Rhino. Although it had 4 240mm naval guns, the armor-piercing shells it was equipped with were light in weight and had a slow initial velocity, and its armor-piercing ability was questionable. It was not qualified to intervene in the fight between the two steel giants, so it had to lead its team to bully those small protected cruisers. According to the real-time detection results of the intelligent computer, the distance between the two cruiser fleets has been reduced to 7,000 yards, and a formal battle is about to begin. The patrol fleet did hide its strength, with 2 more Haitian-class ships and 1 Lingyuan-class ship, which was still within Chu Qing's acceptable range. Noticing that the 2 Haisui-class ships were completely suppressed by the Fubo and Jinza ships, with raging fires on their decks and unable to recover their combat effectiveness for a while, Chu Qing ordered the 2 ships to break away at high speed and prepare to attack the enemy's cruiser forces. Chu Qing was more worried about the cruiser formation than the confrontation with the opponent's dreadnought. Chu Xiong stood in the armored command tower, observing the battle situation outside. The Lingyuan-class command tower was covered with 305mm armor, which made him and the staff of the patrol fleet feel a little relieved. The enemy has 1 more large cruiser than we expected, at least 9,000 tons, equipped with 240mm naval guns. The Iron Blood Nation previously transferred an armored cruiser back from the Qingdao base. They may have made some kind of deal with the Iron Blood Nation. The fleet staff reported to Chu Xiong that, after all, apart from the 2 dreadnoughts on the battlefield, the Sea Rhino was the most conspicuous, and it was hard not to notice it. Chu Xiong's heart trembled. There was indeed some kind of force behind the suddenly rising Taixi Autonomous Region. Now it seems that Chu Qing is very likely an agent supported by the Taixi people. Otherwise, what price could a small autonomous region pay in exchange for a 10,000-ton cruiser? No wonder the enemy had high-speed armored cruisers that appeared out of nowhere, and no wonder our radio communications were inexplicably paralyzed. If the Iron Blood Empire was behind Taixi and Yanling, everything would make much more sense. But if that was the case, then regardless of who won or lost this naval battle, the Donging Prince Sun Nanzhong's faction would have a grudge against the iron-blooded Chinese. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. The cruiser formation commander Wang Yu had no time to think about these things. He only knew that the huge warship was approaching his formation. Distance, 6,000 yards. The Sea Rhino fired again and hit a Sea Rhino-class ship in the middle of the patrol fleet, which immediately caught fire. Taking advantage of the range of its large-caliber main guns, in addition to this high roam, the Haishi has paralyzed 2 Kaiji-class cruisers. Suddenly, dozens of bright beams of light illuminated the sea between the 2 fleets, as bright as day. Wang Yu subconsciously raised his hand to block the sudden strong light, and then immediately reacted. Fire. All guns, free fire. The Haitian-class cruiser that Wang Yu was on fired the first shot. Before the other 10 or so cruisers could follow up, the opponent responded with a round of formation salvos. Excluding the 2 Birmingham-class ships and the Yanling, which was continuously firing at the second line at 8,000 yards, the remaining 11 warships opened fire almost simultaneously. The 105mm, 120mm, 150mm, and 152mm rapid-fire guns sang in unison. The flames connected into a piece, and the hot steel projectiles arrived in an instant. Boom! Continuous explosions rang out as countless high-explosive shells exploded the moment they collided with the ship's hull. High-speed fragments penetrated the fragile bodies of the crew members and embedded themselves into the rear bulkhead. The shock waves from the artillery firing and the exploding shells shook the sea surface. The moment they were hit, the ships of the patrol fleet immediately retaliated. Although they had lost unified command due to their numerical advantage, their counterattack was extremely powerful. The huge fires on the ships and the non-stop rapid-fire gunfire turned the sea area where the cruiser fleets of both sides were fighting into a festival celebration scene. The dense sound of gunfire was like the firecrackers and drum beats of the celebration. There was no need for flares now. The muzzle flashes and the fires caused by the bullets made it impossible for either side to hide. The ferocity of this battle exceeded everyone's expectations. The large number of medium-caliber rapid-fire guns and picric acid shells deployed by both sides greatly intensified the intensity of the battle, especially for the gunners at the broadside and bow and stern positions. Even as the bulkheads behind them buckled from the intense heat, the flying bridge collapsed, and the transport boats caught fire. All they could do was aim and fire, reload, aim and fire, numbing themselves against the toxic mist and flames of the picric acid explosion. There was no retreat. The unprotected Kaiji-class cruisers were the first to give up. Half an hour into the battle, 1 Kaiji-class cruiser from each side disappeared into the Black Sea. Chapter 26, Attack and Defense. Although the Taixi side took the initiative with their lightning-fast artillery bombardment at the beginning, the longer the exchange of fire lasted, the more prominent their numerical disadvantage became. Even in a one-on-one fight, the patrol fleet would have several warships that could calmly output firepower. The remaining 4 Kaiji-class cruisers of the Yanling Autonomous Territory were all engulfed in fire. Although the damage control team on board tried their best to rescue them, they could only delay the spread of the fire. The warships without side armor belts were indeed extremely vulnerable to attacks from large numbers of high-explosive shells. Only Chu Qing's flagship, the Huantai, remained strong. The 4-inch Harvey steel configuration was considered luxurious on a warship of this tonnage. Countless 4-inch and 6-inch shells hit her side, fragments cut the rigging, and the shock wave knocked down the lifeboat, but her armor belt still faithfully protected the main structure. Heading 180, full speed ahead, we're cutting in. The captain of the Sea Rhino acted decisively and decided to use the massive 10,000-ton hull of the Duke of Bismarck-class armored cruiser to split the enemy's lines, while at the same time unleashing the full firepower of the 12 150mm rapid-fire guns on both sides. The massive ship with a full load displacement of nearly 12,000 tons roared and turned, lowering the muzzle of its front main gun and roaring twice towards a Hairon-class cruiser. Boom boom, a 240mm high-explosive shell hit the opponent's waterline, tearing a large hole of nearly 2 meters. The internal dome armor was almost torn open. A large amount of sea water poured in instantly. The high-speed moving figure suddenly stopped, followed by a dull explosion. Everyone speculated that the torpedo in the underwater torpedo tube was detonated. The bow of the ship collapsed from bottom to top, and seawater poured into the hull uncontrollably. Finally, the captain gave the order to abandon ship. The Haishi attracted the attention of all ships in the patrol fleet. Without any command, 2 Haitian-class ships and 4 Kaiji-class ships came forward to besiege the Haishi. At the same time, more and more warships gathered in the direction of the Haishi. 6 ships surrounded the Sea Rhino, and bullets rained down in an instant. Sparks burst out on the 126-meter-long hull, and the beautiful white hull was charred black. The unprotected areas became a mess, but thanks to the 200mm thick Krupp carboized steel armor protection around the waterline and turret, the combat capability of the Sea Rhino was not greatly affected. 4 240mm main guns, 12 150mm secondary guns, and even 10 88mm rapid-fire guns are all firing at full power in all directions. The Haishi is now like a steel fortress. Even the 8-inch main guns of the Haitian class can't do anything to her. The 6 ships' attack in a short period of time did not cause any damage. Sea Rhino, 3 torpedoes 1,500 yards to starboard, steer 45 degrees to port. The ship's radio communication equipment suddenly rang, and Chu Qing's voice came out. Despite the noisy battlefield environment, the voice was still exceptionally clear. Direct use of language communication saved decoding time and improved battlefield command efficiency. The helmsman hurriedly did as he was told. The huge hull of the Sea Rhino suddenly turned left, the mast lowered, and the bow pushed away a large amount of seawater. Although the Bismarck Duke class had some vibrations when sailing at high speed, its steering ability was still very good. After narrowly avoiding 3 torpedoes with white trails, Chu Qing's voice rang out again through the communication device. Right rudder 40. 3 torpedoes on the port side. The huge Sea Rhino twisted its body in the center of the battlefield, avoiding the deadly killers underwater. With it attracting fire, the 4 modified Kaiji ships were able to catch their breath for a moment and put out the fire on the ship. Thanks to the holographic detection function of the intelligent brain, Chu Qing can grasp the movements of all friendly and enemy units on the battlefield in real time, and then use advanced wireless communication equipment to remotely control micromanipulation to avoid unnecessary losses. The Taixi gradually gained the upper hand in the artillery battle with the Yuan. The outstanding performance of the hard-capped armor-piercing shells helped Chu Qing knock out one of the Yuan's turrets again. The 20,000-ton Yuan now only has 4 main guns in its 2 main turrets that can fire. Although the front main gun of the Taixi was hit, the original 305mm armor-piercing shells of the White Eagle of this era had poor performance and had no other impact except that the Taishi's A turret stopped for 2 minutes. The fierce bombardment of the Taixi destroyed one of the chimneys of the Yuan and also opened a hole in the tall cage-type mainmast. Boom! The Taixi fired another salvo. Then came the observer's excited shout. 1 hit on the enemy ship's bulging gun turret. The enemy's secondary guns are destroyed. The 5-inch armor on the upper left side of the Yuan failed to withstand the attack of the capped armor-piercing shells, and most of the 127mm secondary guns were destroyed. During the long artillery battle, the Taixi was hit by 5 shells, but thanks to the enemy's inferior armor-piercing ammunition, it did not suffer any fatal damage. It only damaged some secondary compartments and caused a small fire. Apart from that, several rapid-fire guns on the deck and several lifeboats were blown up. Chu Qing opened the holographic sea chart and found that the Sea Rhino was surrounded by 8 cruisers, and the nearest one was even as close as 1,000 yards. Besieged by half of the patrol fleet strength, she, who had been able to maneuver with ease before, was now tightly entangled. The main turret was intact, but 3 of the 12 secondary guns had been silenced, and the hull was full of dents and holes. Fortunately, the 200 mm thick Krupp carbide steel was a wall of size for the first-level cruiser's firepower, and the Sea Rhino's reserve buoyancy and core compartment were not affected at all. This is where the advantage of the armored cruiser is reflected. The cruisers of both sides had approached to a distance of 2,500 yards, which was the engagement distance where medium-caliber rapid-fire guns could best exert their firepower, and it was also the appropriate distance for torpedo attacks. White lines appeared on the sea surface, and 356, 450, and 457 caliber thermal-powered torpedoes shuttled through the engagement area. The dim environment of night battles increased the power of torpedoes exponentially, and Chu Qing had the Buja-level full-map plug-in of the auxiliary intelligent computer. After a round of torpedo attacks, 2 Hairon-class warships of the patrol fleet turned over on the sea like dead fish, but no warship of Taixi was hit. A burst of dense artillery fire sounded, and 2 Birmingham-class light cruisers rushed into the battle formation and cooperated with the Sea Rhino to sink a Sea Rhino-class cruiser. The 10,000-ton behemoth broke free and hit Wang Yu's ship with firepower. The Fubo and Jinza ships used their high speed and strong firepower to kill the cruisers of the patrol fleet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the remaining cruisers of the Taixi Island Joint Fleet reorganized their formation and began to organize a joint attack on the lone enemies. The situation on the field has been reversed. The Yuan's violent tremors made Qi Xiong in the command tower increasingly panicked. In the distance, his own fleet, which had once had a numerical advantage, was already showing signs of decline. Their original trump card hadn't played the role it should have. So, was there any point in continuing this battle? Inspector General, let's retreat. Zhang Xie, the garrison commander of Penghua, was also in the command tower of the Yuan at this moment. His assets were almost completely lost in the recent naval battle. If he did not evacuate, he would only have 2 Guangyi-class torpedo gunboats left behind in the Penghua Islands. Boom. Suddenly, 2 columns of water shot up from 8,000 yards away, followed by flames. The sound was overwhelming, and Qi Xiong's heart tightened. He knew that those were his 2 Haisui-class pre-dreadnought battleships. But there were no enemy ships nearby. Could they have torpedo weapons capable of attacking from 8,000 yards away? Chapter 27, Survival. The twin 533mm torpedo tubes on the side of the Yanling were empty. Lu Feng glanced at the huge flames rising in the distance, wrapped his coat tightly, and turned to enter the command tower. The Type 6 533mm torpedo is the real secret weapon of the Yanling Autonomous Territory. It has a speed of 36 knots, a maximum range of 15,000 meters, and a warhead charge of 205 kilograms, which is far beyond the technical level of this era. It has always been the most powerful weapon of the Yanling. There are only 8 of them in total. They are not carried easily at ordinary times and are only fired in real decisive battles. The Yanling used special night combat propellant with almost invisible muzzle flame, so it was hidden in the darkness and not noticed by the patrol fleet. The 2 Haisui-class ships chasing the Fubo and Jinza were undoubtedly excellent prey. At a distance of 8,500 yards, 2 Type 6 torpedoes accurately hit the target. Even the 7,600-ton Haisui-class ship could not withstand it. Horrifying holes were torn open at the bow and stern. The hull was slightly shaken off the sea surface, and the keel was broken when it fell, breaking into 3 sections and disappearing on the sea surface. The unknown is the most terrifying enemy. No one knows how many long-range torpedoes like this are rushing towards you on the dark sea. Another Haisui-class ship witnessed the tragic fate of its sister ship and decisively turned around and evacuated. Now the only ships that can move in the patrol fleet are 1 Lingyuan class, 1 Haitian class, 1 Haisui class, 3 Hairon class, and 9 Kaiji class ships. As for the Yanling Taixi Joint Fleet, 1 Kaiji class ship sank. 4 Kaiji class ships and 2 Hairon class ships were seriously damaged, while the Fubo, Jinza, and Yanling ships were intact. The Haishi, Akashi, Takachiho, and Huantai ships still retained considerable combat effectiveness. The power comparison between the 2 sides has been reversed. The war was developing step by step in favor of Chu Qing's side. Retreat? Retreat where? Qi Xiong raised his head again, his eyes bloodshot, staring at Zhang Xie, the garrison commander of Penghua, making the latter's neck hair stand on end. The Yuan is seriously damaged, its speed has dropped to 10 knots, and most of the outer protection fleet has been destroyed. Do you think we can escape? At a time when the central authority of the Qiancang Empire has been lost, these inspectors are able to rule a region not by relying on their general titles and royal nobility, but by relying on the powerful fleets in their hands. Now that his fleet, the one he depended on for survival, had been destroyed, what good would it do him even if he escaped? To Prince Dong, Sun Nanzhong, having lost his usefulness, he was worse than a dog. Emperor Qiancang would not hesitate to attack him and hold him accountable for treason. As for surrender, Qi Xiong had never thought about it. For a man like him with a proud personality and who had held a high position for a long time, it was acceptable to be loyal to the royal prince, but it was absolutely unacceptable to submit to a young boy. What's more, the families of senior officers above the rank of brigadier general in the patrol fleet were still living in Baitsong City. All high-ranking officers of the inspection fleet shall live and die with the fleet. Anyone who retreats will die. If we die in battle, Prince Dong will come forward to protect our families. If we surrender, I don't need to say more about the consequences. Then, the anger in Qi Xiong's eyes seemed to be able to tear Chu Qing, who was 10,000 meters away, into pieces through the narrow observation window of the command tower, making the other people in the command tower feel terrified. More than 30 warships, including 3 battleships, were powerful enough to suppress the entire Sangdongsi area, but they were defeated by this young man. First, the inexplicable interference destroyed the radio communication, then the inexplicable sea fog, the enemy's main fleet that happened to be in front of him, and a 10,000-ton cruiser assisted by the iron-blooded people. The combination of these factors led to him losing the victory that was within his grasp. Qi Xiong's nails dug into his flesh, and he was completely unaware of the blood flowing out. Zhang Xie leaned back, exchanged glances with the Haizhou garrison commander and the Dongying garrison commander, observed the positions of the senior officers of the inspection fleet, and then put his hand on the hilt of his sword. Boom! The Taishi's main guns fired another salvo, and the deadly steel spears pierced the opponent's body. Perhaps the previous bombardment had damaged the Yuan's fire control center, so the Yuan's counterattacks were scattered and inaccurate. Chu Qing could already imagine himself sending a dreadnought to the bottom of the sea with his own hands. The enemy ship is slowing down. The gunnery officer reported the unusual movements of the Yuan. The Yuan, half submerged in the water, slowly came to a stop, lowered its gun barrels, and floated quietly on the sea. Then Chu Qing and the others saw 3 blue flares rising from the deck of the Yuan. In the navy of this dimension, firing 3 flares in succession or hoisting a white signal flag only meant one thing. Our ship has given up resistance. Fubo and Zhenzhe are harvesting the remaining 9 Kaiji-class ships. The Haishi was entangled in a fight with the remaining Haisui-class ship. The pocket-sized dreadnought was still too small, like an armored cruiser. Hit starboard. It's a 280mm shell. Damage control has been dispatched. An armored cruiser that looks like a battleship and a battleship that looks like an armored cruiser are fighting each other, which makes it difficult to tell them apart. If you trace back to their origins, both the Haisui class and the Duke of Bismarck class were designed by the Iron Blood Empire. It can be regarded as a battle between the elder sister and the younger sister from the same school. 3 blue flares were raised in the distance, and the captain of the Haishi was also surprised. The Haisui class ship, which had been fighting with the Haishi, suddenly fell silent. After more than a minute, the turret turned forward, the gun barrel was raised high, and a white flag slowly rose on the top of the mast. Similar scenes were played out everywhere on the battlefield. Li He and others could hardly believe their eyes, and even Chu Qing was shocked. We won. After a while, a sailor on the seriously injured Wujing cruiser of Yanling Navy said cautiously. Then cheers spread across Taixi, and on every warship of the Yanling combined fleet, a sense of relief washed over everyone. The flying bullets and shrapnel were still vivid in their minds. The collapsed davits and broken hatches were still there. The wounded lay wailing in the medical wards, and the thick smoke on the deck, mingled with the pungent odor of picric acid explosions, reminded everyone involved that this was truly a life-or-death experience. Chapter 28 Triumph. On the bridge of the Taixi, a group of officers spontaneously saluted Chu Qing. Others might not know, but they knew very well that the layout, marching route, and tactics of this battle were basically planned and decided by Chu Qing. In particular, the order to lead the large fleet to maneuver towards Tongzhou directly allowed the Taixi Yinling Joint Fleet to occupy the T-shaped crosshead, gain the tactical initiative at the beginning, and thus inflict a heavy blow to the opponent. Not to mention the on-the-spot command that was almost miraculous during the battle, which saved every warship in the fleet from torpedo attacks. Making these decisions required immense courage and determination. Take, for example, mobilizing the main fleet to defend Tongzhou. If the patrol fleet hadn't appeared off the coast of Tongzhou, even if they had immediately returned to defend, it would have been too late. Even the slightest change in the enemy's course or speed would have put the Chu Qing side at a disadvantage. This plan was so risky that all the staff, including Deputy Envoy Li He, clearly expressed their opposition, but Chu Qing still forced the plan through with the authority of the garrison commander. Of course, only Chu Qing himself knew that his resoluteness in making such a gamble was based on the fact that he possessed a bug-level full-map perspective hack called the Auxiliary Intelligent Brain. Even without any of the intelligent brain support, he would never dare to do so. Chu Qing turned around, facing the people in the bridge, stood at attention and returned the greeting, then said, "The victory in this battle is the joint efforts of all officers and soldiers of the fleet, not the work of Chu alone. There is no doubt that this is a great victory, but now is not the time to celebrate. The wounded sailors are still receiving treatment, and the brave warriors who sacrificed their lives lie in the cabins and on the seabed. We have not yet taken over the enemy's surrendered warships, nor have we punished the culprits who started this war. Let's enjoy the flowers and wine after we return home." Chu Qing adjusted his military cap and cleared his throat. "Now, I order, send the flag signal, abandon ship immediately. All ships still capable of combat will be boarded and inspected with personnel and weapons. Make sure to control the remaining ships of the patrol fleet." The noisy sound of gunfire just now stopped. Raindrops began to float on the sea, and the wind and waves became stronger. The severely injured Herong and Kaiji classes turned away from the formation to carry out damage control, while the Haishi, Akashi, Takachiho, and other ships rushed forward, lowered transport boats or lifeboats, and shone the searchlight beams directly on the warships of the patrol fleet in front of them. The sailors of the Taixi Island Joint Fleet watched as the other side jumped into the sea one by one under the illumination of searchlights, and were then pulled onto transport boats by armed sailors. Bright beams of light illuminated their pale, numb faces. For those who had experienced it firsthand, the battle just now was beyond description. Heroic? Painful? Or perhaps the joy of surviving. Perhaps for these ordinary captives, their only thought now was a good night's sleep. Chu Xiong is already dead? In the captain's room, Chu Qing was very surprised by the news brought by Li He. According to the captured Penghuai garrison commander Zhang Xie, Sangdongxi District Inspector General Qi Shuren had been hacked to death in the command tower. It's just a temporary alliance of interests. How can it be so solid? Li He rubbed his tired eyes. The families of the senior officers of the patrol fleet are all in Baitsong City. The generals can only fight to the death, but the three garrison commanders and the middle and lower level officers don't want to die in vain. It's that simple. Besides Qi Shuren, there was also Vice Inspector Wang Yu, the Chief of Staff and the Deputy Chief of Staff of the fleet. All the senior officers above the rank of Brigadier General were killed by their subordinates and the three garrison commanders. Anyway, it's a good thing for us. Chu Qing nodded slowly. If the enemy hadn't surrendered voluntarily, their losses would have been even greater. The casualty report just delivered showed that over 500 sailors from the Taixi Island combined fleet had been confirmed killed, with nearly 200 more missing, a figure practically indistinguishable from death in the vast ocean. With over 700 wounded, the total number of casualties was over 1,500. After this battle, they would need a long period of rest and recuperation. However, I had originally planned to learn some information about the power struggle at the core of the Qiancang Empire from Qi Shuren, but now it seems impossible. Chu Qing gave Li He some more instructions and then walked out of the captain's room. The rain was getting heavier. The raindrops had turned from silk threads into a rain curtain. The battered fleet struggled to navigate the increasingly high waves. The navigation lights were dim. The damage to the Yuyuan was too severe to be repaired. Although Chu Qing wanted to save the dreadnought, he still ordered torpedoes to sink it after weighing the pros and cons. The 5 seriously damaged Kaiji-class ships were also treated in the same way. In the end, only 4 Kaiji-class ships, 3 Hairon-class ships, 1 Haisue-class ship, and the Haitian-class ship that served as Wang Yu's flagship were left. 2 of the Yinling Navy's Hairon-class ships had been severely damaged in the previous engagement, nearly losing power. After consulting with Lu Feng, Chu Qing ordered the crew to board the 2 captured Hairongs, abandoning the 2 severely damaged ships and allowing them to sink by opening the sea valves. From then on, the battle was officially declared over, and the sailors hugged each other to celebrate. Chu Qing and the fleet staff decided to open all food stocks and tea supplies, and allow the sailors to smoke in non-controlled areas on the ship to calm their spirits. Cartloads of small cakes, accompanied by bacon, dried fish, hot tea, and fruit, were delivered to the battle positions, and the wounded were given hot porridge or broth to soothe their dry stomachs. The battlefield was about 180 nautical miles away from the Taixi Islands. It was already the afternoon of the next day when the fleet arrived at Taixi at a formation speed of 9 knots. It was still raining in Taixi at this time, and the lookouts did not discover the other side until the fleet approached to 10,000 yards. Afterwards, the news of the fleet's return was conveyed level by level. Tugboats sailed out of the port, and people gathered near the dock. Neither Lu Feng nor Chu Qing concealed the news of the patrol fleet's attack. Instead, they immediately announced the patrol fleet's telegram to the people of the various islands. Naturally, the people were outraged. You must know that the fleet of Taixi Autonomous Territory was also completely destroyed in the previous decisive battle with Dongying. When the Dongying people invaded before, you did not send troops to perform your duty of defending the territory. Now you jump out and ask them to hand over their military power. It is a bit too shameless. Therefore, the people in Taixi, Hexing, Xinpu, and other places strongly supported the Taixi Islands Joint Fleet's dispatch of troops, and the shipping department also organized a group of sailors to support the navy. Now the ships of the Taixi Islands Joint Fleet are actually overstaffed. Boom. When the outline of the first warship appeared, the coastal artillery hurriedly fired a salute. People stood in front of the dock in the rain, waiting for their brothers and nephews to return. Chapter 29, Aftermath. The first ship to appear in front of the crowd was the flagship Taixi. There were 2 dents at her waterline. The small boat rack on the port side collapsed. There was a bullet hole in the middle of the starboard hull, and the superstructure also had signs of being burned by the fire. Next came the Haishi. There were few intact places on the white hull covered with copper zinc paint above the waterline. A large bullet hole appeared about 1.5 meters above the waterline. This was caused by the 280 mm gun of the Haisui class. The closer to the upper layer, the more bullet holes there were. The gangway on the deck was twisted and deformed after being baked by the high temperature of picric acid explosives. The glass of the navigation bridge was shattered, and even the chimney was pierced. Charred bullet marks and outward-turned bulkheads were visible everywhere. The conditions of the first 2 warships were already worrying enough, and the situation of the Huantai that came in from behind was even more shocking. The superstructure had basically disappeared except for the chimney and the armored command tower. If you stood on the deck of the ship, you could see a large hole that exposed the hull frame. Oh my God! A mother almost burst into tears as she watched the scene in front of her. Her son was one of the sailors who went to support the navy. As the battered ships sailed into the port, people's hearts tightened. More than 10 ships of various sizes docked at the former merchant ship terminal. With the help of the shore hospital and coastal defense forces, the wounded were transferred to the land hospital for treatment, the prisoners were detained, and the sailors left the ships in an orderly manner, greedily breathing the air that was not polluted by gunpowder smoke. The crowd on the shore spontaneously applauded to welcome the hero's triumphant return. Some people rushed out of the crowd to look for their loved ones. Flowers and tears were the main theme of this pier. Chu Qing and others did not stay at the dock for too long. They just asked the head of the telecommunications department to send a victory declaration to the entire Sangdong Sea area, and even to the largest range within the radio station's communication capabilities tomorrow morning, and then held a meeting. The fighting has ended. I will personally oversee the compensation and resettlement of the wounded and fallen soldiers. Now, we need to discuss and formulate the next course of action. What should we do with those prisoners? Li was the first to ask a question. They will stay as labor for the reconstruction and will be dismissed after 2 years, Chu Qing replied casually. There's no need to make things too difficult for them. The same applies to middle and lower-ranking officers. Of course, if they choose to teach at our Naval Academy, they can be exempted from 2 years of labor service. What about them? Said Fleet Chief of Staff Zhong Qilan. Chu Qing understood that he was asking about how to deal with the governors of Haizhou, Penghuai, and Dongying. This was indeed a vexing problem. The simplest solution was to drag them all out and execute them. But killing the prisoners might have some negative consequences. After learning from the previous experience, future enemies would surely choose to fight to the bitter end. Keeping these ambitious fence-sitters alive was another risk. There was no telling what kind of trouble they might cause. He propped his head with one hand and pondered for a while before speaking. Don't alert them first. Put them in solitary confinement, then test the waters. Tell them I'm planning to make them commanders of a squadron and ask if they're willing to serve us. Be sincere and ask them several times. If they firmly refuse, release them, and let them live as ordinary citizens. If they hesitate even a little, you know what to do. Zhong Qilan was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that Chu Qing was stinging him. I just read the report. Our warships are severely damaged. Aside from the Yanling and Jinza, which suffered minor damage, the damage to the remaining ships has affected their combat effectiveness, said Ordnance Director Su Zhonghu slowly. The most serious problem is that we don't have the ability to repair those large ships. The largest dock at the Xinpu shipyard is only 4,000 tons, which is not enough to accommodate the Haishi and Taixi ships. This is indeed an important matter. After the fleets in Haizhou and other places were destroyed, the first task was to immediately consolidate the fruits of victory, dispatch the fleet to take over the 3 places, and deter the villains. But now, sending out this miserable-looking fleet might instead cause people to have bad thoughts. Do you want to contact the Principality of Yangzhou? Li He asked. The Principality of Yangzhou in this dimension is located 3,000 nautical miles south of the Cangdong Sea area. Due to its unique geographical location, it is isolated from other continents and has always adhered to neutrality, providing ship overhaul services to all customers. On November 7, 1664, the Parliament building in Beitzong, the capital of the Qiancang Empire. The news that Qi Shiren's fleet was completely wiped out has been forwarded to Beitzong City, and then the Imperial Parliament convened another emergency cabinet meeting. A team of gorgeously dressed guards escorted Emperor Qiancang into the meeting hall. Ministers and parliamentarians from various ministries also found their seats and sat down. The attendant announced the start of the meeting as usual. Qi Shiren, the former Inspector General of Cangdong, neglected his duties in the face of foreign invasion and plotted rebellion. His crime is unforgivable. Sun Tianwei, the Qiancang Empire's Minister of Military Affairs, the second consul of the parliament, and admiral of the navy, was the first to stand up and say, although he has been executed, not punishing him severely would not be enough to demonstrate the majesty of our imperial family. I hope your majesty will order the exile of his family. The young emperor sitting on the throne at one end of the long table glanced at the 2 figures opposite him, Prince Sun Nanzhong of the east and the first consul of the parliament. Both of them had no expression on their faces, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. The MPs in the surrounding seats were also whispering, wondering who would win the fight. Qi Shiren is indeed a rebel, but it has nothing to do with his family at this time. If his family is harmed, it will probably damage your majesty's reputation for benevolence. After a while, Sun Nanzhong picked up the exquisite jade teacup, took a sip, and spoke softly. Second the motion. The first consul Ho Jianlin uttered these 2 words decisively, choking Sun Tianwei so much that he was speechless. The emperor on the throne had a gloomy expression. He had guessed in advance that Prince Dong would come forward to protect the families of Qi Shiren and others in order to win over the hearts of the people, but he did not expect that Ho Jianlin would dare to openly agree with Sun Nanzhong to confront him. The Military Intelligence Bureau's previous investigation had already revealed that Qi Shiren's move to break away from the Central Powers and establish an independent nation was closely linked to his uncle. Before Qi Shiren launched his rebellion, the 3rd and 4th Battleship Divisions, controlled by Sun Nanzhong and First Consul Ho Jianlin, had actually departed port to conduct so-called emergency combat readiness live-fire exercises in the waters around Beitzong. This was effectively a means of tying down his 2 battleship divisions, preventing him from mobilizing his warships away from the Central Powers to quell the rebellion. We'll discuss this matter later. The emperor finally said helplessly, and the matter was left unresolved. Now that Qi Shiren is dead, the position of Inspector General of Cangdong is vacant. We should find a replacement as soon as possible. The Minister of Justice stood up to save the situation. The Taixi Autonomous Territory has made great contributions to suppressing the rebellion and should be rewarded, said the Minister of Military Affairs, Sun Tianwei. The General Governor Chu Qing has made great contributions to suppressing the rebellion and has outstanding abilities, so he is worthy of this important task. He needed to take this opportunity to officially disclose the contents of the secret telegram, so as to prevent Chu Qing from discovering that she was being used and becoming rebellious against the Qiancang royal family. This time, Sun Nanzhong and Ho Jianlin unexpectedly did not raise any objections. Chapter 30, Jutland's Iron Dog. Space-time points, 168,750 points. Chu Qing looked at the 6-digit space-time points on the panel with envy. Most of these points were obtained by annihilating the patrol fleet, and the Ling Yuan-class ship had contributed a full 120,000 of them. Compared with the space-time points provided by other warships, it was far ahead. The explanation given by the intelligent computer was, The Lingyuan class is a miracle ship that exceeds the current technological level of the plane. The White Eagle Federation in this plane does not yet have the ability to build it, so sinking it will give you a bonus to the spacetime points. Chu Qing opened them all and turned to the icon representing the Delaware level. The price on it was only 80,000 spacetime points. Chu Qing suddenly felt that he had found a way to use the infinite card bug to brush up spacetime points. A net profit of 40,000 spacetime points per session. If I do it a few dozen times, wouldn't I be able to open a tatami or a Yamato? You can only obtain spacetime points by sinking enemy ships that are not produced by the spacetime mall. The auxiliary intelligent brain detected Chu Qing's unrealistic thoughts and interrupted the fantasy. Well, Chu Qing curled his lips. Even if he couldn't exploit the bug to brush up the time and space points, he could still do a lot of things with this windfall. The Taixi must undergo repairs, and the combat power gap during this period needs to be filled by new ships. More than 158,000 time and space points are enough for him to choose a good ship. Iron Blood von der Tann class battlecruiser, 80,000 spacetime points. British-made Indefatigable class battlecruiser, 80,000 spacetime points. Indefatigable class battlecruiser. Finally, his sights rested on a domestically produced battlecruiser. Iron Blood Derflinger class battlecruiser, 90,000 spacetime points. The most commendable feature of this ship is its excellent protection capability. During the Battle of Jutland, it was hit by 17 large-caliber shells from the British Navy, but it was still able to continue fighting. It was called the Iron Dog of Jutland by the British. Its 300 mm thick main armor belt was never penetrated during the entire naval battle. It was only penetrated by the 381 mm main gun of the British Queen Elizabeth class through the 230 mm upper armor belt and 150 mm thick gun rim armor. It can be seen that the thickness and area of the armor are conscientious. Schematic diagram of the midship protection of the Derflinger class battlecruiser. In terms of firepower, although the caliber of the 8 305 mm guns is slightly smaller, their artillery power is close to that of the British-made 343 mm naval guns before the hardcap armor-piercing shells were deployed, which is enough in the current era. Since this battlecruiser has good performance and is priced right, it's decided to be her. After selecting the large battleship, Chu Qing turned his attention to the maintenance equipment. He originally thought that as long as a new 200-meter class dock was built, he would be able to cope with future wars. However, after a naval battle, the warships waiting in line for repair made Chu Qing realize the importance of logistics. German 305 mm turret structure diagram from World War I. Without the support of a logistics system, even the most powerful fleet is just a disposable and expensive luxury. In the past, large ships were sent to the Fengzhou Islands and the Cangnan Sea for maintenance. There is the best shipyard in the Qiancang Empire except for the area directly controlled by the central government. The largest dock with a length of 250 meters can build and maintain 10,000-ton cargo ships. But a damaged dreadnought entering the Cangnan Sea, how many people would be interested? No one could say for sure whether someone would risk killing and robbing. He also rejected Li He's proposal to go to the Yangzhou Principality for repairs. While the Yangzhou Principality adhered to neutrality and had a good reputation, the round trip of over 8,000 nautical miles would take a long time. Without high-end combat power like the dreadnought, what would the Taixi Autonomous Territory rely on to maintain stability? Would they rely on that captured Haisui class? Oh no, that Haisui class was also waiting to be docked for repairs. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. Chu Qing slid to the maintenance equipment column and found a type of maintenance ship, which was the famous White Eagle domestic maintenance ship in later generations, the Vesta, with the hull number AR4. Vesta repair ship. In the history of Blue Star, she completed her transformation in 1913 from a 10,000-ton coal carrier to a repair ship. She survived the Pearl Harbor attack, fought throughout World War I and World War II, served as a firefighter, and made great contributions. However, she can only do some emergency repairs, and complete repairs still need to be handed over to a professional shipyard. So, Chu Qing chose another floating dock in the Spacetime Mall. This floating dock also had the bloodline of the Iron Blood country. It was a 16,000-ton floating dock built at the Qingdao Naval Base on the former Blue Star in 1906. Its maximum lifting capacity reached 30,000 tons, and it was sold for 25,000 spacetime points. However, it could only repair ships of 145 meters in length and was powerless against ships of the Taixi level. The floating dock of the former Blue Star Qingdao Base. After asking the auxiliary intelligent brain, he got the answer that it could be modified in a targeted manner, So he collected Chu Qing 5,000 time and space points and lengthened it by 45 meters so that it could accommodate the Dreadnought-class docking. 145,000 time and space points disappeared, and at dusk, dark clouds suddenly rolled in, lightning and thunder roared, and the Derflinger, the Vesta in its 1913 state, and a floating dock appeared out of thin air off the coast of Tongzhou. The arrival of 3 miracle ships at once was a rare occurrence in the entire Shandong Sea area, so it once again attracted a crowd of onlookers, and all the tugboats in the port were dispatched. Lu Feng found that he seemed to have some kind of immunity to this kind of scene. He said nothing, glanced at the triumphant Chu Qing, and walked away silently, determined to squeeze a few more captured ships out of Chu Qing. The Derflinger, with a full load displacement of 30,000 tons, is definitely a big ship. It is 210 meters long, 29 meters wide, and has a draft of more than 9 meters. It is a circle larger than the Taixi. Its majestic body caused cheers when it docked at the port. Chu Qing made arrangements, and each ship dispatched damage control personnel to the repair ship and floating dock. The Taixi immediately entered the floating dock for repairs, and some crew members were seconded to the new ship to assist in training new recruits. The repair ship was responsible for all Kaiji-class repairs, and the remaining damaged ships were sent to the Xinpu shipyard. At night, Chu Qing held a memorial ceremony in front of the newly commissioned battlecruiser Xuelong and distributed pensions to the families of the fallen sailors. The next afternoon, a remote radio station operator was yawning and ready to drink some hot tea to refresh himself. As my hand touched the teacup, the radio next to me started beeping. He quickly grabbed the paper printed out by the machine and compared and translated each symbol one by one, and could tell at a glance that it was plain code. Send the same text to each station. Send the same text to each station. After translating the entire telegram, the translator widened his eyes and stumbled out of his workstation. Chapter 31 Merge. Sure enough, the previous secret message was only sent to us and the patrol fleet, intending to provoke a fight between us. Chu Qing sat in the captain's room of the Xuelong and read the telegram sent by the telecommunications department. This time, the Qiancang Central used plain code to announce this decision to all forces in the Shandong Sea area. Its content was similar to the previous secret telegram, with no substantial content, except for the increase in rewards for Lu Feng. When Chu Qing received the telegram, he was automatically promoted to Lieutenant General of the Imperial Navy, succeeding the Inspector General of Shandong, and was awarded the title of Viscount, gaining the administrative rights over the 3 archipelagos of Haizhou, Dongying, and Jingling. Lu Feng was promoted to Lieutenant General, gaining the administrative rights over the Taixi Islands, and concurrently serving as the Deputy Inspector General of Shandong. According to the usual practice, the Inspector General was directly transferred by the central government, and there was no reason to promote him from the local garrison commander. Chu Qing actually directly governed an autonomous region at the same time, which was considered an exception. However, for Chu Qing, what he lacked was not the title of Inspector General. Sooner or later, he would completely break away from the control of the Qiancang central government and work alone. By then, these official positions and titles would be worthless, not even as good as a piece of coal. Even if they could allocate tens of thousands of taels of silver for military expenses, it's all just verbal rewards. I led my fleet in a desperate fight, but these guys from the Central Command just had to talk in the back. They didn't even have to pay a cent for the so-called rewards. It felt like I was working for them for nothing. Chu Qing glanced at the telegram in front of him, then looked out the porthole. He felt very uncomfortable being treated as a pawn. Although the Tongzhou Islands were filled with the joy of victory, he could still see white silk and white flowers hanging in front of several houses. Their fathers, brothers, nephews, and nieces had died in the battle with the patrol fleet. Fists are the hard truth. Sooner or later, we will have the strength to overturn the table. Chu Qing had stood up and stood on the side of the Xuelong. In the port, the Vestal repair ship was repairing the Kaiji class. The power in his hands is enough to make him a local emperor in Shandong, but he is still not qualified to compete with Qiancang Central, White Eagle Federation, and British Iron Blood. The 4 battleship divisions under the control of Qiancang Central alone have double-digit dreadnoughts and super dreadnoughts. The next focus is to count the spoils in hand. Haizhou and Dongying are okay, but the most important one is Penghua. Thanks to its energy and mineral resources, the Penghua Islands have become one of the most important archipelagos in the Shandong Sea area, with abundant and high-grade coal reserves. Chu Qing had originally thought the central government would seize the opportunity to reclaim Penghua's authority, but he hadn't expected them to actually hand it over to another autonomous region. Of course, he had no idea this was actually the result of a compromise between factional struggles within the central government. Chu Qing sent Li He on the Feijing to the Jingling Islands to clean up the influence left by Qi Shiren and then place his own people in. Since the Huantai Islands nominally belonged to Lu Feng, it was natural for him to deal with and clean up the aftermath. Chu Qing asked the telecommunications department to announce that the seat of the Cangdong Military Inspection Commissioner would be changed from Jinling to Taixi, and invited the garrisons of the Cangdong Sea area to attend a dinner on Taixi Island, the main island of the Taixi Islands, in 1 month. Garrison, Inspector General, Lu Jinglu has something to discuss with you and hopes to meet you aboard the Yinling. The servant didn't change his words for a while, and Chu Qing didn't say much. He put on his clothes and went to the military port dock. Are you really going to merge Yinling into the Taixi Autonomous Region? Although Chu Qing had vaguely guessed Lu Feng's idea, he still showed a look of surprise. Lu Feng nodded. Our cooperation is already very deep. The original 2 independent structures are now affecting efficiency. Why not just merge them into one? Besides, you are nominally the Inspector General, and I am now your deputy. The territory of Yinling Autonomous Territory will be incorporated into Taixi, and you will decide on the government affairs and personnel. The original fleet of Yinling Autonomous Territory will be merged with the Taixi Navy to establish a joint command center for unified command. The skinny old man gritted his teeth, as if he had made a great decision. I understand what Lu Jinglu means, but the merger of the 2 dominions involves many issues. We can discuss it again. Chu Qing analyzed it and believed that according to this model, he would indeed be the one who benefited. However, he still had many doubts about Lu Feng's eagerness to discuss the merger with him. We don't have much time. I have a close friend who is as close to me as your father and I are to him. He is currently serving as the captain of a Ling Yuan-class battleship in the Qiancang Central Guard Fleet. Just now, he sent me a telegram containing some information about the Central Intelligence Agency. Lu Feng said, pulling out 2 sheets of telegram paper from his pocket. Take a look. Chu Qing reached out to take it, unfolded it, and frowned more and more. There's a prince inside the Central Corps who's fighting against the Emperor. Qi Shiren is also a subordinate of Prince Dong. It seems the White Eagle Federation has also participated in the Central Corps struggle. If Prince Dong really has the support of the White Eagle Federation, then the possibility of Emperor Qiancang winning is very small. Chu Qing made his own judgment. That's right. My friend also said that after Qi Shiren's rebellion failed, Prince Dong stepped up his efforts to seize power. He has already won over the first consul and half of the parliamentarians. Several cabinet ministers are also showing signs of wavering. Now, in the Qiancang central government, no decree can be issued without Prince Dong's approval. Lu Feng flicked the ash off his cigarette and continued, it may not be long before he takes action. The Qiancang Empire has been established for more than 900 years. This time, I'm afraid it will really fall apart. Chaos is coming. In such troubled times, a single autonomous region is like a small boat in a storm. Only by sticking together can we survive. That's why I decided to merge Yinling's jurisdiction into the Taixi Autonomous Region. Lu Feng took a deep drag on his cigarette, pointed at the age spots on his arm, and said to Chu Qing, I'm old and may not survive for many more years. I just hope that in this chaotic world, Yakin and Zaheo, mother and son, can have a place to stay. Lu Jinglai can rest assured. Chu Qing knew what he meant. Yakin was Lu Feng's wife, and Zaheo was his adopted son, who was only 12 years old this year. What he meant by saying this was that he wanted her to take care of his wife and children. But if the old man next door said this, Chu Qing would probably believe it. As for Lu Feng, forget it. In his past memories, Chu Xiong had told him many times about the evil things this old man had done in the past. Now these are just excuses. There's no need to rush into the merger. I have a better plan. After saying that, Chu Qing whispered a few words to Lu Feng. The latter's eyes became even brighter, completely devoid of the dejection just now, which made Chu Qing secretly resentful. As soon as Chu Qing walked down the gangway of the Yinling, he found that the aide-de-camp had been waiting for a long time and brought good news from the Xinpu steel plant. Chapter 32 Mass Production. After obtaining the technical information provided by Chu Qing, the technicians of Xinpu steel plant successfully mass-produced Harvey-hardened steel using the new equipment and produced the first piece of armor steel hardened using Krupp's surface carboizing technology. Although it was only a 40-pound piece of armor steel, or an inch of armor thick per square foot, it was still a huge breakthrough. In the past, the technology for producing Krupp-hardened high-performance armor steel is currently monopolized by the 2 major powers, the British Empire and the Iron Blood Empire. Even the warships produced by the Qiancang Center can only use inferior products such as Harvey-hardened steel if they do not purchase imported steel at high prices. The original Xinpu steel plant could only produce unhardened nickel steel, which resulted in the protective performance of the warships produced being compromised. The current Xinpu steel plant is no longer an ordinary steel plant on an archipelago, but a steel research and development and manufacturing center built by integrating the strength of the 5 archipelagos of the original Taixi and Yinling autonomous regions. Production equipment and all available technical personnel are gathered here. Previously, a batch of equipment extorted from Dongying and industrial machinery exchanged from the Space-Time Mall were handed over to them. The ransom paid by the Dongying people was all used as research funds for the steel plant. The mass production of Harvey-hardened steel and the emergence of the first Krupp-type hardened armor steel also gave Chu Qing an explanation. He quickly approved the decision, increasing the production of Harvey steel and ensuring that carboized and hardened armor steel enters mass production as soon as possible. If necessary, resources from other production lines could be used. The process of carbizing and hardening Krupp steel is complicated and tedious, and the cost is high. It is also a monopoly-level material. It is sold on the market for at least £100 per ton, equivalent to 620 taels of silver, and there is still no market for it. The next level Harvey hardened steel is also very popular in the sea areas of Songnan, Songdong, Songshi, etc., and can also be sold for 400 to 500 taels of silver per ton. According to the historical experience of Blue Star, the arms trade is the most profitable industry, so Chu Qing hopes to create some profits for himself through the armored steel trade. Anyway, technology will eventually spread, and it is better to make the money himself than to let the British or the Iron Blood people make it. The current output of Xinpu steel plant is 1,000 tons of Harvey steel per month. If Krupp hardened armor can be mass-produced smoothly, it will not be a big problem to sacrifice the resources of other production lines to produce 1,000 tons per month. Chu Qing seemed to see the white money flowing into his pocket continuously. The takeover of Haizhou, Penghua, and Dongying has been successfully completed. A group of management personnel have been redispatched and selected, and the original order has been restored. The remaining forces of Qi Shiren on the Jinling Islands have also been wiped out by Li He. After testing and screening, the fleet chief of staff Zhong Qilin poisoned Zhang Xie, the garrison commander of Penghua, and the garrison commander of Haizhou. After confirming that the garrison commander of Dongying no longer posed a threat to them, he left him in the Tongzhou Islands as an ordinary citizen. Among the captives, there were more than 300 middle and lower-level officers who were willing to stay and teach. In order to accommodate them, Chu Qing separated the military academy from the Taixi Maritime Academy, which was originally a dual-purpose military and civilian academy. After adding some subjects, it was renamed the Songdong Naval Academy. The school was located in the former residence of the Xinpu garrison commander and its surroundings, and recruited students from the 9 islands currently under his control. Chun Lishu, the former chief engineer of the Hexing Autonomous Region Arsenal, who was recommended by Su Zhonghu, is now the deputy director of the Ordnance Bureau. He is leading a team to carry out technical research on the 305mm artillery. With the drawings and materials exchanged by Chu Qing from the Space-Time Mall, and using the 450mm rolling mill and 2,000-ton hydraulic press and other equipment extorted from Dongying, it is only a matter of time to complete the first gun barrel. After these days of restoration and reconstruction, the prosperity level assigned by the intelligent computer has risen to 34, and 340 time and space points can be obtained per day. In addition, Chu Qing also used the intelligent brain to discover key strategic materials in the territory. A large amount of crude oil was buried under the Tongzhou Islands. In this world, coal still occupies an absolute dominant position as an energy mineral, and oil has not yet been widely used. However, various countries have discovered the superiority of heavy oil as a fuel in the tests of some miracle battleships using oil boilers. For example, if the Derflinger class wants to reach a maximum speed of 26.5, it must start the 4 oil boilers. Fortunately, the Space-Time Mall originally included a full warehouse of more than 1,000 tons of heavy oil. Otherwise, Chu Qing would not be able to bring out the true strength of this battle cruiser because of the lack of heavy oil. Therefore, major forces began to control oil exports. Stricter ones, such as Qiancang Central, completely banned oil exports, and all oil produced was used as military strategic reserves. More relaxed ones, such as the Principality of Yangzhou, also had an annual export quota. At the same time, the flying machines named aircraft, carried by a few miracle warships, were also found to use crude oil distillation products as fuel. However, gasoline production in this world still uses the old distillation method. The low production makes the use of airplanes a very luxurious thing. The major powers did not invest much energy in the use of airplanes. Instead, Inspired by airplanes, they developed steam-powered airships. Chu Qing had already begun arranging for Su Zhonghu to lead technical personnel in researching thermal cracking technology, hoping to gain a technological advantage in future battles. Su Zhonghu, the son of the renowned chemist Su Xuezuan and a man of considerable chemistry expertise, was thrilled after receiving the technical information Chu Qing provided. He immediately pledged to implement gasoline production using thermal cracking within 6 months. Although the use of aircraft in such a vast ocean is restricted by factors such as fuel and range, and the existing aircraft technology is very primitive, the development experience of Blue Star shows that the prospects for aircraft are much broader than those for airships, and it is always a good thing to make technological reserves early. A batch of refining, drilling, and oil production equipment was secretly transported to the Taixi Islands, and the construction of drilling and oil depots began under the command of Ding Wenjiang, the chief geological and mineral consultant appointed by Chu Qing himself. As for where these devices came from, don't ask. The answer is that they were confiscated from the Huantai Islands. Anyway, there is no evidence. With oil, coal, and the iron ore resources of the Huantai Islands, and a population of nearly 1 million across 9 islands, I already have the necessary material resources to become a powerful force. Chu Qing stood on the foredeck of the Derflinger-class battlecruiser Xiaolong, feeling the sea breeze, feeling incredibly comfortable. The Principality of Yangzhou had already called back, offering to exchange 2 10,000 horsepower Parsons steam turbines for 1,000 tons of Krupp carbized armor steel. These were expected to arrive at the Xinpu Islands in a month and a half. They would power Chu Qing's first domestically built 5,000-ton cruiser. In the distance, fishermen on several trawlers were waving to the huge warship. Chu Qing also took off his military cap and waved it in the air in return. The simple lines of Xiaolong. Woo! The Xiaolong blew its whistle, split the waves, and disappeared into the distance. Chapter 33 Banquet. The garrison commanders of the 2 autonomous regions of Hangzhou and Luzhou will arrive at the Taixi Islands in a week, and 4 garrison commanders have already set off. After Chu Qing was promoted to Inspector General, Li's current position became the Chief of Military and Political Affairs of the Taixi Islands and Chief of Staff of the Inspector General, and his military rank was also promoted 1 level to Brigadier General. Also, the special envoy from the Qiancang Central is on the way, and it will take about a month. More than half a month has passed since Chu Qing received the clear text telegram from the Qiancang Central. A large part of the ship maintenance work has been completed. The Haitian-class and 3 Herong ships have fully recovered their combat effectiveness, and the Bismarck-Duke-class armored cruiser Haishi has also been basically repaired. He recently visited the coal and iron mines in Huantai Islands. The coal output here exceeds that of the Taixi Islands. The annual output of the mines reaches 1.2 million tons, and the annual output of iron ore reaches 60,000 tons. During this period, a truly miraculous storm also occurred in the waters near the Huantai Islands, and the warship that descended was a 5,000-ton armored cruiser. Chu Qing activated his intelligent brain and judged based on its armament and appearance that the prototype of this miracle battleship should be a type of cruiser ordered by the former Blue Star Baitsong government from the Austro-Hungarian CNT shipyard, numbered CNT 68. However, on Blue Star, this type of cruiser failed to complete its construction and enter service due to various reasons, ultimately ending up being scrapped on the slipway. In this dimension, it's known as the Longwei-class armored cruiser, one of the newest cruisers of the Qiancang Empire's Central Guard fleet. Su Zhonghu also participated in its replica. An imaginary image of the completed CNT armored cruiser from Modern Ships magazine by the original author, the director of Gu's shipyard. The ship has a maximum speed of 28 knots, and its main guns are 4 203mm caliber naval guns with a 50-fold barrel. However, since the secondary gun firepower was sacrificed to ensure endurance, only 10 47mm Skoda machine guns were installed for close-range defense. In terms of defense, there is a 60 to 102mm waterline armor belt, and the command tower and turret are all covered with 102mm armor, which is already a high configuration for a tonnage of less than 5,000. In the original time and space, Austria-Hungary had plans to install 12 120mm rapid-fire guns on them, but the CNT-68 that arrived was not modified. Schematic diagram of installing 12 120mm rapid-fire guns. In the distance, a modified passenger ship was spewing coal smoke and blew its whistle as it entered the military port of the Huantai Islands. A blue anchor logo was sprayed on the hull. This was the crew member who was transferred from the Cangdong Naval Academy in Xinpu under the personal order of Chu Qing. After the trainees had boarded the ship, Chu Qing immediately activated the resonance amplification field of the intelligent brain, turned around, and went into the official residence left by Zhang Xie with Li He to have dinner. The arrival of the miracle battleship did not cause much stir. Now, with the expansion of the territory, the fleet's manpower is becoming increasingly stretched. The territories of 9 archipelagos needed to be garrisoned, but the number of warships on hand was not much more than before. Only 6 ships were incorporated when 3 archipelagos were taken over. The most advanced of them were 2 Zhaohe-class training cruisers from Dongying. The rest were old ships, such as the Guangyi-class torpedo gunboats and the unmodified Kaiji-class ships. One of them was a Kaiji-class ship that was in such poor condition that it was on the verge of being scrapped. Historical photos of the Guangyi-class torpedo gunboat, the Dreadnought-class battleship Taixi, and the Derflinger-class battlecruiser Xuelong need to be stationed on the Xinpu-Taixi line to guard against Dongying. Therefore, only the cruisers can be stationed in the various archipelagos. Even if those battleships that have not been repaired and this Longwei-class ship are included, there are only 23 ships in total. It is really too few for these troops to be stationed in 9 archipelagos at the same time. Given the current situation, relying on dispersed warships to ensure territorial waters is unrealistic. My suggestion is to reduce our forces. Li He put down his chopsticks and continued. We can deploy the fleet to 2 or 3 staging areas close to the archipelagos, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If we encounter an enemy, we can first rely on the island's own coastal defenses to hold our ground, then await support from the fleet. Chu Qing nodded, indicating that she agreed with this approach. It seems necessary to build a few practical torpedo boats now. When gasoline engine technology matures in the future, we can even try to manufacture land-based torpedo planes for nearshore defense. Chu Qing thought. December 8, 1664, 6 p.m., Taixi Islands. The blood-red setting sun spread over the calm sea. The last warship, led by the Fubo, entered the port, and 13 salutes were fired. This was an improved Haitian-class warship with an additional side armor belt. It was the flagship of Zhang Mingxuan, the governor of Linjiang Autonomous Region. The perimeter of the naval port was under martial law. Chu Qing had designated it as an anchorage for the ships of the various garrison commanders. The pier was decorated with lanterns and a red carpet was laid out. By the time the Linjiang had docked, the remaining 6 garrison commanders of the Cangdong Sea area had all arrived. Chu Qing, Lu Feng, Li He and others were waiting in front of the Inspector General's residence. When the sturdy figure in the Major General's coat walked down the gangway, the Marine Brigade's honor guards saluted with their guns, and the 5 garrison commanders who had arrived in Taixi and were waiting at the dock rushed forward to greet him. But at this moment, a discordant voice emerged. "Blind Zhang, you are so grand. You even dare to ask us to come and greet you in person." The person who spoke was a chubby fat man. Chu Qing recognized him as Chu Bingtai, the governor of Luzhou. He was famous for his casualness and never adhered to ordinary etiquette. This was evident from the fact that he was the only one in casual clothes among the governors present. Zhang Mingxuan adjusted the eye patch on his left eye and glanced at Chu Bingtai viciously, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Everyone present knew that the two of them had a good personal relationship, and what they had just done was just a joke. Afterwards, the 6 people came to Chu Qing and Lu Feng one by one and stood at attention and saluted. In the past few days, Lu Feng had arranged all their affairs in Taixi. This was actually the first time they met this new inspector who had suddenly risen and stirred up the situation in the Cangdong Sea area. In the past few days, those living on Taixi Island could see the huge figures of the 2 dreadnoughts from time to time, which made them even more curious about the young man who could command this force. The young and handsome face under the general's wide-brimmed hat is as startling as the 2 golden stars on his shoulders. You have all come from afar, and it is my duty to welcome you personally. Unfortunately, I have been busy with official duties for the past few days and have been unable to provide a good reception. I am deeply ashamed. I have already hosted a banquet at the official residence to express my apologies and to welcome you all. Chu Qing was dressed in military uniform and asked everyone to sit down with a smile on his face. The magnificently decorated banquet hall was brightly lit, with people toasting each other frequently. The seemingly lively atmosphere actually had undercurrents. There was no naive person among those present, and everyone could feel the unusual atmosphere of the banquet. Fatty Chu, I'm afraid something big is going to happen today. The new Inspector General definitely didn't ask us to come here just for a meal. At Zhang Mingxuan's suggestion, Chu Bingtai also noticed the pistol hanging on Chu Qing's waist. There was no need to bring firearms to a simple banquet. Then, before Chu Bingtai could finish his words, Li He, the chief of staff of the Inspector General, quietly closed the door of the banquet hall. Chu Qing, who was sitting at the main seat, immediately stood up, raised his glass, and said, "You are all the backbone of the Qiancang area. To be honest, I invited you to Taixi this time because I do have something important to discuss with you." Chapter 34 Qiancang Autonomous Territory. This is the current situation at the Qiancang Central. According to reliable information, Prince Sun Nanzhong of the East will soon be unable to resist and take action. With the support of the White Eagle Federation and the attacks from both inside and outside, I don't think the Emperor's direct forces can compete with them. The reason why the Dongying Empire dared not send dreadnoughts into the Qiancang Sea area is, firstly, because they feared the loss of precious dreadnoughts, and secondly, because we still carry the name of the Qiancang Empire, which would give the Qiancang Central Powers a reason to start an all-out war. The tree we once leaned against is about to fall, and we are powerless to stop it. So, everyone, I think we need to make some changes. Chu Qing looked around and exchanged glances with Lu Feng. I suggest that we unite as a whole and jointly establish the Qiancang Autonomous Region. The impact of this sentence on the garrison commanders present was no less than the explosion of a 305mm artillery shell in the conference room. Chu Qing ignored their reactions and continued. The fleets of the 8 autonomous territories will be merged into the Qiancang Navy. The ships you already have may be retained and built into a squadron, but they must be under unified command. However, within the territories that originally belonged to you, you will still retain priority in personnel and administrative affairs. Correspondingly, the reorganized Qiancang Navy will be committed to ensuring territorial integrity and doing its utmost to protect any archipelago in the Qiancang Sea area from being invaded. That's all I have to say. Please consider it for yourselves. Chu Qing gently shook the wine glass in his hand, and the rippling liquid in the glass reflected the faces of the 6 guardians with different expressions. After 3 minutes of whispering, Zhang Mingxuan, the Linjiang garrison commander, slowly stood up and said, "The Linjiang Autonomous Region agrees to merge with the Taixi Autonomous Region." His autonomous region is located at the southernmost tip of the Qiancang Sea, close to the Qiangnan Sea. In recent years, he has noticed that the Qiangnan Sea is tending to grow closer and closer to the French and Spanish. If the Qiancang Central is destroyed, his Linjiang Autonomous Region will most likely be the first to be affected. Therefore, relying on Chu Qing may be the only option now. Luzhou Autonomous Region agreed to merge. Hangzhou Autonomous Territory. With Zhang Mingxuan taking the lead, the remaining 5 garrison commanders all expressed their agreement. This result made Chu Qing breathe a sigh of relief. Since the conciliatory policy could achieve the expected results, it was undoubtedly the best option. In fact, it is easy to understand. In the coming chaotic times, an autonomous region without high-end combat power is like a rootless duckweed that cannot withstand any wind and waves. Instead of being crushed by the torrent and losing everything, it is better to sacrifice part of the power in hand in exchange for the opportunity to survive. At least this new Inspector General does have 2 dreadnoughts with superior combat power in his hands. He had been worried that some of these guys might be too stupid to cling to power, so he had prepared a backup plan to seize power by force. The pistols loaded with bullets on his waist and the semi-automatic rifles loaded by the guard of honor outside the door were prepared for this backup plan. Even the anchorages of these garrison commanders' ships had been determined by Chu Qing in advance in relation to the anchorage of his Derflinger-class battlecruiser, ensuring that they were within the range of the dreadnought's firepower. He had a premonition that the upcoming chaos would be a great opportunity for his rise. If he seized this opportunity, he might be able to replace the original Qiancang Empire's position in this dimension. Although merging the remaining 6 autonomous regions will increase the shortage of troops to a certain extent, it will also gain more population and territory. The most direct benefit is increased prosperity. It will also increase the speed of acquiring spacetime points. The development potential brought by nearly 10 million people in more than a dozen archipelagos is by no means comparable to the original Taixi Island. After confirming the intention to merge, Chu Qing appointed Lu Feng to further discuss the matter and formulate a specific plan. There is no doubt that this is a big project. Your Excellency, have you noticed the news from the Principality of Yangzhou? In the British Admiralty building, 2nd Sea Lord John Fisher had just pushed open the door and entered the office of 1st Sea Lord Lord Walter Clare. Are you talking about the 500 tons of Krupp-hardened armor steel that suddenly appeared? Lord Clare pulled out a chair and motioned for Fisher to sit down. I don't think you need to worry too much. The Yangzhou Principality doesn't seem to be taking this matter too seriously, and the communication code they use is very weakly encrypted. I think the sellers simply obtained these 500 tons of armor materials by chance, most likely leaked from the corrupt Qiancang Empire. They bought 5,000 tons of steel from the Taixi Nation 2 years ago. Lord Clare took a sip of Darjeeling black tea with a nonchalant expression. If the seller has the ability to mass-produce this armor steel, the Yangzhou Principality might not let the news leak out. After all, selling this strategic resource is truly lucrative. Fisher nodded, agreeing with this statement. There is also an interesting news. A fleet of the White Eagle Federation headed east 6 months ago for a nearshore live-fire exercise. But just yesterday, a cruiser we stationed at East Asia Station discovered their presence during a long-distance ocean training exercise. It seems that the chaos in Qiancang is getting worse and worse. The White Eagle Federation can no longer resist taking action. Lord Clare thought for a moment, then said, "Perhaps we should inform our Dongying allies that this is the best opportunity to divide up the Qiancang Empire. It's time to dispatch our fleet stationed at East Asia Station." As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of official paper, quickly wrote a string of cursive English words, and handed it to the secretary. Lord Clare closed the cap on his pen. "How's the construction of the new toy going?" "It's going pretty smoothly. The keels of all 4 warships have been laid, and the construction of the first ship should take another 15 to 16 months. It seems that canceling the construction plan for the follow-up Invincible-class ships has indeed accelerated the progress of the new toys." Lord Clare put down his teacup and looked levelly at the man before him, who had unique insights into gunnery and shipbuilding. "How did you convince Earl Selborne to replace the Invincible-class battlecruiser with the Lion-class?" "Lion-class battlecruiser. That's no big deal. Earl Selborne is always willing to listen to the advice of capable people like me." Fisher smiled. "The Invincible-class technology is indeed mature, but the Lion-class is a super dreadnought with 8 13.5-inch guns and a speed of 28 knots. At most, the British Empire's own super dreadnoughts will be completed and in service in 2 years. During these 2 years, our dreadnought numbers will still be absolutely superior. The advantages of placing the turrets on their backs on the central axis are obvious. The main gun salvo has a much wider range of angles than designs like the Invincible class. With firepower, speed, and armor all leading the way, why build a less advanced model? However, the current trial 13.5-inch guns seem to have some minor flaws, so one can only hope that the technology will be perfected by the time the Lion class is launched. The Iron Blood Empire on the other side of the sea has just completed the construction of its first dreadnought, but the British Empire has already started the construction of the super dreadnought. This is a gamble. If they win, the British Empire will gain at least 8 to 10 years of technological advantage. If they lose, the huge amount of funds will be wasted. The Lion is much more expensive than the Invincible class. Chapter 35, Operation Ballista. On December 20th, 1664, in the fringe sea area of the Qiancang Empire's central region, the weather was gloomy and the wind was biting cold. A reconnaissance cruiser was on a routine patrol off the coast of the Dongying Islands. Although the core area of Qiancang Central has been under martial law due to the increasingly tense situation in recent times, the atmosphere on this reconnaissance cruiser is still very pleasant. Compared to the current tense atmosphere in the central core area, there is basically no border pressure near the Dongying Islands. The Taixi people are weak in the Qingdao base and have no hostility towards the Qiancang Empire. The Dongying people's attention is focused on the Sangdong Sea area. Previously, Dongying's main fleet only wandered around the periphery of the core area to bluff. The sailors strolled carefree on the deck, enjoying the breeze and watching the cargo ship bound for the Caucasus Empire gradually sail away. The relaxed and joyful atmosphere lasted for at least 2 hours. "What is that?" A gunner spotted a black spot in the sky. Upon hearing this, the gunner raised the telescope on his chest. The image shifted from blurry to clear, and he recognized a medium-sized steam-powered airship trailing black smoke. When he made out the letters on it, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It was as if he had seen countless heavy artillery shells whistling down. Before he could report it, the ship's alarm bells shrieked, accompanied by the lookout's terrified cry. "Port side forward. Massive plume of smoke. Battle alert. Battle alert." On the port side of the scout cruiser, a vast column of gray-black smoke formed a continuous mass. The white-painted hull, studded with cannons, resembled a fortress, its masts densely packed like a steel forest. This was undoubtedly a large fleet. The letters on the airship revealed the other party's identity, the White Eagle Federation. Florida-class battleship. Rear Admiral Frederick Rogers stood on the navigation bridge of his flagship Florida-class battleship, holding onto the railing with both hands. The battleship under his feet was slowing down, giving the crew a strong sense of stalling. The real airship mothership in the history of Blue Star, AO9. This fleet had 2 Florida-class dreadnoughts, 1 South Carolina-class dreadnought, For Pennsylvania-class armored cruisers, 2 Tennessee-class armored cruisers, 2 reconnaissance airship carriers, and 3 coal carriers. It was carrying out a secret mission called Operation Ballista. It was not until a month after the voyage that the middle and lower-level officers and soldiers were allowed to learn the content of the mission. Pennsylvania-class armored cruiser. The reconnaissance airship reports that only this Qiancang Empire reconnaissance cruiser is active in the nearby waters. The other party sent an inquiry message, hoping that we would reveal our intentions and identities or leave Qiancang's territorial waters immediately. Don't respond to any of their communications, said Captain Adalbert Althouse, the chief of staff of the fleet, who was observing the panicked Qiancang cruiser in the distance through a high-powered telescope. I think we scared her. Major General Rogers nodded. All right, our first goal has been achieved. Now let's leave the next stage to Prince Qiancang to perform. Reduce the formation speed to 8 knots. On Baitsong Island, the Qiancang Imperial Parliament has received news that the White Eagle fleet suddenly appeared on the edge of the territorial waters of the Dongying Islands. The figures of Prince Sun Nanzhong of the East, who had claimed to be ill for a long time, and the first consul of the parliament, Ho Jianlin, appeared again in the parliament building. What surprised Sun Tianwei and the emperor was that Sun Nanzhong actually took the initiative to propose sending the 3rd Battleship Division to expel the White Eagle Navy. The 3rd Battleship Division was in the hands of Sun Nanzhong, and he was willing to put his own strength at risk. Sun Tianwei couldn't figure out the reason why Sun Nanzhong did this for a while. He had previously suspected whether Sun Nanzhong was colluding with external British or White Eagle forces, but the investigation results reported by his confidant and the Military Intelligence Bureau denied this. He personally took action but failed to get any useful information from the senior leaders of the 3rd and 4th Battleship Divisions. After much deliberation, Sun Tianwei decided to take the 2nd Battleship Division to the Dongying Islands and monitor Sun Nanzhong's actions at the same time. The 1st Battleship Division's apparent strength around Baitsong Island is enough to counterbalance the 4th Battleship Squadron in Ho Jianlin's hands. Your Majesty, how about sending the 2nd Battleship Division to support His Royal Highness? A single battleship division can only maintain a balance of power with the enemy. Sending another division will have a deterrent effect. Your Majesty, the area around Baitsong is a strategically important defensive area. The garrison strength of 2 battleship divisions is too weak. The 3rd Battleship Division is enough to force back the White Eagle Federation's fleet. Sending more troops may cause misunderstandings among the soldiers. Sun Nanzhong interrupted Sun Tianwei's speech anxiously, which made the latter even more suspicious. After a long debate, the emperor finally issued an order. The 2nd and 3rd Battleship Divisions will weigh anchor immediately and drive away the White Eagle fleet that has invaded our territorial waters. The 1st and 4th Battleship Divisions will be on standby. What Sun Tianwei, who hurriedly left the parliament with his adjutant, didn't see was the barely perceptible smile on Sun Nanzhong's face. Your Excellency, we have received a telegram from the prince. Colonel Adalbert Althouse came before Rear Admiral Frederick Rogers with the message. The bowstring has been drawn. The bowstring has been drawn. Looks like we have new guests to entertain. Notify the boys to prepare for battle. Rear Admiral Rogers took the message, glanced at the several Qiancang Empire cruisers gathered on the sea in the distance, and then ordered the fleet to prepare for battle. The warships began to slowly accelerate, and the turrets slowly rotated under the drive of the electrical mechanism. Ammunition was lifted into the turrets through the ammunition silos. The reconnaissance airships that had just been retrieved also prepared to take off again. The powerful strength of Rogers' fleet made the several Qiancang cruisers that arrived earlier dare not fire the first shot, even if the opponent kept jumping across the territorial waters. Fortunately, due to the constraints of the airship mothership, Rogers' fleet formation was not moving fast, with the maximum speed not exceeding 13 knots, so the cruisers of the Qiancang Empire were still able to grasp its movements. As the sun sets, half the sky is red with fiery clouds, and a cloud of smoke finally appears on the western horizon. A moment later, the outlines of the 2nd and 3rd Battleship Divisions of the Guards fleet appear on the horizon. The cruisers have been waiting for nearly 10 hours, and finally the fleet dispatched by the Qiancang Central Core area has arrived. Chapter 36 Operation Ballista 2. Residents of Baitsong Island were alarmed by the departure of a fleet bearing the Qiancang Navy ensign, a blue background with a golden anchor. Despite a Qiancang central blockade, some well-informed individuals somehow managed to relay the explosive news of the White Eagle fleet's presence at the border back to Baitsong Island, sending panic and fear into the air. Emperor Qiancang, sitting in Baitsong City, was also on pins and needles, pacing back and forth in the palace hall. He always felt that there was something fishy about this matter. has the 4th Battleship Division responded. Your Majesty, the members of the Military Intelligence Bureau have been stationed at the Jinhai anchorage. If there is any unusual movement, we will definitely inform Your Majesty. The head of the Military Intelligence Bureau replied respectfully. Your Majesty, the 1st Guards Fleet has followed your orders and left the Daxing Basin anchorage and arrived at the military port. We hope you will board the ship for refuge. An aide-de-camp in a dark blue, double-breasted, long-collared military uniform came to the emperor and reported a piece of news that made him feel a little relieved. Qiancang's Guards Fleet is mainly composed of 4 battleship divisions, each of which has at least 2 dreadnoughts and 1 super dreadnought-class battlecruiser. Because the Qiancang Empire does not currently have the ability to produce its own dreadnoughts, all of its warships come from Miracle Storm or are purchased from other powers, so the age and condition of the ships vary. Among them, the 1st Battleship Division stationed in the Daxing Basin, as a force directly controlled by the Emperor, received priority in resources. The ships it was equipped with were naturally in the best condition. Moreover, the 20 nautical mile radius of the Daxing Basin anchorage was a military restricted area. If an unidentified ship broke in, it could be directly fired upon and sunk. Apart from the fleet members, only the Emperor himself and his specially approved envoys could enter. In recent years, even a prince like Sun Nanzhong only knew that the 1st Battleship Division was newly equipped with the iron-blooded domestically produced dreadnoughts that the old Emperor had purchased in exchange for a 25-year lease of Qingdao. Let's use Canada as a guest star. There are no drawings of the 1913 battlecruiser in history. Only the Emperor himself knew that before the death of his predecessor, a battlecruiser with a displacement of more than 30,000 tons landed at the Daxing anchorage. The ship was equipped with 10 356mm main guns, and its combat capability exceeded that of any ship in the Qiancang Navy sequence. The prototype was a battlecruiser from the 1913 ship purchase plan. There were no blueprints, only a few general specifications: 10 14-inch guns, speed 28 knots, etc. The sound of a large group of soldiers' leather boots clacking on the ground could be heard outside the palace gate. These were the guards commanded by the Emperor himself. They would escort Emperor Qiancang to the military port. The Qiancang Palace is more than 1,000 meters away from the military port, and it takes no more than 6 minutes to run there. The Emperor felt relieved when he saw the towering masts and huge ship shadows of the 1st Battleship Division. Outsiders only know that the flagship of the 1st Battleship Division is the Wei Yuan-class battlecruiser Qiancang, which is similar to the British Lion-class battlecruiser. In fact, the imperial power in front of them with 10 14-inch main guns is the real flagship. What is that? The Emperor had just arrived at the dock when he heard a soft, buzzing sound like a bee above his head. He looked up and found a yellow-painted seaplane with floats flying across the sky. From the reaction of the members of the 1st Battleship Division on the dock, it can be seen that this seaplane does not belong to them. At this moment, the captain of the guard also noticed the smoke clouds swirling in the eastern sky, which had not yet completely darkened. Quickly escort His Majesty aboard. The large fleet that appeared at this time could only be the 4th Battleship Division stationed at the Jinhai anchorage. But the head of the Military Intelligence Bureau had just clearly assured them that there were no unusual movements. Wait, Military Intelligence Bureau? The Emperor suddenly realized that the head of the Military Intelligence Bureau had disappeared into the crowd without him noticing. He instantly felt a chill run down his spine. The 4th Battleship Division unexpectedly appeared here, indicating that the Military Intelligence Bureau had already betrayed them, which meant that the previous Military Intelligence Bureau investigation into Sun Nanzhong was also false. Sun Nanzhong had long been in cahoots with the White Eagle Federation. The Emperor understood everything immediately, but it was too late. The outline of the 4th Battleship Division had already appeared in the distance, while the 1st Battleship Division only had a few auxiliary ships on guard outside the port. Even if they had greater hard power than the other side, they were powerless in the face of being blocked in the port. Level 1 Combat Readiness. Level 1 Combat Readiness. Leave the port immediately. Leave the port immediately. Without the Emperor's order, the commander of the 1st Battleship Division roared loudly, and the sound tube and loudspeaker transmitted the order to the entire fleet. The gangway of the Imperial Power was directly abandoned. The sailors cut the anchor chain, and the tugboat immediately came up to help the Imperial Power leave the port. The fireman tried his best to fill the furnace with coal, and the sailors operated various small-caliber guns and even rifles on the ship to fire into the air, trying to shoot down the seaplane. The light ships that were on guard outside rushed forward and kept asking the other party's purpose through radio and light signals. But the other party did not give any response, but instead deployed a battle formation. The situation is clear. Prince Sun Nanzhong of the East and the first consul of the parliament, Ho Jianlin, have colluded with the White Eagle Federation to launch an armed rebellion. The 4th Battleship Division before us has become a rebel force. The leading dreadnought had already sailed out of the port. The rangefinder with a 2.7-meter baseline turned to the target. The heavy main turret rotated under the push of the hydraulic mechanism. The thick gun barrel was raised high. The ramrod pushed the shell into the barrel, waiting for the order from the gunnery chief. After leaving the port, the entire fleet will deploy to the right and prepare for artillery and torpedo warfare on the port side. The commander quickly made combat deployments, but the opposing 4th Battleship Division had the advantage of taking the initiative. How could they possibly wait for the 1st Battleship Division to deploy and engage in a fair fight? There were many gray smoke clouds rising in the distance, which looked like the smoke from the shooting of old-fashioned muskets, but they were firing high-speed steel projectiles weighing hundreds of kilograms. The enemy is firing. The high-speed rotating projectiles compressed the air to produce shock waves and fell into the sea with an extremely sharp whistle. Since the water depth of the port was not deep, the shells penetrated the water and exploded, bringing up clumps of Black Sea mud. The 4th Battleship Division chose to use large-caliber main guns for semi-salvo fire in the first round of shelling. 14 thick water columns rose in the middle of the formation of the 1st Battleship Division that was leaving the port, overturning several tugboats. About 20 seconds later, the second round of artillery fire followed. The muffled sound, like a giant spinning top, made everyone breathless. Since the ships were leaving the port and the formation was dense, it was like shooting at a fixed target for the 4th Battleship Division. Therefore, the second round of firing scored a hit. The fire control room on the caged mainmast of a Lingyuan-class ship was hit by a shell. It was shattered and hung on the mainmast like a tattered shoebox. Add a picture to prevent some grandpa from forgetting that the Lingyuan class is Delaware. Maximum combat speed. Charge out. The tugboat that helped the Imperial power to leave the port was also sunk, and the wreckage was crushed to the bottom of the sea by the Imperial power's huge hull of more than 30,000 tons. The commander of the 1st Battleship Division ordered all the dreadnoughts in the port to advance at full speed and to crash out of the port even if it meant ramming. Chapter 37 Ballista Operation 3 December 20th, 1664, 1847, off the coast of Donglai. The 2 battleship divisions of the Qiancang Guards Fleet and Rear Admiral Rogers' fleet have been confronting each other here for an hour, but neither side has fired the first shot. Right 25, intercept her. Sun Tianwei's ship turned left to intercept the direction of Rogers' fleet, and the latter also wisely turned right at a larger angle to avoid the collision. Delaware-class fleet sailing. The game of bumper boats at sea lasted for a long time, and the distance between the two sides was shortened to 4,000 yards, which was already a close combat for the dreadnought. Where is Sun Nanzhong's fleet now? Seeing the White Eagle fleet turning, Sun Tianwei put down the telescope and turned to ask the chief of staff of the 2nd Battleship Division. The latter circled on the nautical chart for a while and handed it to the admiral of the Qiancang Empire Navy. At this position, we have already circled to the end of the White Eagle fleet. Sun Tianwei felt very strange about the behavior of the 3rd Battleship Division. Your Highness, urgent telegram from the 1st Battleship Division. The Military Intelligence Bureau has betrayed. Sun Nanzhong has colluded with the White Eagle Federation. The 4th Fleet has launched an armed rebellion. Sun Tianwei felt cold all over. Although he had some doubts about Sun Nanzhong, he did not investigate further because of his trust in the Military Intelligence Bureau. Now a big mistake has finally occurred. Disclose the contents of the telegram to the entire fleet. Level 1 Battle Preparation. Deploy battle formation. Fire control room begins measuring target position and distance, loading armor-piercing rounds. Rear Admiral, the crossbows are ready. Colonel Althouse brought a new message. The Prince's fleet has maneuvered to the rear of our fleet. Have them ready to join the battle line, and watch for the light signals from our rear ship. Major General Rogers adjusted his military cap and entered the armored command tower with the fleet staff. The airship carrier and the supply ship turn right and leave the formation. The other ships turn 2 compass points to the left and deploy a battle line. Airship troops drop flares. Prepare for artillery observation. After the battle line is deployed, fire in sequence, prioritizing the Delaware-class battleships and Lion-class battlecruisers. Although they have different names in the Qiancang Empire, Major General Rogers still habitually calls them by their original names. The lights of the ships on the sea surface flashed, and 9 warships were lined up in a row. The White Eagle Federation fleet was deployed into a battle line with a total length of more than 6 kilometers. The 2 reconnaissance airships directly above the 2 battle lines continuously cast bright white light balls, illuminating the two long steel dragons on the sea surface. Then, the flagship Florida flashed orange-red flames and opened fire before the 2nd Battleship Division completed its range measurement. Boom! In an instant, a steel storm arose on the sea, and 3 dreadnoughts and 6 armored cruisers opened fire one after another. The muzzle wind swept across the sea surface, the water column shot up into the sky, and set off a huge wave. The 3 dreadnoughts that were under concentrated fire at a distance of 4,000 yards suddenly burst into several balls of fire. At such a close distance, the dreadnoughts did not need to use the echelon shooting method, 2-part shooting method, and half-volley calibration shooting as before. They could just fire directly with full force. Sun Tianwei's ship was hit by at least 5 large-caliber shells. Most of the rangefinder was destroyed, a fire broke out on the deck, and the huge steel hull trembled and wailed in the dense artillery fire. After Roger's fleet finished shooting, the 3 dreadnoughts and super dreadnoughts of the 3rd Battleship Division also showed their swords to their former colleagues. The 305mm and 343mm heavy shells attacked again before the surviving crew members of the 2nd Battleship Division could react. There was another earth-shaking movement, and the dense artillery fire composed of 56 large-caliber naval guns almost suffocated the enemy. The 3 battleships/battlecruisers that were given special attention looked extremely miserable. The battlecruiser that was Sun Tianwei's flagship was hit by a total of 9 large-caliber armor-piercing shells in the 2 rounds of attacks. All the secondary guns were silenced, and one of the main turrets was penetrated and scrapped by a 343mm armor-piercing shell fired from a sister ship. It was not until then that the 3 slow-reacting ships completed their firing preparations and used the remaining 22 main guns to launch a counterattack against the enemy in front of them, but the momentum was much weaker. Free fire. Free fire. The cruiser fleet is approaching and torpedoing. The conning tower was hit by the 203mm naval gun of the Pennsylvania-class armored cruiser, and the shock wave caused dizziness and tinnitus to the personnel inside. Sun Tianwei suppressed his dizziness and continued to issue orders. The enemy had already taken the initiative and overwhelmed him in firepower and numbers. In this situation, choosing to fight hard would undoubtedly be a dead end. He could only hope to disrupt the battle situation with torpedo weapons and open a gap. The fleet's 2 Longhua-class armored patrol ships, 1 Ninghi-class ship, and 3 Haitian-class ships formed 3 echelons and launched a charge towards the opposite Steel Dragon. The attached ships of the 3rd Battleship Division also moved forward to intercept, and the 2 sides immediately engaged in battle. On the sea, the White Eagle fleet, which had a numerical advantage, calmly used its secondary guns to drive away these assassins carrying poisonous blades. The latter did not entangle for long, and both sides launched a round of torpedo attacks at a distance of about 3,000 yards. When the black killer with a white trail appeared in the searchlight's beam, the 2 pairs of steel giants who were fighting desperately had to stop their fists and turn to avoid, so there was a brief moment of calm on the sea. Report the damage. Turret A's traverse mechanism is stuck, Turret Q is destroyed and cannot be restored. The starboard main armor belt was hit in 3 places and penetrated once, and the upper armor belt was penetrated in 4 places. The starboard secondary gun is completely paralyzed. The deck fire has been extinguished by the damage control team. The message from the ship's communicator did not mention the damage to the engine room, and Sun Tianwei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the boiler was not damaged, there was still a chance to salvage the damage. The battlecruiser's speed of 28 knots was enough to escape the pursuit of the 5 slow-speed dreadnoughts. Boiler spraying heavy oil, ventilation pressure increased. Never mind the engine life. If we don't leave now, we're all going to die here. Having just avoided 2 deadly torpedoes, Sun Tianwei's ship was facing the gap between the White Eagle fleet and the 3rd Battleship Division. Boom! A Ninghi-class battleship from the 3rd Battleship Division was hit by a 533mm torpedo. The fragile hull of over 2,000 tons was lifted out of the water and then sank to the bottom of the sea in a column of water. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sun Tianwei decisively issued the order to break out. The entire fleet breaks out. The Wounded Lion roared, and all 42 boilers pumped out over 70,000 shaft horsepower, accelerating the ship to 28 knots. With columns of water rising into the sky around them, the ship fled to the edge of the battlefield. Chapter 38, Empire's Afterglow. At this distance, the 574.5 kilograms armor-piercing shells fired by the Vickers MKV 13.5-inch gun were enough to penetrate the not-so-thick main armor belts of the Delaware or Lion class. The flares continuously dropped by the reconnaissance airships made Sun Tianwei's intentions clear. It is said that in the 1910s, the Qing dynasty asked Vickers to examine the drawings of the Lion, so the author set Wei Yuan as a Lion-class battlecruiser. The open-air rapid-fire guns on the deck fired continuously, and the sailors operated water-cooled heavy machine guns and rifles to shoot continuously into the sky. The two steam airships above Sun Tianwei's head were hit several times, and they chose to retreat after their airbags were pierced. Concentrate fire on that battlecruiser. Don't let it get away. Sun Nanzhong issued an order to his fleet. The flames illuminated the sea's surface red, and the rumbling sound of cannons rang out again. It was difficult to bombard a target whose speed and direction were constantly changing during a night battle, so this round of bombardment only caused a few near misses besides igniting the teak on the deck. The rising flames made Sun Tianwei's ship the most conspicuous target on the battlefield. One after another, the dreadnoughts turned their guns towards the brightest torch in the night sky, but at this time, white lines appeared on the Black Sea again. Torpedoes spotted on the port side, 2,000 yards away, approaching at 36 knots. Full left. Turn to avoid. Some loose objects on the ship slid down due to the huge inertia, making a clanging sound. Sun Nanzhong stared at the cruisers of the 2nd Battleship Division. Level the main gun and load high-explosive shells. Swat these damn flies first. In order to cover the safe evacuation of the battleships, the attached cruisers once again released torpedoes, once again forcing the White Eagle fleet to turn and evade, but the dense main and secondary gunfire of the 6 battleships also caused them heavy losses. A Longwei-class battleship was penetrated by the ammunition depot and became the 2nd battleship to fall in the naval battle. The engine room of a Haitian-class battleship was penetrated by a 343 mm high-explosive bomb, and it completely lost power and collapsed on the sea. Our ship has completely lost power. All officers and soldiers on board have decided to fight to the death to cover the main forces evacuation. Long live the Empire! Long live the Empire! This Haitian-class ship has become a floating artillery platform. The sailors used the only remaining 203 mm main gun and 3 120 mm secondary guns to fire back at opponents several times larger than themselves, until they were torn to pieces by the artillery fire. Sun Tianwei's face remained expressionless when he read the message. He simply ordered the aft turret to return fire. A deafening roar filled the night sky as the two previously parallel battle lines were thrown into complete chaos. A surviving sailor described the battle as a group of drunken giants boxing in a darkened bar. The White Eagle Federation did not send a super dreadnought this time. The speed of the Florida-class and South Carolina-class battlecruisers was only 21 knots, and the speed of several armored cruisers was only 22 knots. They could not catch up with the Wei Yuan-class battlecruisers, which were based on the Lion class. Therefore, the only ones capable of chasing were the same type battlecruisers of the 3rd Battleship Division. In order to intercept Sun Nanzhong's flagship, a Ling Yuan-class battleship from the 2nd Battleship Division, which was originally following Sun Tianwei, broke away from the formation, turned the rudder across the hull, exerted all its side firepower, while also giving up its own chance to evacuate. Half an hour later, she was turned into a pile of burning steel under the firepower of 6 opponents of the same level. At this time, the accompanying auxiliary ships were besieged by the White Eagle armored cruisers, and only the last Longwei-class armored cruiser was left. When the battlecruiser of the 3rd Battleship Division passed over the wreckage and appeared in Sun Tianwei's sight, the remaining Ling Yuan-class ship also chose to stay. Our ship still has 8 305 mm main guns and 6 127 mm secondary guns capable of combat. We still have over 700 crew members capable of combat. We will fight for the Empire to the end. Good luck in your breakout. Get rid of it. The enemy ship has lost sight. Off the coast of Taixi Island, the remaining ships of the 1st Battleship Division groped forward in the darkness. In the battle just now, the 1st Battleship Division lost the Wei Yuan-class battlecruiser Qiancang, which was based on the Lion-class prototype. The 9-inch thick gun mount was penetrated on the spot, and the smoke cloud produced by the battlecruiser's explosion rose thousands of meters into the sky. Let's make up the number by taking the scene of Queen Mary's suicide bombing during the Battle of Jutland. Fortunately, the Imperial power's protection level was conscientious. Although the superstructure and unprotected areas were in ruins, the 305 mm thick main armor belt withstood most of the attacks. The firepower of 10 14-inch guns sent away a dreadnought of the 4th Battleship Division. In the end, the Imperial power and the remaining 3 dreadnoughts of the 1st Battleship Division withdrew from the Baitsang Sea together and sailed to the southwest with the remaining auxiliary ships. The Royal Sovereign's gun layout was based on Canada, and its speed and protection were based on the 1913 ship purchase plan and the first shipbuilding plan at the end of the year. The Emperor walked out of the armored command tower, walked across the shaky steel gangway, and came to the side filled with the smell of gunpowder. If it were not for the hidden force of the imperial power, he would probably have been buried in Baitsong port. At this moment, Baitsong Island was completely shrouded in darkness. To ensure concealment, the ship's bow and stern navigation lights were only on intermittently. In the pitch-black night, the only sounds were the roar of the engine and the sound of the waves as the warship moved forward at high speed. The destination of this fleet was the Dongying Islands, where there were several local officials who supported the emperor, and the mineral resources were rich, which could provide supplies for the fleet. Communications continued from Baitsong Island, revealing that the first consul had already secured control of the vast majority of the Qiancang army. The imperial palace and parliament had been sealed off, and the cabinet had been dissolved. A number of ministers supporting the emperor sailed out to sea at night, while several patrol vessels and supply ships followed the emperor. There was no news from the 2nd Battleship Division yet. Facing the joint attack by the White Eagle Fleet and Sun Nanzhong, they must be in great danger. The emperor regretted sending them out earlier. After tonight, the Qiancang Empire, which had lasted for more than 900 years, would fall apart. He only had 4 battleships and battlecruisers left, and he was reduced from the head of a great empire to the leader of a local force. Your Majesty, we've received a telegram from the 2nd Battleship Division. The aide-de-camp stumbled out of the cabin door holding a telegram. Early morning of December 21st, 1664, according to the local calendar. The news that the Qiancang Empire's eastern prince Sun Nanzhong, the first consul Ho Jianlin, and the White Eagle Federation cooperated to defeat the emperor's direct forces and took control of Baitsong Island has spread everywhere through radio waves. Vice Admiral Dubasov, the governor of the Amur Sea region of the Caucasus Empire, was awakened from his sleep by his subordinates. The shocking changes in the Qiancang Empire made him smell the sweet smell of interests. The rich resources of the Zhongbei Sea region have long been coveted by the Caucasus Empire. Now that Qiancang is unable to take care of itself, this is undoubtedly the best time to take action. All combat ships of the Far East Fleet immediately enter combat readiness. Chapter 39 changes. The Qiancang Empire has finally come to an end. Chu Qing was in the office, looking at several telegrams sent by his subordinates. Not long ago, the other party had tried to use him to weaken the opponent's strength, but now he had withdrawn from the stage of hegemony. He couldn't help but sigh. What should we do next? Li He asked. Should we just declare independence from the Qiancang Empire and establish the Zhangdong Autonomous Region? Chu Qing shook her head. We don't need to be so hasty to be the first to speak out. We can draft the announcement first and release it later. Anyway, during this period of time, the integration work among the autonomous regions has basically been completed. The fleet has been reorganized into 4 squadrons, and the documents for personnel appointments have been printed. They are just waiting to be officially announced and issued. There is no need to be so anxious. It is also better to see the reactions of the autonomous regions in other sea areas. How is the repair status of each ship? It's basically done. Now the only ships in the shipyard are waiting for the installation of additional armor. After the autonomous regions agreed to merge, Chu Qing revealed to them that he had the ability to produce Krupp-hardened armor and Harvey armor, and said that he could add a batch of Harvey steel armor to their existing warships. These former garrison commanders and current squadron commanders were naturally very happy and arranged a batch of unprotected ships to install waterline armor belts. Has the steam turbine sent by the Principality of Yangzhou arrived? Well, Director Su has already arranged for a technical team to conduct testing and acceptance, and it's almost complete. These and their replicas will serve as the core power source for our first independently built cruiser. These 2 turbines are typical Parsons turbines, which adopt a reaction design. That is, high-temperature and high-pressure steam exerts a reaction force on the turbine blades, causing the turbine blades to rotate in the opposite direction of the steam flow. The technical difficulty is smaller than another idea, the impulse turbine, so it is more mature and suitable for imitation. The 4,000-ton dock at Shinpu Shipyard has completed its first expansion, reaching 5,500 tons. Regarding the new ship, Chu Qing's suggestion to Su Zhonghu is based on the Birmingham-class hull design, about 4,000 to 5,000 tons. If the design is reasonable, 20,000 to 30,000 horsepower can run more than 25 knots. 6-inch artillery is enough. 6 to 8 guns are equipped in twin form. Unified fire control and centralized firing director are necessary, and he is advised to use a clipper bow to increase seaworthiness and reserve buoyancy. Since there is a large tonnage hydraulic press, there is no need to save this little money. With the ready-made drawings of the Birmingham class, the design work should not encounter too much resistance. After conquering 6 autonomous regions, The prosperity level assessed by the Auxiliary Intelligent Computer has risen to 95, which means that 950 time and space points are earned every day. Up to now, more than 10,000 time and space points have been accumulated. Chu Qing used them to purchase a batch of information and declared it to the technical staff as his original design. For example, after guiding the exploration team to select drilling sites and produce the first barrel of oil from a newly built oil well on the Taixi Islands, he would regularly provide some key technical insights to the technical team researching thermal cracking of crude oil to speed up the research progress. It is now optimistically estimated that the thermal cracking production of gasoline can be completed in about a month. For a time, Chu Qing's reputation as an all-rounder who was proficient in shipbuilding, chemical engineering, machinery, and exploration spread throughout the entire Guangdong Sea area. After Chu Qing told the Yangzhou Principality personnel who came to hand over the steam turbine that he had the ability to manufacture a small amount of carbized steel armor, the Yangzhou Principality strengthened its cooperation with Chu Qing, established a dedicated encrypted communication line, and agreed that the next time it would deliver a batch of processing lathes, rolling mills, and open hearth furnaces to Chu Qing in exchange for 500 tons of Krupp steel. On the evening of the 21st, Chu Qing held a brief combat meeting. The current situation is that White Eagle supports Sun Nanzhong, France and the West supports Cangnan, and England supports Dongying. We seem to be under attack from multiple fronts, but in fact, there is still room for us to turn around. Chu Qing pointed to the large red mark on the map and said, "The chaos in the north has not yet subsided. The resource islands in the Qiangbei Sea area are now the most attractive things. Therefore, the White Eagle Sun Nanzhong and the Dongying people will definitely clash over these islands, which will relieve our pressure. The Cangnan Sea area cannot participate due to distance. With the support of France and Spain, they will definitely turn their attention to us. So I think our next step is to strengthen the defense of the south and deploy the Shualong into the front line of the Linjiang Islands." December 22nd, 1664, according to the local calendar. The remnants of the former Qiancang 1st Battleship Division met up with the battlecruiser that broke through the encirclement of the 2nd Battleship Division in the waters near the Changshan Islands. The inspectors of the Cangnan and Zhangxi Sea areas successively announced their independence last night, separating from the Qiancang Empire. Subsequently, Chu Qing, the Inspector General of the Guangdong Sea area, also announced this morning that all autonomous regions in the Guangdong Sea area would separate from Qiancang and merge into the Guangdong Autonomous Region. Emperor Qiancang announced that Beicang City would no longer serve as the capital and selected the Jinyang Islands in the southwest of the original Central Control Area as the temporary capital and re-established the Qiancang Second Empire. Dear General Rogers, thank you very much for the help you and your fleet have provided. In return, the White Eagle Federation will always be our closest ally and trading partner. The Jinhai anchorage will be donated to the generous White Eagle Federation free of charge as a fleet anchorage. At the celebration banquet, Sun Nanzhong raised a glass filled with red wine to greet Rear Admiral Frederick Rogers. After clearing out his dissidents, Prince Sun Nanzhong of the East established a new government on Beicang Island with the support of the White Eagle Federation, established the Qiancang Kingdom, and appointed himself the president of Qiancang. Your Excellency, the new president of Qiancang Nation, the relationship between us is nothing more than a cooperative one based on interests. You provide benefits, and we help. There is no need for any unnecessary thanks. Although Major General Rogers raised his glass politely and clinked it with Sun Nanzhong's, his words revealed disdain. He really didn't have a good impression of Emperor Qiancang, but as a professional soldier, he hated people like Sun Nanzhong who would not hesitate to shoot his comrades for the sake of profit. Also, I would like to remind you that defeating the Emperor's direct forces is only the first step. Next, you must immediately dispatch a fleet to defend the resource islands in the Qiangbei Sea area. You must know that the Taixi Empire and the Dongying Empire have long been eyeing that place. Thank you for your suggestion. Sun Nanzhong smiled awkwardly, feeling frustrated. Rogers then retorted, "The White Eagle Federation simply doesn't want you to be unable to fulfill your previously promised obligations due to the loss of too many resource-producing areas." Chapter 40 Shipbuilding Experts delivered to your door. Ingenol, what do you think we should do next? Vice Admiral Felix von Benman, commander of the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet, paced back and forth in his office, thinking about what the Far East Fleet should do next after the huge changes in Qiancang. Originally in this dimension, the Iron Blood Nation established the Qingdao base with the mission of monitoring the Taixi Empire and the British-backed East Sakura Empire, while at the same time improving relations with the Qiancang Empire, hoping to eventually gain an ally. However, when Tirpitz was in office, he discovered that the Qiancang Empire did not have a strong intention to cooperate with Iron Blood, so the progress was slow and delayed again and again. Now that Lieutenant General Benman has just taken office, the Qiancang Empire has completely fallen apart. The newly established Qiancang Kingdom has become a puppet of the White Eagle Federation, and the status of the Qingdao base has suddenly become embarrassing. Standing in front of him was Friedrich von Ingenol, the future admiral of the Iron Blood Empire and the chief of staff of the Far East Fleet in this dimension. After pondering for a while, he said to his current boss, "Give up the Qingdao base." Binman, who was pacing, stopped and looked at Ingenol with disbelief. "Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, please forgive my bluntness, but we all know that Qingdao base no longer has any need to exist." Felix von Binman opened his mouth to refute, but could not utter a word. Indeed, he knew that Qiancang Kingdom could not become his ally, and the White Eagle people would not allow such an outpost to appear under their noses. At that time, they would most likely expel them in the name of Qiancang Kingdom, and then all the officers and soldiers of the Far East Fleet would face the tragic situation of being homeless. What's more, England is behind the Dongying Empire. Even if Beijing doesn't want to take action, England will instigate the Dongying people to help him get rid of this thorn in his side. This fleet without dreadnoughts can no longer play much of a role staying here. So, are we just going to withdraw back to the country? Lieutenant General Benman had already sat back at his desk and pulled out a chair for Ingenol to sit down. "Not necessarily, Your Excellency, Vice Admiral. Do you remember the Taixi Autonomous Region that provided us with the blueprints of the British warships? I think there's a possibility that we could cooperate with them." Vice Admiral Benman naturally remembered it, and the Admiralty attached great importance to this matter. In order to prevent the British from intercepting it, the shells and a set of warship blueprints had been transported by several ships. But aren't they too weak? Even if the entire sea area is now integrated into an autonomous region, it's only guarded by a single dreadnought. Since the Chu Xiong hadn't been seen by the outside world, Vice Admiral Benman naturally assumed Chu Qing still only had the single dreadnought-class battleship, the Taixi. I wonder what his expression would be when he saw the Derflinger-class battleship in Chu Qing's hands. "But we have no other choice, Your Excellency. The Faski people have long infiltrated the Tsangnan Sea area. If we don't cooperate with them, we will have no choice but to return home." Okay, I'll write a report and submit it to Admiral Tirpitz for his decision. Binman decided to give it a try. The isolated Qingdao base was already facing a dangerous situation where it could not survive at any moment. It was better to go to Tsangdong than to stay here. Emperor Qiancang's special envoy, Chu Qing, was shocked after receiving the report from his subordinates. He almost forgot about this matter. Emperor Qiancang had sent a special envoy to issue him the official appointment document of Inspector General of Tsangdong before. As a result, the Qiancang Empire no longer exists, and the appointment document has not yet been delivered. It is inexplicably funny. This is the disadvantage of having too vast a territory. Chu Qing originally thought that the special envoy would give up his mission and return to Taixi Island, the former Jinyang Islands, now the capital of the Qiancang Second Empire, to report. However, the other party still insisted on coming to Taixi to complete his mission. His serious spirit is really admirable. Let him come ashore. Based on this seriousness, Chu Qing decided to meet him. The royal yacht that had been hovering outside the harbor finally obtained permission to dock and sailed into the harbor of Taixi main island with a full flag. The yacht had a displacement of at least 3,000 tons and was luxuriously decorated. There was a golden anchor logo on the bow, and even the railings on the side were plated with gold. A soldier with the rank of colonel came down from the ship. However, his rank insignia was different from that of ordinary officers. The stars and bars on his epaulets were purple, indicating that he was a civilian officer. Chu Qing scanned his information with his smart brain and was immediately surprised. "Is this a technical expert? Your Excellency, the special envoy." No. The civilian officer with the rank of colonel waved his hands repeatedly. "General Chu may not know yet, but I am no longer the special envoy sent by Emperor Qiancang. I know that General Chu announced his independence from the Qiancang Empire 2 days ago, so should I address him as His Excellency the Governor-General now?" "Brother Jingxi?" Before Chu Qing could answer, Su Zhonghu, who had received the news, rushed over in a hurry. "Brother Zhonghu." The two men saluted each other, then sat down and exchanged greetings. Chu Qing did not interrupt them to reminisce about the past, but listened from the side and finally found out the reason why Zheng Jingxi came to him. Zheng Jingxi was specially recruited by Emperor Qiancang from Fengzhou Shipyard to work at Jinhai Shipyard. He worked with Su Zhonghu and gradually became an engineer. Later, the factional struggle between Emperor Qiancang and Prince Dong affected the shipyard. The shipyard was cut off from raw materials and could not start work, so he thought about returning home. It happened that Emperor Qiancang decided to send a special envoy to issue the appointment document to Chu Qing. Zheng Jingxi spent all his family wealth and finally got this job. He secretly took his family on the royal yacht and came to Taixi to join his former colleague Su Zhonghu. Back when he was in school, Chu Qing had heard about the shipbuilding talents trained by the Fengzhou Shipbuilding Bureau, and Zheng Jingxi was one of them. Now that Su Zhonghu was too busy to handle everything, it would be great to have a shipbuilding expert on his doorstep. Chu Qing welcomed his arrival, settled his family, and arranged a position for him as Deputy Director of Ordnance. At the same time, Sangnan Sea area, Fengzhou Islands. Sitting in front of Lu Wuming, the former patrol officer of the Sangnan Sea area of the Qiancang Empire, was a brown-haired man wearing a French-Spanish naval uniform. He was the commander of the fleet secretly sent by the French-Spanish Empire to the Sangnan Sea area, Vice Admiral Eugene Marie Clement Bart. Thank you for coming, Lieutenant General Bart. Chapter 41, The Secret of the Silver. At Linjiang Island, the headquarters of the Southern Fleet of the Sangdong Autonomous Territory, a large warship with a flat deck and a distinct curved bow slowly entered the port, attracting the attention of local residents. Let Lutsov play a cameo role on Qiaolong. What a massive ship. Inside the harbor, the captain of a trawler stood on the deck, gazing at the Qiaolong in the distance. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the legendary dreadnought?" "Well, they say they're being transferred from the north." A voice came from the neighboring fishing boat. "Now those guys from the Liandu Islands won't dare to bully us anymore." Southern Fleet Commander Zhang Mingxuan welcomes Chief of Staff Li to come and provide guidance. Fleet Commander Zhang Mingxuan personally welcomed the Governor's Chief of Staff Li He, who came to support on the Qiaolong. Linjiang is an important town in the southern part of the Sangdong Sea area. It also has coal and iron mines, but its reserves cannot compare with those of the Penghua Islands. The Southern Fleet of the Sangdong Autonomous Territory is mainly composed of the original fleet of the Linjiang Autonomous Territory, supplemented by a batch of captured ships, so Chu Qing still let Zhang Mingxuan serve as the fleet commander, commanding more than 10 cruisers. "Commander Zhang, don't be nervous. The governor sent me here to assist in the defense, not to supervise the work." Li He smiled and invited the group into the Southern Fleet's meeting room. Commander Zhang has been guarding Linjiang for many years. Is he familiar with the Sangnan Sea area? In the past 10 years, we in the autonomous regions in the Sangnan Sea have been relatively restrained, and no conflicts have broken out. We do have occasional disputes with the Liandu Islands to the south over fishing grounds, but they haven't escalated into a heated war. However, 2 months ago, a cargo ship returning from the Principality of Yangzhou discovered French and Spanish warships operating in the Sangnan Sea area, so I suspect that French and Spanish forces have already intervened in Sangnan. French and Spanish warships. Li He keenly discovered the crux of the matter. Are you sure it's a French and Spanish warship, and not that they bought each other's ships? I can confirm that the captain of the Yangzhou registered cargo ship was very familiar with US and took a photo. As he spoke, Zhang Mingxuan signaled his men to take out an enlarged and developed photo. The warship in the photo was shaped like a bunker with its hull tilted inward. Although it was in black and white, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the tricolor flag was flying at the stern of the warship. The French dreadnought design is indeed unique and very steampunk. And our fishing boats have also seen the other side's torpedo boats with obvious French and Spanish style when fishing. Okay, I understand. Li He discovered that the situation in Sangnan might be more serious and urgent than he thought. It seemed that they would soon invade their waters with the support of France and the West. One side will not easily allow the other side's armed ships to enter the territorial waters. 2 months ago, the warships of the French and Spanish Navy appeared in Sangnan, which means that the cooperation between the two sides is definitely not a recent one. Obviously, the other side may have been planning for the Sangdong Sea area for a long time. It is easy to understand. After all, these autonomous territories in Sangdong can be merged secretly, so why can't these islands in Sangnan unite with the support of the French and Spanish? Send more reconnaissance ships. Even if they are exposed, it doesn't matter. Ensure 24-hour uninterrupted patrols at the border. I think they will be here soon. So, should we block the news of Qiaolong's arrival? Zhang Mingxuan asked. Otherwise there's a risk of alerting the enemy. No need. Li He put down the record book in his hand. Instead, we should publicize the fact that there is a dreadnought stationed in the Linjiang Islands. Sangdong's cruisers appeared around the Liandu Islands? Yes, and their reconnaissance intentions were very obvious. Even after we discovered them, they didn't immediately leave. Instead, they stayed for a while. In the evening, in the Inspector General's residence on Fengzhou Island, Lu Wuming was listening to his subordinates' reports. The unusual movements of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory were very suspicious. Could it be that the other party had discovered the purpose of his upcoming invasion? While I was thinking, the head of the telecommunications department walked into the office with a telegram. Dreadnought. Defense. Guangdong Autonomous Territory Southern Fleet Commander Zhang Mingxuan reported to Tsangnan Inspection Guard Envoy Lu Wuming. Lu Wuming looked at the telegram in his hand and felt a little unbelievable. The general meaning of this telegram was, I have a dreadnought. If you want to attack me, you'd better be careful of getting beaten. But who would publicly tell others about their military strength? There must be something wrong. Signalman. Lu Wuming already had his own judgment in his mind. Tell Vice Admiral Bart that he doesn't need to worry about the Dreadnought-class battleship. I don't think she's in the Linjiang Islands. Your Excellency, are you so sure that the enemy's dreadnoughts haven't been deployed to Linjiang? I'm very sure, Mr. Lieutenant General. Facing Bart, who was doubting him, Lu Wuming waved the telegram. We in Qiancang have a story called There's No Silver Here. There's 300 tales of silver. Bart stroked his beard, hesitant. The fleet he brought this time also included a Courbet-class dreadnought, but as a strategic force, he did not want this precious warship to be damaged here. General Bart, we can't wait any longer. The forces we have on hand are more than enough to deal with the fleet stationed in Linjiang. Their reconnaissance ships have appeared near Liandu today. If we delay any longer and the other side confirms the intervention of the French Republic, then no matter whether that dreadnought-class ship is in the Linjiang Islands or not, we must be prepared to face her. Eugene Marie Clement Barths looked at the Linjiang Islands circled in red on the nautical chart, his eyes flickering. On December 27, 1664 in the local calendar, off the coast of the Hunjiang Islands in the Zhongbei Sea area, Commander-in-Chief Dua, no signs of Qiancang naval activity have been detected nearby. 2 Kawachi-class battleships, led by Major General Dua Shigedo, have appeared near the Hunjiang River. They set out from the Wu garrison and sailed thousands of nautical miles. Now they have finally arrived at the Hunjiang River. The coal, iron, copper, and gold mines here are very rich, which is very suitable as a bridgehead for invading the Beitzong Sea area. According to pre-war intelligence, there is a Lingyuan-class battleship stationed here. Perhaps the fleet originally stationed here has already fled. This time they brought 2 Kawachi-class battleships, 2 Kasuga-class armored cruisers, and a number of auxiliary ships. Their strength is indeed inferior to the fleet sent by the White Eagle Federation, but they only have to deal with the possibly existing garrison fleet of the former Qiancang Empire, and this force is enough. Release the reconnaissance airship. To be on the safe side, Dua Shigedo decided to release the airship for aerial reconnaissance to expand the scope of early warning reconnaissance. Chapter 42 Dandong Class. The Dongying Empire really took action. They occupied the Hunjiang Islands on the 27th and encountered no resistance at all. On Huishan Island in the Taixi Islands, Lu Feng and Chu Qing, dressed in casual clothes, were having dinner in a breakfast shop. The telecommunications department of the Taixi Islands received a protest message from the Qiancang Kingdom to the Dongying Empire. The message protested the Dongying fleet's illegal occupation of Hunjiang Island, but did not mention the fleet's losses. It was presumably that no fighting had taken place at all. If the Dongying people eat meat, then the Caucasus Empire will definitely be unable to sit still. It will probably be sending troops from the north to plunder soon. The Qiancang Empire's ability to hold onto such a vast resource-producing area relies primarily on its 4 battleship divisions, each comprising more than 12 dreadnoughts and super dreadnoughts. And the Qiancang nation currently has at most 5 operational dreadnoughts. Excluding those that are damaged and under repair, it would be good to have 2. Chu Qing used chopsticks to pick open the steamed buns, and the soup overflowed, a mixture of sweetness and saltiness. He sucked a mouthful of the soup and said slowly, The White Eagle fleet is heading towards the Jinyang Islands to deter the remaining forces of Emperor Qiancang. Now they can only shrink the defense of the core area, leaving the outer defense of the Zhongbei Sea area empty. In this dimension, the ocean is extremely vast, and people live by the sea, so the most common filling for Xilongbao is sea fish. Of course, the picture shows pork filling. So, no matter how much the French and Spanish can endure, they will definitely not be able to bear it any longer. At the latest this week, they will take the initiative to attack our southern islands. Lu Feng had already finished his breakfast and burped. Li He's judgment is correct. Then let them come, the sooner the better. I can't wait to see what they look like when they face the Derflinger class. I have ordered the western fleet of the Hangzhou Islands to enter combat readiness and dispatch the 3 ships Haishi, Fubo, and Jinza to provide support. Once Lu Wuming and Faxi's fleets are defeated in the southern battlefield, the time for our counterattack will come. Chu Qing chuckled and said, Check out and leave. December 31st, 1664 in the local calendar, in the waters of the Liandu Islands. A fleet was sailing between the blue sky and white clouds, flying the Qiancang Navy flag or the blue, white, and red tricolor flag. Courbet-class battleship. This fleet was the Tsangnan Franco-Spanish Joint Fleet, led by Vice Admiral Bart and former Inspector General Lu Wuming. The most prominent ship in the center of the fleet was a Courbet-class battleship, followed by the Danton-class quasi-dreadnought Voltaire. This ship was significantly more powerful than a typical pre-dreadnought, but not as powerful as a dreadnought, hence its classification as a quasi-dreadnought. Hanoi. That's right, it's me, Fog. Dandong class. The outermost part of the fleet is surrounded by many torpedo boats, all of which belong to the fleet of the Tsangnan Sea area. The French Republic was once influenced by the Green Water School and built a large number of torpedo boats in order to offset the opponent's maritime hegemony with asymmetric combat methods. However, after making peace with the imaginary enemy Britain, they returned to the old path of fleet decisive battles. These torpedo boats became surplus materials and were dumped to the autonomous regions in the Tsangnan Sea area. Captain, we are now 85 nautical miles west of the Liandu Islands and are about to enter Linjiang's territorial waters. Okay, keep an eye out. The Voltaire's captain was Captain Frederick Joseph Muller, who had recently been transferred from a Charlemagne-class pre-dreadnought battleship to serve on the Danton class. Charlemagne, the steam castle of France. Although the Danton class is not considered a very advanced ship now, compared with the old Charlemagne, its 4 305mm main guns and 12 240 naval guns controlled by unified fire control can be regarded as a qualitative leap. Facing an opponent without a dreadnought, the Danton class can play a greater role than one dreadnought. The Courbet class is only used to hold the line and suppress coastal fortifications to cover the landing. The real backbone of the battle is still their own Danton class. Front starboard. 4 small targets detected. They should be several fishing boats. Distance 17,000 yards. The advanced British-made Barrstroud coincident rangefinder was the first to report the target distance. The other party turned. Lieutenant General Bart, look at how panicked they are. It's obvious that the governor of the Tsangdong Sea area has no idea we're coming. On the compass bridge of the French-Spanish Navy's Courbet-class battleship Jean Bart, Lu Wuming put down his high-powered telescope and said to Clement Barths beside him with a smile, "Chief of Staff, radio signal detected. Ship's shortwave radio, 100 nautical miles away. Notify Commander Zhang that guests have arrived." Li He opened his office on the Chu Xiong and went to the bridge. The 30,000-ton warship had begun to turn and maneuver, heading towards the northern waters of the Linjiang Islands to intercept the Franco-Spanish Tsangnan Joint Fleet that had crashed into its territorial waters. They had previously received intelligence from a fishing boat reporting that the fleets from the Taixi and Tsangnan Sea areas were about to enter the former Linjiang autonomous territory. Zhang Mingxuan and Li He immediately led the fleet to intercept them, but they came up empty-handed. Presumably, the other party had temporarily changed their sailing direction and was only now using radio direction finding equipment to capture the radio signal. According to our current speed, we expect to engage the enemy in 4 to 5 hours. According to Li He's arrangement, the Chu Xiong was deployed separately from the cruiser formation led by Zhang Mingxuan. The cruiser fleet was responsible for luring the enemy into the laid minefield, and then the Chu Xiong would take action to cut off the enemy's retreat. Chief of Staff, this is the information about the Franco-Spanish fleet you requested. His men handed over a document bag that contained information about the main French and Spanish ships. The Bretagne class is a super dreadnought, so the French should be reluctant to deploy it. So the only one they can mobilize to Tsangnan is the Courbet class. Combined with the large ship Shadow mentioned in the intelligence, the other side should have a Courbet-class dreadnought. The main armor belt is 260 millimeters, capable of concentrating the firepower of 10 305mm main guns on one side. On paper, it's a bit stronger than the dreadnought class. The Danton-class battleship. She's an interesting opponent. Her projectile output outshines the dreadnought's quasi-dreadnought. But as long as we stay out of the range of her secondary main guns and use double the main gun firepower. At the same time, 50 nautical miles to the east, on the Southern Fleet flagship Linjiang, Zhang Mingxuan was also deploying a plan to engage the enemy. 3 Hairon-class ships will be sent out first, pretending to be a scouting fleet to lure out the enemy vanguard. Once they approach within 18,000 yards, immediately turn south and disengage. Do not engage them. Chapter 43, Pursuit. At this time, the Franco-Spanish Tsangnan Joint Fleet had entered the territorial waters of the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory, but so far, they had not encountered a warship of the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory and only saw fishing boats fleeing in all directions. Just as Lu Wuming was beginning to become suspicious, the French lookout clinging to the mast finally spoke. 3 columns of smoke in front of the starboard side. Lu Wuming knew some French and could understand what the lookout meant. It's a high Rhone-class protected cruiser, with 3 6-inch main guns and a speed of 19 to 20 knots. Distance 18,000 yards. Tell Colonel Mueller it's time for him to get to work. At this time, on the Voltaire, Frederick Joseph Mueller received the attack order from Vice Admiral Barth. He looked at the ships in the distance, and his desire to achieve great things gradually grew. The longer he stayed on a new ship like the Voltaire, the more he felt that his previous Charlemagne-class ship was outdated. If I can gain military merit here, maybe I can be transferred to serve on a real dreadnought. Send a telegram to tell those Qiancang people that the torpedo boats and Kaiji-class cruisers will rendezvous with the landing fleet, and that the other cruisers are to follow our ship. The Dongying class has a maximum speed of 20.66 knots, so it is not difficult to catch up with the Shanghai class. The French Navy had previously sent 2 cruisers to the Cangnan Sea area, the protected cruiser Renault Castle and the armored cruiser Jeanne d'Arc. Both of them can reach a speed of more than 21 knots. They were leased to Lu Wuming and received a lease fee of 500,000 taels of silver from Lu Wuming. Distance 15,000. The other party turned. Humph. Trying to escape? Joseph Mueller would certainly not let go of the military merit he had earned. Force the ventilation. Don't let those 3 cruisers get away. Led by the Dongying class, 2 large cruisers of more than 7,000 tons, accompanied by 2 sea ships, rushed towards the 3 sea ships with great momentum. In order to take care of the defense in other directions, the fleet deployed this time is mainly composed of the original Liandu Islands fleet, with 3 Kaiji and 2 Haitian ships, plus 1 Haisui-class reinforcement from the Fengzhou Islands. Nearly 20 torpedo boats were brought in. Distance 14,000, speed 15 knots. The 3 Hairon-class ships had their speed significantly reduced due to the 180-degree turn, and were only now barely accelerating to 15 knots. Colonel Mueller seemed to see the new dreadnought waving at him. Starboard gunnery ready. The alarm sounded, and the Voltaire's bow twin 305mm main guns and 2 twin 240mm secondary main gun turrets on the side that could fire to the left front were pointing at 3 black dots in the distance. Mueller couldn't wait to teach those 3C Rover-class ships a lesson with his 240mm and 305mm naval guns, which had a maximum range of 14,000 and 14,400 respectively. The green light indicating that the loading was complete came on, and Mueller immediately instructed the gunnery officer to open fire. The main gun fired first, and the flames were mixed with black smoke. The 305 shells weighing more than 400 kilograms were wrapped in a huge wind and attacked the Heron class that was performing the task of luring the enemy in the distance. With a boom, 2 huge water columns appeared behind the Heron class. After the water column disappeared, the 4 240mm secondary main guns roared. In order to avoid the water columns interfering with each other and affecting the observation of the impact point, the Dongying class must use the main gun and secondary main guns separately during combat, which invisibly reduces the firing rate and affects combat efficiency. For slightly smaller water columns rose up, but the deviation was still more than 300 meters. With Dongying's fire control level, it was still a bit difficult to shoot at such an extreme range facing the target in front whose speed was changing. The Voltaire bombarded for about 8 minutes, and the High Rhone class had accelerated to 20 knots again, but the water column was still chaotic and even straddle fire was not achieved. Don't worry, these rabbits can't get away. It's time to send the cruisers forward. Send a signal. Order the Renault Castle to break away from the formation and pursue at full speed with the Haitian class. Joan of Arc. He was well aware of the strength of the Heron class. With a small body of 3,000 tons and only 3 150mm guns, it was no match for the Renault Castle, which had a displacement of nearly 8,000 tons, 2 160mm guns, 6 140mm guns, and a speed of 23 knots. The 3 cruisers passed the Voltaire, roaring forward while spewing huge amounts of coal smoke. The relative distance of 14,000 yards would take 2.5 hours to cross at a speed difference of 3 knots, not to mention that they had to accelerate from 20 knots to a full speed of 23 knots first. It would take nearly an hour to get into effective shooting range, and by then it was already late, with the sun low in the sky and about to set. The Joan of Arc sent a communication asking if we should continue the pursuit. They said sunset was approaching and that entering a night battle would put us in danger of an ambush or entering a minefield. Ignore them and order them to continue following our ship. Mueller curled his lips in dissatisfaction. The cruiser formation in front had accelerated to 23 knots. It was only a matter of time before they caught up with the 3 ships. These Qiancang people are too timid. It's a waste to hand over our excellent ships made in France and France to them. Mueller kept on talking. Ambush? The fleet stationed in the Taixi Islands can't threaten our strength in a head-on battle. As for the minefield, Mueller pulled out a nautical chart, pointed to the current position of the ship, and said to the first mate, "This is an active shipping lane. We encountered so many fishing boats along the way, and they didn't anticipate our attack. How could they possibly lay mines here? Keep chasing." The sky gradually darkened, the sun sank below the sea, and the sky slowly changed from blue to dark blue, and then to black. Boom, boom. Finally entering the main gun range, 3 cruisers from the Taixi Sea area chased the Huantai class and fired a barrage of shots. The gunfire briefly illuminated the sea surface. However, due to the decrease in visibility and the ineffectiveness of the enemy's evasion, these Huantai-class ships seemed to have given up firing back and were just constantly maneuvering to disrupt their own fire control calculations. Colonel Mueller also discovered the anomaly. Although evasive maneuvers reduced the opponent's hit rate, they completely gave up the opportunity to fire back and would also reduce the speed, which was not a wise approach. Notify the Joan of Arc and have them fire flares. The visibility on the sea surface dropped further, and he could no longer see the outline of the cruiser in front. Swish! The yellow flare had just shot into the sky when a huge ball of fire exploded in the distance. Later, when Colonel Mueller was confused about which side was hit, the signalman brought bad news. The Renault Castle sent a distress signal. Our ship hit a mine. It's sinking. Chapter 44 Ambush. Oh no. Colonel Mueller's heart sank to the bottom. There was a minefield in front of him. Turn on the searchlight. Slow down. Slow down. Turn right. Reverse the right main engine at full speed. Start reversing the Joan of Arc. The hoarse shouting was transmitted to the engine room through the sound tube. The reverse turbines of 2 of the 4 steam turbines were spinning wildly. Immediately switching from full forward speed to full reverse speed would easily damage the engine and propeller, but in the current emergency situation, there was obviously no time to worry about so much. With the shrill alarm sound, the huge ship of more than 18,000 tons suddenly slowed down. The bunker-like mast tilted to the right, and everyone on the ship felt a strong sense of stalling. But this was lucky enough. At least it was not a loss of power caused by damage. The beams of searchlights swept across the sea. The 2 10,000-ton ships were now like a lighthouse. Colonel Mueller discovered many black balls floating on the sea around him. The order to reverse the ships was given too late. Now all the ships had entered the minefield. Stop the boat. Stop the boat. 4 cars, stop. Send a message to the Jean Bart. Tell Vice Admiral Bart, we've been ambushed. There's a minefield ahead. The enemy has anticipated our attack. Please reassess the feasibility of the landing. The distance between his ship and the large fleet was now over 10,000 yards, and this distance made it difficult to provide any fire support during a night battle. The wreckage of the Renault Castle in front was burning fiercely. One hit could paralyze the nearly 8,000-ton Renault Castle, which means that the mine charge was no less than 100 kilograms, making it an absolute silent killer. This was a dangerous signal. Since the enemy had laid minefields along the shipping lane, it meant they were fully aware of our movements. The 3 Sea Rover-class ships had been bait from the beginning. So, were the dreadnoughts we'd been worried about also here? Mueller felt his hair stand on end. Boom. A ball of fire exploded again in front, and a Haitian-class ship hit a mine and sank. Now the only ships floating on the sea were the Voltaire, the Joan of Arc, and the last remaining Haitian-class ship. Stopping a ship in enemy territorial waters shrouded in darkness was a very risky act. If it had been Colonel Mueller himself who was in the ambush, he would have probably ordered the torpedoes to be launched by now. Use the rapid-fire guns to clear these mines, and let's get out of here. The Danton class is equipped with 16 75mm Schneider rapid-fire guns and 10 47mm Hotchkiss rapid-fire guns, which can undertake the task of clearing mines. Commander, the torpedoes are ready. Aboard the Linjiang, Zhang Mingxuan gazed at the 2 large French-Spanish warships, illuminating like beacons in the distant minefield. His heart burned with anxiety. These were Dongying-class quasi-dreadnoughts, killers of small and medium-sized vessels, and now they had become his prey. He did not intend to rush in and attack the 2 large ships. Although the other party was trapped in the minefield, he would suffer serious losses if he wanted to capture them with the more than 10 cruisers in his hands. Therefore, he chose to use the newly installed torpedo weapons to deal with the enemy. The 3 Hairon-class, 3 Kaiji-class, and 1 Zhao-class ships in his hands had all been modified in the Shinpu Islands, and rotatable 457mm torpedo tubes were installed on the lower deck, the same as the Type 44 Type 2 installed on the previous Dongying Navy mine-type destroyers. It has a speed of 36 knots and a range of 8,000 yards, which is just right for this situation. The torpedo squadron advances. The remaining ships follow us and provide cover fire. The torpedo formation concentrated on the right wing of the Franco-Spanish Songnan Joint Fleet, and the Linjiang with a group of subordinates moved to the left wing. Distance, 6,000. The black muzzle of the gun was already pointing at the Haitian-class ship in the minefield, and Zhang Mingxuan's hand was already on the trigger button. Boom. Keep lookout, and be careful of torpedo attacks. In order to guard against possible torpedo attacks, Colonel Mueller transferred some loaders to the side to observe the white tracks on the sea. At this time, a series of flames burst out from the left wing. Mueller saw that the Haitian-class ship driven by the Qiancang people had been covered by water columns, and the flames on the left wing were continuous, forming a fire dragon. It was obvious that a fleet was firing. Measure the target distance. Measure the target distance. Without Colonel Mueller's order, the artillery officer had already started to act. The 2-meter baseline rangefinder above the command tower was pointed at the target, and the 2 main turrets and 3 twin-mounted secondary main guns had turned to the port side. All artillery members returned to their positions. All artillery members returned to their positions. Distance, 13,000. Speed, 17 knots. Finally appeared. Captain Mueller was relieved. Judging from the size of the enemy's muzzle flash, the enemy's guns were at most 203 millimeters, not dreadnought-class large-caliber guns. Therefore, such an enemy posed no threat to his quasi-dreadnought. Tell Vice Admiral Bart that the enemy has no dreadnoughts. They only have a few cruisers. The landing operation can proceed as planned. Swish. The Joan of Arc fired a flare using its main gun, and a yellow ball of light flew over the enemy's head. Mueller clearly saw that the enemy was only 8 small cruisers. Fire with your portside guns. Give these monkeys from Tsangdong a good lesson. Boom. Since the Voltaire was at rest, it was easier to calculate the fire control parameters. Within 2 minutes, all the parameters were calculated, and the broadside guns could not wait to fire revengeful fire at the Southern Fleet. Thunderous gunfire resounded across the sea as the M1906 12-inch gun fired heavy 305mm shells 13,000 yards away, stirring up 2 tall water columns. Immediately afterwards, the remaining 2 main guns also spewed out flames, followed by 6 240mm secondary main guns firing in rotation. The water column was getting closer and closer, and the waves stirred up by the heavy artillery landing made the cruisers under Zhang Mingxuan sway left and right, and the crew felt a sense of panic. Boom. Hit the enemy ship's command tower. The extent of the damage is unknown. The 203mm main gun hit the opponent's command tower. No obvious fire was seen from the outside, but this just showed that the shell penetrated the opponent's armor. The new armor-piercing bullets distributed by Governor Chu are indeed very powerful. The Haitian-class ship was hit by the concentrated fire of 8 cruisers and quickly lost its combat effectiveness. Fires broke out everywhere, both bow and stern. Blood flowed on the deck, and the open-air gun positions were completely paralyzed. Bang! A violent explosion sounded from behind. Zhang Mingxuan turned around and saw that one of his own Kaiji ships had also been hit and caught fire. Chapter 45 Torpedo Carnival. Our ship was hit, and the fire is out of control. The Kaiji-class ship that was hit in the rear sent a message for help. They should have been hit by a 305mm high-explosive shell and directly lost their combat effectiveness. Let them abandon the ship immediately. Our mission has been accomplished. Zhang Mingxuan decisively gave up the Kaiji because his purpose was only to attract the enemy's attention and cover the approach of the torpedo formation. The lightning formation has approached to 7,000 yards. The signalman reported that the torpedo formation had entered the firing range, and Zhang Mingxuan decisively ordered the fleet to turn and disengage, leaving the battlefield to the torpedo formation. The enemy turns. After achieving his first sinking victory, Colonel Mueller regained his confidence and completely forgot that his warship was still in a dangerous minefield. With the maximum firing rate of 4 305mm and 6 240mm naval guns, the noisy sea was filled with jubilant waves, but unfortunately the fire did not rise again. Stop firing. Colonel Mueller reluctantly issued a ceasefire order. Heavy artillery shells are expensive and cannot be wasted. Clear a channel, we're out of here. After the last flare fell, the sea returned to calm. Colonel Mueller ordered the searchlights to be turned on again to clear the mines on the sea. But what he didn't know was that the clumsy Voltaire had attracted the attention of a group of hunters. Distance 6,000, bearing 255, 2 rounds fired. With light bang and bang sounds, two 457mm torpedoes entered the water, leaving a snow-white trail. The 6 ships behind followed suit, firing 14 Type 44-2 torpedoes produced by Tosakura. Disengage immediately. Disengage immediately. In fact, for a torpedo attack, 6,000 yards is a bit far, but if you are going to hit 2 fixed targets, the situation is different. 6,000 yards is only 5 minutes for a 36-knot torpedo, during which time they need to retreat to a safe area. Bang! A huge column of water rose 300 meters away from the starboard side of the Voltaire. The 47mm rapid-fire gun detonated the mine outside the ship. The searchlight beam shifted, and at this moment, the gunner discovered something different. "Dominic, look what that is." The soldier whose name was called looked over and saw 2 thin white lines that kept extending. The thin lines became more and more numerous and closer. "Torpedo attack!" Shrill screams resounded throughout the deck. Boom, boom, boom. All the rapid-fire guns on the Voltaire and the Joan of Arc fired frantically at the white lines, trying to detonate them in advance. But the reaction time was too short. The 2 ships did not detonate one of their missiles until they were hit. In the end, the Joan of Arc was hit by 4 missiles, and the Voltaire was hit by 9 missiles. The total of more than 900 kilograms of high explosives made all the protections of the Danton class useless. The keel was broken into several sections, and there was no intact steel plate above and below the starboard waterline. Soon, it sank to the bottom of the sea. Only then did Zhang Mingxuan order the fleet to enter through the safe passage reserved in the minefield and rescue the sailors from both sides who had fallen into the water. When Vice Admiral Bart saw the fire in the distance, his heart sank. The radio channel was silent, and there was no response when he called the Voltaire. The fate of Colonel Mueller was obvious. This was a trap. Relying on their strong strength, they stubbornly believed that the enemy could not cause much damage to them. But the facts were already in front of them. The 3 ships, Voltaire, Joan of Arc, and Renault, were destroyed in the minefield. Lu Wuming's face turned even paler. The crews on the Joan of Arc and Renault fort were all elite soldiers drawn from his patrol fleet. When the lease contract was signed, a compensation clause was attached. If the warship sank, the Cangnansi area would need to pay twice the cost of the warship. "Colonel Gabriel, take us away from here." Clement Bart put down the telescope and turned to the captain of the Jean Bart, Colonel Henri Louis Pi de Parsval. "Your Excellency, you have seen the situation. I cannot let the fascinating Republic's precious dreadnoughts take risks again. I suggest that this combat operation be terminated immediately." Lieutenant General Bart's face was cold as frost. Although he was asking for Lu Wuming's opinion, he actually ordered the fleet to return without waiting for the other party to speak. The formation in which Jean Bart was located consisted of a Haisua-class ship, 2 5,000-ton freighters for transporting Marines, and nearly 20 torpedo boats. To avoid a collision, the ships in the formation briefly turned on all navigation lights, and the torpedo boat accelerated first and passed the bow of the Jean Bart. When Vice Admiral Bart ordered the Jean Bart to turn right, an orange-red light flashed in front of the fleet. Vice Admiral Bart recognized that it was the 12-inch heavy artillery firing. "Enemy dreadnought," the lookout shouted in panic. "Distance, 14500. Speed 18 knots. Keep firing in turns." Derflinger class firing. On the Qiancang, Li He touched the hilt of the command knife hanging on his waist and looked at the Jean Bart, who was passively being beaten. The observer operated the stereoscopic rangefinder produced by Zeiss, and the artillery officers were busy in the fire control room. "I finally found you." Li He followed the instructions of the radio direction finding equipment and finally caught up to within 10 nautical miles. However, due to the bad weather and the moonlight being covered by dark clouds, he could not find the target. Finally, the navigation lights that were briefly turned on in the distance pointed out the location of the fleet to him. "Too far. Oh no, we hit the enemy transport ship. The enemy ship is on fire." The hit rate of the long-range artillery battle conducted at night was worrying. The shells aimed at the Courbet-class ship somehow hit a troop transport ship, leaving the artillery officers in a state of confusion. Loading high-explosive bombs. 3 rounds. This was the sound coming from the ammunition depot at the bottom of the turret. The fire door opened and the ammunition hoist lifted the ammunition from the ammunition depot into the turret through a narrow armored passage. Load high-explosive shells. Elevation 11.5. Horizontal 273.2. Unlike the British Navy's battleships that used steam hydraulic mechanisms to drive the turrets, the Iron Blood Nation had already applied electrical equipment to the battleship turrets. The electric motor made a humming sound, and the turret completed the final fine-tuning. Fire. The firing pedal was immediately stepped on, and a deafening roar echoed in the turret, shaking the entire battleship. The ventilation system worked hummingly, sucking the smoke exhausted when the gun port was opened out of the turret, and the shells weighing more than 1,000 pounds attacked with thunderous explosions. Chapter 46. Captives. Bang! Waves hit the deck, and the scattered water missed what the gorgeous uniform of Vice Admiral Clement Bart. A large ship shadow. The lookout finally confirmed that the enemy seemed to be a single dreadnought. According to the information at hand, the maximum speed of the dreadnought class was only 21 knots, the same as the Corbeil class. So Vice Admiral Bart, who had been frightened by the loss of the Voltaire, Jeanne d'Arc, and René Lechamp, made a decisive decision to abandon the transport ship and evacuate at full speed. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General. Seeing the other party's intention, Lu Wuming hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Those two transport ships were all filled with his own soldiers. Wouldn't it be cutting off one's own arm to abandon them and escape? But Bart did not give him a chance. He called two French sailors, knocked Lu Wuming unconscious with a club from behind, dragged him into a cabin, and then waved his hand to signal his men to enter the command tower. The Fasci are going to run away. The sudden acceleration of the Jeanne Bart attracted the attention of the accompanying warships in the Tsangnan Sea area. The most powerful warships in the fleet fled, and the remaining warships lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. Whether they were the fast-moving Haitian and torpedo boats, or the slow-moving transport ships and Haisue class, they all chose a direction to escape. Boom! The enemy's artillery fire was still chasing Vice Admiral Bart's ship. The waves raised by the shells that landed nearby soaked the people on the deck. Vice Admiral Bart was not worried because, generally speaking, the artillery fire during the pursuit had basically no accuracy. Unless he was very unlucky, it was unlikely that anything would happen. Both sides were traveling at a speed of 21 knots. Without the closing rate, this pursuit would most likely end with the Tsangdong Navy's dreadnoughts giving up the chase. Enemy ships are approaching. However, the lookout brought Bart unbelievable news. Distance is 13,000 yards. How could it be possible? Bart went to the rangefinder and operated it himself, aiming it at the huge ship silhouetted against the firelight and getting a reading of 12,900 yards. Report our ship's speed. Accelerated to maximum speed of 20.9 knots. Clement Bart was now completely confused. In all the information, the speed of the dreadnought class was on par with the Corbeil class, but the speed of the battleship behind him was obviously faster than Jeanne Bart. Then, there is only one answer. The battleship in the Tsangdong Sea area behind him is not the dreadnought class. The rear main gun. Fire flares. Lieutenant General Bart tremblingly ordered to fire flares in the direction of the enemy. He urgently needed to know who his opponent was. The yellow ball of light slowly descended, illuminating a massive vessel with 4 main turrets arranged along the central axis. A rough estimate put the ship's length at over 200 meters. This was definitely not a dreadnought-class ship. Captain Pierre de Parseval rapidly flipped through the identification manual, comparing each ship's silhouette with the one in the high-powered telescope. Finally, he recognized her when she approached to 11,500 yards. Derflinger class, iron-blooded domestically produced battlecruiser. 8 50mm 305mm main guns, maximum speed 26.5 knots. Vice Admiral Bart's heart skipped a beat. A speed difference of 5.5 knots among warships of the same level was enough to decide the outcome of a naval battle. There was no chance that the Jeanne Bart would escape. As for where the iron-blooded country battlecruiser came from in the Tsangdong Navy, he didn't have time to think about it. Right rudder. Starboard guns ready. Full right. Secondary guns number 1 and number 3 fire flares. Since escape was no longer possible, the only option was to fight to the death with the help of 10 305mm guns, which had slightly superior firepower on paper. The French and Spanish sailors ran to their respective battle positions with bitter faces. They were all sailors transferred from the Annan colony. They were used to being domineering and had never fought a hard battle. They only started training after Vice Admiral Bart was transferred here. Before setting sail, they all thought that all they had to do was suppress the coastal artillery fire and escort the transport ships. Now they were asked to fight with the enemy battlecruisers that appeared out of nowhere, so they were naturally unwilling to do so. A line drawing of the Corbeil class shows that only 5 of the 6 main turrets can fire in a salvo. Under the constant urging of the grassroots officers, the 5 main turrets of the Jeanne Bart that could fire to the starboard side began to rotate and opened fire back 3 minutes later. During this period, they were hit by a high-explosive bomb fired by the Chu Xiong, which hit the upper part of the main armor belt. Fortunately, The main armor of the French dreadnought was very good, and the 260mm main armor belt in the middle was 5 meters high, which withstood the attack. However, the combat skills of these colonial sailors were really disappointing. Even with the guidance of flares, the rising water column was still a long way from the dreadnought in the Shandong Sea area. Vice Admiral Bart was restless in the command tower. The performance of these sailors was truly terrible, far worse than that of his own men in the home fleet. Then, a buzzing sound came from overhead again, and then 2 black spots in front of him rapidly enlarged. Boom. 2 hits. Hit the enemy ship's command tower. Cheers rang out in the command tower of the Chu Xiong. Li He saw hot smoke covering the command tower of the Jean Bart. The observation and aiming facilities around the command tower were swept away by the shock wave generated by the explosion of 100 kilograms of TNT explosives. The navigation bridge was blown down. In fact, the B turret ring near the command tower was also struck by the impact. It was hit directly by 2 305mm high explosive bombs. Although they did not penetrate the thick armor, the high temperature and shock wave still penetrated into the command tower through the observation window, killing all the senior officers in the bridge, including Lieutenant General Bart and Colonel Gabriel. After realizing that the entire ship's command was wiped out, these sailors from the colonial fleet suddenly lost their will to fight, and panic and chaos began to spread on the ship. After turret A was also hit by a high explosive shell, these French sailors from the Annan colony fired 3 blue flares into the air. The precious dreadnought of the French Republic surrendered to the Shandong Autonomous Territory just like that. Notify Zhang Mingxuan to stop chasing those escaping cruisers and torpedo boats and bring this big guy back first. Capturing a dreadnought with one's own hands is even more exciting than sinking one. Unlike the previous Delaware-class ship that was badly damaged, this Courbet-class ship still retains most of its combat power. It can be put into the dock to repair the superstructure, and then it can almost go out of the port to fight. Li He rubbed his hands and said, "Send a telegram to the Governor-General. We have captured a French Spanish-made Courbet-class battleship. It's still usable." Chapter 47 RDX. Captured a French Spanish dreadnought. Chu Qing was also very surprised after receiving the telegram. Since he was more than 30 kilometers away from the battlefield at that time, he would not be able to obtain time and space points even if he sank the Courbet-class ship on the spot. In this way, capturing it would be a better outcome. Take the prisoners back to the Linjiang Islands. Separate the prisoners from the French and Sangnan Sea areas. Oh, and see if the Sangnan Inspector General Lu Wuming is on board. Chu Qing thought about it and gave another instruction. He was also planning to get some information about the Sangnan Sea area from Lu Wuming. Boom. There was a loud noise coming from the direction of the Ordnance Bureau, and Chu Qing's heart tightened. If she remembered correctly, Su Zhonghu was in the Research Institute at this time. Ever since Zheng Jingxi took office as deputy director, Su Zhonghu pushed the cruiser design work onto him and devoted himself to conducting experiments in the Ordnance Bureau Research Institute. Chu Qing had no idea what he was doing. He put on his clothes and went out. Outside the door, there were already soldiers from the Marine Brigade gathering and heading towards the Research Institute. When Chu Qing arrived at the door of the Research Institute behind the Ordnance Bureau, a figure flashed out and hugged his body and shook him hard. Explosives. New explosives. We successfully synthesized that new explosive according to the formula you gave us. 1.5 times. 1.5 times the explosive power of TNT. Chu Qing looked closely and found that the man was Su Zhonghu. He looked around and found that there was no damage to the facilities in the institute, so he felt relieved. What he had provided to Su Zhonghu before was the formula for RDX. This substance, which was discovered on the original Blue Star in 1899, was initially used as rat poison. Later, its strong explosive power was discovered. It was not until 30 or 40 years later that it was used on a large scale as a high explosive. Its explosive power is 1.5 to 1.6 times that of TNT. If mass production is achieved first, the power of existing shells will be greatly improved. If some iron oxide powder and aluminum powder are mixed in. Ahem, I lost my composure. Su Zhonghu smiled awkwardly. I'm glad Director Su is okay. Chu Qing understood the other party's excitement. The dopamine and endorphins secreted by the brain when making a major achievement will indeed make people feel extremely happy. This is understandable. However, disturbing behavior such as testing explosions at night is definitely not good. All researchers in the explosives research and development team will receive an additional 2-month salary. However, due to disturbing the public, the explosives research and development team will have 2 months' salary withheld. In the morning, Chu Qing received the investigation report sent by Li He. Lu Wuming was indeed on the Jean Bart. but he was knocked unconscious by the French and Spanish sailors on the ship and thrown into the lower cabin before the battle. Now, the preliminary interrogation has been completed. According to Lu Wuming's explanation, the reason why he was able to control the fleets of various autonomous regions was due to long-term infiltration and the support of the fascists. Over the years, the garrisons in various places have basically become de facto puppets, and the fleets of various autonomous regions actually only obeyed his command. Now, the fleet sent by France and Spain has been completely annihilated by the Southern Fleet. Only some French and Spanish advisors remain in the Fengzhou Islands and the Cangnan Sea area, and there is no French and Spanish force in other areas. The Southern Fleet has 2 dreadnoughts, and with the cooperation of Hongzhou's fleet, there is no suspense in conquering the Cangnan Sea area. Chu Qing has entrusted the full responsibility of the war to Li He. The 900 sailors on the Jin Bard have now been sent to the Linjiang Islands. As usual, Chu Qing contacted the French and asked them to consider paying the ransom. Chu Qing was going to squeeze out a batch of chemical equipment from the French and build a chemical plant. The raw materials for the trial production of RDX explosives provided to the Ordnance Bureau were all exchanged by Chu Qing from the Spacetime Mall. The production of artillery shells consumed a lot of energy, and it was not a good idea to exchange raw materials with spacetime points all the time. Chu Qing could not support it with only 1,000 spacetime points a day. The Taixi was undergoing maintenance in the dock, and the severely worn gun barrels were being replaced. One gun barrel cost Chu Qing 500 time and space points, which meant a total of 5,000 in one go. Most of Chu Qing's time and space points were spent on opening a resonance amplification field for tens of thousands of students at the Sangdong Naval Academy to increase their learning speed, so he didn't save much. January 5, 1665, the capital of the Qiancang Second Empire, Qiancang Island. Your Majesty, over 20 islands near Qiancang City have all declared their allegiance to the imperial family. 23 members of the former imperial parliament have also arrived in Qiancang to join Your Majesty. The Pseudo-Qiancang army has not been active on the border in recent days, and the White Eagle Federation's fleet also left the border last night. Inside the Emperor Qiancang's palace, Sun Tianwei, who had been promoted from Prince Fuhua to Prince Xinghua, stood before the listless little emperor and reported on the recent situation. The damage to the imperial power was minor and has been repaired. The Jiyuan and Chaoyong are undergoing repairs. Currently, the combat readiness mission is being undertaken by the Nanrue. Well, okay, I'm tired. If Prince Xinghua has no other important news to report, you can withdraw first. The emperor on the throne was listless, supporting his head with his hands. He had lost Baitsong City and most of the northern territory, as well as more than half of his fleet. Now he was the emperor of Qiancang in name, but in reality, he was just the leader of a local force. Not to mention recovering the territory. Even holding on to the last acre and 3 points of land under the heavy pressure of Sun Nanzhong was a difficult task. The huge gap made him almost lose his fighting spirit. Your Majesty. Seeing the emperor's dejected look, Sun Tianwei stepped forward. Your Majesty, although the rebels are now rampant with the help of the White Eagles, we are not without a chance to turn the tide. We still have a powerful super dreadnought and 3 dreadnoughts in our hands. As long as we seize the opportunity, we will definitely return to Baitsong one day. Urgent military information. Urgent military information. A staff officer stumbled in, causing both Sun Tianwei and the little emperor to change their expressions. Could it be that Sun Nanzhong was assembling a fleet to launch a massive attack? The staff officer didn't bother explaining and handed over a telegram. Just now, the Pseudo-Qiancang Nation and the White Eagle Federation's special fleet issued an ultimatum to the Iron Blood Nation fleet on Qin Island, demanding their immediate withdrawal. The Iron Blood Nation fleet rebuked the other side's request and left the port for a standoff. The 2 fleets are showing signs of a clash. Hearing this, Sun Tianwei was shocked at first, and then he was happy. Once Sun Nanzhong and the White Eagle Federation became enemies with the Iron Blood country, wouldn't that be his chance? Chapter 48, Enemy at the Gate. On the armored cruiser Scharnhorst, flagship of the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet, Vice Admiral Binman and Chief of Fleet Staff Major General Friedrich von Ingenol stared through the portholes at the murderous fleet on the distant sea. Scharnhorst. Lieutenant General Binman held a telegram tightly in his hand. It read, Your Excellency, Vice Admiral Felix von Binman, Commander of the Iron Blood Empire's Far East Fleet. The 25-year lease agreement between your country and the former Qiancang Empire government for Qin Island is hereby declared invalid. Your country's right to station troops on Qin Island is now null and void. All personnel of your army must immediately leave the waters of Qin Island. If you fail to do so, we will use force to expel you. and you will bear all consequences. The day before yesterday morning, Lieutenant General Benman had just gotten up when he received this sternly worded telegram. Although the Navy Department was already considering the abolition of the Qingdao base, there was no final conclusion after all. This harshly worded telegram naturally angered Vice Admiral Benman. After reporting it to the Imperial Navy Department, he sent a telegram to denounce Sun Nanzhong and the White Eagle Federation. I don't care about your internal affairs, but when we exchanged the Qingdao base, our Iron Blood Empire delivered our newly acquired dreadnought to you and invested a lot of manpower and material resources in Qingdao. Now you turn your back on us with just one word? As a result, the fleet of Qiancang Kingdom brought the White Eagle warships to the city and rushed to the sea off Taixi Island with great momentum and deployed their troops to confront the Far East Fleet. The other party sent another communication. Ignore them. Don't pay attention to any communication requests from the other party until the Navy Department calls back. Vice Admiral Benman said without turning his head. Also, sound the battle alert. All crew members arrive at their positions. I want all warships ready to fire within 5 minutes. The staff behind him paused at the words, but said nothing more and quickly carried out the Vice Admiral's order. As this order was issued, the tension in the bridge reached its peak. Su Hao, former commander of the 3rd Battleship Division of the Qiancang Empire Navy Guards Fleet and current Chief of Staff of the Qiancang Navy, sailed 2 Lingyuan-class ships into the 12 nautical miles of the Qingdao base, with 2 Florida-class ships of the White Eagle Federation following behind. Enemy ships are preparing for battle. Enemy ships are preparing for battle. Through the high-powered telescope, the Iron Blood Nation's warships removed their muzzle plugs and began to rotate their turrets, with their gun muzzles pointing towards the Qiancang fleet outside. Load the main guns. Prepare for artillery engagement. Prioritize attacking Scharnhorst. Prioritize attacking Scharnhorst. Su Hao also ordered his fleet to take reciprocal measures, but added at the end, wait for the flagship to issue the firing order before taking action. There is no doubt that the strength of the fleet under his command exceeds that of the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet, which has no dreadnoughts. Except for the Scharnhorst, which weighs over 10,000 tons, the remaining battleships such as Emden, Nuremberg, Karlsruhe, etc. are just light cruisers of less than 5,500 tons according to the Iron Blood Nation's classification, and are vulnerable to dreadnoughts. But neither he nor the Qiancang Nation's Grand President, Sun Nanzhong, dared to fire the first shot. Before setting off, Sun Nanzhong even warned him, don't fire the first shot. All of this is because behind this fleet stands the second-ranked maritime power with 30 dreadnoughts. To be honest, Sun Nanzhong was not willing to order the Iron Blood people to leave when his foundation was not stable, but the conflicts within Qiancang left him no choice. The Dongying people seized Huantai Island, and the Caucasus Empire set out from the Amur Sea and dispatched dreadnoughts to capture the Qiancang Islands on the border. Public opinion had already begun to accuse him of being a traitor by transferring the 2 dreadnoughts originally stationed at the border back to the core area. Under pressure, he turned his attention to Qingdao. In addition, Major General Rogers of the White Eagle Federation asked the Qiancang Kingdom to provide the fleet with a base for long-term maintenance and upkeep. So taking back the Qingdao base suddenly became a good thing that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Expelling the iron-blooded people was considered taking back territory, which was enough to quell the people's accusations of being weak towards foreign countries, and the facilities left in the Qingdao base could be used by the White Eagle fleet, saving the cost of the initial base construction. Northeast. Northeast by east. There are 2 columns of smoke. The lookout discovered 2 columns of smoke rising from the ocean in the northeast. This sudden change surprised everyone on the scene. When the fleet approached, people were surprised to find that the flag they were flying had 16 rising suns surrounding the red pill. They couldn't help but shout out, "It's the East Sakura Empire." Dongying people? What are they doing here? Vice Admiral Benman naturally noticed the changes on the field and recognized the models of the warships sent by Dongying people, a Kawachi-class battleship and a Kasuga-class armored cruiser. The Hanoi class is also an interesting model. While the main gun caliber is unified at 305 mm, only the bow and stern main turrets are 50 calibers, while the rest are 45 calibers. This necessitates reducing the charge of the bow and stern main guns to achieve a similar ballistic trajectory. Therefore, within the Iron Blood Empire, there is currently no consensus on whether the Hanoi class should be considered a true dreadnought. But as far as the current situation is concerned, whether it is a dreadnought or not, it is enough to suppress his Scharnhorst-class armored cruiser. The opponent's attitude is unclear, and Vice Admiral Benman is unable to make a decision. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, a telegram from the Dongying people. The communications department delivered the news from the Dongying people. Ingenol took the telegram and frowned. They said, they hope we respect Qiancang Nation's legitimate claim to territory and leave Qingdao base immediately. I knew it. I knew it. Lieutenant General Benman was a little angry. These Dongying people are in cahoots with the British. There must be British people behind this. Report the situation here to the Navy Department immediately. Immediately. Tell them that the Dongying people are involved. Qiancang and Beiying are fine, but you, a British follower from Dongying, dare to act so arrogantly in front of me? You really don't take the Iron Blood Empire seriously. Lieutenant General Benman felt very aggrieved. Time passed minute by minute, and after about 2 hours, I finally received a reply from the Navy Department. Urgent telegram from the Admiralty. Urgent telegram from the Admiralty. Felix von Binderman snatched the message, scanned it, and handed it feebly to Ingenol. He could fully understand why the Navy Department made such a decision. After all, the number of battleships on the other side had reached 5, and there was no possibility of winning in a conflict. No matter how unwilling he was to accept it, he had to face such a reality. This world still speaks with fists. The Iron Blood Empire will always remember this day. It will always remember this shameful day. Blow up the floating dock. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Chapter 49, Let's Build a Submarine. With a loud rumbling sound, the 16,000-ton floating dock at the Qingdao base sank to the bottom of the sea, and the coastal defense facilities were also blown up and turned into ruins. All personnel of the Far East Fleet boarded the ships, and 6 cruisers escorted 2 supply ships and a passenger ship as they sadly left through a passage vacated by the Qiancang Empire Fleet and the White Eagle Federation. Let's go to Tsangdo. January 7th, 1665, local calendar. Taixi Island Governor's Office. Chu Qing, who had just returned from Tongzhou oil field, was checking the battle report sent by Li He. On the day the Franco-Spanish fleet was defeated, Li He led the fleet to capture the Liandu Islands and rescued the former Liandu garrison commander who was under house arrest by Lu Wuming. Within 3 days, he captured 2 more islands, captured 2 Zhaoa-class training cruisers, 3 Haitian-class and Hairon-class frigates, and 8 Kaiji-class ships, and sank 2 Haisua-class battleships, 1 Longwei-class, and 4 Hairon-class and Kaiji-class cruisers. Lu Wuming's adjutant gathered almost all the warships and torpedo boats to deploy defenses east of Fengzhou, trying to consume the strength of the southern fleet layer by layer. Subsequently, in the direction of the Hangzhou Islands, the western fleet of the Zhangdong Autonomous Territory, led by the Duke of Bismarck-class armored cruiser Hai Shi, launched a surprise attack from the southeastern border of the Zhangdong Autonomous Territory to the northwest of Fengzhou. Due to the lack of troops near Fengzhou at that time, the Western Fleet arrived in Fengzhou in 4 days. The remnants of Lu Wuming had already evacuated to the southwest, suspected of preparing to surrender to the powers stationed on Qiancang Island. The Southern Fleet of the Zhangdong Autonomous Territory, led by an offensive spearhead consisting of 2 dreadnoughts, had also broken through to the east of Fengzhou and was about to meet up with the Western Fleet. The people in the Cangnan Sea area were in turmoil. Some islands originally controlled by Lu Wuming and his forces finally turned to the Zhangdong Autonomous Territory under the leadership of the former garrison commander. Chu Qing raised the phone on the table that was connected to the telecommunications department. This is Chu Qing, answering the telecommunications department. Telecommunications department, send a message to Chief of Staff Li immediately. After capturing the Fengzhou Islands, there is no need to pursue the remaining enemy forces. The fleet should rest on the spot, consolidate the rear islands, and eliminate the remaining forces of Lu Wuming. Deal with the prisoners according to the usual methods. Chu Qing planned to temporarily cease fire after capturing Fengzhou, and had no intention of going deep into the southwest of Cangnan Sea area to hunt down Lu Wuming's remnants. Of course he knew that if you don't kill the snake, you will leave trouble for the future. However, the continuous fighting made the entire fleet tired, and the battle line was already very long. The nearly 30 archipelagos within the territory had stretched the troops to the limit. If the battle continued, the 3 dreadnoughts in hand would not be able to defend the territory. Moreover, the fleets of the British, French, and Spanish powers stationed in Hong Kong are no pushovers. According to current intelligence, the British have deployed at least 3 dreadnoughts there. Currently, the White Eagle, Qiancang, and Dongying factions have jointly expelled the Iron Blood Fleet from Qingdao, and their momentum is high. Chu Qing's current strength is not enough to confront the fleets of the great powers head-on. If it rashly swallows up the entire Cangnan, it will inevitably attract the attention of the great powers, so it cannot act too hastily. As for whether Lu Wuming's remnants would one day make a comeback, Chu Qing's space-time mall would teach them what it meant to be treated with new eyes after 3 days of absence. Moreover, Occupying the area east of the Taixi Islands is already a great achievement. The current territory of the Guangdong Autonomous Region has covered nearly 20% of the territory of the former Qiancang Empire, making it a major force. Even though the aftermath work has not been completed yet, Chu Qing's prosperity has risen to 150 points. It can obtain 1,500 time and space points a day, and there is also a Fengzhou shipyard that is more powerful than the original Xinpu shipyard. Wei Jizhu, the chief engineer of Fengzhou shipyard, is the top shipbuilding talent recommended to Chu Qing by Su Zhonghu and Zheng Jinxi. How top-notch! The Kaiji class and modified Kaiji class cruisers, currently the most numerous among the various factions within the former Qiancang Empire, were designed by Wei Jizhu. The Zhao class and Haitian class imitations were also first produced by the Fengzhou shipyard. The former Qiancang Empire's former emperor even invited him to design the Qiancang Empire's first 10,000-ton pre-dreadnought battleship, the Haijin class. However, during the final demonstration phase, it was found that the 7,000-8,000-ton Haisua class was more suitable for Qiancang's national conditions, and the design was not adopted. Chu Qing has asked Li He to capture the Fengzhou Islands as quickly as possible to prevent Lu Wuming's remnants from forcing Wei Jizhu to leave. Chu Qing naturally wants to keep such talents in his own hands. Moreover, after Wei Jizhu arrived, Chu Qing had another task for him that was groundbreaking in this dimension: developing submarines. Although submarines had already entered military use on Chu Qing's blue planet in the early 20th century, the armies of the great powers on this plane already had dreadnoughts and super dreadnoughts, but no submarines. Even if submarines hadn't appeared during the Miracle Storm, hadn't the great powers considered launching an underwater attack? This was truly puzzling. Chu Qing guessed that one of the reasons why submarines pale in comparison in this dimension is that they cannot find a suitable source of power. Submarines need gasoline or diesel power to navigate, but petroleum cracking technology has not yet appeared in this dimension. The production efficiency of gasoline and diesel is low, the price is high, and the output is low. In addition, the flooding of land and the lack of technology to exploit submarine oil mines have led to oil scarcity worldwide. Precious crude oil must first be used to protect the huge naval fleet. Coupled with the low performance, low reliability, and high failure and accident rates of early submarines, the Navy is naturally not interested in this gadget that consumes crude oil quotas. However, Chu Qing was familiar with the history of Blue Star. Based on Blue Star's experience, he concluded that air, submarine, and speed were the magic weapons for nearshore defense. With an auxiliary intelligent brain and a space-time mall, he could detect the location of crude oil deposits and exchange for submarine oil mining technology. The crude oil thermal cracking process had been mastered by the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. At the same time, he could obtain Blue Star's relatively mature submarine design, which completely solved the above-mentioned problems related to submarine applications. The development of submarines can alleviate a large part of Chu Qing's current nearshore defense pressure, thereby freeing up valuable battleships from defense tasks. It can also cut off the opponent's transportation lines or attack ports in wartime, which has many benefits. Ring ring. When Chu Qing was about to exchange a set of Iron Blood Nation U-boat blueprints from the Space-Time Mall, the phone on the table rang. Governor, we have received a communication from the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet. Chapter 50, Agent? I won't be one. The Iron Blood Nation's fleet hopes to resupply in the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. The telegram from the Iron Blood Empire's Far East Fleet is now on Chu Qing's desk. Although it says that they hope to get a temporary place to stay for supplies during the long voyage. In fact, considering the recent situation, everyone knows that the other party's purpose is to seek cooperation with them. The Iron Blood Empire lost its Qin Island base and fell out with the White Eagle Federation, Qiancang Kingdom, and the Dongying Empire. It has announced the withdrawal of its ambassador to Qiancang Kingdom and downgraded its diplomatic relations with the White Eagle Federation and the Dongying Empire to the minister level. If they don't want to give up their presence in the Far East, then they can only seek cooperation with themselves or the Qiancang Second Empire, which is hiding in the western border of the original Qiancang. Let them come. Chu Qing is now sandwiched between the French and Spanish, British Far East fleets in the south and the Dongying Empire in the east. In the north, there are also the Qiancang Kingdom and the White Eagle Federation fleet, whose positions are currently unclear. It also needs an ally on the other side of the planet to divert the attention of other powers led by Britain. 1 month later, on February 7, 1665 in the local calendar, Vice Admiral Felix von Benman, commander of the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet, set foot on the land of Taixi Island with his chief of staff and translator, and slowly walked into the Governor-General Guangdong's official residence. Standing in front of him was a young man in military uniform. 3 months ago, this young man was just a rising star in the garrison, but now he has become the leader of 30 islands in the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, and even his own Far East fleet has to temporarily take shelter under him. Hello, Your Excellency the Governor. Long time no see, Lieutenant General Benman. Chu Qing smiled and shook hands with Benman. I am deeply grateful to His Excellency the Governor for providing us with a place to resupply. It's just a small favor. In the courtesy room, a group of people had already walked into the restaurant. As the door closed, Chu Qing thought that the courtesy was enough. He looked at Lieutenant General Benman and others, and then slowly spoke. The supplies you brought should be enough to reach the Principality of Yangzhou. But Your Excellency, the Lieutenant General, has come all the way to the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. Is there something important you want to discuss with me? Since Your Excellency the Governor already has the answer, there is no need to ask even though you already know the answer. This was not the first time that Benman had dealt with Chu Qing, so he knew there was no need to beat around the bush. The information you provided about British ships and ammunition is of great importance to us. Therefore, I come here this time with the sincerity of the Iron Blood Empire, hoping to reach cooperation with Your Excellency the Governor once again. I think Your Excellency the Governor has heard about what happened a month ago. The new Qiancang nation expelled us and handed over our long-running Qingdao base to the White Eagle Federation. We have lost our foothold in the Far East, so we need Your Excellency the Governor's support. The British are on the opposite side of us, and the East Sakura Empire they support is your biggest concern right now. Cooperation at this time is in the interests of both of us. Chu Qing listened to Lieutenant General Benman's translation word for word and looked at the tough officers in front of him with interest. If you are truly here for equal cooperation, then the Guangdong Autonomous Territory will naturally show the same goodwill. But I want to know, are you looking for an equal partner or an agent in the Far East? Chu Qing deliberately emphasized the word equality and observed the expression of the translator in front of her. The current Iron Blood Empire actually has no need to retain any influence in the Far East because the Qiancang Empire no longer exists, and neither the Caucasus Empire nor the Dongying Empire can become Iron Blood's allies, and the Far East is still full of British influence. The Iron Blood people have no colonies here, and the Guangdong Autonomous Region has not begun to show anything special, so why do they need to come to me for cooperation? Presumably, he was planning to establish himself, or even the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, as an agent to confront the Dongying Empire, an ally of Britain, and thus indirectly control the Far East. As expected, Vice Admiral Benman frowned. Your Excellency, Governor, equal cooperation requires strength as a foundation. You only possess 2 dreadnoughts, so your strength is still lacking. Besides, we can offer a generous condition, such as a dreadnought, or providing some industrial equipment. All you need to do is let us lease an archipelago. I'm sorry, Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, the Guangdong Autonomous Territory hopes to maintain its independence and will not become an agent or gunman of any force. As for the lease you mentioned, that is absolutely impossible. The Guangdong Autonomous Territory will never sell a single inch of its land. Chu Qing straightened his face and spoke firmly. He would never let the humiliating history of Blue Star be repeated in this plane. He would never cede or lease his territory. The current strength of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory is naturally incomparable to the former Qiancang Empire, let alone the Iron Blood Empire. However, Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, please believe that the potential of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory is absolutely beyond anyone's imagination. Lieutenant General Benman's face turned unhappy after being directly rebuked by Chu Qing. Chu Qing did not care. After all, he had not shown any outstanding qualities at the moment, so it was hard to convince others. It seemed that it was time to show something. Please follow me. Chu Qing led the Taixi Nation group to the top floor of the official residence, from where they could overlook the entire Taixi Island and the ocean surrounding it. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, please take a look. Following Chu Qing's finger, Vice Admiral Benman's pupils constricted. He saw a massive floating dock, almost identical to the 16,000-ton floating dock at Qingdao Base, only slightly larger, at least 22,000 tons. It could easily handle a conventional dreadnought. It contained the Corbeil-class battleship captured from the French Navy. This is a large floating dock designed and built independently by the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. Of course, the design was based on a similar product deployed by your country at the Qingdao base, and the materials were also purchased from the Yangzhou Principality. Chu Qing smiled and said to Lieutenant General Benman that although the term miracle storm could also cover up its origin, the term independently designed and built could better highlight its potential. Besides, Who said we only have 2 dreadnoughts? Chu Qing raised his hand and pointed at the sea in the distance. The attendant who accompanied him quickly handed a pair of binoculars to Lieutenant General Benman. What he saw was even more surprising. He saw the Derflinger-class battlecruiser, an elite ship even in the Iron Blood Navy. If it weren't for the battle flag with the Black Eagle, he would have thought that the main force of the High Seas Fleet had arrived in the Far East, ready to deal with the arrogant Qiancang Kingdom. Oh, she got it from the Miracle Storm. Chu Qing smiled as she looked at the shocked Lieutenant General and his translator. I have one more thing to show you. Chu Qing clapped his hands, and 2 Marines carrying a target plate came running downstairs. This is a 40-pound Krupp-type carboized hardened armor plate, but it's pure Sangdong-made. The bullet holes above were left by a French-made 47mm rapid-fire gun using nickel-steel armor-piercing rounds fired at a distance of 250 meters, which is enough to prove its protective capabilities. Felix von Benman took a quick look and believed it 80%. After all, no one would buy a 1-inch armor plate weighing only 40 pounds. It was most likely produced by the Sangdong Autonomous Territory. This is surprising. Your Excellency, it seems that you have indeed encountered some opportunities in the past 3 months. Vice Admiral Benman's ideas have begun to change. Not to mention the Derflinger, the technical capabilities of designing and building a large floating dock and independently producing Krupp steel have far exceeded the expectations of the Vice Admiral himself and even the Navy Department, which is enough to attract certain attention. Chapter 51 U-43 Submarine. Your Excellency, Governor, could you please tell me about your Krupp armor production per month? The Lieutenant General and his entourage returned to the banquet hall. Please forgive my intrusion. 1,200 tons, Chu Qing pointed out. Of course, this is the current maximum output. Felix von Benman turned and talked to Chief of Staff Ingenol for a while and finally spoke. I admit that we underestimated your strength and development potential. I will report this new intelligence to the Imperial Navy Department. However, in my personal judgment, if the Navy Department wants to formulate a truly equal cooperation plan, what you have currently demonstrated may not be enough. Vice Admiral Benman spread his hands. Krupp's annual output of over 10,000 tons of steel was indeed not to be underestimated and could influence the armor steel market to a certain extent. However, the strength of the Sangdong Autonomous Territory's 3 dreadnoughts was still somewhat weak, and the Admiralty might not recognize their enormous potential. The Sangdong Autonomous Territory dares to ask for equal cooperation, so it must have its own confidence. Chu Qing gestured for his men to bring a briefcase. Look at it. It contains something that can shake Britain's maritime power. Lieutenant General Benman took the briefcase handed over by Chu Qing and found that it contained what seemed to be part of the design drawings. Is it a development of the Holland submarine from a few years ago? Compared to it, the Holland is not even a baby, Chu Qing said with a smile. It has a maximum range of over 9,000 nautical miles, is diesel-powered, has a surface speed of 17 knots, and a submerged speed of 9.1 knots. It has 6 torpedo tubes, and most importantly, its design is quite mature, unlike the half-baked Holland submarines that are prone to frequent mechanical failures. It's a true underwater killer, and it's the only one of its kind on this planet. I think Your Excellency the Vice Admiral can see its importance. Chu Qing chose the U-43 ocean-going diesel-electric submarine, which was mass-produced by the Blue Star Iron Blood Country in 1913. It has a surface displacement of 725 tons and an underwater displacement of 940 tons. A total of 8 submarines of this type were built, with a total sinking tonnage of 500,000 tons. The technology is mature and the performance is excellent. Lieutenant General Benman handed several drawings to Ingenol, who also showed joy on his face. They were all senior naval commanders, and they could all see the importance of this new weapon. In this era, no one had thought about guarding against underwater attacks, and if used properly, it could achieve a small but great effect. Moreover, in the absence of reliable long-range detection technology, even if dozens or hundreds of such ocean-going submarines are deployed into the vast ocean, it will be difficult for the opponent to counter them. The torpedo weapons they carry are a deadly threat to merchant fleets and even lone warships. A large part of the British Empire's maritime power came from its vast merchant fleet, which continuously transported resources plundered from the colonies to the British Isles. Without the blood transfusion from overseas colonies, the British Empire would quickly fall into difficulties. If it wanted to protect its transportation lines, it would have to disperse the fleet forces concentrated in the mainland, and then, I think the weight of this item is enough for us to stand at the negotiation table on equal terms, right? Chu Qing interrupted the contemplative lieutenant general. It was designed by a talented designer from the Sangdong Autonomous Territory, so we are the only ones who have its complete set of design drawings. We know that your country is the largest potential user of this submarine, so we have specially prepared a German document. In addition to this ocean-going torpedo attack submarine, we also have some other submarine designs. Only if the Iron Blood Empire cooperates with us on an equal footing will we hand over this blueprint to the Iron Blood Empire. As for other products, your country will need to pay some other prices. Chu Qing put down his wine glass and waited for Lieutenant General Benman's decision. I am aware of the importance of this blueprint. I will do my best to ensure that the Navy Department and even the Imperial leadership meet your requirements. Lieutenant General Benman recovered from his shock and assured, I hope you won't disclose this blueprint to other countries. If the performance of this submarine is really as advanced as Chu Qing said, then even if it needs to consume diesel, it is acceptable. The Iron Blood Empire must get this blueprint. Chief Engineer Wei, how is the progress of the submarine? At night, Benman and his party returned to the ship to contact the Navy Department, while Chu Qing came to the new research institute secretly established by the Ordnance Bureau on the coast of Taixi Island. Wei Jizhu was supervising the construction of submarines here. A month ago, Li He captured the Fengzhou Islands and immediately sent the Corbeil-class battleship to bring Wei Jizhu here. After seeing the mountains of advanced ship drawings in the Ordnance Bureau's Research Institute, this top figure in the Qiancang shipbuilding industry immediately decided to join the Ordnance Bureau. Originally, Su Zhonghu was going to give him the position of director of the Ordnance Bureau, but Wei Jizhu firmly declined and only took the positions of chief engineer and chief shipbuilder. In order to make him familiar with the structure and use of submarines, Chu Qing specially exchanged for a 200-ton Iron Blood Country UB-2 offshore submarine, using the excuse that it was obtained from Miracle Storm in the early years for his reference. Of course, the offshore defense submarine that Chu Qing asked him to supervise was the more advanced UB-3 type, which was the prototype of the UIC type that shone brightly in Blue Star during World War II. The ocean-going submarines are the later U-93 class large submarines, which are more advanced than the U-43 type provided to the Iron Blood Man. U-93 U-98 is 71.55 meters long, has a maximum diving depth of 50 meters, and an underwater displacement of 1,000 tons. Your Excellency, Governor. Wei Jizhu put down his work and accompanied Chu Qing to the supporting dock. The experimental boat is still undergoing various mechanical tests and is now waiting for the first batch of cadets assigned by the Sangdong Naval Academy to arrive for sea trials. Wei Jizhu pointed to the steel frame gradually taking shape in the dock. The keel of the new offshore submarine has been laid, but some key equipment still needs to be purchased from outside. If the materials and equipment are in place, the new submarine is expected to be completed in 2 to 3 months. The progress of ocean-going submarines is a little slower, mainly because we do not have the ability to manufacture large pressure hulls. That's not a problem. Once the cooperation with the Iron Blood people is officially finalized, we'll be able to obtain the equipment to manufacture large pressure hulls. I never thought the Governor-General would have such outstanding ship design capabilities and strategic foresight. This series of true submarines is bound to change the landscape of naval power. Wei Jizhu couldn't help but admire. When he was first assigned to come here to build small tonnage ships of no more than 1,000 tons, he thought that Chu Qing didn't trust him. As a result, after actually seeing the several drawings provided by Chu Qing, he was completely convinced. The company has all types of ocean-going, nearshore, transport, mine-laying, and other submarines, all of which are designs never seen before in the world. Their performance and design concepts are far superior to the short-lived Holland submarine. I was also inspired by the submarine I got from Miracle Storm. Chu Qing was so flattered that he couldn't hold back his pride. He regretted taking the responsibility of designing these submarines. If he had known earlier, he would have said that he got them from Miracle Storm. Chapter 52 Cooperation Details. The next morning, Lieutenant General Benman stated that he had received full authorization from the Iron Blood Empire to discuss cooperation matters with the Sangdong Autonomous Territory. The negotiations lasted a whole day, and finally the details of the cooperation were preliminarily finalized and the corresponding contract was signed. 1. The two parties will establish an encrypted dedicated line to facilitate subsequent cooperation and intelligence exchange. 2. The Sangdong Autonomous Territory will provide blueprints for ocean-going diesel-electric submarines, transport submarines, and mine-laying submarines, and help the Iron Blood Nation solve technical problems encountered in submarine construction. 3. In return, the Iron Blood Empire provided industrial equipment such as precision lathes, 10,000-ton hydraulic presses, large acid open hearth furnaces, and production lines for basic chemical products such as ammonium nitrate, as well as corresponding technical support, and helped the Guangdong Autonomous Territory establish a complete chemical and industrial system. Originally, the Iron Blood Empire had hoped that the Guangdong Autonomous Territory would open up the berths of Xinpu Port for the Far East Fleet to dock and maintain. At the same time, it promised that the Iron Blood Empire's Far East Fleet stationed at Xinpu Port would be willing to assume the obligation to protect the safety of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory and obey the command of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory when necessary. However, Chu Qing politely declined. The reason why he formed an alliance with the Iron Blood Empire and handed over the submarine, a powerful weapon, to the Iron Blood Empire for use and development was that he hoped that the Iron Blood Empire could develop stronger and attract the attention of major powers such as Britain. If Chu Qing, who possesses an auxiliary intelligent brain and a space-time maul, is not disturbed by the outside world, her rise will be an inevitable result. However, she is still in the growth stage. If the great powers notice the clues, Chu Qing believes that they will put all their efforts into strangling her in the bud. He did not want the British and French to know his secret, nor did he want the iron-blooded Chinese to discover anything unusual, so even though the Far East Fleet stationed in Guangdong could provide him with shelter, he still chose to refuse. Your Excellency, Governor, since you have the guts to bring diesel-powered submarines to the forefront, are you prepared to resolve the fuel issue? At the celebratory dinner, Major General Ingenal, Chief of Staff of the Far East Fleet, came to Chu Qing with a glass of wine and asked this question unexpectedly. To be honest, we are already researching a new processing technology that can increase the output rate of light oils such as gasoline and diesel. However, we are still some distance away from successful application. If successful, we are willing to give priority to providing technology transfer to the Iron Blood Empire. Chu Qing was surprised, thinking that this kind of person was really not easy to fool, and he had already guessed that he had a way to increase fuel production. However, this is not a big problem. In fact, the Guangdong Autonomous Territory has fully mastered the technologies of thermal cracking and has even produced the first barrel of gasoline and diesel using this method. After a few months, I will take this thing out and get some offshore drilling technology from the iron-blooded people. This was an unexpected discovery during the negotiations. The iron-blooded people in this dimension have actually explored a shallow sea oil extraction route with deep-sea docks and mobile drilling ships as the main body. Although it is very rough, it is indeed feasible. Cheers to our friendship. Major General Ingenal was naturally very happy to get the answer he wanted. Cheers to friendship. Bang! 7 days later, on February 15th, the Iron Blood Empire fleet completed its replenishment, took away the blueprints of the U-43 ocean-going diesel-electric submarine, and then sailed away from the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. Chu Qing and the Iron Blood Empire agreed to wait for the arrival of industrial equipment to deliver the remaining information. In fact, since they left Guangdong, the Iron Blood Empire's Far East Fleet has actually ceased to exist, but Vice Admiral Benman is not disappointed because he has won over a potential partner for the Iron Blood Empire. Originally, some voices within the Navy Ministry hoped that the Far East Fleet would seek cooperation with the Qiancang Second Empire, which was hiding in the Taixi Islands. After all, the other party was naturally hostile to Qiancang and the White Eagle Federation. However, Ingenal and Benman insisted on persuading Admiral Tirpitz. In the end, the facts proved that the trip to Guangdong was an extremely correct decision. 2 days later, a batch of chemical equipment used by the French to exchange prisoners was transported to the Taixi Islands. It was mainly used to make explosives. The French originally wanted to exchange it for the Courbet-class ship, but was sternly rejected by Chu Qing. The French and Spanish negotiators returned in disappointment and made some harsh remarks before leaving, and were then severely scolded by Chu Qing. Chu Qing was not afraid of the French and Spanish retaliation, because the French and Spanish fleet stationed in the Qiancang Islands was no longer as strong as the Guangdong Navy with 3 dreadnoughts, and it would take at least several months to transfer fleets from other colonies or the mainland. By that time, the strength of the Guangdong Autonomous Region would have been gone, and it was still uncertain who would win or lose. At this time, the time and space points in Chu Qing's hands had accumulated to more than 50,000 points, and the prosperity level had also increased to 180 points. He earned 1,800 time and space points a day, and he would be able to drive a super dreadnought in a few months. A force without a super dreadnought will ultimately be a second-rate or third-rate force, unable to intimidate the surrounding villains. King Kong class. Queen Elizabeth class. Chu Qing seemed to be able to see their heroic figures cutting through the waves on the sea. Your Excellency, Governor, Director Su hopes you can attend the trial launch of the new speedboat. The servant's words woke Chu Qing from his daydreaming. and he remembered that today should be the day when the new torpedo boat and speedboat were completed. In fact, when Chu Qing handed over a batch of gasoline engines exchanged from the Space-Time Mall to Su Zhonghu, he casually mentioned that a gasoline-powered torpedo boat could be built and gave Su Zhonghu a general idea of the design. As a result, after completing the research and development of thermal cracking process and RDX synthesis technology, Su Zhonghu plunged into the development of torpedo boats. It has been about a month and the first batch of products is almost completed. Chu Qing followed the attendant to the dock and saw the torpedo boat that had just been completed. There are 6 torpedo boats in a batch, and this one was completed the fastest. Its shape reminded Chu Qing of the mass torpedo boat built by the Apennine Kingdom of Blue Star in the early 20th century. This little gadget pioneered the first torpedo boat to sink a battleship. The 2 torpedoes were not in the launch tubes, but mounted on the hull. Welcome, Governor, for your guidance. Su Zhonghu was the first to notice Chu Qing. The sailors gathered at the dock and saw Chu Qing arrive, and they hurriedly stood at attention and saluted. In addition to these sailors, the researchers present also respected Chu Qing very much because Chu Qing always came up with some groundbreaking ideas and helped technicians solve practical problems. This boat is 16 meters long and 3 meters wide, with a draft of less than 1 meter when fully loaded. As for its top speed, we'll have to test it today. Su Zhonghu introduced him to Chu Qing with a smile. We are doing the final inspection on it. We estimate that it will be ready to sail in 15 minutes. Today we will test its top speed and turning ability. Okay. As he spoke, Chu Qing took a step forward and boarded the speedboat. Governor, what are you doing? Strictly speaking, this is the first combat ship built by the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. Can't I even participate in the sea trials? This speedboat has not been tested yet and is very dangerous. If I don't dare to ride it, how can we let our sailors fly it into battle? Chu Qing ignored Su Zhonghu's advice and insisted on boarding the boat to participate in the sea trial, because only in this way could he use the ability of the auxiliary intelligent brain to detect problems arising during the sea trial in real time and provide corresponding solutions. Chapter 53 General Semijima's New Toy. The assisting sailor on the shore inserted the joystick into the starter port, swung his arms hard and rotated it, and the gasoline engine began to make a rumbling sound. This was the first time Chu Qing heard the roar of a gasoline engine since he came to this dimension. For a moment, it reminded him of the motorcycles running all over the ground when he was a child. Your Excellency the Governor, please hold on tight, the sailor in charge of driving reminded Chu Qing, bringing her back from her memories. The sailor in the driving seat clicked into first gear and stepped on the accelerator. The speedboat slowly moved forward under the propulsion of the 280 horsepower gasoline engine. This is a significant advantage of the internal combustion engine over steam power, quick starting. Once it reached the open waters outside the port, the torpedo boat began to speed recklessly, easily breaking through 30 knots amid the roar of the engine, and this was before it reached its maximum speed. The black torpedo boat drew a long white line and quickly passed the Guangdong Naval Academy training ship returning from training, attracting a group of cadets on the ship to watch. The speedboat maneuvered on the sea, testing various extreme performance data, and returned to the port about an hour later. We can widen the boat by 0.1 to 0.2 meters to increase stability. Chu Qing jumped off the speedboat and put forward his own modification suggestions. The design of this speedboat is quite good. The torpedoes are mounted on both sides. Although it looks rough, it has a good weight-reducing effect, and the main design does not need to be modified when the torpedoes are replaced in the future. During the sea trial, the maximum speed of the speedboat reached nearly 40 knots, which is sufficient. However, it is not very stable when turning at high speed and needs to be improved, otherwise it will capsize when the torpedo is launched and it is detached at high speed. Su Zhonghu nodded, took note of Chu Qing's opinion, and then signaled the sailors to drive the speedboat back to the Research Institute. February 20th, 1665, Eastern Sakura Empire, Sasebo Tutelary Fort. In the morning mist, Admiral Sanjima Yashiki watched a sleek warship enter Sasebo port accompanied by a tugboat. If Chu Qing were here, he would be able to see that this Congo-class ship is an initial version that has not been modified. Its combat effectiveness cannot be compared with the Congo that was later transformed into a high-speed battleship. However, it is a super dreadnought-class battlecruiser after all, and its combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. This is a Congo-class battlecruiser that had just been obtained from the Miracle Storm. The Tosakura Navy Department inherited the name of the Tsukuba, which had sunk due to an ammunition depot explosion, and allowed the Sasebo Naval Base to incorporate her into the combat sequence. King Kong. Now, with this big toy in service, The Sasebo naval base already has 2 Congo-class battlecruisers, and the manpower is enough to implement Samejima Yuanki's revenge plan. The previous attempt to use industrial equipment to gradually control the Tsangdong autonomous territory failed. Although the Dongying people erased the nameplates of the various components of these equipment and did not distribute instruction manuals, the Qiancang people did not contact them again and put these equipment into production normally. Moreover, the amount of Krupp steel in the market of the Principality of Yangzhou has suddenly increased a lot. Combined with the fact that the number of cargo ships heading to the Tsangdong autonomous territory has increased recently, it is easy to suspect that Tsangdong autonomous territory. Because of this incident, Samejima Kinki was criticized within the Navy. Many generals criticized him for agreeing to the other party's excessive request in order to protect his adopted son, and for using the empire's materials to satisfy the Samejima family's private interests. In addition, the Wu naval base had previously conquered the Taixi Islands, an important resource-producing area. The comparison between the two made the Sasebo naval base seem incompetent. He now urgently needed a victory to wash away the shame. As for the opponent, of course he chose the Tsangdong autonomous territory that had brought shame to him. Commander Samejima, the instructors from Kirishima have assembled. The chief officer in charge of training ran up to Samejima and saluted. The graduates of the Sasebo Marine Corps are ready to board the ship. Immediately begin combat readiness training. Within 1 month at the latest, I hope this Congo-class ship will have initial combat capabilities. With the assistance of officers transferred from the same type of ship Kirishima, these recruits who have undergone rigorous training in the Marine Corps and have practical experience should be able to make the Tsukuba combat ready within a month. By then, the attack on the Tsangdong autonomous territory can begin. Boom! Chu Qing and others put down their hands that were covering their ears and poked their heads out from the bunker. This was the Tsangdong weapons test site on Jinzhou Island. A huge artillery had just completed a shot. This is the first 305mm caliber naval gun manufactured by the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory. It was designed by the Deputy Director of the Ordnance Bureau. Of course, it was designed according to the British Tin Malawian Quach's drawings, but all the components were produced independently. The muzzle blast caused by the large caliber artillery caused smoke and dust to fly in the field, but Chu Qing and Chun Lishu, the Deputy Director of the Ordnance Bureau in charge of artillery production, could not wait any longer and rushed out of the bunker to the other side of the shooting range. There was originally a surface-hardened steel target here, 305mm thick, made of 2 layers of 6-inch steel plates welded together. The outer armor was carboized and the inner armor was homogeneous steel. Its performance was slightly weaker than the whole 305mm target plate, roughly equivalent to an 11-inch, 279mm thick integral armor. The artillery uses reduced charge and is loaded with special capped armor-piercing shells that have no explosives but are weighted with sand, simulating artillery shells fired from 9,500 meters away. Now, the ground is in a mess. The steel target was completely penetrated, leaving a large hole with cracks on all sides. There was a large bullet hole on the earthen hill behind. After digging out the embedded shell, it was found that the shell body was basically intact. Success! The researchers in the artillery are D-team cheered, and then received Chu Qing's promise of an extra month's salary. This means that Tsangdong's domestically produced 45 caliber 305mm naval gun has the ability to penetrate 11-inch surface-hardened steel at a distance of 9,500 meters. The power has passed the acceptance inspection, and the next step is to conduct a life test. The rumbling sound of artillery echoed throughout the experimental base. Chu Qing left here and went to the Secret Research Institute of the Ordnance Bureau on Taixi Island. The crew of the UB-2 offshore submarine has completed their training and will go out to sea for practice tonight. The Auxiliary Intelligent Brain Resonance Amplification Field also contributed to this. As a high-tech branch of the military, submarine soldiers cannot normally complete their training so quickly, but the 500-fold amplification is no joke. They only feel that their learning speed is very fast. They can read more than 10 lines at a glance. They can learn various regulations, and operating specifications once they learn them and will not forget them. The UB-2 type submarine floated quietly on the sea like a black whale. The crew opened the hatch on the conning tower shell and boarded the ship in an orderly manner. Soon, the roar of the diesel engine was heard, and the black whale drove out of the cave under the cover of night. Chapter 54: An Unexpected Surprise. In early spring, the sea is surging with cold waves and the climate is not pleasant, especially at night, when the sea breeze carries icy water vapor that seems to penetrate into people's bones. As the top secret of the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory, The existence of the submarine force must never be exposed, and sailing must be done at night. Even the crew members selected from the Cangdong Naval Academy did not know their mission before arriving at the Institute's dock. This time, Chu Qing did not board the submarine with the crew. Instead, she and Wei Jizhu boarded the 3,000-ton luxury royal cruise ship that Zheng Jingxi had brought back from the Qiancang Central District and followed the experimental submarine from a distance. The cruise ship had now been stripped of its luxurious decorations and had been equipped with hydrophones and high-power medium and long-wave radio stations, transforming it into a submarine command ship. This type of submarine has a low surface speed. Its two six-cylinder, four-stroke diesel engines only provide 284 horsepower, and its maximum surface speed is no more than 9.15 knots. After sailing at maximum speed for half an hour, it slowed down and stopped according to the command ship's instructions. Request to dive. The command ship received the light code signal from the submarine. Permission to dive, Chu Qing replied. Alarms sounded on the submarine, and the watertight doors slammed shut. Seawater surged on both sides of the 36-meter-long and 4.86-meter-wide hull as ballast water was loaded. Soon, the 200-ton coastal submarine dived below the surface. On March 1, 1665, at 8:03 a.m., in the eastern border waters of the Cangdong Autonomous Territory, a vague figure appeared faintly under the originally calm sea surface. After a while, the figure became clearer and clearer. Later, the water surface churned like a boil, and the black submarine revealed its shape. It had been diving underwater for a night, and now needed to surface to recharge and breathe. The 50-meter maximum diving depth experiment conducted yesterday was thrilling. The submarine crew couldn't wait to get out of the submarine and come to the deck to breathe fresh air. They were already suffocating after sailing underwater for 8 hours. I didn't think it was a big deal when I was learning the basics on shore, but now that I'm actually sitting in this iron can full of instruments and valves sailing dozens of meters underwater, I can feel how unusual it is. I also understand the necessity of so many physical and psychological tests before. Zhang Huchen, 22, is now the temporary captain of this experimental submarine. He was originally just an ordinary student at the Cangdong Naval Academy. However, one day he was asked to complete several sets of physical and psychological tests and was told to graduate early and participate in a secret mission. There were more than 80 people selected with him, but after several rounds of testing, only the 23 people who are now in the boat are left. They are the first generation of submarine soldiers that Chu Qing has high hopes for. He hopes to form a real submarine force with them as the backbone, so a mobile position system, that is, position rotation, is adopted on this submarine. No matter what their initial positions are, these 23 people will experience 23 positions during the voyage. Zhang Huchen was just the helmsman yesterday, but today he took on the position of captain. He stood on the control tower and unfolded the task list, which read, March 1 SD, Torpedo Attack Drill. Yes, today's training mission is a torpedo attack, and the target of the attack is the command ship where Chu Qing, the governor of Cangdong Autonomous Territory, is located. This kind of opportunity to fire at the governor would probably never come again, so the morale of the entire crew was very high, and a group of strong young men were shouting excitedly. It seemed that the task on his shoulders was particularly heavy. Zhang Huchen took out his pocket watch, and the pointer on it had already passed the scale representing 8:45. According to the course and speed of his own ship and the command ship, the target was about to appear. It's almost time. Let's dive. A low warning voice sounded. The captain issued an order, and the sailors immediately followed Zhang Huchen back into the submarine. The sea surface was boiling again, and the 36-meter-long UB-2 dived underwater again. Dive to periscope depth. Dive to periscope depth. 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters, 9 meters, 10 meters. Periscope depth. Raise the periscope. The periscope rose from the sea surface. Zhang Huchen held the handle of the periscope and rotated it around to look for the target. After about an hour, he finally found a small black dot on the sea surface. After zooming in, he confirmed that it was the command ship following behind him. Zhang Huchen did not act rashly. At this time, the command ship was still far away from his submarine, and the torpedo could not reach it for the time being. Horizontal bearing 223. The deputy captain easily reported the bearing data. Medium target, distance 7,000 meters. Speed 23 knots. Zhang Huchen also read the distance based on the scale on the periscope. Set the torpedo depth to 4 meters. Set the maximum speed. Set depth at 4 meters. Set speed at maximum. Start the motor. Start the motor. 1/3 power. Turn left 18 degrees. Seize attack position. The cruise operation was perfect, without any stuttering. They didn't look like novices at all, but rather like experienced submariners who had been fighting underwater for many years. This is the benefit of the resonance amplification field, which greatly shortens the talent training cycle. Turn off the motor when you get close to 1,000 meters. Dive to 35 meters. Zhang Huchen did not choose to turn around and attack head-on, because doing so would cause the periscope exposed above the water to stir up waves and lead to being discovered. He chose to adjust the angle and wait for the opponent to drive to the front of him to attack a large area. The submarine command ship is now passing in front of them at a speed of 24 knots. The noise of the high-speed rotation of the propeller makes them annoyed. Now all they need to do is wait patiently for the command ship to approach, and then appear within the attack range of the bow torpedo tube. Estimating that the time was almost up, Zhang Huchen decisively ordered, "Start the motor, output power at half. Periscope depth." Although surfacing can also be achieved by directly adjusting the ballast water, the discharged bubbles will pose a risk of exposure. Therefore, this time Zhang Huchen's submarine chose to adjust the elevator to control the diving depth. The hidden hunter quietly poked its head out of the sea and found that its target was only 600 meters away from it and was facing its bow from the side. Torpedo controller. Torpedo tubes 1 and 2 fire. On the command ship, Chu Qing knew clearly through the intelligent computer that the underwater submarine had locked onto him and launched 2 torpedoes, but he did not warn anyone. He could not intervene in the torpedo attack. After all, the auxiliary intelligent computer's terrifying situational awareness ability naturally restrained submarines. At the same time, he did not let the crew turn on the hydrophone, because no country in this era had heard of using such equipment. 2 torpedoes approaching on the starboard side. Distance 550 meters. The sailors, on high alert, finally spotted the torpedo's white wake, and the command ship simultaneously steered to starboard, but it was too late. One of the rubber-headed training torpedoes slammed into the command ship's starboard side, just below the waterline. The UB-2 type is equipped with a 508 mm torpedo tube, one of which is enough to seriously damage a 10,000-ton warship. Therefore, according to the exercise judgment rules, the command ship that Chu Qing was on had been sunk at this time, so a black flag was immediately raised on the mast. It was too fast and too close. We couldn't react at all. The sailors looked annoyed, but Wei Jizhu was very happy. After all, the command ship of this exercise could not escape the torpedo hunting even though they knew in advance that there was a submarine, which proved the terrifying combat power of submarines in this era. In the distance, the UB-2 submarine, observing the torpedo hit, also jumped out of the water, and the command deck was suddenly crowded with excited submarine soldiers. According to the original plan, they should have returned at this time, but several columns of smoke appearing on the eastern sea level caught Chu Qing's attention. Chapter 55. Come to cheat. Come to attack. Under the bright sunshine, a small fleet was sailing at 26 knots off the coast of Cangdong. This fleet consisted of 2 small figures, 1 large, and 2 small, all flying flags with radiating blood-red stripes. The large ship has 2 tall masts and 4 twin 356 mm main gun turrets, and its shape is very majestic. The 2 smaller figures have 4 chimneys and 2 152 mm single main guns at the bow and stern. Private First Class Yamashita, you're a full 10 seconds too slow. At the secondary gun position of the gun turret of the Congo-class battlecruiser Tsukuba of the Tosakura Navy, a new recruit was being scolded by a veteran. He fell during the drill of carrying artillery shells, causing him to be slow by a full 10 seconds. IJN's Spirit Infusion Stick, the nightmare of many new recruits. The sergeant was furious and slapped him several times. The new recruit, called Shanxia, was shaking with fear because he knew that after the training in the evening, he would inevitably receive a spiritual infusion. IJN is physically punishing soldiers. This Congo-class battlecruiser had been conducting sea training for 10 consecutive days, and under the escort of 2 Chikuma-class battlecruisers, it sailed almost in a straight line from the Sasebo naval base to the waters off Cangdong. Chikuma was the last type of protected cruiser of the IJN. At first, Admiral Samejima was a little worried, but then he thought that this Congo-class battlecruiser, with its 27.5 knot speed and 8 356 mm naval guns, could easily run rampant in the vicinity. Anyway, none of the dreadnoughts or even cruisers of the Cangdong Autonomous Territory could catch up with it. Maximum combat speed. Maximum combat speed. Feeling the surging power brought by the 36 coal-fired boilers, the new acting captain of the Tsukuba, Captain Hiroguchi, was in high spirits. He was originally just the navigator of Kirishima, but now he was directly promoted to the acting captain of the same type of ship. The feeling of mastering powerful forces made him feel very comfortable. The only thing that made him unhappy was the training of the sailors. So far, these recruits had not met the qualification standards and were far from the 1-month period stipulated by Admiral Samejima to form combat effectiveness. A column of smoke ahead on the port side. Measuring speed. The lookout reported an unexpected discovery. Is it a merchant ship? The outline doesn't look like a freighter. We're comparing it. Taixi came to the porthole and raised a high-powered telescope. The figure in his field of vision did not look like an ordinary merchant ship. Speed, 23 knots. Now it can be confirmed that the other party is definitely not a merchant ship. No merchant ship would waste fuel and sail at a high speed of 23 knots in the near sea. Ship Identification Manual, page 45. Qiancang Empire Royal High-Speed Cruise Ship. The royal cruise ship of the extinct Qiancang Empire actually appeared here? Takeuchi Hitaro was a little surprised, but the other party did appear here. Colonel Takeuchi had already imagined a story of a fallen nobleman fleeing overseas with royal treasures. Is there any need to ask what to do next? Catch up. Order them to stop their ship for inspection. Intercepting a shipload of treasure would be a great achievement, perhaps even enough to remove the 2 words in front of acting captain. Even if the other party didn't understand, it wouldn't be a big deal. Although the people on his ship were all new recruits, it would still be easy to deal with such a weak target. Distance, 23,000. The other party is not flying a flag. The lookout's tone was very excited, which meant that what they did was legally justified. Warships of any country have the right and obligation to inspect ships that do not fly a flag. Bearing distance, 18,000. Large target number 1. Identified as the Dongying Navy's Congo-class battlecruiser. The enemy is accelerating. 10 meters below the sea surface. In the experimental submarine, Zhang Huchen and 22 other crew members were on high alert. The governor's plan was too risky and shocking to allow any mistakes. A truly good hunter is also good at appearing in the form of prey. The governor said before they dived, lure the enemy with your own body. Lure a Congo-class battlecruiser to create an attack opportunity for your own submarine. This courage shocked the 23 fledgling submarine soldiers. Load torpedo tubes number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Set depth to 8 meters. Maximum speed. Zhang Huchen recalled the draft depth of the Congo class from the data and gave the order. The UB-2 submarine has 4 torpedo tubes and can carry a total of 6 torpedoes. This time, the first 2 were replaced with rubber-tipped training bombs, and the rest were live ammunition with explosives. These 4 torpedoes are responsible for the mission of ending this Congo-class submarine. Increase the motor power to 1/2. Right rudder 15 degrees. Zhang Huchen continued to issue orders, trying to pick a good attack position. If the operation was successful and the battlecruiser was sunk, they would truly make history. If they failed, distance 21,000. The enemy has accelerated to maximum speed. On the submarine command ship, sailors operated the rangefinder to monitor the status of the Congo-class submarine in real time. The other party asked us to stop the ship immediately for inspection. Raise the D flag and tell them that this ship is out of control and cannot obey orders. Chu Qing leaned leisurely against the railing of the navigation bridge, without any worries. He pretended to be a harmless royal cruise ship passing by, tricked the large ships of the Dongying Navy into taking the bait, and then used underwater men to launch a sneak attack. This was his plan. Left rudder 30, let's change direction. Chu Qing is not a person who likes to take risks. He must be confident in what he does. With the auxiliary intelligent brain, the landing point of each enemy's artillery attack can be predicted in advance. Moreover, as the former royal cruise ship of the Qiancang Empire, this command ship has excellent steering effect and sensitive control response, which can fully achieve the operation of players twisting the ship to avoid artillery shells in some naval battle games on Blue Star. The most important thing is that the King Kong is a genuine super dreadnought. If you sink it, you will definitely get a lot of time and space points. The other party sent a telegram saying that if we don't stop the ship, they will use force. Leave him alone. Distance 17,000. Enemy fire. About 20 minutes later, a thick cloud of black smoke rose from the sea behind, and the Congo-class ship opened fire. The crew members became nervous, but Chu Qing was still at ease because the auxiliary intelligent computer calculated that the landing point was more than 700 meters away from him, so there was no need to worry at all. Boom! A column of water rose up with a huge sound, but did not cause any substantial damage. Chu Qing checked the holographic sea chart and found that Zhang Huchen's experimental boat had reached the preset attack position, while the 2 Dongying patrol boats were left behind by the Congo class. In this case, The intelligent computer calculated that the probability of a successful attack was more than 90. Chapter 56, Making History. Distance, 1300. 20 minutes later, the Tsukuba, which was moving at full speed, had entered the attack range of the experimental submarine. The noise from the high-speed rotation of the large warship's propellers made people dizzy in the narrow space of the submarine. Zhang Huchen looked at the huge figure in the periscope that stirred up thousands of white waves. His heart was burning, and his eyes flashed with a scorching light. At this time, the submarine had turned off the electric motor and was suspended in the water, waiting for the opportunity. Torpedo controller, weapons check. Distance, 800. Distance, 700. Entering the attack path. Torpedo tubes 1 to 4 fire in unison. Zhang Huchen decisively issued an attack order, and the control officer in the torpedo compartment pulled the wrench. Then the more than 200-ton offshore submarine shook violently. The recoil caused by the salvo of 4 508mm torpedoes caused the submarine's posture to change. Start the motor, maximum power output. Let's get out of here. Main gun stop firing. Main gun stop firing. Taixi on the bridge of the navigation ship ordered the main guns to cease fire. The hit rate of forward firing in the pursuit battle was already terrible, not to mention that there were only recruits on his ship, and the main gun shells were so expensive that they could not afford to waste them. Anyway, their speed was faster than that of the enemy, and they would use the secondary guns to force the enemy to stop the ship when they got within the range of the secondary guns. Looking at the Royal Cruise ship, getting closer and closer in the distance, and the panic-stricken crew on the cruise ship, seeing the 356 main gun firing, Colonel Taixi could already imagine the cabin full of gold, silver, and jewelry. Suddenly, a heartbreaking warning came from the mast from the lookout. 600 meters to port. For torpedo tracks. Full left rudder. Reverse the left main engine. Emergency turn. Full left. Without any hesitation, the helmsman gave the order for an emergency turn, and the helmsman turned the rudder fully to the left. The ship, which weighed more than 29,000 tons, tilted nearly 30 degrees. The stall and the tilt of the hull caused many sailors in the cabin to slip, and a large number of pots and pans in the kitchen fell over with a clang. Although the Tsukuba has not yet officially formed combat effectiveness, its performance in this emergency turn was impeccable and was the best in the past 10 days. But all this was meaningless. From the moment the 4 UB-2 torpedoes were fired from 700 meters away, the fate of the Tsukuba was sealed. Boom, boom, boom. Although the Tsukuba avoided one torpedo with textbook maneuvers, the remaining 3 508mm submarine-launched torpedoes still hit the port side of the Tsukuba, creating 3 water columns that were higher than the mainmast. The shock wave also affected the UB-2 submarine 800 meters away, causing the submarine to tilt and the crew to be confused. It took 2 minutes to regain control. Chu Qing naturally noticed the miserable condition of the Tsukuba. The Congo-class battlecruiser in this state had no torpedo-proof longitudinal walls or torpedo-proof bulges installed, and its defense below the waterline was not much different from that of an ordinary British battlecruiser. 3 torpedoes exploded 8 meters below the waterline, damaging the keel, and seawater quickly poured in from the huge torn hole. The recruits had no time to do damage control, and the hull was severely tilted in less than half a minute. Colonel Takeuchi and other commanding officers were thrown out of the broken porthole by the huge shock and fell on the deck, their life or death unknown. Soon, the big toy that Admiral Sanjima had just obtained turned over on the sea like a dead fish, revealing a terrifying big hole. It worked. Everyone in the command ship cheered. That was the Congo class. Previously, only the Wei Yuan class of the Qiancang Empire's guards fleet could contend with it, but now they had sunk them with only 4 torpedoes, making history. Sink a Congo-class battlecruiser of the East Sakura Empire Navy, 1913 state, and gain 200,000 spacetime points. The intelligent computer's notification sounded, and a King Kong brought him a full 200,000 spacetime points. Counting the remaining 70,000 points, his spacetime point balance now reached 270,000. It was enough to redeem a super dreadnought. The wreckage of the Congo-class ship struggled on the sea for a long time, and finally sank into the sea. The 2 Chikuma-class patrol ships at the rear finally reacted and sailed to the shipwreck site to try to find survivors. In the end, they rescued more than 20 lucky people. At this time, Chu Qing had already ordered the command ship to return to the Xinpu Islands and disappeared from the site of the Dongying naval vessels. What? The Tsukuba was attacked and sunk. At the Sasebo Naval Base's headquarters, Sanjima received the report of the 2 protected cruisers. He was immediately struck by surprise. These newly commissioned super dreadnought battlecruisers. Less than 10 days after their arrival, they were sunk to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Who could possibly accept this? The staff officers of the naval base began to get busy, speculating on the cause of the battleship's sinking. General Samejima Yuki suddenly collapsed in a chair in the office. About 2 hours later, his subordinates delivered a more detailed investigation report. Royal cruise ship, distance 18,000, 4 torpedo tracks. This report was made after questioning the survivors of the Tsukuba and overturned the previous staff's view that the Tsukuba sank after hitting a mine. There are no other ships in sight except the suspected former Qiancang Empire royal cruise ship at an altitude of 18,000 meters. Who launched the torpedo? All of this is challenging the cognition of the Jiaodao staff. Could it be that the nearly 30,000-ton super dreadnought battlecruiser was sunk by a cruise ship? I will report this incident and the preliminary investigation report to the Navy Department. At the same time, I will submit my resignation from the post of commander of the naval base. Your Excellency the Commander. The adjutant was very surprised to hear this and couldn't help but speak out to dissuade him, but Officer Samejima raised his hand to interrupt him. The sinking of the Tsukuba and the previous strategic mistakes against the Shandong Autonomous Territory would definitely make him be criticized. Instead of being driven down by others, it would be better for him to save his face and resign. That night, Admiral Samejima received a reply and order from the Naval General Staff. The Chief of the Naval General Staff, Goro Ijuan, stepped in to secure his position as commander of the naval base and promised that he would not be held accountable for his management responsibilities as long as he led his fleet to capture important archipelagos such as the Shinpo Islands. And based on the intelligence at hand, it is judged that the royal cruise ship encountered by the Tsukuba is the same one that Emperor Qianzong's special envoy was on before. It should now belong to the Shandong Autonomous Territory. When the Tsukuba encountered the other ship, the other party should have been a weapon experimental ship. Combined with the 4 torpedo tracks seen by the surviving sailors, the reason for the sinking of the Tsukuba is obvious. It was sunk by some ultra-long-range torpedo with a range of more than 18,000 meters that was in the experimental stage of the Shandong Autonomous Territory. Order. Hirado and Yahagi are to remain off the coast of Shandong for reconnaissance. The ships of the Sasebo Naval Base's 1st and 2nd Expeditionary Fleets are to prepare for battle. They are to depart tomorrow morning. Target, Shinpu. Chapter 57 Queen Elizabeth Class. Before the author's computer was repaired, he only wrote 1 chapter a day. His hands were sore from typing on his phone. March 6, 1665, the calendar of this plain, Shinpu Islands, Shandong Autonomous Territory. Chu Qing didn't know that the Dongying people had misjudged that he had super torpedoes. His command ship had already returned to Shinpu port, and with it came 2 warships with captains similar to Derflingers, but which looked heavier and more solid. According to other crew members on the command ship, this was an unexpected gain that was towed back along the way after encountering a miraculous storm on the way back. However, only Chu Qing knew that these were the ships he had exchanged for with 280,000 time and space points, 2 British-made Queen Elizabeth-class battleships. The Queen Elizabeth, newly built in 1915. The 8 381mm heavy guns represented the strongest striking firepower of Blue Star before 1915. The speed of 24 knots was 1 level higher than that of previous battleships. The thickness of the main armor belt was 330mm, but the protection area was not good enough. Originally, he wanted to exchange for the iron-blooded domestically produced Bavaria-class warship. The firepower of that battleship was not inferior to that of the Queen Elizabeth without green bullets, and its protection capability was even better. However, the Bavaria was built too late, and he had to wait for the intelligent computer to be further upgraded before he could exchange it. Upgrading the intelligent brain to level 3 also requires 150,000 time and space points, so the remaining points will not be enough to buy Bavaria. After destroying the King Kong, the people of Dongying will definitely be furious. Regardless of whether there is solid evidence or not, they will vent their anger on the Shandong Autonomous Region. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Chu Qing couldn't wait any longer and simply bought 2 Queen Elizabeth-class ships. After all, the Queen-class ships that played all over the Blue Star also proved their reliability and modification potential. Li He, who had already received Chu Qing's order, had arrived at the Shinpu Islands with a large fleet, ready to deal with the attack of the Dongying people. Now the Shinpu Islands have gathered all 3 dreadnoughts and 2 super dreadnoughts in Chu Qing's hands. The number of high-end combat forces is already on par with the Qiancang Second Empire on Qiancang Island. Chu Qing spent the remaining thousands of time and space points on training the crews of 2 Queen-class ships, and became a pauper with little money in his pocket. because Chu Qing withdrew the Courbet-class troops that were supposed to be stationed in the southern Fengzhou Islands. The southern defense line was left empty. In order to prevent the powers stationed in Hong Kong and the remnants of Lu Wuming from making a comeback, Chu Qing asked the former Iron Blood country's Far East Fleet, which was sailing nearby, to temporarily anchor in the Fengzhou Islands to assist in defense. Governor, according to the intelligence we have, the two dispatched fleets of the Sasebo naval base have a total of 3 Kawachi-class battleships and 1 Congo-class battlecruiser. Their main battleships are fewer than ours, but they still have at least 3 Satsuma-class dreadnoughts that can be deployed in battle. Leahy brought some information about the Sasebo naval base. The Satsuma-class using formation shooting can indeed cause some trouble to dreadnought-class opponents, but Chu Qing, with his auxiliary intelligent computer, can completely block radio communications like he did against the patrol fleet, and these combat forces below the dreadnought level cannot exert much combat effectiveness. The addition of 2 Queen-class ships, with a total of 16 15-inch main guns, basically secured victory. The only tricky thing was the 27.5-knot Kirishima, which our main battleships were unable to catch up with. Governor, Director Su has arrived with the torpedo boat team. Chu Qing looked up and saw a destroyer-like warship carrying a large number of torpedo boats entering the Xinpu naval port. Following behind was a cargo ship requisitioned by the Navy, which was equipped with a crane and had 6 torpedo boats hanging on both sides. I've improved the design, slightly reducing the size and modifying the bottom and propeller. Now the speed can reach 43 knots. Su Zhonghu jumped down the gangway and pointed at the torpedo boats. The first batch of 6 boats are all equipped with the 457mm Type 44-2. Those torpedo boats were naturally captured from the Cangnan Sea area. Chu Qing asked about the destroyer and learned that it was a ship that came in a miracle storm. It was a 1,000-ton ship with 2 533mm torpedo tubes. After the sea trial, it was found that the speed could reach 32 knots, and it had 2 105mm naval guns. Combining Chu Qing's previous memories, it was determined that this destroyer should be a 1913 Vulcan-type torpedo hunter, modeled after the Iron Blood Nation's V-25 type destroyer, with a displacement of more than 980 tons. In addition to 2 105 main guns, it also has 476 naval guns, which are enough to suppress small ships under 1,000 tons. Before setting off, Su Zhonghu installed smoke-generating devices for her and the torpedo boats to cover torpedo attacks. March 10, 1665, off the coast of the Xinpu Islands. Commander-in-Chief Samejima of the Sasebo Tutelary Prefecture has arrived. Click. Inside the bridge of the flagship Kirishima, the officers of the Sasebo naval base stood at attention and saluted, and the white-haired Admiral Samejima walked into the bridge, surrounded by his attendants. Samejima Compass didn't say anything, but just looked at the bow of the Kirishima cutting through the waves. This time he brought out all the main battleships in the Sasebo naval base. In addition to Kirishima, the 3 Kawachi-class battleships Kawachi, Setsu, and Hatsus, and the 3 Satsuma-class battleships Satsuma, Aki, and Izumi all left the port, vowing to annihilate the main fleet of the Zhangdong Autonomous Territory, destroy the opponent's industrial system, and wash away the shame. In order to guard against the non-existent long-range torpedoes, Admiral Samejima ordered the auxiliary fleet to form a circle around the 7 battleships. In addition to the reconnaissance airships, he also dispatched the seaplanes that he usually treated as treasures. The remaining 4 Togami-class destroyers of the Sasebo naval base, Akabano, Rin, Oboro, and Enai, and the 3 Chikuma-class protected cruisers, Saguru, Soya, and Shikuma, were in the outer circle for protection, while the 6 battleships surrounded Kirishima at close range. Each ship had additional sailors on the deck and mast for lookout, protecting the safety of the flagship at all times. Hirado and Yai still haven't reported their location. No communication was received from the second ship. The signalman's report surprised Jiaodao. Yesterday, both ships reported a firefight with the Zhangdong Autonomous Territory reconnaissance fleet and subsequent separation. And today, with the large fleet about to arrive, they couldn't contact them? Even if they were sunk by the enemy, there should have been time to transmit the news back. Commander, would you like to send another cruiser for reconnaissance? No need, and don't initiate any communication. Maintain radio silence between the ships of the Grand Fleet. Airships and seaplanes are sufficient for reconnaissance. Our fleet is powerful enough to crush the enemy. Jiaodao Yuangui did not make the decision to split his troops for reconnaissance because the 6 battleships and 1 super dreadnought battlecruiser in his hands gave him enough confidence. The Zhangdong Autonomous Territory has 3 dreadnoughts in total, one of which is of the dreadnought class, one is of the Courbet class, and the other is of unknown model. However, the 6 battleships in their hands can use a maximum of 44 large-caliber main guns of 305 mm and above to output to one side. This firepower is not something that 3 dreadnoughts can contend with. In the face of strength, all conspiracies and tricks are useless. However, what he didn't know was that a cylindrical object poked its head out from the sea 9,000 meters away. Chapter 58, The War Begins. The afternoon of March 10, 1665, according to the local calendar. The edge of the territorial waters of the Qiancang Autonomous Territory. Clouds at 1,000 meters, wind from southeast. A French-Spanish imported Maurice Farman seaplane belonging to the Dongying Navy was stumbling through the clouds. The pilot, Captain Matsumoto, was writing in the flight log. His mission was to detect the location of the Qiancang Navy fleet and report it immediately. Matsumoto-kun, Inoue, who was in the back seat, tapped his shoulder. Look over there. Southeast. Matsumoto looked in the direction his finger was pointing and saw a thick column of smoke about 15 nautical miles away. That must be the enemy's main force. Let's fly over and take a look. It took the Maurice Farman seaplane 10 minutes to slowly approach the fleet of the Qiancang Autonomous Territory. Lieutenant Inoue in the back seat raised his telescope to try to confirm the type of enemy ships. The enemy lined up in 3 columns, with the large warships in a separate column. 1, 2, 3, 5. 5 large ship silhouettes. How is this possible? Lieutenant Inoue screamed in surprise. There were 5 targets larger than dreadnoughts, and 2 of them were obviously larger than the dreadnought-class ships mentioned in the intelligence. They definitely met the standard of super dreadnoughts. Send the message immediately. Send the message immediately. Captain Matsumoto reminded his companions to pass the message to the main force of the fleet. Inoue tremblingly pressed the key to start sending a message, while Matsumoto lowered the altitude and moved in for reconnaissance, trying to further confirm the model of the enemy warship. The fleet below also discovered the seaplane, and the rapid-fire gunfire was concentrated in the direction of Matsumoto. The machine guns formed a crude anti-aircraft fire network and punched several bullet holes in the aircraft skin. Is it the Queen Elizabeth class? Matsumoto finally recognized the identity of the battleship below by the tall triangular mast. Isn't she the most elite battleship of the British? To think she would appear in the fleet of the Qiancang Autonomous Territory. Although he couldn't believe it, the tall mast and thick hull clearly declared her identity as a super dreadnought battleship. 2 Queen Elizabeth-class ships, 1 Kirby-class ship, auxiliary ship. Lieutenant Inoue finally finished sending the message and patted his companion's shoulder in front of him to indicate that they could return. The clumsy seaplanes circled above the fleet, preparing to escape, but when it passed over a cruiser weighing more than 2,000 tons, the airburst grenade broke the fuselage frame and it fell apart in midair. It's good that the information has been passed on. This was Lieutenant Inoue's last thought before falling into the sea. However, what he didn't know was that Chu Qing's radio shield intercepted all the telegrams he sent, and just an hour ago, the reconnaissance airship was also shot down by the fleet of the Qiancang Autonomous Territory. Yenling reports, the enemy plane has been shot down. As a cruiser produced by Blue Star in the 1930s, Pinghai was designed with anti-aircraft firepower in mind when it was born. Although it is not as good as its sister ship Ninghai, it is much better than those old ships that have never considered anti-aircraft firepower at the design level. The Type 376mm anti-aircraft gun is equipped with special anti-aircraft shells. Governor. Reconnaissance report from Number 1. The enemy's main fleet has been spotted in Sea Area 034. 7 large ships are traveling at 18 knots, heading southwest. The fleet staff began to get busy, marking the location and route of the Dongying fleet on the nautical chart. Number 1 is the code name of the experimental submarine. Since the existence of the submarine cannot be exposed, it needs to be kept secret from everyone except the fleet's top brass and the command ship's crew. The experimental submarine was traveling too slowly, so it fell behind. Chu Qing simply asked them to stay in the waters off the Taixi Islands for reconnaissance. It's a pity that the UB-2 type only has 6 torpedoes, otherwise it could have won the prize again and made Admiral Samejima collapse again. Chu Qing took a look at the staff's drawings and found that the enemy's course was heading straight for the Taixi Islands without any deviation. The entire fleet turned right 2 compass points. 1 compass point is 12.5 degrees. 2 compass points is 25 degrees. On the Queen Elizabeth-class battleship HMS Shinpu, Chu Qing issued orders to the entire fleet, and radio waves transmitted the orders to all warships in the fleet. After the last battle with the patrol fleet, Chu Qing has established enough prestige. No one questions his tactical decisions, and Chu Qing, who has an auxiliary intelligent brain, can indeed make the best choice. As long as the auxiliary intelligent computer is close to the current detection range of 100 kilometers, the opponent's movements will be clear and targeted deployment can be carried out. March 10, 1665, 5:33 p.m., local calendar. Commander, your tea. Samejima Yuangui took the tea handed to him by his subordinate, and the aroma of uji gyukuro dispelled some of his nervousness. No reports have been received from the Hirado and Yagi ships so far, and Admiral Samejima can only conclude that the communication antenna was destroyed in the first place by the enemy's strong firepower. The seaplane and airship units did not report any encounters with the enemy, and the main fleet had already moved within 150 nautical miles of Shinpu. Didn't the enemy deploy any defenses? Admiral Samejima wanted to send a radio communication to inquire about the airship and seaplane units, but thinking of avoiding radio direction finding, he decided to maintain radio silence, which made him lose the opportunity to discover that his own radio communications were blocked. The anxious Samejima member didn't know that Chu Qing had already figured out the movements of the Sasebo Naval Base's huge fleet. Commander Samejima, our fleet is still 140 nautical miles from the Shinpu Islands. Send a telegram and flag signals, and have the fleet lift radio silence. Notify the Hirado and Yagi ships by radio to return for reinforcements, and order the reconnaissance airships and seaplanes to report their positions. Order the fleet to increase speed to 18 knots. Finally, Jiaodao Officer Gue couldn't help himself. Assuming the distance was getting closer, he decided to lift the radio silence and improve his own combat efficiency. However, the signalman discovered something unusual. The telegram had been sent 3 times, but no receipt was received from any ship. Moreover, the fleet's speed was accelerating very slowly. Only the chimneys of several battleships surrounding the Kirishima emitted accelerating flames, while the outer shield ships did not respond at all, as if they had not received any signal. Send a flag signal, requesting the Hanoi to respond to our communication. Jiaodao discovered something unusual. This turning progress seemed to be still in the era of flag signals and light signals. Flag signal from Hanoi. Flagship communication not received. What? Before Admiral Samejima could react, the lookout screams reached the bridge. Head right. Huge column of smoke. Misfortunes never come singly. The author has a high fever. Chapter 59. Heavy artillery demonstrates power. Distance 19,000. 5 large ships. Heading northeast. Samejima Yuangui and other generals hurriedly raised their high-powered binoculars. It was near dusk and the sea was foggy, making visibility poor, but the 2 ships' silhouettes in the center were particularly conspicuous. The combat staff hurriedly marked the relative positions of the 2 fleets on the nautical chart. This position, just a glance at it sent a chill down his spine. The enemy fleet was already blocking his way. It was like occupying the crossbar of a T-shaped formation. Turn, turn. The fleet turns left 8 compass points. The battle fleet, with the flagship as the lead ship, deploys similar ships adjacent to each other, forming a battle line. The only way out now is to change direction immediately, enter into the joint air battle as soon as possible, and fight for a chance of survival. However, without radio, commands could only be conveyed through flags and light signals, which greatly reduced efficiency. The inner fleet had already begun maneuvering, but the outer protection fleet had not yet reacted. At this moment, 2 huge figures in the distance opened fire. Orange-red cannon flames flashed across the sea, with a momentum greater than any battleship that the Jiaodao personnel had ever seen. Enemy fire. That's at least a 15-inch main gun. The combat staff immediately determined the approximate caliber of the enemy's artillery, which surprised Admiral Jiajima and the senior officers of the fleet. According to the existing intelligence, the large warships of the Zhangdong fleet were not equipped with artillery with a caliber of 305 mm or above. So, in just 2 months, the other party has acquired 2 more miracle battleships, and judging by their size, they are at least super dreadnought-class giants. Target confirmed. 2 Queen Elizabeth-class ships. There's also a domestically produced Derflinger-class battlecruiser. A massive column of water rose, and 8 yellow-green waves rolled over, shocking all the high-ranking officers of the East Sakura fleet present. This was a 42 caliber 15-inch naval gun produced by the British Empire. Its effective range exceeded 24 kilometers. In the absence of a clear gap in technological levels, naval battles followed the principle of a bigger gun kills the enemy. In their own fleet, except for the Congo-class battleships which had 356 mm main guns, the main guns of other battleships were all 305 mm, which was no match for the enemy at all. Run? No way. Order the cruisers and destroyers to maneuver to the starboard side of the battleship formation and stand guard. Battle fleet fires back. Although the Kirishima could reach a maximum speed of 27.5 knots, the other large warships in the enemy formation were far slower than the Queen Elizabeth and Derflinger. Even if he managed to escape, could he just flee back to Sasebo Harbor with only the Kirishima? This time, Samejima was determined to fight to the death. Boom. Taking Kirishima's firing as a signal, the 3 Kawachi-class ships also raised their gun barrels to an elevation angle close to the limit and began to launch a counterattack against the ships of the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory. Looking at the fireballs that kept bursting up in the distance, Zhao Dao Yuangui felt worried. This worry was not for himself and the fleet under his command, but for the threat posed by the rapidly rising Tsangdong Autonomous Region. As a high-ranking member of the East Sakura Navy, Admiral Samejima naturally knew some inside information about the Miracle Storm. The Miracle ships that landed in the same area often followed the same design style, with few exceptions. Although no one knew the reason, this had become a consensus among countries. The imperial high-ranking officials chose to cooperate with the British because the Miracle ships that landed in both sides' territories seemed to have some kind of technical connection. However, the situation in the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory completely defied this pattern. From what we've observed so far, aside from the Courbet-class ship captured from the Fasci, none of the remaining Dreadnought-class, Derflinger, and 2 Queen Elizabeths actually fit this pattern. Those classes of warships had never been seen before within the Qiancang Empire. How could a small autonomous territory acquire 4 or more Dreadnought-class ships from the Miracle Storm in less than 6 months? This rate of growth and strength is truly terrifying. Therefore, the news that the enemy had added 2 super dreadnoughts must be reported back to the Admiralty, so that other high-ranking officials in the Empire would be aware of the terrifying threat posed by the enemy. Send flag and light signals, ordering the Akaboshi and Nimura to immediately disengage from the formation and disengage at full speed towards the Sasebo naval base. Continue transmitting until you receive a receipt from the naval base. Be sure to have the naval base inform the Navy that the enemy has recently acquired 2 super dreadnoughts and that the threat must be reassessed. After much deliberation, Zhao Dao decided to dispatch 2 destroyers to undertake this task. Buzz. The low muffled sound of heavy artillery shells hitting the air made the high-ranking officials of the Sasebo naval base on the Kirishima tremble in their hearts. As veterans of many battles, they knew that this was an invitation sent by the god of death. Hit the enemy ships amidships, gun emplacement. There was jubilation on the Queen Elizabeth-class battleship HMS Shinpu. Chu Qing was also a little surprised. He did not use the intelligent computer to assist in fire control, but relied on the battleship's own fire control equipment to achieve a hit at a distance of 18,000 meters. This was a very dazzling achievement worldwide. The 381mm shells easily penetrated the 152mm KC armor of the Congo-class battlecruiser, paralyzing almost all of the opponent's 152mm secondary gun firepower and paralyzing the entire Kirishima's power supply for a short period of time. 2 enemy destroyers are trying to disengage from the battlefield. They're trying to escape? Fleet Chief of Staff Zhong Qilan put down his binoculars and said in disbelief, "How is this possible? Deserting the battlefield, this didn't seem like the Dongying Navy's style of operation." Chu Qing, sensing something was amiss, quickly activated his auxiliary intelligence. The radio interception suppression module's feedback indicated that the 2 destroyers were continuously transmitting messages via radio. The directional detection results made Chu Qing break out in a cold sweat, and he immediately headed to the fire control room to take over the main gunfire of the Shinpu. Loading shrapnel. Loading shrapnel. If news of Samejima's rule reached the East Sakura Navy headquarters, and the British learned they had the Queen Elizabeth class, they would probably force the East Sakura people to mobilize all their warships to pin them down. This secret could not be exposed for the time being. Automatic fitting calculation module started. Determine. Calculate. Correct. Derive parameters. Elevation 19.4. Horizontal azimuth. 541. 40 seconds after the firing button was pressed, 8 shrapnel shells formed a dense fire network over the 2 torpedo-class destroyers. The fist-sized steel ball bullets easily penetrated the weak defense of these 300-ton little guys and hit the boiler room. As high-pressure steam spurted out from the center of the hull, the speed of the 2 ships, which had originally broken away at a high speed of 31 knots, suddenly dropped and eventually collapsed on the sea. Sorry for posting this chapter late today. I had chest pain yesterday, and the blood test results showed a mild viral infection, so I wrote it slowly. Chapter 60 Battle Lines. Thank you all readers for your concern. The author is feeling better now. Seeing the two destroyers lose their combat capability and begin to sink slowly, Chu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The distance of the previous round of shelling exceeded 20,000 meters, and the computing power required increased exponentially, which burned up many of Chu Qing's time and space points. However, it was worth it as it could keep these secrets for a while longer and buy more time for development. Back on the bridge, no one questioned the Shinpu's performance just now, because since some time ago, it seemed to have become a consensus that their governor possessed a special talent for artillery. The enemy's main force has completed the turn. Distance, 17,000 yards. Speed, 15 knots. Although the two destroyers failed to leave the battlefield successfully, it also provided precious time for the Dongying fleet to turn. After all, it takes time to reset the fire control parameters, and the speed and course of the target of attack are constantly changing, which further increases the difficulty. Let the remaining dreadnoughts open fire, slowing down to 15 knots, Chu Qing ordered. Ignore the pre-dreadnoughts. The two Elizabeth-class ships focus their fire on the enemy flagship, Kirishima. The rest of the ships fire accordingly. The destroyer and torpedo boat force remain on the starboard side of the battleship, waiting for an opportunity to act. As the three dreadnoughts of the Zhangdong Autonomous Territory Fleet also fired the first half-salvo at their respective targets, a total of 12 battleships and 86 naval guns with a caliber of 305 millimeters or above on both sides played a steel sonata on the sea with their rumbling artillery fire. Admiral Samejima on the bridge of the Kirishima saw the destruction of the two destroyers and felt a pang of heartache. He did not expect that the enemy could destroy two destroyers of no more than 300 tons at such a long distance. However, combined with the inexplicable failure of his own radio communication, it was obvious that the enemy's fleet had some technical equipment that far exceeded the current level of technology. Long-range torpedoes that accurately hit targets from 18,000 meters away, precise artillery bombardments from 20,000 meters, the frequently appearing miracle battleships, large-scale radio shielding technology. All of this shows that there are many secrets hidden behind this rapidly rising force. However, it seems that he has no way to report his discoveries here back to the Sasebo naval base. Enemy fleet slows down, reduced to 15 knots. The battleships of this era did not have strong fire control capabilities, and the reduced stability of the hull at high speeds affected the hit rate, so they would choose to reduce the speed appropriately before entering the battleship fire. However, in the eyes of the current Samejima personnel, this was an invitation to a duel from the other party. Since the other party has proposed a duel, how can a warrior of the Dongying Empire not accept the challenge? Then, what his own fleet has to do is to fight to the last drop of blood in the battle, strive to severely damage the opponent's fleet, and gain a better chance of winning for the Empire in the future. Slow down to 15 knots. Prepare starboard guns. Boom boom. The Kirishima fired another half-salvo, and finally, the observer shouted from the mast, "Fifth straddle." Switch to effective shooting. As the flagship of the Sasebo naval base, Kirishima was naturally well-trained and was the first to achieve straddle fire. However, the performance of the Satsuma-class ships was dismal. Engaging at this distance was close to the maximum range of their main guns, and each ship only had 4 main guns. The original tactic was to use formation firing to concentrate the firepower of 3 ships to suppress one of the enemy's dreadnoughts, but without radio communication cooperation, it became an almost impossible task. The 3 ships' bombardment was powerful, but due to interference between the water columns, their observations were inaccurate. Furthermore, due to fire control requirements, they could not use half-salvos, and could only fire full salvos at a rate of 1 round per minute. The 3 ships combined failed to even achieve a single straddle, and were instead hit by a shell from the Korbei-class battleship Toyasu, destroying a second-tier main battery turret. Hundreds of kilograms of steel bullets hit the sea surface, causing hundreds of water columns to shoot up into the sky. On such a battlefield, even a 10,000-ton warship was no different from a small sailboat in a storm. During this exchange of fire, both sides fired nearly 1,000 heavy artillery shells at each other, but less than 20 hit the target in total. It can only be said that the hit rate at this combat distance was very consistent with the technological level of this era. The Kirishima, which was given priority by the 2 Queen-class ships, suffered the most. It was hit by 6 381mm shells in succession. The foremast and a rangefinder were cut off, a chimney was blown down, and a bullet hole was left on the bow. Fortunately, the damage control on the flagship of the Sasebo naval base was a well-tested elite, so it was able to maintain a speed of 15 knots. The main turret on the bow was hit by a 381mm shell. Unfortunately, The British shells before the appearance of the green bullet had the problem of premature explosion, which only blew through the 254mm armor on the front of the turret instead of penetrating it. After a group of gun crew members were replaced, the ship resumed operation. The 3 Kawachi-class ships were hit by 8 305mm shells, one of which hit the command tower of the Haze directly. The personnel inside are probably in great danger. As for the 3 Satsuma-class ships of the East Sakura fleet, well, their backward fire control turned a total of 12 main guns into a battlefield atmosphere group, and they did not score a single hit. The Queen Elizabeth-class ship Shinpu, where Chu Qing was located, was also hit by Kirishima. Fortunately, the shells used by the Dongying people at this time were of the same lineage as those used by the British. They both had the problem of premature explosion and failed to penetrate the layers of protection of the Queen class to reach the core compartment. If it was the Congo-class ship that completed the second transformation of Blue Star in the 1930s, it would have fired the famous Type 91 armor-piercing shells. The Xuelong and Taixi ships suffered no damage, but the captured Courbet-class ship was hit twice. Fortunately, the early French and Spanish dreadnoughts were unique in the protection area of the main armor belt, with a height of nearly 5 meters, which completely blocked the 2 305 shells. The result of the battle at a distance of more than 16,000 meters left neither side satisfied. So Chu Qing and Zhaodao Yuangue issued the order at the same time, "Get closer." Both fleets ceased fire and turned rudders at the same time, preparing to shorten the distance, turning 2 parallel routes into intersecting lines. When the 2 sides closed the distance to 11,000 meters, the battle broke out again. But this time Chu Qing changed his strategy. One of the 2 Elizabeth-class ships suppressed the Kirishima, and the other supported the Toyosu to deal with the 3 Satsuma-class ships. After all, this distance was already within the effective range of the Satsuma-class 254mm secondary main gun. He didn't want the dreadnought he had snatched to be destroyed by the secondary main gun of the Dongying quasi-dreadnought. The 3 Satsuma-class second-level main guns finally opened fire. The 17 usable second-level main guns on the side finally got their chance to be used. The dense gunfire made it impossible for everyone to ignore their presence. The side of the Toyosu added a few more black scars. But soon, the momentum brought by a loud noise overwhelmed any large-caliber main gun on the battlefield. Samejima looked back and found that the Satsuma-class ship at the end of the team had broken into 2 parts. This was the masterpiece of the Queen Elizabeth-class battleship Manhwa. Her third round of salvo hit the ammunition silo of the second-level main gun of the Aki battleship of the Tosakura Navy. The Tosakura sailors who were excited about the shooting forgot to close the fire door. The flames spread along the silo to the ammunition depot, and as a result, the Aki became a ball of fireworks. Chapter 61 Rampage. My fever has subsided today, but I feel a little lethargic, which has affected my update speed. I hope readers will understand. A huge explosion that shook the earth destroyed the Aki, but the sinking of the Aki was just the beginning. One of the main gun turrets on the side of the Kawachi was also pierced. Fortunately, the sailors desperately poured water into the turret's ammunition depot to temporarily save the 20,000-ton battleship. The Kirishima's hull trembled again as another armor-piercing shell pierced her tail turret, leaving only 3 of the 4 turrets operational. Their own fleet was completely suppressed in the artillery battle. Samejima Compass knew that it was time to make a change. He held onto the shaky bridge railing, felt the wind direction and speed, and ordered the cruiser formation to release a smoke screen. Their last hope was to use the smoke screens of cruisers and destroyers to interfere with the opponent's ranging and aiming, and then shorten the distance so that their armor-piercing shells could penetrate the opponent's main armor belt, and finally concentrate firepower to severely damage one of the opponent's ships and force the opponent to retreat. The chimneys of the remaining 2 destroyers and 3 Chikuma-class cruisers spewed out even thicker black smoke, which meant that the boilers were not burning completely. This was done intentionally in order to create as much smoke as possible, which was then mixed with the white smoke produced by the smoke canisters arranged at the bow and stern of the ship. From the perspective of the Tsangdong fleet, the main battleships of Dongying were now completely hidden in the smoke, and the artillery fire on the sea also stopped all of a sudden. However, the smoke had no effect on Chu Qing, who had an auxiliary intelligent computer. He clearly saw the opponent's fleet hiding in the smoke and maneuvering, trying to shorten the distance of the battle. Hiding in the smoke can certainly effectively conceal one's movements and strategic and tactical intentions, but the holographic detection of the auxiliary intelligent brain can ignore this level of interference. Are the Dongying people going to run away? The staff officers on the bridge whispered to each other. According to normal thinking, since their artillery fire was completely suppressed, they should naturally release smoke to block the enemy's vision and then evacuate to preserve their strength. No, they won't run away, and they can't run away, Chu Qing said in an unquestionable tone. They are taking this opportunity to close the distance. Chu Qing came to the loud communication device and asked the staff to bring a nautical chart. He activated the intelligent brain to help determine the position, speed, and speed change rate of the ships of both sides, and quickly reported a series of fire control parameters. Each ship will fire 3 salvos according to the given parameters. In this situation, it is too extravagant to use the fitting calculation module again, but it is not a problem to use the intelligent brain to simply calculate that the Dongying fleet is likely to pass through a certain coordinate point during the turning process, and the fire control parameters given by Chu Qing can make the artillery dispersion range of each ship cover this. Large clouds of smoke and flames rose up, and the sudden flashes of fire and thunderous cannon fire ended the brief silence. Then, a brighter fire exploded in the gray smoke, and the powerful shock wave dispersed some of the smoke. On Chu Qing's holographic detection map, the logo representing the Hanoi completely disappeared. Under the concentrated fire of the 5 warships, the ammunition depot of the Hanoi's bow main gun was detonated before the damage control department of the Hanoi could react. Violent energy was released, breaking through the constraints of the steel bulkhead, and with a loud bang, a huge mushroom cloud filled with steel fragments was ejected, and the debris splashed a dense spray of water when it fell into the water. Chu Qing originally wanted to aim at the Kirishima, but the exposed cross-section of the Kirishima was too small, so he changed his target to the Kawachi in the middle of the enemy queue. As for the Kirishima, having lost her secondary gun firepower, she has been targeted by a group of high-speed assassins. Notify the Qiancang to break away from the formation and intercept the enemy cruiser formation. Destroyers and torpedo boats should move in sync with the Qiancang. Pay attention to covert approach. 8,000 meters away, the captain of the Dongying Navy cruiser Soya was horrified to see that the Derflinger class in the enemy's sequence slowly broke away from the formation and headed towards the Dongying cruiser formation with 2 Longwei-class armored cruisers. Send the signal. Send the signal. Notify Kirishima. Main gun reload. Target Derflinger. Shooting. Boom, boom, boom. The broadside guns responded quickly, and the sounds of the 15 152mm rapid-fire guns on the 3 ships merged into one, sounding very scary. However, apart from the water columns that were shot out around the Qiancang, there was nothing else. The 300mm main armor belt and 230mm upper armor were a wall of size for the 6-inch naval guns. Occasionally, a few shells hit the ship, but the only result was that they would break the side armor. The enemy's secondary guns flashed, shooting out columns of water near their own ships, and the waves wet the deck of the Chikuma class. He knew that the opponent's broadside armor, which was of good size and thickness, was enough to make her fearless of the attack of 3 Chikuma-class ships. His own 152mm naval guns could not cause any damage to the opponent, but their most deadly weapon had been removed. Before the war, the Type 44-2 torpedoes they were equipped with were diverted by the logistics department to the destroyer unit. The reason was that the success rate of torpedo attacks on the cruiser formation was too low, and it would be better to hand them over to the destroyer unit that could better exert the power of torpedoes. As a result, they were unable to fight back against this 30,000-ton battlecruiser. Boom, boom. The 2 Longwei-class armored cruisers in the opposing series also fired back. The power of the 203 naval gun was obviously superior, and the water column height overwhelmed the 152 gun. The side of the Soya was flashing with flames, and the hull was shaking. Hit. The captain reacted immediately. The ship's hull was hit by an enemy 203mm shell amidships. The damage control team has headed to the nearby cabin. This was followed by several loud noises. The Tsugaru at the rear was surrounded by dark red smoke. The water seemed to boil under the shock wave, and various parts and limbs were scattered, and some splashed onto the deck of the Soya. When the smoke and dust cleared, the mast of the Tsugaru was completely broken, the flying bridge collapsed, the 3 guns on the starboard side were missing, and there were 2 large holes with steam coming out. There was not a single person standing on the deck. This was the tragic situation of being hit by 2 305mm battleship guns. Everyone knew that the Tsugaru was beyond saving. On the bridge of Kirishima, although the smoke obscured the gunner's vision, Samejima also witnessed the tragic situation of the Tsugaru and heard the sound of the 12-inch naval guns getting closer and closer. Commander-in-Chief, Soya has sent a light signal. The enemy Derflinger and cruiser formation are approaching. Samejima Yuangue was slightly stunned when he heard this, but then he was happy. This battlecruiser entering the battlefield would indeed cause a devastating blow to the cruiser formation of the Tosikura Navy, but after the cruiser formation was destroyed, it would have to face the concentrated fire of the 5 remaining battleships in its hands. Zhao Dao took a look at the nautical chart drawn by the staff and estimated that the distance to the enemy's main force was close to 7,000 meters, and the distance to the battlecruiser would only be closer. If they can't capture her with a 5-to-1 military force, then there's no need for the Sasebo tutelary fort to exist. Notify Setsu and Hatsus. Prepare for a starboard artillery attack. Prioritize attacking that Derflinger. Cruisers, stop releasing smoke and prepare to cover the destroyer forces approaching the torpedo attack. Chapter 62. Blade like the wind. Cruisers release smoke to cover the approach of destroyers and torpedo boats. This was the order issued by Chu Qing. He noticed that the torpedo formation was only 4,500 meters away from Kirishima. The maximum speed of the 2 Loneway-class ships could reach 28 knots, which was enough to cover the torpedo operation. The torpedo boats hiding behind the Xuelong can reach a maximum speed of 22 meters per second and can cross this distance in a maximum of 4 minutes. For Kirishima, whose secondary guns have all been destroyed, they are like a poisoned blade, ready to end the life of this giant ship at any time. Dongying screen ships stopped releasing smoke, and the gunners on the Dongying battleships were on full alert, ready to teach the reckless battlecruiser a lesson after the smoke cleared. However, when the nearby smoke dissipated, the opponent's huge figure was hidden in the smoke again. 2 Loneway-class armored cruisers released smoke alternately, pulling up a smoke wall at a distance of 4,000 meters, covering the shape of the Xuelong. The Dongying Navy screen ships had already responded, but they were suppressed by the fierce main and secondary guns of the Derflinger class and the firepower of 2 patrol ships. 2 Lei-class ships rushed to 2,500 meters and hastily released torpedoes, but were repelled by the intensive firepower of the Zhangdong fleet. A large hole was torn in the bow of one of the ships by a near miss, and it gradually sank as seawater poured in. The Dongying gunners, already prepared, were stunned. Should they fire a rough shot at the smokescreen, or change targets and remeasure the range? While awaiting the decision of the gunnery officers of their respective ships, the main fleet of the Zhangdong Autonomous Territory in the distance opened fire first. As the shells fell on her head, Samejima and Gucci had already prepared to die, but was surprised to find that the shells did not fall near the Kirishima, but covered the 2 Kawachi and 2 Satsuma. Tall, snow-white water columns emerged in groups again. The bow turret of the Setsu was damaged, the turret ring was stuck, and the firepower of the 2 main guns was lost. The main armor belt was also penetrated once, and several boilers were blown up. What made the Samejima crew feel frustrated was that this layer of smoke seemed to only block their own vision. Even behind the smoke, the battlecruiser continued to fire and knocked out another Chikuma-class ship's combat capability. Of course, he didn't dare to throw shells into the smoke screen in vain, so he could only order to change the target to the opponent's main fleet. When the fire control room was remeasuring the distance, Zhao Dao Officer Gui noticed that another destroyer with smoke came out from behind the smoke screen. This scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. The secondary guns of the Kirishima had all been destroyed, and the sudden appearance of a destroyer at this time was a very deadly threat. Aim at that destroyer. Aim at that destroyer. Kirishima's gunnery chief shouted in horror. Behind the smoke from the Vulcan-class torpedo hunter, there are 6 torpedo boats moving at high speed. Lu Shu, wrapped in a balsa wood life jacket, stares at the tail signal light of the destroyer through the windshield. He is the commander of the speedboat unit and is waiting for the destroyer's attack order. According to his estimation, the distance to the target was about 2,400 meters at this time, and it would only take more than a minute for the torpedo boat to reach the attack range at full speed. Finally, the tail signal light of the destroyer in front was on for a long time, which was an attack signal. V formation, maximum speed attack. Close to 4 chains before launching torpedoes. Zigzag and disengage. After giving the order, Lu Shu stepped on the accelerator, and his number 1 boat rushed out from the starboard side of the torpedo hunter and saw the injured prey at a glance. Kirishima, the flagship of the Sasebo naval base. The whistling sound of the wind passed by his ears, and the excitement of winning a big game with a small investment made him tremble slightly. The speedboat drew an arc on the sea and hit the prey with a crude sight. This type of torpedo boat did not have any fire control and auxiliary equipment. It was just an engine in a shell with 2 torpedoes hanging outside. The hit rate mainly depended on the driver's feeling. The 6 torpedo boats pulled out long and narrow white waves, which naturally attracted the attention of the Dongying Navy. The torpedoes hanging on these little guys made no one underestimate them. The last remaining torpedo-class destroyer realized the danger and turned forward again, using the 57mm gun and 76mm rapid-fire gun on the command deck to intercept these high-speed assassins. But it was immediately hit head-on by the Vulcan-class torpedo hunter. The firepower configuration of this torpedo hunter was luxurious. Its 4 76mm guns, 2 105mm main guns, and 985 tons of displacement completely overwhelmed the 340-ton torpedo ship and hit the opponent's command platform in a short time. 6 high-speed torpedo boats successfully broke through to 1,000 meters. The Dongying sailors on the ship were at a loss. The Kirishima main turret was still turning, and they even pulled out rifles and water-cooled heavy machine guns from the cabin for the final obstruction. Lu Shu made the final adjustments and performed a simple distance measurement using the scale on the scope. 6 chains, 5 chains, 4 chains. Emission. The torpedo launcher at the rear pulled the handle, and 2 Type 44-2 torpedoes broke free from the racks and fell into the water with a splash. Lu Shu turned the steering wheel sharply, and the torpedo boat, without any load, turned the hull lightly and dived into the smoke screen released by the torpedo hunter in the opposite direction. The other 5 boats followed suit, and 12 speeding white lines appeared on the sea. Avoid! Avoid! The officers' hoarse shouts and alarm bells resounded throughout the ship, and the sailors frantically fired at the sea with all their weapons, trying to stop the torpedoes. Boom! Kirishima's main gun let out its final roar, aiming at the retreating torpedo boat fleet. Since the original target was the Derflinger-class battlecruiser, which was known for its excellent defense, it was loaded with armor-piercing shells that would not explode on impact with water rather than high-explosive shells that were more suitable for attacking small ships. The only result was that the water column overturned an unfortunate torpedo boat and threw its 2 crew members into the sea. Chu Qing saw 8 tall water columns rising from the pale yellow sea at dusk, followed by a huge scarlet fireball. He understood that the assassin who was moving at high speed had already cut off the head of the giant beast. The stumbling Kirishima ultimately failed to escape. 8 457mm torpedoes completely destroyed her underwater defenses. The violent explosion caused catastrophic water inflow, causing her to capsize on the sea surface within 1 minute. The Qiancang broke out of the smokescreen and cut in front of the column of the remaining 4 Dongying battleships. Its 8 main guns and 150mm secondary guns fired tirelessly, taking advantage of the enemy's lack of attention to continuously strike heavy blows at the remaining Dongying ships. This was a very beautiful T-head maneuver. After completion, the position of Qiancang was only more than 3,000 meters away from the current lead ship of the Dongying fleet, Setsu. At such a close distance, the hit rate increased sharply. 2 rounds of salvos turned the Setsu into a steel hell. The deck was completely lifted up, revealing the internal cabins. The broken steam pipes and electrical lines, together with the high temperature and poisonous fog, harvested lives. The Dongying fleet, busy fighting with the Sangdong main fleet, was unable to cope with the 2-pronged attack. The Setsu could only fight back with its secondary guns. The 152mm firepower was just a tickle for the heavily armored Iron Blood battlecruiser. The balance of victory was completely tilted towards the Sangdong autonomous territory. 20 minutes later, the Setsu was disabled and the sailors sank themselves. 10 minutes later, the Hatsus ammunition magazine exploded. Finally, the 2 Satsuma-class battleships, under the attack of the Sangdong autonomous fleet, were reduced to twisted steel wrecks and sank into the sea along with the sun. Admiral Samejima Yuki, commander-in-chief of the Sasebo naval base, turned into a coral reef on the seabed along with his fleet with endless regrets. Chapter 63, Large-Scale Military Expansion. Count the damage, reorganize the formation, and salvage the Dongying prisoners and our own fallen personnel. Treat the wounded, lower the combat alert to level 3, and we will return to the Xinpu Islands. At this time, the sun had completely set, and stars appeared in the sky. The sea returned to silence. When the fleet of Sangdong Autonomous Territory returned, no one knew that more than 10 battleships had fought for life and death here. According to the plan, after the fleet is reorganized, it will first rendezvous with the torpedo boat mothership at a cruising speed of 12 knots, reload the torpedo boats back onto the mothership, and then return to Xinpu port together. Chu Qing did not leave any rear guard, because the effect of radio suppression lasted throughout the entire battle. I am afraid that now the Sasebo naval base does not know that their commander has been killed. However, with 7 large battleships destroyed in one battle, the Dongying Empire's subsequent counterattack will definitely be extremely fierce. But now no one is thinking about this, and everyone is enjoying the joy of victory. This was the main fleet of the Sasebo tutelary fort, one of the 4 tutelary forts of the East Sakura Empire. They, along with their commander, were completely annihilated by the newly emerged Songdong Navy, yet they hadn't lost a single major ship. If this news were to be spread, no one would believe it, but it was an ironclad fact. We have completely avenged the arrow shot in the decisive battle of the Yangtze Trench, and can comfort the heroic spirits of that time. Chu Qing's talent in artillery once again surprised the staff. The fire control parameters he provided in the final battle helped the fleet to fire first and suppress the Dongying battleship, avoiding damage to the Qiancang. The various parameters transmitted to the Qiancang also made the smoke screen one-way transparent. Governor, this is the damage status of each ship. Chief of Staff Zhong Qilin handed over a stack of documents. The Queen Elizabeth-class Shinpu was hit by 7 shells, 3 of which were large-caliber shells, but the core compartment was undamaged. The Pinghuai was hit by 18 shells, 6 of which were large-caliber shells, but the core compartment was undamaged. The Fengzhou was hit by 21 shells, 8 of which were large-caliber shells, and the power compartment was slightly damaged. Chu Qing looked through the damage report. None of their battleships had suffered any serious damage. The only ship that sank was the high-speed torpedo boat. This was acceptable. There was a 250-meter class large dock in the Taixi Islands that could maintain these big guys, so they wouldn't be in trouble like before because of the lack of maintenance facilities. After notifying Shinpu, Taixi, and other places to prepare for repairs, Chu Qing returned to the senior officer's cabin to upgrade the intelligent computer. The radio shielding might delay the Sasebo Naval Base's discovery of the truth by 3 to 4 days, but they would eventually realize it. No matter what, after losing 7 battleships including 2 super dreadnoughts, the Dongying people would never let the Sangdong autonomous territory go easily, and might even gather a larger fleet for an invasion. Therefore, expanding the army again is an urgent matter. Fortunately, Chu Qing is rich enough now, and he becomes a rich man again after winning a battle. This time, Chu Qing sent the entire Sasebo naval fleet to the bottom of the sea. 1 Kongo, 3 Kawachi, 3 Satsuma, 5 protected cruisers, and 4 destroyers brought an incredibly rich amount of space-time points. A full 650,000. Even if 150,000 of those points were to be set aside for the upgrade of the AI, there was still a whopping 500,000 left for Chu Qing to use at his leisure. The upgrade requirement of 650, 345/150, 000 space-time points, and 198/150 prosperity points has been reached. Do you want to spend 150,000 space-time points to upgrade the intelligent brain to the 3rd level? Confirm upgrade. 150,000 space-time points have been deducted. The upgrade is complete. The Space-Time Mall's expiration date is now unlocked to December 31st, 1925 on the original Blue Planet. From 1915 to 1925, a large number of battleships that became famous in later generations emerged on Blue Star: the Revenge class, the Renown class, the Byron class, the Hood class, and even the Nagato class known as the Big Seven. Holding 500,000 points in his hand, Chu Qing seemed to see a new battleship waving at him. However, he still needed to plan how to use these 500,000 points. First of all, after the years were unlocked, the data on the British Navy's hard-cap shells that appeared in 1918 was also unlocked. With the blessing of Green Bowie, the combat effectiveness of the Queen class exceeded that of the Iron Blood countries Bavaria. In addition, the Queen class had a ready-made modification plan from Blue Star that could be copied, so the purchase of the Elizabeth class should continue. Chu Qing decided to purchase 2 more Queen-class ships to enhance the combat effectiveness of other fleets. Then, we need a high-end combat ship that can make the final decision. Which one should we choose? First of all, Chu Qing excluded those slow battleships. The experience of Blue Star proved that there was no shipwrights without speed, and the low speed also had a low value retention rate. No matter how strong the slow battleships were, even Nelson, one of the Big Seven, could only do the escort and shelling work on the opposite shore. Firepower cannot be bad, speed must be fast. Protection must also stand firm in this era. It is also best to have a technological inheritance relationship with Chu Qing's existing warships to simplify logistics. Finally, Chu Qing's eyes locked onto a battleship, British Admiral-class battlecruiser HMS Hood, 200,000 space-time points. Hood. Although Hood is often known as Bismarck's battle record in later generations and is often persecuted by naval enthusiasts, the battle with Bismarck was 20 years after her construction. By then, the once cutting-edge ship had become an old aunt in her twilight years. But it is undeniable that when she was just completed in 1920, she was the strongest and largest battleship in the world, and an authentic heavily armored high-speed battlecruiser. When she was first built, she was definitely worthy of the reputation of the glory of the Royal Navy. Her speed of 32.07 knots was unparalleled. Her 8 381 main guns and hard-cap shells could pry open the armor of any warship at that time at a normal combat distance. The 305mm main armor belt with a 12-degree inclination angle was more than enough for World War I battleships. As for the skylight issue, well, that's for future modifications. These powerful data make her combat power no less than any Big Seven that has not undergone transformation, so she is called the 8th of Big Seven by fans of Blue Star in later generations. Chu Qing believed that when the great powers of this world saw the Hood in their former Jutland class, dreadnoughts and super dreadnoughts, they would definitely open their eyes wide and deeply understand what it meant to be unbreakable, undefended, unreachable, and unstoppable. Chapter 64 Elite Soldiers. 3 days after Chu Qing returned to Xinpu, the initial relief and commendation work was completed, and the 3 miraculous ships that were accidentally discovered in various places had also been sent to Xinpu port. Therefore, a temporary auditorium was built next to the dock where the Hood was moored, and the first promotion ceremony of the Guangdong Navy was held. Although Li He advised Chu Qing to start the promotion work to win people's hearts when the Guangdong Autonomous Region was just established, Chu Qing insisted that no reward should be received without merit. It is more important to establish a strict reward and punishment system than to win people's hearts by relying on high positions and generous salaries. So it was delayed again and again, and the opportunity finally came after the main fleet of the Sasebo Naval Base was completely wiped out. According to statistics from Chief of Staff Li He, Chu Qing promoted a group of meritorious officers. The captains of large battleships were all promoted to brigadier generals. Li He was promoted 2 levels to become lieutenant general. Commander of the Southern Fleet Zhang Mingxuan and Deputy Commander of the Western Fleet and former Hangzhou Garrison Commander Wang Bin were also promoted to lieutenant generals because of the Cangnan Sea area battle. Including Chu Qing himself, he was promoted from lieutenant general to general based on his military exploits and became the first admiral of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. As the commander of the torpedo boat formation, Lu Shu was promoted directly from lieutenant to major. Zhang Huchen and 23 other submarine soldiers could only wear plain clothes and blend into the crowd. As members of a confidential unit, it was not appropriate for them to show up on this occasion. Their military rank orders would be delivered secretly in the evening. The majestic appearance of the Hood amazed everyone. At that time, Li He flipped through the identification manual but could not find the corresponding model. Chu Qing then realized that the Admiral class might not have appeared in this dimension yet. Since he didn't know how to name it, he simply named it after the original level, still using the Blue Star level to call it the Admiral class battlecruiser. Anyway, this level name did not have obvious British characteristics. However, the specific name still has to follow the regulations of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory and be named after the mountain, taking the famous mountain Qiancang in the Dongying Islands as its name. With the Admiral class as a shining example, the 2 Queen-class ships are relatively less eye-catching. Chu Qing transferred one of the ships to Lu Feng's Western Fleet, suggesting that Lu Feng could get a new flagship. After all, the previous Yinling was the foundation of Pinghai. A small guy of about 2,000 tons could not adapt to future large-scale fleet battles. In the previous battle, Chu Qing arranged the Yinling to place soy sauce behind the main fleet because of its weak armor. Moreover, as a veteran who has followed him in battle until now, Lu Feng has made outstanding achievements, so it is only natural that he should be assigned the Super Fearless. However, the old man Lu Feng was unmoved and insisted on staying on the Yinling, saying that the Yinling had been with him for so many years and he did not want to change the flagship, so in the end he had to give it to him under the name of Tongzhou. The Guangdong Autonomous Territory Navy now has 7 ships above the dreadnought level, and the number of super dreadnoughts exceeds that of dreadnoughts, which is quite a spectacle. However, Lu Feng and Fleet Chief of Staff Zhong Qilan both expressed their concerns about the emergence of so many powerful miracle warships in a short period of time. The arrival of so many super dreadnoughts within half a year definitely exceeded the normal speed. If the news got out, it would surely drive the great powers crazy, and they would stop at nothing to suppress the Guangdong Autonomous Region or occupy this feng shui treasure land. Chu Qing also thought of this, although he was the only one who knew that these miracle battleships were actually exchanged in the space-time mall and had nothing to do with the Guangdong Sea area. Even if the powers really attacked, they would not get anything. However, after all, it was the territory he had operated for so long, and he was not going to give it up unless it was absolutely necessary. In the end, it was decided to release a batch of smoke bombs and attribute the credit for the complete annihilation of the Sasebo naval fleet to torpedo boats and mines. After all, mines and torpedo ships were used when dealing with the Franco-Spanish fleet before, so this should be more credible. Don't make public the fact that you have 5 super dreadnoughts so quickly. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Chu Qing was still confident if he could only deal with the current Dongying Empire. However, if he attracted the attention of the British, French, and other powers at the same time, then things would be very bad. Thinking of the British, Chu Qing remembered the Iron Blood Empire fleet still staying in the Taixi Islands, so he asked the telecommunications department to contact Vice Admiral Benman and said that there was a ready-made battleship design that could be provided to the Iron Blood Empire. 2 hours later, a reply was received from the Lieutenant General, stating that the fleet would stay for another 14 days. At the same time, he would send Major General Ingenal back to the Taixi Islands as quickly as possible to discuss relevant matters with Chu Qing. According to Vice Admiral Benman's previous description, only 2 of the first batch of 4 dreadnoughts produced by the Iron Blood Empire have been completed. The model is the Helgoland class with 12 305mm main guns. The design of this class of ships is too conservative. It still uses the firepower layout and power system design of the previous Nassau class, with a hexagonal layout and reciprocating steam engines. If this trend continues, the Iron Blood Empire's naval construction will lag behind the British, just like in the history of Blue Star. Moreover, due to the characteristics of this dimension, the Iron Blood Empire's navy will also face threats from the Caucasus Empire Navy and the Franco-Spanish Navy, and the pressure will be greater than in the history of Blue Star. Chu Qing decided to give them an injection of hormone to help them make some progress. Governor, with the new warships commissioned, our manpower is starting to become tight again. Chief of Staff Zhong Qilan walked in. The positions for loaders and other basic personnel are not so bad, but the main shortage is in the technical branches and the corps officers. 1 Admiral-class ship and 2 Queen-class ships require nearly 4,000 crew members, and it is impossible to find so many sailors with basic qualifications in a short period of time. If we train a group of ordinary people who know nothing about sailing from scratch, the time and space points consumed will be far greater than selecting crew members from sailors. How about this? You notify the leaders of the 4 major fleets to come to the Taixi Islands for a meeting. Tell them there's a meeting about the future development of the fleets. Chu Qing thought for a while and decided to hold a high-level meeting. March 19, 1665, Taixi Islands Governor's Office Meeting Room. The leaders, or second-in-command of the 4 major fleets gathered here, waiting for Chu Qing's arrangements. We acquired 4 Queen Elizabeth-class battleships this time. The Eastern Fleet faces the greatest pressure on coastal defense, so 2 will be allocated to it, 1 to the Western Fleet, and the remaining 1 will strengthen the defense of the Northern Fleet. Chu Qing tapped her pencil and made arrangements step by step. Also, we are taking inventory of the outdated ships in each fleet. Effective immediately, we will prepare to withdraw all Kaiji class and modified versions from combat units. Chapter 65 Doing Business. What Chu Qing meant was to free up staffing, retire those old ships, free up technical and command personnel to board new ships, and transfer the logistics and maintenance personnel responsible for old ships such as the Kaiji class to maintain the new ships. After all, the Kaiji class ships in this dimension are 30 years old. Their combat capabilities have long been outdated. Apart from their low price, they have no other advantages and should have been withdrawn from the combat sequence long ago. Chu Qing was worried that they would be unusable if they were handed over to the Naval Academy. In the past, the Kaiji class was responsible for the most basic nearshore reconnaissance missions and was equipped with rapid-fire guns to supplement rapid-fire firepower in naval battles. Now, facing the upcoming changes in naval equipment, it is time for it to exit the stage of history. Wang Bin, deputy commander of the Western Fleet, and others expressed support for Chu Qing's resolution, but expressed concern about the decline in strength caused by the reduction in the number of warships. Deputy Commander Wang's concerns are understandable, but since Chu has made this decision today, there must be a corresponding solution. After saying that, Chu Qing signaled his attendants to leave the meeting room. The senior officials from the 4 fleets who were present also understood Chu Qing's meaning and dismissed their attendants. Wow! A large drawing was unfolded in front of the conference table. It showed schematic diagrams of the U-93 large diesel-electric submarine and the UB-3 nearshore submarine. Chu Qing introduced this new type of weapon to the senior executives present and ordered them to keep it strictly secret. He also stated that the firepower of the Kaiji class would be of no use in the future. If one were to cling to this slight increase in firepower and retain these old ships, it would be irresponsible to the lives of the sailors. The task of nearshore defense could be handed over to torpedo boats and nearshore submarines that would be put into mass production immediately. Moreover, the keels of the first batch of 4 cruisers built by the Guangdong Autonomous Territory have been laid. With the Xinpu shipyard working overtime to speed up the construction, it is optimistically estimated that the first ship can be completed in the next few years. If that does not work, they can also go to the Yangzhou Principality to buy a few new ships. The senior leaders of each fleet quickly realized the importance of the new weapon, the submarine, and all expressed their willingness to keep it strictly secret. Submarines are top secret and must not be leaked, but there's no need to keep torpedo boats secret. In fact, I need you to vigorously promote this new type of torpedo boat. Chu Qing looked at the confused faces of the fleet leaders below the stage and continued. The fact that we possess a super dreadnought needs to be kept secret for a while, so the credit for annihilating the Dongying fleet should be attributed to the torpedo boats to divert attention. Besides, if the publicity is good enough, it might bring us a considerable amount of income. At the same time, in the Edo Islands of the East Sakura Empire, in the meeting room of the East Sakura Admiralty Building. It has been a week since Commander Sanjima lost contact, and the entire fleet has not received a single message. When the fleet sent its last radio transmission, it was still 412 nautical miles from the Xinpu Islands in the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. Sasebo Naval Chief of Staff Toshiaki Sakamoto said this at an emergency meeting of the Navy Ministry. I think Commander Sanjima has died a glorious death. According to the French and Spanish intelligence, the Guangdong Autonomous Territory only has 3 dreadnoughts. Vice Admiral Hidaka Sonori, commander of the Maizuru Naval Base, wondered, "We're lucky to have survived the Sasebo Naval Base's main fleet. How could they possibly wipe out our fleet? I'd rather believe the storm damaged the fleet's radio equipment." Do you remember the sinking of the Tsukuba? Chief of the Naval General Staff Goro Ijuin, who was sitting on the main seat, spoke. He had developed the famous Ijuin signal management system and was therefore sensitive to these technical equipment. I think we may have underestimated the torpedo weapons used by our opponents. In a nearshore defense battle, the power of torpedo weapons will be fully utilized. Knock, knock, knock. There was a hurried knock on the door of the conference room. This was the place where high-level meetings were held. Knowing that it was an emergency meeting, ordinary people did not dare to disturb it. The Dongying officers looked at each other and whispered to each other for a while. It was finally Chief Ijuin who spoke. Enter. A staff officer came in with a telegram, and Ijuin Goro recognized him as the staff officer of the standing fleet, Akiyama Senyuki. This is the telegram notice just released by the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. Has the telegram been sent? Chu Qing asked, and Chief of Staff Zhong Qilan nodded. As you requested, we have emphasized the performance of high-speed torpedo boats in combat. Chu Qing nodded slightly. His smoke bomb had already been released. It was up to fate to decide how much Dongying and other powers would believe it. According to the notification telegram from the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, the Sasebo Naval Base's fleet invaded the Guangdong Sea area at night and was led into a minefield by the Guangdong Sea area. They then used a group of high-speed torpedo boats to carry out close-range attacks on the main battleships of the Sasebo Naval Base trapped in the minefield and cooperated with large surface ships to annihilate the invading Dongying fleet. I have to say that this report is probably more convincing than the original battle report. After all, if you say that 2 British-made super dreadnoughts suddenly appeared and then head-on defeated the well-trained Tosakura fleet in a naval battle, it sounds more dramatic. And to put on a complete show, Chu Qing later specially arranged for the torpedo boat unit to appear at Xinpu port and even performed boat racing near the cargo ships of the Yangzhou Principality so that they could spread the news. The 4 major fleets of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory also immediately issued a statement, saying that they had been equipped with a large number of torpedo boats and advised external forces not to covet the territory of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. Small high-speed torpedo boats are weapons that have never appeared on the battlefield before. According to the propaganda of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, they have the ability to achieve great results with small efforts. They are definitely a fatal temptation for some small countries that focus on nearshore defense or even declining old naval powers. The gasoline engines of this batch of speedboats are produced by Taixi. Even though this plane is still dominated by coal, the Taixi people still insist on developing internal combustion engine technology as a technical reserve. According to the Taixi people, only the Taixi Empire has mature technology for gasoline engines of this level, so there is no need to worry about them being quickly copied by others. Governor, a businessman from the Kingdom of Iberia wants to discuss cooperation with us. The attendant knocked gently on the door. Chu Qing and Zhong Qilan smiled at each other. Business is coming so quickly. Chapter 66. Overkill. Greetings, Your Excellency the Governor. The merchant from the Kingdom of Iberia slowly walked into the governor's palace and respectfully handed over a business card. His name is Geronimo Rubio, the largest Iberian businessman on Luzon Island. Of course, people of this level have more or less some official background. On the way to the meeting room, Chu Qing recalled the history of this plane. The Kingdom of Iberia was once a traditional naval power, but it gradually declined after being defeated by the British Empire. In recent years, it has fallen behind significantly. Moreover, the ships that descended in the miracle storm within the kingdom's territorial waters were not strong in performance, and their number was not large enough. The White Eagle Federation has long coveted its overseas colonies, but was hesitant due to the Iberia-class small dreadnoughts, so it turned to supporting Sun Nanzhong's faction to control Qiancang. Therefore, the Luzon colony is still in the hands of the Iberian kingdom. However, the White Eagle Federation has now interfered in the internal affairs of the Qiancang Empire and successfully split up the corrupt Qiancang Empire. Having tasted the sweetness, the White Eagle Federation has begun to spy on the Luzon colony again. Rubio's translator explained their purpose to Chu Qing in halting Qiancang language. They were originally ordered by Fermin Udinese, the governor of the Luzon colony of the Kingdom of Iberia, to come to the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory on a cargo ship of the Principality of Yangzhou, hoping to purchase a batch of warships and coastal defense weapons to strengthen the defense of the Luzon colony. Coincidentally, just after arriving at the Taixi Islands, he received a telegram from the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory. Udinese was very interested in the torpedo boat that shone brightly, so he came to Chu Qing to discuss the purchase. Chu Qing readily agreed to the request for sale. After all, the most technically difficult part of this torpedo boat is the gasoline engine, and the rest does not require much technical knowledge. As long as there are enough engines, Su Zhonghu's technical team can assemble 18 boats in a week. Now there are 20 of these initial models of boats parked in the warehouse. Of course, the price couldn't be that good. It was new equipment, so it was normal for it to be a little more expensive. Chu Qing simply raised a finger. A bare ship cost 12,000 taels of silver, and fuel, ammunition, and other spare parts were not included. Your Excellency, Governor, please forgive me for being so presumptuous. Rubio was a little surprised by the price. It was just a little thing over 10 meters long, but it was asking that much. He tried to bargain, but Chu Qing saw through his intention and interrupted him. Mr. Rubio, we have just started mass production of this type of torpedo boat. We originally wanted to prioritize meeting our own needs, so being able to sell it is already very good. You should know that its top speed can reach 43 knots, making it a true swift hunter. Chu Qing spread his hands helplessly. How about this? If your country purchases more than 15 boats, we can give you 2 torpedo boats for free and sell you the hull of a torpedo boat mothership for 1 tael of silver. Of course, you will need to pay a small amount of modification fees. This is our biggest discount. You know, after selling this batch of torpedo boats, our own fleet will have to wait for a while before it can be equipped. Chu Qing showed an awkward expression on her face and turned to leave. Rubio quickly signaled the translator to hold Chu Qing. Governor Feldman had previously ordered him to bring back a batch of warships to strengthen the defense. He could not go back empty-handed. Moreover, the defense of Luzon was actually related to his life and property. Once the Kingdom of Iberia lost Luzon, his property in Luzon would also suffer a devastating disaster. Your Excellency, Governor, I would like to see a sample. Rubio took a deep breath and slowly made his request, which actually meant he accepted Chu Qing's offer. With great pleasure. Jinzhou Port, Taixi Islands. It was a sunny day with calm waves. A team of black-painted torpedo boats were speeding across the sea, sometimes changing formations and sometimes speeding up for surprise attacks, demonstrating the superiority of gasoline engines. When the rumbling sound of the engine stopped, Rubio nodded with satisfaction. The performance of this torpedo boat is still very good. Compared with its clumsy, steam-powered counterparts, it has undoubtedly undergone a qualitative change. Moreover, the high-speed freighter anchored nearby was in good condition and could easily reach 20 knots. It was definitely worth buying it for 1 or 2 taels of silver. If it could be converted into a torpedo boat carrier as described by Chu Qing, it would alleviate the anxiety about endurance and enhance strategic maneuverability. This is a great torpedo boat. Chu Qing and Rubio shook hands and reached an agreement to purchase 30 torpedo boats. Mr. Rubio, we have less than 20 torpedo boats in stock, and it will take some time to complete the order. Would you like to take a look at other warships in the next few days? Chu Qing struck while the iron was hot and, with a squinting smile, tried to sell him the old warships retired by the Tsangdong Navy. Geronimo Rubio readily agreed and expressed his willingness to inspect the surface ships. The Far East Fleet of the Kingdom of Iberia has a very ugly fleet except for the Iberia-class dreadnought. To keep the Luzon colony, it is definitely necessary to add some surface ships. However, due to the vast ocean area of this world, even if the Kingdom Navy has the spare capacity for the expedition, it will still take a year on the road. Facing the White Eagle Federation that is pressing step by step, it is probably not enough to quench the thirst immediately. Currently, the only forces nearby that can provide ready-made warships besides the Yangzhou Principality is the Shandong Autonomous Territory. The Yangzhou Principality just called to say that all the ready-made cruisers have been reserved. Therefore, even if Rubio knew that he might be killed by Chu Qing, he had no other way out. These are Kaiji-class ships, which have been tested in battle for a long time and are very durable, Chu Qing said while advertising with a blushing face, pointing at a row of Kaiji-class ships moored at the dock. Although everyone knows that the Kaiji-class ships are of little use, they are simply trying to squeeze as much money as possible out of them. At 150,000 taels per ship, they are sold for the price of a Mosquito gunboat. Rubio looked at the old-fashioned ships of these cruisers and felt powerless to complain. He just picked a Kaiji-class ship in better condition and placed an order to convert it into a torpedo boat carrier. Then Chu Qing brought him to the berth of the old Hai-Rong class, which was a proper warship. One could choose any of them at 350,000 taels each. Rubio picked 2 of them and paid an additional 50,000 taels for modification and renovation to install rotating torpedo tubes and mine layers on the deck. After adding another 550,000 taels and taking away a refurbished Haitian-class ship with a service life of 12 years, Rubio left behind more than 1.7 million taels of silver, which were paid in pounds. The Shandong Autonomous Territory received 280,000 pounds. Afterwards, Chu Qing sold him a batch of 152mm and 203mm naval guns. They were removed from old ships and could be used as coastal defense guns. Chu Qing even showed them the newly built 305mm naval gun. This strategic-level weapon naturally made Rubio jealous, and he immediately said that he would contact Governor Feldman to quote a reasonable price. In the end, including various ships, coastal defense weapons and ammunition, the Iberians left more than 600,000 pounds in the Shandong Autonomous Territory, of which 200,000 were paid in rubber resources. Aside from the 305mm naval gun and the torpedo boat, the rest of the items were old and worn out, a clearance sale. While others were doing clearance sales, Chu Qing was just ripping customers off. Chapter 67 Intervention in Luzon. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. As soon as the contract was signed and the delivery was arranged, Chu Qing sent someone to contact the Principality of Yangzhou to pay the balance of 900,000 pounds for the 3 cruisers that had been previously ordered. Yes, the reason why the Iberians did not buy ships in the Principality of Yangzhou was that all the ready-made cruisers in the Principality of Yangzhou were reserved by Chu Qing. The 3 cruisers correspond to the Chatham-class light cruisers produced in the United Kingdom on Blue Star. They are still new things in this dimension. The average age of the 3 ships is 3 years. The reason why the Principality of Yangzhou sold them is to raise funds for the self-production plan of dreadnoughts. The Chatham class is the 3rd batch of City-class light cruisers and is closely related to the Birmingham class. Their arrival can effectively alleviate the combat power vacuum after the retirement of old cruisers. Governor, Major General Ingenol has arrived. Just as he arranged for Rubio and others to stay in the Taixi Islands, his subordinates informed him that the Chief of Staff of the Iron Blood Country's Far East Fleet had arrived at the Taixi Islands. General Ingenol, I believe your country is currently mapping and reverse engineering the 380mm naval guns of the Bayern class. Yes, and we estimate that our first 380mm naval gun will be able to roll off the production line in a year at most. Ingenol's tone was relaxed, which surprised Chu Qing a little. The progress of the Iron Blood Empire slightly exceeded his expectations, but this was only good and not bad. That's perfect. Chu Qing clapped his hands. Please take a look at this, Mr. Major General. Chu Qing opened the cabinet and took out a few blueprints. This is a battlecruiser designed by our designer after he learned about the cooperation between the 2 parties, combining the technical characteristics of both parties. If she succeeds in coming out, then the British Lion-class battlecruiser will be complete garbage. A speed of 27.9 knots, a 300mm thick main armor belt, and 240mm upper armor, plus 8 380mm main guns. Rear Admiral Ingenol's eyes sparkled as he looked at the blueprint in his hand. This was a super battleship that surpassed any other battleship on the market. It was called a battlecruiser, but its firepower and defense level were comparable to even the British Queen Elizabeth class. It continued the Iron Blood Empire's characteristic of prioritizing defense, while also addressing its firepower shortcomings. Its speed was also acceptable, perfectly meeting the Iron Blood Empire's requirements. He even suspected the designer was a native of the Iron Blood Empire. Rear Admiral Ingenal had only one question in his mind. Can such a warship really be built? Please rest assured, we have solutions to all technical problems. Since the Guangdong Autonomous Territory dares to come up with this set of drawings, we will naturally ensure that your construction is completed smoothly. Chu Qing saw his doubts and spoke first. Tell me the conditions, Governor Chu. I think even His Majesty the Emperor would have no reason to refuse such a warship. Ingenol's eyes were shining, and his desire for new battleships was obvious. He had decided to persuade Admiral Tirpitz to promote the construction of these new battleships at all costs. She's expensive, but really strong. Chu Qing chose a York-class battlecruiser that was originally unfinished in the history of Blue Star. She was originally built as the last 3 ships of the Mackinson-class battlecruiser, but major modifications made her an independent class. The design of the York generation ship type is considered very good among the naval ships of Blue Star Germany too. The only drawback is that it appeared too late, and even the predecessor Mackinson class could not be completed in time for the war. With 8 380mm guns, good protection, and decent speed, it can be built as a high-speed battleship to fight against the Queen class without any problems. Lion, Tiger, and unmodified King Kong will all die when they encounter her. When it is built, it will undoubtedly be the most powerful battleship. Of course, we have to get rid of the Admiral class in Chu Qing's hands, because Hood can perfectly restrain her. The Admiral class was built specifically because of the wrong intelligence received about the performance of the Mackinson-class battlecruiser. Your Excellency, Major General, before we discuss the terms, I need to remind you that the power system of this type of warship requires fuel oil. Chu Qing pointed to the location of the 8 double-headed fuel oil boilers in the power compartment of the York-class warship. If your country's fuel problem is not resolved, I'm afraid the construction of this type of warship will encounter some resistance. Your Excellency, the Governor means. What I mean is, we need the Malay archipelago. Chu Qing grabbed a map and pointed to the location of the British Malaya colony. One of our petroleum geologists once secretly visited Malaya and discovered that the oil reserves here are far greater than what the British have discovered so far. The oil is also of high quality. If we take over this area, it will significantly alleviate the problem of crude oil shortage. But, Your Excellency the Governor, even if what you said is true, we currently do not have the ability to engage in a head-on battle with the British Empire. Even if we conquer Malaya, we will eventually have to withdraw from the Malay region in the face of the crazy counterattack of the British. Major General Ingenal raised his concerns. If a war is started rashly now, the Iron Blood Empire will definitely lose. Even if the Guangdong Autonomous Territory is added, the result will not change at all. Chu Qing shook his head and changed the map. Who said we have to attack Malaya now? We need to establish a forward base nearby, and then proceed slowly. Isn't that Iberian territory? Major General Ingenal looked at the position of Chu Qing's finger, feeling a little confused. It is now, but it won't be soon. Chu Qing showed the contract he had just signed with Rubio. The White Eagle Federation will soon attack Luzon. Right now, the Iberians in Luzon are buying coastal defense weapons and warships like crazy. The Guangdong Autonomous Territory is not in a position to take action, but the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet is different. Governor Chu is saying that we take advantage of this opportunity to occupy a few islands in the name of helping the Iberians resist the White Eagle Federation? Major General Ingenal immediately understood Chu Qing's meaning and realized that there was an opportunity here. The White Eagles had forced them away from the Qingdao base before, and the Far East Fleet still had resentment, so it would be great to be able to discuss the White Eagle Federation. Yes, if you help us gain control of several islands, we will provide you with technical support for the construction of this type of warship. Chu Qing was just about to extend his tentacles into Luzon. Except for Luzon Island, other places in this colony were not highly developed, and the Iberians probably wouldn't cling too tightly to a few deserted islands. Moreover, asking the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet, which had just fallen out with the White Eagle, to intervene instead of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory would not make the British too nervous. The Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet will gain a new base, which will also divert some of the attention of the British and other powers, and will also be beneficial to the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. Chapter 68 Selling Ships for Land. I understand what you mean, General. However, since this involves the sacred territory of the Kingdom of Iberia, I don't have the authority to make a decision. I need to contact Governor Furman before I can respond. Late at night, Rubio returned to his residence from the governor's mansion in the Taixi Islands and used the radio equipment provided by Chu Qing to contact the governor of Luzon. Rubio felt that the conditions offered by Major General Ingenol were quite good, exchanging 2 new Bremen-class light cruisers and matching ammunition for the Palau Islands and Guam, which were currently basically deserted islands. Soon, after reporting back to his country, the governor of Luzon, Firmin Udines, sent a reply to Rubio. He agreed to the territorial exchange and would immediately start shipping the arms back. The Palau Islands are located west of the Caroline Islands, close to the natural harbor of Truk. Guam was an important base, transit station and strategic submarine base for the Pacific Fleet of the Blue Star White Eagle Federation Navy in later generations. It seems that one of the White Eagle Federation's large cruisers will have to change its name in the future. The 2 absolutely strategic locations on the Blue Star Plain were about to be under his control. Chu Qing felt very strange and indescribable at this moment. Chu Qing immediately instructed Li He to select personnel to go to the 2 islands to promote infrastructure construction and prepare for future garrisons. On March 21, 1665, the Eastern Sakura Navy headquarters on Edo Island. Sakamoto-kun, your official appointment document will be issued soon. The voice of Hidaka Sonojo, commander of the Maizuru tutelary fort, came from behind Sakamoto Shansuke. Commander Hidaka So, being promoted to commander of the naval base for this reason is not something to celebrate. Sakamoto Toshitsu turned around with an expressionless face. Has the Military Affairs Department already drawn up a plan for the transformation? The renovation plan has been approved, and rapid-fire weapons and shrapnel are currently being allocated from various locations. Hidaka Sonojo replied that in the upcoming military operation against Sangdong, the fleet of the Maizuru Naval Base would be temporarily seconded to Sasebo to prepare for the operation. Against opponents of the torpedo boat level, large-caliber naval guns will not be of much use. A number of small-caliber rapid-fire guns need to be placed on the decks on both sides, and searchlights need to be added to deal with night attacks. The total time will be at least half a month. Furthermore, the Standing Fleet is preparing to deploy the newly acquired Fuso-class battleships into this military operation against the Sangdong Autonomous Territory. Hidaka Sonojo gave Sakamoto Toshiatsu a meaningful look and said, Sakamoto-kun is about to become the first commander to command a Fuso-class ship in combat. Fuso-class? Sakamoto Shunsutsu was surprised to hear the name. The Navy decided to give him the command of a precious Fuso-class ship, which showed that they attached great importance to this operation. However, Sakamoto, who was familiar with the chief military officer Kondo Motoki, knew that the Fuso class had many flaws and was not worthy of the name Fuso. Apart from the powerful firepower of its 12 356mm naval guns, its other indicators are quite average. The design of the ammunition depot sandwiched between the boiler compartment is frightening. During the sea trial, its poor seaworthiness was also discovered, and it could not even go in a straight line when sailing at high speed. As a super dreadnought, it can only be said to be just above the passing line, and the only thing left to support its appearance is the majestic appearance brought by the 12 main guns. However, according to intelligence, the Sangdong Autonomous Territory only has 3 dreadnoughts, and the Fuso class should be able to handle it. This time, the battleships allocated to him by the Navy Department included Fuso, 1 Congo class, and 2 Kawachi class. The number of battleships was not large, but a large number of screen ships were deployed, including 7 Chikuma class and 7 Harasame class destroyers. Together with the remaining coastal defense ships of the Sasebo Naval Base, the number was quite considerable in order to counter the high-speed torpedo boats of the Sangdong Autonomous Territory. Be careful, slow down, don't rush. 321. Taixi Port, March 25, 1665, according to the local calendar. Chu Qing accompanied Rubio and his party to Taixi Port to supervise the transfer of coastal defense weapons. The majestic 45 caliber 305mm naval gun was slowly moved above the freighter by the dock crane, and several sailors from the Luzon colony were assisting in loading. This is the final procedure. All other coastal defense weapons have been loaded. We can only weigh anchor and set sail once this heavy artillery is in place. For this large caliber gun, the amount Rubio paid was enough to buy another second-hand cruiser, not including the cost of ammunition. The price of 305 shells is not cheap. Governor Fairman hoped to use this 305 gun and those 203mm and 152mm naval guns to form a new coastal defense position near Manila Bay, and for this purpose he asked the Principality of Oceania to design a plan. I sincerely hope that it can bring lasting peace to Luzon, Chu Qing said casually when he saw that the lifting and fixing was completed. May Heavenly Father lead us away from evil. Rubio bowed to Chu Qing, Ingenol and others, made the sign of the cross on his chest, and then led the translator onto the freighter for the return trip. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the White Eagle Federation, those warships would pass by the Luzon colony under the pretext of going to the Principality of Yangzhou for maintenance and renovation. The transformation of the torpedo boat carrier will take a while, at least a month. The Iron Blood country's Far East Fleet will pass through Luzon in the name of patrolling the Marshall Islands, and 2 Bremen-class ships will be stranded in Luzon due to mechanical failure. The personnel dispatched by Chu Qing will also board the supply ship and move with the Iron Blood country's Far East Fleet, first landing in Palau and then going to Guam. After that, once the war breaks out, it would be reasonable for the Far East Fleet to enter the Luzon colony under the trust of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory to protect overseas Chinese, right? Governor, the first batch of supplies from the Iron Blood Nation has arrived in Xinpu. Li He appeared behind Chu Qing with a telegram. Here is the list of supplies. Chu Qing unfolded the telegram and found that what the Iron Blood country sent this time was military-industrial equipment, but most of them were milling machines, small cold forging machines, drilling machines, and other equipment commonly used in the production of light weapons. It's funny to say that the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, which is capable of producing large-caliber naval guns, currently has a variety of light weapons production lines. The former Taixi Islands on the southern end have a production line of French and Spanish origin, which was originally used to produce French and Spanish Lebel rifles. The islands to the east and north have production lines for the Dongying Empire Type 30 rifles. The islands, including Taixi and Yinling, prefer rifles produced by Taixi. The only rare consensus was on heavy machine guns, as everyone chose the Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun. After Chu Qing took over, he set about completing the task of unifying the equipment of the Marine Corps. He relied on the original production line on Taixi Island to switch to the production of M1916 semi-automatic rifles. The monthly output was only 600 rifles, which was too few. It would take a long time to complete the replacement of the existing Marine Corps of more than 30,000 people. However, since resources are tilted towards naval equipment, light weapons production units have no good way to increase output. Now that they are planning to use Luzon as a springboard to establish the Malayan colony, they must also pay attention to their land warfare equipment. After this batch of equipment is put into use, the monthly output of semi-automatic rifles can be increased to more than 3,000. It should not be a problem to ensure that several brigades complete the replacement of equipment first, and we can also try to develop several new automatic weapons. Chapter 69 No Excuse. Then create one. In addition, Chu Qing also discovered a talent in light weapons design. Lu Guochun, a former technical worker at the Taixi Islands arsenal in the Qiancang area. When Chu Qing learned that he had independently manufactured an immature semi-automatic rifle, he immediately remembered who he was, the maker of General Lu's rifle from the original Blue Star plane. As a result, Lu Guochun naturally became the director of the Light Weapons Research Laboratory of the Guangdong Ordnance Bureau, responsible for the research and development of new light machine guns. Originally, Chu Qing planned to use the ZB-26 light machine gun, which was finalized and produced in 1925, as the squad's firepower, but there did not seem to be a particularly obvious gap in firepower between this light machine gun, with a 20-round capacity, and the M1916 semi-automatic rifle, with a 25-round capacity. Therefore, Chu Qing's idea was to simply use the existing semi-automatic rifle as a blueprint, replace the barrel with a heavy one, appropriately increase the ammunition capacity to develop a squad-level light machine gun, and come up with the concept of a gun family. As for the heavy machine gun, it was decided to use 12.7 mm firepower to increase the destructive power against light fortifications. So Chu Qing provided Lu Guochun with the design drawings of the original Blue Star, White Eagle Federation M1921 water-cooled heavy machine gun. The subsequent air-cooled improved model of this heavy machine gun is the famous Lao Ganma M2 heavy machine gun. In order to reduce the casualties of the Marines in future landing battles, Chu Qing is already considering letting the Renault FT-17 appear in this dimension in advance. However, at present, the remaining oil production of the Guangdong Autonomous Region is already insufficient to meet the needs of 4 Queen-class ships and 1 Admiral-class ship. With the current monthly oil production of 3,000 tons of Tongzhou oil wells, it is difficult to spare much to refine gasoline to meet other consumption. Therefore, the crude oil resources sold in the market of the Yangzhou Principality are basically bought by the Guangdong Autonomous Region. We can only wait for the Iron Blood country's shallow water oil extraction equipment to arrive before drilling a few offshore oil wells to increase production. As for tanks, let's build up technical reserves first. Hello, Mr. Deputy Minister. In front of the White House at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue on Washington Island in the Special District of Columbia of the White Eagle Federation, a security guard opened the door of a car, and a tall, muscular white man with sharp eyes walked out. He is Theodore Roosevelt, the current Undersecretary of the Navy of the White Eagle Union. Roosevelt left his coat outside the door and strode into President McKinley's office. Teddy, you are as punctual as ever. President McKinley poked his head out from among the documents and smiled at his right-hand man. There's nothing I can do. The Navy Department can't do without me now. If even I can't be on time, there will be a big mess. Roosevelt shrugged his shoulders. Mr. President, there has been another riot in the Havana colony. I think our chance is about to come. Vice Admiral Sampson's fleet is ready to attack and can take action at any time. Teddy, I understand what you mean, and I know this is the best opportunity for the White Eagle Federation to rise. But I don't think those old stubborn people in Congress will approve the war authorization so easily. President McKinley spread his hands, still undecided about whether to start a war at this time. Of course, he wanted to take over the Iberian Kingdom's colonies of Luzon and Havana, but judging from the current situation, although the domestic people have gradually sympathized with the local people under the guidance of public opinion, their emotions have not yet been mobilized, and they may not necessarily agree to launch military action. There is also considerable resistance within Congress, which believes that launching a war is too expensive. If we don't act now, and wait until the Kingdom of Iberia successfully suppresses the riots or the local residents overthrow the colonial rule, our chances will be even shorter. Roosevelt became excited, spitting. The masters in Congress will make us lose our excuse to intervene and ruin our chance to rise. The crossbow operation he planned dismembered the huge Qiancang Empire, which brought his personal power to its peak. If he could take over the colonies of Luzon and Havana, he would be able to naturally replace the long-ill Minister of the Navy. The conservative forces within Congress still foolishly believed that the Kingdom of Iberia was still the powerful maritime empire, completely unaware that the current White Eagle Navy was strong enough to swallow up these colonies and embark on the road to maritime hegemony. Roosevelt was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Without Congress's approval, even the current Secretary of the Navy, John Rondo, could not start a war. Excuses. Better excuses. Roosevelt suddenly had a bold idea. Since the existing excuses are not enough to convince the people and Congress of the necessity of war, then why not just create a more powerful excuse ourselves? Teddy, President McKinley was silent for a long time after listening to Roosevelt's thoughts. Just do it. March 25, 1665, the calendar of this plane, Qiancang Islands. Commodore George Dewey of the White Eagle Federation Navy had just left the ship of Edward Hobart Seymour, commander of the British Far East Fleet. He had received secret instructions from the White Eagle Federation Navy Department to immediately begin preparations for war and gather intelligence around Luzon. Because it was not taken seriously before, the strength of the White Eagle Far East Fleet was not strong. Unlike the task force led by Major General Rogers, the Far East Fleet was only equipped with one South Carolina-class dreadnought and two Kearsarge-class pre-dreadnoughts. In addition, there were several old Olympia-class protected cruisers. The only slightly newer cruiser was the St. Louis class. But the biggest problem wasn't the Navy, but the land forces. The Marines assigned to the Far East Fleet were outdated and still using outdated Krag-Hutchinson rifles or even black powder rifles. They couldn't possibly compare to the Mauser 1893 rifles commonly used by the Iberians. That's why he approached Lieutenant General Seymour hoping to buy a batch of British-made rifles to equip the White Eagle Marines, but Seymour seemed unwilling to help the White Eagle Federation and rejected Dewey's request on the grounds of tight inventory. Indeed, the British would rather the aging Iberian Kingdom continue to occupy Luzon than the emerging White Eagle Federation extend its tentacles here. He had no choice but to place an order for rifles with the Principality of Yangzhou. Although this might expose his intentions and let the Iberians notice, he had no choice. He couldn't let his soldiers actually go to the battlefield with black powder rifles, right? Chapter 70, The Transformation of Time. A month passed like this. The cruisers purchased from the Principality of Yangzhou have also been commissioned and handed over. Two CNT-68s, which are the Longway-class cruisers of this dimension, have descended in the Miracle Storm. Chu Qing has also purchased two Birmingham-class cruisers to supplement the fleet's strength. The production of high-speed torpedo boats used up the first batch of high-horsepower gasoline engines provided by the Iron Blood country and produced nearly 100 offshore killers, most of which were used for export. The iron-blooded Far East Fleet has successfully landed in Palau, and the engineers sent by Chu Qing have begun to rebuild the port, add facilities, and build barracks. The technical data of Greenbowie came into play. After the existing artillery production line modified the process, it also began to fully produce hard-capped armor-piercing shells, which will bring a huge increase in the combat power of the warships of the Shandong Autonomous Territory. The Light Weapons Research Laboratory lived up to expectations and successfully imitated the M1921 heavy machine gun. Chu Qing instructed that the water-cooled model be put into production first, and the air-cooled improved model should follow simultaneously. This large-caliber water-cooled heavy machine gun is too heavy for infantry units, but it is just right for installation on ships to shoot down airships and seaplanes. The technical team, led by Liu Guochen, modified the ammunition feeder of the M1916 rifle and combined it with the technical documents provided by Chu Qing to enable the light machine gun to use a 47-round drum magazine. It was also modified with a heavier barrel and thicker receiver. The final product had a theoretical maximum firing rate of 550 rounds per minute. Due to its special structure, the firing rate was relatively low, but it was sufficient for squad firepower. The disadvantage was that it was a bit heavy, which made Chu Qing's idea of making an automatic rifle fail. During this month, there were 2 more exchanges of fire between Qiancang Kingdom and Qiancang Second Empire, with both sides winning and losing, and no battleships were lost. The Qiancang Kingdom also tried to recapture the islands seized by the Caucasus Empire, but ultimately failed. The defeated Qiancang Kingdom fleet was able to escape unscathed under the cover of the Dongying warships in the Huantai Islands at the cost of recognizing the Dongying Empire's control over the Huantai River. The successive failures made Qiancang Kingdom's purse increasingly tight. The White Eagle Federation urged Lieutenant General Sun Nan to deliver resources and military funds as agreed. Under various pressures, Qiancang Kingdom had to lift the ban on oil exports and put the oil produced in the North Sangxi area and even the crude oil in the reserve oil depot on the market for sale. Of course, Chu Qing contacted them immediately and bought 10,000 tons at once. The Qiancang Second Empire also contacted the Shandong Autonomous Territory, hoping to inspect the specific performance of the high-speed torpedo boat. Chu Qing naturally welcomed it. Wouldn't it be a fool not to make money? As for whether the spread of technology will have a negative impact on ourselves, Chu Qing was not too worried because the high-speed torpedo boat was not the legendary magic weapon. Its use had great limitations. For example, the range was sacrificed in order to reduce weight. The maximum range of only 40 nautical miles allowed it to operate only in the near sea. It was just a smaller target and more maneuverable than an ordinary steam torpedo boat. As for using a small force to win a big victory, relying solely on torpedo boats to attack a complete screen fleet without the cooperation of one's own battleships is a dead end. If you don't build a large surface fleet, you'd better forget about relying on such tricks to win. Its most suitable use scenario is to attack lone enemy battleships under the cover of darkness. Moreover, not every battleship has all its secondary guns paralyzed like the Kirishima before, so it must be prepared to suffer casualties. The movements of the Dongying fleet have been under Chu Qing's surveillance. The large radio towers built in Taixi Islands, Huantai Islands, and other places are intended to capture long-distance radio communications. Chu Qing used the auxiliary intelligent brain to use the exhaustive method to decipher the communication code of the Dongying Empire Navy, compiled it into a code book, and sent it to the radio monitoring department. The call sign UU of the Maizuru Naval Base fleet has been intercepted and has appeared in Sasebo, which means that if the Tosakura people want to launch a counterattack, the main attack will be carried out by the Maizuru Naval Base and the remnants of the Sasebo fleet. Has RDX already been put into industrial mass production? Chu Qing was reading the report sent by Su Zhonghu in the office. The chemical equipment extorted from the French and Spanish and the chemical industry supported by the iron-blooded Chinese greatly increased the production of explosives in the Shandong Autonomous Territory. The large number of French and Spanish and Dongying rifles dumped in the Yangzhou Principality injected funds into the research of explosives. Currently, Su Zhonghu is conducting research and development on passivated RDX and black aluminum explosives. Chu Qing can't help but imagine the scene of a high-explosive bomb loaded with such explosives exploding on an enemy ship. Governor, newly intercepted intelligence. Chief of Staff Zhong Qilan rushed into Chu Qing's office with a telegram. Penghuai. The enemy's main attack direction is Penghuai. Chu Qing took the telegram and unfolded it. It was a telegram reported by the Wizuru Naval Fleet to the Dongying Navy Department. It mentioned that the attack plan was to capture Penghuai first, then gradually attack southwards, and after gaining a foothold, wait for reinforcements, and then proceed slowly. After putting the telegram away, Chu Qing came to the map of the Cangdong Sea area, drew a red arrow at the position representing Penghuai, and then placed a blue mark representing his own fleet. The northern fleet stationed in Penghuai had already deployed its reconnaissance ships. The experimental submarine was also dispatched by Chu Qing after completing the supply, and should have arrived near the Penghuai Islands. The northern fleet stationed in Penghuai possesses the Chu Xiong and a Queen-class ship, while existing intelligence indicates that the Maizuru naval base possesses at least one Congo-class ship and 4 Kawachi-class ships. Combined with the remnants of the Sasebo fleet, its strength indeed exceeds that of the northern fleet. Fortunately, even if the Dongying people set out to attack Penghuai now, there would still be enough time to deploy defenses. Chu Qing thought about it and decided to let the Taixi stay behind, and the rest of the Eastern Fleet's main battleships immediately set sail for the Penghuai Islands. The luxurious lineup consists of 3 Queen-class high-speed battleships and 2 large battlecruisers. The slowest battleship can reach a speed of 24 knots, which is enough to give the Dongying people another severe blow. Recall all sailors on leave. Preheat the boilers. I want the fleet to depart tonight. April 27, 1665, Hong Kong Islands, the headquarters of the British Far East Fleet. Your Excellency, this is the reply from the Admiralty. The Chief of Staff placed a telegram on Admiral Seymour's desk. Admiral Seymour glanced at it and frowned. The Admiralty didn't take our reminder seriously. They still believe that the Iron Blood Fleet is simply going to the Marshall Islands to patrol its territory and demonstrate its presence. Forget it. They are just a few cruisers anyway. How big a storm can they cause? Seymour stood up and patted the Chief of Staff on the shoulder. As a senior general of a veteran naval power, he looked down upon the naval forces of all other forces. What are our East Sakura allies doing? After the failure of the last expedition, they mobilized another new fleet, which has already set off. Uncivilized monkeys are riding on warships, but they can't even take over a small, autonomous region. Seymour sneered. How could these upstarts possibly understand the centuries-old heritage of the Navy? Chapter 71 Gather and Annihilate. On May 7, 1665, at the edge of Peng Huai's territorial waters, the high of the East Sakura Empire Navy. Ito, how did you sleep last night? On the starboard deck of the high, at the 47mm rapid-fire gun position, Loader Sasaki patted the gunner's shoulder. It's terrible. Ito rubbed his eyes. It's like sleeping in a body bag. He was not originally a sailor on the high, but was added to the high as a rapid-fire gunner. In order to guard against torpedo boat attacks, each large battleship was equipped with several searchlights and about 20 small-caliber rapid-fire guns on both sides. Overcrowding has made the living environment terrible, especially for fourth-class sailors like Ito, who are at the bottom of the Tosakura Navy hierarchy and can only sleep in hammocks hung in the corridor. Private Ito. The sergeant's scolding came, and Ito couldn't help but shudder. The high was leading the 3 cruisers, Toriumi, Maya, and Tone, as a high-speed vanguard, while Captain Masao Nishida was discussing the battle plan with his staff on the bridge. Our ship is still 200 nautical miles from Penghuai, and the main fleet is 45 nautical miles behind. Should we send the cruiser formation to expand the reconnaissance range? No, it's better to concentrate the fleet. Commander-in-Chief Sakamoto's instructions are to scout the enemy's main fleet and pursue isolated enemies. If we encounter a single dreadnought, we must concentrate the fleet's strength to strike decisively. Nishida Masao tapped the chart. Commander-in-Chief Simajima's last defeat was due to underestimating the enemy and advancing rashly. The true strength of the Cangdong Autonomous Territory cannot be compared with even a single naval fleet of the Imperial Navy. We have made all the necessary preparations, so you all should have sufficient confidence in victory. This is not wrong. This time, the Dongying fleet has greatly increased the number of shrapnel shells and also added searchlights and short-range rapid-fire guns. waiting for the other side to launch another torpedo boat raid. All the tricks and tricks can only work once, and the final collision still depends on the hard power of the fleet. The Hi's paper data is not inferior to any dreadnought of the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory, so Sakamoto Shunsuke confidently sent her as the core of the vanguard fleet to suppress the opponent's vanguard. Our ship is 180 nautical miles from the Taixi Islands. Captain Nishida took a look at the nautical chart and estimated that the distance between his vanguard fleet and the main fleet was 50 nautical miles. Smoke detected on the port side ahead. Distance 21,000. Target identification in progress. Following the lookout's report, the ship's alarm bells rang, and the sailors quickly arrived at their positions. Captain Nishida also became nervous and raised a high-powered telescope, but the outline of the other party did not look like a warship. Speeding 14 knots. Looks like a merchant ship? Order Toriumi to move forward, order it to stop, and the Marines to prepare to board the ship. Masao Nishida put down the telescope. Although a merchant ship could not cause any harm to his fleet, in order to prevent the news from leaking out, Nishida decided to send someone to temporarily detain it. The Toriumi slowly turned left and sent a radio signal ordering the other ship to stop for inspection. At this time, the crew members on the Qiancang Empire merchant ship were all frustrated and panicked. They were just going to the Yangzhou Principality to ship a batch of cotton and wool fabrics, but they met the navy of the Dongying Empire on the way. It seemed that they were here to seek revenge on the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory. What bad luck, Nikolai. I wonder how long we'll be detained by these dwarfs. The first mate looked at the captain dejectedly. The captain was about to speak when he suddenly noticed something. Look there. Gerasimov. 1, 2, 3, 4 columns of smoke. As the distance got closer, the crew of the Toriumi could already see the panicked expressions on the faces of the crew of the Qiancang Empire merchant ship. The Marines' rifles were already loaded, but some careful crew members had already noticed that there seemed to be several columns of smoke behind the merchant ship. Southwest. 4 columns of smoke. A large ship. Distance 17,000. Captain Sakurai of the Toriumi noticed that the enemy's coal smoke was very light, like a warship using high-quality coal. 2 of them are Birmingham class. The large ship is identified as a Derflinger-class battlecruiser. Don't worry about that merchant ship. Change course and reunite with Colonel Nishida. Report to Colonel Nishida immediately and request Hai to come forward for support. Sakurai decisively escaped. Facing the firepower of the dreadnought level, the small body of the Toriumi, which weighed several thousand tons, could not withstand a few shots. Let's leave it to everyone to handle. Turn left 2 compass points and engage the enemy at maximum speed. On the Hai, Masao Nishida received a report from Toriumi and decisively ordered his troops to advance and meet the enemy. The Kongo-class's protection is inferior to that of the Derflinger, but its artillery range exceeds that of the Derflinger's 305mm gun, and its speed is also slightly better. Comparing the two, Nishida feels that it can fight. Report to our fleet. Our ship has encountered an enemy cruiser and is engaged in combat, bearing XXXXX. The Toriumi returned to the formation, and the 2 fleets were heading towards each other at high speed. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. The merchant ships of the Qiancang Empire took the opportunity to escape from this troubled place. Bow main turret. Half-salvo fire. Boom. Hai's 356mm main gun fired first at a distance of 18,500 meters, marking the beginning of the vanguard battle. Emergency report. 4 columns of smoke, a battle cruiser, position XXXX. It is speculated that the enemy's main force may be in the southwest. On the flagship Yamashiro, Vice Admiral Toshiaki Sakamoto received a telegram from Hai and decisively ordered his fleet to move closer to Hai. If the opponent does not detect our offensive intention in advance, then the Derflinger is the only main force, and our team can ensure victory by pressing forward. Even if the enemy anticipated our attack, the main fleet should have followed behind the vanguard as Nishimura speculated, and our team could have directly launched a decisive fleet battle with the enemy. Chief of Staff Lee has already engaged the enemy. Intercepted enemy fleet communication. The enemy main force is approaching the battlefield, heading southwest. They took the bait. Notify the Shinpu, Haizhou, and Pinghuai to maneuver to this position to intercept and cut off the retreat of the Dongying main force. Aboard the Admiral-class battlecruiser Qixia, Chu Qing tapped a spot on the nautical chart. He hadn't activated the radio shielding system before, so he could capture the Dongying fleet's vanguard and main force in one fell swoop, not letting even a single boat escape. Our ship approached the Shuilong at maximum speed. Chapter 72 Super Battleship. Boom. Boom. Off the coast of the Taixi Islands, the Hai and the Derflinger-class ship of the Zhangdong Autonomous Territory had been fighting for more than 20 minutes, and neither side had caused any substantial damage to the other. Nishida felt very frustrated because his opponent did not seem to want to engage in a fair artillery battle with him. He would rather give up fire control and ranging and turn multiple times to keep the distance to 18,000 meters. For the Congo class in this state, an 18,000-meter engagement was too difficult. However, as the defending side, the opponent cannot always retreat. As long as our team arrives, the only outcome is destruction in the face of the absolute firepower advantage. Has our team not reported its location yet? Masao Nishida asked the head of the telecommunications department. No radio communication received from this team. Nishida sensed something was amiss. Before he could react, a ball of fire suddenly exploded on the sea on the right side in front of him. Heading southeast. Distance 20,000. A large ship silhouette. Identifying specific model. Nishida and a group of Tosakura officers raised high-powered binoculars and discovered the huge creature. With just one glance, Masao Nishida judged from the much lighter smoke above the battleship's chimney that the other party was obviously using an oil-fired boiler. It has become a consensus that warships using oil-fired boilers perform better than those using coal-fired boilers. To be fair, if we ignore the issue of stance, she was the most beautiful battleship Nishida had ever seen. The long forecastle, the mighty main guns, and the refined appearance immediately captured the heart of Captain Dongying. Boom! Several huge water columns rose from the side of the Hai, and the splashing water wet the precious teak deck. Based on the height of the water columns, Nishida judged that these should be 381 mm level artillery. Hasn't the other party's model been identified yet? The three major indicators of the enemy's firepower, speed, and protection are all unknown. But what Nishida can be sure of is that the enemy ship is at least 250 meters long. The huge size means more powerful combat power, which makes Colonel Nishida anxious. I can't find the corresponding model in the identification manual. What? Masao Nishida could no longer conceal the surprise on his face. There was no record of this in the identification manual, which meant that this type of warship was either too old or a new type that had never appeared before. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. Not to mention that the giant ship on the opposite side has already demonstrated its strength with its size, so this situation obviously belongs to the latter. Boom. The water column drew a little closer to the Hai. Nishimura realized his Congo class was no match for it, and was about to order a retreat. However, the lookout reported a devastating statistic in a trembling voice. Lookout speed 31 knots. Fire control speed 32 knots. 31 sections. How is this possible? This speed is faster than that of a Lei-class destroyer. Now, everyone in the bridge could no longer remain calm. The speed of 32 knots was faster than some old destroyers, and the opponent was so huge in size, with a displacement of at least 40,000 tons. A 40,000-ton warship equipped with 381 mm naval guns and capable of running at 32 knots. These data are beyond the comprehension of the Dongying officers. I understand. Admiral Samajima's fleet wasn't destroyed by torpedoes. That was all fake news deliberately spread by the enemy. The enemy's main battleships are not 3 dreadnoughts at all. Quite the contrary. There is a high probability that there is more than one such giant ship. Faced with such a terrifying opponent, we don't even have the chance to retreat. Send a telegram to our fleet immediately. The enemy has high-speed warships equipped with 15-inch guns, and there is likely more than one. In the central computer room on the Chu Xiong, the artillery officer directed 28 crew members including draftsmen, messengers and mechanics to work busy in front of the Dryer MKV fire control console. This was the final model of the Dryer fire control station, capable of calculating data from 4 turrets simultaneously. By inputting the position, speed, and heading of both sides, along with data on temperature and pressure, wind direction and speed, and even the Earth's rotation, it could extrapolate the rate of change of distance using a differential method, recording the past, foreseeing the future. The gunner adjusted the elevation and horizontal rotation according to the data transmitted on the dial, waiting for the ramrod to push the hard-capped armor-piercing shell weighing 879 kilograms into the barrel. Boom! The fourth half volley was fired, and the tall water column successfully trapped high in the middle. Beautiful! The gunnery chief couldn't help but cheer. Achieving crossfire at a distance of 20,000 meters was a very good result for a warship that was in its first actual combat. Next, the Qixiao will pour terrifying firepower on the enemy at the maximum combat firing rate of its 8 main guns. Even at a distance of 20,000 meters, The Admiral-class main gun has a vertical penetration of more than 254 millimeters, which is enough to pry open the weak armor protection of the unmodified Congo-class battlecruiser. The Chu Xiong also turned back to the battlefield and, surrounded by 3 cruisers, approached the Hai and the 3 Chikuma-class ships. Li preferred to eliminate his opponents at a closer distance with more accurate and fierce artillery fire. Caught between 2 ships, Masao Nishida realized that the Hai had no chance of escape. He also had not received any reply from his team. Realizing that there was a problem with the radio communication, he immediately ordered the formation to be disbanded and ordered the 3 cruisers to move closer to the team's expected position. The Hai also turned sideways to unleash the full firepower of its main guns. Chu Qing stood on the bridge of the Qiancang, facing Hai's artillery fire. Of course, it was not Liang Jingru who gave him the courage, but the huge ship under his feet that gave him an unparalleled sense of security. Although 8 356mm main guns were already quite powerful in this era, they were still not enough to penetrate the armor of the Admiral class. As a warship that learned from the lessons of the Battle of Jutland, the British deliberately strengthened its protection significantly when building it. The armor protection accounts for more than 32% of the total tonnage. The 305mm armor with a 12-degree inclination is equivalent to 356mm of vertical armor. The overall protection level is not inferior to the Queen Elizabeth-class battleships. It is this level of armor and shell confrontation that gives Hood the capital to compete with the blank Big 7 ships. As for warships below the Big 7 level, such as the blank Congo class, it can only be said that the more they resist, the more excited Hood becomes. Boom! A brilliant ball of fire rose from the hull of the Hai. Hit the enemy ship's command tower. Chapter 73 Monster. 2 p.m. on May 7th. 1665, according to the local calendar. Where are the coastal defense ships and landing ship formations? They should be 450 nautical miles east of Panghua. According to the pre-war plan, they will not move until they receive our signal. Still no news from the Nishida fleet? Sakamoto Shunsuke paced back and forth on the bridge of the Yamashiro. With the Congo-class ships in command, the Vanguard Squadron would theoretically be safe from any accidents. Even if they were besieged by 3 enemy dreadnoughts, they could escape with the help of their high speed. Commander, we still haven't received any communication from Colonel Nishida. The head of the telecommunications department reported with his head down, and Sakamoto Shunsuke waved his hand to let him leave. I hope it was just the radio equipment that was damaged during the battle. Sakamoto Shunsuke wiped his sweat with his gloves. How far is our current location from Nishida? If Captain Nishida's fleet had engaged immediately after generating power, it would still have been about 35 nautical miles away. Adjust the radio equipment, keep an eye out, and prepare for engagement. Sakamoto Shunsatsu adjusted his military cap and said nothing more. However, 8 kilometers below the water surface, a pair of eyes were staring at the huge Dongying fleet. 3 large targets, 7 medium targets, 7 small targets. Zhang Huchen counted the targets on the sea in an excited tone. After sinking the Tsukuba, he truly secured his position as a submarine captain with his military achievements. The innermost one is a big one, with 12 main guns, at least 30,000 tons. Boss, who should we attack first? The deputy captain rubbed his hands, ready to take the heads of several more Dongying ships. How about we attack the big one? Wait a little longer, until they get into our attack position. 1/3 thrust. Right rudder 10, I want all torpedo tubes ready to launch within 5 minutes. Zhang Huchen turned the periscope left and right, and then said, there are too many escort ships. A direct attack will be difficult to succeed. It's not the right time yet. Sakamoto Shunsuke, who was anxiously waiting on the Yamashiro, did not receive any news from Nishida Masao. However, when he discovered that his own radio was out of order, he noticed 2 dark figures appearing in the distance. One Derflinger, the other unidentified. Listening to the staff report, Sakamoto Toshiatsu realized that the worst had happened. Nishida's Vanguard fleet had been completely destroyed, and the huge ship rushing towards him was obviously the murderer. She's too big. It's at least 40,000 tons. No, more than that, at least 45,000 tons. The captain of the Yamashiro put down the telescope tremblingly and muttered. He originally thought that his Fuso-class battleship of more than 30,000 tons was already the largest and most powerful battleship in the world, but he did not expect to encounter a 40,000-ton battleship in the small Tsangdong autonomous territory. Mr. Takahashi, don't lose your dignity. Sakamoto Shunsuke noticed Captain Takahashi's abnormality, reminded him, and then calmly gave orders. The screen fleet maneuvers to the starboard side of the battleship. Main fleet, Turn left 4 compass points. Prepare for starboard artillery engagement. Under his feet was the most powerful warship of the East Sakura Empire. Sakamoto Shuntsu did not allow himself to retreat. Although its protection and mobility were average, Vice Admiral Sakamoto had full confidence in the firepower of its 12 356mm naval guns. Together with the other 2 Hanoi-class ships under its command, even if they were defeated in an artillery battle, they would at least have a chance to evacuate. The Qixiao was approaching the position of the Higasakura main force at a speed of 22 knots. An hour ago, the Hai had its armored command tower pried open by a 381mm green bullet, and then a bullet penetrated the ammunition depot under the second turret. Facing the 42 caliber 381mm main gun equipped with hard-cap shells, the Congo-class battlecruiser's protection was almost as weak as paper. The remaining 3 Chikuma-class battlecruisers were also destroyed by Li He's Shualong, and 3 light cruisers like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Distance, 19500. Target Fuso class, A and B turrets half salvo. Boom! The 381mm naval gun made a huge noise when firing. The 879 kilograms shell was twice as heavy as the 305 gun widely used at that time, and the height of the water column splashed was also extraordinary. The Shualong was also firing, and the thunderous sound of the 2 ships' guns continued to stimulate the nerves of the crew of the Tosakura fleet. Finally, before Sakamoto Shinatsu's main fleet turned around, the 12 naval guns of the Fuso class fired the first round of salvos in the naval battle. It's really spectacular. Chief of Staff Zhong Qilin couldn't help but admire the brilliant fireworks that bloomed on the sea when the Fuso-class submarines fired a salvo. They launched the first round of shooting without waiting for the turn to be completed and used a direct salvo. It can be seen that these Dongying people were a little anxious and lost their composure. 12 water columns rose from the side of the Qixiao, and the waves rushed onto the lower stern deck of the Admiral-class ship. After the Yamashiro fired back, the 2 Kawachi-class ships impatiently fired back at the maximum range of the 305 guns. The rumbling sound of the guns announced the beginning of the battle. Queen-class squadron reporting, about to arrive at the designated combat position. The signalman handed over a telegram, and Chu Qing put it aside. The Dongying fleet's last retreat route had been cut off, so it was time to close the net. Full speed ahead. Cut off their T-heads. Inside the engine room, the soldier guarding the telegraph machine shouted loudly, "Full speed ahead! Full speed ahead! Move, move!" Several engine room crew members who controlled the valves turned the wheels that controlled the gas valves and oil pumps. The fuel was sprayed from the tank into the boiler by the pump, while the other technicians closely watched the readings of various instruments. The large exhaust fan was humming, and 24 Yarrow small water tube boilers were outputting 1.6 MPa of high-pressure steam to the engine room, pushing the 24-inch propeller shaft. Once the unique Curtis single-stage reduction gear is able to reduce the axle speed to the optimal speed of 210 revolutions per minute, the Admiral-class ship's hull of more than 40,000 tons will reach its maximum speed of 32 knots. Enemy ships accelerate. Oh, this surprised Sakamoto Shunshin. For a battleship of this size, a speed of 22 knots was already quite high, but the opponent was still holding back. It seems we have encountered a tough opponent. 23 knots. 24. 26 knots. Sweat was already appearing on Sakamoto Toshiatsu's face, but the observer still did not stop counting. The officers in the bridge dared not breathe. When the speed exceeded 30 knots, a staff officer finally cried out, "What the hell is this monster?" Chapter 74 Hunting. The Qixiao, sailing at a full speed of 32 knots, was nearly 12 knots faster than the slow-moving Dongying main fleet and quickly seized the T-shaped crosshead. Although the Dongying main fleet turned to evade several times, the huge speed difference made them completely lose the initiative. The Qixiao still firmly occupied the advantageous position and used its 8 381mm main guns to continuously strike heavy blows at the Dongying battleship. Contrary to the situation in a certain naval battle game, in reality, the dispersion range of most battleship guns is an ellipse with the long axis parallel to the direction of the barrel, so if you charge headfirst at the vertical line of the T-shape as in the game, the result is likely to be hit by more shells. Elevation 12 degrees 27 minutes. Horizontal azimuth 293 degrees 14 minutes. Hard cap armor-piercing round. Under the guidance of the megaphone and the firing dial, the crew members adjusted the elevation of the gun. The ramjet cage behind the breech lifted the 381mm shells to the breech, and then the ramrods pushed them into the barrel from the slide rail. The turrets of the Hood and Queen Elizabeth classes have the ability to load at any elevation angle, so there is no need to lower the muzzle for loading. The crew members of Turret A were originally members of the USS Huantai. After the USS Huantai was eliminated and handed over to the Naval Academy, they were transferred to serve on the USS Qiancang. The highly mechanized loading mechanism and the powerful large-caliber guns opened the eyes of these gunners who originally operated the deck guns. After the earth-shaking cannon shot, the gunner observed a black cloud of smoke appearing in the middle of the water column. It hit. The enemy ship is showing a bow trim. The first thing that the bow trim brings is a drop in speed. With its maneuverability further reduced, the Yamashiro will have no possibility of regaining the initiative on the battlefield. The Yamashiro, which was in a disadvantageous position, had been hit by two 15-inch shells, but the ammunition depot and other vital parts were not damaged. Even so, the flying steel fragments sweeping across the deck caused more than 40 casualties on the Yamashiro. Lieutenant General Sakamoto in the command tower now has to make a difficult decision. Send the flag signal and have the destroyer formation leave. We must let the Empire know of the existence of that super battleship. Such a huge threat must be eliminated as quickly as possible. The cruiser formation released smoke to cover our fleet's turn. Lieutenant General Sakamoto didn't know whether Admiral Samejima had made a similar decision a month ago, but this was the last path before him. On the towering bridge of the Shinpu, Captain Deng Xiaoji of the Shinpu gazed at the smoke-filled battlefield in the distance. His fleet consisting of 3 Queen Elizabeth-class ships, 2 Chatham-class ships, and 2 Longwei-class ships was undoubtedly the most powerful strike force of the Shandong Autonomous Territory. The 2 battlecruisers are just hounds chasing prey, and the large fleet led by him is the real hunter. Distance 26,000. The observer reported the distance, and Deng Xiaoji glanced at the chart. Approaching 20,000 meters, turn right at full speed. Prepare for starboard artillery fire. Captain. Telegram from the Qiancang. After quickly reading the message and observing the Dongying fleet's movements through a high-powered telescope, Deng Xiaoji revised her order. Immediately turn right at full speed for 3 compass points. We will attack them. Once they are within range, open fire. Don't let a single Dongying man escape. The smoke screen blocked the vision of both sides, and the large-caliber main guns of both sides briefly ceased firing. Only the medium-caliber secondary guns and the main guns of the cruisers were firing indiscriminately. The destroyer fleet must leave the battlefield at full speed. The remaining warships must provide cover and fight for the Empire to the last bullet. Sakamoto Shinatsu ordered his men during a brief ceasefire. The Yamashiro will remain to block the attack, and the Kawachi-class destroyers will cover their breakout. It seemed ridiculous that a 10,000-ton battleship was shielded by a 100-ton destroyer, but no one raised any objection because the 7 destroyers were carrying news that was related to the survival of the Empire. Although the speed of the Chunyu class is slightly slower than that terrifying battleship, if the 7 ships act separately, they may have a chance to escape. If the first battleship of this level can land in the waters within the Shandong Autonomous Territory, then the second one will definitely land. If we wait any longer, even if the Dongying Empire assembles all the main battleships in the country, they may not be the opponent of the other party. Boom! The sound of 305 and 381 heavy artillery rang out again from the other side of the smoke screen, and once again a forest of water columns hit the position of Dongying's main team. The rapid-fire guns and searchlights installed before the war became a complete joke at this moment, and were turned into a pile of garbage by shrapnel and waves. This time, the Shandong fleet's target was the 4 Chikuma-class ships. 3 rounds of artillery fire paralyzed 2 of them, and the smoke suddenly dissipated. Heading 245 arrived. The helmsman reported that the turn was completed. Sakamoto Shunsuke looked around and ordered the cruiser to stop releasing smoke and break away from the formation for the assault. The enemy possesses weapons beyond our imagination. We are doomed to be unable to return to Sasebo Harbor. However, as long as the Imperial Navy receives the news and mobilizes a large fleet to encircle and suppress them, the Empire can still firmly grasp control of East Asia. Everyone, see you at Kdanzaka. Chu Qing certainly noticed the Qiancang that broke out of the smokescreen. The Xuelong and Qixia's artillery fire immediately concentrated on this 30,000-ton ship. The 305mm vertical armor barely withstood the Xuelong's artillery fire, but it could not stop the 381mm shells with hard caps. Soon, a thick cloud of black smoke appeared amidships. The 305mm main armor belt had been pierced, and the explosion had ruptured the boiler pipes. Seawater poured in through the holes, then backflowed into the scorching boilers. instantly causing a steam explosion that cooked all the organic matter in the engine room. The consequences of the Fuso class's separate ammunition depots and boiler rooms were immediately apparent. The explosion spread to the ammunition depots on either side of the boiler room, and the high temperatures once again detonated the stored ammunition. A mushroom-shaped cloud of metal and tissue fragments suddenly erupted from the middle of the Yamashiro, followed by a loud bang like thunder. The 200-meter-long Yamashiro broke in the middle of the hull, with the bow and stern tilted up. The huge yellow propeller at the tail of the hull was still spinning rapidly when it was exposed above the sea. The vortex when the giant ship sank carried the few survivors to the cold seabed. Yamashiro. Captain Suzuki of the Harasame-class destroyer Asagiri glanced at the sunken Yamashiro on the command deck and saluted in that direction. The 7 destroyers each found a direction to break out, and the possibility of escaping pursuit was still quite high. However, in Captain Suzuki's field of vision, a row of masts seemed to appear on the sea ahead, and then a wall of fire rose directly. Chapter 75 Harvest. 24,000 yards away, the 3 Queen-class ships, with a total of 12 381mm bow main guns, fired simultaneously with great momentum, like a wall of fire rising out of thin air on the sea. Queen Elizabeth-class at the moment of firing. The heavy shells exploded at the end of the trajectory, and the fist-sized projectiles formed a fire net and pressed towards the sea surface. Observation results showed that the first round of shelling paralyzed in Dongying destroyer, and the remaining ships within the dispersion range were also riddled with holes. Continue the bombardment. Kill these flies first. Deng Xiaoji observed the situation. The battleship turns left 3 compass points and unleashes all main gun firepower. The entire fleet fires in unison. Queen Elizabeth class. On the Kawachi-class battleship Aizu, Rear Admiral Yoichi Kawahara, who had escaped earlier, looked at the scene in astonishment. He vaguely remembered that when he led the task force into Tsangdong more than half a year ago, several autonomous territories in the Tsangdong Sea area could not even muster a battleship and were defeated by the Yashima. It would have been fine if they had obtained a dreadnought by chance, but how come they could now come up with so many super dreadnoughts? If they were given a few more years, wouldn't they be able to block the British Navy in the English Channel? The violent shaking of the ship brought him back to reality. A 305mm shell from Shualong destroyed the rear rangefinder of Aizu and started a fire on the deck. The rapid-fire gunners who stayed on the deck were now sitting ducks. 12 meters below the surface, at the periscope depth, Zhang Huqin has already pointed the crosshairs at the Aizu. The largest super dreadnought was destroyed by the governor, so let's pick up this ship. The large fleet has caught up. If we don't act now, we won't even get a bowl of soup. Large target, distance 1200, horizontal bearing 345. Half thrust, left rudder 13. Torpedo depth, 6 meters, maximum speed. After receiving the full return, Zhang Huqin pressed the pocket watch. 3 seconds apart, fan-shaped fire, launch tubes 1, 2, 3, and 4 fire in sequence. The recoil of the torpedo launch shook the submarine, and the crew grabbed any fixed objects to prevent themselves from falling. Zhang Huqin stared at the pocket watch in his hand and counted silently in his heart. A distance of 1,200 meters would not take too long for a torpedo, and the outcome would be known in less than 2 minutes. There was a rumbling explosion, and a towering column of water shot up from the side of the Aizu. Zhang Huqin could even see the people on the deck being shaken into the sea by the explosion, and then the ship quickly tilted to the side, and in less than 2 minutes the entire bottom of the ship turned over. She's finished. Zhang Huqin released the periscope handle and turned to have the deputy captain open the logbook. Record, May 7, 1665, 1701, a Hanoi-class ship sunk, tonnage, 20,800. Now our tonnage sunk is almost reaching 50,000 tons. Zhang Huqin turned around and said to the crew with a smile, I wonder how long our record will last. I bet for 2 years. I think it'll take 1.5 years at the most. You know, those new submarines in the dock will be finished in a month at most. The second-in-command interrupted. Those new ones are more powerful than our current submarine. Thinking of the new equipment, the crew members are full of anticipation. All right, put away the periscope. This battle has nothing to do with us anymore. Dive to 30 meters. Zhang Huqin swallowed and clapped his hands. Let's get out of here. Don't let us get accidentally hit by our own artillery shells. The Dongying destroyer group was powerless in the face of the blockade formed by 3 Queen-class ships. The steel rain sowed by 24 381 naval guns made it impossible for these 7 destroyers to hide. In Narvik on Blue Star in the future, the Warspite, which also belonged to the Queen Elizabeth class, created the Narvik Destroyer Graveyard. The opponent was the 2,200-ton Iron Blood Nation's large destroyer, which was far from comparable to these little guys of more than 300 tons. Now on the sea is a blockade formed by 3 Queen-class ships and 4 cruisers. Even if these Dongying destroyers changed in 100 ways, they could not resist such a huge gap in strength and eventually turned into steel fragments that sank to the bottom of the sea. In the end, the only ship still floating on the sea was the Hanoi-class ship, whose superstructure had been flattened by artillery fire. Under the intensive fire of 32 381mm naval guns and 8 305mm guns, it lasted less than 10 minutes before turning into a gorgeous firework under the evening sunset. The Chu Xiong slowly passed by the wreckage of the Dongying battleship. He instructed the soldiers to lower several small boats and pull back the Dongying sailors struggling in the water to work as laborers. He looked at the smoke that began to dissipate on the sea and felt a sense of emotion. In 2 months, he had destroyed 2 expeditionary fleets of the Dongying Empire, with a total tonnage of over 250,000 tons. It's time, it's luck. Since Chu Qing took over, the warships that descended in the miracle storm have jumped from the previous small cruisers of more than 2,000 and 3,000 tons to large ships of more than 10,000 tons. It is with the help of these large ships that the power under his command has been expanded again and again, becoming a real lord who dares to challenge the Dongying Empire head-on. Now when I think back to those naval battles I fought with the old garrison commander Chu Xiong, it was like a bathtub battle. We'll handle the prisoners as usual, Chu Qing said on the bridge of the Qixia, taking off his military cap and adjusting the crown. Each ship will calculate the losses. Dinner will be served now. After a battle, the sailors' tense spirits need to relax, and a hot meal can effectively relieve fatigue and soothe the spirit. After this group of fleets lost contact inexplicably, the Dongying Empire should not dare to actively invade the Guangdong autonomous territory again. Once the news spreads, the British and other powers will also be wary of the Guangdong autonomous territory and strive for a period of peaceful development. When the Guangdong autonomous region once again stands in the spotlight of the world stage, it will launch a charge towards the sacred sea power. The Qixia was hit by 3 shells, but the main armor belt was not penetrated, the core compartment was undamaged, and 5 crew members were slightly injured. The Chu Xiong was hit by 8 shells, the main armor belt was not penetrated, and 3 secondary guns were damaged. Chu Qing was looking through the lost records in the captain's room of the Qixia. This time, because they had an absolute advantage in equipment and attacked by surprise, the battle loss ratio was quite good. Only the Chu Xiong was slightly injured. The losses of the 3 Queen-class ships and the Qixia were negligible, and the total casualties were less than 20. The 2 victories over the Dongying Empire were due to the intelligence advantage, and the opponent knew nothing about the changes in the military strength of the Guangdong autonomous territory, which resulted in such a huge disparity in the casualty ratio. Chu Qing couldn't help but sigh at the horror of the fog of war. After checking the balance of space-time points on the panel, Chu Qing saw that it was approaching the 700,000-point mark again. How to allocate it was another problem that worried Chu Qing. Chapter 76 Debate. On May 11, 1665 in the calendar of this plane, in the capital of the Iron Blood Empire, the meeting room of the Iron Blood Empire Navy Technical Committee. The waiter opened the heavy wooden door, and 2 generals dressed in the uniforms of the Iron Blood Empire Navy walked in. In front of the conference table in the center of the conference room stood a row of middle-aged people in traditional formal wear, led by a white-haired old man. The old man wearing crystal glasses is Dietrich, the chief ship designer of the Iron Blood Empire. He has presided over the design of the Bremen-class light cruisers, the Scharnhorst class, and the surveying, imitation, and improvement of the Helgoland-class battleships and the Derfflinger-class battlecruisers. He is well known in the Iron Blood Empire's navy. The man in the admiral's uniform and with a thick beard was the Imperial Navy Minister von Tirpitz, and the Major General Military Attaché, next to him, was Ingenol, who had just returned home secretly on a high-speed freighter. After they exchanged greetings and took their seats, the gray-haired old man slowly spoke. My colleagues and I have already reviewed the blueprints that Major General Ingenol brought back. It's undoubtedly an outstanding design, and most of the technologies used are ones we already have or are already developing. Her performance is even more advanced than the Queen Elizabeth class, which the British have yet to mass-produce. Such a warship is undoubtedly the most perfect and most suitable for the Imperial Navy. Once she enters mass production, she will create a technological advantage and is likely to change the power structure between us and Britain. Dietrich adjusted his monocle. Therefore, I, von Karl Dietrich, recommend to you, Admiral Tirpitz, that you immediately approve the construction of this type of battleship. The gray-haired old man trembled as he spoke, but his eyes were still bright. He admired the designer of this type of battleship very much. At least in the current conservative environment of the Iron Blood country's shipbuilding industry, no ship designer could design such a radical and advanced design. 5 to 10 years. Dietrich believed that this set of blueprints was 5 to 10 years ahead of the existing shipbuilding designs of the Iron Blood nation. Well, thank you for your efforts, Sir Dietrich. The bearded man touched his head and said regretfully, I admire it as well, but it is different from the submarine project. From a rational point of view, I cannot approve this project. His Excellency Admiral Tirpitz. Ingenol on the side spoke quickly, but the admiral just waved his hand to stop him. As a naval veteran who founded the Iron Blood fleet, he naturally understood the superiority of this blueprint. This type of battlecruiser was indeed powerful enough and was not inferior to the current top miracle battleships of various countries. However, as the head of the Imperial Navy, he could not only consider the performance of the battleship, the cost, the production capacity of the shipbuilding industry, and even the possible reaction of the British Empire had to be taken into account. She's powerful, but very expensive, and the Council is unlikely to approve the appropriate budget. And if it is put into production, it will inevitably affect the construction of the Helgoland-class and Von der Tann-class ships currently on the slipway. Tirpitz stroked his beard and expressed his concerns. Furthermore, if the British knew about this, they would definitely build more powerful warships to counterattack at all costs. By then, we would probably end up making things worse. This is not without truth. The construction of the Mackensen-class battlecruisers on the original Blue Star plane greatly stimulated the British, leading to the construction of 4 Admiral-class ships. However, the development of the nations on this plane is clearly distorted, and their technological level is actually not commensurate with the strength of their fleets. Compared to the fleet level of Blue Star from 1910 to 1915, the shipbuilding industry is likely 5 to 10 years behind, and the overall technological level outside of shipbuilding is likely 10 to 20 years behind. The British on Blue Star can swiftly counterattack, but the shipbuilding level of the British in this plane may not be enough to support the design of a product that surpasses the York-class ship. Your Excellency, Admiral Tirpitz. Major General Ingenol took a deep breath. I understand your difficulties. We need to maintain a large fleet with limited naval funds to maintain a deterrent against Britain, France, Spain, and even the Caucasian Empire. The fleet's strength cannot be too weak. It must be 60 to 80% of the British Navy to be sufficient for deterrence. However, the fleet's strength cannot be too strong, lest it arouse the British's oversensitivity and lead to premature war. That's your theory, the risk fleet theory, which states that as long as the British want to maintain their global maritime power, they won't attack us. Tirpitz said nothing, but continued to stare at the Major General who had just returned from the Far East. But your theory isn't perfect. Rear Admiral Ingenol took a deep breath, looked at the father of the High Seas Fleet, and spoke his inner thoughts. Before Ingenol set off for return, Chu Qing had a long secret conversation with him, told him some news about Britain, and taught him some words. The purpose was to prevent York's replacement ship plan from being obstructed in the Iron Blood country. Now it can finally come in handy. If the British are desperate to strangle us, even at the cost of losing some of their sea power, what should we do then? Go on. The bearded man gestured for the Major to continue his speech. The British's obsession with sea power is beyond imagination and can be described as insane. They will never allow any force to challenge their sea power. Ingenol took out a newspaper, a copy of the Saturday Review, a British newspaper from 1662. This was also given to him by Chu Qing. It said, the only outcome of the Iron Blood Empire's development of an ocean-going fleet is to invite a heavier and more thorough blow from Great Britain. The only way out for their warships is to be sunk to the bottom of the Atlantic. The day the British learned we were vigorously developing our ocean-going fleet, we were already labeled a threat that must be eliminated. No matter how our fleet develops, whether it's 40%, 60%, 80%, or 90% of the British fleet, the British will not sit idly by and watch us grow. Admiral, if we continue to adhere to our supposedly safe 2:3 power balance, believing it will deter the British, then by the time they've fully prepared for war and have their home fleet at the Empire's borders, how will we bridge the gap in strength? Are we still relying on our adversaries' mercy and favor? What we need is a navy that can truly engage our adversaries head-on in the oceans, and a navy that can truly safeguard our global interests. Ingenol's voice gradually rose, and his facial expression became more ferocious. Chapter 77 for Germany. We can't let the tragedy of Qingdao happen again, Admiral Tirpitz. When Ingenol finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Tirpitz silently pondered the meaning of Ingenol's words. Indeed, the basis of the risk fleet theory is that the British will not risk going to war, but if the British give up some of their overseas bases and indirectly control overseas through allies or agents, then they can refocus their forces to deal with the Iron Blood Empire. From the day the war actually breaks out, this theory will be declared a failure. The risk fleet is essentially a gamble that is taken out of necessity. If there is a way to solve the problem outside of the gamble, then there is really no need to continue this gamble. Your Excellency, if the production of new battleships will affect the construction of existing battleships, then... Dietrich also looked at Tirpitz. Then I propose to the Imperial Navy to cancel the construction of all Helgoland-class battleships and Malta-class battlecruisers whose progress is less than 70%, and to stop the imitation of the Koenig class. Sir Dietrich. Now it was Tirpitz's turn to be shocked. These ship designers were the treasures of the Iron Empire, and those warships were their hard work. Now they would rather give up their past efforts to show their position. It seemed that today's matter would not end so easily. Helgoland and Malta are indeed the hard work of my colleagues and me, but this battleship is the future. Tirpitz looked at the determination in the eyes of the designers led by Dietrich and realized that he had to make some changes as well. Major General Ingenol, Sir Dietrich, Tirpitz said slowly, I need to report to His Majesty before I can give you a formal reply. Alfred, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Everyone was startled and quickly stood at attention and saluted. His Majesty. The person walking out of the door was the Emperor of the Iron Empire, the ruler of the Hohenzollern dynasty, and an avid naval fan, Friedrich Wilhelm Victor. William II first glanced at the battleship drawings on the table, then glanced at Ingenol, who had just made an impassioned speech, and then turned his gaze to Admiral Tirpitz. Alfred, I think we should make some changes. Friedrich von Ingenol. The Emperor turned his gaze to Major General Ingenol. I pay my highest respects to you, Your Majesty. Ingenol hurriedly saluted the Emperor. The Emperor stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. You are right, Ingenol. We cannot simply pin our hopes on the mercy of those bandits. Our fleet may still be able to barely defend the Empire's maritime borders for now, but the British fleet is patrolling the Four Corners, escorting merchant ships, continuously importing resources from colonies around the world into British shipyards, and then creating more warships. If this continues, the gap between us and Britain will only grow wider. The naval strategy we originally formulated for self-preservation is no longer appropriate. Since our fleet cannot meet the needs of the Empire, let go and do it in a big way. The most reliable thing in this world is our own fist. The Emperor's position is very clear. The Iron-Blooded Empire also wants a huge fleet, more overseas territories, and the ocean. Go ahead, build our fleet. There's no need to be restrained any longer. The Emperor turned his gaze to Tirpitz again. There's no doubt that we need this type of warship. As for the other problems, I believe the almighty Tirpitz can solve them. Thank you for your contribution. This is what the Emperor said to Sir Dietrich. Large slipways are limited. If new warships are to be built immediately, the old models currently on the slipway must be abandoned. As the designer who created the Helgoland and Malta classes, he would rather watch his hard work being dismantled in order to allow his motherland to gain some advantages in the naval competition. Dietrich just bowed slightly with a group of designers. Everything for Germany. Everything for Germany. Tirpitz also bowed. How is the construction of the submarine going? The construction of the new warship was put on the agenda, and the Emperor turned to ask about the situation of the submarine. The construction period of submarines is not long. The construction of the first batch of 10 ocean-going diesel-electric submarines has started and will be completed in a few months, Tirpitz replied. The work on submarines and new warships must be taken seriously and given higher priority. The construction of all other warships must give way to them, William II ordered. The new warships are the secret weapons to suppress the British Navy in frontal combat, while submarines are the sharp weapons to cut off the British Empire's huge overseas blood transfusion system. Both cannot be neglected. On May 11, 1665, the British Empire Admiralty. Our Far Eastern allies seem to be experiencing some minor problems, Fisher said as he walked into the Secretary of the Admiralty's office with a newspaper. A self-governing territory that occupies 20% of the former Qiancang Empire's territorial waters can actually cause the Dongying Empire to stumble twice in a row. This is indeed strange. Earl Selborne, the British Minister of the Navy, put down his quill. According to the existing intelligence, the fleet of the Shandong Autonomous Territory does not have the strength to confront any of the Dongying expeditionary fleets. How credible do you think the Dongying people's report of a super torpedo with an extremely long range is? John Fisher was already sitting opposite Earl Selborne, looking through the documents on the table. At most 50%. This type of torpedo clearly exceeds the current technological level. Even if it came from a miracle battleship, the number of torpedoes carried wouldn't be too many. The Dongying people lost 4 super-dreadnoughts and 8 battleships there. Furthermore, the Dongying people didn't even know the exact time when the 2 expeditionary fleets were destroyed. They couldn't send a single telegram, and not a single small boat could escape. This is too abnormal. Neither the ultra-long-range torpedoes nor the high-speed torpedo boats they are currently promoting can do this. This means they have some kind of radio shielding equipment. Just like we have similar products under development, Selborne produced another and signed document. So I plan to allocate 2 Queen-class ships from the home fleet to strengthen the Far East Fleet, just in case. I will have Lieutenant General Seymour keep a close eye on the movements of the Qiancang Autonomous Territory. Fisher picked up the teacup and took a sip. There must be something out there that we don't know about. Chapter 78 New Battleship. Oh, by the way, John, you'll be surprised by the performance of that new battlecruiser. Selborne looked up and handed Fisher a document. This is her sea trial data. Maximum speed 32.07 knots. Fisher flipped through the information in his hand, almost catching up to the renowned class. Truly a perfect battleship. Do you have any ideas about her name? With such powerful performance, I think only the names of the generals who have made great contributions to the British Empire in the past can be worthy of it. On May 13, 1665, the Taixi Islands of the Qiancang Autonomous Territory. After this battle, the people of Dongying should be more obedient. Li He and Chu Qing dressed casually and came to the breakfast stall they had been to before. Well, this must have hurt the Dongying people, Chu Qing said, tugging at the noodles in front of him. These noodles were made from salt-tolerant wheat, a type unique to this plane, and had a much more unique taste than the wheat from Blue Star. The telecommunications department hasn't intercepted any more information about the Dongying fleet's movements. If we continue to thwart the attacks of the Dongying people, it will inevitably attract the attention of other powers. What should we do next? Li He had finished his breakfast and was wiping his mouth with a tissue. Don't do anything. Don't make any official response. Let them guess on their own. Chu Qing also put down his chopsticks. Remember to keep our new toy away from international waterways to prevent leaks. Continue to promote our high-speed torpedo boat. How they verify it is their business. Anyway, once the few miracle warships that have recently arrived are settled, our current fleet will be strong enough to protect ourselves. Li He nodded. Recently, 3 Queen Elizabeth-class battlecruisers and 1 Admiral-class battlecruisers have been deployed in various waters of the Qiancang Autonomous Territory. This has increased the strength of the main fleet of the Qiancang Autonomous Territory by more than half. Even if the Far East fleets of various countries in the Qiancang Islands were assembled, they would not be able to scare the Qiancang Autonomous Territory. The quantity and quality of these miracle warships were simply unimaginable in the past, Li He said with emotion. Chu Qing just smiled and said, "Who can say for sure about the miracle storm? Since fate wants us to rise, let's take advantage of it. If you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences." Li He nodded. Since the first miracle storm came 100 years ago, the research on miracle storms has never stopped, but to this day, miracle storms are still a mystery. There is no trace of the cause, frequency, location, etc., and no one knows what is inside the storm. Someone once risked sailing into a miracle storm when it occurred, but when the storm ended, not even a piece of coal slag was left. No one knows what is inside the storm wrapped in those strange-colored lightning. Let's go and see the construction of the new warship. Chu Qing dropped the bowl, left a row of coins, and left the breakfast stall with Li He. The two chatted all the way, crossing the bridge connecting Taixi Island and Jinza Island to the Jinza Island shipyard, and past the Jinza Island Chemical Industrial Park on the way. There is a complete set of chemical production lines here to meet the fertilizer needs of agriculture and the raw materials of explosives for the military industry. RDX has been put into mass production in advance. Currently, Su Zhonghu is studying the formula of passivated RDX and passivated black aluminum explosives in order to produce practical RDX-loaded artillery shells as soon as possible. Soon, the two arrived at Jinza shipyard. After identifying themselves, they entered this heavily guarded military-industrial base. Governor, there are currently 8 warships under construction at Jinza shipyard, and all docks are in use. After receiving the news, the person in charge of Jinza shipyard rushed over and took Chu Qing and Li He for a tour. Various types of lifting machinery lifted the heavy metal parts into the dock, and the sound of hammers hitting rivets was endless. Because they were traveling in casual clothes, the workers did not recognize their identities and only thought they were 2 leaders of the shipyard. They continued to perform their duties and work in an orderly manner. After the construction of the first 4 light cruisers of the first batch began in Xinpu, the Zhangdong Navy placed an additional order for a second batch of 4 ships with the Ordnance Bureau. The existing light cruisers were not enough to meet the needs of the Zhangdong Autonomous Territory's main fleet. If it dragged on, Chu Qing would have more super dreadnoughts than cruisers. In addition to the second batch of ships being arranged at the Fengzhou shipyard in the Fengzhou Islands, the Jinza Island shipyard in the Taixi Islands is also building this type of ships. After spending a lot of money, the Jinza shipyard has built 4 7,000-ton medium-sized docks and 4 1,500-ton small docks, and a 275-meter large dock is under construction. The firepower of the new cruiser was finally selected to be 6 152mm naval guns, using the Mk-12 naval guns imitated by the Zhangdong Autonomous Territory from the same model as the Birmingham class, or the original Mk-12 type purchased from the Yangzhou Principality, installed in 3 twin-mounted turrets, ready to be installed with a firing director and the Poland electromechanical fire control system under development. Installing Poland fire control is a luxury for a warship of this level. The protection has not changed much, and it continues the 76mm waterline armor belt of the Birmingham class, but it is appropriately tilted to increase the equivalent, so that the tilt angle reaches 12 degrees. The hull was a profound improvement on the Birmingham class design, with a clipper bow adopted, the hull length and width appropriately increased, and the accommodation area reduced to accommodate the twin turret structure. After demonstration, the 2 steam turbines originally imported from the Principality of Yangzhou were concluded to be insufficient to support the high-speed navigation of the new cruiser. Instead, it was decided to replace some of the coal-fired boilers with oil-fired boilers to save space, and then squeeze in 2 16,000-horsepower steam turbines that were about to be completed. The expected speed can reach 28 knots. The 3 major indicators of this class of ships are average, with nothing particularly outstanding. However, for the patrol ships in the current dimension that do not have unified fire control, it is a dimensionality reduction attack, and is enough to suppress the British City-class light cruisers. If placed on the original Blue Star, their design level is roughly from the late 1920s to early 1930s. By the time they are completed, the Yinling will be almost ready for retirement. As for destroyers, Chu Qing provided the Ordnance Bureau with the drawings of the Snake Island-class destroyers of the former Blue Star Caucasus Empire, and asked them to make slight modifications before building this type of destroyer. The ship is 93 meters long, has a full load displacement of just over 1,500 tons, a maximum speed of 33.8 knots, and 4 102mm guns. The most prominent feature is the 4 triple-mounted 457mm torpedo tubes arranged on the central axis of the ship. Its anti-ship firepower is insane. The 1,500-ton Snake Island class can be called a large destroyer in this era. The 102mm gun is enough to catch those 300 or 400-ton little guys, not to mention the 12 torpedo tubes that make anyone tremble with fear. Snake Island class destroyer. After a tour, Chu Qing returned to the office. On the desk was a new report from Xinpu Iron and Steel Plant, which contained information about the progress of the synthesis of duralumin alloy. Chapter 79. Another sucker. The report said that the Xinpu factory has completed the trial production of the first batch of duralumin, which is a mixture of 3 metals, magnesium, copper, and aluminum in a certain proportion. This is considered the most basic duralumin alloy. The manufacturing technology of hard aluminum alloy is part of the technology that Chu Qing exchanged from the Iron Blood Empire in exchange for the crude oil thermal cracking process. Although it has not been used on a large scale yet, Chu Qing knows that this technology is a prerequisite for the production of high-performance aircraft. According to the inertia of the world, once the oil extraction and refining technology in this dimension becomes more mature, the aviation industry will develop explosively. A series of industries originally driven by the shipbuilding industry will feed back to the aviation industry. At that time, it is very likely that the original primitive stage of Blue Star will be skipped, and the first batch of aircraft produced can be directly put into combat. So Chu Qing must plan ahead and get a head start. Although the time and space merchant ship has unlocked the year to 1925 and the finished products of those initial aircraft carriers have appeared, Chu Qing does not want to put them into use so soon. Firstly, these aircraft carriers are relatively new and therefore expensive. Secondly, Chu Qing's current oil production can only barely meet the needs of the fleet. The current production process is mainly based on heavy oil, with light oil as a byproduct, which is just enough for submarines and speedboats. If the production of light oil is to be increased to supply the Air Force, the production process must be changed on a large scale, which will in turn reduce the production of heavy oil. Even the British Empire, which has a large number of overseas colonies, cannot afford a large-scale air force, let alone the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. The Type 10 torpedo machine equipped on the Qiancang when it was first put into service. Moreover, those carrier-based aircraft were really unsightly. For example, the Dongying Empire's Qiancang, due to the high altitude of the Type 10 torpedo bomber, could not even find a usable torpedo bomber before the Type 13 carrier-based attack aircraft was put into service. The mediocre Type 13 carrier-based attack aircraft was used until the early 1930s. Chu Qing did not want to waste precious oil on such immature early products, so he only used them as technical reserves, allowing the Ordnance Bureau to go through a complete technical development route and then wait for the production of more mature products. Third, until World War II, aircraft carriers had not solved the problem of carrier-based aircraft operating at night and in high sea conditions. It was too early to expect these early aircraft carriers from the 1920s to replace the main battleships. Moreover, the aviation industry and internal combustion engine production also require a large amount of rubber. If Chu Qing wants to vigorously promote the development of aircraft, it must wait until it controls tropical rubber-producing areas such as Luzon and Malaya. Governor, the special envoy of the Qiancang Second Empire, is very satisfied with the performance of the torpedo boats and has placed an order with us for 45 high-speed torpedo boats. The attendant handed over a document. This is the drafted contract. Chu Qing took a quick look and saw that the content was to order 45 high-speed torpedo boats and 3 torpedo boat motherships. Including the costs of ammunition, modification, fuel, and supporting support services, the total contract price reached 1.5 million taels of silver, and it was paid in equivalent gold. The only requirement was to deliver the goods as soon as possible. After Chu Qing picked up his pen and wrote the contract with great fanfare, he got the gold worth 1.5 million taels of silver. Chu Qing is now trying his best to sell his high-speed torpedo boat, because this type of torpedo boat is still very crude. Although it has the reputation of being a giant ship hunter, it actually does not have much technical content. Once the major powers react and develop the same high-horsepower gasoline engine, it is only a matter of time before they produce replicas. It is better to take advantage of this time difference to make a fortune. Ask the department in charge of reception to ask the special envoy and tell him that we have excess 305mm naval gun production capacity and ask him if he needs it. Thinking of the situation of the Qiancang Second Empire, Chu Qing mentioned this when handing the contract documents to the attendant. The technology of the 10 Malawian Quach's 305mm naval gun has been fully mastered by Chu Qing, but with the large number of Queen Elizabeth-class and Admiral-class ships being put into service, the 381mm naval gun has become the mainstream of the Guangdong Navy. The 305 gun immediately became outdated, and the newly built 305 gun production line also fell behind. Now it is only operated at a low speed and transferred to the production of spare artillery for the Dreadnought class. The technical team has also turned to thoroughly understand the technical data of the 381 naval gun provided by Chu Qing. Although he did not have much good feelings towards Qiancang Kingdom and Qiancang Second Empire, compared to Qiancang Kingdom, which relied on the White Eagle people, Chu Qing had a slightly better impression of the Second Empire, which insisted on independence. Now the most severely damaged battleship of the Qiancang Second Empire has not been fully repaired, and high-end combat power needs to be replenished. Most of the military industry of the original Qiancang Empire remains in the Zhongbei Sea area. Even if the Second Empire still has the ability to independently manufacture large-caliber naval guns, its production capacity has been greatly reduced. If there is a force willing to sell such large-caliber guns, Chu Qing feels that the other party will definitely not refuse. Sure enough, after the special envoy of the Qiancang Second Empire learned the news, he immediately expressed his willingness to order the 305 cannons produced by the Guangdong Autonomous Territory at a high price, saying that he would not refuse any orders and would buy as many as possible. Chu Qing counted the inventory and found that there were still 10 305 naval gun bodies and barrel assemblies in the warehouse. He directly asked his subordinates to offer a price of 400,000 taels per gun. As a result, the envoy of the Second Empire said without blinking that he was ready to sign the contract at any time. Chu Qing could no longer sit still and personally went out to receive the wealthy envoy. He took out a blueprint and said that we also have matching warship blueprints for sale. If necessary, we will sell the whole set together with 1.5 million taels of silver and technology transfer. The technical drawings Chu Qing took out were based on a modified and castrated version of the original British Brave-class large light cruiser from World War I on Blue Star. The iconic 381 naval guns were replaced with 10 Malawian Quaches 305 guns, and the internal cabin layout was adjusted to avoid affecting the structure and center of gravity. Courageous class large light cruiser. Such a large light cruiser, or light battlecruiser, certainly cannot be compared with formal battleships and battlecruisers, but its low cost and short construction period are very suitable for the current Qiancang Second Empire. Although it only has 4 main guns, it has high maneuverability brought by high speed, and after all, it is a 12-inch gun, and its deterrent power is not comparable to a few small-caliber guns. Such a cruiser killer can rescue the few main battleships of the Qiancang Second Empire from the work of chasing the enemy's secondary ships, and can also undertake the task of land attack. Considering that the special envoy might not be able to come up with so much gold and silver hard currency at once, Chu Qing considerately suggested that bauxite, iron ore, coal, oil, etc. could be used to offset 40% of the payment. After Chu Qing's deception, the Qiancang Second Empire finally decided to buy, take it all. One transaction brought the Guangdong Autonomous Territory a profit of 6.5 million taels of silver, and both parties were very happy. That night, Chu Qing ordered his men to ship 45 torpedo boats and warship blueprints together. After the modification, the torpedo boat mothership will be transported to the waters of the Qiancang Second Empire along with 10 305 naval guns. Chapter 80 Pull You into the Water. On May 15, 1665, at 8:30 p.m., Taixi Islands, the Ordnance Bureau's secret dock. UB-3 type offshore submarine. 2 black whales sailed out of the cave. The low roar of the diesel engine scared away the fish under the water. On the backs of the steel whales, there were 39 densely packed figures standing. These are the 2 UB-3 type submarines recently built by the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. Their 68 crew members are expanded based on 12 of the original 23 submariners. The others are waiting for the completion of the remaining 2 boats. As for the extra 10 people, they are an elite action team of the Marine Corps, and they also have their own special missions. Chu Qing decided to name the submarine model after the dynasty, naming it the Xia-class diesel-electric nearshore attack submarine. Although this coincided with the naming method of a certain organization on the former Blue Star, Chu Qing felt that this naming method allowed people to see the development and evolution of the equipment at a glance, and was therefore considered desirable. The design of the UB-3 is quite outstanding. The U-7 submarine used on a large scale by Sandetsi in the early stage of World War II was an improvement on the UB-3. The range of this type of boat is more than 9,000 nautical miles, and the displacement is more than 700 tons, which has exceeded a considerable number of early U-boats, and has far exceeded the indicators of simply meeting the requirements of nearshore defense. The 2 diesel-electric submarines will set off first and carry out training missions in the waters near the Taixi Islands for a period of time, and then head to the southern Luzon waters to observe the situation of the White Eagle people and the Iberian Kingdom and wait for an opportunity to act and guide the situation in a direction that is beneficial to the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. Manila, Luzon Islands. Governor Furman. Rubio knocked on the door of the room of Luzon Governor Furman Udinese. The installation of the large-caliber cannon has begun. Once the project is completed, Subic Bay will become the strongest fortress in Luzon. I hope these fortifications can make the White Eagle people retreat. Furman Udines rubbed his tired eyes and poured Rubio a glass of Iberian liqueur. Perhaps the situation will ease, Rubio said, unfolding a newsletter. Due to the numerous ocean barriers, this subscription-based newsletter, which uses radio waves as a carrier, has replaced newspapers, which are difficult to transport, to a certain extent. It is very popular in this dimension. Look, the White Eagle Federation sent a warship to visit Havana and invited our Navy to reciprocate. This is clearly an attempt to ease relations with us. Feldman glanced at the message, which stated that the White Eagle Federation had dispatched the cruiser Rochester to Havana to protect its citizens. In order to avoid escalating the tension, the Iberian Kingdom Navy was invited to pay a return visit to the White Eagle Federation. CA-2 Rochester, formerly ACR-2 New York. After putting away the message, Governor Feldman's expression grew even more worried. Looking at the puzzled Rubio, Feldman Udinese slowly spoke. Anyone can see the White Eagle Federation's eagerness for maritime power. They want to establish their prestige and influence in the world, and our Iberian Kingdom is the stepping stone to achieve this. Will the White Eagles let go of the fat meat at their fingertips? Feldman extinguished the Luzon cigar in his mouth. Obviously not. The friendlier they appear at this time, the more dangerous they are. The White Eagles recently placed an order for tens of thousands of rifles in the Principality of Yangzhou, with the destination being Hong Kong, where the White Eagle Far East Fleet is stationed, Governor Feldman tossed out a document. Are these cowboys planning to hunt in Hong Kong? Rubio looked at the documents in front of him with a serious expression. Most of the rubber plantations and banana plantations on Luzon Island were his industries. Once Luzon was lost, the White Eagle people would not care about his feelings. Relax, Geronimo, Fairman reassured him. Our fleet has been expanded and is not the same as before. Spain-class dreadnought battleship. I have ordered Rear Admiral Monteo to prepare the fleet for battle. The Jamie I has also completed its overhaul and is back in combat readiness. The Iberian Kingdom's Luzon fleet now has 5 more cruisers and 30 torpedo boats, and its strength has been greatly enhanced. After the repair of the Jamie I, it should have the strength to fight against the White Eagle Far East Fleet. Hearing this news, Rubio felt slightly relieved. Previously, there was some mechanical failure in the boiler of the Jamie I, which caused it to temporarily lose its combat capability. The Iberian Far East Fleet only had a few old cruisers left, and the defense was empty. Rubio hurried to Yangzhou and Sangdong Autonomous Region to purchase arms. The Jamie I belongs to the Far East Fleet of the Kingdom of Iberia. It is an Iberia-class small dreadnought and is the mainstay of the Iberian Navy's power in Luzon. She has 8 British-style 305mm naval guns, a speed of 19.5 knots, and her defense capabilities are not outstanding. She is only barely qualified for nearshore defense operations. Oh, by the way, the torpedo boat unit's training is going smoothly. Governor Feldman told Rubio the good news before leaving. They can now fight independently without the guidance of those Sangdong instructors. According to the contract, I plan to arrange for those instructors to return in the near future. No, Your Excellency Governor, Rubio suddenly said. I think we can't let those instructors from Sangdong go so quickly. Dear Geronimo, what do you mean? Governor Furman was momentarily confused, but after a moment's thought, he understood Rubio's intention. Doing this, isn't the risk too great? The risks are great, but the rewards are also great. Rubio's meaning was very clear. He was actually using those Sangdong instructors to delay the White Eagle Federation's attack. Your people are with me and can't leave for a while. Now the White Eagles are coming to attack me. If you care about the safety of your men, shouldn't you step forward and ask the White Eagles to restrain themselves and wait for your people to withdraw before taking action? If the instructors sent by the Sangdong Autonomous Region suffer casualties in the White Eagles' offensive, it will be even better for the Iberian Kingdom. This means that the originally neutral Sangdong Autonomous Region will be forced to join the game and stand on the side of the White Eagle Federation's natural enemy. Although the White Eagle Federation is aggressive, the Sangdong Autonomous Territory has been more prominent recently, defeating the Dongying Empire's 2 attacks in succession. If the Sangdong Autonomous Territory can be turned into an enemy of the White Eagle Federation and a fleet can be sent to intervene, then the possibility of preserving the Luzon colony will be very high. Governor Furman thought for a while and felt that although this method was unethical, it was worth a try. Okay, Geronimo, I will tell our boys to slow down their studies. Chapter 81 Mitsuki Level. At the same time, the Palau Islands east of Luzon. 2 warships of the Iron Blood country's Far East Fleet were docked at the temporary dock. The Scharnhorst took the remaining warships to Guam. The brand new bamboo and wood stilt houses on the island were the temporary residences of the fleet members and engineers. Construction materials were piled everywhere on the beach. Recently built were a steel lighthouse and several medium-caliber coastal defense artillery positions. This place is completely different from Taixi Island. The young Iron Blood country sailor sat on the fine white sand beach with his back against a coconut tree, holding a coconut in his arms and a piece of Luzon sausage in his hand. This place is close to the equator. The difference between this place and Qingdao base is as big as the difference between this sausage in your hand and a Frankfurter. The older sailor tapped his head. When I left Qingdao, I thought my overseas deployment was over. The young sailor scratched his head. I didn't expect to end up here. Our ship is coming. The shout from the lighthouse interrupted him. The 2 of them quickly got up and ran to the beach. Looking towards the horizon, they found 2 ship shadows. The sailors excitedly waved their military caps to salute the warship, and the warships in the distance also sounded their whistles in return. The older sailor recognized their identities, the Blucher and Gneisenau armored cruisers of the former Iron Blood East African colonial fleet. After confirming the Palau Islands as the new base, in order to strengthen its presence in the Far East, the Iron Blood Empire immediately dispatched 2 ships to enhance the strength of the Far East Fleet. Later, when various infrastructures are completed, the Iron Blood Empire Navy also plans to dispatch battleships to be stationed here. The Gneisenau is a ship of the same class as the armored cruiser Scharnhorst, while the Blucher is the Iron Blood Nation's newest cruiser, with a speed of 25 knots and equipped with 12 210mm main guns, which can unleash the firepower of 6 to 8 main guns in any direction. There is no doubt that their arrival will greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Far East Fleet. Two huge figures sailed into the temporary dock, and amid the booming sound of salutes, Lieutenant General Benman greeted his new Chief of Staff, Colonel Hubert Reichsgraf von Spee. "Hello, Vice Admiral Benman." Spee, still in his early 40s, took a deep breath of the fishy sea breeze and walked down the gangway of the Blucher to greet Vice Admiral Benman. "I will be taking over the duties of Major General Enginal. Now, with the change of the Iron Blood Empire strategy, the Pacific has become an important part of the Iron Blood Empire's global layout. The importance attached to the Far East Fleet will only increase. Spee is very clear that there is great potential here. The Far East Fleet welcomes you." Lieutenant General Benman came forward. He had heard of this colonel, who was from the Marine Corps. Now, the Far East Fleet has 3 large armored cruisers of more than 10,000 tons and is fully capable of intervening in Luzon. "Your Excellency, Vice Admiral, Captain Malka reports that his fleet has departed. I have brought word that the Scharnhorst has also sailed to join them. Given the increasingly tense situation in Luzon, and to avoid missing the opportunity to intervene in Luzon, the Admiralty has requested that the Far East Fleet assemble immediately after replenishing supplies and be ready to depart for Luzon at any time." On May 16, 1665, off the coast of Edo Bay in the East Sakura Empire. In the sky, an airship painted with the East Sakura Navy logo followed a white line and flew straight to the open sea. On the sea, there was a small warship about 100 meters long sailing at high speed, and beside it was a cruiser. Judging from the height of the white waves, the speed of the two ships had exceeded 30 knots. General Shipbuilding Officer Kondo, the maximum speed of this destroyer should be able to exceed 35 knots, right? On the cruiser Tenryu, Ijuin Goro, wearing the uniform of a Navy admiral, asked General Shipbuilding Officer Kondo Motoki. The previous description of Kondo's military rank was wrong. During this period, Kondo should have been General Shipbuilding Officer. Tianlong-class cruiser. The cruiser under their feet is a newly acquired high-speed cruiser named Tianlong-class. It has a maximum speed of 33 knots and is equipped with 4 140mm main guns and 6 533mm torpedo tubes of the 1960 type. Originally, such a warship was enough to amaze the Dongying Navy Department, but the destroyer that arrived the day before yesterday made the officials of the Dongying Navy Department open their eyes wide. The 1,800-ton size was undoubtedly a large destroyer, and the torpedo tubes on it had a diameter of 610 millimeters, which made the generals and officers astonished. Therefore, based on the previous judgment that Sangdong Autonomous Territory has ultra-long-range torpedoes, arrangements were immediately made for sea trials and weapons tests on the destroyer. The airship just now was responsible for measuring the range and speed of the torpedo. Photos of Mitsuki-class sea trials. "I think it's entirely possible. She seems to be able to handle 31 knots easily," Kondo Motoki replied. "Let's start testing her maximum speed now." After receiving the instructions, the Dongying sailors immediately hung a signal flag on the mast of the Tianlong and ordered the destroyer to proceed at full speed. 2 signal beacons on the crossbeam cables on the destroyer's mast slowly rose up and then stuck tightly to the crossbeam. Ijuin Goro saw that the smoke coming out of the chimney became a little thicker, and then the destroyer slowly overtook the Tianlong and accelerated forward. According to the specifications of the Dongying Navy, when all the signal beacons on both sides of the ship are hung at the top close to the crossbeam, it means that the ship is sailing at the 5th combat speed, which is the maximum combat speed. The Tianlong also began to accelerate, trying to keep up, but even at a top speed of 33 knots, it couldn't catch up with the new destroyer's exhaust. After a while, 2 signal flags were hoisted from the destroyer's mast, a white and blue flag, and a trapezoidal flag with red and white vertical bars. It meant answer plus A, representing speed measurement in progress. The Tianlong quickly received the destroyer's radio communication. When Goro Ijuin saw the content of the telegram, Admiral Ijuin, who had been wearing a tense face after the destruction of the 2 major fleets, finally showed a relieved expression. The maximum speed of this type of destroyer is 37.3 knots, which is close to the 37 knots measured by the Tianlong. "She's a great destroyer." Ijuin Goro signaled his men to return. "Let's call her the Mitsuki class." That night, the airship unit sent back the results of the torpedo test between the markers. Maximum range 20,000 meters. Maximum speed 38 knots. After receiving this data, Ijuin Goro, who was even more convinced that Sangdong has long-range torpedoes, immediately instructed his technicians to start replicating this type of torpedo, at all costs to restore the Empire's disadvantage in torpedoes. Chapter 82 New Tracked Combat Vehicles. May 18, 1665, Taixi Weapon Testing Ground. With a loud bang, platinum flames shot up into the sky in the test field. After the high temperature gradually dissipated, the technicians dared to stick their heads out. A huge crater had appeared at the impact point marked in the center of the shooting range. White powder was scattered around the crater, and the structural steel frames placed around it were also burned beyond recognition. Based on some marks drawn on the ground in advance, technicians quickly determined that the explosive power of this 203 naval gun shell, with a charge of 10 kilograms, was close to 16 kg TNT equivalent. This shell was a 203 mm naval gun high-explosive shell with RDX, mixed aluminum powder, and iron oxide charge. With a power increase of 1.5 to 1.6 times, the 305 shells produced in Sangdong are close to the British 343 high-explosive shells. This is a huge improvement visible to the naked eye. Moreover, after adding aluminum powder and iron oxide powder, the explosion temperature is greatly increased. The heat generated is greater than that of conventional TNT and picric acid shells, enough to burn through steel. The shooting experiment is completed, all parameters meet expectations, and the experiment is preliminarily judged to be qualified. Chu Xiong quickly wrote the preliminary experimental conclusions on his notebook. Although the artillery shell experiment was successful, Chu Xiong realized that the potential of this type of charge was more than that. The artillery shell charge coefficient was low, less than 10%, and could not fully exert the power of this type of charge. Therefore, it might be more appropriate to use similar charges on torpedoes or mines and bombs with a higher charge coefficient. Chu Xiong continued to write something in his notebook, but this time he was writing two applications. One was to report the progress of the experiment and ask for bonuses for the technical staff of the research group. The second was to ask Chu Qing for relevant resources to develop new torpedo charges. When the two proposals were placed before Chu Qing, he quickly ticked the first application for the bonus and told his attendant to hand it over to the relevant agency for immediate payment. Turning to the second application, Chu Qing, like before, was about to tick it and call it a day. But just as he was about to hand both applications to his attendant, he suddenly remembered something. Then he picked up a pen and wrote a string of characters on the paper. RDX 42%, TNT 40%, AI 18%, and told the servant to hand it to Chu Xiong. This was the Topex charge used by the White Eagle Federation during World War II on Blue Star, a secret weapon against the East Sakura Empire's super battleships. This charge's underwater equivalent was twice the explosive power of TNT, a true force multiplier, making it ideal for use in torpedoes. At present, the Sangdong Navy still uses the 457 torpedo, which is a copy of the Type 44 Type 2. The warhead is charged with over 100 kilograms of explosives. After using Topec, the destructive capability will jump to the level of a 533 mm torpedo. When the 6-year type is successfully copied, the Topec warhead will be directly replaced to obtain an explosive power close to that of the 8-year type 610 torpedo. After the attendant left, Chu Qing opened the space-time mall and found the technical information left by Robert Goddard, the inventor of Blue Star's first rocket. He translated it into his native language. Of course, Chu Qing wasn't planning to build a liquid rocket for spaceflight right now. What he needed was information on small solid rockets. That's right. He was planning to develop a rocket artillery. After all, rockets don't need to withstand high chamber pressures, so the shells can be made thinner and the charge can be larger. Therefore, thermite and rocket artillery are a perfect match. Chu Qing was thinking when his attendant returned to his office from the Armament Bureau with a message. Governor, Deputy Director Chun invites you to the Ordnance Bureau's Test Range No. 2 to observe the testing of the new tracked combat vehicle. What the hell is this? When Chu Qing walked into the Army Weapons Test site of the Ordnance Bureau and saw the strange-shaped iron lump in front of him, his mind was full of questions. He had previously handed over a batch of technical information about tanks to Chun Lishu, asking him to do some research on tracked combat vehicles, preferably to produce a prototype. The speed was quite fast, but the thing in front of Chu Qing was clearly a big, crushed shoebox running around. The lower half of the big iron lump in front of him was almost vertical, while the upper half was tilted inward, making a rumbling sound in the bumpy ground. If it weren't for the two tracks underneath, Chu Qing would not be able to connect it with the tank in his memory. Deputy Director Chun, is this the new combat vehicle you mentioned? Chu Qing pointed at it and asked Chun Lishu, who was sitting on the big iron box. Well, This is just a rough prototype. It's just to test the reliability of the power system and other related performance. The artillery and machine guns have not been installed yet. Chen Lishu jumped off the prototype vehicle and patted the mud off his body. The vehicle's armor is 25 millimeters thick, made of surface-hardened steel, and weighs 14 tons. It's powered by a 130 horsepower diesel engine, with a maximum speed of 30 kilometers per hour. So you mean this thing is its chassis? Chu Qing touched the body of this big, iron lump and felt the thickness of its armor. The inclined 25 millimeters hardened armor was sufficient in this period. Perhaps even an uncapped 57 millimeters gun would not be able to break through its protection, but the 25 millimeters vertical armor was a weakness. It should have no problem resisting bullets, but it might not be able to withstand small caliber shells fired at close range. Chu Qing hoped that it could provide cover for the landing troops, which meant that it needed to be able to withstand the small caliber artillery used by the enemy army. Well, Chen Lishu pushed his glasses. You can think of it this way. Seeing that Chu Qing's brows were furrowed, Chen Lishu quickly explained. According to your request, the prototype uses the independent coil spring suspension in the information you provided. We found that this suspension system would greatly squeeze the interior space. However, we also need to ensure a minimum crew of 3 and be able to install machine guns and small caliber artillery. Therefore, we have no choice but to adopt a vertical layout in the lower half of the vehicle body to ensure interior space. At the beginning of the project, Chu Qing put forward several requirements to Chen Lishu. The first was to use a diesel engine. The second was to use independent spring suspension. The third was to ensure that the 3-person crew could install artillery at the same time. And the fourth was to adopt an inclined armor layout. BT tank suspension system. In fact, the technical information Chu Qing provided him was a type of suspension, the original Blue Star Christie suspension system. This suspension system has good reliability and a relatively simple structure, but the spring slot assembly is indeed large in size. This is particularly evident in the original Blue Star T-34 series and BT tanks. Especially the T-34 series, while the inclined armor reduces the space inside the vehicle, the suspension system occupies a considerable part of the space, resulting in even worse human-machine efficiency. However, there is a solution. Deputy Director Chun, have you considered changing the layout of the springs? Chu Qing asked, for example, arranging the spring rod at an angle. Chapter 83 Assault Gun. In fact, the Cromwell tank used by the British during World War II moved the spring sleeve to the outside of the vehicle and arranged it at an angle, thus freeing up space inside the vehicle. Cromwellian hanging. Secretary Chen Lu wrote down Chu Qing's suggestions for improvement. He had indeed not thought of this idea before. If it goes well, it can indeed free up space inside the car, so the lower part of the car body can also be changed to a tilted layout. At the same time, we can try to change the way the spring supports the vehicle body from compression deformation to extension deformation, which will further reduce the volume. Chu Qing continued to recall in his mind the original knowledge of Blue Star about the suspension of Cromwell and Crusader tanks. He was only responsible for imparting these concepts and ideas to these technicians, and the specific practice still depended on them. Also, I think the rear defense can be weakened appropriately, retaining 15 millimeters armor to protect against bullets, while increasing the front armor to 35 millimeters, maintaining the front inclination angle at 55 to 60 degrees, and the requirements for the side and rear directions can be relaxed appropriately. 35 millimeters hardened armor should be enough to fight against the 75 millimeters uncapped armor-piercing shells of this era. Larger caliber artillery is unlikely to appear in the hands of frontline infantry units. An armored vehicle with a speed of nearly 30 kilometers per hour that can defend against most of the accompanying firepower in the hands of the infantry is sufficient. Let's go. Take me to see its weapon system, Chu Qing said, and asked to see the configured weapon system. Chen Lishu brought Chu Qing to 2 test benches, on which 2 types of turrets were installed. One turret was equipped with a 47 mm rapid-fire gun with a 40 caliber diameter improved from a naval gun, and the other turret was equipped with a twin-mounted 12.7 mm caliber water-cooled heavy machine gun. The shapes of the 2 turrets were similar to the original Blue Star Heinkel Tiger King turret in scale, with armor reinforcement on the gun shield. The volume of the turret is a circle larger than the original French FT-17 type from Blue Star, because the design of this type of turret is a 2-person turret to accommodate the commander and gunner. Experience has shown that the French 2-person crew is not a good choice. The commander has to serve as the gunner and loader at the same time, and also pay attention to observing the enemy situation outside. He is simply too busy, so Chu Qing insisted on using a 3-person crew configuration to improve combat effectiveness. According to Chun Lishu, the vehicle will adopt a mid-turret layout, and the final combat weight of the complete vehicle will be less than 16 tons. Chu Qing didn't have much to say about firepower. This type of tank didn't need to consider fighting against armored targets for the time being, and didn't need large-caliber, long-barreled artillery. It only needed the ability to suppress infantry firepower and destroy simple fortifications. Okay, Your Excellency. Chun Lishu closed the notebook and handed it to the researcher. But do you have any suggestions for naming this new type of combat vehicle? It was not until then that Chu Qing remembered that there were no tanks in this dimension, so this thing did not have an official name. A bunch of unsightly names such as iron-wheeled train, main gun tank, and armored gun vehicle flashed through his mind. Let's just call it a tank. After much thought, I decided to call it a tank. Anyway, the British in this dimension haven't invented the word tank. As long as I call it a tank first, then tank will become the transliteration of tank. Tan means walking on flat ground, and Ku means being invincible in battle. Chun Lishu pondered for a while. This name is good. Afterwards, Chu Qing also suggested that Chun Lishu could explore the potential of the chassis. For example, he could remove the turret and install a large-caliber gun as a mobile support firepower, or remove the turret to enlarge the body to expand the internal space, and then weaken the armor to the level of defense against bullets to carry infantry combat, etc. These ideas are the concepts behind Blue Star's assault guns and armored personnel carriers in later generations. In this dimension, the status of the army is lower than that of the navy, and resources are supplied to the navy first. The weapons configuration of the army is not as clearly structured as in later generations. Generally, it is not equipped with large-caliber long-range artillery, but mainly light and medium-caliber field artillery. After all, in landing operations, as long as you have control of the sea, you can wait for the Navy's naval guns to attack even if you encounter a heavily armored fortress. If it is a defensive battle where you have lost control of the sea, then there is no point in equipping large-caliber land artillery. After all, unless it is a fortress gun that has given up its mobility, the land artillery has no ability to compete with the Navy's naval guns. However, the several islands in the Malayan colony were large, with a total land area of more than 40,000 square kilometers. The naval firepower could not provide deep inland support. At the same time, in order to suppress local indigenous riots, a large number of bunker-type fortifications were built on various traffic arteries, which provided an opportunity for assault guns to come in handy. However, these ideas will have to wait until later to be realized. For now, a few tanks will be trial-produced on a small scale for the purpose of technical verification and the practice of infantry tank coordinated tactics. On May 24, 1665, the calendar of this plane, Songbei Sea Area, Huantai Islands, Dongying Empire Forward Base. A fleet trailing black smoke sailed into the port of the Huantai Islands in the sunset. The 4 cargo ships anchored here were already half full. At the Huantai port dock, Dongying soldiers used rifles and bayonets to drive out local people who were conscripted as coolies to transport resources from the dock area. The sounds of salutes, gunshots to drive away the crowd, and cries from the shore merged into one. After the salute was over, the Dongying fleet that had come from afar had also come to a stop, and a Dongying naval officer with the rank of lieutenant general walked down from the Congo-class battlecruiser. The Tosakura sailors on the shore immediately stood at attention and saluted with their guns. Rear Admiral Dua Shigeto, who had arrived earlier, also saluted respectfully because he recognized that the person coming down from the warship was Togo Hayakuro, the current commander-in-chief of the Tosakura Empire's standing fleet. Because of the successive failures in the Shandong Sea area, the Dongying Navy Department shifted its attention back to the Songbei Sea area. The Huantai Islands alone could not make up for the losses of the Dongying Empire, so it would attack northward to obtain more resources and land. Therefore, the Navy Department transferred part of the warships of the standing fleet to the Songbei Sea area, preparing to swallow up the resource islands of Songbei before the Caucasus Empire took action. Chapter 84 Sevastopol Class. May 24, 1665, Songbei Sea Area, Qiancang Islands, Qiancang Kingdom. Chief of Staff. The adjutant walked into the office of Su Hao, the Chief of Staff of the Qiancang Navy. The fleet has made all preparations for sailing. Su Hao didn't say anything. He just put on his military cap, stood up, straightened his clothes, and left the office with his adjutant to go to the naval port. Yes, the Qiancang Navy is ready to take action. After sensing the growing desires of the Caucasus and Dongying families, they are ready to return to the Songbei Sea Area and reassert their presence in the Songbei Sea Area to prevent the Songbei Sea area from falling completely into the hands of external forces. In addition to the dreadnoughts used to guard the oil fields, all other dreadnoughts in good condition, a total of 5, were gathered by Qiancang State, and a newly arrived Weiyuan-class battlecruiser was incorporated into the formation, and they sailed towards the military port out of the Taixi Islands. Of course, the Qiancang Navy is not arrogant enough to think that it can take on 2 empires alone, so the strategy it adopts is to first unite with the Dongying Empire and give priority to expelling the Caucasus fleet from Baitsong. The Caucasus Empire had already occupied Zhangguantan and was threatening Wuxi. As one of Songbei's most important resource-producing areas, Wuxi could not be lost. Furthermore, the Caucasus Far East Frontier Fleet to the east was also ready to make a move. Clearly, Qiancang needed to reassert its presence in front of the Caucasians. This was why Qiancang's president, Sun Nanzhong, decided to send troops to the Caucasus. The fleet's first stop is the Snow City Islands. The Snow City Islands are located in the eastern part of the Songbei Sea area, between the Hanjiang River controlled by Dongying and the Xingang River controlled by the Caucasus Empire. Currently, there is nothing special there except for coal mines and a few scattered gold mines, but it is very close to the Caucasus Far East Frontier region. If the Caucasus Far East Frontier region fleet invades, then this place will undoubtedly be a must-pass place. Wu. As the tugboat left her massive ship, the fleet's flagship, the Jinghai battlecruiser, sounded its whistle, and a group of huge black shadows left the searchlight beam and disappeared into the darkness above the sea. In view of the successive failures in the Sangdong campaign, the Navy has decided to launch military operations in the Songbei Sea area to ensure the Empire's dominant position in the region. The Songbei Sea area is a large chessboard played by 2 parties, but now there are 3 players. Therefore, the Navy has decided to temporarily and secretly cooperate with the Qiancang fleet to fight a joint battle. After the Caucasians are expelled, we will slowly make plans. We've noticed that the fleet of the Caucasus Far East territory is also making moves, and their target seems to be the Syracuse Islands. In the conference room, Togo Hayakairo called his men to show him a map. If the Snow City Islands are occupied by the Caucasus Empire, they will be able to form a pincer attack with the Caucasus fleet in Xingang, and the northern part of the Songbei Sea area will completely fall into the hands of the Caucasus Empire. This is something the Empire does not want to see. Togo Hayakairo continued to explain the operational objectives. Our first goal is to rush to Xuecheng with the Qiancang Kingdom fleet to consolidate its defenses and defeat the fleet from the Caucasus Far East territory. We will then annihilate the Caucasians occupying the Boli Islands, Zhangguantan Island, and other places. Finally, we will destroy the Xingang Islands, the Caucasus Empire's forward base in the northern Sangxi region, and completely drive them out. After this is over, it will be time for us to play chess with the Qiancang Kingdom. Dong Xiong changed a map, then picked up a drawing pen and drew 2 circles in the areas of Wuxi, Boli Islands, and Xuecheng Islands. The Empire will come forward to negotiate with the Qiancang Kingdom and ask them to lease these 3 islands to the Empire for 99 years. Whether through diplomacy or military force, the Empire must seize control of these 3 archipelagos. The former fleet commander, Major General Dua Shigeto, took a look at the markings on the map. Except for the Boli Islands, which are currently in the hands of the Caucasians, the remaining 2 archipelagos nominally belong to the Qiancang Kingdom. If we swallow 3 archipelagos at once, we will probably need to replenish our troops. He believed that his fleet could defeat the Caucasus Empire and Qiancang Kingdom in a naval battle. But if we occupied 4 archipelagos and our troops were dispersed, if the enemy concentrated on one point to make a breakthrough, they would probably suffer losses. Lord Dua, you don't need to worry about this. The headquarters is ready to mobilize the main fleet of the Wu garrison. If we are facing the original intact Qiancang Empire, we may need to be more cautious. We are still able to deal with a mere Qiancang Kingdom. Dongxiang smiled. Okay, if you have no other objections, we will officially set off tomorrow. Caucasus Empire forward base in Songbei Sea area, Xingang Islands. Dubasov, the governor of the Amur Sea region of the Caucasus Empire, came to Xingang in person to see the great achievements of the Great Caucasus Empire in expanding its territory, and then held a grand open-air ball at the dock of the Xingang Islands. The ensemble of more than 10 balalaikas intoxicated everyone on the dock. Lieutenant General Dubasov was even drunk, holding a bottle of vodka and amusing the officers beside him. The great success of the Amur Sea fleet made His Majesty the Tsar very happy, and he also expressed his appreciation for Lieutenant General Dubasov, which gave Dubasov hope of being promoted to admiral. When General Alexeyev in the south launched the attack, the The resource islands in the northern part of the Qiangbei Sea area fell into the hands of the Caucasus Empire under the pincer attack from the north and the south. Dubasov looked at the warship flying the St. Andrew's flag in the harbor. The 4 triple-mounted main turrets declared its powerful firepower. This was the Sevastopol class, the standard dreadnought of the Caucasus Empire. There were a total of 4 ships in the Amur district fleet, and 3 of them were stationed in Xinjiang. Her only weakness was the thickness of her main armor belt, at 229 millimeters, a bit thin on the broadside. However, she was otherwise excellent. Her 12 305 millimeters guns could fire simultaneously from one side, giving her ample firepower for a ship of her tier. Her 24-knot speed was exceptional for a dreadnought, allowing her to seize the initiative in battle and leverage her high maneuverability to seize the T-head, giving her a tactical advantage. Great Caucasus! Holy Caucasus! Almighty God will surely bless the brave Slavic people. Grant us the divine authority to rule the East. As the banquet was about to end, Lieutenant General Dubasov walked to the center of the ballroom and made a loud announcement. Everyone present became excited and shouted in unison, "Long live His Majesty!" Chapter 85, Find a Taker. Things are getting lively in the north. Chu Qing said to Chief of Staff Zhong Qilan while looking at the telegram intercepted by the telecommunications department. The Dongying Empire and Qiancang Kingdom have secretly joined forces. The alliance is only temporary. There can only be one master of the Beitzong Sea area, said Zhong Qilan. Dongying, Qiancang Kingdom, and Caucasians are all competing in the Beitzong Sea area. Who do you think will be the winner in the end? Chu Qing pushed the telegram in front of Zhong Qilan. Zhong Qilan lowered his head and pondered for a moment. It's hard to say. Qiancang country has invested a lot of money this time, but the Dongying fleet and the Caucasians are not easy to deal with. I think the final winner must be the Dongying Navy. Chu Qing took out a map of the Qiangbei Sea area. Can you guess why? Zhong Qilan shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand. In fact, the competition in the northern Qiang Sea area is not just between Dongying, Gaokao, and Qiancang Kingdom, but 5 parties, Chu Qing said, circling the location of the Taixi Islands on the map, because this time, the people of Dongying are backed by the British Empire. When they attacked the Guangdong Autonomous Territory before, regardless of success or failure, the British could not gain any benefits, so the British Empire did not interfere. But this time it's different. Our opponents are the Caucasus Empire and the Qiancang Kingdom, supported by the White Eagle. The Caucasus Empire is the biggest obstacle to Britain's control of the Far East, and the White Eagle Federation is a potential competitor for Britain's sea power. Chu Qing tapped the table with the end of her drawing pen. Whether it's Qiancang or the Caucasus Empire winning, it's not what the British want to see. So they will definitely spare no effort to help the Dongying Empire achieve victory. After listening to Chu Qing's analysis, Zhong Qilan agreed. Chu Qing then handed Zhong Qilan a document and said, even if Qiancang Kingdom and Dongying Empire take over the Caucasus fleet, they will probably suffer heavy losses. Why do you say that? Zhong Qilan reached out to take the information and found that it was technical information about the Sevastopol-class battleships of the Caucasus Empire. The Caucasus Empire's Sevastopol class is no easy target. Chu Qing flipped through the information. The performance of a warship can't be judged solely by the data on paper. Even though they are both 305 mm naval guns, their combat effectiveness varies greatly due to factors such as barrel caliber, shells, and propellant. The shells used by the Sevastopol-class 305 mm naval guns weigh 471 kilograms, far exceeding the 386 kilogram shells of the Dreadnought class. Furthermore, the propellant weighs 157 kilograms, more than the propellant used by the Tosakura Navy's Congo-class 356 mm naval guns. Chu Qing said, turning to the page about the 305 mm shells used by the Caucasus Empire. And unlike the poor shells of the Dongying people, the Caucasus Empire's delayed fuse is very reliable, and it boldly uses a nickel alloy cap. With these factors combined, the armor-piercing power of the Sevastopol-class main gun at a distance of 10,000 meters is close to 14 inches. When Zhong Qilan saw these data, he took a breath. There was no doubt that this cannon was very powerful. Come on, let's take a look at her defensive capabilities. Chu Qing turned to the page about the Sevastopol-class defense structure diagram. The 8.9-inch main armor belt is indeed not very good, but behind the main armor belt there is a 37 mm inclined dome armor and a 50 mm armored longitudinal partition wall. Even if the shell penetrates the main armor, it may not be able to penetrate the dome armor and armored bulkhead. In addition, the upper armor covers a very large area, almost covering the entire hull above the waterline. And her fire control capabilities are also outstanding. The fire control device she uses is similar to the electromechanical automated centralized fire control system we are about to complete development. It is more powerful than the Queen Elizabeth-class Dryer for Malawian Quaches. Chu Qing closed the file. The Sevastopol class is fully capable of competing for the title of the #1 dreadnought. The Dongying people have provoked a powerful opponent. This is going to be something interesting to watch, Zhong Qilan smiled. He had previously thought that this class of dreadnoughts was only slightly superior in firepower, but he hadn't expected there to be so much more behind the data on paper. However, with the war breaking out in the north, can we also profit from it? That's right. Once the fighting in the Tsang Sea becomes intense, the Qiancang Second Empire will probably be unable to sit still and will definitely try to counterattack to the north. Chu Qing opened the lid of the teacup and blew a puff of hot air. The telecommunications department has detected that the White Eagle fleet has left Taixi Island and is heading to Tsangxi for alert. If the Second Empire attacks with all its might, then the 3 dreadnoughts of the White Eagle task force will surely not be able to stop them. Chaos can bring us benefits. Chu Qing leaned back in his office chair. War profits are where the real money is made. I don't really want to sell weapons to the Dongying people, but as for the other parties, the White Eagle fleet is isolated overseas and cannot receive timely assistance from the mainland. Neither Qiancang Kingdom nor the Second Empire has the ability to build its own dreadnoughts. The Caucasus Empire's fleet will not be able to obtain reinforcements in a short period of time. Chu Qing paused. But a war of this scale is bound to be accompanied by the loss of dreadnoughts and super dreadnoughts. We are going to sell the dreadnought. Zhong Qilan was obviously shocked by Chu Qing's idea. Chu Qing nodded slowly and took out a report from the Southern Fleet. I plan to sell that Courbet-class battleship. Ignoring Zhong Qilan's surprised expression, Chu Qing continued. This battleship has been in the hands of the French for at least 10 years. It has also undergone a long voyage from the French mainland to the Tsangnan Sea. The sailors transferred from the Annan colony have no idea how to maintain it, and the aging parts have not been replaced. This is the maintenance list submitted by Commander Zhang of the Southern Fleet. We previously purchased a batch of spare parts from the Principality of Yangzhou, but now the French have discovered this and have banned the relevant parts from entering the international market. Once the spare parts are used up, her combat effectiveness will be visibly reduced. Chu Qing did not make this decision on impulse, but after careful consideration. The Courbet class is a Franco-Spanish dreadnought battleship, and all its consumables and spare parts are of Franco-Spanish standard. For example, the 305mm shells made by Iron Blood, Britain and France and Spain are not interchangeable. The logistics system currently established by Chu Qing is a mixed system of Britain and Iron Blood. It does not make much sense to modify her or open a separate parts production line for this ship. Moreover, the speed of the 7 Queen-class ships currently equipped by the Tsangdong Navy has reached more than 24 knots, not to mention the Admiral class. Only the Taixi and her speed are slower, but the Taixi is in good condition and is compatible with Chu Qing's current logistics system. There is no need to eliminate it so quickly. So instead of letting her continue to occupy the establishment, it is better to sell her at a high price at this time and transfer the sailors to the 2 new Queen-class ships and 1 Admiral-class ship to serve as the backbone force. The rapid rise of the Tsangdong Navy in the past 6 months is already a very difficult thing. If it speeds up further, it will easily fall. It is true that the training of soldiers can be accelerated by relying on the resonance amplification field of the auxiliary intelligent brain, but now there are tens of thousands of students in the Tsangdong Naval Academy, plus tens of thousands of soldiers after the retraining and expansion of the Marine Corps. Even if Chu Qing lowers the amplification multiplier except for special arms, the daily consumption of time and space points is still a huge number. Chu Qing did not hastily expand the size of the naval fleet because the speed of training soldiers could not keep up with the speed of expansion of the troops. The century-old Navy was not just talk. The 3 new ships exchanged had not yet been fully staffed with sailors. We should find her a new home. Chapter 86 Contact in the Mist. Finally, under Chu Qing's promotion, Fengzhou was classified as a reserve and transferred to the north of Tsangdong to be sold at any time, and the ship's name was inherited by a newly acquired Queen-class battleship. The 15,000-ton hydraulic press and 650mm new rolling mill sent by the Iron Blood country have been assembled. The technical team of the Ordnance Bureau is sprinting towards the technology of 16-inch naval guns. The battleships belonging to the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory have already begun designing on the drawing board, so Chu Qing must also gradually promote the standardization and unification of logistics in order to establish an equipment system that is completely his own on this basis. Another 2 nearshore diesel-electric submarines have also been completed. Chu Qing then added an order for 8 Xia-class submarines. If the new submarine dock had not been completed, this number would have increased. After all, before the great powers discovered it, of course they had to get as many as possible to gain the first-mover advantage and strive to fill the ocean with underwater little people. On May 30th, 1665, in the outer waters of the Snow City Islands in the Tsongbei Sea area, a fleet flying the flag of St. Andrew appeared from the southeast. In the center were 3 Sevastopol-class battleships, surrounded by 2 Svetlana-class light cruisers and 4 Novik-class destroyers. The Novik class is the best destroyer in the hands of the Caucasus Empire. The output power of its power system is close to that of the Sevastopol class, so it can push the ship to a high speed of 38 knots. In terms of firepower, it has 4 102mm rapid-fire guns and 4 twin torpedo tubes. The Svetlana class on the left. The Svetlana class is a 6,800-ton light cruiser with 15 130mm main guns, up to 8 of which can be concentrated on one side. The maximum speed is 29.5 knots. Generally speaking, it is a qualified light cruiser and is just right for reconnaissance. This type of ship had a difficult fate in the original Blue Star. The design plan took 4 years to be finalized, and the completion date of the first ship was more than 10 years after the design was completed. The fleet of the Caucasus Empire is generally new, and there are no slow-moving ships that lag behind, in order to seize control of the sea. The person in charge on the flagship Petropavlovsk is Vice Admiral Alexeyev, the Governor-General of the Far Eastern Territory of the Caucasus Empire. Don't get me wrong, this Governor-General does not have any royal blood. People often mistakenly think that he is the Tsar's cousin, but in fact they are confusing him with the Emperor's uncle. Although both of them are translated as Alexeyev in a certain country that cannot be mentioned, their Caucasian names are different. The Eastern Sakura translation also points out the difference between the two. The Emperor's uncle is actually called Alexeyev Alexandrovich, 8 years younger than Yevgeny Ivanovich Alexeyev, and has always held power in St. Petersburg. However, the two do have some intersections. This Alexeyev was able to climb to a high position with the help of that prince. A thin mist gradually rose on the sea surface. After a while, the mist not only showed no signs of dissipating, but became even thicker. Alexander, where's the landing fleet now? Lieutenant General Alexeyev wiped the lens of the telescope and asked the staff officer beside him. 185 nautical miles behind us, with 2 Rurik II-type armored cruisers, the staff officer replied. The middle part of the second-generation Rurik. Alexeyev nodded, and then ordered 2 more Svetlana-class ships to go forward with 2 Novik-class ships for reconnaissance. The radio department intercepted a lot of telegrams from Changji and Hunjiang. Although the encrypted messages could not be deciphered due to the limited technology, Alexeyev still felt that the opponent might have discovered something and might have made arrangements in advance. To be cautious, he expanded the reconnaissance range. He had already sent 2 light cruisers and now sent out another wave of reconnaissance troops. The 4 Svetlana-class and 4 Novik-class warships are the best reconnaissance ships in the far eastern frontier. Except for the Ismail-class battlecruiser stationed in the rear, all the elite forces of the far eastern frontier were deployed to the Tsongbei battlefield by Alexeyev. This is awful weather. Sergei Berkatovsky, captain of the Svetlana-class light cruiser Admiral Gregg, complained to his lieutenant while holding up a telescope. We can't see anything. Admiral Gregg and Admiral Budikov were 2 cruisers previously dispatched by Alexeyev. At this moment, they had sailed to a position 130 nautical miles from Syracuse, but there was still thick fog and low visibility. Colonel Sergei could not even see the Admiral Budikov clearly at a distance of 4,000 meters, so there was no question of reconnaissance. Send a signal to Colonel Vyacheslav. I think we should get closer. Sergei ordered his men. The thick fog made him feel uneasy, and he would feel safer if the 2 ships were closer. Signal lights flashed, and the Admiral Budikov, having received the message, began to turn and approach its sister ship. But at this moment, Colonel Sergei noticed that there seemed to be a flash of light on the sea ahead. Soon, the lookout's cry was heard by the navigation bridge. 3 ship shadows spotted at 2 o'clock ahead. The battle alarms on the 2 ships were quickly sounded, and the Caucasian sailors hurriedly rushed to their battle positions. Turn, left 40, left 40. Although the identity of the target is unclear, the 3-ship formation appearing at this location is obviously not their friendly forces. Sure enough, several yellow fireballs burst out from the other side of the thick fog and dull cannon fire was heard. Enemy attack. Several water columns rose 230 meters in front of the starboard side of the Admiral Gregg, but they were obviously not accurate. It's a 203mm naval gun. Based on the size of the fire and the sound of the gun, Sergei recognized the caliber of the enemy's artillery. In addition to the Haitian class, the Qiancang ship equipped with 203mm guns is the Longwei-class armored cruiser. The distance is about 5,500 meters. I hope it's not the Longwei class. Sergei prayed silently in his heart. If the enemy had 3 Haitian-class ships, the Svetlana-class light cruiser under his feet could still handle it, but if he encountered 3 Longwei-class ships, then the situation would be bad. Send a radio to inform Vice Admiral Alexeyev that our ship is encountering 3 enemy cruisers. Location. Boom. Chapter 87 Bang. Fight back. Fight back. The sea was immediately filled with the dense sound of 130 naval guns. The firepower of the Svetlana-class cruiser's main guns was fully utilized at medium distances. The 2 ships formed a formation and fired fiercely in the direction of the artillery fire in the thick fog. At this point, there was no need to be cautious anymore. The commanders on both sides ordered the searchlights to be turned on, and the beams of light quickly illuminated the figures of both sides. Sergei checked the identification manual and confirmed that his opponents were only 3 Haitian-class patrol ships. He breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing worth his attention on the Haitian class except for the 203 main guns. Moreover, without the side armor belt, she would not be able to maintain sufficient reserve buoyancy in the face of medium-caliber rapid-fire fire. Captain, General Alexeyev called back. The reinforcement fleet is on the way. With the support of the reinforcement fleet in the rear, Sergei's courage gradually grew. Full speed ahead. Get closer. Sergei had already walked into the armored command tower. Based on the shadows of the enemy ships reflected by the searchlight, he judged that the fleets of both sides should be forming a horizontal formation at this time, with a distance of about 4,500 meters. The 2 fleets formed 2 intersecting lines and exchanged broadside fire. However, the 2 Caucasian light cruisers didn't gain any advantage in this exchange of fire. The enemy's 203mm heavy guns were no joke. Every shot made Sergei tremble with fear. At this range, it could penetrate the 75mm waterline armor belt of the Svetlana class. However, the 16 main guns that the 2 ships could fire broadside were not enough to suppress the enemy's firepower. Bang! A flying shrapnel hit the command tower through the observation port, sending up a shower of sparks. The staff officer ducked to avoid the shrapnel, still terrified. He glanced at Sergei, who was observing the battle through his binoculars, and offered a warning. Colonel Sergei, should we evacuate first and wait for the arrival of the support ships before taking down these 3 cruisers? The Svetlana class has a maximum speed of 29.5 knots. The safest way at this time is to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and wait for subsequent ships to catch up and overwhelm the Qiancang Navy with a numerical advantage. No, my dear Alexander, do not retreat. Let us get among them. Sergei observed the situation and decided not to retreat or engage in parallel fire according to the usual tactics, but to directly attack the enemy formation and force the opponent into a melee. Captain Vyacheslav Barannikov, the captain of the Admiral Butikov, made the same decision, because although this tactic was wild, it was the only way for the 2 Svetlana-class ships' 130mm main guns to fully exert their firepower. If it is a parallel shooting, that is, 16 130mm guns against 15 120QF rapid-fire guns and 6 203mm naval guns, even if the victory is won, the enemy will suffer a considerable loss. If this tactic is adopted and the penetration is successfully completed, the firepower comparison will become 30 130mm naval guns, 20 120mm rapid-fire guns, and 6 203mm naval guns. In addition, the Caucasus light cruiser has the advantage of side armor, and the chances of winning will be greater. The water columns stirred up by the rapid-fire guns rose and fell in the center of the battlefield. The fog was mostly dispelled by the high temperature of the artillery firing and the exploding shells. If one side was driving at full speed, it would not take even 5 minutes to cover a distance of 4,500 meters. Of course, the approach process was not smooth sailing. The armored conning tower of the Admiral Butikov was directly hit by the 203mm main gun. Fortunately, the shell fell at a bad angle and failed to penetrate the 125mm thick conning tower armor. However, the shelling still destroyed the navigation bridge above the conning tower, and the fragments also injured the gunner of the bow main gun. As the distance got closer, the accuracy of the artillery fire from both sides increased sharply. The disadvantage of the Haitian class having no side armor was exposed, and the gunners of the Caucasus fleet consciously fired near the waterline. The amount of explosives in the 130 naval gun was enough to tear a big hole in the side of the Haitian class. The design of the Armstrong cruiser determined that it would take in a lot of water after the waterline was penetrated, which would lead to a series of fatal problems such as slowing down the speed. Two of the three Haitian-class ships had already slowed down and fallen behind when the Caucasus cruiser approached to 2,300 meters, and their formation was in chaos. In contrast, although the two Svetlana-class ships were also damaged, their combat capability was basically not lost. The Haitian class finally began to turn to avoid, but the Svetlana class had already penetrated into their formation at high speed. The 15 130mm naval guns on a single ship fired indiscriminately. The side armor was enough to withstand the high explosive shells fired by the 120mm rapid-fire guns. Only the semi-armor-piercing shells of the 203mm naval guns could penetrate the waterline armor of the Svetlana class. However, facing the dense firepower of the 130 naval guns, the main gun crew members of the Haitian class were also killed in large numbers. There were several large holes on the side of the Haitian ship in front of Sergei, and the main gun was unusable due to the severe tilt of the hull. The soldiers on the ship still used the machine guns on the mast, and even the anti-small boat rapid-fire guns, and even took out rifles and other land warfare weapons to fight back. The engagement range between the two ships had shrunk to 1,000 meters. At this distance, it was practically a close-quarters fight, with no need for directors, calculators, or lead times. The gunners on both sides had only one mission: to unleash as much firepower as possible on the enemy before they were hit themselves. The protected cruisers were very powerless against the new light cruisers. One of the three Haitian-class ships was paralyzed within 10 minutes of entering the melee, and the remaining two were struggling to hold on. The firepower of the Caucasus-produced 130 naval gun is very fierce. Its firing rate is not inferior to the 120mm Armstrong rapid-fire gun equipped on the Haitian class, but its shell weight is much heavier, and its advantage in projection volume is obvious. They are finished. Sergei put down the telescope. The defects of the protected cruisers destined them to be the losers of this naval battle. The next battle was no longer suspenseful. Send out flags and light signals to order the enemy to abandon ship and surrender. Sergei just wanted to end the battle as soon as possible to prevent his beloved cruiser from suffering more unnecessary losses. However, he was responded with another shell. Okay, then we'll stick with you till the end. A huge fire had broken out on the deck of the Haitian cruiser, Haixing. The hull of the lifeboat was burning with a roar. Billowing black smoke enveloped the deck, interfering with the sights of the gunners on the side. The high temperature and thick smoke were unbearable. The shrapnel from the Caucasian 130 naval gun was still mixed in it, but the gunners of Qiancang Kingdom still insisted on fighting, and the artillery did not stop firing until it was completely destroyed. A signalman stumbled into the command tower and reported to the captain of the Haixing, Sun Xiong. "Captain, we've received a reply from the Grand Fleet. The main fleet is on its way." Boom. A 130mm shell hit the deck on the right side of the command tower. The shock wave of the explosion caused the ship to shake, but it was followed by an even more violent explosion. The next shell that followed penetrated into the boiler room through a hole near the chimney. The explosion destroyed the last high-pressure boiler, and the more than 4,000-ton Haitian class finally lost all power. This Haitian-class ship belongs to the border defense fleet of the former empire and has been stationed in the Snow City Islands for 8 years. They are unable to interfere and do not want to participate in the power change in the core area of Qiancang. Even if Qiancang Kingdom has incorporated them now, they are still just guarding the territory belonging to Qiancang here and are unwilling to go to Zhangxi to fight against the forces of the Second Empire. The battle here was no longer a foregone conclusion. He had previously issued an order to abandon ship, but the sailors did not obey, preferring to sink with the ship in the battle against foreign enemies. The fleet had arrived, so his mission was complete. Sun Xiong steadied himself, waved his hand, and sent the signalman off. He watched him rush to the position of the last 120mm rapid-fire gun. Then he pushed open the steel door of the command tower, took off his military cap, pulled out his service pistol, and pulled the trigger at the Caucasus cruiser that was committing the crime. Bang! Chapter 88: The Struggle of the Old Ship. When the battle was completely over, the thick fog turned into mist. The reinforcement fleet emerged from behind the burning wreckage. The 4 Svetlana-class and 2 Novik-class ships had already reunited and then dispersed for reconnaissance. Before sinking, the 3 Haitian-class ships must have passed the news back to the rear that the enemy's reinforcement fleet would arrive soon. Their task was to confirm the enemy's position and specific strength as soon as possible and report it to Lieutenant General Alexeyev so that they could take up an advantageous position first during the battle. Captain Sergei was patrolling on the deck, supervising the sailors' emergency repair work. His Admiral Greg was hit by 8 bullets during the battle. One of the 130mm naval guns amidships was damaged by the shelling, and the armor plate on the side near the deck was also blown off by the shelling. Fortunately, it was not directly hit by the 203mm gun, and the holes on the deck could be repaired soon. Sergei walked around the ship and was about to return to the cabin when the alarm suddenly sounded and the lookout on the mast screamed. 12 o'clock. A large ship has been spotted. The enemy arrived so soon? The sailors, who were originally busy with maintenance on the ship, immediately became nervous and dropped their tools to return to their positions. The lookout had reported the presence of a large ship, which meant that the opponent they encountered was at least a large armored cruiser. This was not something a light cruiser could easily deal with. Sergei was already prepared to escape at full speed. Let me see, what is that? Sergei went back into the armored command tower and raised the telescope, but what appeared in his field of vision was a lonely small pre-dreadnought. Is it the Hastily class? The staff officer flipped to the corresponding page in the identification manual, and Sergei breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he had encountered a large ship from the Qiancang Navy, but it turned out to be this old ship. Through the telescope, he could already see the mottled rust on the waterline. Line diagram of the Hastily class. I guess this is just a warship patrolling the nearby waters like the Haitian-class warship just now. It rushed here immediately after receiving the news, so it arrived so quickly. Distance 9,000. Speed 15 knots. The fire control room reported the parameters of the enemy ship, which made Sergei more determined in his judgment. The maximum speed of the Hastily class is 18.5 knots. This battleship was only traveling at a speed of 15 knots at the critical moment of reinforcing friendly forces, which means that it is very likely that it can only travel at 15 knots now, and the poor condition of the ship is evident. Boom! A ball of flame flashed from the front main gun of the Hastily class, followed by thick black smoke. Boom! The 280mm naval gun makes a huge noise when firing, but due to the limitations of technology, its loading speed is very slow, and it is too difficult to hit the target with only a main gun at the bow without fire control. After taking a look at the water column that had deviated to who knows where, Sergei ordered his men to send a radio message to contact the other ships to regroup. After all, facing such a weak opponent, who wouldn't want to capture her and add to his own record? The Hastily class has a tonnage of nearly 8,000, but its fire control and other equipment are more than one era behind the Caucasus light cruiser. It is difficult to sink her with 130mm naval guns, but it is still easy to make her lose her combat effectiveness. Without much command, after discovering the lone Hastily class, the 4 Caucasus light cruisers, except for the 2 Noviks on outer alert, surrounded it. The sound of 130mm guns resounded across the sea, and water columns continued to rise around the Hastily class, occasionally hitting the Hastily class hull and emitting a cloud of black smoke. The 130mm naval gun is not equipped with dedicated armor-piercing ammunition, but semi-armor-piercing shells can also penetrate the upper gun hull armor. With the support of the new generation of fire control, it is not difficult to hit the target at 9,000 meters. Under the siege of 4 ships, even if they could not penetrate the opponent's armored gun cover and 250mm nickel steel armor belt, it was enough to sweep the areas not covered by thick armor. Through Colonel Sergei's telescope, the superstructure of the Hastily class had been reduced to a mess by shrapnel. A 130mm grenade hit the armored gun cover of the main gun, leaving only a charred scar, and the shrapnel also scratched the outer layer of the main gun barrel. The enemy's counterattack seemed very weak under the attack of these 4 6,800-ton cruisers. The dense fire network quickly suffocated the 105mm rapid-fire guns without armor protection, and several 150mm guns in the gun emplacement were also silenced. Only the 280mm naval gun behind the armored gun cover was still firing normally. The current situation is like a group of lions besieging an old elephant. Although they cannot kill the elephant with one blow, each attack can tear a piece of flesh from the elephant. The dense artillery fire broke and collapsed the mast of the pre-dreadnought, and the lifeboat rolled into the sea. The fire caused by the explosives ignited the teak deck on the ship, turning the battleship into a huge bonfire. But the god of luck will not always favor one side. With a loud boom, Colonel Baranikov on the Admiral Butikov felt that he was blown off the floor by the shock wave and hit the top cover of the armored command tower. The salty and rusty taste suddenly filled his mouth, followed by a buzzing sound in his ears. He knew that his luck had come to an end. The 280mm shell fired by the Hastily-class ship hit the side of the Svetlana-class ship, tore through the defensive armor, and exploded inside. Although no damage report had been received yet, just based on the feeling just now, Baranikov knew that his warship was in danger. Vyacheslav's battleship was hit. Sergei saw that a terrible hole with billowing smoke had appeared on the side of the Admiral Butikov. The diameter was definitely 3 meters, and burnt human tissue or something else could be seen in it. Such damage means that the cruiser will be useless in the next battle and must return to the dock for major repairs. However, severely damaging a cruiser did not change the outcome of the battle. As the distance shortened to 7,000 meters, the Caucasian light cruisers, with improved accuracy, launched a torrential attack with dozens of 130mm naval guns, adding chips to the balance of victory bit by bit. As the shells damaged the rotating mechanisms of the front and rear main guns of the Haisue-class ship, the Haisue-class ship completely became a dead target lying on the sea. Just as Sergei was about to bring his ship closer to finish her off with torpedoes, the sound of a heavy artillery shell breaking through the air was heard. Boom. Chapter 89. The user you are calling is out of service area. Boom. A tall column of water shot up into the sky, and the waves caused the 6,800-ton Caucasus Empire light cruiser to tilt. That's at least a 343 mm class large-caliber naval gun. Qiancang's main fleet. Sergei, still in shock, turned around and saw a huge fleet appearing on the other side of the sea through the mist. Damn it. Report to General Alexeyev quickly. It's the Qiancang battlecruiser. The first to arrive after receiving the news this time were the Qiancang Navy's fast fleet, with 2 Weiyuan-class battlecruisers as the core. There were 2 Weiyuan-class battlecruisers and 4 Longwei-class armored cruisers, with an overall speed of over 27 knots. It was commanded by Admiral Su Hao, Chief of Staff of the Qiancang Navy. He had suffered a great loss in the northern waters against the Caucasus Empire's dreadnoughts, and this time he vowed to regain his face. 4 medium-sized targets, 2 small targets, approximately 19 kilometers away. The number of targets was inconsistent with the report of the Border Defense Fleet. There were 2 more cruisers and destroyers. However, for the fast fleet of Qiancang country with battlecruisers, 2 light cruisers or 4 light cruisers did not make much difference. Kill them all. Don't let any of them escape. Apart from the Haisue-class ship, have any other ships of ours been spotted nearby? Su Hao asked his adjutant on the flagship Weiyuan-class battlecruiser Yangwei. There are no other friendly ships. Chief of Staff. Su Hao didn't say anything else, but just silently took off his military cap. The staff behind him followed suit. He didn't have a good impression of the stubborn elements in the Border Defense Fleet. If they didn't have to rely on them as additional forces for border guards, the Qiancang Navy would not have allowed them to maintain their intact organization until now. However, no matter what, fighting to the last moment to defend the territory with inferior forces is definitely worthy of respect. Whether it is for superficial reasons or something else, Su Hao must make some gesture to boost the morale of the troops. Boom. The main guns of the Weiyuan-class battlecruiser roared once again. Orange flames swept across the sea, and their target was none other than the Admiral Butikov paralyzed on the sea. The 635 kilogram shell weight was not comparable to the 6-inch and below caliber guns of the cruisers. Huge water columns rose, and the yellow-green color at the bottom indicated that they were loaded with picric acid explosives. The water column raised by the explosion of high explosive shells of this level can reach nearly 100 meters high, which is an absolutely spectacular scene. In addition, the water droplets splashing from the top reflect the sunlight, emitting 7 colors of brilliance. However, the Caucasian sailors on the ship have no intention of appreciating this beautiful sight. At this time, the Admiral Butikov was shaking violently in the huge waves. Colonel Baranikov in the command tower felt like a rolling can of sardines, tossed around all over the place. However, Colonel Baranikov did not suffer for too long. After a loud bang, the cruiser that had lost power was hammered into a broken tin can by the heavy blows of the 2 battlecruisers. The 2 Novik-class destroyers had already fled at a high speed of 38 knots. Colonel Sergei and others forced the engine to overload regardless of the life of the boilers, trying to escape from the battlefield, but Su Hao would not let them go so easily. The 2 battlecruisers used their 343mm heavy artillery to continue firing. The rumbling sound of artillery and the loud noise of shells hitting the water and exploding tortured the Caucasian sailors on the remaining 3 light cruisers all the time. Colonel Sergei huddled in the command tower and made the sign of the cross, hoping that God would hear his prayers, but it seemed that his sincerity was not enough, or that he was not in God's service area. A near-miss bomb landed near the stern of the ship, damaging the steering gear of the Admiral Greg and also twisting the rudder. The light cruiser began to spin on the sea. The sudden vibration and turn caused Colonel Sergei to fall flat on his face, but it was the steel deck that he was biting. The steering gear is not responding. The navigator held onto the hatch and reported to Captain Sergei tremblingly, then muttered, "We're done." Sergei Berkatovsky understood that it was only a matter of time before the ship sank. He estimated the distance between the main fleet and his current position and found that it would not take long for the main fleet to arrive. He decided not to stay on this living coffin and wait for death. "Stop the engine. Stop the engine. Hoist the white flag. Let's get off this damn ship. It is very dangerous to jump into the sea from a ship that is spinning in circles at high speed. You may be rolled under the ship or rolled to the stern and beaten into pieces by the propeller." So Sergei ordered the engine room to shut down urgently to create conditions for abandoning the ship. The colonel tore off a piece of cloth and covered the wound on his head caused by the bump, and then tried his best to issue the order to abandon ship. The Caucasian soldiers felt relieved after seeing the white flag raised on the mast and hearing the order to abandon ship. They appeared on the deck one after another, and when the ship gradually slowed down, they rushed to jump into the sea without waiting for the lifeboat to be lowered. An enemy light cruiser is flying a white flag. The lookout reported the news immediately. "Change the target. They should be smart." There are only 2 left of the original 4 Caucasian light cruisers. Su Hao felt much more relieved, but he was still not ready to let go of the remaining 2 Caucasian cruisers. After all, this kind of exciting battle where you beat up a little kid is not something you can encounter often. The Svetlana class has a maximum speed of 29.5 knots, but the Wei Yuan class and her prototype, the British Lion-class battlecruiser, also have a maximum speed of 27 knots. It is not impossible to overspeed the engine to 28 knots for a short time. It is not easy to get a hit in a pursuit battle, but it is not so easy to escape the effective range of 24,000 m of the 343mm naval gun. Lion-class, Wei Yuan class, high-speed sailing. The 2 ships concentrated their 8 main guns to fire at one of the Svetlana-class ships. Even if there was no direct hit, the large-caliber high-explosive bombs exploding at close range could cause certain damage to this light cruiser. Damage means slowing down, and in this kind of battle, slowing down means destruction. However, perhaps the 2 Caucasian light cruisers were not destined to die. After 20 minutes of desperate escape, the Caucasian sailors on the ship were surprised to see 3 huge ship shadows appearing in the direction of sailing. The main fleet of the far eastern frontier of the Caucasus Empire has finally arrived at the battlefield. Chapter 90 Declaration of War. 1 o'clock. 2 small ship silhouettes and 3 large ship silhouettes. It's 3 Sevastopol-class ships. Hearing the lookout's report, the officers in the bridge of the Yangwei subconsciously shrank back. They had all participated in the previous battle, the battle that took place in the archipelago occupied by the Caucasus Empire in the northern part of the Tsongbei Sea. At that time, in order to expel the invading Caucasus Empire fleet from Tsongbei, Qiancang Kingdom directly declared war on the Caucasus Empire. On the basis of the strength of the original 3rd Guards fleet, it strengthened the Lingyuan-class fleet and marched to Tsongbei with a mighty force. As a result, it encountered 3 Sevastopol-class dreadnoughts in the Amur Sea area. The leader of the team was the Chief of Naval Staff, Su Hao. He and the fleet staff estimated the difference in strength between the 2 sides and felt that their 8 343mm naval guns plus 30 305mm naval guns were enough to deal with the Caucasians' 36 305mm guns. Unexpectedly, the powerful firepower of the 3 Sevastopol-class ships was still not inferior to the Qiancang fleet consisting of 1 Wei Yuan-class and 3 Lingyuan-class ships. Relying on its excellent fire control capabilities, the Sevastopol class successfully suppressed 4 Qiancang battleships, including 1 super dreadnought, in the long-range artillery battle. Furthermore, the Qiancang Navy was surprised to discover that the enemy's shells possessed strong penetrating power beyond that of a 305mm caliber, piercing the 229mm thick main armor belt of the then Wei Yuan-class warship at a distance of 14,000 meters. Their own 305mm shells could not penetrate the enemy's main armor belt at this distance, and even 343mm guns could not penetrate the Caucasus battleship's multi-layered defenses at this distance, leaving Su Hao at a loss. In the end, a Lingyuan-class ship was severely damaged, and the Wei Yuan-class battlecruiser also suffered considerable damage. The Caucasians forcibly repelled the Qiancang fleet and pursued it all the way, forcing Qiancang to seek conditional asylum from the Dongying fleet. Now, with only the 2 Wei Yuan-class battlecruisers in hand, it is obviously not enough to handle the 3 Sevastopol-class battlecruisers. They are lucky. Su Hao adjusted his military cap and issued a retreat order, turning to retreat to Xuecheng with 6 ships. The 3 Lingyuan-class ships behind were 50 nautical miles away, so there was no need for him to bring 2 battlecruisers here to fight the Caucasians. Besides, the previously silent Dongying fleet should be ready for action by now. On the other side of the sea level, the Congo-class battlecruiser Congo is commanded by Vice Admiral Hyakuro Togo and a group of Tosakura generals. Commander-in-Chief Togo. A telegram from the Qiancang fleet. A staff officer hurriedly ran up to the navigation bridge with a telegram in his hand. Togo Hyakuro took the telegram, glanced at it, and understood what was going on. He then handed it to Akiyama Seiyuki, the standing fleet staff officer. After Akiyama Seiyuki finished marking the nautical chart, Togo stood up and gave the order. Gentlemen, the people of Qiancang have reported the location of the Caucasus fleet. Now, as long as our Imperial Navy and the Qiancang Navy join forces, we can destroy this reckless Caucasus fleet, lay the foundation for the Empire to control Baitsong, and also wash away the shame of our Imperial Navy. Now I order. Togo's voice rose 8 degrees, and the officers on the bridge stood up straight. Tsukuba-class and Kasuga-class formations, Kitayama, search for the enemy landing ship formations. All ships of this fleet turn right at a constant speed of 2 compass points, then increase speed to 20 knots, and enter the battle in a single column. Responses will be adjusted based on the enemy's situation. On the afternoon of May 30th, 1665, in the eastern Sakura Empire's Edo Castle, Roman Rosen, the Caucasus Empire's ambassador to Dongying, returned to the embassy by car with a heavy heart. An hour and a half ago, he was woken up from his nap by his subordinates. Dongying's foreign minister Jiro Saito urgently summoned him and said, "In view of the irreconcilable interest disputes between the 2 countries in the Tsangbe Sea area, the Dongying Empire will sever diplomatic relations with the Caucasus Empire and declare war on the Caucasus Empire from now on." He also handed him a letter of severance of diplomatic relations and a letter of declaration of war, and ordered him to leave the territory of the Dongying Empire within 8 hours. The carriage stopped at the gate of the Caucasian Empire embassy. Roman Rosen jumped off the carriage and ran straight into the embassy. He ordered the counselor to immediately lower the flag of the Caucasian Empire and start destroying confidential documents. He then ran straight to the radio station to notify the Caucasian Empire of the beginning of the war as quickly as possible. Soon, this bombshell news spread from Edo Castle to all over the world. "General, we are now within 80 nautical miles of the Snow City Islands." The staff officer opened the nautical chart and showed Alexeyev the current location of the fleet. Those yellow monkeys run so fast. Having lost 2 light cruisers and failed to capture the battlecruiser of the Qiancang Navy, Vice Admiral Alexeyev was in a bad mood. "I think they must be shrinking their forces to prepare for a decisive battle with us. So, Alexander, contact the landing ship forces and have them report their positions and maintain a distance of 50 nautical miles from us." "General, we can't contact the landing ship troops." After a while, the staff officer returned to Lieutenant General Alexeyev with sweat on his forehead. The telegram he sent out was like a drop in the ocean, with no response received. Moreover, the last communication from the landing ship force was sent nearly 2 hours ago. "Keep in touch. Maybe the radio equipment is just broken." Vice Admiral Alexeyev did not think too much about it. The old merchant ship that served as the landing ship was not equipped with a radio, and the radio equipment of one of the Rurik II type ships also reported a malfunction when they set out. Perhaps the same equipment on the other ship was also malfunctioning. Although the combat capability of the Rurik II cannot be compared with those of the last generation of pre-dreadnoughts and battleships above dreadnoughts, it is still sufficient to face ordinary reconnaissance cruisers. With the decisive battle imminent, it is impossible for the Qiancang Kingdom to withdraw such a battleship to hunt down its own landing ship formation. Lieutenant General Alexeyev made the correct judgment. He guessed that his opponent was seeking a fleet decisive battle with him, but he did not expect that the opponent was not just the Qiancang fleet. 11 o'clock. Huge column of smoke. Lieutenant General Alexeyev raised his binoculars and judged the enemy's strength from the numerous masts. 2 Weiyuan-class ships, 3 Lingyuan-class ships. They have 1 more battlecruiser than last time, but it's still too early for them to take us down. Vice Admiral Alexeyev said confidently. The fleet should turn left 4 compass points. Prepare for artillery fire. Open fire once they get within 20,000 meters. Let these yellow monkeys see how powerful we are. Indeed, the strength of 2 super dreadnought battlecruisers and 3 dreadnoughts has surpassed his 3 Sevastopol-class ships, but given the high speed of his ships, the initiative on the battlefield is still in the hands of the Caucasus Empire. Unless the 2 battlecruisers give up their speed advantage and stay in the battle line, the opponent can use their firepower advantage to suppress the Caucasus fleet. However, This would only allow the formation to reach a maximum speed of 21 knots, which was inferior to the 24 knots of the Caucasus side, which could be used for both attack and defense. If the opponent allowed the battlecruiser to pursue, there would be a risk of the formation becoming disconnected and being divided and surrounded. However, Lieutenant General Alexiev's confidence did not last long. He accidentally glanced to the left and discovered a second column of smoke. At the same time, the signalman rushed into the bridge holding a telegram. Chapter 91, Chasing the Enemy. Alexiev took the message, showing a look of horror, and said slowly, "The Dongying people have declared war on US." What? The fleet staff looked at each other in bewilderment, no one daring to believe the news. It was true that there was friction between the Dongying people and their side in the Qiangbei Sea area, but wasn't it too hasty to declare war? Moreover, the identity of the fleet that appeared in the rear. It's the Rising Sun flag, the East Sakura Navy. The lookout trembled as he confirmed the target's identity. 5 large ships. 1 Congo class, for Hanoi class. Distance 22,000. Against the dim evening skyline, the figures of the Dongying fleet were just a few black dots. But in the eyes of the soldiers of the Caucasus fleet, they were the most terrifying things in the world. This news made the officers in the bridge panic. Facing the Qiancang Navy alone might be enough to deal with it, but facing the attack from both Dongying and Qiancang, the 3 Sevastopol-class ships were really unable to cope. These despicable Dongying people. Lieutenant General Alexiev was furious. He had just received the declaration of war, but his landing ship fleet had long lost contact. This meant that these Dongying people might have attacked the landing ship formation before the declaration of war was delivered. They will pay for offending the Great Caucasus. Lieutenant General Alexiev said viciously. Come on, let's hurt them first. Faced with such a situation, it is unlikely to turn around and escape directly. However, the alliance between Qiancang Kingdom and Dongying people is not solid. Perhaps if one of the parties is hurt, a crack will appear in this temporary alliance, giving them a chance to escape. Change course to 195. Attack the Dongying fleet first. As the Vice Admiral's order was issued, the 3 Sevastopol-class ships, along with the remaining 2 light cruisers and 2 Novik-class destroyers, turned southeast, trying to tear a hole from the direction of the East Sakura fleet. Meanwhile, Admiral Hihikaro Togo on the Congo also noticed his opponent's movements. The legendary Caucasian Empire's most powerful dreadnought. Let's experience it. Vice Admiral Togo smiled and issued a combat order. Concentrate your attack on the enemy flagship, firing sequentially. The opponent obviously wanted to escape, and Hihikaro Togo was not prepared to fight to the death with the desperate Caucasus battleship here, but it would certainly be better to weaken the opponent's strength as much as possible. The rangefinders on the 5 Tosakura battleships, led by the Congo class, began to rotate. The artillery officers were calculating various firing parameters. The ammunition had been pushed into the gun barrels, and the thick gun barrels were raised high, waiting for the order to fire. On the night of May 31st, 1665, in the calendar of this plain, in Qiancang City, the capital of the Qiancang Second Empire. Your Majesty, the Dongying people have declared war on the Caucasus Empire. The 3 fleets clashed in the waters near the Snow City Islands, and the Dongying people even announced that they had sunk a dreadnought of the Caucasus Empire. Sun Tianwei, the prince of Qiancang's Second Empire, hurried into the hall and reported the news to the emperor. Our chance to restore the throne is coming, Your Majesty. If a dreadnought is sunk, the Caucasians will definitely not give up. The far eastern frontier, the Amur Sea, and even other fleets of the Caucasus Empire will move towards the North Song. This is no longer just an armed conflict. Once the war expands, the rebel fleet will definitely be entangled and unable to escape, and our army's main warships have basically completed repairs. The emperor also began to think and smelled an opportunity here. Prince Xinghua, how many main battleships have we restored to combat effectiveness? Your Majesty, the 5 battleships, including the Imperial Power, have all regained combat capability, Sun Tianwei replied confidently. The White Eagle Task Force alone is no match for us. Okay. The emperor's eyes lit up again after several months. He truly saw the hope of restoring the Qiancang Empire. Your Majesty, please be patient. Sun Tianwei stepped forward. The time is not yet ripe. Your Majesty, please wait for the east wind to arrive. How is it? Potato, have you intercepted any new intelligence? At the Taixi Islands radio monitoring station, the telecommunications director patted the monitor Ma Linshu on the back. This station mainly monitors radio communications in the southern waters, with a focus on the British Malay colony, the Iberian Luzon colony, and the Qianjiang Islands. The news that Dongying declared war on the Caucasus Empire has been transmitted back to the Qiancang Autonomous Territory. Penghuai's monitoring station also reported that the Caucasus fleet successfully damaged 3 Dongying battleships at the cost of a battleship and finally retreated under the cover of night. Now, all the monitoring stations in the north are monitoring the movements in the Qiangbei Sea area, and their stations in the south are required to focus on monitoring the British Far East Fleet in the Qiancang Islands. In previous monitoring work, they have confirmed that the British fleet stationed in the Hong Kong Islands actually has 4 battleships, 2 Neptune-class dreadnoughts, and 2 Orion-class super-dreadnoughts, and the British Admiralty is also preparing to dispatch Queen Elizabeth-class ships to garrison in Hong Kong, but they have not yet arrived in Hong Kong. Nothing's happening yet. No news of the British fleet leaving the port. The monitor, known as Potato, adjusted the knob on the machine, pointed to the paper tapes piled on the table, and said without turning around, "It's all routine communication." Suddenly, the indicator light on the machine flashed a few times, and then began to output paper tape. Ma Linshu straightened his face and began to translate according to the code book, but he soon realized that this communication was unusual. The further he went, the more solemn his expression became. The supervisor noticed the situation here and looked down at Ma Linshu translating word by word. Centurion, Bavalar, Canopus, end of training, north to east Sakura. Report to the governor immediately. Report to the governor immediately. The British fleet has left Hong Kong. The latest news from the monitoring station is that 2 Orion-class super-dreadnoughts of the British Empire's Far East Fleet and a Neptune-class dreadnought battleship that was conducting routine long-distance training in the eastern waters of Guangdong have been dispatched to Dongying for a friendly visit. Chu Qing pushed the telegram in front of Chief of Staff Zhang Qian. The Caucasians have suffered a loss and will certainly not give up. The Dongying people suffered heavy losses in the battle with us. I am afraid they can't deal with the Qiancang Kingdom and the Caucasian Empire going all out. So the British are preparing to intervene personally. Chu Qing smiled, just as I speculated before. The governor is so foresight. Zhang Qian couldn't help but admire Chu Qing's judgment. In fact, this was just the revelation Chu Qing got from the history of the original Blue Star. However, the power of the great powers in Hong Kong has weakened. Can we make a further move towards the Cangnan Sea area? Chu Qing hung the general's cap back on the wall and said, "This is exactly what I thought." Previously, because the Guangdong fleet needed to consolidate and digest the defense line, the remnants of Cangnan Inspector General Lu Wuming were still struggling in the Cangnan Sea area. Now that the powers have no time to care about other things, it is a good time to wipe out this remnant army. After receiving the intelligence from the telecommunications department, Chu Qing immediately convened a telephone conference with the senior leaders of each fleet, informing them of the latest intelligence and ordering the northern fleet to strengthen its vigilance. The southern fleet began to attack the remaining islands in the Cangnan Sea area to wipe out the remaining enemies. Now that the submarine cable has been laid, connecting every archipelago in the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, Chu Qing can hold a telephone conference in any archipelago within the territory, saving time traveling back and forth. And thousands of miles away in the Caucasian Empire's St. Petersburg Islands, there is a man who is now very angry. Chapter 92 No Oil. Damn it. Damn those Dongying people. In a tall Baroque palace on the banks of the Neva River, Tsar Nicholas II of the Caucasus Empire was furious. Less than an hour after Dongying's note of severing diplomatic ties and declaration of war were delivered, the report of the fleet attack was delivered to Nicholas II's desk. This was obviously a long-planned sneak attack. The ruler of the Caucasus Empire was immediately furious, and at an emergency imperial meeting, he asked the naval commander, Grand Duke Alexei Alexandrovich, the real emperor's uncle, to immediately allocate warships to Qiangbei and teach the Qiancang Kingdom and the despicable Dongying people a lesson. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Grand Duke Alexei allocated 3 Queen Maria-class battleships and an Ismail-class battlecruiser from the Baltic Sea, and took a number of guard ships across the vast territory of the Caucasus Empire to the Far East to assist in the war. Ismail-class. However, although there are waterways within the Caucasus Empire in this dimension for battleships to travel, and they will not be blocked by land like the original Blue Planet, the Caucasus battleships and battlecruisers have the problem of insufficient endurance. These expeditionary battleships still have to stop at the port for supplies many times along the way, which takes a lot of time, and Vice Admiral Alexeyev, who is being hunted, obviously can't wait any longer. On the morning of June 1st, 1665, in the calendar of this plane, Muling Island in the waters of the Qiancang Islands, 2 battered battleships were stumbling and crawling alone on the sea that was still shrouded in darkness. Their tall hulls were covered with charred marks and craters left by artillery fire. The wind and waves hit the hulls horizontally, making clanging sounds. "Alexander, where are we now?" Lieutenant General Alexeyev asked his staff officer wearily, gazing at the faint light on the horizon. The staff officer examined the nautical chart for a while and quickly reported, "We are 160 nautical miles from the main island of the Taixi Islands. There is an abandoned port nearby, but the channel is probably silted up and cannot accommodate us." Vice Admiral Alexeyev nodded. It seemed that the method of entering the harbor to avoid the attack was not feasible. Then he cast his eyes on the distant skyline. His fleet had successfully opened a gap in the battle with the fleets of Dongying and Qiancang at the cost of 1 dreadnought in exchange for severely damaging 3 Dongying warships. He took advantage of the night to quickly shake off the enemy's main fleet and then turned to the northeast, preparing to reunite with Vice Admiral Dubasov's fleet. However, both the Dongying fleet and the Qiancang kingdom sent out airships to conduct reconnaissance on the Caucasus fleet. In the end, Alexeyev was exposed under the searchlight column. Under the guidance of flares and searchlights, the Dongying and Qiancang fleets launched a night attack on the Caucasus fleet with a torpedo ship formation as the lead. Alexeyev observed at least 3 battlecruisers, 6 light cruisers, and 6 destroyers. After a fierce battle, the Caucasus fleet lost all its guard ships. In return, a 457mm torpedo launched by the Novik class hit a Qiancang battlecruiser. In addition, the wind and waves on the sea suddenly increased, and the airship unit could no longer continue to carry out reconnaissance missions. The joint fleet of the 2 countries retreated, and the Caucasus battleships had a chance of survival. Alexeyev's flagship, the Pavlovsk, was also hit by a torpedo. Although the damage control team promptly drained the seawater and plugged the leak, the speed dropped by 2 to 3 knots, and more than half of the fuel leaked. "I'm afraid it will not be able to reach the Caucasus Empire-controlled area in the Tsongbay Sea." Bang! Splash! The sound of metal colliding and falling into the water was heard. Without the lieutenant admiral asking, the damage control officer on the ship came to him to report the situation. A piece of the Petropavlovsk's side armor plate fell off under the heavy load. The armor plate support structure of the Sevastopol class does have the problem of insufficient strength. After experiencing 2 fierce battles yesterday, it is inevitable that it will not be able to withstand the strong winds and waves. The Poltava that was lost was because the armor plate was hit by multiple large-caliber shells. The rivets broke and fell off, thus exposing the unprotected hull. And finally, it was hit by a large-caliber armor-piercing shell in the ammunition depot under the No. 2 turret. The only thing that Alexeyev was thankful for was that at the beginning of the war, the Ismail-class battlecruiser stationed in the Far Eastern Territory received the news and was rushing here at full speed. Since the Syracuse waters were close to the Far Eastern Territory, the support ships could arrive in 12 hours at most, and now it had been nearly 10 hours since the battle started. The Borodino was an Ismail-class battlecruiser, the ace of the Far Eastern frontier. It was armed with 12 .52 caliber 356mm guns housed in 4 triple turrets. Like the Sevastopol-class main guns, they used high-charge charges, capable of firing 747.6 kilograms rounds at a muzzle velocity exceeding 820 m. By comparison, the 356mm guns of the Congo class of the Tosakura Navy at this time were somewhat underwhelming. "May God bless us to get rid of the despicable yellow monkey," Alexeyev muttered angrily. With the current state of the fleet, if they encounter the fleet of Qiancang or Dongying again, they will probably follow the same fate as the Poltava. "General Alexeyev, this is a telegram from General Dubasov." The signalman quickly handed the message to Lieutenant General Alexeyev. Upon hearing this news, Alexeyev cheered up a little. General Dubasov's fleet has also set sail from Shinong and is approaching Alexeyev at full speed. It is expected to meet up with the fleet of the Far Eastern border region in 18 hours. Dubasov's fleet also had 3 Sevastopol-class dreadnoughts, and when the 2 were combined, they had the ability to protect themselves. The fuel reserves on the Petropavlovsk are now enough to sail more than 300 nautical miles. If it travels at full speed, the consumption will be even greater. The urgent task is to find fuel for replenishment. As the sky gradually brightened, Alexeyev's gaze finally stopped at the Taixi Islands, which was an oil-producing area and petrochemical base of Qiancang State. There must be crude oil available for supply. Moreover, intelligence showed that the fleet originally protecting USI had been transferred to another large oil well in the west. There should be a shortage of troops here, which is suitable for fleet supply. Moreover, it is very close to Muling, and the remaining fuel is enough to support navigation. Notify Borodino to change the route to the Taixi Islands. We will meet up with them south of the Taixi Islands. After talking with his staff, Alexiev finalized the next action target. Chapter 93, Akiyama Masayuki's Prediction. Meanwhile, on the Congo, the flagship of the Tosakura Navy, which was searching the Caucasus Fleet at full speed, Akiyama Sanyuki, a standing fleet staff officer, was expressing his opinion to Vice Admiral Togo. Commander Togo, the 7-stage strike tactics we developed earlier are very stable, but based on the current situation, perhaps we can no longer proceed so cautiously. Lieutenant Colonel Akiyama found Hyakuro Togo with the newly prepared battle plan and a bag. Tell me your reasons, Staff Officer Akiyama. Togo Hyakuro observed the rising star of the standing fleet with great interest. The 7-stage attack tactics used against the Caucasus Fleet had originally been formulated by this naval staff officer. We've already completed 2 stages of the 7-stage attack, the daytime fleet decisive battle and the nighttime torpedo ship raid. They've been very effective. Why change it? But Dubasov in the north will definitely lead the fleet south, and the fleet of the far eastern border region will definitely come to support. If we continue to weaken the strength of the enemy fleet step by step according to the 7-stage attack method, then the enemy will be able to meet up with the reinforcements before the operation is completed. Akiyama opened the battle plan and spread it in front of the lieutenant general. I think we must intercept Alexiev as soon as possible on his path, and then launch a final decisive battle to completely eliminate him. But now the airship troops cannot be deployed. How do we know where they went? And which route is their only way? Dongying asked. Lieutenant Colonel Akiyama then opened the bag he was carrying, and what appeared in front of Togo was a piece of oil-stained cloth. Seeing Togo's puzzled look, Akiyama Sanyuki explained, "Just now, I noticed that the reflection of the sea surface under the searchlight was abnormal, so I asked the soldiers to tie clothes with ropes and throw them into the sea. After fishing them out, we finally confirmed that it was the heavy oil used by the warships. This place is quite far from the previous battlefield. It's impossible that the fuel leaked from the sunken dreadnought." Akiyama threw the cloth back into the bag. This is obviously left by the 2 remaining Caucasian battleships. Their fuel tanks must have been destroyed during the battle. Akiyama speculated. Also, according to the data, the Caucasian battleship's endurance is far inferior to similar warships from other countries. So with the fuel leaking and the speed decreasing, they definitely can't go far. You mean we take advantage of the battlecruiser's high speed to ambush them on their way to resupply? Togo Hyakuro understood what Akiyama Sanyuki meant. If that's the case, I assume you've already figured out the Caucasians' movements. Akiyama Sanyuki nodded and drew a circle on the nautical chart with a plotter pen. Commander-in-Chief Togo, if I were the commander of the Caucasus Fleet, I would definitely go here to refuel. In addition, in order to rendezvous with the support ships from the Far Eastern Territory, I would choose a route close to the border. After listening quietly to Akiyama's narration and glancing at the sea chart, Togo Hyakuro pondered for a moment before slowly showing approval. Let's do as you say. I'll contact Qiancang Kingdom and ask them to cooperate with us. At 6 o'clock on June 1st, 1665 in the local calendar, on the Caucasus battleship Gangut, Colonel Sergei, who had been rescued from the ship, was in the bridge replacing the first mate who had died earlier. What time is it now? Udintsev. Captain Anton Udintsev looked at his watch and said, "It's almost 6 o'clock. The sun has already risen. Fortunately, the wind and waves are still strong. Otherwise, those annoying airships will come to harass us again." Anton Udintsev sighed. He did not encounter any reconnaissance ships and airships of the Dongying and Qiancang fleets along the way. This was undoubtedly a good sign. Now the speed of the Petropavlovsk has been reduced to 20 knots. Once discovered, it will not be able to escape the pursuit of the enemy's 3 high-speed battlecruisers. Now the 2 can only pray that the strong wind and waves will last for a while, preferably for several days and nights, until they meet up with Vice Admiral Dubasov and then stop. Due to the change in the rendezvous point, it will take another 1 to 2 hours for the Borodino to rendezvous with General Alexiev. Now is the time when the Caucasus fleet is at its most vulnerable. Strange, have we reached the Taixi Islands so soon? A black dot suddenly appeared on the sea level in the distance, which made Colonel Sergei very confused. He reached out to grab the nautical chart, but Colonel Anton Udintsev beside him shouted, "It's the enemy fleet. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle." It's those 3 battlecruisers. The sailors on the ship who had not slept all night forced themselves to cheer up again, trying their best to stay calm and deal with the upcoming battle. However, Vice Admiral Alexiev felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. The enemy fleet that appeared here completely blocked his last chance of survival. "Send our position. Let Borodino move closer here immediately." Alexiev's last hope was that the Ismail-class battlecruiser could arrive at the battlefield before he was sunk, but judging from the current situation, this hope was very slim. 3 battlecruisers of the same British origin, under the cover of 6 cruisers, came head-on to intercept Alexeyev's fleet. The battered Caucasus battleships dragged their exhausted bodies to form a battle formation to meet the attack. No destroyers were found, perhaps because the strong wind and waves caused them to fall behind. There's nothing to fear from them. Our naval guns can easily pry open their defenses like opening a can of pickles. Soldiers, fire with all your might and send these yellow monkeys into the sea. The junior officers shouted loudly from their positions. Only in this way can we survive. Although the officers spared no effort to boost morale, all the Caucasian sailors on the fleet understood that this might be their last battle. Even if they repelled the 3 battlecruisers, they would have no way out when the enemy's battleship formation from the rear pressed forward. The 2 Sevastopol-class ships rotated their main turrets to the port side, and the heavy armor-piercing shells were pushed into the barrel by the ramrods. The breech bolts were locked, and they only waited for the Poland system to complete the calculation of the fire control parameters. Boys, it's my honor to fight alongside you. Vice Admiral Yevgeny Ivanovich Alexeyev took off his military cap and made the sign of the cross on his forehead and chest in the armored command tower of the Petropavlovsk. Boom. Chapter 94 Destruction. When the hands of Lieutenant General Togo Hayakaro's watch pointed to 7:30, the battle on the sea was over. All ships immediately began to count losses and salvage fallen crew members and prisoners. It was not until they saw the burning and broken figures of 2 Caucasian battleships sinking into the sea in the distance that Togo Hayakaro and Akiyama Senyuki felt relieved. Akiyama's prediction was indeed accurate. Alexeyev really led the fleet to the Taixi Islands to try to find fuel supplies, but was caught red-handed by the fleets of Dongying and Qiancang. Now, the main force of the fleet of the far eastern frontier region of the Caucasus Empire has been completely wiped out here. With the sinking of these 3 dreadnoughts, the strength of the Caucasus fleet in the Tsangbe Sea area has been greatly reduced. Next, all they have to do is to wipe out the Amur Sea fleet coming south from Xinjiang in one go. The battle just now was extremely thrilling. The Caucasus fleet's dying counterattack was extremely fierce. They opened fire at a distance of 21,000 meters and took advantage of the fire control system to achieve crossfire first. When the buzzing heavy shells cut through the air and fell like meteors, even Togo Hayakaro felt scared. The insane destructive power of the high-speed heavy shells severely damaged a Wei Yuan-class battlecruiser of the Qiancang Kingdom, destroying her 2 main turrets. The starboard side of the hull also took on a large amount of water and was tilting. If it was not docked for maintenance, there would be a real risk of sinking. 1 Shikuma-class and 1 Longwei-class armored cruiser were also destroyed by heavy artillery and sank completely to the bottom of the sea 15 minutes after the battle began. The Wei Yuan-class ship that was hit by the torpedo had completed emergency repairs, so it was not counted, but including the 3 Hanoi-class ships that were severely damaged before, the Caucasus fleet had forced 4 coalition battleships to temporarily withdraw from the battle. However, Akiyama Senyuki noticed that the Caucasus battleships should have some kind of multi-layer defense system, and there was armor defense inside the main armor belt. Even if the 343mm armor-piercing shells of the Wei Yuan-class battlecruiser penetrated the main armor belt, it would not necessarily cause fatal damage to the Caucasus battlecruiser, which made it quite difficult to sink them. In addition, Hayakaro Togo also observed that the British armor-piercing shells fired by his own and Qiancang fleets during the naval battle had serious premature explosion problems. Many of them exploded before completely penetrating the armor, greatly affecting combat efficiency. If the opponent's armor plates had not suffered a lot of blows in previous battles, resulting in insufficient strength and falling off, the combined fleets of both sides would probably have suffered even greater losses. He compiled these situations into a combat report and planned to feedback it to the headquarters after the battle to request improvements in ammunition design. At 4 o'clock, a large ship silhouette. It's the Caucasian battlecruiser. Distance 26,000. When Dongying and Qiancang's battlecruiser fleets completed their reorganization and merged with the battleship formation in the rear, the Caucasian battlecruiser Ismail finally arrived. Faced with the 2 countries' reunited fleets, the isolated Caucasus battlecruiser did not have the courage to challenge and turned around and fled at a distance of 23,000 meters. Su Hao and Dong Xiang did not order a pursuit because, according to the existing intelligence, the other side could increase the speed to 28 knots when the engine is overloaded, and their own battlecruiser formation might not be able to catch up. Moreover, the Caucasus-produced 356mm naval gun with powerful explosives is not so easy to deal with, and the ship will capsize and sink if not careful. Report to the Navy Department at headquarters. The main force of the enemy's far eastern frontier fleet has been destroyed. The first phase of the operation is complete. Our 3 Kawachi-class ships have been severely damaged. If we want to conduct the second phase of the operation, we will need the support of the follow-up fleet. On the morning of June 1st, 1665, in the present calendar, Fengzhou port, Zhang Mingxuan, commander of the Southern Fleet of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, boarded the new flagship, the Queen Elizabeth-class battleship Fengzhou, watched by his subordinates. The sailors slowly raised his vice admiral flag and commander's flag on the mast of the battleship. The soldiers of the Marine Brigade also boarded the newly modified landing ship. The ground force responsible for the landing mission this time was composed of 2 Marine brigades expanded from the original Taixi Autonomous Territories Marine Brigade. All members were equipped with automatic and semi-automatic firepower, and their firepower was not inferior to the White Eagle Federation soldiers of the original Blue Star in World War II. The standard pistol that Chu Qing chose was the M1911 Browning, which was of White Eagle descent, mainly because of the excellent stopping ability of the 11.43 mm bullet. Based on the principle of universal ammunition, the standard submachine gun he chose was an improved model of the M1921 submachine gun, also produced by White Eagle. The basic organization of the Marine Brigade's infantry squad is 10 people, with 8 M1916 semi-automatic rifles forming the core firepower. The squad leader carries an improved Thompson M1921 submachine gun, but according to demand, it is changed to the M1923 handguard style, and a bayonet and bayonet lugs similar to the M1923 are installed under the barrel. The supporting firepower is a light machine gun improved from the M1916 type and fed by a drum. The machine gunner is equipped with an M1911 pistol, and the auxiliary gunner is still equipped with a semi-automatic rifle. It adopts a 33-man formation, with 3 squads in 1 platoon. Heavy machine guns are assigned to the platoon level. Each platoon has a separate 5-person heavy machine gun team responsible for operating and transporting the M1921 water-cooled heavy machine gun. The machine gunner, deputy gunner, and ammunition handler also use M1911 Browning pistols for self-defense. Water-cooled Browning 12.7 mm heavy machine gun. Artillery firepower has not been enhanced for the time being, and the original 47 mm light rapid-fire gun is still used. In fact, the entire Marine Corps does not have an organized long-range fire support unit. The 47 mm rapid-fire gun is only decentralized to the company level to knock down some temporary fortresses that are not very strong. Chu Qing had not yet considered adding heavy firepower to the land forces. At most, he would equip them with some mortars in the future. After all, these former autonomous islands had no permanent fortifications other than coastal defense fortresses, nor did they have vast plains for the troops to deploy and fight in the field. The landing forces faced medium and short-range battles and street fighting in industrial and residential areas. Heavy artillery lacking mobility was of little use and instead took up a large number of personnel. Since the large ships of the original Tsangnan Sea Fleet were completely wiped out in the previous battle, Zhang Mingxuan speculated that there would be no large-scale naval battles in the clearance of the remaining islands in the Tsangnan Sea area. The Southern Fleet was only prepared to mobilize 1 Queen-class battleship to take charge. Moreover, her mission was only to use the long range of advanced naval guns to suppress the coastal defense firepower outside the range of old coastal artillery, and try not to directly participate in naval battles to avoid the news leaking out and attracting the prying of the great powers. The protagonists of this operation were still the Longwei-class armored cruisers and other old cruisers. This time, the combat objectives that Chu Qing explained to Zhang Mingxuan were not only to attack from Fengzhou to the southwest towards the Lingdong Islands, but also to recapture the Yingzhou Islands in the southeast. This archipelago was the largest island in the Tsangnan Sea before the Crustal movement, but now it has been scattered into small islands. The land area has decreased, but the strategic significance has not diminished at all. If it is successfully recovered, it can be turned into a natural barrier for the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. At the same time, it can deter Hong Kong to the west and use it as a fulcrum to control the Luzon colony to the south. The Yingzhou Islands have always been under the jurisdiction of the Tsangnan Sea area and directly governed by Inspector General Lu Wuming. The local indigenous people completely disappeared during the great geological turmoil 100 years ago. Currently, the remnants of Yingzhou Island are led by the adjutant of the former Inspector General of Tsangnan. They are also the most powerful remnant of the bandits, but their naval equipment is only a few old cruisers, which can't make a big difference. Chapter 95: The White Eagle Man Who Can't Sit Still. Unfortunately, Vice Admiral Alexei's fleet has been destroyed. Vice Admiral Dubasov was holding a combat meeting in the operations room of his flagship, the 12 Apostles. Now, Our current strength alone is not enough to complete the previous operation to annex the northern part of the Zhongbei Sea area. We may need to switch to a defensive position. However, the good news is that in addition to the Ismail-class battlecruiser, Marshal Alexei also sent a reinforcement fleet from the west. Once the reinforcements from the Baltic Fleet arrive, we will be able to launch another offensive in Baitsong. The Great Saisoi, originally stationed in the Amur Sea, has now entered the waters of the Qiancang Islands with auxiliary ships and is coming to join us. Once all the troops are in place, we will have 7 battleships and 2 battlecruisers. By then, neither the Qiancang Kingdom nor the despicable Dongying people will be our opponents. However, before the reinforcements arrive, we must find a suitable port for ourselves to defend. Lieutenant General Dubasov stood in front of a battle map, pointing to the fleet's current location. He said, "We are currently 120 nautical miles north of the Boli Islands. The Boli Islands and the surrounding Zhangguantan Islands are not suitable places to hold. The harbor is small and the waterways are narrow, which is not conducive to the fleet's rapid deployment. We also lack the heavy fuel oil reserves we need. There is crude oil available for supply in the USI Islands to the south, but there is already a yellow monkey fleet there. I propose that we first shrink our defenses. After we complete the connection with the Borodino, we return to the Qiancang forward base and use mines and coastal defense facilities to defend ourselves until reinforcements meet up with us." President McKinley was talking with his Under-Secretary of the Navy, Roosevelt, in the White House at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in the District of Columbia, White Eagle Union. "Mr. President, the British have decided to intervene in the war in northern Qiancang, but we are not sure in what form." Theodore Roosevelt was talking about recent major events. However, it is clear that the British Empire's attention will be focused on the north for some time to come. Furthermore, the newly established Dominion has already marched south and issued a declaration to retake the islands occupied by the rebels. This will again divert some of the attention of the British and French. Without the constant vigilance, our next move will go much more smoothly. At least for a short period of time, we won't have to consider the feelings of the British anymore. Theodore Roosevelt was full of confidence. His eyes were shining brighter and brighter, and he did not hide his desire for war at all. He had done many things with the tacit approval of President McKinley. "Teddy, how confident are you now?" President McKinley listened quietly to Roosevelt's narration and then pushed a cup of coffee on the table in front of Roosevelt. "Try it. This is pure Blue Mountain coffee. I have saved it from last year." "I think the boys are ready to go out and give those stubborn Iberians a head-on blow," Roosevelt said, holding on to his coffee cup. "The rifles purchased from Yangzhou have been given priority to the 5th Marine Corps. They have completed training in the Qiancang Islands and are waiting to march towards Luzon. Also, Brigadier General Dewey has sent someone to contact Aguinaldo, the leader of the Luzon rebels who is staying in Hong Kong. He has agreed to lead the rebels and cooperate with us." Roosevelt sniffed the aroma of hot coffee and then took off his bowler hat. "I think there is nothing that can stop us from taking action against the Iberians now, Your Excellency." "So, how are things in Havana?" "Vice Admiral Sampson's North Atlantic Fleet is ready to deploy, Mr. President." President McKinley took one last look at the photo of the cruiser Rochester on the table and seemed to have made up his mind. Let Vice Admiral Sampson take action. On the night of June 1st, 1665, Luzon Colony, Manila Island. The rumbling sound of the torpedo boat's engine came straight from the bay to the shore. "Lao Zhang, these Iberians have finally learned how to attack in formation." In the open space in front of a stone house, the instructors of the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory were resting. Torpedo boat tactics instructor Li Ji leaned against the wall by the door, looking at the sea surface shining silver in the moonlight, holding a glass of Luzon-produced mango juice in his hand. "I always feel something is not right. Although they are still polite to us, their learning speed is much slower than before," said Li Ji after taking a sip of mango juice. Li Ji was the instructor responsible for teaching the Iberian Navy how to operate and use high-speed torpedo boats. When they first arrived in Luzon, the Iberians learned quickly and were able to drive torpedo boats out to sea on their own within a few days. The instructors, including Governor Feldman, felt that these sailors would soon be able to fully master the use of high-speed speedboats. But after entering the formation training, these sailors seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. They made mistakes when turning and changing formations, which made Li Ji wonder if a new group of people had been replaced. It took almost 2 weeks to practice formation attack before the formation was barely decent. "The teaching of torpedo carriers is similar," said Zhang Shirquan, a torpedo boat carrier operation instructor. "I also think this is not normal. Boss Chung, I'm afraid it's just as the governor said before he left. These Iberians are deliberately delaying the completion of training." Zhang Shikuan looked at the upright chief instructor Cheng Siyuan. He was the deputy of Lu Shu, commander of Cangdong's first torpedo boat unit. This time he had full authority to lead the team of instructors heading to the Iberian Luzon colony. Judging from the current situation, the Iberians' actions are consistent with the governor's judgment before he set out, Cheng Siyuan said without looking back. He just turned towards the direction of the Luzon governor's office and coughed twice. Everyone understood and patrolled around the residence to make sure there were no natives of Luzon or Iberians around before gathering together. Before they set off, Chu Qing had a secret conversation with them, saying that there would be certain dangers in this trip to Luzon. The Iberians would use any means to find more opponents for the White Eagle Federation. In order to drag Cangdong into the game, they might also use some insidious frame-up methods, so they must be careful. These Iberians are so bold. They use us as bargaining chips and hostages, Li Ji said with dissatisfaction in his tone. Muddying the waters may not be beneficial to the Iberians, but it will definitely be detrimental to the White Eagle Federation. Zhang Shikuan glanced at Li Ji, then looked at Cheng Siyuan. Boss Cheng, what should we do next? There's been a lot of fighting in the north lately. The White Eagles are definitely going to take action. The rebels are not going to stop the resistance anytime soon. This is a very dangerous time. It's best not to act alone and never leave your gun behind, Cheng Siyuan said to his subordinates. But don't worry, the governor has arranged a support force, which will arrive in Luzon soon and will definitely guarantee our safety. Boss Cheng. Li Ji opened his mouth to ask something, but was immediately stopped by Cheng Siyuan's eyes. Although Chu Qing had informed Li Ji and the others before departure that a flotilla would be deployed to ensure their safety, Li Ji still couldn't figure out how. If they simply sailed the fleet into Manila, wouldn't that be exactly what the Iberians wanted? Furthermore, the Iberians had already declared martial law, and any ship leaving port without permission could be sunk. Even if a small team infiltrated, evacuation would be a problem. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Everything will become clear once the reception team arrives. Cheng Siyuan naturally knew what Li Ji wanted to ask, but this involved the top secret of the Cangdong autonomous territory at present, and he could not spread the news at will. Chapter 96: The Second Empire's Counterattack. At dawn on June 3, 1665, the calendar of this plane, at the southwestern border of Qiancang Kingdom. Hey Miles, what are you daydreaming about? Corporal Daniel and Private Miles joked on the White Eagle Union armored cruiser, USS Tennessee. Are you thinking about your girlfriend? Tennessee-class armored cruiser, USS North Carolina. Miles was about to turn around and answer when he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a few wisps of faint gray smoke in the sky. What's that? The answer wasn't Corporal Daniel, but the terrified cry of the lookout on the main mast. 10 o'clock. Distance 23,000. Lots of smoke. 5 large ship shadows. It's the fleet that Emperor Qiancang once led. Sound the alarm. Sound the alarm. Caesar-class line chart. 1 Imperial-class battlecruiser, 1 Weiyuan-class battlecruiser, 2 Lingyuan-class battleships, and 1 is a domestically produced Caesar-class battleship made in China. The first mate flipped through the identification manual and confirmed the identity of the opponent. Report immediately to General Rogers. Our ship has encountered the enemy's main fleet. Requesting support. Requesting support. Inside the bridge of the USS Tennessee, Captain Albert Gleaves Berry was horrified. Although his armored cruiser had 4 254mm naval guns and a 127mm main armor belt, its strength was not bad, but it was far from enough to face the Qiancang Second Empire Navy that had come out in full force. Turn right 16 compass points, high pressure ventilate the boiler, release the smoke. After recovering, Colonel Berry decisively issued the order to retreat. He could not do something as suicidal as using an armored cruiser to collide with a super dreadnought. Full starboard. Full right. The panicked helmsman turned the rudder to its full potential, and the 10,000-ton ship suddenly tilted. The sailors on the deck who had not had time to return to the cabin slipped because of their unstable standing, and they held on to the side railings tightly to avoid falling into the sea. As an armored cruiser, speed was not her strong point, being only slightly faster than dreadnoughts. Now being pursued by the battlecruiser, Captain Berry deeply missed the destroyer he had previously served on. A medium-sized target should be a Tennessee-class armored cruiser at a distance of 23,000 and a speed of 20 knots. Sun Tianwei, Commander-in-Chief of the Qiancang Navy, was in command on the Imperial Power, the flagship of the Second Imperial Navy. The captain of the Imperial Power cast a questioning look at Sun Tianwei, who, sensing it, simply uttered 5 words: sink it, sacrifice the flag. Boom. After half a year, the Imperial Power's 356mm heavy gun finally roared with revenge, and the huge water column frightened the sailors of the Tennessee. The maximum speed of the Tennessee was only 22 knots, while the Imperial power could reach 28 knots. Whether in terms of firepower, protection, or maneuverability, the lone White Eagle cruiser had no ability to fight back. She might be a ferocious beast against protected cruisers and early light ships, but she was a piece of fat meat to be slaughtered against dreadnoughts and super dreadnoughts. Under the joint attack of the Imperial power and the flagship of the former 2nd Battleship Division, the Chu Xiong, the armored cruiser was quickly hit and caught fire. The rear main turret was directly pried open by a large-caliber armor-piercing shell, and the propellant accumulated inside exploded, causing a huge fire. Boom, boom. Perhaps it was because the Qiancang Second Empire had encountered too much bad luck before. The artillery fire from the two ships was surprisingly accurate this time, with the 5th and 6th semi-salvos both achieving effective hits. The gunnery officer saw the black smoke rising from the middle of the White Eagle armored cruiser and shouted calmly but excitedly, "Hit the enemy ship amidships." The midship is often where the power mechanism is concentrated, and it was visible to the naked eye that 2 of the 4 chimneys of the White Eagle cruiser were destroyed by this blow. This cruiser could not escape. When the chimney of a steamship is destroyed, not only the exhaust is affected, but a large amount of exhaust gas will accumulate and flow back into the engine room and boiler room. If the boiler pressure is not reduced and the output is not reduced, there will be a risk of explosion. As the engine output decreased, the ship's speed dropped rapidly due to the obstruction of seawater. Colonel Barry understood that using the combat capability of this Tennessee-class ship to confront the furious main force of the Second Empire Navy would be courting death. Besides, he was a soldier of the White Eagle Federation, not the Qiancang Navy, and there was no need for him to risk his life for the Qiancang Kingdom. So, seeing that the situation was not good, he directly raised the white flag and sent people to fire 3 rounds of blue flares in succession. But Sun Tianwei, who had been ambushed by the White Eagle Federation and Qiancang Kingdom before, now only wanted to avenge the previous attack. He ordered to ignore the opponent's surrender signal and continue shooting until she was sunk. Thick columns of water rose around the Tennessee. The White Eagle sailors cursed the Second Empire for its lack of martial ethics, while jumping into the sea to escape in a panic. However, jumping into the sea was not a wise move at this time. The near misses around them were no joke, and many sailors were knocked unconscious by the rising columns of water. The fleet of the Qiancang Second Empire continued to fire from 23,000 meters to 20,000 meters, during which time it was hit by another bomb, which penetrated the deck of the Tennessee and reached the ship's medical room. The explosion then spread from the medical room to the sailors' cabin next door and even the restaurant. However, at this time, the reinforcements that the White Eagle sailors had been looking forward to finally arrived. Major General Rogers arrived at the scene as soon as possible with 2 Florida-class battleships patrolling nearby. Also arriving were several Haitian-class cruisers of the Qiancang Navy. The appearance of these new targets diverted the attention of the Qiancang fleet and indirectly saved the nearly sinking armored cruiser. Send light signals. Stop these lunatics. Warn them that any further firing would be a direct confrontation with the White Eagle Federation. Frederick Rogers put down the telescope and ordered his men. Lights flashed on Rear Admiral Rogers' flagship, the Florida, signaling the Second Empire's fleet to stop, but the only response he got was another half-salvo from the Second Empire's fleet. "Frederick, I told you, they're serious this time," Colonel Adalbert Althouse said to Rogers amidst the cascading water. "They're clearly planning to launch a counterattack now, and they won't stop until they've captured a few islands. Let's go, Frederick. We have done enough for Qiancang country. Besides, we are no match for them now." Frederick Rogers raised the telescope again and saw that the fleet of the Qiancang Second Empire began to turn at a uniform speed as a whole, changing from a horizontal formation to a vertical formation. Major General Rogers estimated that when the fleet of the Second Empire completed the deployment of the battle line and faced the T-shaped horizontal head formed by the superior opponent, he would have to leave at least one of the 2 Florida-class ships in his hands. "You're right, Althouse. The White Eagle Federation has done enough. There's no reason to shed blood for Qiancang." Major General Rogers turned around and gritted his teeth as he issued the retreat order. "Inform the president of Qiancang of the situation here. The fleet will turn left 16 compass points. Have those Qiancang cruisers release a smoke screen to cover our evacuation." "What about the Tennessee?" a staff officer asked. "We can't take care of that anymore," Major General Rogers said as he entered the command tower without looking back. May God bless them. Chapter 97 Cannon Fodder Group. On the morning of June 3, 1665, in the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, Taixi Islands, Dongying, Caucasus, Qiancang Kingdom, White Eagle, England, and now the last player has finally joined the game. Chu Qing talked with Chief of Staff Zhong Qilan in the officer's cabin of the flagship Qixia. After a brief contact between the two fleets, news of the Second Empire's counterattack had already reached the Taixi Islands through the radio monitoring station. The Qiangbei Sea area is now in a mess. Zhong Qilan also sighed. With 6 forces competing together, Beizong is now a huge vortex, and the intricate relationships make people's scalp numb. I just don't know how the White Eagles will react to this. Although an armored cruiser was sunk, I don't think they will retaliate in a big way, Chu Qing said with a smile. The White Eagles have now shifted their focus to the overseas colonies of the Kingdom of Iberia. As long as the Second Empire's fleet does not directly threaten the survival of their puppet regime, they will not risk intervening. The White Eagle's Far East Fleet is preparing to depart for Luzon and Xiangjiang. This task force is the main force of the Pacific Fleet, while the North Atlantic Fleet is preparing to attack the Havana colony. In order to prevent the northern Iberians from landing along the southern coastline after the war begins, a fleet will definitely be left behind to defend the mainland. Therefore, the White Eagle Federation cannot send any more troops to support in the short term. Zhong Qilan nodded, agreeing with Chu Qing's statement. Now that the war is about to begin, the instructors we sent out earlier should be back. Where are our submarine forces? According to the information reported by the submarine command ship and the navigation records of the second ship, they should have entered the territorial waters of the Luzon colony and are advancing towards Manila. Yes, they are probably at this location. Chu Qing took a nautical chart and marked the positions of 2 Xia-class diesel-electric submarines. These were the last generation of nearshore submarines from World War I, as their tonnage and endurance had reached the standards of ocean-going attack submarines, so it was not impossible for them to be used as large ocean-going submarines. In about 2 to 3 days, they will wait for an opportunity to sneak into Manila Harbor at night, Chu Qing said, taking out a plan. And then the 2 combat teams on board will go ashore first to ensure the safety of our people. We'll take the opportunity to cause some damage outside Manila, disguise it as an attack by a local resistance group, attract the Iberians' attention, and then take advantage of the chaos to evacuate our people. Once our people board the ship and leave Manila, it will be impossible for the Iberians to find them, and there will be a lot of room for maneuver. Zhong Qilan was a smart man, so he naturally heard the hidden meaning in Chu Qing's words and realized that he didn't need to worry about Luzon's affairs. How is the war in the Qiangnan Sea area? This time it was Chu Qing's turn to ask, because the combat plan for the Qiangnan Sea area was formulated by Zhong Qilan. It went very smoothly. After all, the French and Spanish forces have withdrawn to the Qiancang Islands. What's left are disorganized and chaotic soldiers. There is not even a pre-dreadnought battleship. As he was speaking, Zhong Qilan's signalman delivered a new combat report. Governor, the Southern Fleet and the Marines have cooperated with each other and have completely controlled the Ludao Islands. The naval forces of several other nearby archipelagos have also been wiped out. It is only a matter of time before the recovery is completed. Zhong Qilan presented the battle report to Chu Qing. Furthermore, Commander Zhang's troops should have already launched a landing operation on the Yingzhou Islands. Under the scorching sun, waves beat against the beach again and again, and the coconut trees on the beach whistled in the sea breeze. The soldiers stationed in the Magong Islands dozed off while holding the French-Spanish Lebel 1886 rifles. Because there were no summer vacation facilities, there was no one stationed near the coastal defense artillery. They were subordinates of Lu Wuming's adjutant Lu Gan, and belonged to the Magong Coastal Defense Regiment of the Coastal Defense Commander Lu Yuguang. Magong Island's overall coastal defense is weak, and there is no fleet station there. There are 8 coastal defense guns on the west side and a small port on the east side. There are no permanent fortifications, only temporary shelters with civil structures. This force was reorganized from the garrison forces on various islands in the Qiangnan Sea area. Its organization was chaotic and its combat effectiveness was low. Putting them on the front line was actually to use them as cannon fodder to delay the attack of the Qiangdong Autonomous Territory. Inside the simple defensive fortifications, Commander Chen Jianxing was also sleeping soundly. After all, it was a well-known fact that his troops were treated as abandoned pawns. You treat me as cannon fodder, how can I still work for you? Moreover, everyone in this dimension knows that without control of the sea, defending an isolated island is a dead end. The Magong Coast Guard has no fighting spirit from top to bottom, and most of them are ready to surrender as soon as the war starts. After all, doing hard labor is better than losing their lives. On the wooden watchtower, the sleepy sentry adjusted his military cap, but saw a horrifying scene. A murderous and menacing fleet appeared on the distant skyline. Hit. They're coming. While ringing the alarm bell, He climbed down the watchtower at a rapid speed. After all, these watchtowers were the most conspicuous on the beach within a radius of several miles. Wouldn't it be courting death to stand on them? Hearing the alarm, Chen Jianxing suddenly woke up, tore off the banana leaf covering his face, and fled from the command post. Brothers, run. Stay away from the beach. The farther the better. All 900 members of this understaffed coastal defense regiment were mobilized at once, but they did not rush towards the coastal defense facilities, but towards the internal bunkers of the island. The 8 152mm coastal defense guns removed from the warships became a plague, and everyone avoided them. Everyone knew that after the war, this thing would be a magnet that attracted shells, and the closer you were to it, the faster you would die. Soon, the original coastal defense position became deserted, and 900 people huddled on a hillside 1 or 2 kilometers away from the original fortifications, looking towards the sea. This ship is so big. The lookout just now swallowed his saliva as he looked at the battleship in the distance. He used to be a coastal defense artillery soldier stationed in Liandu. When the remnants of the army retreated from Liandu, he was taken away with them. After many twists and turns, he was incorporated into the Magong Coastal Defense Regiment by accident. Suddenly, several fireballs with black smoke rose from the other side of the sea, scaring the cannon fodder so much that their necks shrank, and they wished they could bury their faces in the ground. With a shrieking sound like a heavily loaded freight train, the heavy artillery slammed into the former coastal defense positions, raising a cloud of dust. Feeling the shockwaves from afar, over 900 soldiers were filled with fear. After a long time, the bombardment finally stopped, and the dust raised by the bombardment completely covered the original defensive positions. The 8 152mm coastal defense guns were now restored to their parts. Chen Jianxiang raised his head and hurriedly called out, "Brothers, as soon as the Songdong army lands, you must raise your guns and follow me out to surrender and save your lives." Chapter 98, A Loud Noise in the Dark. June 4, 1665, Beitzong City, Qiancang National Presidential Palace. Mr. President, the bandit army's offensive is fierce and unstoppable. The White Eagles are unwilling to send troops. We only have one dreadnought stationed on the southwest border. We are simply unable to stop them. In President Sun Nanzhong's office, the Minister of the Navy was reporting the situation tremblingly. He was originally the commander of the 3rd Battleship Division and was promoted to the position of Minister of the Navy by Sun Nanzhong because of his firm stance. Sun Nanzhong paced anxiously on the gorgeous carpet in the presidential office. This time, his main force had blocked the Caucasus Empire's fleet together with the Dongying people in the Resource Sea area and had successfully blocked the remaining Caucasus fleet within the Qiancang Islands. If the fleet was withdrawn to provide support at this time, all the previous efforts would be wasted, which would be tantamount to paving the way for the Dongying people to control Beitzong. But the large warships he had, except for the 2 dreadnoughts guarding the oil capital islands, the largest oil-producing area of the former Qiancang Empire in Beitzong, only had 1 Weiyuan-class battlecruiser and 1 Lingyuan-class. They were no match for the main fleet of the Second Empire with the imperial power at its command. Have the fleet maintain surveillance, use small teams to harass the enemy at night, and avoid engaging in a head-on battle. Sun Nanzhong considered many options, but faced with such a huge disparity in strength, a head-on confrontation was impossible. He could only resort to the risky strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao, betting that the enemy would withdraw troops to reinforce. Order the Nanja and Xingyuan to maneuver toward the Shuazhou Islands, and advance directly toward Jinyang from the north of the bandit-controlled area to force the main force of the bandit army to return for reinforcements. After giving the order, Sun Nanzhong felt powerless. The White Eagles have 3 dreadnoughts, but now they seem unwilling to help Qiancang Kingdom confront the Second Empire head-on. Sun Nanzhong now deeply understands that the real power is only what is completely in his own hands. If the 3 dreadnoughts in the hands of the White Eagles are completely under his control, then even if 1 or 2 dreadnoughts are lost, the Second Empire's invading fleet can definitely be blocked. If only there were a few more dreadnoughts. At the same time, off the coast of the Qiancang Islands, the coalition warships were sailing around the south day and night, completely blocking the Caucasus fleet hiding in the harbor. Despite having taken the offensive, the coalition forces still did not dare to set foot in Qiancang, because the Caucasus fleet in Qiancang was also very powerful, with 4 Sevastopol-class battleships and 1 Ismail-class battlecruiser in good condition. 1 Lingyuan-class and 3 Hanoi-class ships entered the port for repairs, leaving the coalition forces with only 3 battlecruisers, 2 Lingyuans, and 1 Hanoi. However, there was news that the Qiancang Kingdom would transfer 2 Lingyuans from the Yudu Islands to assist in the battle. The second wave of support fleet of the Dongying people had also set off and would join the battle soon. Both Qiancang Kingdom and Dongying fleet were aware of the Caucasus Tsar's transfer of troops from the Baltic Sea, and they were also very clear that once the two fleets merged, the coalition fleet might become a sandwich due to internal and external support. Therefore, how to weaken the strength of the Caucasus fleet as much as possible became a top priority. At the beginning, the coalition forces sent out the Kasuga-class armored cruiser Nissan. The Tusakura people tried to use the 254 naval gun with an increased elevation angle to cross the blocking hill and launch heavy artillery remote attacks on the Caucasus battleships in the harbor. As a result, the Caucasus fleet had previously transported several large-caliber coastal defense guns from the rear and had been hiding them on the commanding heights outside the port. When the Nissan approached, they fired 4 guns at once. The guns were also 254 millimeters, but the coastal guns could use a larger elevation angle and more propellant to achieve a longer range and greater power. Caught off guard, the Nissan was hit by 3 shells within 10 minutes. It was not until the battlecruiser Chu Xiong, which was supporting the rear, came forward and suppressed the coastal defense artillery that the Nissan was able to withdraw. In the end, Qiancang Kingdom and Dongying fleet sent a medium-sized reconnaissance airship carrying a 25 kilograms light bomb, which quietly floated over Xingang and dropped bombs to completely destroy 2 of the coastal defense guns, but it was also shot down by the ship's small-caliber rapid-fire gun. Later, Lieutenant Colonel Arima Radikibana's blockade operation plan was forced to be abandoned because Qiancang State was unwilling to provide ships for blockade. In the end, both sides had to use auxiliary ships to lay mines in the channel outside the port and use torpedo boats and destroyers to launch short assault attacks on the port at night. But Vice Admiral Dubasov was no fool. He saw the coalition's intention to lay mines. Then, Dubasov sent destroyers and small patrol ships to drive them out at night, but they collided head-on with the Dongying Qiancang coalition ships that came to attack the port. The destroyers, torpedo boats, and other small ships of both sides immediately engaged in a melee. The destroyers and torpedo boats fought fiercely until dawn. Later, the light cruisers of both sides also came forward to support their own primary school students. However, both sides were rational and did not deploy large battleships. The battle did not escalate, but the light ships on both sides fought each other happily. Finally, when the two sides broke contact, 3 destroyers that the Dongying Navy was preparing to use for laying mines sank. A Chikuma-class protected cruiser was seriously damaged. 2 torpedo boats sank. 3 large ocean-going torpedo boats of the Qiancang Kingdom, the Hailong class, were sunk, and 1 Hailong class was sunk. The Caucasus fleet lost a light cruiser and a Novik-class destroyer, and a Haitian class captured from the Xingang defenders was sunk by a mine, barely regaining a city. After all, a 1,000-ton ship like the Novik is a dimensionality reduction attack on the mass-produced destroyers of less than 500 tons in this era, and the Caucasus light cruiser with side armor protection is not easy to deal with either. This battle was actually a lose-lose situation, and no one achieved their combat objectives. The coalition forces failed to successfully lay out the minefield, the port attack also failed, and the Caucasus side did not completely stop the coalition's blockade operation. The day after the chaotic battle in the dark night ended, thousands of miles away across the ocean, in the Iberian Kingdom's Havana colony, a major event was about to take place. On June 6, 1665, at 2:21 a.m. local time, Havana Harbor. It was quiet here late at night, with only the lighthouse's beams sweeping across the sea from time to time. The white-painted 10,000-ton ship anchored in the harbor was particularly conspicuous. However, most of the officers on board had received a special leave notice issued by Vice Admiral Sampson, commander of the North Atlantic Fleet, and were singing and dancing in the island's bars and dance floors. On the White Eagle Federation armored cruiser Rochester, which was anchored here, a sailor heard some movement in the supply depot and thought there were rats on board. He decided to open the door to check and drive out the nasty pests. This batch of supplies had just been delivered to the ship by the White Eagle Federation consulate in Havana 2 days ago, and the boxes of unopened fresh fruits could not be wasted. But when the steel door opened, the originally vague rustling sound turned into the clear sound of a mechanical clock running. When the sailor pried open the box and saw the source of the sound, his face changed drastically. 3, 2, 1, boom. Chapter 99. The war begins. The huge explosion woke up everyone near the port. The shock wave swept across the entire port area with the Rochester as the center. The glass of countless residents and ships was shattered. The flames illuminated the entire sky red. The broken Rochester immediately turned into a sinking hell. The tugboat on duty in the port immediately came forward and quickly began to help put out the fire while searching for survivors. Seeing the usually majestic Rochester burning like a pile of dry firewood, the residents who were awakened did not feel any gloating in their hearts, but were sweating all over as if they were in a furnace, both physically and mentally. A 10,000-ton armored cruiser, under the pretext of a friendly visit, sank in the Havana harbor for no apparent reason. The already aggressive White Eagle Federation would definitely not miss this great opportunity. War is coming. More and more relevant staff and local residents in the port participated in the rescue work, but the explosion on the Rochester was too powerful and its fate of destruction was already doomed. The stern of the ship was completely broken off, and the Rochester, which took on so much water that it was irreversible, quickly capsized, with only the bow exposed on the sea. Floating on the sea were the surviving sailors and the broken limbs of other sailors. Although the local Iberians had tried their best to rescue them, the final statistics showed that there were only more than 70 survivors of the Rochester. The news of the explosion and sinking of the Rochester made the local Iberian governor panic. The White Eagle Federation Consulate General in Havana quickly reported the incident to the country, and major media outlets spared no effort to publicize and hype the incident. President McKinley immediately instructed the Havana Consulate General to send an investigation team to investigate the cause of the sinking of the Rochester and blocked the accident site to prohibit other personnel from entering. At the same time, Vice Admiral Sampson, commander of the White Eagle Federation's North Atlantic Fleet, who was leading the fleet in an exercise, immediately announced that he had received instructions from the Navy Department to go to Havana to assist in the accident investigation. All major media outlets in the White Eagle Federation used their propaganda machines to hype up the incident crazily. The anger of the people in the White Eagle Federation towards the Iberian Kingdom reached a new peak, and the original voices against the war disappeared in an instant. What was even more surprising was that the consulate's investigation team only took half a day to prepare a preliminary investigation report. The report stated that the explosion of the Rochester was caused by explosives that had been pre-installed below the waterline at the stern of the ship. As soon as the investigation team's report was sent back to China, it was immediately put on the front page of major newspapers, and "Remember the Rochester" became the most resounding slogan. The White Eagle Federation's desire to declare war on the Iberians reached a peak. Tens of thousands of people holding signs gathered in front of the White House, their only demand being a declaration of war on the Iberians. William McKinley, a seemingly mild-mannered president who was seen by the people as a peace-loving person and had sworn to never wage war unless necessary, quickly issued a stern statement demanding an explanation from the Iberians and requiring the Kingdom of Iberia to give up the colonies of Luzon and Havana as an apology to the White Eagle Confederation, while also applying to Congress for authorization for war. Under Secretary Theodore Roosevelt even bypassed Secretary of the Navy John Brown and issued orders to the Far East Fleet stationed in Hong Kong and Sampson's North Atlantic Fleet to prepare for battle. The proud Iberians naturally could not tolerate this kind of dirty tricks, and the people also shouted, "Use the Iberian bullfighters' swords to stab these cowboys in the buttocks." As a result, driven by this atmosphere, the conflict between the Kingdom of Iberia and the White Eagle Federation has intensified to the point where reconciliation is impossible. On June 9, 1665, in the calendar of this dimension, the White Eagle Federation Congress authorized President McKinley to go to war. On the same day, the Kingdom of Iberia also announced that it would use force to defend the territory and glory of the Kingdom of Iberia. The Kingdom of Iberia and the White Eagle Federation are now at war. An hour after the two sides declared war, Vice Admiral Felix von Bendman, commander of the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet stationed in the Palau Islands, received the news and ordered the boilers of each ship to start firing in preparation for sailing. "Your Excellency, our fleet is fully prepared for departure," the new Chief of Staff, Colonel Maximilian von Spee, reported to Vice Admiral Bendman on his flagship, the Scharnhorst. "All the ship's boilers now have sufficient steam. Maximilian, let's go to Luzon to join in the fun." Felix von Bendman put on his military cap. "I think the White Eagle fleet of the Qiancang Islands has already set off by now." A few days ago, Vice Admiral Bendman had already sensed that war was about to break out, so he ordered the sailors of each ship of the Far East Fleet to board the ships and prepare for battle. Therefore, after receiving the order to set sail, each ship was able to complete the preheating of the boilers and the accumulation of steam within 3 hours. This time the Far East Fleet will be deployed in full force, including the 3,000-man Marine Corps. According to the plan previously drawn up with the Guangdong Autonomous Region, the Far East Fleet will not intervene in the battle between the two sides so quickly, but will take action when the battle is about to end and both sides are exhausted. It will enter the Luzon waters under the pretext of protecting overseas Chinese, and it would be best to occupy one or two archipelagos first, and then ask the Iberians to hand over the instructors sent by the Guangdong Autonomous Region. As for the reason, Lieutenant General Benman did not go into details. He only knew that following this plan would fulfill the original agreement. As for whether the Iberians could hand over the people, he did not care. Late night of June 9, 1665, Luzon Sea, Manila Harbor. Since the war between the White Eagle Federation and the Kingdom of Iberia, the Luzon colony has been under martial law. The rebels in the colony seemed to have discovered something and began to become active. Gunshots were heard from time to time around the city, and the frequency was increasing. The Luzon colony garrisons were withdrawn in waves, and the colonial fleet had also been sent out to patrol the open sea. The beams of light from the lighthouse on the shore swept the main waterways outside the port, but no one knew that a giant was lurking beneath the dark sea. Thanks to the geological changes that occurred 100 years ago, the water depth of Manila Port increased from just over 12 meters to 30 meters, turning it into an excellent deep-water port, which gave the two Xia-class diesel-electric submarines an opportunity to take advantage of. The height of the UB-3 is 8.25 meters. If it is a port with a water depth of 12 meters, it is too risky to sneak into it secretly in a submerged state. But now the water depth is more than 30 meters, there is no need to worry about this. Horizontal rudder has returned to 0. The motor is off. Empty main ballast tanks 1 to 3. This submarine was none other than the Xia-01 submarine commanded by Zhang Huchen. As the seawater in the 3 ballast tanks was emptied with compressed air, the steel back of the Xia-01 was the first to emerge from the sea. After a while, at the other end of the coast, the figure of the Xia-02 also appeared in the darkness. The command platform cover was opened, and 5 members of the elite combat teams from each ship jumped into the sea with rifles on their backs and swam ashore to find the instructors sent by the Guangdong Autonomous Prefecture in advance. Chapter 100 Rebellion? Who is it? A loud shout suddenly came from behind the heavy wooden door of the stone house on the shore, followed by the clatter and clatter sounds of gun bolts being pulled. Haitian. Mingwet. Click. The sound of a bullet being ejected was heard, and both sides breathed a sigh of relief. Then a gas lamp lit up, illuminating the appearance of a man who was soaked all over. The man was about 38 or 39 years old, with a scar on his face. He held a rifle wrapped in waterproof cloth in his hand, and the rank on his shoulder indicated that he was a major. One of our own, Huang Jia, leader of the Guangdong Marine Corps Special Operations Team. Several people in the room quickly put away their pistols, stood at attention, and saluted. Chu Xiong, who had the highest military rank among them, was only a major, the same rank as the team leader. It's not very peaceful around here. Please forgive me, Major Huang. Without further ado, follow me. The ferry is just under the cliff over there. Chu Xiong and a group of 6 people followed Huang Jia out of the stone building. From behind the stone building, 9 other figures holding semi-automatic rifles flashed out. The group hurriedly approached the low cliff where the 2 submarines were anchored. Suddenly, Huang Jia, who was leading the group, made a stop gesture, and the team of 16 people quickly stopped. Even Chu Xiong and his group drew their pistols. Following the direction of Huang Jia's finger, another group of people were sneaking towards the stone house where the instructors originally lived. Everyone lay on the ground, hiding in the dark and observing their every move. The local indigenous rebel army? They actually made it this far. Chu Xiong murmured cautiously in his heart. The White Eagle Federation hasn't even landed yet, and the Iberians can't even defend Manila? Bang, bang, bang. I saw this group of guys dressed like local indigenous rebels pulling the trigger through the wooden door, and then rushed directly into the stone house and fired a burst of shots, but as expected, they missed. At this time, just when Chu Xiong thought that Huang Jia would take him and others to evacuate, Major Huang made a gesture to several members of the action team around him, and 10 people quietly surrounded them. When this group of guys who looked like indigenous rebels realized something was wrong and were about to leave the stone house, the sound of gunfire from 10 M1916 semi-automatic rifles rang out at the right time, and the 7.92 mm Mauser bullets shot the people at the door into sieves. In a short period of time, the firepower of 10 semi-automatic rifles was comparable to that of 2 light machine guns. The stone house had only one exit. Under the intensive firepower attack, the remaining rebels had to retreat back into the house. Chu Xiong and the others also drew their pistols and fired, helping to block the windows near the door. Since Huang Jia had decided to attack this rebel group, it must be clear that there was something fishy about their identity. Otherwise, stopping the fight at this critical juncture of evacuation would not be a wise move. With the help of his teammates' fire cover, Huang Jia had already led the two of them to the two sides of the stone house's gate and threw a few round objects into it. Then there were a few boom sounds, and there was no movement in the room at all. Huang Jia led his men back into the house and searched for something on the body. Team leader. These really seemed to be from Luzon. The subordinate reported with a frown after checking several bodies. Luzon volunteers? The fighting outside Manila was just a minor one, but the volunteers had managed to penetrate this area and even accurately locate the residence of the instructors from Sangdong. No one would believe it if he told anyone about it. Huang Jia frowned, unable to believe that his judgment was wrong. Team leader. This is an Iberian. His men dragged over a corpse. Although there was a piece of shrapnel stuck in the head of the corpse, Huang Jia recognized that it was an Iberian because his appearance was different from that of others. After seeing the corpse of the Iberian, Chu Xiong and others were frightened. This so-called rebel army was obviously fake. This was an attack against them planned by the Iberians. Since the White Eagle Federation has issued a statement supporting the uprising movement of the colonial resistance organizations in Luzon and Havana, and stated that the White Eagle Federation is the solid backing of the people who love peace and freedom in the two places. If these instructors die at the hands of the rebels, then the Sangdong Autonomous Region will definitely stand against the rebels and the White Eagle Federation. Let's go. The Iberians will definitely come here again. Everyone started a fire, igniting all the combustible items in the room, and then flew to the agreed cliff and climbed down along a dangerous path. Li Ji, stepping on the rocks, noticed two slender steel figures floating on the sea below the cliff. He was stunned. Are they new patrol boats? How did they get in? You'll know once you get on the boat. It was not until the crew pulled them aboard that Li Ji discovered that her underwater part was full of secrets. This slender patrol boat has a draft that is not suitable for its tonnage and size. The space inside the cabin is occupied by dense instruments, meters, and pipelines. The cross-section of the cabin is also completely different from that of a surface ship. A young man who looks like a commander stood up, and his rank was lieutenant colonel. The lieutenant colonel clapped his hands and said, "Welcome everyone to one of the most confidential units in the Sangdong Autonomous Territory, the submarine force. I am the captain of this submarine, Zhang Huchen." Submarine? Did it come from underwater? Except for Chu Xiong, Li Ji and others were all thinking about it. Regarding a series of information about the submarine force and its sailors, I hope you will keep it confidential until you are authorized. Zhang Huchen took out several confidentiality agreements from the briefcase handed to him by his subordinates, then turned around and issued a series of orders. Close the watertight door. Close the watertight door. Fill the ballast tanks with water and dive to 12 meters. Start the motor, 1/4 thrust. Hold on tight, everyone. These words were said to Chu Xiong and his group. According to previous plans, 6 instructors and 10 members of the action team would all board his boat number 01. The narrow space inside the boat became even more crowded. In order to make room for this mission, the boat number 01 was not loaded with a single torpedo. The other boat is in normal combat configuration and will stay in Luzon to observe developments. Bang bang goo. After the sounds of hatches closing and tanks filling, the 2 diesel-electric submarines sank back into darkness. The 6 instructors sent by the Sangdong Autonomous Territory slipped away right under the noses of the Iberians. Chapter 101. Submarines alone cannot gain sea power. The operation failed. No one was caught, and there wasn't a single body of the Qiancang people in the room. In the Luzon governor's palace, Governor Fermin Udinez looked angrily at his subordinates who were in charge of commanding this operation. More than 10 people planned to deal with 6 Sangdong Navy soldiers who were armed with pistols at most, but they couldn't take them down and were wiped out by the other side with 0 casualties. The other party set fire to the house before leaving their residence. They must have discovered something. It is very likely that the disguise I prepared for the action team failed to deceive these cunning Qiancang people. Governor, no ship was found leaving the port area. The port garrison commander who hurried over reported to Feldman. This made Feldman feel a little relieved. The fact that no ship left meant that these Qiancang people must still be on the island. Block Manila City. From now on, no one is allowed to leave the city. The garrison enters the city and searches. We must capture those Qiancang people. If even one person escapes and lets the outside world know what just happened here, the consequences will be disastrous. Feldman knew very well what would happen if the matter was leaked. The Iberians who had just bought arms had brazenly attacked the Sangdong Autonomous Territory. Once the news spread, it would definitely cause condemnation from the international community, which would be detrimental to the Iberian kingdom gaining support in the war with White Eagle. Moreover, the young governor would be furious after hearing the news, and it might even lead to White Eagle and Sangdong joining forces to strangle the Iberians in the Luzon colony. While Governor Feldman was busy and sweating, in the front torpedo room of the Xia-01 submarine, Zhang Huchen was introducing this special journey to his new passengers. Since our ship is seriously overcrowded, we will not return directly to Sangdong. Instead, we will proceed to the Palau base first. There, we will be met by someone. You will board a supply ship in Palau and return to Sangdong. Captain Zhang, how long can your submarine stay underwater? If it cruises at 4 knots, it can probably stay submerged for a maximum of 13 hours. Zhang Huchen estimated that if it cruises at 4 knots underwater, it can stay submerged for 55 nautical miles. 55 nautical miles. Qiang Xiyuan thought, it is not long, but not short either. It should be enough for at least one port attack. If there are large hostile ships in Manila Harbor, they would probably have been sent to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish by the 2 Xia-class submarines. Then that King Kong-class ship? Qiang Xiyuan suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhang Huchen. Yes, we did it, Zhang Huchen nodded. No wonder. No wonder. The rank of major on my shoulders is partly due to you, brother, Qiang Xiyuan said with emotion. Previously, Chu Qing announced that the high-speed boat unit had destroyed 2 Congo-class battlecruisers, so this newly established unit was given an exceptional commendation. At that time, Qiang Xiyuan and Lu Shu simply believed that the extra Congo-class ship was destroyed by the surface ship unit before the decisive battle began, and they put the blame on themselves in order to open up the market for torpedo boats. Now it seems that they were only half right. No wonder the other party was directly given the rank of lieutenant colonel, even though he had just graduated from a military academy. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. I'm doing this for the greater good. Zhang Huchen waved his hands repeatedly. It was incredibly dangerous for you to be a hostage in Luzon. Ahem, Li Ji coughed twice, stopping their business talk. Captain Zhang, how many submarines like yours do we have underwater? There are 3 in total. One is used for teaching and testing, and the 2 boats you see are actually used for combat. Zhang Huchen waved his hand and replied. However, what he did not say was that there were 8 submarines like Xia-01 under construction in the dock of the Ordnance Bureau, and 2 boats with stronger ocean-going capabilities were being assembled. A single boat has such performance. Once the number accumulates, it can indeed change the world's maritime power structure. No wonder the governor regards you as top secret. Li Ji was amazed and admired the courage of Zhang Huchen and others. He felt uncomfortable all over after lying in the torpedo compartment for a while. Zhang Huchen and other crew members might have to go to sea for several months at a time, which is not something ordinary people can endure. We are just killers hiding underwater. We can't stand alone. Without the cooperation of the main surface ships, it is impossible for our submarine force to control sea power alone. Zhang Huchen sighed and picked up a book, Theory of Sea Power, placed on the torpedo rack. An important component of sea power is commercial transportation lines on the sea. Submarines and torpedo boats used in conjunction with torpedo boat motherships are both good at destroying enemy transportation lines, but they cannot protect their own transportation lines. Without a large surface fleet, their own transportation lines cannot be smooth. No matter how successful the submarine and speedboat forces' anti-commerce operations are, as long as they fail to completely block the enemy's shipping routes, they will always be at a disadvantage. At the same time, the Yingzhou Islands and Qiancang Islands in the Cangnan Sea area. Da-da-da, bang, bang, bang. On the main road of the main island of Qiancang Islands, 2 teams of soldiers wearing black uniforms of Sangdong Marine Corps were taking turns to cover and advance. These 2 brigades were the first to be equipped with new weapons and received training the earliest, so they are currently the fist forces of Sangdong Marine Corps. Chu Qing put them on the battlefield to test the results of their training. The sound of light machine guns and semi-automatic rifles firing completely overwhelmed the sound of the French-Spanish Lebel 1886 guns. The local garrison soldiers were repeatedly frustrated by this superior firepower, leaving behind several bodies and then retreating without any resistance. Da-da-da. The leading squad leader was crouching and moving forward quickly when he suddenly heard a small sound. Then he reflexively used the Thompson rifle in his hand to fire a burst of shots at the wooden house on the left. With the clang sound of the wooden door collapsing, 2 corpses holding rifles fell on the road. The 2 squads did not stop and continued to advance quickly along the street. Judging from the current battle results, the training of this unit has achieved remarkable results. The grassroots soldiers can skillfully use the firepower advantage to alternately cover the advance within and between teams. They also know when and where to set up heavy machine gun positions for defense or to destroy the opponent's temporary firepower points. With the support of a large number of automatic and semi-automatic firearms, Two Marine infantry squads can compete with two platoons equipped only with old-fashioned French and Spanish rifles. Surrender your weapons, and you will not be killed. Surrender your weapons, and you will not be killed. After witnessing the powerful firepower of the Marines, these slogans were surprisingly effective. The Cangdong soldiers naturally fulfilled their promise to the enemy soldiers who laid down their weapons. After all, no one can have too much hard labor, but don't even think about preferential treatment. Chapter 102. Design of New Battleship. Commander, Cangdong's army has captured the Magong Islands and the Taixi Islands and is attacking Qiancang port. The firepower is too strong, and the brothers can't hold it. Hope, Zizi. In the office of Liu Yuguang, the coastal defense commander of Yingnan Island, the telephone receiver leading to the Qiancang Islands fell silent. Liu Yuguang knew that the enemy had launched a final attack on the Qiancang Islands. With naval support, it was only a matter of time before the remaining islands of the Yingzhou Islands were knocked down one by one. Starting from Magong, most of the islands in the northern part of the Yingzhou Islands have fallen into the hands of the enemy within these 10 days. The average resistance time is less than 5 hours. The gap in strength between the enemy and us is too great. Whether it was the Navy or the Army, whether in quantity or quality, they had no advantage. How could they fight this war? At least Liu Yuguang couldn't think of a solution at that moment. He was actually from Annan, and as a child he had lived a bumpy life with his mother. Then, by chance, he was adopted by Lu Wuming, and rose rapidly to the position of commander of the coastal defense. But now Lu Wuming's life or death was unknown, and Lu Gan's defeat was inevitable. Was it still necessary for him to use the forces he had to fight a desperate battle? Liu Yuguang already had the answer in his mind. Gather the Yingnan Coastal Defense Corps and let Li Shusen come to see me. Liu Yuguang slung his pistol across his shoulder and called his communicator outside the door. Liu Yuguang knew that Lu Gan had made up his mind to fight to the bitter end, so he could only use the gun in his hand to teach him what to do. After all, he was Lu Wuming's adopted son and the pre-selected successor, and he had great prestige in the army. Even though Lu Gan gathered some defeated soldiers as his direct forces, most of the army commanders were still willing to obey Liu Yuguang's orders. What's more, the naval fleet had been destroyed, and all the guns on land were under the jurisdiction of Liu Yuguang, the coastal defense commander. It was reasonable for him to mobilize the troops. Commander Liu, Chief Liu wants you to go to the conference room for a meeting. The person running outside the door was Lu Gan's guard. Liu Yuguang looked at him suspiciously and gave his men a wink. The guards at the door quickly rushed up and knocked him down. Liu Yuguang left the office without looking back and blew the whistle to gather his guards. On June 13, 1665, in the local calendar, in the waters near Qiancang port in the Yingzhou Islands of the Cangnan Sea area, Lu Wuming's adopted son wants to surrender to us. Zhang Mingxuan, commanding from the flagship Fengzhou, received a report from his subordinates. He was surprised when he turned to the first page, but frowned when he turned to the second page. Why are there any conditions? The report stated that Liu Yuguang, the former Yingzhou coastal defense commander, had taken control of the former Inspector General Lu Gan and his men and issued orders to all units to cease fire, but did not immediately announce surrender. His only condition was that the Cangdong Autonomous Region could guarantee the safety of Liu Wuming, the former Inspector General of Cangnan who had been captured previously. After receiving the report, Zhang Mingxuan was undecided for a moment and reported Liu Yuguang's request to Chu Qing. Chu Qing was also surprised after receiving the telegram. An Annan man who was an adopted son actually cared so much about his adoptive father Qiancang. Chu Qing quickly gave a reply. He agreed, and informed the head of the department responsible for prisoner labor that he had decided to pardon Liu Wuming. That's right. At this time, this formerly glorious inspector was helping the Cangdong Autonomous Territory dig a dock. No matter whether Liu Yu was pretending to be filial or was truly filial, as long as it could reduce unnecessary casualties among his own soldiers, it was a good thing. Compared with that, 1 or 2 fewer laborers seemed insignificant. Anyway, even if Liu Wuming was pardoned, Chu Qing would not let him return to Cangnan. As long as he stayed under Chu Qing's nose, these two father and son would not be able to make any waves. After receiving Chu Qing's reply, Liu Yuguang immediately ordered the entire army to lay down their arms, stop resistance, and surrender to the Cangdong Autonomous Region. At this point, Yingzhou Island, the last barrier of the original Cangnan Sea area, was also breached. In the entire Cangnan Sea area, only 2 archipelagos near the Xiangjiang Islands had not been incorporated into the territory of the Cangdong Autonomous Territory. The prosperity level assessed by the intelligent computer also rose to 272 points, with a daily income of 2,720 time and space points. Chu Qing could then increase the amplification level to speed up the training of sailors. After the new batch of students from the Naval Academy graduated, Chu Qing planned to purchase a few new warships and then shifted his focus to the Hong Kong Islands and the Malay colonies in the south. Telecommunications Department, this is Chu Qing. Send the telegram I prepared earlier to Qiancang Kingdom, the Second Empire, White Eagle, and the Caucasians. Chu Qing estimated the timing and felt that it was time to take action against the Courbet class. The battle in the north has reached a stalemate. The coalition forces surrounding Shandong are unable to break through Shandong's defenses. The Second Empire, which raided Qiancang Kingdom, also adopted the tactic of exchanging wounds for wounds. Sun Nanzhong occupied an archipelago. If there is no injection of fresh forces, the war in the north will fall into a tug-of-war that every battlefield commander does not want to see. At this time, throwing out a Courbet-class ship will definitely attract scrambles from all parties. Chu Qing set a very high price for this Courbet-class battleship, directly calling out a high price of 12 million taels, which was close to the cost of building a brand new British super dreadnought. However, the dreadnought-class arms trade is not something that can be bought with money. In this plane, every dreadnought is tied to political factors or other additional conditions when it is sold. For example, the Caesar-class battleship in the hands of the former Qiancang Empire was purchased at a low price at the cost of renting the Qingdao base. Chu Qing planned to invest the 12 million taels of silver after the sale into the research, development, and production of new battleships. Currently, there were several designs for the new battleships. According to Chu Qing's requirements for a speed of 30 knots, emphasis on horizontal defense, installation of a main armor belt with an inclined angle, and other basic indicators, Wei Jizhu, Su Zhonghu, and Zheng Jingxi came up with several plans. Plan number 1 was relatively conservative. The plan proposed by Su Zhonghu was a 235-meter long, 27.5-meter wide ship, equipped with 8 16-inch main guns, a 140,000 horsepower power system, and a 14-degree inclined 330 mm main armor belt. The overall layout was similar to the design of the Dongying-style 16-inch main gun-carrying ship, i.e., the Nagato class proposed by Chu Qing, except that the power compartment was appropriately lengthened to accommodate a larger horsepower engine room. A square tail was used to improve high-speed performance, and the armor layout was modified. Apart from the design speed of 30 knots, the overall layout was unremarkable. Plan number 3 proposed by Wei Jizhu and Zheng Jingxi is a plan that is 255 meters long, 31 meters wide, and has a draft of 10.5 meters. It is equipped with 3 triple-mounted 406 mm main guns. It uses a bulbous nose drag reduction design and a large square stern to improve high-speed performance. It is expected to reach a speed of 30 to 31 knots at 165,000 horsepower. The main armor belt is 356 mm and tilted outward at 15 degrees. This design has obvious advantages, but it is also more radical. In addition to improving combat effectiveness, the extensive application of new technologies will also bring about soaring costs and various reliability problems. Chapter 103 Money. Another option is to design it similarly to the original Blue Star, Tianqing class, and Qi class, appropriately weakening the level of protection in exchange for high speed and strong firepower. However, all of these options are big spenders. Even the most conservative option number 1 has an estimated cost of more than 27 million taels of silver. Chu Qing naturally preferred the plan proposed by Wei Jizhu and Zheng Jingxi. This plan was similar to the G3 plan of the original Blue Star British country, except that the original center-mounted number 3 turret was moved to the stern to form a conventional layout of 2 in front and 1 in the rear. It already had many characteristics of a high-speed battleship, or perhaps it was a high-speed battleship. Chu Qing did not want to build a large number of slow-moving iron turtles with little room for improvement, or some thin-skinned battlecruisers that compromise protection for speed. He only wanted high-speed battleships with a balanced form. After all, high-speed battleships are the future development. Given the special mechanism of Miracle Storm in this plane, the ship you just started building today, based on the strongest battleship of the current era, may be outdated tomorrow. Only with considerable foresight can you guarantee long-term advantages, at least to ensure that it will not be eliminated during the period from construction to service. Moreover, the more high-speed ships there are, the more likely it is to gain an advantage in the vanguard battle, and thus seize the initiative in the battle. In addition to being used in fleet decisive battles, the high-speed battleships also have a very high value retention rate. Whether following a high-speed aircraft carrier formation in the future aircraft carrier era, or leading a group of younger brothers to disrupt or counter interdiction, they can play a very significant role. The Renown-class battlecruiser that played the entire game of the former Blue Star Britain and the 4 Kongo-class battlecruisers of the East Sakura Empire are a good reflection of this point. However, Plan Number 3 has too many technical difficulties. For example, the specific parameters such as the size and shape of the bulbous nose need to be determined through a lot of calculations and water tank experiments. Moreover, the design of the triple turret also needs further discussion. It may be necessary to wait until the development of the firing delay device is completed before the problems of the triple turret's muzzle spacing being too small and the muzzle blast affecting shooting accuracy can be solved. A triple turret isn't just about cramming 3 guns into a steel shell. First, consider whether the gun mounts will have a shared saddle or independent, elevating positions. Image of the turret in your head/actual turret structure.jpg, as well as the placement of components such as the ammunition hoist and ammunition cage after adding more artillery. Chu Qing did not want to build a triple-mounted turret with only 2 ammunition hoists. I'm talking about the combined force level. As of 1925, the Blue Star had a true triple-mounted large-caliber main gun turret with an independent gun mount that could be independently elevated and lowered. Chu Qing only knew that there was a 16-inch triple-mounted turret of the original G3 battlecruiser that was later installed on the Nelson class. Moreover, the reputation of this type of turret is not good, and it is considered not a successful design, so it needs to be improved. The 406mm main gun on the Nelson class ranks last in a series of 16-inch naval guns due to design defects and shell problems. It is even ridiculed as a cream gun. Even the British-produced 381 gun equipped with new shells may not be able to fully surpass it. Chu Qing didn't want to use the same MKI guns as the Nelson on his battleships, which had weak firepower. Installing other guns would also require modifying the original design. A large number of modifications would require the development of numerous different design proposals, which in turn would need to be verified to find the optimal solution. All of these require real funds to drive them forward. Apart from taxes, the Guangdong Autonomous Region's income mainly comes from the sale of coal, shipping, and some light industrial products. The recent arms trade has made a lot of money, but apart from recruiting new sailors and new shipbuilding workers, most of the money is used to provide pensions for fallen soldiers and support for the families of martyrs. Moreover, due to the war, in order to appease the people, Chu Qing announced a 1-year tax suspension to allow the people to recuperate. Now that he had lost the major source of income, taxes, and had built up the navy, Chu Qing's purse was also empty. After he recovered the archipelago, he gradually aggregated the funds from the islands. The total value of various currencies, gold and silver, was about 150 million taels of silver. This money was the accumulation of many years by the autonomous regions, and Chu Qing, the prodigal son, spent at least 80 million taels of money in one go. The money was used to pay for the resettlement of new soldiers, pensions for disabled soldiers, maintenance of existing warships, excavation of large docks, purchase of supporting facilities, establishment of a chemical industry system, purchase of crude oil and related refining and oil production equipment, etc., all of which were big spenders. The development of the shipbuilding industry does not happen overnight. The cost of building a battleship is not only the material and labor costs of building the battleship, but also a series of expenses for the construction of supporting facilities and related technology research and development. If the Iron Blood Nation had not sent a large number of industrial equipment to relieve some of the pressure, Chu Qing probably wouldn't even dare to propose a plan for selecting a new battleship. And it was also thanks to the fact that the education system of the Qiancang Empire in this dimension kept up with the world trend and was not confined to the books of sages like some dynasties in the original Blue Star. Otherwise, Chu Qing would probably have to train a group of junior technical talents in industry from scratch, which would be a huge project. After much deliberation, Chu Qing finally decided to design according to Plan Number 3. It might be a little more expensive, as long as it doesn't fall behind so quickly. Chu Qing doesn't want the tragedy of many last-generation pre-dreadnought battleships becoming obsolete as soon as they were launched to happen to him. Luzon colonial waters, off the coast of Manila. George Dewey, commander of the White Eagle Federation's Far East Squadron, paced back and forth on his flagship, the Olympia. His fleet set out from the Qiancang Islands 4 days ago and has finally arrived at the Luzon colony. In this battle, the White Eagle Federation Far East Fleet was deployed in full force, with 2 reconnaissance airships in the sky, and the flagship South Carolina-class Michigan, 2 Kearsarge-class pre-dreadnoughts, 3 Olympias, and a St. Louis cruiser sailing slowly on the sea. Such a fleet is not strong, but it should be enough to deal with the Iberian Luzon colony fleet. However, there are reports that after the Luzon colony failed to purchase ships from the Yangzhou Principality, It purchased a batch of new ships and coastal defense weapons from the autonomous region in the east of Qiancang. The specific models are unknown, but it is speculated that there should be quite a few of those high-speed torpedo boats. This information was obtained by Commodore Dewey by sending his men to mobilize all their connections in the Hong Kong Islands and inquire from the cargo ship sailors. All the news was very vague, with only probably and seemingly given. This infuriated Dewey, but he had no other options. After all, the indigenous people of the Luzon colony were non-white, and the Kingdom of Iberia maintained strict regulations on foreign shipping, separating the berths for merchant ships from the military port. Furthermore, following recent years of tensions, non-Iberian nationals, or those without the governor's permission, were prohibited from settling there. This made it difficult for White Eagle Federation intelligence personnel to infiltrate, and even if they landed, they would be unable to transmit intelligence back. The Far East Fleet currently knew only a third of Luzon, leaving the remaining 7 unknowns a source of deep anxiety for Commodore Dewey. Reconnaissance airship reports, coal smoke spotted 20 nautical miles southeast. Chapter 104 Battle of Subic Bay. This location? 6 nautical miles west of Subic Bay. George Dewey found the location of the Iberian fleet on the nautical chart. According to the Qiancang people, should this be called a fight to the death or a desperate battle? Commodore Dewey joked to the captain of the Michigan. Judging from the intelligence gathered previously, Subic Bay is the home port of the Luzon colonial fleet, and it is quite tragic that the enemy is arrayed here to meet the enemy. It's a good thing that they dare to come out and fight. We don't have to play the boring cat-and-mouse game. George Dewey straightened his face and began to issue combat deployments. Fight in single file. The battleships will prioritize attacking the Iberian dreadnought. The cruiser formation will coordinate operations and prioritize attacking those older cruisers. About 2 hours later, in the waters of the Luzon colony, Subic Bay Fort. Please stop your pointless resistance and immediately evacuate from the waters of the Luzon colony. The White Eagle Federation fleet will guarantee your safety. Sizzle, sizzle. Major General Patricio Monteo on the Jamie, I tore the telegram to pieces. Then he tightened the buttons of his uniform and hung all the medals he had received since joining the army on his chest. The pride of the Iberian kingdom made him unwilling to bow his head, and he would rather raise his sword and fight until the moment his head was chopped off. The coal smoke of the White Eagle fleet could now be seen in the distance, and Major General Monteo was ready to sink with the ship. Although the strength of the Luzon colonial fleet led by him had undergone a round of expansion, the quality of the sailors was not so easy to improve. It was hard to say how much of the combat power of the ships these newly equipped colonial sailors could exert. 7 columns of smoke. Distance 22,000. Speed 10 knots, heading southeast, turning southwest. The lookout reported the movements of the White Eagle fleet. It seemed that the commander of the White Eagle Federation did not send out a separate vanguard fleet to conduct reconnaissance, but instead concentrated all his forces to eliminate the Luzon colonial fleet in one go, and the reconnaissance relied entirely on the airship force. This ship, turn starboard to 2 compass points, proceed at a low speed of 4 knots, single lengthwise. The remaining ships do not need to follow this ship. Strive to coordinate operations as much as possible to maximize numerical advantage and wait for the enemy to enter engagement range. All ships should not stray too far from Subic Battery. The current Luzon colonial fleet, in addition to the original old-style cruisers, has 1 Haitian, 2 Herong, and 2 Bremen-class cruisers, which gives it an advantage in the number of cruisers. Major General Patricio Monteo's strategy was to rely on the defensive firepower of the Subic Bay artillery to coordinate sea and land operations. The Jam would tie down the enemy battleships. The cruiser formation would use its superior numbers to entangle the opponent's screen ships, and the torpedo boat force would hide in Subic Bay and wait for an opportunity to launch. The unique main gun layout of Jamie I makes her salvo angle range narrow, only about 80 degrees, so she needs to pay special attention to her relative course with the enemy ship. The South Carolina class, which adopts a back-to-back layout, does not have to worry about this. The salvo range of the 8 main guns covers most of the range on both sides. 3:21 p.m., June 14, 1665, local calendar. With the deafening roar of the 305mm coastal defense gun in the center of the Subic Coastal Defense Battery, the challenge of the emerging powers to the aging empire began. Boom. Brigadier General George Dewey was shocked when a huge column of water rose up. This was a 12-inch coastal defense artillery. These Iberians actually got such a big gun from the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory. Coastal artillery installed in coastal artillery positions does not need to worry about turret design and can increase the elevation angle without restraint. so in general its range exceeds that of naval guns of the same caliber. When this coastal defense gun opened fire, the White Eagle fleet was at least 19,000 meters away from Subic Bay, and the main gun of any warship in the fleet could not reach it. The old reconnaissance airships were not equipped with land attack weapons such as bombs. If they wanted to knock down that artillery position, they had to risk shore artillery fire and enter the range of the ship's guns. Brigadier General Dewey had no choice but to make the risky decision to approach. Although the Iberians were the first to attack, based on the intelligence already obtained, the training of these colonial sailors was worrying, and the coastal defense artillery unit was probably in a similar condition. Perhaps it was because the Iberian kingdom had come to an end. Starting from 321, the 305mm coastal artillery fired more than 60 shells, but none of them hit the target. The White Eagle Far East Fleet maneuvered towards the Subic fort for half an hour without any damage. While shouting, "God bless you," George Dewey instructed the Michigan to begin suppressing the coastal artillery. The 8 305mm main guns completed the measurement and calculation of the firing parameters in the shortest time. The smoke and dust raised by the high explosive bombs directly covered the position of the heavy gun. In order to prepare for war, the White Eagle sailors had conducted shooting training near the Qiancang Islands for more than a month, including bombarding the opposite shore. Now it was time to test it. In order to save costs and quickly form combat effectiveness, Governor Fairman did not build a concrete protective shell for the artillery when building the fort. He simply cast a base and arranged corresponding auxiliary equipment in it. This type of turret has poor protection against shell fragments. Although the artillery itself is not so easy to destroy, the crew members operating the artillery are just flesh and blood and cannot resist the shock wave and steel fragments. It took the White Eagle Federation fleet only about 10 minutes to silence the main battery in Subic Bay, damaging some nearby medium-caliber artillery. At this time, they also entered the firing range of the Luzon colonial fleet, led by Major General Montejo. The performance of the Iberian coastal defense artillery did not surprise Major General Montejo. Montejo knew clearly that these coastal defense artillerymen were converted from the army, and they did not dare to waste precious heavy artillery shells during patrols. They had not fired a single shot since training. What could such artillery do? Spain class. Boom. The Jamie I launched an artillery attack on the Michigan, which had just silenced the coastal artillery at a distance of 15,000 meters. The battle between the two dreadnoughts officially began, and the rumbling sound of cannons like a huge bell echoed on the sea. Even though the overall quality of the Luzon colonial fleet sailors was not good, the training level of the sailors on the core of the fleet, the Jamie I, was definitely above the passing line, and they achieved a straddle in the 6.5 salvos. The White Eagle sailors, who had undergone several months of intensive training, also fought back, and the 8th salvo successfully hit the Jamie I. At a distance of 12,000 meters, the White Eagle 305mm gun was already capable of penetrating the 230mm main armor of the Iberia-class dreadnought. Unless it hit the back of the turret, the Shanghai May I would have no defense against the South Carolina class at this distance. The armor-piercing shell penetrated the 150mm upper armor of the Iberia-class ship. The coal bunker behind it could barely block the armor-piercing shell with huge kinetic energy. The shock wave collapsed the 25mm structural steel plate of the lower cabin, and steel fragments penetrated the partition between the cabins. Bremen-class light cruiser. 2 Qiancang-class pre-dreadnoughts also joined the battle by firing their main guns. For a time, the Iberian naval pillar was in a tough fight. The cruiser formation received orders, with the Haitian-class and 2 Bremen-class as the spearhead, and the Hiron-class and a group of old cruisers rushed towards the White Eagle Federation fleet. Chapter 105 Battle of Subic Bay 2. For the less well-trained Iberian Navy, engaging in a long-range artillery battle with the White Eagle Navy was tantamount to suicide. Their only way out was to get as close to the White Eagle Federation as possible to cover up their own shortcomings of low hit rate. Olympia-class protected cruiser. However, the White Eagle Federation would not sit idly by. Although the St. Louis class of the 4 protected cruisers brought by George Dewey this time was called a protected cruiser by the outside world, it was called a semi-armored cruiser within the White Eagle Federation. With a volume of 9,800 tons, it has 14 152 naval guns and a 102mm side armor belt. Although it is not very powerful against the 10,000-ton cruisers of the same level, it is still very good at bullying these second-class cruisers. St. Louis-class protection diagram. The 3 battleships focused on attacking the Jamie I. Although the remaining 4 protected cruisers continued to sail in a single column following the battleship formation, They also began to use their main guns to intercept the swarming Iberian cruisers. In addition to the 5 warships purchased from abroad, the Iberians had 3 old cruisers and 3 old protected cruisers of over 1,000 tons that could still go out of the port for normal operations, a total of 11 ships. They had an absolute advantage in numbers and barely rushed to a position 8,000 meters away from the White Eagle fleet. Cuba Island. A distance of 8,000 meters was already within the effective range of the White Eagle fleet's 152mm naval guns. If it was closer, the 127mm naval guns would also be useful. The Iberian fleet charged forward in the face of flying water columns. When the distance was shortened to 7,500 meters, the old protected cruiser Cuba Island was hit by the Olympia-class 203mm main gun. The command level on the flying bridge was instantly wiped out, and the signal rigging was also cut by shrapnel. Then 2 more 152 high-explosive shells hit, and the acting captain, first mate, and others who had just taken over the command were killed again. A 120mm rapid-fire gun was also knocked out, and the propellant was detonated during the bombardment, causing a fire on the ship. The damage control equipment of this old ship was outdated and backward. The damage control team could not control the spread of the fire at all. The fire spread to other gun positions and triggered a chain explosion. In less than 5 minutes, most of the combat effectiveness of the ship was lost. The experience of the Cuba was just the beginning. In addition to the Cuba, old warships such as the Luzon and Castillo were hit and caught fire one after another, and had to leave the formation to put out the fire. The strategy of focusing on attacking old ships was very successful, and half of the 6 old ships had lost their combat effectiveness. Kearsarge-class battleship line drawing. At the same time, 15 meters below the surface, the periscope depth. The fighting is really intense up there. The Iberian dreadnought is on fire, and 3 cruisers are about to sink. Inside the Xia-02 boat, Captain Deng Xiong was holding the periscope handle and observing the sea. "Captain, how about we take down the big one?" A crew member next to Deng Xiong felt itchy after hearing this. After all, the sinking record of the previous experimental boat had made every new submariner very envious, and both boats wanted to be the first to break the previous record. Don't worry, the governor's mission is to ensure that both sides suffer losses in the battle, not to help one side fight. Deng Xiong continued to turn the periscope. There are only 8 torpedoes on the boat. Save them for last. Boom. The Jamie I finally hit Dewey's flagship. The British-made 50 caliber 305 naval gun had a stronger horizontal penetration than the American-made South Carolina-class naval gun. At a distance of 11,000 meters, even if it could not penetrate the 305mm American armor, it could rely on the artillery charge to blow up the 12-inch turret protection. The hot air wave penetrated into the Mark 7 turret of the Michigan through the gap in the turret armor, and metal fragments scratched the arm of the turret commander, Major William. Dewey was still standing on the navigation bridge of the Michigan, gazing at the Jamie I in the distance with great confidence, as if he could see the figure of his current opponent, the Iberian Major General. Boom. The 2 Kearsarge-class ships in the rear started formation firing again. The 2 pre-dreadnoughts had a total of 8 main guns, which was also a firepower that could not be underestimated. It was no wonder that Brigadier General Dewey was so confident. The cruiser formations of both sides have approached to 5,500 meters, which is the best time for medium-caliber rapid-fire guns to exert their power. The firepower network of the 4 large anti-ship cruisers covered the remaining 7 Iberian cruisers. The previous 3 Luzon-class cruisers had now completely turned into burning torches and floating coffins, while the 4 White Eagle anti-ship cruisers had basically suffered no losses. Hit amidships. The upper armor belt has been penetrated. 4 compartments surrounding the medical bay have been damaged. Damage control personnel have arrived and are putting out the fire. The 330mm shells from the Kearsarge class successfully penetrated the upper armor belt, which was only 150mm thick, and smashed straight into the battleship's medical room, killing all the doctors and wounded on the Jamie I. The Jamie I had suffered another blow. This small dreadnought, with a fully loaded displacement of less than 16,000 tons, was naturally less able to sink. Consequently, the head of damage control remained extremely nervous. Major General Patricio Monteo turned and patted him on the shoulder. "No matter the outcome of today's battle, we will all go to the altar with a clean heart and a clear conscience." After the Major General finished speaking, he turned his body back to the front. He saw the Iberian cruisers struggling in the fire net of the White Eagle cruiser formation. There was no ripple in his eyes. No one expected those old cruisers to achieve any results. Their only use was to cover the new warships in front. The cruisers purchased from Cangdong were equipped with torpedoes and matching launch tubes produced by Cangdong at Rubio's request. The torpedoes are said to have Dongying bloodline and have a speed of 36 knots at a range of 8,000 meters, which should be enough to deal with those armored cruisers. Finally, the distance between the two cruiser fleets was shortened to 4,200 meters. One of the two Bremen-class cruisers was also seriously damaged by concentrated fire, and the hull was severely tilted by the bow. It was impossible to restore its combat effectiveness without entering the dock for overhaul. Until then, when the sailors on the White Eagle cruiser thought that these Iberians might be preparing to adopt a ramming tactic, the remaining Iberian cruisers changed their course and began to engage in battle in the same direction with the 4 White Eagle defense cruisers. At this distance, the battle between cruisers was a competition of projectile volume and reserve buoyancy. Sailors on both sides were frantically repeating the process of loading, aiming, and firing. The sound of rapid-fire guns was connected together, and each warship was surrounded by a continuous column of water. Unlike the calculated long-range artillery battles between dreadnoughts, the battles between these cruisers were even more adrenaline-pumping. During the broadside engagement, the broadsides of the 3 cruisers from the Cangdong Autonomous Territory clashed with a few bangs, and several hard-to-see white lines appeared on the water. Chapter 106 Rapid Thunderstrike. Boom! A Hairon-class ship was hit directly at the stern by the main gun of the Olympia class. The rear main gun and the crew members were directly reduced to broken parts. The high temperature of the explosion of the 203 shell ignited the propellant, causing a larger explosion. The deck, searchlight, and rapid-fire gun platform at the stern disappeared without a trace in the explosion. The shock wave ruptured the steam pipelines on this old ship, and high-temperature steam poured into the cabins inside the ship. Under the combined effect of the fire, the Hairon-class ship was simply turned into a living steamer. The battleship quickly lost power and became a sitting duck for the White Eagle fleet. The 3 Olympia-class ships concentrated their firepower on it, hitting the fragile hull one after another. The deck was swept into a mess by the 127mm rapid-fire guns. The 203mm caliber shells were simply not something a battleship of this tonnage could withstand. Under the intensive barrage, the Ciron class quickly tilted and sank. The number ratio between the two sides reached 5-4. But before the White Eagle sailors could rejoice for long, accompanied by a violent explosion, 2 tall columns of water rose from the port side of the Olympia-class cruiser, Raleigh, and the St. Louis-class cruiser, Baltimore, at the rear of the fleet. Boom! 2 of the 8 torpedoes launched by the 3 ships hit the target, which was a remarkable achievement and made Rear Admiral Montejo, who was in charge of the Jamie I, particularly excited. The 105 kilograms charge of the Type 44 Type 2 torpedo tore open the underwater part of the Olympia-class ship. Under the secondary blow of the water hammer effect, the more than 6,800-ton cruiser trembled violently, and even its keel was twisted. A large amount of seawater quickly poured in from under the protective deck in a short period of time, breaking through layers of watertight doors. Before the damage control team of the Raleigh reached the corresponding position, the cruiser had suffered irreversible catastrophic flooding. The attack happened so quickly that the captain of the Raleigh didn't even have time to react. He also forgot to give the order to abandon ship when the ship was severely tilted, resulting in at least 200 people on the cruiser not being able to evacuate in time and becoming the victims of the battleship. The St. Louis-class USS Baltimore, due to its large displacement and sufficient reserve buoyancy, was only severely damaged and was not in immediate danger of sinking. However, the massive influx of water completely submerged the Baltimore's 102mm waterline armor, significantly impacting the operation of the lower gun emplacements. To make matters worse, the Michigan's turret was hit again in the artillery battle with the Jamie I. Although it did not penetrate the ship, the vibration caused the turret's steering mechanism to jam, which basically meant that the turret could not be used in this naval battle. The long-silent Subic Bay battery announced its return with a roar, along with the 4 203mm coastal defense guns deployed in front of it. The White Eagle Federation fleet has approached to a distance of 10,000 meters from the Subic battery and entered the range of the 203mm coastal guns. In an instant, one of the 4 White Eagle cruisers sank and one was seriously damaged. The dreadnought was also hit. The Subic battery resumed operation, and the battlefield situation became confusing again. Such a battle made the members of the submarine force 5,000 meters underwater watch with great interest. I bet an orange that the Iberians will have the upper hand when we make our move. I'll also bet an orange that the White Eagles will overwhelm the Iberians. A momentary stroke of luck can't change the gap in hard power. Enough. We're not a sightseeing tour group. Deng Xiong stopped the cruise noise. Engine room, full speed motor, let's move. Deng Xiong had already made up his mind that when the 30 high-speed torpedo boats purchased by the Iberians appeared on the battlefield, the final outcome of this battle would be determined, so Xia 02 needed to move to find a suitable attack position. Montagu himself knew very well that the Iberian Navy was far from taking the initiative on the battlefield. Although the 4 main turrets of the Jamie I were intact, the White Eagle Federation, which had lost a twin main turret, still had 14 main guns of 305 mm and above that could be used. What's more, the Jamie I had been hit by 4 bullets and the hull had tilted about 3 degrees. If the situation could not be improved, the final outcome of the Iberian Navy would still be destruction. Rear Admiral Montagu looked towards the entrance of Subic Bay. His fleet was about to sail to the south of the Subic Bay waterway, and the 30 high-speed torpedo boats in the naval port were ready to go. Each of these torpedo boats cost 10,000 taels of silver. In addition to the 2 torpedoes that came with the boat, 4 more were purchased as spares. Together with the cost of modifying the 2 torpedo boat motherships, the Luzon colony's spending on these small boats had reached 600,000 taels of silver. Investing a huge amount of money is just for the final killing blow. All ships release smoke screens and send a message to the torpedo boat forces. It's time for them to take action. Estimating that the time was almost right, Major General Montagu decided to deploy the torpedo boat force to launch the final offensive. The 30 torpedo boats were divided into 2 batches. The first batch was the main force of the force in the port, and they would undertake the most important strike mission. There was also a torpedo boat mothership sailing outside Subic Bay in advance, and the torpedo boats on it were responsible for chasing and annihilating the remaining enemies. Except for the 8 boats on a torpedo boat mothership, the remaining 22 speedboats quickly rushed out of Subic Bay and launched a surprise attack on the approximate location of the White Eagle fleet under the cover of the smoke screen of the Iberian fleet in front, according to the pre-planned plan. In fact, the Iberians' approach was not perfect. The torpedo boat unit's combat regulations formulated by Chu Qing clearly stated, in the event of daytime combat, high-speed torpedo boat units should preferably approach the enemy covertly under the cover of small and medium-sized high-speed torpedo boats, using smoke screens, and launch a full-speed assault when they are within 3,000 meters. In special circumstances, in order to reduce casualties, the assault distance without cover should not exceed 5,000 meters. The Iberians obviously cannot do this. Currently, the smoke screen created by the Jamie I is deliberately causing the fuel in the battleship's boiler to not burn completely and produce black smoke. The effect is not good, and the target is too far away. Although the cruiser formation was very close to the enemy, it was disconnected from Jamie I and could not cooperate with the flagship smoke screen. Moreover, most of the smoke canisters were destroyed by rapid-fire gunfire in the previous battle, so the smoke screen effect was not perfect. But for the Luzon colonial fleet, this was already the best condition for launching an attack. After all, the entire colonial fleet could not even muster a high-speed ship, so how could it advance to provide cover for the torpedo boat unit? 22 small black dots pulled out 22 white waves. The gasoline engine ran at full power, and the torpedo boat accelerated to a maximum speed of 43 knots within 1 minute, which also attracted the attention of 2 reconnaissance airships in the air. Chapter 107 Chaos. Unusual movement in Subic Bay, suspected to be a high-speed torpedo boat. After receiving the report from the airship, Brigadier General Dewey quickly walked to the observation deck and raised a high-powered telescope to look towards Subic Bay, but the thick smoke and the hull of the Jamie I blocked his sight. However, he vaguely saw at least 10 white tracks passing by the Jamie I and rushing towards him. Realizing the threat, Commodore Dewey quickly issued orders for the secondary gun crew to prepare for battle and for sailors in non-important positions to go to the side to operate small-caliber rapid-fire weapons and prepare for anti-small boat operations. The Baltimore stayed behind to engage in a firefight with several Iberian cruisers, while ordering 2 combat-capable Olympia-class ships to maneuver to the port side of the Michigan to act as a barrier. The size of a 10,000-ton cruiser is indeed not comparable to those small guys of 3,000 or 4,000 tons. Even if the 203 mm main gun of the Haitian class penetrates the 102 mm Harvey hardened steel, it cannot break through the armor protection inside the hull. The 105 mm rapid-fire guns of the Bremen class and Hellion class ships had very limited lethality against such a 10,000-ton ship. Although flames continued to rise from all over the Baltimore, making it look very miserable, only the unprotected bow and stern guns were destroyed by shrapnel, and the rest of the guns protected by the gun turrets could still fire unscrupulously. The battle scene between the two sides was extremely similar to the battle when the patrol fleet besieged the Margrave Bismarck. Now the Baltimore's water intake has been controlled and the tilted hull is being straightened. Unless the remaining two cruisers purchased from the Shandong Autonomous Territory turn their hulls around and use the torpedo tubes on the other side of the ship to launch torpedo attacks, the Baltimore will not be in danger of sinking for a while. The last old-style iron-ribbed wooden-hulled cruiser sank into the sea, and the situation on the battlefield became 5-3. Due to the size disadvantage, the numerical advantage of the Iberian cruisers was not obvious. The secondary gun groups of the three battleships of the White Eagle Federation also began to join the battle, and the offensive of the Iberian Navy was once again curbed. Noticing the situation on the battlefield, Rear Admiral Montejo immediately ordered the Haitian class to withdraw from the battle and use its high speed to rush to the front of the White Eagle battleship formation to create a smoke screen to cover the attack of the torpedo boat unit. This action was of course noticed by the White Eagle Navy. The two Olympia-class ships that were maneuvering towards the battleship fleet side immediately made it their primary target. However, when everyone's attention was drawn to the Haitian class, the Subic battery, boom! The Kearsarge-class battleship USS Kentucky became the first warship to be hit by the Shandong-produced 305mm coastal defense gun. The high-explosive shell hit the Kentucky's foremast. The explosion tore the sailors on the mast into pieces along with the searchlights, rangefinders, etc. The water columns fired by the four 203mm coastal defense guns also surrounded the Kentucky, interfering with the fire control observation of this 8-year-old pre-dreadnought. The Iberian coastal artillery has now finally gotten rid of the bad reputation of the battlefield atmosphere group and achieved its first victory since the war began, relieving the pressure on the JMI. At this time, the distance between the battlefield and the artillery position had been shortened to 8,500 meters, and those 152mm coastal defense guns also opened fire, attacking the White Eagle cruiser. There were 4 203mm and 8 152mm coastal defense guns on the Subic fort, which was equivalent to an unsinkable large armored cruiser. The firepower of the artillery position had reached a point that could not be ignored, so the two Olympia-class ships had to use their main guns to suppress the coastal artillery in the battle. Enemy torpedo boat formation spotted. Distance 8,500 yards. Direction 097. They're targeting us. The Michigan's lookout spotted the high-speed torpedo boat that broke out of the first smoke screen and determined that it was heading towards the three battleships. Stop them. Don't let them get close. The gunnery officers of each ship immediately issued orders, and the secondary gun groups of the three battleships concentrated their firepower to intercept the torpedo boat forces approaching at high speed. In addition to the main guns, the broadside firepower of 2 Kilsack-class ships and 1 South Carolina-class ship also includes 8 203mm guns, 14 127mm guns, and a large number of 57mm and 76mm rapid-fire guns. Their firepower is quite amazing. The sea area in front of the high-speed torpedo boat unit's advance instantly turned into a forest of water columns. Fortunately, the distance was far, and the White Eagle fleet's shooting training did not target targets with speeds above 40 knots. In order to avoid bombardment and reduce losses, the 22 torpedo boats dispersed according to the pre-rehearsed plan and made irregular movements to disrupt the White Eagle fleet's predictions. In the end, only 4 of the 22 boats were lost when they broke into the smoke screen released by the cruiser. The most chaotic phase of the Battle of Subic Bay began. The main guns of the White Eagle battleship were attacking the JMI. The secondary guns were intercepting high-speed torpedo boats. The Baltimore was fighting with the remaining 3 Iberian cruisers. The main gun groups of the 2 Olympia-class battleships were fighting with the Subic battery, and the secondary gun groups were attacking the Haitian-class battleship that was creating a smoke screen. The scene on the battlefield was extremely chaotic, and the process of multi-target combat was a great test of the crew's training level. The White Eagle fleet, which had undergone several months of intensive training before the war, could only barely cope with it. The smoke screen released by the Haitian class was less than 5 kilometers away from the White Eagle battleship formation, and a high-speed speedboat moving at full speed only needed more than 3 minutes to cross this distance. Realizing the danger, Commodore Dewey urgently ordered the 2 patrol ships to stop engaging with the Haitian and immediately move closer to the battleship formation. At the same time, he ordered the main guns to change their targets, load shrapnel, and launch a rough fire on the torpedo boat formation behind the smoke screen with the assistance of the airship force. The 3 battleships lowered their gun barrels and fired a salvo at the sea behind the Haitian class. More than 10 large-caliber main guns fired at them at a distance of less than 5,000 meters. The mighty sound frightened the crew members on the Haitian class. Two of the whistling shells hit the Haitian class superstructure, causing this medium-sized protected cruiser of more than 4,000 tons to suffer a blow that it should not have endured for its tonnage. The massive shockwave completely destroyed the superstructure, and fist-sized steel pellets exploded in all directions, turning the cabins and decks near the blast point into a sieve. The sailors behind were also torn into pieces. The chimney was also pierced with several large holes, and the ruptured steam pipes were whirring and spewing hot gases. The cruiser's mission was thus accomplished. The rest of the shells fell behind the smoke screen, causing a series of loud noises, just like using number 12 shotgun shells to shoot mice in the grass. Just one hit from the flying projectiles could make a high-speed torpedo boat lose its combat effectiveness. Fortunately, there was smoke cover, and the rough shooting was not very accurate. In the end, there were only 12 high-speed torpedo boats left after rushing out of the smoke screen. When 12 white waves appeared in front of George Dewey and a group of officers and soldiers of the White Eagle fleet, everyone realized that the final battle had arrived. Chapter 108 Unexpected. Idiot. What are you doing? Reload quickly. Reload quickly. Sergeant Simpson scolded a recruit who was staring blankly in front of the 57mm gun on the Olympia-class protected cruiser Omaha to wake him up. Sergeant, why can't I see the water column from my gun? Sampson was stunned for a moment. Then he scolded the recruit again. That means you hit the target. You idiot. The small black dots representing high-speed torpedo boats have appeared in the sight of the White Eagle sailors. Facing this new type of weapon that was advertised as having sunk 2 super dreadnoughts, for the first time, everyone was frightened. Ridiculous scenes, such as the one above, were being staged everywhere at this time. The last 4,000 meters was the most dangerous distance for both sides. The 2 Olympia-class ships had just maneuvered to 1,200 meters in front of the port side of the battleship formation, blocking the attack path of the torpedo boat unit and intercepting the last 12 speedboats with full firepower. The lead attack boat decisively changed its target to the 2 Olympia-class patrol boats. With the other 3 boats, they launched 8 torpedoes from 2,500 meters away from the White Eagle patrol boats, with each patrol boat receiving 4. The scene of the Raleigh being sunk by a torpedo was still vivid in their minds. The White Eagle sailors watched in horror as 4 white waves at 36 knots hurtled towards them. The 2 ships were forced to start turning at a large angle to evade, and their firepower became sparse. At this time, the artillery fire of the Jamie I arrived. With the original Blue Star's fire control device from the 1910s, it was still accurate enough to shoot at a 6,000-ton target at a distance of 9,000 meters, and the Olympia suffered a fatal blow. A salvo of fire landed 2 armor-piercing shells, penetrating the engine room. The explosion destroyed the Olympia's engine systems and set off a fire that spread to the upper decks. This former flagship of the Far East Fleet was lavishly decorated with luxurious furniture and ornaments, but these flammable decorations now emitted billowing smoke from the intense heat. The remaining boats, taking advantage of the weakening firepower, rushed through the blockade and faced the secondary guns of the 3 battleships. The Michigan lowered its main guns to the limit and fired its final and most powerful round of shrapnel attack, capsizing 4 of the 8 boats. Another high-speed torpedo boat was smashed into pieces by the secondary guns of the battleship Michigan. The remaining 3 boats rushed to a distance of 900 meters from the Michigan and fired the 6 torpedoes they carried, blocking the Michigan's space for dodging, but they themselves were torn into pieces by the secondary guns and rapid-fire guns of the 3 battleships. Full port. Reverse the left engine. Overload the right engine. Captain Gridley yelled at the top of his lungs. The stumbling Michigan had done its best to maneuver and avoid the fatal blow, but the 900-meter launch range was too close, and the Michigan was not a warship good at maneuvering. Captain Gridley watched helplessly as 2 of the missiles crashed into the Michigan's hull. The imagined earth-shattering explosion did not happen, which surprised both Commodore Dewey and Major General Monteo on the Jamie I. How is this possible? Patricio Monteo's eyes were almost spitting fire. The torpedo hit, but didn't detonate. This is clearly an ammunition problem. In the pre-war simulation, 20 high-speed torpedo boats, with the cooperation of surface ship forces and regardless of the cost of casualties, could basically guarantee the sinking of the South Carolina-class ships of the White Eagle fleet. Therefore, Major General Monteo had high hopes for them, and even prepared to use a second wave of high-speed torpedo boats to finish off and pursue the White Eagle flagship after sinking it. As a result, the killer weapons purchased with 600,000 taels of silver were completely consumed, and the surface fleet also made heavy sacrifices, just to create the best attack conditions for them to strike the most threatening White Eagle Federation battleship with a single blow. All the work was completed, but the final link of ammunition failed. In fact, what Rear Admiral Montejo didn't know was that before the torpedo boat unit set sail, the unreliable logistics personnel forgot to install the fuses on the 2 torpedoes on the boat, which also caused the torpedo boat unit's attack to be in vain. The White Eagle fleet reacted with great morale. Brigadier General Dewey shouted, "God bless the White Eagle," while commanding the fleet to gather its formation and launch a full-scale counterattack. He knew that after the torpedo boat attack, the Iberians would have no more tricks up their sleeves. Soon, 2 Kilshak-class 330mm heavy guns mercilessly sent the Haitian-class ship that was responsible for covering it to the bottom of the sea. The Bremen-class and Hiron-class ships that were attacking the Baltimore had also suffered heavy damage and almost lost their combat effectiveness. After the final hit on a Chilsarge-class ship, the Subic battery was once again enveloped by the Michigan's artillery fire, and the gun crew members on the position were completely submerged in the billowing smoke and dust. On the other hand, the morale of the Iberian sailors plummeted. Now the White Eagle side only had 2 combat-capable cruisers and 3 battleships, while their side only had the Jamie I that still retained relatively complete combat effectiveness. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the difference in strength. The 2 desperate Iberian cruisers launched a death charge on the Baltimore, attempting to bury the 10,000-ton cruiser, here using ramming tactics. Rear Admiral Montejo closed his eyes in agony. He knew his fleet had no chance of victory in this naval battle. The Iberian fleet's last hope was gone. Even if the torpedo boat carrier at the mouth of the bay launched its final wave of torpedo boats without orders, the loss of the Luzon colony was a foregone conclusion. Boom. The White Eagle battleship's gunfire once again enveloped the Jamie I. The huge waves created by the thick water columns made the battleship shake, and the tied lifeboats were repeatedly shaken off and fell into the sea. The A turret of the Jamie I was also knocked off by the armor-piercing shells of the White Eagle battleship. In addition, the relative angle at this time was not enough for the 4 main turrets of the Jamie I to fire at each other. Now the firepower of the Jamie I has been reduced to the level of a pre-dreadnought, with 4 305mm guns. Take her to the mouth of Subic Bay. Even if we have to sink her, we have to sink her there. We can't let these White Eagles take over Luzon so easily. The Major General turned around and said to the captain of the Jamie I. He decided that even if she sank, he had to block the waterway and make things difficult for the White Eagles. The Jamie I turned around and fled towards the mouth of Subic Bay, while the remaining 8 high-speed torpedo boats headed straight for the Baltimore, which was 8,500 meters away. Chapter 109 The Yellow Bird Behind. 15 meters below the surface, 1,100 meters southwest of the White Eagle fleet, the propellers of the Xia-02 submarine were thrusting at full speed. The boat had reached its maximum underwater speed, its bow pointed toward its prey. Large target number 1, distance 1050. Chu Xiong aimed his crosshairs at the firing Michigan. Horizontal bearing 012, the deputy captain added, looking at the scale on the periscope. Torpedo tubes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, prepare for launch. Set speed to maximum and depth to 6 meters. Chu Xiong looked at the nautical chart again to confirm the position and course of both fleets. This time he would not only use the 4 torpedo tubes in the front, but also the 2 torpedo tubes in the rear. His plan was to fire the front torpedo tube while the submarine was moving at full speed, then dive through the bottom of the White Eagle fleet, and then use the tail launch tube to harvest the remaining ships. However, for the sake of concealment, the periscope would be retracted after the attack, and the tail torpedoes would be launched entirely by feeling and prediction. 3, 2, 1. Periscope retracted. 5-second intervals. Torpedo tubes 1 through 4 fire. Dive to 30 meters. Accompanied by several violent vibrations, for 508 millimeters, submarine-launched torpedoes headed straight for the Michigan. At the same time, Xia-02, coordinated by the bow and stern elevators, dived to the seabed below 30 meters. Boom, boom. There was a violent vibration in front, and the submarine began to shake. The lights inside the submarine flashed twice, but all the crew members were delighted. 2 torpedoes hit. Boat number 02 continued to advance, the helmsman occasionally correcting its course according to the captain's instructions. The rumbling sound of the engine above indicated that the boat was passing above the White Eagle fleet. Chu Xiong looked at the stopwatch and estimated the movement of both sides in his mind. The crew members around him all had great trust in their captain and believed that Chu Xiong could lead them to achieve results. Chu Xiong was the final deputy captain of the original experimental boat. In addition to his command ability, he also showed amazing mental arithmetic ability at the Naval Academy. He was then noticed by Chu Qing and appointed as the deputy captain of the number 2 boat. The rumbling sound of the engine gradually faded away, and Deng Xiong looked up at the stopwatch. Torpedo tubes 5 and 6, launch. Boom. A huge explosion sounded again, and a Kearsarge-class ship followed the same fate as South Carolina. The 508mm submarine-launched torpedo was no small 457mm one. The pre-dreadnoughts and early dreadnoughts of this era generally did not pay attention to underwater defense, and one was enough to severely damage or even sink them. The South Carolina-class ship, which had been hit by 2 torpedoes, was now a dead fish. The surviving White Eagle sailors rushed to jump into the sea to escape. The Qiancang was obviously not going to last long. The Iberians who were retreating were even more ecstatic when they saw this scene. I think the torpedoes from the previous torpedo boat exploded. They were stuck on the hull for some reason, and then they were detonated for some reason. The captain of the Jamie, I speculated excitedly. I praised the merciful Father in heaven. Major General Montejo excitedly made the sign of the cross on the Jamie I. Although he was not quite sure what caused the 2 White Eagle battleships to explode, the opponent's 2 high-end combat forces were now completely lost. The Iberian fleet, which now had the support of coastal artillery and dreadnoughts, was not afraid at all when facing the White Eagle Federal Navy, which only had 1 dreadnought left. Let's give these cowboys a good beating with our 305mm naval guns. The White Eagle Federation was attacked in such a strange way that they thought it was some secret weapon of the Iberians, such as a low-visibility, ultra-long-range torpedo. The remaining Qiancang-class battleship, which hastily hoisted the commander's flag, quickly issued orders to the remaining ships, requiring them to stop fighting and quickly withdraw from the waters near Subic Bay. Rear Admiral Montu clenched his fists and was originally prepared to order the Jamie I to turn around and pursue the remaining White Eagle fleet. However, after listening to the opinions of the staff and reweighing the pros and cons, Rear Admiral Montu finally did not issue a pursuit order. Instead, he recalled the ships and torpedo boat formations, reorganized the defense, and only ordered the coastal artillery units to continue attacking. The Luzon Colonial Navy now only has 1 Bremen-class light cruiser and 1 severely damaged and paralyzed Siren-class battleship in addition to the Jamie I and 8 torpedo boats. It is meaningless to fight to the death with the White Eagle fleet that is determined to escape. Anyway, the outcome of this battle has been determined. Although the Jamie I was also seriously damaged, the victory in the Battle of Luzon Colony was of great significance to the Kingdom of Iberia. It was definitely a major blow to the local rioting indigenous people in Luzon, and it also played a considerable stabilizing role in the morale of the garrison in the Havana colony. Anyway, everything is developing in a direction that is beneficial to the Iberian Kingdom, and my name will be forever engraved in the history of the Iberian Kingdom. Rear Admiral Montejo announced the news of the victory to all the remaining ships in the fleet, and the surviving Iberian sailors cheered and hugged each other. Governor Feldman on the shore also received the news and smiled at Rubio. The dejected figure of the White Eagle fleet gradually moved away, and Major General Montejo was completely relieved. The previous 8 torpedo boats had also returned and were being relifted onto the mother ship. However, when the Iberians were about to report this good news to their homeland, something unexpected happened. Subic Battery reporting. Smoke column spotted in the southeast. A fleet is approaching. The signalman rushed into the bridge of the Jamie I and reported the news. What? Major General Montejo and other Iberian officers rushed forward and raised their binoculars to look for the target. They indeed saw about 5 to 6 smoke columns appearing on the sea in the southwest, 3 of which were particularly thick, obviously several large ships. Judging from the direction of sailing, they were obviously heading towards Manila. Who were they? Were they reinforcements from the White Eagle Federation? Major General Montejo's heart, which had just been at ease, was once again in suspense. The battle had just ended, the crew were extremely exhausted, and most of the ammunition had been used up. The coastal artillery unit had just reported that all 305mm shells had been used up. If any sudden incident occurred at this time, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. Chapter 110 Uninvited. In view of the tense situation in your country's Luzon colony, our troops have been entrusted by Governor Chu Qing of the Sangdong Autonomous Territory to assist the previously stranded Sangdong expatriates. We hope you will cooperate. Major General Montejo was shocked when he received the telegram. He turned his head to look outside the porthole at the 5 Iron Blood cruisers flying the Iron Cross and Black Eagle flags and the landing ships surrounding them. He couldn't believe that such a large-scale deployment was made just to pick up these 6 instructors. But we don't know where these 6 people are now. Copy this telegram to Governor Feldman. Major General Montejo held his forehead with both hands, his expression painful, warned the iron-blooded Chinese not to approach within 4,000 meters of the Subic Bay fort. He understood that the Iberian Luzon colony was in big trouble. Just looking at the size of the fleet sent by the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet this time, it was clear that it was not just a matter of sending people. If it was purely for support, then sending a high-speed cruiser would be enough. These 3 armored cruisers of more than 10,000 tons were obviously prepared to deal with the battle. The largest of the 3 ships is the Blucher class, one of the strongest armored cruisers in this dimension. The remaining 2 13,000-ton fully loaded Scharnhorst-class ships are not easy to deal with either. If the Jamie I was in good condition and the Subic battery had sufficient ammunition, it might still be able to fight. But in the current situation, with 3 armored cruisers joining forces to besiege its flagship at close range, the battered Jamie I would definitely not be able to withstand it. In the previous battle, the Jamie I was flooded, causing the main armor belt to almost sink into the sea. The upper armor belt alone could not withstand the close-range direct attack of the 210mm naval gun. He was indeed aware of the previous attack on those Sangdong instructors and raised objections, saying that the plan was too risky and that any problem in any link would lead to a catastrophic disaster. Moreover, it would also damage the glory and prestige of the Iberian Kingdom. However, Rubio still persuaded Governor Fairman to carry out this extremely risky plan. As a result, the attack failed and the people were nowhere to be found. Now they sent a fleet to demand their release. Major General Montejo was helpless and passed the buck to Governor Feldman. Governor Feldman, upon receiving the report, broke out in a cold sweat. I also wanted to hand over the people, but I didn't know where they had fled to. Tell the Iron Blood people that the instructors from Sangdong disappeared in the riots a few days ago. We don't know where they are, and we are doing our best to search for them. We promised to send the 6 Qiancang people back to the Sangdong Autonomous Territory safely. Governor Furman Udinese could only continue to play dumb and said, "Let Major General Montejo prepare for battle." On the other side, after receiving Fairman's order to prepare for battle, Montejo reluctantly ordered the sailors to return to their positions and be on guard, preparing to demonstrate the Iberian Navy's determination with a final battle. The remaining 2 Iberian warships that were still able to move had gathered together and pointed their guns at the Iron Blood Far East Fleet as a warning. The sailors on the ship who had just experienced a battle were now trembling slightly, with no trace of the excitement they had when they had just repelled the White Eagle Federation. This battle is different from the previous battle against the White Eagle Federation. The White Eagle people have limited overseas troops at this time, and their national strength has not yet reached the level sufficient to compete for global hegemony. Moreover, their energy is tied up in the Songbei Sea area and the Havana colony. It is unlikely that they will attack Luzon again in a short period of time. But now the opponent they face is the Iron Blood Empire. Although it has been suppressed by the British Empire, it is still the undisputed second naval power, with more than 30 dreadnoughts and super dreadnoughts. Such strength is not something the Iberian Kingdom can afford to provoke. Notify the entire fleet and Subic battery. No matter what happens, no one is allowed to open fire without my order. It is easy to fire, but the consequences of firing are not something the current Iberian Kingdom can bear. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Major General Montejo is unwilling to conflict with the iron-blooded man. While Major General Montejo was nervously watching the every move of the Iron Blood fleet 4,000 meters away, Vice Admiral Benman and his chief of staff were also discussing the next course of action on the flagship Scharnhorst. Disappeared during the riot? What a joke. Can't the Iberians even defend Manila? Lieutenant General Felix von Benman sneered after reading the telegram. Let's see how long the Iberians can keep up their act. Benman had previously received a secret telegram from Chu Qing, informing him that the 6 instructors had managed to leave Luzon and were heading for the Palau anchorage, and also revealed to him part of what was happening in Manila. Now that Lieutenant General Benman has the other party's handle in his hand, he is naturally very confident and is just waiting to see the Iberians make a fool of themselves. Come on, let's get closer, never mind the 4,000-meter distance. Tell them that the Far East Fleet's Marines will be landing on the island to assist in the search for the missing personnel, the Lieutenant General said, standing up and looking towards Manila. This isn't a request, it's a notification. Colonel Spee nodded and stood up to give orders. According to the pre-prepared plan, the Marines will first capture the Subic battery, and then use the battery as a fulcrum to threaten the city of Manila. The steam-driven crane lowered the landing craft carrying the sampan gun and heavy machine gun. The German men who had been prepared were ready to go with Mauser M1916 semi-automatic rifles in their hands. Yes, The first batch of landing vanguard troops used the semi-automatic rifles purchased from the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, and the subsequent troops still used the Mauser G98. What do they want to do? Land. Major General Monteo, on the Jamie, I naturally noticed the unusual movements of the Iron Blood fleet. The landing ship lowered more than 20 small boats from its side, and the other ships also began to accelerate towards the mouth of Subic Bay, no longer taking the 4,000-meter warning line he had drawn seriously. General, should we open fire as a warning? The captain of the Jamie, I asked timidly. Major General Monteo was having a fierce struggle in his heart. Finally, he took off his military cap and said painfully, inform Subic Battery and all gun positions not to open fire. Remain on alert, send telegraph and light signals, and request negotiation. He understood that he was facing not only this fleet, but also the Iron Blood Empire and the Guangdong Autonomous Region behind it. At this moment, the so-called pride of the Iberian Kingdom disappeared in the face of absolute strength. Chapter 111 Shameless. What on earth do you, the Iron Blood Empire, want to do? In the conference room of the Jamie I, Major General Monteo slammed the conference table and shouted at Colonel Spee, Chief of Staff of the Far East Fleet. Just now, a small boat from the landing ship arrived at the beach in front of the Subic fort. The fort defenders, who had not received any orders, did not dare to open fire and just allowed the Iron Blood Marines to land on the fort and disarm the defenders. We've made our intention clear from the beginning, Colonel Spee said, spreading his hands. We're here to help evacuate the citizens of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. Does the evacuation of overseas Chinese require the landing of Marines? Monteo then loudly questioned. This is a naked threat of force. Oh, the Marines are only used to protect overseas Chinese, Spee said slowly as he sat in his chair. After all, according to the information provided by Governor Feldman, Manila is not safe. General, this is also a helpless move. As long as we receive those 6 Qiancang people, I guarantee that the Far East Fleet will disappear from your sight within half an hour. Major General Monteo looked at the calm Colonel Spee and felt a bit upset. He knew from the other party's arrogant attitude that these uninvited guests would not be so easy to deal with. Now, 3,000 Iron Blood Marines have landed in Manila City, and the Iron Blood Fleet has ignored the ban and advanced to a distance of 2,000 meters from the mouth of Subic Bay. The smell of gunpowder is very strong. But even so, neither Monteo nor Feldman dared to fire the first shot. General, the signalman came running over. The iron-blooded Chinese clashed with our garrison outside Manila. They broke through the outer checkpoints and claimed they were going to search the city. Major General Monteo had a headache after receiving the news and felt very humiliated. No responsible soldier could tolerate the army of another country acting so arrogantly on his own territory. But the situation was stronger than the person, and Major General Monteo could only swallow his anger. The intentions expressed by the actions of the iron-blooded people are very clear. They are just waving the banner to take advantage of the situation and seize the Luzon colony. There are currently about 8,000 colonial troops stationed in Manila, which has an advantage in numbers. However, facing the 3,000 well-trained iron-blooded Marines, Monteo, who knows these colonial soldiers well, is not sure. Once these 3,000 people enter the city, it is unknown what will happen to Manila. Notify the governor. Before Montague could finish his words, his attendant came in with a telegram. The attendant did not bother to greet Montague, but looked at Spee sitting at the table and spoke hurriedly. Mr. Chief of Staff, Governor Furman invites you and Major General Monteo to come to the governor's palace in Manila for consultation. 1 hour later, the governor's palace in Manila. We are doing our utmost to search for the abducted Guangdong expatriates. Your actions not only interfere with our search and rescue efforts, but also constitute a grave challenge to the dignity of the Iberian Kingdom. As long as you leave the territory of the Kingdom of Iberia immediately, I will not report what happened before to the mainland. We will still continue to search and rescue the 6 Guangdong expatriates. Governor Feldman spoke with forced calmness, using a serious expression to hide his inner panic. He originally didn't want to deal with this group of iron-blooded people, but the iron-blooded Marines had already broken through the checkpoint and entered the city of Manila. Their intention was very obvious, which was to force him to come forward. Your Excellency, Governor, I apologize for the offense we caused you. Colonel Spee narrowed his eyes and bowed slightly. But please understand our actions. As long as we successfully retrieve the 6 expatriates from the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, we will leave Luzon and officially apologize to the Kingdom of Iberia for the previous unpleasantness and pay compensation. Feldman and Montaigu looked at each other. After negotiating for so long, these iron-blooded Chinese people refused to give in. Their attitude was very abnormal. If those instructors were still on their territory, then everything these people had done before would have been a trap for themselves. Once it was exposed, they would definitely be condemned internationally. Doing so now is like getting some inside information and insisting that they cannot hand over anyone. Taking one last look at Colonel Spee, who seemed confident, Governor Feldman signaled his trusted men to leave the meeting room and guard the door. Let's talk, Mr. Chief of Staff. The last fantasy has been shattered. Feldman now understands very well what these iron-blooded people want. What they want is the Luzon colony. The governor is indeed a man of understanding. Spee laughed at Feldman's actions. After repeated provocations from his side, these Iberians finally couldn't continue their pretense. Your guess is correct. The 6 instructors from Tsangdong have now safely left the Luzon colony. A despicable act. Major General Monteo was immediately furious, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Colonel Spee. Then I would like to ask Mr. Major General and His Excellency the Governor General, can the previous actions of the Luzon colony be called noble? The 2 men were speechless for a moment. It was obvious that the iron-blooded people on the opposite side basically knew the general situation. Just as they were thinking about how to deal with it, Colonel Spee spoke again. In fact, our goals are the same as yours. Neither of us wants to see the White Eagle Federation extend its tentacles into Luzon. Therefore, there is also the possibility of cooperation. Well, finally showing his fangs, Governor Feldman smiled bitterly in his heart. I think you didn't inform the mainland about your previous actions? Colonel Spee spoke politely, but the question he asked hit Feldman's sore spot. Seeing Feldman shaking his head, Spee knew there was an opportunity. The Empire has already discussed with the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory in advance. We can keep the truth of the matter secret and still use the indigenous riot statement. However, it's just that we hope to purchase the Luzon colony from your country for 1 million marks. This is impossible. Feldman and Major General Monteo shouted at the same time. You are so shameless. Chapter 112 The Last Face. 1 million marks, not 1 million gold marks, is only equivalent to 200,000 taels of silver, which is about the value of 2 loaves of bread, fog. It is a bit too overbearing to want to buy Luzon with such a small amount of money. You know, when Rubio went to buy a ship before, 150,000 taels was enough to buy a third-hand old kaiji. We just beat those damn cowboys away, and you want to come and take away our victory. Feldman was furious and couldn't control his emotions. If that's the case, let's fight now. Come on, let's fight. Start a war? Maximilian von Spee laughed dumbly. Your Excellency, Governor General, do you still have the opportunity to engage us in an equal battle? We have already taken control of the Subic battery, and our warships are more than capable of penetrating the armor of your flagship at this distance. Do you really want to destroy the last of the Luzon colonial fleet strength? We are unwilling to engage the Iberian Navy, so our naval guns are not aimed at the surviving Iberian warships. However, judging by the situation before your fleet, if we start a war again, your fleet will have no chance of victory. Your Majesty and I would both choose the glory of having no ships left. We would rather not leave behind a fleet that has lost its glory. Colonel Spee felt a little troubled by this kind of paranoia after taking a look at Major General Monteo, who was stubborn. General, with all due respect, it's time for your country to wake up from the past glory of the Kingdom of Iberia, Colonel Spee said solemnly. In fact, your country is destined to lose the Luzon colony. You should know that the White Eagle's targets include not only Luzon, but also Havana and even the Iberian Kingdom's homeland. You should know what retaining a dreadnought means to the Kingdom of Iberia. Spee stared directly into Rear Admiral Monteo's eyes. The battle for Havana will soon begin. If the Luzon colony's fleet returns to support you, it will give you an additional bargaining chip. The White Eagle's defeat in Luzon is only temporary. Once the fighting in the northern Songhai region is over and they have time to spare, I believe they will definitely return for revenge. Rather than being humiliated and driven out of Luzon by the cowboys of the American continent, it is better to peacefully hand it over to the Iron Blood Empire, a fellow European country. This will also preserve the last bit of face for the Kingdom of Iberia and avoid a blow to morale within your country. Colonel Spee moved forward and waited for Feldman to make the final decision. Feldman faced a difficult choice. Although as the governor he had no power to directly decide the ownership of the territory, his opinion was still very important to the Iberian Kingdom. The White Eagle people would certainly not give up Luzon easily, and the Iron Blood people would certainly not go back empty-handed after coming to Luzon with great difficulty. No matter from which side, there was no possibility of preserving the Luzon colony. Moreover, if the secret plan between him and Rubio to take action against Instructor Tsangdong is exposed, there will be no way to end it. and he may even lose his position as governor. It seems that the Kingdom of Iberia can only choose the lesser of two evils. Seeing the change in Feldman's expression, Spee spoke again. Please rest assured, Governor General. We will do our utmost to preserve the reputation of the Kingdom of Iberia. We will publicly claim that we are entrusted by you to manage the Luzon colony and help quell the local indigenous rebellion. And the remaining warships in your Luzon colony can leave Luzon at any time to return to the mainland or Havana. The Sangdong Autonomous Territory will no longer pursue your previous rude behavior. The Caesar-class battleships from the East African colony will arrive in Luzon soon to ensure the safe evacuation of your personnel. Spee's final words finally moved Governor Feldman. Rather than being driven away by the upstart American tycoons, it would be better to peacefully hand over the country to the European brothers. The last governor of Luzon of the Iberian Kingdom finally spoke. I will recommend to the country that we adopt your plan. Things became much easier. After receiving the news, the Iberian ambassador to the Iron Blood Empire went to the Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs and confronted the foreign minister for 2 hours. Finally, he had no choice but to give in to the fists and decided to voluntarily hand over the territory and property of the Luzon colony to the Iron Blood Empire's Far East Fleet in the name of trusteeship, and immediately began to mobilize the Luzon colony fleet back to the mainland. The agreement between the two parties was urgently signed in the evening of the same day, and the explosive news was spread all over the world via radio waves. Lieutenant General Benman was overjoyed when he received the news. After seeing the flag of the Kingdom of Iberia lowered from the governor's palace, he immediately ordered his subordinates to arrange a visit to the island. Although according to the memorandum of cooperation that had been drawn up long ago, the actual control of the Luzon colony would be handed over to the Sangdong Autonomous Territory at an appropriate time rather than actually belong to the Iron Blood Empire, it did not affect his desire to see the spoils of war. The lieutenant general stood on the Subic battery, looking at the 305mm gun with its muzzle blackened by gunpowder smoke, and couldn't help but sigh. Not long ago, the Iberians spent a lot of money to buy weapons and build batteries, and now they have returned to the hands of the Sangdong Autonomous Region. From left hand to right hand, millions of taels of silver were poured out, and the Sangdong Autonomous Region basically paid nothing. He couldn't help but envy. Declare martial law throughout Manila. Marines begin searching for insurgents. Eliminate the indigenous rebels on Manila Island within 3 days. When leaving the fort, the lieutenant general issued a new order. Now Luzon was in hand, but according to an ancient Qiancang saying, how can you let others sleep peacefully on the bed you are lying on? If you want to turn Luzon into a real strategic fulcrum and develop and utilize its resources, you must clean up these restless natives. The Sangdong Marine Corps, which set sail from Ingzhou Island, will also arrive in the near future. This group of 6,000 troops will work together with 3,000 soldiers from the Far East Fleet to eliminate the rebel forces headed by Katipunan. Commodore Dewey was rescued aboard the Kentucky after the sinking of the Michigan. He received this urgent telegram while writing a battle log in the officer's cabin. Then, the 64-year-old Commodore sighed and realized that given the current situation, retaking Luzon was basically a luxury. At present, the White Eagle Federation's national strength is not enough to compete with the Iron Blood Nation, and the war in Havana is about to begin. The Navy will no longer allocate any resources here. By the time the Iron Blood Nation eliminates the remaining indigenous forces in Luzon and completely establishes a foothold, there will be no more opportunities. However, the Iron Blood Nation's high-profile participation in the Luzon campaign suggests that the Iron Blood Nation, which previously had deliberately kept a low profile, has shifted its strategic direction. The British will undoubtedly take note and make corresponding countermeasures. Chapter 113 Bidding. Dear Joseph, the iron-blooded people have made quite a stir this time. British Prime Minister Robert Guest Cecil, Marquis, lamented that the Luzon colony and the surrounding islands have become the possession of the iron-blooded Chinese. Now they have regained their foothold in the Far East and have a much larger territory than before. I think the cowboys should be jumping up and down with righteous anger right now. Colonial Secretary Joseph Chamberlain also nodded. Luzon under the control of the Iron Blood people is indeed a threat, but as of now, the Iron Blood people cannot make the Luzon colony effective for a while. You mean those monkeys that are causing such a scene on Luzon? That's right, Chamberlain nodded. They will cause a lot of trouble for the Iron Bloods, and the White Eagle Federation, which has taken away the fat piece of meat that was right in its mouth, will definitely not let the Iron Bloods have an easy time. The 2 Queen Elizabeth-class battleships the Admiralty has transferred from the Mediterranean Fleet will arrive in the Far East in about a month. Combined with the one Queen Elizabeth-class battleship already in the Malay archipelago, with 3 of the most powerful super dreadnoughts currently stationed in the Far East, I don't think the iron-blooded Chinese have much of a chance to cause any trouble. And as long as the Qingzhou Islands remain in the hands of the Empire, we will still have an incomparable advantage, Marquis Cecil added. But this incident also shows that the iron-blooded Chinese are beginning to become restless. Joseph Chamberlain took a sip of black tea. Perhaps we should pay more attention to prevent them from challenging our maritime power. As far as the iron-blood people are concerned, they are still far from being able to compete with the British Empire on equal terms. Marquis Cecil smiled slightly. At least their naval fleet in the Far East is not capable of confronting us. Once a war breaks out, our troops in the Far East can easily block the connection between these colonies and the iron-blood mainland. And then, Governor, the Iberians have begun to evacuate Luzon, but they seem to be secretly transferring gold, silver, and other precious metals in the warehouse. Should we instruct the iron-blood to stop them? No need. We've already got such a big piece of land like Luzon. Why would we care about a few taels of silver? At the Cangdong governor's mansion on Taixi Island, Chu Qing has received the news that the plan has been successfully completed. Now Luzon has fallen into the hands of Cangdong and Taixi Kingdom. The rubber, sugar, and other materials on it are important strategic materials. Moreover, according to the records of the original Blue Star, there is a large oil and gas field near Palawan Island. If it can be developed, it can greatly alleviate the current fuel shortage problem in the Cangdong Sea area. At present, Cangdong relies on oil purchased from abroad or from the oil fields discovered in the Taixi Islands. After several sets of shallow water oil extraction equipment imported from the Taixi country were put into use, the oil production in the Taixi Islands doubled, which is barely enough to make ends meet. If Luzon also successfully extracts oil, there will be no need to worry about fuel problems when expanding the fleet again. By the way, did the people you arranged find Emilio Aguinaldo? Chu Qing asked the chief of staff. He had arranged in advance for people to enter the Qiancang Islands as sailors on a cargo ship to try to find the former leader of the Luzon Volunteer Army. We found him, and our people made their first contact with him, with good results, Zhong Qilan replied. From the information we received, it seems this guy is an opportunist. Chu Qing does not want Cangdong to be caught up in endless security battles. It would be best to support a puppet regime to manage Luzon on his behalf. According to the original history of Blue Star, Emilio Aguinaldo was a good candidate. Although he participated in the Katipunan in his early years, he chose to surrender and retreat many times in the subsequent battles with the Iberian Kingdom and the White Eagle Federation. He was cowardly and easily compromised, making him a good candidate for a puppet. Previously, the White Eagle people had approached him hoping to use his influence to call on the local indigenous people of Luzon to resist the Iberian army to indirectly help the White Eagle Federation, and this person readily agreed. Now that the White Eagle Federation has lost power in Luzon, he should not refuse the olive branch thrown by his side. How long will it take Commander Zhang's fleet to reach Luzon? It is expected to enter Luzon the night after tomorrow. Well, tell Zhang Mingxuan to land the Marines from the northeast of Luzon and annihilate any indigenous rebels they encounter until the islands north of Luzon are completely wiped out. Chu Qing was indeed prepared to use Aguinaldo's influence to subdue the local indigenous rebels, but that did not mean that Chu Qing was prepared to keep them intact. What Chu Qing wanted was a watchdog tied with a chain, not a ferocious wolf. So we have to cripple these people first, and then talk about recruiting them. Governor, the White Eagle Federation has sent a new offer. After Zhong Qilan left, the attendant handed over a new telegram. Ever since Chu Qing threw the Corbeil-class warship into the arms market, except for the French who protested loudly, all other warring forces have been extremely active. The Second Empire quoted 12.5 million taels. The Qiancang Kingdom quoted 13 million taels. The Caucasian people's quote was 500,000 higher than the Qiancang Kingdom. And even the Iberian Kingdom, far across the ocean, quoted 13 million taels. However, the White Eagle people's quote was only 12.5 million taels, the same as the Second Empire. Chu Qing knew that the price would continue to rise, so he did not respond to any party. Instead, he made the bids of all parties public to all parties participating in the bidding to further stimulate consumption. All parties erupted in outrage. Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to drive the price up? But despite the outcry, they still had to buy. After all, dreadnoughts weren't something you could just buy. In this stalemated situation, the consequences of losing a battleship while the enemy gained one were unpredictable. Chu Qing opened the telegram, and sure enough, the White Eagle Federation, which had lost a South Carolina-class battleship, saw that the Iberians also participated in the bidding and offered 13 million taels of silver. They immediately became restless and contacted Chu Qing, saying that they were willing to buy her for 14 million taels of silver and expressed their willingness to provide an additional 1 million taels of silver worth of high-strength steel or other industrial equipment regardless of whether the transaction was completed or not. They only hoped that the Guangdong Autonomous Territory would not sell the battleship to the Iberian Kingdom. 14 million taels of silver plus 1 million taels of silver worth of equipment and materials. This price was already quite good. Just as Chu Qing was considering whether to ask the White Eagles to add a little more, the Second Empire's new offer arrived. Chapter 114. Type 3 410mm gun. 16 million taels of silver plus 2 million worth of crude oil or other minerals. This was the offer made by the Second Empire. For the current Second Empire, 16 million taels of silver is not so easy to come up with. It is obvious that it does not want to see the White Eagle Federation gain a new force, so it bid a huge price. To be honest, this price has already made Chu Qing a little tempted. After all, it is rumored that the cost for the British to build a new Lion-class battleship is £2,078,491, which is less than 13 million taels of silver. A second-hand old battleship is sold at a higher price than a new super dreadnought. This kind of spectacle can only be seen during war. Perhaps because the price premium was too high, after Chu Qing made the Second Empire's offer public, no other forces made new offers. So Chu Qing started to contact the Second Empire and finally agreed to pay for the goods in return. The Second Empire sent ship-receiving personnel to drive a cargo ship carrying minerals from the Second Empire's jurisdiction, and the Corbeil-class battleship also set sail at the same time and met in the middle to complete the handover. This was the idea of the Second Empire, the purpose of which was to save time to the maximum extent and make the battleship combat ready as quickly as possible. Once the 16 million taels of silver are received, the construction of the new battleship can be truly put on the agenda. The largest 275-meter dock at Jinza shipyard is almost completed after being built day and night by numerous captives. As far as Chu Qing knows, the size of this large dock is rare in the world in the current plane. I am afraid that even the British do not have a dock of this level. This super-large dock at the Jinza Island shipyard was nearly completed within 8 months by desperately squeezing the prisoners and implementing a 3-shift work system without stopping. It can be called an industrial miracle. With complete information, the Guangdong Autonomous Territory's first 16-inch main gun entered the production stage. Before selecting the model and putting it into production, Chu Qing compared the 16-inch main guns of 1925 and found that their performance was unsatisfactory and could not be compared with the later fully developed American 6 Malawian Quachas OFF-7 naval guns. Nelson's 406 gun was a famous butter gun. Its bullets were light, and its initial velocity was not very high. Its long-range penetration was not even as good as that of the original 42 caliber 381mm heirloom. The indicators of the early 1 Malawian Quacha OFF-2 of the White Eagle Federation were also mediocre. The Type 3, which was developed by the East Sakura people by absorbing and digesting the British 15-inch gun technology, did not achieve any good results in the early years due to the limitations of the artillery shells. After comparing several options, Chu Qing finally chose the Type 3 410mm gun. Because although the Dongying people of Blue Star claimed that the gun was designed entirely by Dongying independently, in fact, as the first real large-caliber naval gun of the Dongying Navy, it also revealed a lot of British style, such as the breech design similar to the Fury's 457mm gun and the same Elzig-style 3-step short-arm device. Moreover, its performance is actually not bad. Its weight and caliber are basically the same as the British 381mm main gun, which is 25mm smaller, but its muzzle energy reaches an extremely astonishing 310,284,000 joules. In comparison, the main guns of the American 1 Malawian Quacha and the British Nelson class did not reach 300 million joules. It's just that the Dongying people on Blue Star before 1925 did not have any good artillery shells and could not fully utilize its performance. For the Guangdong Autonomous Territory under Chu Qing's rule, the artillery shell problem wasn't a major problem. Back then, the Dongying people didn't have qualified hard-capped rounds, so they could only use inferior 5-year-old rounds. As a result, when the Nagato was first put into service, its artillery combat capability was even inferior to that of the Hood, which was equipped with green rounds. Its vertical armor penetration at 20,000 yards was only 272mm. It's counterintuitive that a 16-inch shell can't defeat a 15-inch shell, but this was indeed the case in the early 1920s, which is why other countries regarded the Hood as having the same combat power as the Big Seven. It can be seen that a good shell can indeed bring a leap in the overall combat capability of a warship. But now that Shandong Autonomous Territory has authentic British original hard quilt hat technology, and Chu Qing himself has a certain understanding of the development and evolution of naval guns and shells in later generations, so he can completely reproduce the new design on the new 410 shells in advance. By then, there will be no obstacles in developing a projectile with a boat-shaped tail, a more slender, sharp, and streamlined body. The super shell composed of RDX charge, drag-reducing projectile, high-hardness blunt cap, and sharp wind cap will surely fully unleash the power of this gun. Curved diagram of the penetration of VC-hardened armor by various IJN large-caliber naval guns using Type 91 armor-piercing shells. The production of large-caliber artillery of this level requires many skilled technicians. Although there are many small and medium-caliber artillery production lines in the Shandong Autonomous Territory, there are very few workers who have participated in the manufacture of large-caliber naval guns. Therefore, Chu Qing included the technical and operating personnel of the Ordnance Bureau responsible for the production of large-caliber naval guns into the amplification range of the resonance amplification field. Now, any worker picked out is equivalent to having more than 8 years of experience in large-caliber naval gun manufacturing. In view of Blue Star's combat experience in later generations, the increasing engagement distance has greatly increased the probability of shells hitting the horizontal deck. In addition, there will be the threat of bomber bombs in the future. Therefore, one of the requirements set by Chu Qing for the new battleship is to strengthen horizontal protection. After the plan put forward by the Ordnance Bureau was rejected twice by Chu Qing, they finally decided on a protection system consisting of multiple layers of armored decks. The thickness of the main horizontal protection deck under the 2 layers of 22 mm upper decks has been increased to 178 mm, covering core areas such as the middle section of the hull, the ammunition depot, and the engine room. 2 layers of 25.4 mm thick high-elastic steel defense fragments are also placed under the main horizontal protection deck, and a layer of 76 mm hardened armor is added above the ammunition depot and the engine room. Under this heavy defense, it has a considerable degree of resistance even to the super-heavy shells fired by the later Blue Star 6 Malawian Quachas naval gun, which is famous for its initiation. In order to prevent the ship from being overweight, the upper armor belt and the armor protection at the bow and stern of previous battleships were removed during the design. Originally, Wei Jizhu, Su Zhonghu and others were skeptical about Chu Qing's design idea. But when the prototype of the improved Poland-type electromechanical automated fire control system that Chen Leshu was responsible for completed assembly and debugging, and conducted several long-range target shooting tests on an old Haisui-class pre-dreadnought, both of them were impressed by Chu Qing's foresight and believed Chu Qing's view that the battleship engagement distance will be extended to 25,000 meters within 10 years. The new electromechanical fire control is more superior than the original dryer fire control system. It adds input parameters such as air pressure, temperature, crosswind, and longitudinal wind on the basis of the original highly automated Poland fire control system, making the output fire control parameters more accurate and offsetting the impact of the ship's bow roll. In the later Battle of Jutland on Blue Planet, the Queen Mary demonstrated superb artillery skills, which was also due to a certain extent to the Poland fire control system it was equipped with. Chapter 115, Sunset in San Diego 1. Teddy. President McKinley was talking to Undersecretary of the Navy Theodore Roosevelt in the White House. These Iron Mans are moving too fast, almost unbelievably fast. Our Asiatic fleet has suffered heavy losses and is no longer able to retake Manila from them. As soon as our fleet retreated, the iron-blooded people entered the Luzon colony. This is too much of a coincidence. They must have been planning this for a long time. Perhaps they were prepared to use us all along. Oh, it's okay, William. Although the situation is not too good, it is not terrible either. Roosevelt's face showed no sign of frustration. At least the iron-blooded people can extend their hands to the Havana colony for the time being. We can't go back to Luzon, but we can still deal with the Iberians entrenched in the Havana colony. Roosevelt lit a Luzon cigar and said, "Our Marines originally prepared for the Battle of Luzon have received orders to change course and are heading for Havana. We can concentrate our forces to take Havana." McKinley didn't comment on this, but just took out a stack of newspapers and said, "Look, Teddy, these newspapers are really going to any lengths to attract attention." Roosevelt took the newspaper and saw the headline on the front page. The Far East Fleet has suffered heavy losses, and the West Coast is in danger. He threw this one away. The next one had an even scarier title. Run. The Iberian Army is about to land on the West Coast. After flipping through several copies, I found the contents were all pretty much the same. These newspapers took advantage of the heavy damage suffered by the White Eagle Far East Fleet and made every possible effort to exploit the issue, exaggerating the tension. Those who didn't know would think that the Iberians had wiped out Commodore Dewey's fleet without any damage. I plan to allocate some ships from the Atlantic Fleet to the west coast to calm the public's tension, Roosevelt said with a wry smile, and then order Vice Admiral Sampson to launch an attack on San Diego after he arrives. These media outlets are really good at adapting to the changing circumstances. They previously enthusiastically exaggerated the war sentiment, and now they start to spread panic as soon as the war goes against their will. The top leaders of the White Eagle Federation will not be misled by them, but they are afraid that the people at the bottom will develop anti-war sentiments. Therefore, Roosevelt's first step was to mobilize the Atlantic Fleet, which had no defense pressure, to strengthen the defense on the west coast. It would be best if the lone small dreadnought could be sunk on the spot to consolidate the morale of the army. The second step was to capture Havana. The sooner the better. General Shafter's troops will land in Havana today. By the way, Mr. President, my volunteer Marine Brigade is ready, Roosevelt said, looking up at McKinley's face. William, I am going to resign as Under-Secretary of the Navy and go to Havana. McKinley was stunned. Then he asked, and after confirming that his friend of different ages had made up his mind, he said nothing more. He knew that Roosevelt's bellicosity was actually a sharp desire for political capital. Roosevelt was very young, which was both an advantage and a disadvantage. He was too young, so he lacked background and reputation. If he successfully returned from Havana with the Volunteer Marine Brigade, he would undoubtedly become a strong contender for the next president. Good luck on your return, Teddy. June 16, 1665, Havana Colony, waters near Santiago. A huge fleet painted in white was approaching Santiago with an unparalleled sense of oppression. The flag fluttering on the mast was a pattern of an anchor and a bald eagle. Vice Admiral Sampson leaned on the railing of his flagship, the USS Oklahoma, gazing at the vast expanse of land looming in the distance, his mind heavy with worry. Santiago City is the second largest city in the Havana Colony and the most heavily defended place in the Havana Colony. It and several nearby cities are located on the same large island. On both sides of the narrow waterway are two heavily guarded fortresses. Only after passing through the narrow waterway of more than 10 kilometers can you truly see Santiago Island, which is protected by high mountains. The Fifth Army, under the command of General William Shafter, had landed east of Santiago and was attacking Santiago. According to the existing intelligence, the Iberians have laid a large number of mines in this waterway, and the remaining two dreadnoughts, Iberia and Archduchess Maria Cristina, are stationed in the port. Therefore, in order to capture this solid fortress, the White Eagles invested heavily this time. 2 Nevada-class superdreadnoughts and 4 Wyoming-class ships, including 2 newly mass-produced new ships, served as the absolute main force of the fleet decisive battle. They were also equipped with 2 7,000-ton airship carriers, which could carry a total of 6 medium-sized airships for reconnaissance or carrying bombs to attack coastal artillery positions. 4 of the latest Chester-class reconnaissance cruisers were also packaged and added to Vice Admiral Sampson's fleet, along with 3 shallow-water heavy artillery ships equipped with 305mm main guns that focused on bombarding the opposite shore. Vice Admiral, the Navy Department's information indicates that the Iberian fleet is still stranded in the port. Okay, I understand. The Lieutenant General held his forehead. The Iberian fleet hiding in the harbor was like a turtle and was the most difficult to deal with. He had originally hoped that his fleet could intercept and destroy the Iberian main fleet before it entered the port, but now it seems that his plan has been completely dashed. This is all because of the 3 shallow-water heavy artillery ships. Although the 3 ships have 305mm guns, their maneuverability is poor, and the maximum speed is only 10 knots. The entire fleet has to accommodate them and slow down. From the entrance of the waterway to the city of San Diego, there are 3 coastal defense fortresses and several minefields along the way. If you are not careful, you will be easily trapped. Judging from the current performance of the White Eagle Federation Navy, if another dreadnought is lost, I am afraid that everyone from the Minister of the Navy down will be drowned in the public spit. After asking for the defense map of the Santiago area that he had obtained in advance, Sampson thought for a while and made a decision. First, take out the 2 fortresses on both sides of the waterway, and then block the waterway out of the port. As for the minefield, that can be dealt with slowly. Anyway, the Havana insurgents and Shaft's army are about to arrive at the city of Santiago. As long as the land battle can be won, this fleet is just a lamb to be slaughtered in the port. Sampson's order was conveyed to all ships in the fleet. All large ships equipped with naval guns larger than 305mm receive the order to attack the land. The turrets began to rotate under the drive of electrical machinery, and the muzzles slowly rose and pointed at the distant Fort Mogura coastal defense fortress. 6 airships in the sky also approached the direction of the Mo's Fort coastal defense fortress. The White Eagle Navy's standard airships had the capacity to carry 4 100 kilograms bombs. The total of 24 aerial bombs from the 6 boats were enough to paralyze a heavy artillery position. Chapter 116, Sunset in San Diego, 2. Looking back, the Fort Mo's coastal defense fortress has a history of more than 260 years, but its defense facilities have become outdated in recent years. According to the information obtained, the heaviest firepower of the Fort Mo's fortress is 4 305mm coastal defense guns, but their barrel caliber is shorter, only 40 times the caliber, and the range is not much different from the new 305 naval gun. In order to increase the elevation angle, the gun positions are arranged in the open air, which makes them vulnerable to attacks from aerial bombs and shrapnel. The Iberian soldiers guarding the coastal artillery positions had long noticed the incoming White Eagle fleet, but the weapons in their hands could not reach the White Eagles, so they could only watch the fleet emitting a breath of destruction approaching them. However, the first thing that arrived above the fortress was not large-caliber artillery shells, but 6 shipborne airships. Sampson decided to reduce his own casualties as much as possible, so he decided to wait until the airship troops completed the bombing before sending the expensive fleet into battle. The maximum speed of this type of airship when fully loaded with bombs can reach 80 kilometers per hour. When fully stretched, its body of more than 30 meters is also full of oppression. 6 airships are flying at an altitude of 500 meters, and the black smoke emitted by the steam engines has formed a dark cloud. Bang, bang, bang. Da-da-da. Bang, 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 bang. As these flying monsters got closer, the sounds of small-caliber rapid-fire cannons, rifles, and machine guns firing were heard on the ground. Last year, the Iberians installed 10 37mm rapid-fire cannons and 4 high-elevation water-cooled heavy machine guns to deal with air threats. However, even in the technologically more advanced Blue Star of later generations, there is a saying that reflects the low success rate of air defense operations. Air defense, 9 out of 10 defenses will fail. Not to mention this dimension without reliable delay fuses. Under the pressure of several behemoths flying in the sky, the untrained Iberian sailors could not even load the weapons coherently, let alone aiming and calculating the lead time. Small-caliber weapons have little killing power against such a big guy, so the 6 airships were able to fly over the artillery platform calmly and then release the bombs on the racks. The earth shook and smoke and dust rose. 3 of the 4 large-caliber coastal defense gun positions were swept by shrapnel and shock waves. Distance 21,000. Horizontal bearing 312. Vice Admiral Sampson immediately ordered all ships to enter attack positions. The White Eagle fleet, led by the flagship USS Oklahoma, immediately began to tilt its firepower towards the Fort Moj coastal defense battery. As the precious super dreadnought in the hands of the White Eagle Federation, the strength of the Nevada class is naturally unquestionable. Its 10 356mm guns can fire beyond the range of the Fortress of Mos. Each high-explosive shell fired is loaded with nearly 50 kilograms of trinitranilum. 6 battleships and 3 shallow-water heavy gunboats fired at Fort Mos at the same time. The effect it produced can be described as devastating. The wall of fire composed of heavy artillery shells plowed the land around Fort Mogura. To the residents of Santiago City and the soldiers of the nearby artillery positions, it seemed like the end of the world had come. After 3 rounds of artillery fire, only a pile of twisted steel parts remained on the position. No organic matter was visible. The 260-year-old Fort Mogura was reduced to nothing. Just as Sampson was about to order a change in the artillery target, the airship troops reported that the Iberian soldiers at the artillery position on the opposite bank had been frightened away from their positions by the previous artillery fire. Despite this, the overly cautious Lieutenant General Sampson ordered a round of artillery bombardment on Fort Sakba. And then, nothing happened. When the Iberian fleet in the port was ready to fight to the death, the White Eagle fleet was hesitant in front of the waterway. Even the airships were recalled for supplies. The commander of the Iberian Navy, 61-year-old Admiral Pascual Cervera, quickly determined the intention of the White Eagle Navy. They wanted to completely trap the Iberian fleet in the port, and then wait until the army captured Santiago, and their own fleet would be completely in despair. Faced with this situation, the most common approach is of course to rely on the remaining coastal defense fortress to continue resistance, preferably for a few months, and then notify the mainland to form a new fleet and work together with the returning Luzon colonial fleet to defeat the enemy. But for this plan to succeed, The strength of both sides needs to be close. Given the current huge gap in strength, even if the entire Iberian Navy is deployed, it will probably be of no avail and will only add a few more strokes to the White Eagle's record. The Iberian Navy's national treasure is a Victoria Eugenie-class super dreadnought, equipped with 8 British-style 343mm main guns in a 2x4 super-firing arrangement, a main armor belt 250mm thick, and a speed of 21 knots. It can be said that it is a battleship that can barely be called a super dreadnought, just like the Iberia class, which barely reaches the threshold of a dreadnought. Even if the Jamie I of the Luzon colonial fleet could arrive in time and reunite with the Victoria Eugenie class, the 3 small dreadnoughts plus a small super dreadnought would still suffer the same fate when facing the Wyoming class, which has 2 genuine super dreadnoughts and 4 powerful dreadnoughts. Therefore, unlike the situation in the later generations of the original Blue Star, Admiral Pascual Cervera in this dimension, after consulting with Governor Weller, took the initiative to telegraph the Iberian Navy Department, asking it not to send warships to rescue, and that he would lead the fleet to set sail at night or dawn to break through. June 19, 1665, local calendar, sea surface near San Diego, 3:21 a.m. Aboard the Iberian fleet's flagship, the Iberia, Fleet Commander Admiral Cervera, with a determined expression, held up a telescope, using the faint light to search for the White Eagle fleet. The Iberian fleet took advantage of the night to accumulate sufficient steam pressure in the warship's boilers. At dawn, they turned off the navigation lights and formed a column with the flagship in the lead, slowly sailing out of the narrow waterway of Santiago port. All the soldiers in this fleet knew that the powerful White Eagle fleet was no match for the Iberian Navy and that they would most likely be eaten by the enemy if they went there. However, they had no other choice. Staying in the port would lead to death, while risking their lives to break out of the port would give them a glimmer of hope. Approximately 10,000 meters away, at 11 o'clock, 2 warships, of unknown type, are heading towards our ship. The flashing navigation lights on the sea ahead indicated that there were 2 ships in the fleet's path. There was no way to avoid them, and the only option was to fight. Full power boilers. Turn on navigation lights. Admiral Cervera sighed softly, then adjusted his posture and issued combat orders. Open fire freely. Chapter 117, Sunset in San Diego, 3. F. These damn Iberians are coming out. As the huge muzzle flames burst into life at dawn, the captain of the Chester-class light cruiser HMS Salem shouted in fear and anger. The 2 White Eagle cruisers, targeted by the attack, were completely bewildered. How could they suddenly engage in combat? We were only here to carry out a blocking mission, and how could we have such bad luck to run into the Iberian main fleet? Contrary to Admiral Cervera's speculation, the 2 White Eagle cruisers were not a patrol fleet. They were actually responsible for towing merchant ships to block the waterway of Santiago port. Vice Admiral Sampson requisitioned a nearby White Eagle merchant ship in the evening and handed it over to 2 Chester-class ships to tow, preparing to block the Iberian fleet's escape route at dawn. Unexpectedly, the 2 sides collided head-on. Hurry up and cut the damn steel cable. Hurry up, unless you want to eat a cannonball. The captain of the Sarin shouted to the terrified crew. Boom. When a huge column of water rose beside the 2 ships, the White Eagle sailors came to their senses and cut the towing cable, abandoned the merchant ship, turned around, and fled while firing indiscriminately. On the dark sea, the sound of the 2 Iberian dreadnoughts firing was particularly prominent, which also provided excellent direction indication for the White Eagle's main fleet. Vice Admiral Sampson, who had just fallen asleep, woke up instantly and returned to the bridge to command the battle. Looking at the 2 reconnaissance cruisers maneuvering to evade, the Vice Admiral immediately ordered 6 battleships to close in on the mouth of San Diego Bay. The final and most tragic battle of the Battle of Santiago begins. In addition to the 2 dreadnoughts, the Iberian Navy's fleet stationed in Santiago also included 2 destroyers and 3 armored cruisers, all of which were imported Garibaldi-class armored cruisers. In an era without radar, the hit rate of night artillery battles was worrying. The 2 dreadnoughts and their subordinates bombarded the 2 White Eagle reconnaissance cruisers for 7 or 8 minutes, but they did not gain any results. Instead, the requisitioned White Eagle merchant ship was almost capsized. Admiral Cervera knew that these large ships had no chance of escape, so he instructed all large warships to turn on their navigation lights and searchlights and fire freely, and the 2 faster destroyers sailed at full speed out of the mouth of Santiago Bay. 6 large ship shadows, all within 7,000 meters. After the searchlight was turned on, the lookout's voice was almost wailing. The main fleet of the White Eagle Federation had already reached a desperate distance in the darkness. The secondary guns of the White Eagle battleship fired flares one after another. Countless white or yellow light balls flew into the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield within a radius of more than 10 miles. In the eyes of the Iberian sailors, the white-painted White Eagle battleship was no different from the god of death. Admiral Servilla made the sign of the cross on his chest. The veteran of the Iberian kingdom believed that he had done everything he could and could now go to see God with a clean soul. Concentrate all fleet firepower on attacking the enemy battleships. Servilla only had time to issue this order because the next attack from the White Eagle fleet had already arrived, and a distance of 7,000 meters was not too long for large-caliber artillery shells that exceeded the speed of sound. Just 10 seconds after the sea surface ahead was illuminated by the flames, nearly 70 large-caliber shells created a forest of water columns around the two Iberian dreadnoughts. The air waves and water columns swept across the superstructures of the two small dreadnoughts and broke their communication antennas. 6 battleships, led by 2 super dreadnoughts, attacked the Iberian fleet that had just emerged from the mouth of Santiago Bay, firing 6 salvos in 3 minutes. Thanks to the close combat distance, the main guns were basically at the best loading angle, so they were able to achieve an ideal combat firing rate. Under the overwhelming rain of steel, the 2 small dreadnoughts that were the focus of attention were the most miserable. The bow of the Iberia had been completely destroyed by the fierce artillery fire. The ship was severely tilted by the bow due to the influx of seawater, and the main turret A was also broken. The armor belt of only 230 millimeters thick could not withstand the 356 millimeters gun with a firing distance of 7,000 meters. There were holes in many places on the waterline, and half of the engine group had stopped working. In the previous exchange of fire, it was hit by at least 10 large-caliber shells. The ship's power, communication, damage control facilities, etc. were all paralyzed. The 2 turrets of the Archduchess Maria Cristina were knocked off, and the deck was full of twisted steel and holes. The lifeboat on board was also set on fire, and the raging fire made her the most conspicuous target. The 4 Wyoming-class ships fired another round of salvos at the bonfire at a distance of 6,000 meters, making her leave a strong mark in the history of this battle along with the flames of the self-explosion. The damage control team that entered the 4th deck has not responded. The ship is still taking in water and is currently tilted 19 degrees to the right. The signalman stumbled into the command tower to report. Ahem. In the command tower, Cervera had just recovered from the shock waves of the neighboring ship's explosion. After receiving the news, he glanced at the officers on the bridge and saw a variety of expressions, some numb, some terrified, and some ready to die. However, before he could give any more orders, flames rose up again in the distance, and the bombardment of shells turned the Iberia into a blooming firework. The remaining 4 Garibaldi-class ships knew that their 254 mm main guns could not do anything to the White Eagle battleships, so they simply launched a desperate charge towards the White Eagle battleships. The Garibaldi class was definitely a very advanced armored cruiser when it was first built, but it was still unable to fight against opponents above the dreadnought level. When she was first purchased, she was the pride of the Iberian Navy, but now she can only rely on suicide ramming tactics to try to cause damage to the White Eagle fleet. The flares illuminated the Iberians' intentions, revealing them clearly. The 6 battleships formed a steel barrier, their powerful gunfire creating an insurmountable barrier. 25 minutes after the Iberia sank, the last of the Garibaldi-class armored cruisers, the Columbus, also sank to the bottom of the sea, ablaze. Ultimately, only the 2 destroyers escaped. Vice Admiral Sampson had received a preliminary report on the losses. If the merchant ship was not counted, the White Eagle fleet suffered no casualties except for one unlucky individual who was swept into the sea from the reconnaissance cruiser by the waves. Such a huge disparity in the loss ratio was not unexpected to Sampson. After all, the Iberian Navy's main battleship was paralyzed at the beginning of the war. The morning star rose from the distant sea level, and a ray of light appeared on the horizon of Santiago. For the White Eagle Federation, it was a new dawn, but for the Iberians, it was the sunset of the empire. After this battle, the Kingdom of Iberia lost its 2 major overseas colonies and most of its naval power and completely withdrew from this ocean. Chapter 118. Has the age of aviation arrived? No, it's still a long way off. June 22nd, 1665, Taixi Islands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the sea 20 nautical miles north of Qiancang Island, the roar of the piston engine is thrilling. The first seaplane manufactured by the Ordnance Bureau is performing a flight demonstration here to the fleet's top brass. The Haisue-class pre-dreadnought battleship that had been modified with a new type of fire control system was now serving as a viewing platform at sea, carrying Chu Qing and others to observe the test flight. After the Tongzhou oil field increased its production, oil suddenly became abundant, so a portion of it could be allocated to the aviation force which was in the experimental stage. The big gray bird in the sky made a dull roar as it carried out various tests such as diving, circling, and climbing. The pilots on it were also a group of carefully selected people with the best performance. Previously, pilots were trained using the purchased British Short 166 seaplanes. The performance of this earliest torpedo attack aircraft was only better than nothing, so Chu Qing only used these two aircraft as training aircraft and selected pilots from the class opened in the name of airship pilots at the Naval Academy. The aircraft has a square nose, a metal midsection, a wooden frame with fabric skins at the outer ends, and wings of equal length with crosswire reinforced struts. After circling in the air for a while, the plane flew over at a low altitude and dropped a stick-like object, splashing water. It's much more flexible than an airship, but it's still a bit behind in terms of payload and other indicators. However, the ability to drop torpedoes is a bright spot, and it has the potential to be developed into an anti-ship weapon. Lu Feng touched his chin and commented. He had just returned from the Western Fleet and came to observe the test flight of this seaplane. I still think we should develop large airships first. At least the large airships have a much greater ability to stay in the air and have a much longer endurance than this little guy. This time the speaker was Chu Bingtai, deputy commander of the Western Fleet, who had also returned to Taixi to attend the meeting. Chu Qing listened carefully from the side, but did not rush to refute their ideas. After all, today's airplanes are no more than babies in swaddling clothes. Even the seaplanes carried by those miracle warships have quite average performance. It would be too demanding to expect them to realize the future development of such weapons so quickly due to the limitations of the times. At present, the air forces of various countries are still mainly composed of airships, and medium-sized multi-purpose airships are the most widely equipped. Large airships are expensive and have high maintenance costs, but their advantage is that they have a long range and can travel tens of thousands of kilometers to carry out bombing or transportation missions. Among them, the Iron Blood country has the largest number of large airships and the best performance. The Iron Blood nation in this dimension has now developed a large long-range airship with a payload of 2 tons. It looks quite good on paper, but it cannot follow the fleet and must build a land-based airship base. The use of medium-sized airships is quite wide. A 4,000-ton airship mothership is enough to carry 2 medium-sized airships with semi-rigid shell structures. The 2 airships can carry a total of 1 ton of ammunition, thereby countering coastal defense facilities that lack anti-aircraft firepower. As for small airships with weak power systems, their scope of use is even narrower than that of seaplanes, so I will not elaborate on them here. The seaplane, which had completed the torpedo-throwing experiment, circled twice in the air and landed staggeringly on the sea. The mist it stirred up drifted onto the faces of Chu Qing and others. Chu Qing turned and entered the cabin, found 2 middle-aged men of similar appearance standing on the bridge, and expressed congratulations to them. That's right, the main designers of this aircraft are the brothers Chen Lianchuan and Chen Taochuan from Cangnan District. The 2 Chins are among the best mechanical experts in Cangnan District and previously worked in Fengzhou shipyard. This seaplane was based on the Javelin torpedo plane of the former Blue Star United Kingdom, but was equipped with a gasoline engine of the Iron Blood country and added with floats. One of the characteristics of this type of aircraft is that it is easy to operate and not prone to stalling, with a stall speed of only 70 kilometers per hour. After being equipped with a more powerful engine, the maximum speed and cruising speed increased from the original 194 kilometers per hour and 161 kilometers per hour to 210 kilometers per hour and 173 kilometers per hour, while the endurance remained basically unchanged. The maximum carrying capacity was also increased to 2 250 kilograms bombs and or 1 457 millimeters torpedo. This type of aircraft has initially acquired certain combat capabilities in terms of its performance data, so Chu Qing sent the Bismarck-class armored cruiser obtained from the Iron Blood country to the shipyard in advance for modifications related to the seaplane carrier. Seaplane carriers appeared much earlier than aircraft carriers, and their construction difficulty and cost were much lower. The first seaplane carrier appeared in the world as early as before the First World War on the former Blue Star. Although it had the disadvantages of slow aircraft recovery and low aviation operation efficiency, it was not a problem in the current era. Some ships in the hands of the major powers also had seaplanes, so it was not a particularly surprising achievement for Cangdong to be equipped with seaplanes and seaplane carriers. There are a total of 6 seaplanes manufactured in the same batch. In addition to serving as trainers to train pilots, They can also participate in artillery observation and calibration or land bombing. These tasks can also be done by airships of this era, so as not to arouse the vigilance of the great powers. As for the ability to carry torpedoes to attack ships, Chu Qing is still considering whether to really use them as torpedo troops. In fact, the positioning of these 6 aircraft in the Shandong Navy is somewhat similar to the advanced trainer aircraft of the Blue Star in later generations. That is, they have certain combat capabilities while undertaking training tasks. At least for a considerable period of time, large ships and large guns will still be the mainstream of this plane, so Chu Qing is not in a hurry to put immature air forces into combat in large quantities. At present, the Iberians have evacuated Luzon. Our 2 Marine brigades have already joined the Iron Blood Nation Marines in Manila. The Luzon Volunteer Army in the north has been wiped out. Chu Qing informed the senior leaders of the progress of taking over Luzon. The interim government is being established, and our selected agents are ready to take over Luzon. According to the plan, Luzon will get rid of its colonial status and temporarily establish a new republic controlled by us and the Iron Blood people. Chu Qing waved his hand to signal his subordinates to produce relevant information. Chapter 119 Puppet. The organizational structure of the Luzon Republic has been placed in front of the senior officials of the Shandong Autonomous Territory. Aguinaldo is still the leader in name only, but in reality, the administrative and military power of the Luzon Republic is controlled by Shandong and Taixi. An advisory council meeting is set up under the president, which includes 5 state advisors and 5 military advisors. Major government orders and high-level appointments must be approved by 4 state advisors. The transfer of troops other than the capital garrison also requires the consent of 4 or more military advisors. The president himself only has the power to directly appoint mid- and low-level military and political officials and mobilize the capital garrison. As for the selection of advisors, of course, the president, citing his lack of experience in governance, asked for help from the Iron Blood Empire and the Shandong Autonomous Territory. Chu Qing planned to let the commanders of the 4 major fleets all hold the title of National Affairs or Military Affairs Advisor, and leave the remaining positions for 2 to the natives of Luzon and 4 to the Iron Blood Empire. If there are any changes in the future, they will discuss it again. Deputy Commander Chu, Commander Zhang will be responsible for taking over the local industries and institutions in Luzon. The remaining rebel forces in Luzon will be reorganized by you. Chu Qing looked up at Chu Bingtai, who was sitting on his left. First, disrupt the organization of these 30,000 people. All mid-level and above officers will be sent to Shandong for screening and training. Then, draw backbone personnel from our Marines to infiltrate the interior. Make sure to control this force. The rebel forces in the north have been completely wiped out, leaving only about 30,000 people in the southern islands. After Aguinaldo arrived in Manila and announced the establishment of the Republic of Luzon, they declared their allegiance to the Republic. Of course, in order to ensure that these Luzon people could not cause any trouble, Chu Qing decided to send another general to Luzon to assist Zhang Mingxuan. Next, let's discuss the issues concerning the Taixi Sea area. After seeing Chu Bingtai nod, Chu Qing paused and brought out the main topic of today's meeting. After Lu Feng went to the Western Fleet, he successfully conquered several independent islands in the western part of the Shandong Sea area. Then, under the deterrence of the Battleship formation, the Qiancang Autonomous Region, which had just been established and sandwiched between the Shandong and Taixi Sea areas, also declared its allegiance to the Shandong Autonomous Region. Therefore, the Shandong Autonomous Region is now officially bordering the Taixi Sea area. In the territory of the former Qiancang Empire, the Taixi Sea area is a very special piece of territory. It is particularly closed. There is a large mountain range that is completely exposed above the water between its west side and Tianju, controlled by the British. It should have been a rare and precious land resource. However, most of this part of the land is rugged, lacks fresh water, and is mainly rocky and not suitable for farming. It can only serve as a western barrier to block foreign enemies. Moreover, because the Taixi Sea area has experienced plate movement, its hydrological environment has become very unique. Except for the mountains on the west side, the water depth in the outer sea areas of the Taixi Sea area is generally less than 5 meters, which means that large ships cannot enter from the outside. However, in the core of the Taixi Sea area, known as the Tianfu Core area, the water depth is the same as that of the outside world, and large warships can sail there. The core area of Tianfu is also rich in resources such as grain, metals, oil, and minerals. Moreover, since it has not been ravaged by war for a long time, it is easy to imagine the amount of wealth it has accumulated. In recent years, in order to facilitate shipping, the Taixi Sea area has dredged 3 outward channels. The water depth of these 3 channels reaches 10 meters, which can accommodate large warships and cargo ships. There is no doubt that as long as the 3 waterways are guarded, the Taixi Sea area can be said to be easy to defend and difficult to attack. Battleships and other large warships from the outside cannot enter the core area at all. In the Tianfu Sea area, there are also miracle warships coming. If the cruiser troops who have traveled a long distance encounter the battleship formation that is waiting for them when entering the core area, it will be a disastrous outcome. However, while the terrain and hydrological features of the Taixi Sea area are conducive to defense, they also stifle the possibility of Taxi's forces participating in external affairs. After all, as long as the 3 waterways are blocked, the battleships of the Tianfu Sea area will not be able to leave Taixi. In this era, a fleet without the support of battleships will find it difficult to achieve anything great. Therefore, after the turmoil in the Qiancang core area, the Taixi Sea district, under the leadership of its inspector general, declared neutrality and stated that it would not participate in any external wars, but also opposed external interference in Taixi. Currently, there are different attitudes within the Guangdong Autonomous Region towards the Taixi Sea area. A group of officers represented by Chu Bingtai and Li He believe that they should strike while the iron is hot and attack Taixi. After obtaining the resources in the core area of Tianfu, the Guangdong Autonomous Region will be able to solve the worries about resources. There is no need to rush to swallow up Malay. Instead, they should first rely on the advantage of high-end combat power to march north, swallow up the Second Empire and Qiancang Kingdom, and unify Qiancang. However, Lu Feng, Zhang Mingxuan, and others believe that the enemy situation in Taixi was unclear and the terrain and hydrological conditions were too complex for large ships to be deployed. The Guangdong Autonomous Territory currently lacked advanced offshore combat forces, so there was no need to rush to use force against Taixi, which posed no major threat. It was recommended to maintain good relations with the Taixi Sea area first, exchange resources through trade, and after taking over and unifying the entire Qiancang territory, the Taixi Sea area would naturally submit. The 2 factions were arguing with each other, so they turned their attention to Chu Qing. Chu Qing was more inclined to Lu Feng's point of view and felt it necessary to explain the reasons in person at the meeting. After all, compared with large battleships, the weakness of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory was the lack of screen ships. When he was about to speak, a noise came from outside the meeting room door, which made Chu Qing shut his mouth. The high-ranking officials present were a bit surprised, as no one was allowed to make noise or approach near the governor's mansion meeting room. Who was so bold as to cause such a commotion here? The landline connected to the outside room rang, and the guard captain's helpless voice came from the receiver. Governor, the head of the telecommunications interception department said, there is urgent military information that must be reported to you and the other superiors in person. Chu Qing and Lu Feng looked at each other and realized that the intelligence this time might be extraordinary. Otherwise, the people from the eavesdropping department would not have risked violating the ban and breaking into the meeting room. A moment later, the guards, authorized by Chu Qing, opened the conference room door. An intelligence officer rushed in and immediately handed the information to Chu Qing. Governor, this is a telegram intercepted 15 minutes ago. It should have been sent by a Dongying merchant ship from the southern waters of the Ryukyu Islands. Fukui Maru, 45 nautical miles south of Ryukyu. Battleship, 250 meters. After Chu Qing quickly read the telegram, his expression suddenly changed, and then he slapped it in front of everyone present. This regular meeting is suspended. I require all warships in Taixi, Xinpu, and Tongzhou, with a speed of 22 knots or more, to be ready to sail within 2 hours. This order has the highest priority. As Chu Qing spoke, he had already put on his military cap. Notify the Wui to end its training. Fleet Command will board the ship immediately. Chapter 120, Race Against Time. There once was a civilization on the now deserted Ryukyu Islands, but the geological changes 100 years ago completely destroyed it. The original large pieces of land are now fragmented and no longer suitable for human habitation. The original archipelago has actually turned into several reefs, becoming a no-man's land on the high seas. Except for the merchant ships passing by from time to time, there is no human habitation. At this moment, 45 nautical miles south of the Ryukyu Islands, there were 2 figures, one large and one small, parked. Hey, Uncle Fukui, you're really lucky this time. The military will definitely give you a big reward. On the Fukui Maru of the Tosakura merchant ship, sailor Inoue, who had just been on board for less than a year, shouted to the old Captain Shirzwa Fukui in front of the bridge. Once I get the money from the military, I'll take everyone to Zexia to watch Kabuki. Really? Don't lie, uncle. Ha ha ha. Shirzwa Fukui smiled triumphantly. Discovering an ownerless miracle battleship on the high seas and reporting it to the Navy Department was a huge achievement. The Navy Department's reply had clearly stated that it would reward Fukui as long as he successfully handed over the battleship to the Imperial Navy. He looked up at the big guy next to Fukui Maru, and his heart was itching. Yes, this was a miracle battleship, and according to the estimation of Fukui and the crew, her length was at least 250 meters. As a veteran captain who had spent half his life at sea, Fukui was well aware of this concept. Even the Imperial Navy's most powerful Fuso-class ships were only a little over 200 meters long. Although Fukui wasn't a naval officer and didn't know much about warships, he understood that bigger meant stronger. The captain of the fishing boat that discovered the Fuso class received a reward of 1 million yen from the Imperial Navy. Not to mention becoming rich overnight. This family will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. The battleship in front of him was obviously much stronger than the Fuso class. If the commissioner from the Navy Department were present, he would definitely be shocked, and his reward would definitely not be small. What would he do with the money? Build a new house? Buy a new boat? Or something else? Fukui was already immersed in the fantasy of becoming rich. Captain, look over there. A big storm is coming. The sailor on the lookout shouted to the captain urgently, pulling Fukui back to reality from his fantasy. Now he could see dark clouds slowly creeping on the distant horizon. Damn it. He cursed inwardly. It seemed that his road to wealth would not be so smooth. This storm was not a miracle storm like the one that did not live up to its name. It was obviously a serious storm that could create 10-meter waves. Tie it tight. Tie it tight. At the same time, the Navy Department of the East Sakura Empire. Chief Shipbuilding Inspector Kondo Motoki and Chief of the Naval General Staff Ijuin Goro were both extremely excited at this moment. He repeatedly ordered his men to confirm the size of this miracle battleship with Fukui Maru. The feedback they received was that it was indeed 250 meters long and 30 to 31 meters wide, and 5 twin main turrets were observed. Admiral Ijuin, according to my calculations, if the data provided by Fukui Maru is correct, then the standard displacement of this miracle battleship will be at the level of 40,000 tons, and the full load displacement should be between 45,000 and 50,000 tons. Kondo Motoki calculated quickly on the rough paper. Moreover, a miracle battleship of this tonnage is likely equipped with an unprecedented 16-inch main gun. She is undoubtedly the world's #1 battleship. Kondo Motoki put down his pencil and looked at Ijuin Goro excitedly. After hearing this, Ijuin felt equally excited. The war in the northern Sangxi area was at a stalemate, the Caucasus fleet was hiding, and the Navy Department was discussing which warships should be dispatched to provide support. Now that the Imperial Navy had obtained the world's top-notch super battleship, then the Qiancang Kingdom, the White Eagle Federation, and the Caucasus Empire were all vulnerable. General Ijuin, my only concern right now is that the news will leak out and be snatched away by other powers, said General Kondo, the shipbuilding supervisor, looking at Ijuin Goro with a fanatical gaze that made him shudder. This is a reward bestowed upon the Empire by Amaterasu. We cannot afford to lose it. Please rest assured, Mr. Kondo. I have announced in the name of the Imperial Navy that we will conduct live-fire exercises in the Ryukyu Sea and require passing ships to give way. Ijuin Goro pushed the enthusiastic Kondo away, patted Kondo Motoki on the shoulder, and then gave him a reassurance. And I have also ordered the fleet stationed in Kagoshima to dispatch. The sailors and tugboats will bring her back. More than 1,000 kilometers away off the coast of Shinpu, 2 huge steel monsters are sailing through the turbulent sea. The wind on the sea is very strong now, and the wind blows up the sea water, which rushes onto the rear deck again and again, wetting the luxurious teak deck. Governor, this is our current position. We are still approximately 1,000 nautical miles from the location reported in the Dongying telegram. At our current fleet speed, it should take 2 days and 6 to 8 hours. However, we are now encountering a severe storm, so the estimated arrival time is difficult to estimate. On the shaky bridge, Zhong Qilin handed Chu Qing the nautical chart that the staff had marked and circled. According to your instructions, Chief of Staff Li is leading the 4 Queen-class battleships and other screen vessels of the Eastern Fleet and is approaching the Wui and Qixia at full speed. It was originally calm in the territorial waters of the Cangdong Autonomous Territory, but the weather changed drastically once it left the sea off Shinpu. Chu Qing frowned. High sea conditions were not conducive to the navigation of small and medium-sized ships such as destroyers and cruisers, thus reducing the speed of the formation. In this race against time, was it necessary to wait for those protective ships? Governor, we've intercepted a telegram. The Dongying flotilla, including tugboats, has departed from the Kagoshima base and is heading towards the target location. Send a message. Tell he not to come any closer to us, Chu Qing said, looking at the sea chart. Notify the Qixiao that we no longer need to wait for our friendly neighbors to reunite. Proceed at maximum cruising speed. He finally decided to abandon those burdens and let the two Admiral-class ships, Qixiao and Wui, reach the target first. Li He's team could change course to the east and block the possible Dongying fleet halfway. The current priority is to control the descending miracle battleship, or at least bring it into our attack range before the Dongying people arrive, because this miracle battleship is different from the previous ones, and it may be the most powerful battleship on the planet. Judging from the parameters mentioned in the intercepted telegram, Chu Qing judged that this battleship was an unbuilt first-class battleship in the original Blue Star Dongying Empire's 88 fleet plan. It could be the Kaga class or the Amaji class, or it could be the Qi class that has not yet been started. But no matter which battleship, its strength is very powerful, and its combat power is definitely above the Admiral class in his hands. That's why Chu Qing took the risk of exposing his strength and took the two most powerful battleships of the Sangdong Navy to attack. If he couldn't get it, he would destroy it. Forward 3. Forward 3. 4 cars into 3. Maximum cruising speed. Chapter 121 Breakout. Did you notice? When the Dongying people left, they took a lot of tugboats with them. In Kagoshima Naval Port, Captain George J.S. Warrender, the captain of the Orion-class battleship Barfla, said to Captain John Rushworth Jellicoe, the captain of the Centurion, "This doesn't look like an exercise." Jellicoe pondered for a moment, then spoke with a puzzled tone. "Yes, it's definitely not as simple as the explanation given by the Dongying people. They're making a scene like they're preparing to tow a large ship." Miracle storm, the two of them said their speculation in unison. Obviously, the people of Dongying had learned about the appearance of the miracle battleship, but there were still some details that puzzled them, such as the fact that the fleet sent out abnormally included 2 battleships. Was it necessary to send battleships to tow the miracle battleship? The answer is obviously no. Battleships are gold-devouring beasts. Unless a force has a special fleet structure like the Sangdong Autonomous Territory, they will not deploy battleships if possible. Moreover, for the East Sakura Empire, which is currently short of military strength, deploying 2 battleships at once is even more unreasonable. Sir Warrender, I think this is the only explanation at the moment, John Rushworth Jellicoe said, raising an astonishing question. Perhaps the value of that miraculous battleship is so great that the East Sakura people are willing to deploy battleships to ensure her safe return to port. Well, John, I think this is indeed the most reasonable explanation at the moment, George J.S. Warrender nodded. But we have no way to verify it now because they are on the ship. As he spoke, Warrender glanced at the sailors of the East Sakura Navy who were observing and learning on the deck. Britain had reached a secret agreement with the East Sakura Empire and would soon hand over 3 battleships, including the 2 Orion-class super dreadnought battleships, to the East Sakura Navy. I will report this inference to the Navy Department and leave the verification to the Far East Fleet. Colonel Jellicoe took out a pen and paper and began to write something down. But the problem is that we don't know where the Dongying people are going. Captain, the open telegram from the Dongying people claims that they will hold live-fire exercises in the southern waters of the Ryukyu Islands. The direction. The signalman came to the bridge and reported the latest news. The two smiled at each other. It seems that the Dongying people have pointed out the direction for us. At 8 p.m. on June 21st, 1665, in the local calendar, Qiancang Islands, Baitsongsi area. Your Excellency Lieutenant General, the Coastal Artillery Unit reports that the remaining ammunition is less than a quarter. On the 12 Apostles, the flagship of the Amur fleet of the Caucasus Empire in the Qiancang Islands of the northern Songhai district, the adjutant reported bad news to Lieutenant General Dubasov. Dubasov waved his hand without saying much. He had received enough bad news in recent days. First, the Empire told him that a Queen Maria-class battleship was forced to return due to mechanical failure. Then, the Qiancang Kingdom's airship airstrike hit the reserve oil depot in the port. The third was the ammunition shortage just reported by the Coastal Artillery Unit. For days, the Qiancang Kingdom and the Dongying people had been attacking Qiancang nonstop, sending ships every night to lay mines or attempt to block the waterway. However, thanks to the searchlights shipped from the Amur Sea region, the coalition's actions were thwarted every time by Qiancang's coastal artillery. Moreover, due to the sufficient rapid-fire firepower deployed, the airships' airstrikes on the forts had little effect, forcing the Qiancang Kingdom's airship forces to ascend to high altitudes to bomb. This would have been a good thing, but due to poor accuracy, the bombs aimed at the coastal defense forts landed near the hidden oil storage tanks. The shock wave collapsed the tanks, resulting in the unnecessary loss of tens of thousands of tons of heavy oil in the tanks. To make matters worse, the coalition forces have blockaded the Qiancang Islands, cutting off the traffic line between Qiancang and the Amur Sea area. The main battleships of the Amur Sea area have been transferred to Qiancang before. Now it is impossible to break through the blockade with just some small and medium-sized ships. The coastal artillery unit is running out of ammunition and fuel reserves. It seems unrealistic to stay in Qiancang. If the waterway is really blocked by the coalition forces, even if the support fleet across the Caucasus Empire arrives, there is no way for them to cooperate with the reinforcements. However, he also knew the details of the destruction of the Iberian fleet in the Battle of Santiago. The Iberians were severely beaten and annihilated by the White Eagle Federation during their departure from the port. The sailors were already very tired from preparing for war for days. Who knew if they would cause any trouble if they were asked to break out of the port at this time? Could they successfully break out with the one battlecruiser and 4 battleships they had? Dubasov was hesitant and entangled, not daring to guarantee it. Boom! The loud noise was particularly clear in the dark night. Based on the volume of the sound, Dubasov judged that it was an explosion coming from the sea outside the harbor. Soon, the adjutant came running to report the exciting news to Dubasov. It seems that a large Allied warship has sunk after hitting a mine outside the harbor. Upon hearing this, Dubasov quickly climbed to the commanding heights of the Qiancang Islands and saw a huge ship burning in the dark night. Boom! Boom! The coastal artillery, upon receiving the news, fired again to prevent other Allied warships from coming to the rescue. Soon, the unfortunate ship completely disappeared from the sea. When Dubasov first entered Qiancang, he had laid a stockpile of mines in that area. Due to the small number and small scope, he did not expect the minefield to be effective. Unexpectedly, it actually achieved results. This unexpected surprise slightly boosted the morale of the sailors in the port and also gave Dubasov a bit of confidence to break out of the port. All battleships in the fleet should fire their boilers to accumulate steam and be ready to break out within 6 hours. Chapter 122 is missing. Governor, Chief of Staff Li's fleet is maneuvering towards the central Ryukyu Islands and has 12 hours to reach the designated interception position. The 2 Admiral-class ships that broke out of the storm have entered the full-speed sailing stage and are rushing towards the target location. The previous wind and waves have swept away the 2 lifeboats and brought all the unsecured debris on the deck into the water. When the waves were the strongest, they even completely swallowed the stern of the Qixiao. The lights on the navigation bridge have been turned off. Only in the drawing room, busy staff are drawing the sailing routes of their 3 fleets on the wide nautical chart. The commander of the Southern Fleet, Zhang Mingxuan, has ordered the flagship Fengzhou to leave Yingzhou Island and move closer to the southern part of Ryukyu. Chu Qing stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the colorful markings on the nautical chart. According to the plan, the Qixiao and Wui ships would approach the position of the Fukui Maru at maximum speed, while the 2nd Battleship Division, led by Li He, would head towards Kikai Island to intercept the Dongying tugboat fleet. Although the distance from Kagoshima to southern Ryukyu is about the same as that from Shinpu, considering that the speed of the Dongying people with tugboats cannot be faster than their own warships, after discussion, it was decided to split the troops into 2 groups. 4 Queen-class ships were sent to destroy the first wave of Dongying fleet and block possible reinforcements, while the 2 Admiral-class ships that can maintain high speed, even in high sea conditions, will go directly to the Miracle battleship. In order to save time, Chu Qing did not bring a tugboat, but instead took on an excess of a new batch of cadets from the Cangdong Naval Academy, about 1,200 people. Although this number was not enough for a large ship of more than 40,000 tons to operate normally, it was enough to get her moving. As for the crew's proficiency, you can ask the intelligent computer. This is the advantage of the Golden Finger. Otherwise, Chu Qing would have to set sail with a tugboat like the Dongying people. According to the existing intelligence and the judgment of the staff, in addition to the main team where the tugboat fleet is located, the Dongying people should have also dispatched a vanguard fleet composed of fast ships, probably including 3 destroyers and possibly a light cruiser. The sea was shrouded in thick darkness. The storm that had just passed through had swept away the dark clouds in the sky that blocked the moonlight. Under the reflection of the moonlight, the waves on the sea rolled and flashed thousands of silver lights. Chu Qing had no mind to appreciate the scenery. He just kept thinking about his next move. Governor, news from the Fengzhou monitoring station. After receiving the telegram, Chu Qing realized that he did not have much time, because the Fengzhou monitoring station reported that it had detected that the British Navy's fleet in the Qiancang Islands had sent ships to approach Ryukyu. Although Chu Qing was confident that he could control the miracle battleship before the British arrived, it would take a lot of time to restart a large battleship with its boiler extinguished. It would take several hours just to accumulate steam, during which time the battleship would still be unable to move. Inform the Toyosu to sail 70 nautical miles due east and then cruise at a low speed to avoid the British route. Wait until I give new instructions before approaching the Ryukyu Islands. After thinking for a while, Chu Qing decided to let the British in first and then let the Fengzhou block the opponent's retreat. If the opponent really arrived near Ryukyu before he set off for return, then at that time he would use the intelligent computer's radio to suppress and block the opponent's communications and finally kill them to prevent the news from leaking. Chu Qing was not afraid of fighting with the British, but was worried that the British would discover the true strength of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory too early. These two Admiral-class ships alone were enough to drive the British Navy crazy. The current strength of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory is not enough to confront the British Empire head-on. Although Chu Qing now has 11 battleships and battlecruisers, including 9 super dreadnoughts, the British Empire now has a huge colony and naturally has more miracle battleships. The total number of dreadnoughts and super dreadnoughts in operation reached 60, twice the number at the start of the original Blue Star War. This included at least 8 Queen-class and 8 Revenge-class battleships, and the number of 15-inch main gun-carrying ships exceeded that of the second-ranked Iron Blood Empire by 10 ships. Also known as the R-class, a cheaper version of the Queen-class battleship, but with slightly better protection than the Queen. The British in the heyday of this dimension are not people that Chu Qing can easily provoke now, but as long as he waits for 2 years, Chu Qing will have enough naval talents in his hands. Then he naturally doesn't have to act so timidly as he is now. The foundation of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory is really too shallow. After the territory was greatly expanded, the prosperity also increased a lot, which solved the problem of time and space consumption in training sailors. It takes about 1 to 2 months to quickly train a class of 2,000 students, but the resulting problem of manpower source has restricted the expansion of the fleet. Because land is so valuable, fishing has replaced agriculture as the primary industry in this dimension. The ocean-going and offshore fishing fleets guarantee the basic food supply for the people of the archipelago and are also the foundation of many people's livelihoods. Millions of canal workers depend on food and clothing. Currently, the Guangdong Autonomous Territory has a population of more than 29 million, excluding the military and shipping departments. Among them, there are just over 500,000 young men aged 18 to 30 who are most suitable to join the fleet. This number seems a lot, but Chu Qing cannot pack all 500,000 people into the fleet. Of these 500,000 potential recruits, the fishery industry took up nearly 220,000, and some other industries such as agriculture, steel, light industry, chemical industry, shipbuilding, etc., together occupied nearly 200,000 positions. There are not many recruits left. What Chu Qing needs to do next is to promote intensive large-scale cage aquaculture, gradually changing from fishing to breeding. This farming method reduces the impact of weather on production, and while increasing production and improving people's lives, it liberates labor. This liberated labor force can then be transferred to the army again. After roughly drawing up the relevant plan, Chu Qing gave some instructions to the officers in the bridge, and then Chu Qing returned to the officer's cabin. He originally just wanted to take a nap on the chair, but he actually slept for 8 hours. When he woke up, it was already dawn. Back at the navigation bridge, the staff officer reported the current specific location to him, saying that if the intercepted intelligence was correct, then at the current maximum speed of 32 knots, they would be able to reach the target location in at most 2 hours. At this time, everyone, including Chu Qing, was a little nervous, fearing that the miracle warship would be intercepted by other forces. Chu Qing simply went to the top of the mast and personally operated a large high-powered telescope to search the sea. After a long time, the morning sun had completely jumped out of the horizon, but until the navigator confirmed that they had arrived within 20 nautical miles of the target location, countless pairs of eyes on the two ships did not find any trace of the target. Chu Qing's heart skipped a beat, and the atmosphere in the bridge suddenly became tense, because ever since Qixia and Wui entered the storm, the Guangdong Autonomous Territory had not detected any radio signals from the Fukui Maru. Direction, northeast by north, distance, 25,000. Finally, a message came from the fire control room at the top of the main mast, 2 columns of smoke. Chapter 123. Come and receive your reward. Is it a large target? Judging from the smoke, they should be 2 small ships, with a displacement of no more than 3,000 tons. The gunnery command room reported to the bridge, no light cruisers. Chu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought someone had taken control of and activated the miraculous battleship before them. The two small ships might be the advanced reconnaissance force of the Dongying people. Chu Qing immediately turned on the radio shielding to prevent the other party from announcing their identity. The previous judgment was wrong. There are not 2, but 3 destroyers. They are initially identified as the Tosakura Navy's Sea Breeze class destroyers. New information came from the firing command post. The Kaifeng class is the first type of 1,000-ton large ocean-going destroyer independently built by the Tosakura Navy. It has a displacement of 1,150 tons, a maximum speed of 33 knots, and is equipped with 2 127mm and 5 76mm guns. It is a big destroyer, but compared to the Admiral class with a full displacement of nearly 48,000 tons, there is not much difference between 2 or 3 ships. Let the Qixiao approach and sink them. Chu Qing waved his hand and ordered the Qixiao to move forward and knock out the 2 pairs of eyes. Continue searching for the target. He did not criticize the previous false alarms because he knew very well that it was very difficult to visually confirm enemy ships at a long distance. If the shadows of 2 destroyers overlapped at a certain angle, it was not surprising that they were mistaken for one ship. There was no need to be overly harsh. The East Sakura Navy and the White Eagle Navy of the former Blue Star in World War II had made even more outrageous misjudgments, such as mistaking an escort aircraft carrier for a large fleet aircraft carrier, and different ships in the same fleet misjudging a light cruiser as a destroyer, a heavy cruiser, and a battleship respectively. About 8 minutes later, the main gun of the Qixiao fired the first shell. About 20 minutes later, the 3 destroyers disappeared from the sea. The Qixiao reported that all 3 destroyers had been sunk. Chu Qing also received news that 24,000 time and space points had been credited to the intelligent computer. Now Chu Qing has accumulated 140,000 points in his hands. He plans to buy another Queen-class destroyer to supplement the strength of the fleet. But as time went by, the 2 ships had been sailing south at full speed for an hour, but there was still no sign of the miraculous battleship in the vast ocean, and an anxious atmosphere began to spread in the fleet again. Could it be that the Dongying people were spreading false information? Are they actually ambushing here to lure us out? A staff officer proposed a scenario that made everyone shudder. Impossible. The Dongying people don't know that their intelligence has been leaked, and the current Dongying Navy can't spare the strength to ambush us. Chu Qing denied his speculation. The Dongying people didn't know that the Guangdong Autonomous Region had cracked all their codes, and they had suffered repeated setbacks at the hands of the Guangdong Autonomous Region before, so how could they set up this trap to target Guangdong? Moreover, he had just intercepted a telegram from the Songbei Sea area, which stated that the Taixi Islands. What's more, the British did indeed dispatch a fleet to investigate the situation, indicating that they had discovered some clues through their own channels, and the arrival of the miracle warship was definitely true. Governor, could it be that the warship broke its anchor chain in the storm and drifted away? A staff officer proposed a hypothesis. Chu Qing felt that perhaps this was the real answer, so he ordered someone to bring a nautical chart of the area and secretly turned on the intelligent brain-assisted calculation. Combining the ocean current information of the past 24 hours, changes in wind speed and direction, the approximate tonnage of the miracle battleship, etc., he calculated several approximate tracks. Navigator, turn left 47 degrees and change course to 147. After pondering for a while, Chu Qing raised his head and gave instructions to the navigator, who immediately executed the order. Sure enough, after turning and sailing for about 40 minutes, Chu Qing finally found the figure he had been pursuing for a long time. Target identification successful. The former Blue Star East Sakura Empire Key-class battleship. The intelligent computer's prompt sounded, and Chu Qing instantly felt that the Admiral-class battleship under his feet was no longer so attractive. If it was an Amaji or Kaga class, Chu Qing might not have reacted so strongly, but this was a Key class. Chu Qing looked at the huge figure looming in the distance and was deeply attracted. 10 410mm guns, a speed of 29.75 knots, a displacement of 45,000 tons, and decent protection. Chu Qing opened the space-time mall and turned to the page for the Key-class ship, only to discover that the price was as high as 500,000 space-time points. Since the Key-class ship had not actually been built on the original Blue Star and was a blueprint ship, the price was high. An early design drawing of the Key-class, with modifications to the funnels made when the construction order was later placed. The Key-class was the last type of battleship of the 88 fleet to be named. It can be regarded as a high-speed Kaga class or an Amaji class with enhanced protection. Its vertical defense is 292mm and arranged at a 12-degree angle, which is a level stronger than the 305mm vertical armor of the Nagato class. It also inherited the tradition of the Kaga-class battleships to focus on horizontal protection. The main horizontal armor thickness is close to 117mm, far exceeding other battleships of the same era. The Qi class's defense capabilities are not as weak as shown in a certain game. In fact, in a certain naval battle game, many warships including the Qi class are not set up completely according to historical facts. Certain adjustments have been made for balance or other reasons. Order the Marines to prepare to board the ship. Chu Qing was giving the order, but the lookout's report interrupted him. The other party sent a light signal, asking us to identify ourselves. Chu Qing looked at the flashing lights of the huge battleship in the distance and almost thought that someone had already got there first. Later, he realized that it might be the crew of the Fukui Maru who boarded this miraculous battleship. Now that someone has boarded the ship, the action plan has to be changed. If we try to seize the ship by force and these Dongying mermaids fail and open the sea valve, we will suffer a huge loss. Notify the Qixia to hoist the Dongying flag. Chu Qing rubbed his hands and came up with a better plan. Send a light signal and tell them that we are the Dongying Empire's standing fleet. Tell them that this warship is now under our control. Thank you for your contribution to the Empire and His Majesty, and we have prepared a reward. Have all of their personnel leave the ship in an orderly manner, and then come to this ship to collect their bonuses from the Navy Department. Uncle Fukui, it's the Imperial Navy. The lookout decoded the light signals from the distant second ship and excitedly shouted to Shirzwa Fukui. They also said they would give us a bounty on the spot. Shirzwa Fukui raised his telescope and saw the two rising sun flags flying on the two ships. His heart finally settled down. Let no Morikuin and the others who are still in the battleships hold come up. The Imperial Navy is here. No need to guard that valve anymore. The radio equipment was damaged in the storm, and the anchor chain broke. Fukui Maru chased this miracle battleship and struggled to survive in the storm. He deviated from his original position, but could not get in touch with the Empire. This made the East Sakura sailors, including Fukui, very anxious. Fortunately, the Navy warship successfully found him. The hard work of the past 2 days was finally worth it. Captain Fukui excitedly ran down the bridge of the Fukui Maru and urged his men to lower all the lifeboats to serve as transport boats. The message was also passed from top to bottom on the Qi-class battleship. Soon, all the Dongying people lined up on the deck, ready to go to Chu Qing's flagship to receive the reward. Chapter 124. What are you going to do? What are you doing? I'm here to collect the reward. As soon as Shirzwa Fukui and the last crew members boarded the ship, they were surrounded by a group of armed sailors. Fukui, who didn't understand the situation, shouted loudly until he heard the sailors speaking in a language he couldn't understand. Only then did he realize that he had been tricked. Then he was hit by several gun butts and pushed into the inner cabin. Report to the governor. All 117 crew members of the Tosakura merchant ship Fukui Maru have been captured by our ship. Throw them all into the empty storage room at the rear of the ship. Palau and Guam are short of labor. After Chu Qing finished giving the order, he turned his gaze to the behemoth that was now so close. In fact, the length of the Qi-class battleship was 12 meters shorter than that of the Admiral-class battlecruiser, but the visual impact of the 10 410mm main guns was definitely stronger than that of the 381mm guns. The sailors have begun to board lifeboats, transport boats or small boats brought by the crew from the Fukui Maru in an orderly manner, preparing to head to the Qi-class battleship. Judging from the appearance, this Qi-class ship should have been built according to the final version of the design. This can be seen from the chimney that has been changed to a herringbone shape. This design can prevent the waste discharged from the chimney from flowing back into the bridge. The early Nagato class suffered from this problem. Governor, Chief of Staff Lee reports, the enemy's main fleet has been spotted, requesting permission to open fire. We agree to open fire. Tell them to remember to turn on the jammers so that these Dongying people can't send a single letter. Chu Qing did not follow Lihe's fleet to intercept the Dongying fleet this time, nor was he worried about the news leaking, because Chu Qing now had control over all the communication frequencies of the Dongying Navy, and had also installed higher power radio transmitters on all large ships of the Eastern Fleet. Relying on the ship's own radio stations to transmit noise of the same frequency, it was enough to fill the Dongying fleet's communication channel with noise within normal combat distance. At 12 o'clock noon on June 23, 1665, 122 nautical miles south of Shiji Island. Colonel Kato, our radio channel is full of noise. On the Tozakura battleship Suruga, Kato Tomisaburo, who had just been transferred from the Military Affairs Bureau's military section chief to the combat unit, received a report from his subordinates. Half an hour ago, the lookout observed a large number of smoke columns ahead and identified 4 large ship shadows as Britain's Queen Elizabeth-class battleships. Although public intelligence indicated that only the British Navy possessed the Queen Elizabeth class, how could the British Empire, having already deployed 3 battleships, send for more? Even if news of the miracle battleship leaked, there was no need for such a fuss as an ally. Colonel Cato instinctively felt that there was a problem, so he sent a telegram to the Navy Department to inquire. But the radio operator found that the communication channel was full of meaningless noise, and changing several communication frequencies made no difference. The enemy fleet was closing in at 10 knots. More and more smoke columns and masts appeared on the horizon. The lookout counted the masts. 5, 7, 9, 12. Blue flag. Blue background with a gold anchor. It's the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. Another sailor operating a large telescope has recognized the other party's identity through the flag. Although the forces under the former Qiancang Empire have separated from Qiancang, they have only made some minor changes to the naval flag. For example, the Guangdong Autonomous Territory simply changed the double swords crossed above the anchor on the original flag to a parallel arrangement on both sides. Colonel Cato, please make the decision. The Tuiying officers in the bridge were all waiting for Cato to make a decision. Being watched by countless pairs of eyes, Cato actually had no choice but to give the order to attack. Although the warships in his hands were no match for the 4 Queen-class ships, the Tuiying Navy, which learned from the British, naturally also learned the tradition of fighting every enemy. 2 enemy Kawachi-class ships, 2 Chikuma-class ships, and 6 tugboats are heading straight towards us. Li He on the bridge of the navigation ship listened to the reports from his men, and then told the staff to make battle deployments according to the previous plan and to destroy the fleet as quickly as possible. He would not interfere too much with the command. After several expansions, most of the staff officers in the Eastern Fleet were promoted from grassroots command positions and lacked practical experience. Therefore, in this case, it is a good idea to let the staff officers practice. What? An unexpected situation? While 2 Hanoi-class ships were enough to completely destroy the entire Guangdong Sea area a year ago, facing the Guangdong Autonomous Region a year later, any random fleet could beat them to a pulp. With 32 381mm cannons in hand, how could they possibly lose? In addition to the 4 Queen-class ships, the fleet Li He brought this time also included 2 Loneway-class armored cruisers, 2 Vulcan-class destroyers, and 3 Chatham-class light cruisers purchased from the Principality of Yangzhou. Distance, 17,500. All fleets accelerate to 24 knots. Destroyer forces maneuver forward and circle back to the enemy's right flank. When within 15,000 meters, main force will deploy a constant speed maneuver to the right. The remaining ships, upon the flagship's firing signal, will fire in turn. The command was transmitted to every warship in the fleet via radio waves. The 2 destroyers originally located on the left wing of the fleet began to accelerate, overtaking the other ships and heading straight for the flank of the Dongying fleet. When the distance approached 16,000 meters, the Tosakura Navy opened fire first. Due to its hexagonal layout, the Hanoi class could concentrate 6 305mm naval guns to fire forward, but for a super quasi-dreadnought like the Hanoi class, 16,000 meters was not yet within the effective firing range of fire control. A column of water exploded in front of the fleet, and a dull explosion sounded. Some sailors who were on the battlefield for the first time began to show nervous signs such as rapid breathing and trembling legs. Li He, who was patrolling around the ship, saw it, but did not say much, because for the Navy of this era, no matter how much training they have undergone, they can only be considered to have grown up after experiencing real combat. The Guangdong fleet was currently in a horizontal formation. Once the constant velocity maneuver was complete, it would transform directly into a column across the front of the Dongying fleet. It was obvious that the staff had adopted the tactic of closing the distance and then quickly ending the enemy with overwhelming firepower. Simple schematic diagram. Isokinetic maneuver deployment. Isokinetic maneuver deployment. A signal flag was hoisted from the mainmast of the 2nd Squadron's flagship, the Shinpo. Radio commands were relayed to all ships in the fleet. The ships tilted slightly, their steel bows clattering away waves as they simultaneously turned to starboard to maximize their firepower. Chapter 125. I won't choose a chapter title. Boom. The Caucasian fleet advanced at high speed amidst the raging waves. The Allied warships, hotly pursuing from behind and on the flanks, continuously opened fire with their large-caliber main guns. In the fierce exchange of fire, the columns of water created by the exploding shells burst before reaching the top, splashing out countless crystal-clear droplets. The original 5 large battleships of the Caucasus Fleet have now been reduced to 4. The lost Sevastopol-class ship hit the mines laid by the Dongying people in the main channel when it was retreating to the Amur Sea 30 nautical miles north of Shingang. In order to avoid the entire fleet being trapped in the minefield, Dubasov ordered the fleet to sail west. As a result, it was caught up by the Allied battleships, and the battle broke out again. After several days of rest, the coalition forces once again dispatched a batch of warships from the rear. The Dongying people once again dispatched a Congo-class and 2 Hanoi-class warships from the regular fleet. Under the fierce offensive of the Second Empire, the Qiancang Kingdom was forced to cede land in exchange for a ceasefire. Only then was it able to send the Weiyuan-class and 2 Lingyuan-class warships stationed in the core area to the Baizangsi area. The current situation on the battlefield is that 4 high-speed battlecruisers are sticking to the Caucasus Fleet, while the slightly slower Lingyuan-class and Hanoi-class battlecruisers with their armored patrols appear just in front of the left wing of the Caucasus Fleet, intending to intercept it. The airships in the sky fed back the impact data to the fleet. With the help of aviation correction, the coalition's artillery fire became more and more accurate. The coalition now had 4 super dreadnought battlecruisers and 6 dreadnoughts. The Dongying people also had 4 dreadnoughts. The huge gap in troop strength did not reduce the suspense in the battle. Although the coalition forces had a numerical advantage, the dreadnoughts and battlecruisers equipped by the Caucasus Fleet were more powerful than any other warship present in terms of artillery performance. Therefore, there were many variables in the fierce battle between the two sides. A random situation diagram with a paintbrush. 9 of the 12 main guns of Dubasov's flagship, the 12 Apostles, fired continuously. These heavy shells, fired from a powerful charge, could deliver 14 inches of armor-piercing damage from a 12-inch caliber. Only 9 of the 12 guns were firing. This was due to the unique nature of this two-pronged engagement. The Caucasus battleship's aft main turret was ineffective. Only the 3 triple-mounted turrets, the fore and aft, and the middle one near the bow, could deliver firepower, invisibly weakening the fleet. The water column grew denser, and the St. Andrew flag flying on the stern mast was repeatedly enveloped by yellow-green smoke. The most terrifying weapon on the battlefield was the 356mm gun of the Ismail-class battlecruiser. According to theoretical data, this 52 caliber 14-inch gun could fire an armor-piercing projectile weighing 747.6 kilograms at a muzzle velocity of 823 meters per second. It should be noted that the Congo-class battlecruisers of this period only used 635 kilogram shells with a muzzle velocity of only 778 meters per second. At this moment, the battlecruiser's fully electrically driven turret is simultaneously attacking enemy targets in both the bow and stern directions at a firing frequency of less than 30 seconds per round. Borodino was hit. The Congo-class ship of the Dongying people was hit. An artillery officer saw the dancing fire in the telescope and was delighted. With the power of the Ismail-class battlecruiser's artillery, the Congo-class ship must be in great danger. Before the eyes of the Caucasian Empire Navy officers, the Congo-class battlecruiser was like a string of lit firecrackers. The bow main turret had been completely blown off, the propellant inside crackling and exploding. Dubasov could even see the flames spurting out from the secondary gun turrets. However, perhaps due to effective damage control, the battlecruiser ultimately escaped destruction. The yellow monkey is so lucky, Dubasov thought bitterly. I wonder which ship Dong Xiong is on. He never thought of relying on the 4 ships in his hands to wipe out the entire coalition force, but hoped that the coalition fleet would retreat voluntarily after suffering heavy losses, so as to give Dubasov an opportunity to take advantage. If Togo's flagship was the Congo-class ship that had just been hit, then perhaps the Tosakura Navy would retreat. 2 thunderous explosions rang out from the rear of the 12 Apostles' hull. The battleship had been hit again. The powerful kinetic energy of the 2 356mm heavy shells made every steel plate of the 12 Apostles tremble. Dubasov even heard a humming sound coming from the sound tube. Report the damage. The aft secondary battery is inoperable. Bridge. This is the engine room. The steam pipe of boiler number 2 is broken. We can't maintain maximum speed. In addition to the report on the damage to the secondary guns at the rear, the chief engineer delivered even more unfortunate news through the brass sound tube. The vibration when the 12 Apostles was hit just now caused the rivets of the boiler pipes that had been filled with high-pressure steam to break, and the number 2 boiler was temporarily paralyzed. Inform all ships to slow down and not leave any warship alone. The enemy torpedo formation is moving forward. For destroyers. For cruisers. To make matters worse, the lookout reported the latest situation. The small coalition ships that were originally under the cover of the battlecruiser formation now began to accelerate, past the 4 battlecruisers, and headed towards the 12 apostles, which had slowed down. Your Excellency, Vice Admiral, are you going to send out the screen ships? A staff officer asked. However, Dubasov made a decision that surprised everyone. Order the light cruiser and destroyer formations to launch an assault on the enemy ahead of us. Dubasov's idea was actually a gamble, betting that the coalition's torpedo boats would not be able to attack successfully. He knew that the destroyers brought by Togo Hayakuro were not the latest Kaikei's class, but the somewhat old Bayan class. This 322-ton little guy was not much different from the previous Harasan class, and was no match for Novik. The destroyers backing him up were only 2 Chikuma class and 2 Ryue class. However, his current focus is not to passively defend and counter each move, but to break through the obstruction of the coalition forces and return to the Amur Sea area. The speed of the Lingyuan class and the Hanoi class ships did not exceed 21 knots, while the Caucasus fleet had a maximum formation speed of 24 knots. Therefore, Dubasov decided to force his way through the interception array consisting of 6 dreadnoughts. Seeing that the Caucasus screen fleet did not turn to intercept their torpedo formation, Togo and Akiyama Senyuki, who were in charge of the Congo, smiled. It is true that the destroyers they brought this time are the Shinonome class, but as combat ships of the standing fleet, these 4 Shinonome class have been modified. The original 457 torpedoes have been replaced with 533mm 6-year torpedoes, and they will give Dubasov a big surprise. Chapter 126 by some boats. Ding. Sink a Kawachi-class battleship of the Dongying Navy. Spacetime points earned, 50,000 inch. Ding. Sink a Dongying Navy tugboat. Spacetime points earned, 300 inch. Ding. Sink a Kawachi-class battleship of the Dongying Navy. Spacetime points earned, 50,000 inch. The total spacetime point income is 13,600 points, and the current spacetime point balance is 273,211 points. When the boiler of the quay was started up and black smoke spewed out of the chimney, Chu Qing also received an input notification from the intelligent computer that the main force of the reception ships sent by the Dongying Navy were all destroyed. After the intelligent brain was upgraded to the 3rd level, the original range limit for obtaining time and space points disappeared, so Chu Qing could receive the obtained time and space points even if he was 100 miles away. But why do these space-time points seem to be less than what I got before? Intelligent computer, didn't sinking a Hanoi-class ship previously earn you 100,000 space-time points? Why is it only 50,000 now? Host, the Dongying Empire now has the ability to build and produce the Hanoi class. Therefore, the Hanoi class is no longer a warship that exceeds the current technological level of the Dongying Empire, and therefore no longer enjoys the original space-time point bonus. Well, okay. Chu Qing then remembered that the intelligence he had overheard before mentioned that the 2 Orion-class ships heading to Dongying were carrying a batch of technical information. It seemed that the teacher, the British Empire, had tried his best to teach the people of Dongying some new things. The same was true for the British from the original Blue Star. As an excellent teacher, they fully enlightened the Dongying people on their shipbuilding capabilities. Haven't you seen what kind of shabby ships the Dongying Empire produced before it obtained the Congo class? Although it was beyond the British people's expectation that the students of the East Sakura Empire would turn around and beat up their teacher 20 or 30 years later. In any case, the 270,000 time and space points in hand are real. Excluding the 140,000 points prepared for the main battleship, the remaining points can be used to buy some screen ships. However, at this point in time in 1925, the performance of the small and medium-sized ships available for purchase was not very good. Light cruisers such as Omaha, Tianlong, Kawachi, and Emden all bore the shadow of the old light cruisers from the First World War. They were still using single-mounted guns or guns arranged in turrets, which were obviously lagging behind the development of the times. Faced with the later generations equipped with fully enclosed twin and triple gun turrets, they had basically no ability to fight back. The Yubari class's on-paper data is very good, but cramming 6 140mm guns into a 3,000-ton body greatly sacrifices endurance and living space. Like the Ninghai and Pinghai, its endurance and seaworthiness are poor, and it is only suitable for nearshore activities. Moreover, in terms of hard power, these light cruisers may not even be able to defeat the new cruisers being built in Jinza shipyard, and it will take a lot of effort to transform them in the future, which is not worth it. Before the hull was completed, the power equipment of the new cruiser was replaced again. Originally, the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory could only produce a single 15,000 horsepower steam turbine, but now, Thanks to new equipment and technical data, it can produce steam turbine units of the same size, but with a power increased to 25,000 horsepower. With the support of 50,000 horsepower, the new light cruiser can easily reach 30 knots with a displacement of 6,000 to 6,800 tons. Therefore, at the suggestion of Chu Xiong, the side protection of the new cruiser was increased to 102 millimeters. Moreover, the construction of these first 4 light cruisers will not take too much time, as Chu Qing fully allocates resources and guarantees the supply of materials. Apart from the power equipment and turrets, a large number of finished equipment are used to significantly shorten the construction period. All the shipyard needs to do is assemble them. The fastest progressing first ship may even be completed within 1 year. 6 152mm guns plus mechanical and automated fire control, 102mm thick side-sloped armor, and a speed of 30 knots, no matter how you look at it. It is more advanced than those light cruisers that are still using single turrets. So the idea of buying a light cruiser was directly passed by Chu Qing. So let's take a look at the destroyers. Sorry, the destroyers before 1925 were in a similar situation to the light cruisers. The Mitsuki class had not yet been born. The Tosakura people were still using the Kamikaze class, and the White Eagle people were using the Clemenceau class. It had 4 102mm guns and 12 533mm torpedo tubes, and a speed of 36 knots. It seemed that the theoretical performance was very powerful, but in reality, it was terrible. Both its seaworthiness and maneuverability could be described as extremely poor. After much deliberation, Chu Qing decided to buy 4 British-made Shakespeare-class destroyer leaders. This type of ship is equipped with 5 120mm rapid-fire guns, 2 triple-mounted 533mm torpedo tubes, 1 76mm anti-aircraft gun, and 4 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine guns, with a maximum speed of 38.95 knots. The reasons why Chu Qing chose this type of destroyer were, firstly, its high speed, secondly, its balanced performance and all the capabilities it possessed, and thirdly, it was an opportunity to upgrade and renovate the existing production lines of 120mm rapid-fire guns and 120mm artillery shells. The production of the 120mm Armstrong rapid-fire guns that were previously available in all the archipelagos had been stopped by Chu Qing, and nearly 40 of the production lines had been dismantled, with the rest sealed. Now was a good opportunity to add machinery and equipment to these production lines and allow them to switch to producing new naval guns. Moreover, both the Shidao class and this type of ships under construction use the British Parsons power system, which will not increase logistical pressure too much. The 2,100-ton ship's surface artillery combat capability is not inferior to the Mitsuki class. In future operations, she can fight together with the 1,330-ton Snake Island class and the Vulcan-class destroyers that came from the Miracle Storm and take on the task of suppressing enemy destroyers. 4 Shakespeare-class ships are worth 60,000 space-time points. After deducting the 140,000 points he was going to spend on the Queen class, Chu Qing decided to use the remaining space-time points to buy a few Hawkins-class ships. As the world's first heavy cruiser, the performance of the British-made Hawkins class is mediocre by today's standards and can even be described as unsatisfactory. With a speed of 30 knots, a 76mm main armor belt on the broadside, and 7 190mm main guns, it is naturally incomparable to those later treaty-type and post-treaty-type heavy cruisers. But she was built a long time ago, and her price in the Space-Time Mall is relatively cheap, only 22,000 points. And with her 190mm gun, she has an overwhelming advantage over those reconnaissance cruisers using 152mm class guns. So buying 3 of them to serve as the backbone of your own reconnaissance fleet is also a good choice. Chapter 127 Return. The huge Qi-class battleship had completed the accumulation of boiler steam and began to slowly move towards the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory under the propulsion of 4 sets of propellers. According to Chu Qing's plan, this fleet will accidentally encounter a miracle storm after entering the territorial waters of the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory and obtain the warships that Chu Qing had just exchanged for. The arrival of 3 Hawkins and 4 Shakespeare-class ships will alleviate the shortage of screen warships. Perhaps Chu Qing will also purchase or even build some destroyer leaders like the Shakespeare class. But Chu Qing is not planning to build heavy cruisers like the Hawkins class by itself. Why? Because the cost-effectiveness of gunboats around 8 inches is too low. You should know that the cost of building a Renown-class battlecruiser is not as much as that of 2 Hawkins-class heavy cruisers, and the cost of building an Admiral Hipper-class heavy cruiser is on par with the King George V-class battleship. 2 Hawkins facing the Renown or Admiral Hipper facing the King George V can be said to have no ability to fight back. which shows how low the cost-effectiveness is. Fortunately, the pricing in the space-time mall follows the manufacturing time rather than the cost, otherwise Chu Qing wouldn't even want to buy a heavy cruiser. Originally, Blue Star's heavy cruisers were a type of ship that was forcibly differentiated by the naval treaty. It was originally a stage in the internal competition of cruisers, but in the end, it accidentally became the swan song of artillery cruisers. In Chu Qing's vision, the fleet he wants to build will only have light cruisers, with the lower tasks being assigned to destroyers, and the higher tasks being completed in one go using battlecruisers or high-speed battleships. What? A grand cruiser? Why build something even more wasteful than a heavy cruiser? An Alaska costs 70% of the price of an embossed ship, and 2 Alaskas tied together wouldn't be enough to fight the Iowa. Anyway, if there were no treaty restrictions, the development of cruisers would have gone from 6 inches to 203, then to 234, then to 283, and then to 305 and above. In that case, why not just do it all in one go? In order to take into account various indicators, the ideal light cruiser should have a displacement of 10,000 tons and be equipped with about 12 152mm guns. Its purpose is to provide anti-torpedo screen and vanguard reconnaissance, as well as protect shipping routes or be responsible for overseas missions. Dealing with the enemy's 10,000-ton light and heavy cruisers can be handed over to cheap battlecruisers like the Renowned class. Send a message, have the Toyosu report its position. Chu Qing was about to call the Toyosu to confirm the distance between them and the British naval ships when the radio operator delivered new information. Governor, newly intercepted British naval telegram. Chu Qing took the telegram and showed a hint of surprise. This was sent by the British cruiser that was heading towards the Ryukyu Sea. The ship reported that due to long-term high-load operation, the engine unit had a serious malfunction and could only sail at a speed of 3 knots. The captain requested the fleet commander, Vice Admiral Seymour, to allow them to return. Order the Fengzhou to return to Yingzhou Island. There's no need to approach us. Chu Qing thought for a moment and issued a new order. And don't contact the British. It was a good thing that something had happened to the British ship. The two sides didn't have to meet, which saved them a lot of trouble. Although the Dongying people lost 2 battleships, they will not give up easily. However, given the current situation, they probably cannot spare any troops to cause trouble for themselves, or they don't even know who did it. According to the intelligence obtained by interception, the flagship of the Caucasus Empire fleet, the 12 Apostles, which had broken through, had been sunk by a torpedo fired by the destroyer Dongying. Another Sevastopol-class battleship was damaged and then captured by the Allied forces. The remaining battleship was surrounded and sunk by the Allied forces. Only the Ismail-class battlecruiser escaped. But the coalition forces were not without damage. The desperate fight of the Caucasus Empire fleet also caused the coalition forces to suffer considerable losses. 1 Congo-class, 1 Hanoi-class, and 1 Lingyuan-class were severely damaged, and 1 Lingyuan-class and 1 Hanoi-class sank. The Caucasian fleet has been temporarily eliminated from this battle and will not be able to do anything at least until the reinforcement fleet arrives. Then the coalition forces now need to distribute the benefits. Judging from the call signs of each ship, the number of battleships on both sides is now the same, and the Qiancang Kingdom still has 2 super dreadnought battlecruisers that retain combat effectiveness, while the Dongying Empire has only 1 super dreadnought. The Lingyuan class is slightly better than the Hanoi class. On the surface, the Qiancang Kingdom's fleet in the Songbei Sea area is already stronger than the Dongying Empire. Chu Qing felt that the Qiancang Kingdom would definitely not give up Beizong easily. The senior officers of the fleet also agreed that the two sides would probably fight over the distribution of interests again. For hours after the fleet set sail, Chu Qing, who was resting in the officers' quarters, was suddenly awakened by his subordinates. Governor, urgent call from Palau Anchorage. This plain calendar, June 23, 1665, 5 p.m., Palau Islands. 1466. That's 6 turrets. All arranged along the central axis. We can unleash the firepower of 12 main guns to one side. The sailors on the dock exclaimed. Colonel Maximilian von Spee, chief of staff of the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet, was looking at the large ship that had just been brought back by the tugboat, feeling a little troubled. This battleship appeared in the Palau Anchorage an hour ago. Judging from its tonnage, it is at least 30,000 tons, with 12 356mm main guns and 6 turrets arranged in 3 groups of back-to-back. When this big guy arrived in the Palau Anchorage, Colonel Spee was both happy and worried. He was happy that he had obtained the power of a battleship level, but he was worried that this big guy would cause a dispute with the Zhangdong Autonomous Territory. Spee was well aware that super dreadnoughts were a great temptation to every power in this era, and Palau and Luzon were areas jointly managed by both parties. The agreement stated that the ownership of the miracle battleship that landed here needed to be determined through consultation between both parties, and neither party had the right to dispose of it on its own. As a soldier, he didn't like or was good at haggling at the negotiation table, but the ownership of the super dreadnought had to be confirmed. In the past 100 years, there were many examples of people turning against each other because of the ownership of miracle battleships. According to his judgment, the Sangdong Autonomous Region would naturally not give up a 30,000-ton ship so easily. Although a group of Iron Blood Navy officers, including Vice Admiral Benman, vaguely felt that the true strength of the Sangdong Autonomous Region was not just the few warships on the surface, the ship in front of them was a real super dreadnought, and no one would give it up easily. Chapter 128 ISC Class. Send this to the Iron Blood Man and tell them we can give them this miracle battleship. Chu Qing handed the prepared message to the signalman. From the message sent from Palau, 3 sets of twin-mounted super-firing turrets, Chu Qing could confirm the identity of this miracle battleship, the ISE-class battleship, a deeply improved model of the Fuso-class battleship of the former Blue Star East Sakura Empire. Compared with the Fuso class, the design of the ISE-class battleship is more scientific. The layout of the main gun and the power compartment has been adjusted, the caliber of the main gun has been adjusted, and the horizontal armor has been strengthened. Naturally, its combat effectiveness is stronger than the Fuso class, which has many defects. As for why the miraculous battleship originating from Dongying landed in the Palau Islands, Chu Qing guessed that it was because in the future of the original Blue Star, the Palau Islands were once occupied by the Dongying Empire. But, now that Chu Qing has the key class, he no longer thinks highly of this little broken ship, so he simply gives it to the Iron Blood Nation as a favor. Of course, he can't give it away for free. He has to exchange it for some resources, such as coal from the Ruhr area and equipment for alloy smelting. And the Iron Blood people don't have the relevant logistical maintenance technology for the ISE class, a hybrid battleship of Eastern Sakura and Britain. In the end, they still have to ask for help from the Sangdong Autonomous Territory, which actually cuts off the possibility of the Iron Blood people using this battleship against the Sangdong Autonomous Territory. Moreover, someone had intercepted a large ship of the Dongying people, and at this critical juncture the Taixi people had obtained a large battleship. If this were to be spread out, it might have unexpected effects. At the same time, the Iron Blood Empire Danzig Shuaxiao shipyard. Inside the huge dock, the crackling sounds of gas welding and electric welding, the clanging sounds of rivet guns pulling rivets, and the clattering sounds of hooks and chains colliding form an industrial symphony. Hundreds of workers were working simultaneously in the dock, and the huge steel frame inside the dock was taking shape. The workers here took shifts day and night, lived and ate in the shipyard, and were not allowed to disclose their work content to people outside the project. They were promised double or even triple their salary. This scene was happening simultaneously in 3 other large docks. This shipbuilding project was none other than the new battleship construction project personally supervised by the Emperor of the Iron Blood Nation. Thanks to the Iron Blood Nation's political system, the monarchs could play a decisive role in most internal affairs. Therefore, the construction of these 4 battleships was given the green light all the way, and various materials were supplied on a priority basis. In order to shorten the construction period, a large number of minor components or materials were also purchased from outside. I said you record. Navy Minister Tirpitz was standing in front of the dock, dictating to the confidential secretary beside him. He had received intelligence on the new report from the Far East Fleet and was currently writing a report to the Emperor, explaining the necessity of obtaining this super dreadnought. The combat effectiveness of the 4 battleships in front of him was naturally superior, but on paper, the performance of the battleship that had descended was not bad either. At least its artillery combat capability was not inferior to the Derflinger and King-class battleships in his hands. Even if some temporary cost is paid, it is acceptable as long as it costs less than building a new warship of the same tonnage. Your Excellency the Admiral. Your Excellency the Admiral. Hearing the shout, Tirpitz turned around and found that the person coming was Major General Enginol, who was holding a telegram. Is this an order from His Majesty? No, it's a telegram from Sangdong. Sangdong. Tirpitz took the telegram and wondered if the Sangdong Autonomous Region had made a decision so quickly. About a minute later, Admiral Tirpitz put down the telegram, turned around, and told his confidential secretary, "Tear up the paper in your hand." The conditions in Chu Qing's letter weren't harsh, and for a massive Iron Blood Empire, they were no problem at all. Furthermore, they couldn't compare to the cost of building a super dreadnought. Clearly, it was a very cost-effective deal. As for why the Sangdong Autonomous Territory was so generous, The governor also gave an explanation. They obtained 2 Queen Elizabeth-class battleships and some related blueprints in the previous 2 miracle storms. Currently, there is no extra manpower to operate the new battleship, so they handed it over to the Iron Blood Empire. This answered the question in Tirpitz's mind, that is, why they had put 1/3 of their dreadnought combat power up for sale before, since they already had the Queen Elizabeth class, which was the best among the super dreadnoughts. The importance of the Franco-Spanish dreadnoughts was of course reduced, and it was normal to sell them to increase revenue and save costs. Otherwise, it would be too suspicious for a force with only 3 dreadnoughts to first sell 1/3 of its high-end combat power and then voluntarily give up a super dreadnought. Some people in the Iron Blood Navy even speculated whether the Sangdong Autonomous Territory had obtained a batch of technical data from the miracle ship that far exceeded the current technological level. The reason was that all the technical problems encountered by the engineers in the construction of the battleship hull could be answered in a timely manner after consulting the other party. It was hard for the shipyard engineers and some naval commanders to believe that an autonomous region consisting of dozens of loose islands and established just a year ago had technological strength that surpassed that of the Iron Blood Empire. So they made such an assumption, and quite a few people believed it. Now the telegram sent by Sangdong vaguely confirmed this. Let's assign this battleship to the Far Eastern Fleet right here. The specific name will be determined after consulting His Majesty the Emperor. Tirpitz thought for a moment. This way, we won't need to transfer battleships from the African colonies, and the sailors who lost their ships will be properly resettled. Chapter 129 Unequal Distribution of the Loot. June 29, 1665, according to the local calendar. Songbei Sea Area, the Jinghai, the flagship of the Qiancang fleet. The damage to the Liuyuan and Pingyuan ships has been repaired, and their combat effectiveness has been basically restored. As of now, the capital ships we have available are 2 Weiyuan-class battlecruisers and 3 Lingyuan-class battleships. Okay, I understand. What's going on with the Dongying people? They asked us for food supplies and fuel. According to your instructions, the logistics department deliberately delayed the delivery. I'm asking whether the East Sakura fleet has made any concessions on the distribution of spoils. Yes, Chief of Staff. The attendant wiped his sweat with trepidation. At present, there is no. Humph. A cold snort was heard from Su Hao. Has Mr. President made a decision? The attendant swallowed his saliva and said, We haven't received any instructions from the presidential palace yet. Su Hao waved his hand impatiently, signaling his attendants to leave, then turned around, pulled out a telegram, and began to explain again to Qiancang President Sun Nanzhong the necessity of sending troops. After the Caucasus Empire fleet withdrew from the Beitzong Sea area, the 2 sides had a dispute over the distribution of spoils. The Dongying people not only demanded the right to govern the 5 archipelagos of the Qiancang Kingdom, but also demanded that the Sevastopol-class battleship be handed over to them. Even if we take a step back, it is not impossible to hand over the Sevastopol-class ship. The Caucasus fleet sank 5 battleships in the Songbei Sea area. If the wreckage of these battleships can be salvaged, the equipment and weapons alone will be worth a lot of money, especially the pole and fire control systems, which are treasures in the hands of any force. The 305mm guns with high explosive charges are also extremely powerful and are very suitable for use in coastal fortresses. Even the commander-in-chief of the standing fleet of the East Sakura Empire, Haihakuro Togo, made a huge demand to take 3 of the wreckage of these 5 warships. If they really agreed to the Dongying people's proposal, then in this operation, Qiancang Kingdom would not only cede 5 archipelagos and temporarily lose the combat effectiveness of several battleships, but in the end they would only be able to get 2 wreckages? This was clearly unacceptable. The East Sakura Empire was going too far. We won the battle, so how could we lose territory? The Navy officers and soldiers were filled with righteous indignation and united to write a petition. Faced with such a situation, even the White Eagles urged Qiancang to send troops to drive out the Dongying people. After all, if the conditions proposed by the Dongying people were really accepted, it would become unknown whether Qiancang could deliver resources to the White Eagle Federation as agreed. Major General Rogers also stated that the White Eagle Federation would condemn and pressure the Dongying people and consider mobilizing super dreadnoughts from the mainland to assist in the battle. However, Major General Rogers also said that in view of the heavy losses suffered by the Far East Fleet in Luzon, it would not be easy to persuade Congress to mobilize the fleet to Qiancang again. The Qiancang Navy needed to initiate action first and achieve certain results. As a result, the Qiancang Navy basically reached a consensus on the Dongying operation and only waited for President Sun Nanzhong to make a decision. But Sun Nanzhong hesitated to give the order to attack, because he realized that there must be some unknown secret. It is a fact that Dongying's power in the Qiangbei Sea area is weaker than Qiancang Kingdom. He doesn't believe that the commander of the Dongying fleet can't see it. Even though their fleet was weaker than their opponents, they still dared to make such harsh demands. This showed that they must have some kind of support behind them. But where did the Dongying people's confidence come from? Sun Nanzhong didn't know, so he didn't dare to risk the little money he had. The search and rescue fleet discovered debris suspected to be from the Omi and Suruga on the reefs near Taixi Island. It is now almost certain that the two ships and the tugboat have sunk. No wreckage of the Fukui Maru or the merchant ship has been found. 3 destroyers are conducting a search and rescue operation. The attackers must have split their forces into 2 groups. One group intercepted our support fleet, while the second group attacked the Fukui Maru and stole our miracle battleship. In the most spacious office of the Eastern Sakura Empire's Navy Department, Chief of the Naval General Staff, Ijuan Goro, was filled with worry. He had originally thought he would receive a large ship, but now it had been intercepted by someone else, and he hadn't even been able to retrieve the fleet he had sent out. He had truly lost both the wife and the troops. This defeat poured cold water on the Tosakura Navy, which was already in high spirits after defeating the Caucasians. The chief military supervisor Kondo Motoki even fell ill after learning that the giant ship had been stolen. The intelligence department analyzed that the information was leaked when the Fukui Maru sent the message, so it was preempted by someone. However, even the supporting fleet was swallowed up, which meant that the radio codes used by the Tosakura Navy had been cracked. Admiral Ijuan, who was surprised, quickly ordered the change of communication codes and launched a self-examination within the radio department to try to find possible spies or leakers. As for the identity of the attackers, the most prominent voice within the Navy believed it was the work of their old rival, the Sangdong Autonomous Region. However, some individuals, eyeing Ijuan's position as chief of the Naval General Staff, were eager to find a way to dethrone him. These individuals objected, arguing that a hastily assembled autonomous region could never have possessed such intelligence capabilities and fleet strength. The fleet disappeared because Ijuan Goro had forced the fleet to sail out when a storm approached, resulting in the fleet being wrecked by the severe storm. Admiral Ijuan was not willing to argue with this group of people. Considering the distance between the two sides and the southern part of Ryukyu and Taixi Island, he basically concluded that the attacker was the Sangdong Autonomous Territory. However, he still did not believe that it was the opponent's main battleship that destroyed his fleet. He felt that it was the ultra-long-range torpedo that had been speculated before. Combined with the fact that the radio station at the Kagoshima base received a series of weak signals on the fleet's dedicated communication frequency that day, which turned out to be meaningless codes when decoded, Ijuan Goro keenly realized that the opponent had used high-power radio transmitting equipment to suppress the radio equipment of his own fleet at his own communication frequency, causing his own fleet's radio communications to be paralyzed. Obviously, this tactic is very effective. Without radio, the fleet's mobility and unity will be significantly reduced. It can also prevent the enemy in the rear from knowing the specific information of its own fleet. He has ordered the installation of higher power radio transmitters on the main ships of the Dongying Navy. The new torpedo, which is modeled after the 610mm long-range torpedo carried by the Mitsuki-class destroyer, has entered the small-scale trial production stage. This long-range torpedo can launch attacks beyond the effective range of enemy battleships. He believes that this torpedo will become a winning weapon. While Ijuan Goro was thinking, there was another knock on the door. Enter. General Ijuan. According to the original plan, the Orion-class and Neptune-class battleships delivered by the British have completed their inspection and replenishment and are ready to depart at any time. Chapter 130, Audacious. July 1st, 1665, Taixi Islands weapon testing ground. Crack, 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 crack. Boom. A tracked armored vehicle with a metallic luster rushed up the dirt slope. After it stopped, the muzzle flashed and the vehicle body trembled. About 4 seconds later, a cloud of dust rose from the marked target position on the small mound 1,000 meters away. Target number 2. Load high explosive bombs. Bearing 270. Crack, crack. Boom. Target number 2. Confirmed destroyed. Test completed. Shut down the engine. 4 sweaty figures jumped out of the iron box and ran to Chun Lishu, the deputy director of ordnance. Chun Lishu stepped forward and shook hands with them one by one, while the 2 Marine commanders behind him surrounded the big iron box. That's right, this is the prototype of the assault gun. If no problems are found in subsequent tests, this will be what the assault gun will finally look like. It is equipped with a 102 mm caliber howitzer with a theoretical maximum indirect fire range of 8,500 meters. It can also conduct direct fire within a distance of 1,000 meters. It is a 102 mm ship-based gun with its barrel shortened to 32 times the caliber and the gun mount improved to reduce weight. It has an open fighting compartment design without a turret, 2 light machine guns in the front of the vehicle, and space is reserved for the subsequent installation of a top cover. The maximum speed is 30 kilometers, and its firepower is far beyond the reach of previous 47 mm rapid-fire cannons. The gun is equipped with 2 types of shells, high-explosive shells and semi-armor-piercing shells, both of which use RDX propellant. The explosive power of 1.55 kilograms of RDX is comparable to 3 kilograms of TNT, making the 102 gun achieve the same destructive power as the 120 mm gun. This gun barrel is really thick. We are finally playing with a big one. Haha, said Zhang Fengyang, deputy commander of the Marine Corps, to his partner, another deputy commander, Marine Major General Zhao Jianya. Lao Zhang, look at your little ambition. This is only 102 millimeters, 4 inches. How can it compare with the Navy? Theirs is called heavy firepower. Zhao Jianya looked at him with a look of looking at a bumpkin, then turned his head and touched the hull of the assault gun again. But this thing is definitely more powerful than the Franco-Spanish Hotchkiss 47 mm cannon we used before. Once they are officially put into mass production, our major operation will also begin. Zhang Fengyang touched the still warm gun barrel, his heart filled with desire to achieve great things. In the recent battles, the Marines only carried out some finishing work, and the protagonist has always been the Shandong Navy. They were originally preparing to make a big move in the Angzhou landing battle, but who knew that the enemy surrendered so quickly, and the Marines did not get any military merits at all. So the ranks of the 2 men still remain at the major general level, but the size of the troops they commanded is actually equivalent to a squadron, which seems a bit disconnected. Therefore, the Marines are eager to prove themselves in the next battle. The information Chu Qing distributed about the basic conditions of Luzon, Malay, Annan, and other places became the most popular reading material within the Marine Corps. Luzon was included because Chu Qing planned to station troops in Luzon to protect the people of Shandong who had migrated there. On the other side of the test site, the tanks and armored personnel carriers that had completed acceptance inspections had begun joint training with some Marines. The tactics that Chu Qing called infantry tank coordination and armored assault opened the eyes of the Marine commanders. After a brief deduction, they found that this tactic would be of great benefit in reducing casualties and improving the troops' breakthrough capabilities. At the same time, they felt a little regretful about the fact that the world is dominated by the ocean. The chassis of the armored personnel carrier was indeed, as Chu Qing suggested. It was based on the tank chassis, expanded and lengthened, with the armor weakened, the turret removed and then raised, and a 12.7 mm heavy machine gun with a shield was installed on the roof. One infantry fighting vehicle can carry an infantry squad into battle, and its positioning is similar to the M113 armored vehicle of the former Blue Star White Eagle Federation. At the same time, armored personnel carriers, tanks, and assault guns all adopted wider tracks in accordance with Chu Qing's requirements to facilitate maneuvering on the special terrain of the Malay archipelago. If they were to attack Malaysia, there would naturally be no reason to let go of the Franco-Spanish colony of Annan next to Malaysia. In the war between the former Blue Star White Eagle Federation and Annan, armored personnel carriers played a huge role. Although their armor was weak and even individual anti-tank weapons could not deal with them, there was no such thing as anti-tank rocket launchers or recoilless guns in this dimension. July 3, 1665, local calendar. Bridge, this is the engine room. The steam valve of the number 2 boiler has been replaced. All faults have been eliminated. Repeat. All faults have been eliminated. We can now resume our top speed of 27 knots. Well done, George. Let's run. As soon as the words fell, a British officer with a colonel's armband embroidered on his cuffs stood up and turned to look at the lieutenant colonel behind him. William, tell me where we are now. Captain Bertram Sackville Thesiger, captain of the British Navy cruiser Linson, asked his navigator. William Darkholme showed the chart to Captain Thesiger. Captain, we are 34 degrees 12 minutes west of the Palau Islands, approximately 113 nautical miles away. The engine accelerated, and the 2 men's bodies tilted slightly due to inertia. Thesiger reached out and grabbed the railing of the navigation bridge. Keep going. Let's go check out the Iron Man's new territory. Colonel Bertram Sackville Thesiger shouted to the helmsman and bellman behind him. Heading to 79. Let's run to 27 knots. The Linxian was the cruiser that the British Navy had previously dispatched to southern Ryukyu to investigate the situation. She had been transferred from the British mainland to Hong Kong only half a year ago, and had just arrived not long before she was dispatched to sail again. As a result, the boilers that had been running for a long time during the long voyage could not bear the load and malfunctioned. Several steam valves collapsed, and the pipes burst. The entire ship was almost paralyzed. The captain also sent a telegram to the Qiancang Islands requesting to return, and even obtained permission to return. As a result, in the process of repairing while moving, the experienced damage control personnel and engine room of the Linxian successfully restored most of the power, and now the damage has been completely repaired. Colonel Thesiger was a man who dared to take risks. When the Linxian had initially recovered its power, he had the idea of going to Palau to gather intelligence. After all, his cruiser was faster than the Iron Blood, and he could escape if he encountered any situation. If he could really find out some military intelligence, it would be worth the trip to see. Chapter 131 Capture. The Linxian's action was entirely initiated by Captain Thesiger himself, and radio silence was maintained. Even Vice Admiral Seymour was not aware of the Linxian's situation and thought she was crawling slowly at a speed of 3 knots. Captain, smoke columns spotted on the port side. After sailing towards Palau for 2 hours, Thesiger finally got the report he wanted to hear. Confirm the target type and location immediately. A small fleet, but with at least one large ship. Large ship shadows. Upon hearing this, Colonel Thesiger began to operate the optical sighting equipment himself. He could only vaguely see 3 or 4 ship shadows looming on the sea in the distance. One of the ship's shadows was huge, at least 20,000 tons. Battleship. Colonel Thesiger immediately knew that the largest figure was a battleship. This was a huge discovery, because according to the existing intelligence, the Iron Blood people had not yet stationed a battleship here. There was only a plan to send a battleship from the African colony, but judging by the time, it should not appear here anyway. Come closer. I need to confirm her model. Colonel Thesiger licked his lips that were cracked by the sea breeze, turned his head and gave orders to the helmsman and signalman behind him. Signalman, prepare to send a telegram. Southwest. An airship has been spotted. The lookout on top of the main mast reported the latest developments. Judging from the smoke trail, it's heading towards us. We've been spotted. Damn it, Colonel Thesiger cursed. Come closer. Then we'll leave quickly. The airship is already heading here, which means that our whereabouts were exposed earlier. At this time, the intercepting ship is probably on the way. It is true that the Linxian can run 27 knots, but it has just been sailing at full speed for more than 2 hours. The engine unit that has just been repaired may cause problems if it runs at full load for a long time. According to the known intelligence, the Iron Blood country's Far East Fleet has a Blucher-class armored cruiser, and that guy who can run at 25 knots will not let him go easily. Smoke column spotted on the starboard side of our ship. Distance 22,000. A column of smoke has been spotted on the port side. Distance 21,500. As the lookout on the mainmast reported again, everyone realized that the reckless Linxian was now in danger of being surrounded. The other party is turning and leaving. Colonel Thesiger saw that the fleet had begun to turn away, and the patrol fleet chasing behind was approaching, and he knew it was time to retreat. Turn left, let's get out of here. Thesiger looked at the battleship going away with hatred. He estimated that the distance between the two sides was more than 24,000 meters. It was difficult to confirm the identity of the other party at this distance, and the Palau patrol fleet had also caught up. It was obvious that they could not get any closer. How far away is that airship? 18,000 meters. Has the telegram been sent? Colonel Thesiger asked the signalman with concern. No matter what, discovering a battleship that was not reported was a great achievement. I have received a receipt from the Qiancang base. Very good. Thesiger breathed a sigh of relief. The Linxian was still nearly 50 nautical miles away from Palau, far from entering the territorial waters claimed by the Iron Blood. The Iron Blood could only expel him at most, and could not use force against the Linxian. Captain, we've received a telegram from the Iron-Blooded people, demanding we stop and identify ourselves for inspection. Humph, Thesiger snorted coldly. As a member of the British Navy, he had never encountered any force that dared to give such an order to a ship flying the flag of St. George. Notify the anti-aircraft gun crew and prepare to fire warning shots. What's the situation with that British cruiser? At the Palau anchorage, Colonel Spee, Chief of Staff of the Iron Blood Far East Fleet, asked his men. It's confirmed to be the Linxian-class light cruiser, the Linxian. It's been taken control by our people and will be towed back soon. And, according to preliminary interrogation results, it seems that this cruiser came to Palau on its own initiative. Spee nodded expressionlessly and then left the office. What happened today was beyond the Far East Fleet's expectations. This British cruiser, which was supposed to be returning home, actually sneaked to Palau and almost ran into the Pomerania, which was on sea trials. According to the information provided by Tsangdong, the ship belonged to the ISE-class battleship of the East Sakura Empire. Originally, the Far East Fleet organized a security circle with a radius of 50 nautical miles centered on Palau, but it happened that 2 cruisers were dispatched today to accompany the Pomerania on a sea trial, resulting in a loophole that almost allowed the Lin Xian to sneak in. If it weren't for the malfunction of her boiler, she might have escaped after gathering intelligence. To a certain extent, this exposed the Far East Fleet's omissions in vigilance and reconnaissance, and was also a side effect of over-reliance on radio monitoring. Because the radio monitoring station set up in Palau did not find that the British had any intention of conducting reconnaissance on Palau, no precautions were taken. At the same time, the problem of insufficient power of existing jamming equipment was exposed. The radio transmitter carried by the airship could only suppress and interfere with the radio station equipped on the British cruiser within 15,000 meters. Then the Palau monitoring station sent a monitoring report, showing that the Lin Xian had reported the news of the Pomerania to Hong Kong. The British should now know that there was a battleship stationed in the Palau anchorage. However, Colonel Spee did not think this was a big deal. After all, the Iron Blood Empire was not those small dominions. Even if the British knew that Palau had battleships, they could not do anything unless they wanted to start a full-scale war. Moreover, the foolish behavior of the captain of this British cruiser also put the Iron Blood Nation on a moral high ground. When the Iron Blood Nation airship approached, the Linxian-class cruiser actually opened fire. This move was not only useless, but also handed a knife to Colonel Spee. The 2 sides were still in the high seas legally, but the Lin Xian fired the first shot at the Iron Blood Nation. If the Iron Blood Nation wanted to act recklessly, it could even use this as an excuse to start a war. Chapter 132, Making Trouble. Damn idiot. At the British Far East Fleet base on the Hong Kong Islands, Vice Admiral Seymour was furious because of Colonel Thesiger's reckless behavior. Just as the Far East Fleet was surprised by Thesiger's bold action and the sudden appearance of the Iron Blood battleships, a telegram from the Iron Blood people demanding an explanation landed on Seymour's desk again. You say you want to take risks, then take risks. You can do reconnaissance, then do reconnaissance. But how can you be so reckless as to get yourself involved? Shortly after the telegram was sent, the Lin Xian slowed down due to an engine failure and was subsequently intercepted by the surrounding Far East Fleet. Now the Lin Xian, along with the people and the ship, has fallen into the hands of the iron-blooded people. Even though the telegram from the iron-blooded people has not been opened yet, Vice Admiral Seymour can imagine the smirks of Benman and Tirpitz. After unfolding the message and reading it, Lieutenant General Seymour's expression darkened even further. How dare Thesiger open fire without authorization? He was clearly setting himself on fire. If Thesiger had not opened fire, Seymour could have used the excuse that the Lin Xian had been lost in a storm and had come to Palau for help due to engine failure, and could have used this as an excuse to criticize the Iron Blood Empire's act of seizing the ship as reckless and unprofessional. But now it was the British Navy that fired the first shot, and things were different. Blatantly firing at the ships of another sovereign state on the high seas was not an easy matter to resolve diplomatically. The Admiralty would certainly conduct a thorough investigation, and Seymour, as the commander of the Far East Fleet, naturally could not escape blame. After lamenting, Vice Admiral Seymour still had to consider how to properly handle this incident. Now, the Iron Blood people's telegram stated that the crew of the Lin Xian would be detained first and would not be released until the whole matter was fully investigated. They also stated that the ship must be decontaminated before it would be returned to the British Empire. This was clearly blackmail. If he agreed to this request, the British Navy would lose face and he would not have a good ending either. Commander-in-Chief, a telegram from the Admiralty. When Seymour was worrying, his subordinates brought him the latest instructions from the British Admiralty. The Lieutenant General, who thought he had found a life-saving straw, turned from excitement to dejection after reading only the first part of the message, and then collapsed in his chair. The Navy Department instructed him to agree to the Iron Blood Man's request, resolve the incident as quickly as possible, and keep a low profile so as not to provoke the Iron Blood Empire's resentment. He was also ordered to start preparing for the handover and return to his homeland immediately after completing the relevant matters. Considering recent events, Seymour understood why the Admiralty had made such a decision. The recent series of major actions by the Iron Blood people have attracted the attention of the Navy Department, which has begun to dispatch troops to the Far East. However, now is a period of military vacuum for the British. 3 of the 4 battleships originally stationed in Hong Kong have been withdrawn and loaned to the East Ing people, leaving only 1 Neptune-class battleship. Such strength is obviously not enough to deal with the newly added super dreadnought Iron Blood fleet, and it will suffer losses in the event of a conflict. It would be better to give in and numb the iron-blooded people first, and then wait for our own reinforcement fleet to arrive before settling accounts with the iron-blooded country. However, doing so will inevitably arouse the resentment of the British people. Those newspapers and busybodies will definitely accuse the Navy of giving in to the iron-blooded Chinese people. At this time, Lieutenant General Seymour will need to take the blame. If you have no other comments, then this document on labor protection and social assistance will be issued to all islands except Luzon for implementation. As the sound of documents being packed up rang out, Chu Qing left the conference table and turned back to his office. The people who just attended the meeting are the administrative heads of each archipelago, who are responsible for administrative and livelihood-related matters on their respective islands. At the beginning of the merger, Chu Qing made a promise to each garrison commander, stating that he would only demand absolute control over the military and would not interfere too much in the administration and personnel of the islands. Although he had the highest power of appointment and dismissal, he would also retain full autonomy for each island. Therefore, after assessment and dismissal of a few incompetent or unsuitable chief officers, the teams of each island were basically retained intact. Reforming livelihoods was something Chu Qing had wanted to do from the beginning. A fleet, no matter how powerful, would be a castle in the air without the support of the people. To conquer the world, one must have a stable rear base. Policies to stimulate industry and commerce had already been implemented immediately after the merger, and the results were quite good. The output of various industrial products had increased by approximately 35% compared to pre-war levels. Now, after more than half a year of preparation, Chu Qing finally had the opportunity to finalize this document on livelihood security. The document's content was simple, primarily stipulating minimum wages and providing support and relief to residents in need. While the various archipelagos had previously implemented policies in this area, they were less forceful than the new document. For ordinary citizens, the strength of the Guangdong fleet had little bearing on their daily lives. However, once the policies in this document were implemented, they would see tangible benefits, fostering a stronger sense of belonging. You ask why Luzon doesn't follow this approach. Because special areas get special treatment. The Republican government of Luzon has been basically established. At the request of both sides, Luzon President Aguinaldo promoted Guangdong and the Iron Blood Empire as the liberators of Luzon, driving out the Iberian Kingdom and the White Eagle Federation and bringing technology and civilization to the people of Luzon. The Iron Blood Kingdom and Guangdong took advantage of the situation to announce aid to Luzon in terms of people's livelihood, education, and defense. They sent soldiers to deal with the indigenous management who had been bullying the Iberians, helped the locals to open up new fields, and began to build schools in various parts of Luzon to recruit students from all over Luzon. Under these conciliatory policies, the local people in Luzon gradually developed a positive impression of the Guangdong Autonomous Region and the Iron Blood Empire. Of course, Chu Qing is not here to do charity. He is reclaiming new farmland because of the climatic conditions here that allow up to 3 crops a year. He is building schools to cultivate a skilled workforce and to assimilate. The ultimate goal is to squeeze as many resources as possible from Luzon, and at the same time establish a vassal army composed of Luzon people to do the dirty work. Crack! Chu Qing pushed open the wooden door of the office and returned to his desk. On his desk was a blank battle plan. That's right, after a long period of silence, the Guangdong Autonomous Territory was preparing to make a big move again. Chapter 133 Once and for all. You've all read the report from the Iron Blood Nation. The British cruisers are nearly reaching the Palau anchorage. Today it's Palau, tomorrow will it be Luzon? The day after tomorrow will it be Fengzhou or Yingzhou Island? We will negotiate with the Iron Blood Empire to formulate a more thorough patrol plan. The old ships that were originally retired to the second line can also be used to establish a separate coastal defense fleet. Chief of Staff Zhong Qilan just started to speak when he was interrupted by Chu Qing's eyes. Chief of Staff Zhong is right. Increasing investment in coastal patrols is certainly one way to resolve the issue. However, we now have a better way, a permanent solution. There are wasps flying around outside. If we don't want to be stung, we can close the doors and windows, but if we want to get rid of it once and for all, it's best to burn the hive. Destroy Qiancang. In the conference room, the senior executives who guessed Chu Qing's thoughts were shocked, and then all looked at Chu Qing, waiting for him to continue. Chu Qing looked around at the generals in the conference room, and then said confidently, Yes, just like what you think. It is to recapture Hong Kong. Besides, I plan to take Qiancang back as well. 100 years ago, the British and French seized the territory that Qiancang was least prepared for. Now it's time to take it back. The conference room suddenly exploded, and the officers with the rank of general no longer cared about their manners and began to whisper to each other. Chu Qing watched them quietly without interfering, because he was determined to win. The British Far East Fleet stationed in Hong Kong is currently in a weak period. After the main force was withdrawn, a Neptune-class battleship is nothing in front of the current Shandong Autonomous Region. The Queen Elizabeth-class reinforcements are still on the way and will not arrive in 1 or 2 months. Now is the best time to take action. Qiancang, in the hands of the French and Spanish, and the Hong Kong Islands controlled by the British, formed a cornerstone of each other and also posed a hidden danger. Chu Qing, who wanted to see sea power from the British in the future, naturally would not tolerate the presence of spies from the great powers under his nose. Now that Luzon is in their pocket, they are sharpening their knives against Malaysia, and they want to pull out the thorn of the Qiancang Islands. The fleets of the great powers use Xiangjiang as their base and roam around East Asia to show off their strength. Chu Qing has long been dissatisfied with this. This time, the sudden incident of the Lincian intruding into Palau made Chu Qing even more alert, so he made up his mind to completely destroy Xiangjiang. After all, it's not good to have someone always watching your doorstep. As for the eyes at home, there is basically no need to worry about this. Chu Qing thoroughly investigated all the islands at the beginning of the establishment of the Shandong Autonomous Region, and with the help of the intelligent computer, he wiped out all the spies of external forces. Even with such means, the total number of spies caught to date can be counted on 2 hands. The number is very small, so small that Chu Qing couldn't believe it. But after repeated thorough investigations, the result was still the same. Chu Qing also accepted and understood this fact. Firstly, the situation in this plain was special. The land was blocked by the ocean, making transportation difficult. Moreover, the Shandong Autonomous Territory is not a relatively open area like Hong Kong and Yangzhou. Ocean-going cargo ships not registered in Shandong are rarely approved to pass through Shandong, and ordinary people do not have much need to go to the high seas, so the small number of people leaving the country makes it easier to manage. Except for those working in the shipping and fishery industries, Shandong people who leave the Shandong waters for personal reasons need approval before boarding the ship, and the review is very strict. Ships capable of ocean voyages, like long-range radio equipment, were regulated during the period of the garrison commander. Even if an ordinary spy obtained intelligence, he would not be able to transmit it for a while, unless he rowed a sampan out to sea and traveled thousands of miles to deliver the message in person. Therefore, the various forces did not send any personnel to Shandong. At most, they sent intelligence officers to sit on ocean-going merchant ships and wait for opportunities to take pictures of Shandong warships to find out the deployment situation. As for infiltrating fishermen and crew members, during the original garrison era, the archipelagos offered huge rewards to civilians who reported foreign spies. After the establishment of the Shandong Autonomous Region, the bounty was even higher, with a maximum reward of 500,000 silver dollars per spy, equivalent to 250,000 taels of silver. This bounty is enough for a fisherman to buy a large ocean-going fishing vessel. Truly, a walking treasure. The second reason is that before the establishment of the Shandong Autonomous Region, the Shandong Sea area had no intelligence value. Several archipelagos that did not even have battleships could not be considered a decent force, so naturally there was no valuable intelligence. The great powers felt that it would be simpler to directly support agents instead of setting up an intelligence network here. The few spies they captured were all external remnants of the autonomous territories that had originally defected to Dongying or Faxi. None of them had been lurking in Shandong for a long time. Governor Qiancang and the Qiancang Islands are very close to the Franco-Spanish colony of Annam. If we attack them, the Franco-Spanish in the Annam colony will surely come to our aid. The great powers, united in common, will inevitably unite to fight. Furthermore, if the Dongying Empire to our east attacks while we are at war with the great powers, we will be in danger of being attacked from both sides. Commander Zhang Mingxuan of the Southern Fleet spoke with great concern. This was different from the scattered guerrillas before. If they attacked Hong Kong now, Shandong would have to face the powers such as Britain. Is the Shandong Autonomous Territory, which was still weak, ready for a full-scale war with the powers? Once a war breaks out, the routes for purchasing fuel and metal minerals will be blocked. How long can the current inventory in the warehouse last? However, Chu Qing just smiled and said confidently, "We don't have to fight the British head-on. Most likely we only need to deal with the French. We don't even have to go to war with the British. We can just use a moderate display of force to force them to back down. For example, we can deploy 2 Queen-class warships in the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet. Chu Qing clapped his hands and then explained the reasons for his judgment. Although we have an equal cooperative relationship with the Iron Blood people, in the eyes of the great powers, we are just an agent supported by the Iron Blood Empire. At best, we are similar to Dongying, which is currently supported by Britain. When the Iron Blood Empire was driven out of the Qingdao base by the White Eagles, the Dongying people also came to interfere. Therefore, if we ask to take back Hong Kong now, it will probably be seen as retaliation by the Iron Blood people against the British Empire behind Dongying. Chu Qing paused. One of the main reasons why he formed an alliance with the Iron Blood Empire was to use the Iron Blood Empire as a big tree to help him block some bullets. Then he took out a prepared plan. This is a preliminary action plan. You can take a look at it. Governor, will the Iron Blood cooperate with us as written in this plan? Chu Bingtai pointed to a clause in the plan regarding the Iron Blood fleet and raised a question. We want to use the Iron Blood fleet as a shield, but they may not be willing to do so. Don't worry about this. We have something good that the Iron Blood people can't refuse. Moreover, the Iron Blood Empire no longer adheres to its previous conservative policies. They are likely to take this risk. As for the Dongying people, they probably can't take care of this place. Chu Qing's eyes turned to the empty seat in the conference room. Chapter 134, Bombarding Kagoshima. It's a very risky plan. Admiral Tirpitz said to Major General Ingenol, looking at the plans sent by the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory in front of him, but the price offered is too tempting. I believe that even if you do not approve this action, His Majesty the Emperor will intervene. Major General Ingenol stroked his beard and said with a wry smile. The Tsangdong Autonomous Region sent a telegram, hoping that they could send a fleet to assist the Tsangdong Navy in going to the Qiancang Islands to put pressure on Britain, and hoped that the Iron Blood Empire would publicly express its support for the Tsangdong Autonomous Region's proposal. Although the other side stated that they would not initiate a fight and would do their best to avoid armed conflict with Britain, this was still a very risky move for the Iron Blood Empire. Both sides were armed with live ammunition, and if they were not careful, the situation would be very serious. But the remuneration offered by Chu Qing was tempting even to the usually conservative Tirpitz. For sets of 85,000 horsepower engine rooms, for sets of new electromechanical fire control systems, and 16 380mm guns of the same type as those on the Bavaria-class battleships. Tirpitz didn't know where the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory got these treasures from, but there was no doubt that after obtaining these weapons and power equipment, the Iron Blood Empire's plan to build new battle cruisers would be greatly accelerated. Apart from the hull, the battleship's firepower and power plants took the longest time to build and were the most expensive. Obtaining these equipment was equivalent to adding a large amount of naval funds out of thin air. At least Tirpitz no longer had to be so frugal. Moreover, with ready-made firepower and power equipment, the Iron Blood Empire will not be restricted by the production capacity of domestic factories. The shipyards of the Iron Blood Empire only need to assemble them. In this way, the scale of production can be further expanded. It seems that it is not impossible to build 6 or 8 ships. This is a great temptation for both Tirpitz and William II. After confirming with the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory that these were all in stock, everyone in the Navy Department of the Iron Blood Empire agreed to take the risk. Money is really attractive. Then, Lieutenant General Benman, who was far away in Luzon, received instructions from Admiral Tirpitz. Chief of Staff, all ships in the fleet are in good mechanical condition and can carry out combat missions. How's the debugging of the new equipment going? Everything is working fine, no glitches. According to the predetermined plan, the fleet entered radio silence, and commands between ships were conveyed by flags and light signals. Yes. On the turbulent ocean, a fleet flying the naval flag of the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory rose and fell on the waves, its navigation lights already on, flickering in the thick curtain of rain. In the navigation bridge of the flagship of this operation, the Queen Elizabeth-class battleship Sinpo, Leahy was calmly issuing various combat orders. This elite fleet, consisting of 2 Queen-class battleships, 3 Birmingham-class battleships, 2 Chatham-class battleships, and a command ship, is heading towards Kagoshima, which belongs to the East Sakura Empire, preparing to approach and conduct nearshore bombardment to intimidate the East Sakura. Tsangdong will soon transfer its fleet to Hong Kong and Cheongzhou. Although Chu Qing does not want to make enemies with the British now, in order to be on the safe side, the main force of the fleet will be transferred to Tsangnan to prevent any accidents. In Chu Qing's contingency plan, if there is an accidental conflict and a full-scale war with the British, the Tsangdong Autonomous Region will push down the 2 archipelagos as quickly as possible, and then march straight to Malaysia and Annan. If the Dongying people stabbed him in the back at this time, it would be a big disaster, so Chu Qing decided to attack instead of defend and directly sent a fleet to attack Dongying's homeland. At this time, Dongying's strategic focus was still on the Baizang Sea area. The Qiancang kingdom there seemed to be restless, and the Caucasians were waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The 3 battleships delivered by Britain had also set off for Baizang. If the homeland was attacked now, the Dongying people would be panicked and caught in a dilemma. Even if they wanted to retaliate, they would not be able to spare the troops. The Dongying Empire has lost too many battleships and absolutely dare not fight on 2 fronts. The most likely approach is to retreat and defend, guarding against Chu Qing's next attack. In this way, the Dongying Empire will not pose any threat to Cangdong in a short time. Li He climbed up to the fire control observation room on the top of the mast. The original platform there was expanded a lot during the renovation to accommodate new fire control equipment. This fire control device, which the Ordnance Bureau was going to name Songhai, was an electromechanical fire control that the Ordnance Bureau had just finalized for mass production. It would not be like the original dryer type, which could only fully exert its performance when the 2 sides were fighting at the same time. Moreover, it was said that there was another type of fire control equipment that was in a confidential state and was under development. A good horse needs a good saddle. The optical observation equipment uses an 8-meter diameter stereoscopic rangefinder produced by the iron-blooded country's ice to replace the original 4.6-meter rangefinder, which greatly improves the ranging accuracy. The combination of the 2 significantly enhances the ship's artillery combat capability. These 3 Queen Elizabeth-class battleships have just completed their modifications and have been equipped with the latest fire control equipment produced by the Cangdong Dominion. Combined with the new hull-shaped tail drag-reducing shells, the effective range of the ship's guns has been greatly improved, making it possible to suppress the Kagoshima long-range coastal artillery outside the range. In addition, a seaplane rail was installed on the number 3 turret of the Manhwa, making it the first large battleship of the Cangdong Dominion capable of operating seaplanes. The command ship was originally a submarine command ship. After the second upgrade and transformation, it is not only able to command submarines, but also has a large radio spark jammer. The short-term transmission power can be on par with the high-power transmitter in Cangdong. Once the jammer is turned on, the area with a radius of 50 kilometers will directly become an information black hole, and not a single character can be sent out. The chosen battle site was Kagoshima, which was located in the southern part of Tosakura and was an important naval base under the Sasebo Naval Base. However, the main battleships of the Sasebo Naval Base's garrison fleet were basically wiped out, and the 2 Kawachi-class battleships stationed here were also sunk by the Cangdong Autonomous Territory. The 3 British battleships that stayed here for supplies have now gone to Songbei. Kagoshima's defense is empty and relies entirely on coastal artillery. Moreover, Kagoshima originally belonged to the Satsuma domain of the ancient Tozakura, and most of the generals of the Tozakura Navy came from the Satsuma domain. If it was attacked, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face of the Tozakura Navy, and the effect could not be better. Chapter 135 Pretending to be Confused. The Iron Blood Nation's inexplicable extra battleships might not be the miraculous battleships Fukui Maru discovered, right? Vice Admiral Uemura Hikanosho said at the General Staff meeting. The British reconnaissance results may not be trustworthy. I still think it was the Cangdong Autonomous Region that stole the miracle battleship. Kamamurkan, you have to understand that our opinion is actually unimportant. General Iju Ngoro, the chief of the Naval General Staff, looked helplessly at Kamamura Hikanosuk. The British believe that the Iron Blood stole our miracle battleship, so we have no choice but to believe so. In order to boost the public's depressed spirits, we previously announced the news that Fukui Maru had discovered the miraculous battleship, which garnered widespread attention from the public. But now the miracle battleship has been taken away. If we announce to the people that the Cangdong Autonomous Region has taken away our miracle battleship according to our judgment, how can we face the people of the empire? Iju Ngoro was heartbroken. Public opinion within the empire will inevitably demand that we attack Cangdong to recapture our warships. But, gentlemen here, do we have enough troops to launch a military attack on Cangdong? The Dongying officers on either side of the conference table fell silent. The Cangdong Autonomous Territory held a secret, a fact shared by the Dongying Navy. But the common people were unaware. They only watched as the treasures of the Navy, so richly endowed, were plundered, and they dared not say a word. This undoubtedly hurt public sentiment, and even in the future, the Ministry of Finance might find few willing to contribute to its fundraising efforts. Iju Ngoro was now deeply regretful. He regretted sending out the fleet and announcing the discovery of the miracle battleship to the British and the people of the empire. Now, neither the reception fleet nor the miracle battleship had returned. The East Sakura Navy had only informed the British but hadn't dared to inform the people at all. It was so frustrating. So frustrating. After calming down a bit, General Ijuin continued speaking, but declaring to the people that the Iron Blood Empire stole the warship is different. The people of the empire are well aware that the Iron Blood Empire is the second most powerful naval nation and far more powerful than the empire. If we transfer the people's anger and hatred to the Iron Blood Empire, it will have unexpected effects. With a common enemy, those who oppose our alliance with the British will quickly disappear. The people who understand the gap in power will not demand war, but will continue to support the construction of the Imperial Navy. We can launch a shipbuilding fundraiser, just like we did to raise funds for the military operation in the northern sea area of Qiancang. Goro Ijuin explained his point of view, which meant that no matter who robbed the ship, the current Tosakura Navy had no time to settle accounts with the robbers. It would be better to follow the British wishes, put the blame on the iron-blooded man, and squeeze a lot of money from the people. The officers in the conference room looked at each other and finally agreed with the Minister of Military Affairs' point of view. They pretended to be ignorant even though they knew the truth. There was nothing they could do. The situation was stronger than people. The Dongying Navy did not have much money to spend now. They could not send more troops into the Shandong Autonomous Territory before thoroughly understanding the specific situation there. But at this moment, a lieutenant colonel knocked on the door of the conference room, walked quickly to the side of Ijuin Goro, leaned over and whispered a few words, and handed over a telegram. General Ijuin, the statement just released by Shandong. July 7, 1665, in the office of Lord Clare, First Sea Lord, at the British Imperial Admiralty. Ridiculous. You expect us to hand over the Qiancang Islands just based on this telegram? Absolutely not. Second Sea Lord John Fisher sneered as Lord Clare in front of him put down his teacup angrily. Prime Minister Cecil has already ordered the fleet stationed in Hong Kong to be ready for battle and to absolutely not surrender Hong Kong. Do you think the Royal Navy will surrender just by relying on the two dreadnoughts of the Shandong Autonomous Territory and the Iron Blood's newly acquired battleships? How ridiculous. There was a statement in front of the two of them. It was this statement of the Shandong Autonomous Region on the Qiancang Islands and the Qiancang Islands that Chu Qing had instructed the Shandong Autonomous Region Telecommunications Department to issue not long ago. In this statement, Chu Qing denounced the shameless acts of Britain and France in seizing territory, stating that Hong Kong and Qiancang were illegally occupied, and demanded that the two countries immediately withdraw their troops and officials within half a month, otherwise the use of force would not be ruled out. The Iron Blood Empire also issued a statement expressing support for the Shandong Autonomous Region's legitimate territorial claims and demanding that Britain and France stop infringing on the legitimate rights and interests of other countries. The British who received the news were amused. A dominion that had only been established for less than a year had won a few battles and dared to challenge the British Empire? Moreover, Qiancang and Qiancang were the territories of the Qiancang Empire. What did Shandong have to do with you? Therefore, the British did not take Shandong's statement seriously at first. The British Foreign Minister clearly told reporters that Hong Kong did not belong to the territory of Shandong Autonomous Region in the past, and Shandong Autonomous Region was not the orthodox successor of Qiancang Empire. It had no right to question the sovereignty of Hong Kong and suggested that the governor of Shandong get treatment for his paranoia. Who would have thought that the Second Empire and Qiancang Kingdom would simultaneously issue harsh statements supporting the Shandong Autonomous Region to take back Xianjiang and Qiancang, saying that this was to safeguard the dignity of the Qiancang nation. After all, they claimed to be the orthodox of Qiancang, so naturally they had to support the Shandong Autonomous Region at this time. The White Eagles chose to remain silent and transferred the remnants of the Dewey fleet back to their homeland because they had accepted the failure of the Dewey fleet and the loss of Luzon. Their strategic focus had also shifted to the Qiancang Kingdom and the Havana colony. The British had refused to help the White Eagles attack Luzon, so now the White Eagle Federation would naturally help the British to keep Hong Kong. It was only at this time that the British people realized that the Shandong Autonomous Territory was serious and that there must be the iron-blooded man behind it. They hurriedly held a meeting 2 days ago. The members of Parliament unanimously agreed that they could not make concessions and could not show weakness in front of the iron-blooded man, but they did not reach a consensus on whether to use force first. What do the French say? Fisher helped Lord Clare organize the documents on the table. Lord Lansdowne just summoned the Franco-Spanish ambassador and conveyed our opinions to him. The Franco-Spanish people also said they would not make concessions and are considering allocating part of the Annan colony's fleet to Hong Kong to strengthen defenses. Jackie, the iron-blooded are getting bolder and bolder, Lord Clare said, looking at Fisher. First, they took Luzon and the Pacific Islands from the Iberian Kingdom and the White Eagles, and now they want to take our Xiangyang and Faxis Cheongzhou. This is a very dangerous signal. There is no doubt that the Iron Blood nation has changed its previous naval strategy and become more aggressive. So, I think it's time to make some adjustments to our shipbuilding plan, Fisher nodded, his expression becoming serious, and then he took out a plan. Chapter 136, Lion equipped with 381mm gun. Increase the caliber of the Lion-class battlecruiser's main guns. Lord Clare's eyes widened. Are you sure? Jackie, I am quite certain, Your Excellency. In fact, that is why I came here today, Fisher said, pulling out a battleship design. The 381mm 1 Malawian Kwacha gun has completed trial production, so I plan to replace the original 8 343mm guns with 381mm guns. This will increase the Lion class's strike capability by an order of magnitude, giving us 4 more high-speed 15-inch main gun carriers. The Iron Blood people have been a bit arrogant lately. We need to calm them down, and 4 large battleships equipped with 381mm main guns are the best choice. It sounds good, but the 343mm turrets mount may not be compatible with the new twin 381mm turrets. The lower compartments will also need to be redesigned and arranged, and it may cause the ship to be overweight or affect the center of gravity. Lord Clare was a little worried. After all, replacing the main gun of a battleship is not like playing with building blocks. You can just remove the thin tube and insert the thick tube. The mechanism below the deck is also an important part of the turret. All parts cooperate with each other, and one move can affect the whole body. The Lion-class hull is only 25% to 35% complete. It's still in time to make changes, Fisher said, shaking his fist. If the armament is overweight, then we can cut back on defense. The turret structure can also be simplified. I've had the Ordnance Department design a simplified version based on the Queen-class turret. The weight can be reduced to 700 tons, and the turret ring is not much larger than the original 343mm turret. According to this modification plan, we only need to thin the side armor belt by 0.5 to 1 inches to balance the increased armament weight, and the new 15-inch guns will increase their attack range, so the main armor belt will face shells fired at longer distances, and the protection performance will not be reduced much. Imagine, Your Lordship, a battleship that can be mass-produced, equipped with 8 381mm guns and capable of a speed of 27.5 knots. Fisher became increasingly excited as he spoke, spitting everywhere, while the First Sea Lord opposite him was already showing signs of being convinced by him. Minister Arima, please return to the governor's residence on the island and rest. At the Kagoshima base, Major General Shinichi Arima, wearing a white Tosakura Navy uniform, was inspecting the coastal defense facilities in Kagoshima, while his entourage was persuading him to return to the senior officer's residence in Kagoshima. No, at least wait until I've inspected all the coastal defense positions. Arima Shinichi rejected his attendant's suggestion and insisted on continuing his inspection. He was the strongest contender for the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Sasebo Naval Base, and as the director of the naval headquarters, he naturally had to be proactive in his role as commander of the Kagoshima base. There will be no battleships stationed in Kagoshima in the short term. These coastal defense guns are the precious property of His Majesty the Emperor and our only support. We must train them diligently and maintain them well. Arima Shinichi pointed to the 305mm coastal defense guns standing on the shore, and the coastal defense artillery soldiers beside him bowed respectfully in agreement. Kagoshima is an important base of the Tosakura Navy. It has barracks, shipyards, repair docks, fuel depots, and other infrastructure. It can operate and maintain 30,000-ton ships. It is an important strategic fulcrum and is naturally well defended. The coastal defense batteries have been increased several times and currently form a coastal defense battery group consisting of 4 356mm and 24 305mm guns, which are connected above and below the ground. Among them, 4 356mm guns were originally spare guns for the Congo-class battlecruisers. Later, they were allocated to the coastal artillery and converted into coastal defense guns. They can be maneuvered and transferred between various firing positions with the help of tracks. The artillery group is also equipped with 76mm rapid-fire guns to guard against airship attacks. Let's take a cameo appearance with the American 356 railway gun. Such firepower configuration is not inferior to a fleet with 4 dreadnoughts, and at the same technical level, the range and accuracy of coastal defense guns are stronger than naval guns of the same caliber. It is still very difficult for ordinary fleets to break through Kagoshima's defense from the sea. According to the estimation of the Tosakura Navy, in order to suppress Kagoshima's defensive firepower, the opponent needs to send at least 8 or more dreadnoughts, and it is very likely to pay the price of casualties of more than one dreadnought. Commander Ono Koen, you have built such a magnificent coastal fortress. It is truly the backbone of our empire's southwest. Major General Arima Shinichi said to Ono Jinyasu, the commander of the coastal artillery unit. Ono Jinyasu showed a humility that was unbecoming of his position. I dare not. Arima-kun, thank you for your praise. Although both of them are now major generals, Ono Jinyasu is very clear that Arima Shinichi, the current chief of the Naval Technical Department, who is rotating at various bases within the Sasebo Naval District, will sooner or later be promoted to lieutenant general or even general and become the commander-in-chief of the Sasebo Naval District. It is necessary to establish a good relationship with him in advance. Although the 3 battleships have already headed for the Baitsang Sea area, Major General Arima is still full of confidence when looking at the numerous gun barrels around him. Although there were rumors within the Navy Department that the Tsangdong Autonomous Region would attack the Empire's homeland when the Imperial Fleet confronted the Qiancang Kingdom, Arima Shinichi did not believe this. After Tsangdong issued a declaration about Qianjiang, he became more determined in his thoughts. After all, how could the Tsangdong Autonomous Region, which relied on torpedo attacks to win near the coast, dare to attack the heavily defended Dongying naval base? Even if they did seize that miracle battleship, they would probably be defeated by this powerful fortress. After about 3 hours, Arima Shinichi finally inspected all the coastal defense artillery positions on the island. Satisfied with everything here, he finally decided to go to the tallest building in the entire Kagoshima to attend the welcome dinner prepared by Ono early. After the generals left, the soldiers stationed at the artillery positions also relaxed. After receiving orders from their officers, they left their positions in groups of 3 or 4 and went to the underground fortress to eat. Only a minimum number of people and prearranged lookouts were left. Ozawa Maruzo was one of them. He was assigned to guard the position, and now he could only gnaw on salty rice balls wrapped in pickled plums. However, he was already very content with such food. After all, before joining the army, he was just a poor child from a peasant family. In the Dongying Empire, which devoted all its national strength to developing the navy, the treatment of ordinary people and the military was like heaven and earth. Even though the coastal defense artillerymen were not as good as the sailors on the battleships, their food was much better than that of ordinary workers and farmers. Before joining the army, Ozawa had eaten refined rice only a few times. Just as Ozawa in the watchtower had just devoured his second rice ball, he suddenly noticed a few small black spots on the sea in the distance. Before he could make a closer look, a shrill alarm sounded. Chapter 137 Sea of Fire. After the alarm sounded, most of the Dongying soldiers did not realize that they were actually attacked. After all, in the minds of ordinary soldiers like them, the possibility of an attack on Dongying's homeland had not yet been considered. At first, some people thought that this was just a live-fire exercise organized by Minister Arima on a whim. Until clouds of gray smoke rose from the other side of the sea, some older veterans even recalled the scene of the Satsuma spear team firing at the Tokugawa army behind Akiyama during the Battle of Toba-Fushimi. Enemy attack. A sergeant was the first to react, shouting at the soldiers guarding the artillery. The soldiers immediately rushed to their positions, but the men remaining on the ground were insufficient to operate the heavy artillery. Before the coastal defense artillery in the underground could return to the surface, the enemy's artillery fire had already arrived. The shrill sound, like dozens of heavy-loaded trains whistling past at the same time, stimulated the eardrums of everyone present. No one dared to look up at the sky because they knew there was a group of invisible and deadly meteors there. Even the strongest people would tremble in the face of such a horrific scene. Without anyone reminding them, the Dongying soldiers instinctively lay on the ground to try to reduce the damage. However, this round of shelling was not aimed at them. Boom! The first shell hit the harbor, and the water column it raised was extremely tall, reaching a height of 100 meters. Moreover, unlike previous picric acid shells, its lower end did not have that yellow-green color. Then, within 3 seconds, all 24 heavy shells landed, setting off a series of earth-shattering explosions. Shattering the glass windows of the harbor buildings, scattering debris and shaking the earth, the flash of light was a blazing white. The stunned Dongying sailors had no time to react before they were sent into the sea to feed the fish. The first round of shelling was mainly concentrated in the dock area behind the breakwater of Kagoshima port. Several destroyers and patrol ships anchored there suffered the consequences. One of the old patrol ships had the worst luck and the front half of the hull was torn into pieces on the spot. Another destroyer was directly hit by heavy artillery and turned into metal fragments. The remaining small guys were also affected by the near misses and kept swaying in this man-made storm. The sailors who reacted tried to turn the ship's guns towards the direction of the enemy's attack, but it was in vain because the Shandong Navy was 25 kilometers away. The battleship formation has completed a 10-degree starboard turn. Current course is 12 degrees north of due west, speed is 3 knots, and the enemy port is 28,000 meters away. Observation aircraft reports that the impact area of this round of shelling is approximately 500 meters south, and the impact points are all within the area of Pier 2 of the port. This ship, according to the current firing parameters, switched to effective fire. Extend the Haizhou and Penghuai artillery fire 500 meters forward to suppress the enemy's shore artillery. Main guns fire left and right. The gunnery chief of the Xinpu conveyed orders to the entire fleet via radio. He was responsible for coordinating the artillery fire of all the battleships in this operation. The reason for using rotary fire instead of salvo fire was that rotary fire had a better effect on the morale of the enemy during the artillery fire on the opposite shore. 28,000 meters. Since it was only a minor modification and no changes were made to the elevation angle of the main gun, the upward angle of the main gun barrel almost reached the limit of 20 degrees, which was a shooting distance that had never been tried before. Although the maximum range of the MKI 381mm gun can reach 35,800 meters, in actual combat, no one can fire at this distance due to the limitations of fire control capabilities and the elevation angle of the main gun. Even if a new fire control system is installed, the operating regulations only allow for a few situations such as shelling the opposite shore to start a battle at a distance of 25 kilometers. In front of the fire control equipment in the top fire control room, several researchers from the Shandong Ordnance Bureau stood in front of the portholes and took notes. They were researchers who came to confirm the destructive effect of the new type of artillery shells. The shelling this time used the RDX-charged high-explosive shells recently developed by the Ordnance Bureau. The ship-shaped tail drag reduction design of the 6CR8 shell increases its range by about 3 kilometers at an elevation angle of 20 degrees. The propellant inherits the characteristic of the large amount of British naval shells. The 900 kilograms high-explosive shell is stuffed with 112 kilograms of RDX, mixed with aluminum powder. The power of one shell is equivalent to that of 3 original 305mm shells, and the high temperature it generates is enough to melt steel. Although no modifications were made to the main gun itself, the improvement in the shells alone took the Queen Elizabeth-class's combat capability to a higher level. Standing here, we can't see anything. A young captain researcher scratched his head and looked at the dust raised by the distant island outside the glass porthole, and couldn't help complaining. We can't help it. This is already the highest point on this battleship, and even in the entire fleet, an older civilian major shrugged. But it also indirectly proves the extraordinary power of our shells. 24 381mm heavy guns fired tons of steel and explosives at Kagoshima at a combat rate of fire of 1 to 1.5 rounds per minute. The smoke and dust raised by the shock wave interfered with the warship's artillery observation to a certain extent. Fortunately, seaplanes were carried on this operation, and aerial calibration could offset some of this impact. Observation aircraft reports, the second round of artillery bombardment has covered target number 1. From the perspective of the seaplane, the smoke rising from the land was faintly tinted with red, yellow, and blue. These were dyes added to the shell caps in order to distinguish the impact columns of each ship during combat. They were not very effective when attacking land targets. After another old-fashioned patrol ship was reduced to flying metal fragments, the commander of the Coastal Defense Fleet in the harbor finally understood what he should do. He raised a battle signal flag on the main mast of his flagship, a Shikishima-class battleship, and thicker black smoke began to billow from the chimney. But before the Dongying sailors could react, the next round of shelling followed. A new 381mm high-explosive bomb fell in the gap between the main gun on the front deck and the conning tower. The terrifying air wave instantly swept across the surrounding area of 100 meters and penetrated into the conning tower through the observation port. The commander of the Coastal Defense Fleet only saw a ball of light brighter than the sun occupying his entire field of vision, and then he knew nothing. The Dongying soldiers on the nearby ships only saw a flash of extremely dazzling light. The foremast of their flagship broke, the deck collapsed, the entire turret rolled forward from the rear, and the steel gangway around the landing point was also blown away. The instantaneous high temperature made the nearby metal bulkheads temporarily red-hot. This is exactly the effect of adding aluminum powder to the shell charge to increase the explosion temperature. Then, in full view of the crowd, this old ship that had served the East Sakura Navy for 15 years was reduced to a ball of fire and countless steel fragments in a shocking explosion. Chapter 138 Sea of Fire 2. Huge water columns continued to rise in the port terminal area, thicker at the top and thinner at the bottom, rushing straight into the sky hundreds of meters high. The bottom was black mud from the seabed and Red Sea water dyed by dyes. What level of heavy artillery is this? Major General Arima, who was escorted to the underground bunker by his subordinates, was shocked to see this. He had also visited the British Navy to observe and learn, and boarded the then latest Queen Elizabeth-class battleship to observe shooting training. But even the British 15-inch cannon did not have such shooting power. Could this be a 406 caliber cannon? Before Rear Admiral Arima could even think about it, a destroyer 500 meters away was smashed in two, and flying human tissue even landed on Arima Shinichi's military cap. The situation in the port was in chaos. The wreckage of the flagship of the Coastal Defense Fleet had turned over and broken after the explosion. A Yoshino-class protected cruiser tried to rush out of the port, but while trying to avoid a drifting notification ship with a broken anchor chain, it collided with an Asama-class armored cruiser. The bow of the ship was cut off on the spot, and her hull cut open the side of the Asama class. The Asama class, which had taken on a large amount of water, quickly ran aground and blocked the main channel. Those small tugboats and transport boats were drifting, capsizing, and crashing. The struggles and wails of the Dongying sailors were drowned out by the sailors' random firing. The Coastal Defense Fleet of Kagoshima Port originally had a number of old ships, including a Shikishima-class pre-dreadnought battleship and two Asama-class patrol ships. Now, only the lucky Asama-class ship was spared from being attacked, while the others have either sunk or capsized. What are those red deer on land doing? The captain of the last Asama-class armored cruiser roared in the bridge, complaining about the incompetence of the coastal artillery. They were just a coastal defense fleet, and their only responsibility was patrolling, training, and escorting. They had no power to fight back against the enemy's main battleships. At this time, they could only rely on the dozens of large-caliber coastal defense guns on the island. On the other side, unseen by him, a 356mm railway gun was directly hit by a high-explosive shell. The gun barrel shattered and fell heavily. As for the gun crew, they had already been vaporized. Regarding the complaints of the Coastal Defense Fleet, Major General Jinyasu Ozawa, commander of the Kagoshima Coastal Defense Artillery in the bunker, had no way to express his grievances. The port area and coastal artillery positions were already a sea of fire. The exposed 6-inch and 8-inch guns were scattered everywhere, and only the 305mm heavy guns wrapped in thick bunkers had temporarily survived. Immediately confirm the enemy's location, distance, and specific model. Commander, the enemy's position is beyond the effective working range of our rangefinder. Commander, the enemy is facing the setting sun, and the ship's silhouette is unclear and cannot be identified. The effective range of Kagoshima Fortress's rangefinder equipment was 25,000 meters. The enemy was actually 25,000 meters away. The main coastal defense artillery installed at Kagoshima Fortress consisted of imported British EOC 45 305mm naval guns and 40X 305mm guns removed from pre-dreadnought battleships. Neither of these guns could reach the Sangdong Navy fleet at a distance of 28,000 meters. Even in the adverse evening lighting conditions, the Dongying soldiers couldn't even confirm the enemy's type. Cannon number 1 and number 3 cannot fight. Colonel Ono, commander of the number 3 battery group, died in battle. Asshole. A general's sword chopped down the chair, and the poor chair was split into two on the spot. Amid the rumbling sound of explosions, bad news came one after another into the underground command post of the Coastal Defense Fortress, and Ozawa Jintasu was in a terrible mood. If the 305mm gun cannot reach the enemy, then the only reliance is the 4 newly added 356mm coastal defense guns. However, the enemy's artillery fire was extremely accurate, and the area belonging to the coastal defense artillery positions was given special attention. In order to maintain mobility, the 4 heavy guns were not protected by thick reinforced concrete, like other coastal defense guns. So far, 2 of them have been paralyzed. The destruction of the remaining 2 guns also entered the countdown. At the beginning of construction, Major General Ozawa insisted on the fixed arrangement of these 4 heavy guns, but was rejected by the relevant personnel on the grounds that the firepower of fixed artillery positions is dispersed, and the mobile railway guns are convenient for concentrating firepower. As a result, the exposed railway guns suffered heavy losses. When Ozawa thought of this, he was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Ozawa-kun, the enemy is 25,000 meters away, yet their artillery fire is so accurate. Arima Shinichi arrived beside Rear Admiral Ozawa as the rumbling explosions echoed overhead. His once neat white naval officer uniform was now stained with dust and blood. The fire control system on the warship alone couldn't have achieved this. Aviation school shooting. Jintasu Ozawa reacted immediately and realized that the other party must have aircraft assisting in the bombardment. Naval guns have a natural disadvantage when facing coastal guns. In addition to the range disadvantage caused by different elevation angles, an important reason is the difficulty in calibration. Coastal guns can be calibrated according to the water column where the bullet hits, but there is no reference to rely on for shore artillery fire. In addition, buildings on land will also affect the artillery observation of warships, and the smoke and dust raised will block the view. But the enemy's artillery fire was so accurate that it precisely covered their own coastal artillery positions and first destroyed the four 356mm guns that posed the greatest threat. Unless there were enemy observation posts on Kagoshima, there must be aircraft helping the enemy fleet to calibrate their fire. Then, you only need to blind the opponent's eyes to force the opponent to retreat or enter the firing range of the 305mm artillery. I should have thought of it earlier. Major General Ozawa quickly issued an order requiring the coastal defense forces on the ground to pay attention to air surveillance. Soon, the news of the seaplane being discovered was passed back to Ozawa's command post. The Kagoshima fortress was equipped with 76mm anti-aircraft guns and 7.7mm water-cooled anti-aircraft machine guns, and was deployed in a relatively rear area. Because the targets were small, the observation aircraft did not discover them at first. When clouds of gray smoke and tongues of fire burst out from the ground, the pilot of the short 184 seaplane confirmed the location of the enemy's anti-aircraft firepower. After transmitting the coordinates back to the fleet, the pilot shook the fuselage and raised the aircraft to an altitude of 1,500 meters to avoid anti-aircraft fire. For seaplanes, which are far more flexible than airships, these 76mm anti-aircraft guns do not pose much threat. They are designed to attack airships. Although they have a large caliber, their shooting accuracy and pitch and rotation speed are not very good. Therefore, they only need to increase their altitude to avoid machine gun fire, and then wait for their own artillery fire to destroy them. Chapter 139, A Bitter Pill. Observation aircraft reports. Enemy anti-aircraft firepower has been completely destroyed. All ships, follow the flagship's instructions and fire at the following target point. Coordinates. Load high explosive shells and fire alternately. Boom. The previous bombardment successfully eliminated all targets in Kagoshima port that might pose a threat to the fleet. The next step was to cause maximum damage to the port's infrastructure. The fleet did not come so far to attack the old ships of the coastal defense fleet. In addition to deterrence, the real purpose was to paralyze the strategic fulcrum of Kagoshima by attacking infrastructure such as large-scale docks, shipbuilding plants, and fuel depots, so that even if the East Sakura Empire wanted to retaliate, it would not be able to accumulate enough strength in a short time. The artillery officers who received the orders passed on and executed the instructions with ease. Under the combined effect of the new fire control and aviation calibration, the originally heavily defended Kagoshima fortress was now a blind cripple, posing no threat at all. For the fleet's artillery officers, this operation was like a long-range live-fire shooting training. As the slender gun barrel flashing with cold light completed fine-tuning and spewed out a majestic bright fireball, the wall of fire in the distance rose again. Countless smoke and dust swallowed the Kagoshima naval base, and the raging fire spread and raged in the port. The continuous explosions could make the bravest people tremble with fear. When the roar of artillery stopped, the Kagoshima naval base of the Tosakura Empire had been completely swallowed up by the black cloud. It was the thick black smoke produced by the ignition of heavy oil and coal stored in the fuel depot in the harbor. The smoke was as sticky as a solid. In order to confirm whether there were any fish that had escaped the net, the seaplane even risked descending to a low altitude of less than 200 meters, but still could not see anything, and the windshield was stained with oil. And beneath the black smoke, countless Dongying soldiers were completely turned into minced meat on the seabed, charcoal stuck on the floor, or evaporated into a wisp of black smoke. This is the horror of war in the industrial age. Seeing this, Leahy believed that the purpose of the attack had been achieved, so he gave the observation aircraft a return order. After the crane lifted the short 184 back to the battleship, the Sangdong fleet, which had fully unleashed its firepower, slowly sailed away from the Kagoshima waters. After consuming thousands of large-caliber artillery shells, the port attack operation was successfully completed. Although Li He and others were unable to obtain a detailed damage report due to the thick smoke, Chu Qing, who possessed an intelligent computer, could understand the combat effectiveness through the feedback of the increase in time and space points. The 6,000 tons of heavy oil and 6,000 tons of coal stored in the Kagoshima base were all burned in the attack. Two 230-meter large docks that could accommodate Kongo-class battle cruisers were also severely damaged. The coastal defense fleet was completely wiped out. The main channel of the port was blocked, and a total of more than 10,000 Dongying soldiers were killed. The loss of various supporting equipment such as cranes, gantry cranes, etc. was innumerable. The recovery and reconstruction time will probably be calculated in years. Moreover, the blow to Dongying was not only physical, but also mental. Being beaten is not scary. What is scary is that you don't know how the other party hits you, and you don't know when you will be beaten again. Looking at the more than 100,000 time and space points that had been credited to his account, Chu Qing smiled broadly. However, thousands of miles away in the Tsongbei Sea area, Togo Hayakairo could no longer smile. Nearly 10 hours after the Kagoshima attack, the news was passed to him layer by layer. Along with the radio waves came the announcement from the Tsangdong Autonomous Region declaring responsibility for the incident and the latest order from the Naval General Staff Headquarters. After the 3 ships transferred by England arrive, our fleet will be stronger than the Qiancang Navy. Unless necessary, we will not initiate armed confrontation with Qiancang, and will strive to achieve our predetermined combat objectives through nonviolent means. Togo Hayakairo slowly put down the telegram with a heavy heart. The generals and officers sitting in front of him also had angry expressions. The attack on Kagoshima left the coastal defense fleet with over 10,000 casualties, destroyed fuel depots, and decades of business ruined. This devastation shocked the Tosakura government and the opposition, and Togo himself felt humiliated. He was born in Kajiya town, Kagoshima, and as vice admiral commanding the standing fleet, his hometown was attacked while in office. His face was swollen from the blow. However, with the persuasion of Akiyama Seiyuki, Togo Hayakairo quickly regained his sanity and convened an emergency meeting. Gentlemen, as soldiers of the empire, your first priority should be obedience to orders. Although the Battle of Tsongbei is on the verge of complete victory, the empire's homeland has just been shamelessly attacked. As a solid barrier to protect the empire, we naturally should follow the instructions of Chief Ijuan and preserve our strength to the maximum extent for the empire and his majesty. Only then can we make the despicable enemy repay us 100-fold or 1,000-fold for the losses we have suffered in the future. Togo Hayakairo ended his sad and helpless speech. Dua Shigeto and others also had expressions of regret and anger. The warships obtained from the British Empire will arrive in Baitzong in 2 days. If the original combat plan goes smoothly, it will not be impossible to annihilate the main force of Qiancang Kingdom and swallow up the entire Baitzong Sea area. By then, the Dongying officers sitting here will all be heroes, and it is not impossible for them to become military gods. At this critical juncture, when a large number of warships are ready to be transferred to Tsongbei to make the final decision, Dongying's homeland was unexpectedly attacked. Faced with the imminent threat, various strategic arrangements must be revised. At least the overall strategy will turn to a defensive position. After all, the Tsangdong Navy could attack Kagoshima today, Sasebo tomorrow, and perhaps Edo Bay the day after tomorrow. Would the Tosakura Navy dare gamble on this possibility? Clearly not. The Imperial Navy's directive to them must have put them in a difficult position. After all, the Tosakura Navy boasted only a handful of high-ranking admirals who weren't originally from the Satsuma domain. One can only imagine how miserable they must have felt to have their homeland completely destroyed. This bitter pill was even harder to swallow than having their miracle battleship stolen. But even so, the headquarters did not choose to recall the fleet outside to retaliate against the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory, but only asked them not to fight with the Qiancang Navy for the time being. The information contained in this is worth repeated speculation. The most likely possibility is that the Military Affairs Department has not yet reached a consensus on whether to retaliate against Tsangdong. However, from a rational point of view, Dongxiang feels that the final answer is about to come out. Duikan, Togo Hayakairo said, looking at Major General Dua Shigeto, contact Qiancang Kingdom and tell them that we can make appropriate concessions on some of the conditions. Chapter 140 Trek. July 18, 1665, in the local calendar, in the waters near the Fengzhou Islands in the Tsangdong Autonomous Territory. A huge fleet was sailing south at a cruising speed of 10 knots, with its bow pointing directly at the Hong Kong River. In the center of the fleet were 5 battleships, 3 Queen Elizabeth-class ships, 1 Dreadnought-class ship, and 1 Derflinger-class ship. The reason for having 1 more Queen-class ship was that Chu Qing felt that the impact of 2 ships was not enough and might not be able to control the situation. 3 of the 4 modified Queen-class battleships in the Guangdong Autonomous Region fleet were taken by Li He to bombard Kagoshima, and the other one was the Luzhou that Chu Qing was currently on. However, the Taixi and Chu Xiong, which had been relegated to the second line, also had the opportunity to be modified due to the reduction in their tasks. So 3 of the 5 main battleships in this operation were equipped with new fire control and aviation facilities. In addition to the 3,000-ton Vulcan-class torpedo hunters, the surrounding screen ships include 4 Birminghams, 3 Chathams, 2 Loneway-class cruisers, and Lu Feng's Yinling. There are also several Haitian-class ships in better condition that were incorporated into the cruiser formation to undertake various auxiliary tasks. Of course, a torpedo boat carrier converted from the Haitian class was also following behind. A total of 22 warships of various types were pulled out at one time, most of which were new warships. This lineup was considered quite luxurious in the surrounding area. Governor, the fleet led by Chief of Staff Li has just returned to Guangdong's territorial waters. Notify them that the security mission is still as planned. Yes. Is Vice Commander Chu's fleet in place? Tell them they don't need to enter the port. I'll have the shipping bureau dispatch a cargo ship to resupply them. Just avoid the merchant ship routes and follow behind us. Yes. Chu Qing on the bridge of the navigation ship did not even turn his head and continued to look at the undulating sea in the distance. According to the original plan, after the shelling mission was completed, the screen ships in Li He's hands would immediately sail at full speed to Fengzhou to meet up with Chu Qing, while the main battleship would return to Xinpu, and the defense of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory would be handed over to the fleet in Li He's hands. Although Chu Qing only dispatched 3 Queen-class ships on the surface, in fact, except for the 3 battleships taken away by Li He and the Qi-class ship that was training in the eastern waters, the other battleships and battlecruisers in the 4 major fleets were mobilized by Chu Qing to the Cangnan Sea area, and together with the main force of the Marine Corps, they served as reserve forces, ready to attack Hong Kong and Guangzhou at any time. Currently, 70% of the combat power of the Guangdong Navy has been transferred by Chu Qing, and the remaining 30% has to take into account the defense in 4 directions, which is actually just a little bit difficult. There is risk, but not much. The Second Empire in the north was busy consolidating the 2 captured archipelagos and repairing the damaged warships, and had no time to trouble Guangdong. What's more, they were still waiting for the Guangdong Autonomous Region to help solve the various problems encountered in the construction of the castrated version of the Brave-class light battlecruiser. Before setting sail, Chu Qing contacted the Zhangxi Sea area and reached a cooperation agreement with the other party. The 2 sides would not invade each other for 3 years. Zhangxi would use its coal, steel, and other minerals in exchange for the Guangdong Autonomous Region to build a batch of shallow-water heavy gunboats for it. Therefore, the defense in the west is not tense, and the Qiancang Kingdom is busy confronting the Dongying fleet that is staying in Songbei and will not provoke the Guangdong Autonomous Territory at this time. So the only one who needs to be careful is the Dongying Empire. However, judging from the intelligence intercepted, the attack on the Kagoshima base caused a greater shock to the Dongying Empire than Chu Qing had expected. Under pressure, the Chief of Naval Affairs, Goro Ijuan, submitted his resignation to the Minister of the Navy, Yamamoto Ganbai. Various factions within the Dongying Navy are vying for this valuable position, and the internal situation is not very stable. For the needs of the plot, Goro Ijuan's birth time was moved forward by about 20 years. In history, when Yamamoto Ganbai was the Minister of the Navy, the Minister of National Defense was Yuhing Ito. Moreover, the generals of the Tosakura Navy generally believed that Sangdong's attack on Kagoshima was probably just the beginning, and that other cities in Tosakura's homeland would be attacked next. Therefore, the limited fleet manpower on hand should be used to protect the homeland. Except for the fleet taken away by Vice Admiral Togo, all the main battleships of each naval base were transferred to the vicinity of important places such as Edo, and together with the originally stationed Tosakura regular fleet ships, they patrolled the nearby waters continuously. Therefore, the fleet's top brass judged that it was unlikely that the Dongying would attack at this time. Moreover, even if the Dongying people attacked, in terms of nearshore defense, the high-speed torpedo boats that were currently deployed on various islands would definitely teach the Dongying people another lesson. In this situation, the power in Li He's hands was sufficient to deal with possible emergencies, so Chu Qing naturally led the fleet to sail with peace of mind. Are there any new reactions from the British and the French? No, the British are still as stubborn as before, saying that their sovereignty over the Qiancang Islands is an established fact. France and Spain even declared that they would never take a step back and would resolutely defend Qiongzhou. Huh, Chu Qing sneered, don't worry. When the agreed date arrives, we'll use our naval guns to force them to slap themselves in the face. July 22nd is the deadline Chu Qing set for Ingluan and Faxi, but it is likely that these two veteran gangsters will not obey, and in the end they will have to rely on fists to reason. So according to Chu Qing's plan, the first step is to blockade the waters near Hong Kong and the Qiancang Islands, intercept all ships heading to Hong Kong and Qiancang, cut off supplies to the two places, and use this to put pressure on them. But do not attack the British fleet in Hong Kong first, but instead attack Qiancang first and drive the French out. One reason is that Qiancang Island is much larger than Hong Kong and has relatively abundant resources. The blockade takes longer to take effect than Hong Kong and is not as direct and efficient as direct action. Moreover, because of the Corbeil-class battleship, the two sides basically used the radio to curse each other every day, and they were almost incompatible. Therefore, the possibility of France and Spain making concessions was smaller, and using force to teach them a lesson could also serve as a warning to others. Although the action team that had disguised themselves as crew members to enter the Xiangjiang River and contact Aguinaldo had already boarded the ship and evacuated, Chu Qing could still estimate the approximate strength of the Qiancang Islands and Qianczhou fleet through radio monitoring. The British Far East Fleet now has only one battleship left, and the White Eagle Federation's fleet has also withdrawn from Hong Kong. The French fleet is ready to move. The two Corbeil-class ships stationed in Qianczhou seem to have left the port and are heading to Hong Kong to reunite with the British fleet. The fleet of the Annan colony has also sent its main battleship, but the specific model and its destination cannot be confirmed for the time being. All in all, France, Spain, and Britain can gather no more than 5 main battleships, but Chu Qing alone directly leads 5 of them, 3 of which are the best among the super dreadnoughts. The Iron Blood Empire's Far East Fleet will also send the ISE-class battleship to assist. No matter how you look at it, they have a great advantage and are able to win even without using their reserve forces. Moreover, according to Chu Qing's experience on Blue Star, the British would probably not always stand firmly with the French at critical moments, and it would be good enough if they did not sell out their teammates. The fleet will accelerate to 12 knots. We need to reach Qianczhou before the 21st. Chapter 141 David Betty. July 20th, 1665, the local calendar, Qiancang Islands. Hey William, how was your time with Healy last night? A Marine lieutenant greeted Second Lieutenant William. The freight terminal in the northwest of Victoria Harbor is currently the largest freight terminal in Hong Kong. 8 10,000-ton cargo ships are currently anchored here. These are a batch of materials purchased from outside by the Hong Kong authorities before the situation worsened. A forest of cranes and hoists are loading and unloading the cargo. After being unloaded from the ship, they will be transported away by human or animal power. Oriental-looking stevedores were sweating profusely under the scorching sun, guarded by Chinese warriors armed with clubs and old Martini field rifles, while British Marines were enjoying the cool air on the side. Don't mention it, she avoids me. The gifts that were secretly sent to her were thrown out of the room, Lieutenant William said with a bitter face, obviously frustrated in love, while the lieutenant laughed with glee, and the laughter made the Qiancang porters couldn't help but look up to see what the two foreigners were whispering about. William was about to explode when Huayong, who was standing next to him, pulled out a stick and stepped forward to start a fight. At this moment, 3 loud whistles were blasted from the channel on the other side of the cargo terminal, followed by the shadow of a huge ship, which attracted everyone's attention. This big guy finally set sail. The lieutenant looked at the warship towed by the leading tugboat and said, "I heard she was grounded for almost half a month. The Qiancang people are about to come, and she is finally repaired." From the outside, the most notable feature of this battleship is the small boat flying bridge across the top of its central turret, which is like a sightseeing corridor built on the battleship. Therefore, even low-ranking soldiers of the Marine Corps can recognize her identity. If Chu Qing were here, she could also point out the shortcoming of her 50 caliber main gun's insufficient lifespan. The MKXI 305mm gun barrel has a lifespan of only 75 rounds. "Stand at attention. Salute." William heard broken English voices. He looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was the brave Chinese commander who was ordering his men to salute the British Navy's warships. Bang, bang, bang. Farewell salutes were heard in the distance. Except for the Qiancang laborers who were busy making a living, the citizens of the powerful countries who were strolling on both sides of the waterway stopped to watch, and some even took off their hats to salute the battleship, because the flag hanging on her stern has symbolized absolute dominance over the ocean in the past 100 years. Yes, this battleship flying the flag of St. George is the last remaining ship of the British Far East Fleet, the Neptune-class battleship HMS Savage, with 10 305mm naval guns mounted in 5 turrets, a main armor belt of 254mm, and a maximum speed of 21 knots. It is the flagship of Colonel David Beatty, the current acting commander-in-chief of the Far East Fleet. Yes, Seymour has left Hong Kong at this time, and the new fleet commander is still on the way. Seymour's deputy, Major General Gerard Noel, is ill at this time. So the 32-year-old colonel volunteered to take on the duties of acting commander, and his rank was promoted to Major General, using the 1908 rank classification. Before 1955, British rear admirals were divided into Level 1 and Level 2. He was promoted to colonel before the age of 30 and became the rear admiral commander of the Far East Fleet within 5 years, although he was only the acting commander. It was an achievement that ordinary people could not imagine. Although Beatty seemed to be in great glory to outsiders, his life was not easy. Not long after he took office, the Guangdong Autonomous Territory in the north jumped out and declared that it would recover Hong Kong. Whether from Beatty's personal feelings or the national interests of Great Britain, concessions were definitely not an option. Beatty had to be loyal to his post and guard this Far East colony for the British Empire. But only when Beatty took on the position that had once belonged to Vice Admiral Seymour did he realize the shabby situation he was now dealing with. 3 of his 4 battleships were gone, and the remaining one wasn't performing well, with its engine malfunctioning and undergoing repairs in port. Furthermore, most of his ammunition reserves had been given to the Dongying people, and his remaining cruiser force consisted of a bunch of old, weak, and disabled ships. Not only had the newly transferred Lianxing-class battleships been taken to their territory, but before they were sent back, the iron-blooded Chinese had stripped all their guns and torpedoes. The French side expressed that they would stand with the British Empire and would dispatch warships to defend the colonies together with Britain, but they still could not reach an agreement on the issue of command. Fortunately, with the workers working overtime to repair it, the engine system of the Savage was restored, which gave Beatty more confidence. Moreover, the Dongying People's Naval Base was recently subjected to a punitive attack by the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, so there are voices within the Royal Navy that believe that Chu Qing's previous declaration to take back the 2 places was just a smokescreen, and the real purpose was to divert attention. Issue an order to the cruiser force to intercept all ships heading to the Guangdong Autonomous Territory or the Iron Blood Country colony from now on, whether they are passenger ships or cargo ships. Should we notify the French? Asked a fleet staff officer, because the 2 Courbet-class battleships of the French Navy stationed in Qiancang had already gone out to sea for patrol early, and reinforcements from the Annan colonial fleet would arrive in 3 days. The cruisers of the 2 countries were now cruising together in the ocean to show off their military power. When did the Royal Navy become so timid in carrying out missions? The young Major General standing by the porthole said this coldly, and then walked towards the senior officer's cabin at the rear of the command tower without looking back. Major General, a telegram from the French. About half an hour later, there was another knock on Beatty's door. This time, it was Captain Peyton Hoskins, the captain of the HMS Savage, who personally delivered the telegram to Beatty. Everyone could see that this newly promoted Major General would be a shining star in the Royal Navy, so it would be a good idea to establish a good relationship with him before he became successful. Beatty, wearing a brand new Major General uniform, took the telegram. It was sent by the French Far East Fleet Command. The other party hoped to meet with Beatty on the flagship Britannia as soon as possible to determine the command of both parties as soon as possible. The fascists believed that their navy was currently stronger in the region, and Beatty was only a rear admiral, while their fleet commander was a real vice admiral. According to convention, they should naturally take over the command. But the proud Beatty thought that how could the great Royal Navy bow down under the roof of the French? If he agreed to accept the command of the French, what would he do when the Malay colonial fleet arrived with new warships and a new commander? When the Queen-class battleships of the Malay colonial fleet arrived, their fleet would be no match for them. Of course, it would be more appropriate for the Franco-Spanish Navy to accept British leadership. Vice Admiral Augustin Laperere, commander of the Franco-Spanish fleet, naturally disagreed with Beatty, and the two sides had been arguing in telegrams for the past few days. Chapter 142 Pirates? On July 22, 1665, in the northeastern waters of the Qiancang Islands, the weather was clear and visibility was good. Today is the deadline set by Tsangdong, Captain Clemenceau said, nervously speaking to his first mate aboard a French-Spanish Navy patrol ship. What do you think the chances are of us running into them today? At most 10%, the first mate replied nonchalantly. Do they dare to come and cause trouble for us after provoking the Dongying people? With such a weak foundation, do they dare to start a war on two fronts? Who knows? I heard that the British fleet has been capturing cargo ships heading to Tsangdong and Luzon since the 20th. Guess what? They didn't catch any. That means they had planned this long ago. The captain continued speaking, his expression becoming increasingly nervous. Relax, Captain Clemenceau. The first mates still didn't care. According to their statement, starting today they will intercept all ships near the Hong Kong River. They must have expected us to retaliate in kind, so it's normal that the British couldn't catch them. Even if those Qiancang people want to cause trouble, they will go to Xianjiang Island first. What the first mate said made sense. In several statements made by the Tsangdong Autonomous Region, the Hong Kong Islands, and the British Empire appeared much less frequently than those of the French and Spanish in Qiangshan. Moreover, the British-backed Dongying and the Tsangdong Autonomous Region had a blood feud. In comparison, the forces supported by the French and Spanish not only played no role, but also had a dreadnought robbed. Also, don't forget, up to now, the Tsangdong Autonomous Region has not declared war on the French Western Republic, so it's at most an armed conflict. Perhaps the first mate's words had an effect, and Captain Clemens breathed a sigh of relief. After all signs indicated that Xiongzhou would not be attacked by the Qiancang people for a while. He was just out on patrol, so he wouldn't be so unlucky. Starboard forward. A plume of smoke. The lookout on the masthead sounded the alarm at the right time, and the captain's heart on the open bridge was relieved again. However, after confirming the identity of the other party, Lieutenant Colonel Clemenceau breathed a sigh of relief. They are pirates from the Luoxia Atoll. Prepare for battle. He immediately issued the battle order. The French and Spanish sailors quickly removed the muzzle plugs, opened the breech blocks, and the 3M 1893 140mm 45 caliber guns at the head and tail began to turn their muzzles and point them at distant targets. Luoyang Atoll is located south of the Tsangnan Sea area, northwest of Luzon, and southwest of Yingzhou. It should have been an important shipping hub, but the hydrological environment deteriorated sharply in the Great Changes 100 years ago. It changed from an archipelago to an atoll, the seabed terrain became complex, and the water depth became shallower. 10 to 20 years ago, it even became a gathering place for pirates. In this special world context, the pirates have upgraded their weapons and become extremely arrogant. After all, miraculous storms can also happen on the high seas. Are you afraid of pirates driving warships? About 50 to 80 years ago, pirates were still very rampant, but later order was re-established and countries began to organize the annihilation or recruitment of pirates. So since then, pirate activities have fallen silent. Only small-scale fleets like the one entrenched in the Luoyang Atoll still exist sporadically, becoming a hiding place for some desperate criminals. However, unlike other pirates, the main body of this pirate fleet is the remnants of a fleet that escaped during the internal strife of the Qiancang Empire 18 years ago. By chance, they ran to the Luoyang Atoll and became bandits, often robbing passing merchant ships of the powers. The Far East fleets of the powers had also discussed carrying out a cleanup, but in the end they gave up because the environment of the Luoyang Atoll was complex and large ships could not play a role. Countries turned to equipping merchant ships with escort ships and began to consciously stay away from this place, defending instead of attacking. After all, even if pirates can grow crops, they do not have the ability to maintain large and medium-sized ships and produce weapons and ammunition. They can only come out to steal equipment and ammunition. If you hide at home, I can't do anything to you. But if you come to the high seas, can I deal with you? As expected, the entrenched fleet was forced to go out to sea and suffered heavy losses, basically becoming the prey of the British and Franco-Spanish naval fleets. In recent years, the frequency of its appearance has dropped to once or twice a year. Lieutenant Colonel Clemenceau was suddenly excited when he met them this time, and his previous nervousness was swept away. After all, who wouldn't want the credit that comes right to his doorstep? The distance is 17,000 meters. It seems to be a Guangyi-class torpedo gunboat. The first mate's excited shout came from behind the rangefinder. Main battery ready, Lieutenant Colonel. We are ready to sink these yellow monkeys' old ships. The gunnery chief excitedly boarded the bridge to report that although the patrol ship's performance was not strong, it was only equipped with 3 140mm rapid-fire guns and 2 100mm rapid-fire guns, had no armor, and had a speed of barely 19 knots. It was a cheap product made entirely of old inventory. However, the opponent was just an old steel-sided and wooden-hulled ship from decades ago. It was hard to say whether it could still run at 10 knots. The enemy ship is turning. It seems they've spotted us, the lookout shouted hurriedly. It's turning to the southeast. Through the telescope, he clearly saw the tattered warship, if it could still be called a warship, turning to flee to the southeast. No hunter would refuse such a weak prey, so don't let him get away. Lieutenant Commander Clemenceau licked his lips and waved his hand fiercely to the crew members on the bridge. The 2,000-ton Franco-Spanish patrol ship raised its battle flag and pounced on the prey with its guns raised. However, they didn't know that a huge fleet was approaching on their port side. Chapter 143 Lin Zhongqing. Beep, beep, beep. The radio receiver started to make a sound, and everyone present knew that a high-power radio tower in the Guangdong Autonomous Territory had begun sending a declaration of war against France and Spain. Target, Franco-Spanish patrol ship, distance 18,500. Begin binding firing parameters, load high-explosive shells, and the front main gun group will take turns firing. The gunnery officer held the ship's communicator, his hand already on the trigger button. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm bell before the main gun fired rang, and the 2 main gun turrets pointing obliquely to the sky spewed out soul-stirring flames, and the 900-kilogram shells flew towards the Franco-Spanish patrol ship that was concentrating on hunting its prey. On the navigation bridge of the Luzhou, there was a middle-aged man next to Chu Qing, who was about the same age as Li He and wearing the old Qiancang military uniform. This man was none other than the commander of that pirate group, former Rear Admiral Lin Zhongqing of the Qiancang Navy. When Chu Qing's fleet passed near the atoll, it received a telegram from someone claiming to be from the remnants of the empire. The person expressed admiration for the courage of the Guangdong Autonomous Region to recover the lost territory and was willing to lead his subordinates to submit to the Guangdong Autonomous Region. After contacting Li He, who also came from the Qiancang Navy, the identity of Brigadier General Lin was confirmed by Li He. He said that there was indeed such a person in the original Qiancang Navy, and that he had dealt with him before and could trust him. Chu Qing calculated the time and found that there was still time, so he ordered the fleet to slow down and agreed to meet with the former Commodore on the flagship. The main reason was that his name reminded Chu Qing of a Navy captain with the same name on Blue Star. Sure enough, when he boarded the ship and retrieved the database from the intelligent computer, he found that there was basically no big difference in appearance between the two except for their hairstyle. Lin Zhongqing in this dimension was born in Fengzhou and later served in the Qiancang Navy. He participated in the border-armed conflict with the Dongying Empire and was later transferred to the 2nd Battleship Division, which was still under the command of Prince Nan at the time. He was promoted to Brigadier General and became one of the youngest generals and cruiser squadron commanders in the core area. But the good times did not last long. 18 years ago, there was a civil war in the Empire, and Prince Nan and a number of senior officials of the 2nd Battleship Division were killed or captured. When disaster was about to happen, he and his subordinates fought their way out, stumbling all the way to the border of the Cangnan Sea area, and finally settled down in Loyang Atoll. We would rather allow the Japanese to cross the vast sea and dare to send their ships and horses roaring into the gale. The man from Blue Star was a tough guy, and Lin Zhongqing from this dimension should not be any worse, so Chu Qing accepted him temporarily after considering it. However, his subordinates still needed to be reorganized, so Chu Qing asked him to order the fleet to go to Fengzhou and stand by. Lin Zhongqing immediately agreed and volunteered that his fleet could act as bait to lure the enemy. Chu Qing wanted to refuse. After all, such a huge gap in strength did not require too many strategies, but then he thought that it could also be used to show off his muscles and deter those speculators. So he agreed to his plan, sending an old Guang-E-class ship to attract the attention of the French and Spanish patrol ship, and then using a sledgehammer to show off his military power. The improvement of combat effectiveness brought by the new fire control is obvious. As a Queen-class battleship, Luzhou achieved straddle fire in the 4th round before the other 2 battleships. It was only a matter of time to sink the patrol ship, so Chu Qing pulled Lin Zhongqing to the officer's cabin behind the command tower to talk. It was not easy for General Lin to guard the deserted island alone for 18 years. On the sofa opposite Lin Zhongqing, Chu Qing was flipping through the thick stack of information Lin Zhongqing had brought with him. It recorded the consumption, losses, and gains of each voyage, as well as the situation of Luoyang Atoll. He found that Luoyang Atoll had actually relied on the hijacked goods to build a simple small dock that could maintain small ships of 2,000 tons. It also reclaimed land to plant salt alkali-tolerant crops and opened aquaculture farms, and was almost self-sufficient in food. It was not easy for a fleet that fled temporarily without any logistical support to achieve this, which surprised Chu Qing. During this period, Chu Qing used the intelligent brain to scan Lin Zhongqing's brain waves, and finally confirmed that he should be sincere in surrendering. Moreover, Li He also repeatedly said that Lin Zhongqing was kind and sincere to others and could be entrusted with important tasks, so Chu Qing spoke to him more cordially. Although Lin Zhongqing's fleet was a pirate fleet, they had not hijacked a cargo ship flying the flag of Qiancang and its territories in 18 years, nor had they attacked the people he once protected. Of the original 8 warships, only 3 were still able to go out to sea, but 3 more warships converted from hijacked cargo ships were added. Although their condition was slightly better, they were still vulnerable to regular warships, and the number of personnel had dropped sharply from 3,000 to less than 1,800. Governor Chu is still a young hero. Governor Chu has good military management and a clear understanding of justice. I am sincerely convinced. Lin Zhongqing had already taken off the worn Qiancang Navy uniform and put on the new uniform prepared by Chu Qing. Governor Chu and the fleet under his command are truly a blessing for the people of Qiancang. Lin has been in the military for over 30 years and has a deep understanding of the importance of stability to development. The Qiancang Empire was once so vast, with its vast territory and rich mineral resources. It could have become a powerful country that was no less powerful than Britain, Lin Zhongqing sighed. But such a great foundation was destroyed by internal strife. I once fought off Dongying's provocations several times in the border defense fleet, thinking that this would help me preserve Qiancang's kingdom. But the internal strife was endless. I couldn't even protect myself, and someone even invited outside forces into the game. In the end, it all fell apart, leaving the place in shambles. Therefore, we need a sufficiently powerful new force, a powerful and independent new force that can overwhelm all other forces, to end this chaos and usher in a period of stable development and recovery. And this mission can only be undertaken by Governor Chu and the newly born Sangdong Autonomous Territory. Looking at Chu Qing, Lin Zhongqing's thin face began to glow. So I am willing to use all my life's knowledge to serve Governor Chu, for the eternal stability of the country and the revitalization of the nation. Chu Qing listened quietly and poured him a cup of hot tea at the right time. The Qiancang Empire was indeed plagued by internal strife, as Lin Zhongqing said. In the early years, the Qiancang Empire actually had 6 main fleets, 2 of which were central, and the remaining 4 belonged to the 4 princes in the southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest. As a result, 2 of the 4 princes were killed in the subsequent civil unrest. The northern prince was later the auxiliary prince Sun Tianwei, leaving only the eastern prince. The 6 fleets were also disbanded and reorganized into 4 battleship divisions and a border defense fleet. The eternal security of our country and the rejuvenation of our nation begin from this Qiancang Island. Notify Taixi and Shualong to prepare for aviation operations. Chu Qing grabbed the communicator in the room and ordered the fleet to launch seaplanes to make preliminary preparations for the landing. Chapter 144 Firepower is supreme. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the eastern part of the Qiancang Islands, Qinglan Port on Wenchang Island was once a small commercial port. Later, due to the expansion of the French and Spanish, it had 2 docks large enough to accommodate 4,000-ton ships. However, the overall scale was not large and it was only used as a base for patrol ships. The number of French and Spanish soldiers stationed here was not large, only about a battalion. In the military camp behind Qinglan Port, Sergeant Oliver of the Franco-Spanish Army seemed to hear a light sound like a bee flying by. He put down the Lebel 1886 rifle on his back, took off his flat-top cap with red on top and blue on the bottom, and looked up at the small black dot in the sky. What is that? The comrades around him also raised their heads and looked around curiously. The small black dots flying in the sky were different from those huge airships and were obviously lighter and more flexible. That's an airplane, a luxury that drinks oil, smaller than an airship but flies faster. A knowledgeable soldier revealed the true identity of the little black dot. What's the point of sending planes? Will it help the generals escape? Sending a few battleships would be more effective. The soldiers around all agreed, thinking that the plane in the sky was dispatched by the French and Spanish leaders to facilitate their escape. No one thought it was an enemy aircraft because the patrol ships outside did not send back any news, and the command center did not issue orders to prepare for battle to them via radio or telephone lines. The soldiers talked for a while and prepared to return to the shade to rest, but they found that the plane was flying lower and lower and seemed to be circling over their heads. Call the general. The plane he called seems to have lost its way. The battalion commander holding a telescope turned and ordered the soldier guarding the phone. Wrong. The plane flew lower and lower. The battalion commander saw the strange logo on the wing through the telescope and said, "This is not our plane. A column of smoke has been detected. A column of smoke has been detected in the northeast direction." The shouts of the soldiers on the lookout tower also reached the forward command post. Altitude 350, speed 143, heading 230. No ground-based anti-aircraft fire was detected. The infantry is approximately 1 battalion strong, with 4 medium-caliber coastal defense guns and 1 short-barreled large-caliber coastal defense gun. The threat level is medium. Have the coordinates been sent back? The driver in the front seat asked the observer and bombardier in the back seat. The fleet's receipt has been received. The observer patted the driver on the shoulder and said, "I think the French on the ground have reacted. It's almost time to take action. Wait a little longer. Wait for the leader to give the permission to drop the bomb." As the pilot finished speaking, the lead plane on his left shook its wings. According to the plan, this meant the attack had begun. "Okay, let's get to work." The pilots moved the joysticks to the left and right to indicate that they had received the signal. Then, the 2 clumsy Javelin seaplanes circled in the air for about half a circle each, found a suitable attack angle, and flew towards the coastal artillery positions on the beach with a low buzzing sound. In addition to the 2 Javelins, there was also a short 184 among the 3 seaplanes dispatched this time. The short plane was carrying leaflets, responsible for dropping leaflets to areas where Qiancang people lived to inform them of the arrival of the Guangdong Autonomous Region. The 2 Javelin planes each carried 4 100 kilograms high-explosive bombs, specifically for ground attacks. Check the bomb racks. Bomb rack inspection complete, ready for release. Drop 2. Call out. The fuselage felt lighter, and 2 high-explosive bombs the size of sweet potatoes landed on the ground. They exploded about half a second after landing. The high temperature and metal fragments generated by the explosion of aluminum containing RDX together harvested the lives of the French and Spanish soldiers around the landing point. The air wave also blew away the soldiers near the artillery position, and their life or death was unknown. No matter how lazy the Franco-Spanish troops on the ground were, they should have reacted and fired into the sky. However, the hit rate of using rifles to shoot into the air without organization was basically negligible, so the Javelin shook its wings, turned around again, and swooped back, dropping the remaining 2 bombs above the forward command post, and then increased its altitude to get out of the rifle's fire range. The enemy's large-caliber coastal defense artillery has been disabled. Notify the fleet to close in and fire. Cough, cough, cough. The French Army battalion commander climbed out of the ruins of the command post with the help of his men. The bomb dropped by the plane just now did not hit the target, so he had a chance to escape. "Boys, get out of here. Quick." Looking around with a dizzy head, Captain Fassy found that the 2 plague planes in the sky had not left yet, so he quickly ordered his bewildered subordinates to evacuate. Before being attacked, he successfully recalled the forces represented by the logos on their wings. Notify the general immediately. The Qiancang Navy is attacking. He had a brother serving in the Navy and had heard that the Navy was practicing using hot air balloons, airships, and airplanes to help warships calibrate their guns. The plague god above his head was obviously used for the same purpose. After hearing the commander's order, the French and Spanish soldiers lying on the battlefield woke up as if from their dreams and began to flee to the rear. However, it was too late. The shrill whistling of heavy artillery had already appeared above their heads. Boom! Large-caliber shells fell like meteors on the Franco-Spanish positions behind Qinglan Port. The first shot took out most of the company. The battalion commander's chest felt like it was hit by a sledgehammer, and the smell of rust surged up. Then, half of the body in red pants fell in front of him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The muffled sound of the gyroscope spinning appeared above his head, and the Franco-Spanish army major knew that his time had come. An hour later, the medium-sized landing ship docked at the Qinglan port. The Cangdong Marines who jumped off the gangway first were left with only charred corpses in front of them. Some newly recruited soldiers even vomited. With such firepower, what else do we need to do? Chapter 145, Defense? No, attack. General, all 3 battalions stationed on Qiancang Island have lost contact. The despicable enemy may have already occupied Qiancang Island. After receiving the report of the attack, the French-Spanish Qiancang Island garrison commander, Major General Henry Nicholas Fry, hurried to his headquarters. After seeing the airdropped leaflet on the table, he realized that things were much worse than he had imagined. Qiancang Island had been occupied, and the 1,000 Franco-Spanish troops on it were wiped out within 2 hours. Moreover, the radio equipment had completely failed, and it was impossible to directly contact the Franco-Spanish Far East Fleet that had already set sail to obtain naval assistance. For a time, the entire Qiancang Islands was isolated and helpless. Contact Xiong immediately and tell them that the despicable Qiancang people have launched an undeclared war. Then ask them to contact the Far East Fleet Command, report the situation here, and request assistance. Major General Fry quickly made the decision to seek help from the British. The radio equipment was suppressed by unknown means, but the underwater submarine cables were not affected. There was such a submarine cable between Hong Kong and Qiancang. General, the British said they have informed General Laperolle, but also said that the Cangdong Autonomous Territory officially declared war on the French Republic before launching an attack on us. What? Major General Fry was stunned for a moment, but then he realized that the other side had blocked radio communications, so they were unaware of the fact that the 2 sides had already started fighting. How despicable! Major General Fry cursed in his heart. So, my dear gentlemen, what should we do next? The Major General turned to his staff and waited for their response. Blow up the bridge to slow down the enemy's attack, then send more troops to the adjacent islands to defend them until the fleet arrives to support them. One of the staff officers spoke up immediately and offered a plan that was standard and had no major problems, but it was unexpectedly refuted by another staff officer. Colonel Algernon, your foolish and conservative battle plan will get us all killed here. Major Robert Georges Nivelle's shocking remarks surprised the others present, who were all waiting to hear what the staff officer, who had just arrived in Qiancang from Tunisia, would say. The enemy's naval power is clearly overwhelmingly superior at this point. Our coastal defenses are powerless to threaten them. Hiding on other islands is merely courting destruction, waiting to be wiped out one by one in our bunkers by the superior navy. Even if they don't attack aggressively and choose to fight us, we may not win. He looked at Major General Fry and found that Major General Fry was using his eyes to signal him to continue, so he swallowed his saliva. This place is very close to Luzon, which is controlled by the Iron Blood Nation. If the Iron Blood Nation sends a fleet to intervene, the Far East Fleet may not be able to break the situation in a short time. They will have plenty of time to re-strengthen their positions and defenses. If we want to retake it, we will suffer several times more casualties. Our only way out now is to launch a counterattack and attack Qiancang Island, while they are still struggling to gain a firm foothold and have not yet completely controlled the roads leading to the islands. Major Robert, I must remind you that we know nothing about the enemy's situation right now, yet we rashly deploy our main forces into Qiancang. In Qiancang's words, this is like a moth flying into a flame. Colonel Algernon laughed disdainfully. Colonel, we still have 3 regiments of troops. Our Franco-Spanish army also boasts the world's best accompanying firepower and fearless courage. Under normal circumstances, the enemy will not be able to gain any advantage. And how many troops can a 1-year-old autonomous region have? Maintaining a fleet is already difficult. How many people can be mobilized to attack Qiancang? The loss of Qiancang Island was due to the enemy relying on naval gunfire to suppress us near the beach, giving us the upper hand. Major Robert Georges Nivelle clenched his fists and said, "Are you questioning the fighting ability of the French warriors? As long as our soldiers are mixed with the enemy, they will not dare to use naval gun support casually, thereby offsetting their current naval advantage. Under these circumstances, there is no enemy that a bayonet charge by the French warriors cannot defeat." Major Robert Georges Neville's voice was so sharp that it hurt the eardrums of everyone present, but Major General Fry actually began to seriously consider his proposal. After all, the water between the islands of the Qiancang archipelago is so shallow that it's practically wadeable, and at low tide the seabed even emerges from the water. Therefore, there are 2 roads between the islands. One is a bridge 3 meters above the high tide surface, and the other is a wide road raised over a meter, though it would be submerged at high tide. Blowing up the bridge wouldn't completely stop the Guangdong Autonomous Territory's attack. Moreover, once the Guangdong army has gained a firm foothold on Qiancang Island, it will soon be in an advantageous position where it can attack or defend. It can rely on bunkers to hold its ground, and it can also use Qiancang Island as a forward base to attack other areas. Major General Fry does not want to see such a situation. Release the reconnaissance balloons, have the remaining regiments gather towards Dongying Island, prepare for an attack towards Qiancang, and have the torpedo boat formations prepare for a night attack. Soon, Major General Fry issued the next action order. The confidence of Major General Fry and Nivea was not groundless. The firepower configuration of the Franco-Spanish army in this dimension was quite good. While other countries only equipped their land forces with small-caliber rapid-fire guns such as 37mm and 47mm, the French and Spanish army had already equipped its army with the famous 75mm field gun with a hydraulic recoil and recovery mechanism, intending to completely suppress the opponent's small-caliber guns and cover the offensive of its own infantry. An infantry division was equipped with 36 MiS-75 guns. In extreme cases, the French and Spanish army would even advance the 75mm rapid-fire guns to the front line of the position 800 meters away from the enemy, firing shrapnel at the maximum rate of fire, suffocating the enemy's firepower with a very considerable projection volume, and then resolving the battle with the infantry's bayonet charge. This tactic was always effective in suppressing the indigenous people of the colony. In the eyes of Major General Fry, the land combat force of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory was just a group of newly recruited fishermen and workers, at best a group of militia. Without any cover, they would definitely not be able to hold out for long against the strong attack of the French and Spanish regular army. Soon, the order was transmitted to every Franco-Spanish army unit stationed in Qiancang through the telephone lines. The 75mm guns, towed by steam tractors, merged with the red and blue torrent, while the people of Qiancang on the island watched anxiously as these tall and strong Franco-Spanish people rushed to the battlefield in a menacing manner. Chapter 146 Bloody Assault 1. Lao Zhang, go on. The Marine sergeant who was called turned around and took the hard biscuits and canned pickled bamboo shoots thrown to him by his comrades. He tore open the paper packaging of the hard biscuits, skillfully pried open the can lid with his bayonet, then threw the biscuits in and had dinner with the juice. These foods were part of the wartime rations, and of course, they tasted far worse than a proper hot meal. To Chu Qing's surprise, the canned fish and meat in the rations given to the Marines were not the most popular. Instead, the canned pickles and canned fruits were the most popular among the soldiers. Such a result surprised Chu Qing at first, but considering the reality of this plain, it was understandable. After all, people live by the sea, and this plain has no shortage of protein sources such as fish. The fiber and juice rich in canned pickles and canned fruits can not only enrich the taste, but also make the hard biscuits easier to eat, so they are naturally popular with the soldiers. After eating and drinking, the sergeant secretly stuck his head out to take a look across. The place where they were stationed was a camp left by the Franco-Spanish army, located near the cross-sea bridge in the north of Qiancang Island. Qiancang Island is a large island, nearly 15 kilometers wide from north to south. To its north is Dongying Island, about 3 kilometers away from their garrison position. Squad leader, do you think France and Spain can really be considered a great power? The new recruits quietly approached squad leader Zhang and asked, how did we defeat them so easily, just now? Don't you see what the French and Westerners are using over there? The squad leader curled his lips as he looked at the pile of captured equipment a few dozen meters away. Look at what you're holding in your hands. If we can't win, our Marine Corps can be disbanded. Don't underestimate the enemy. They had the support of naval artillery just now, and we caught them off guard. Now they are prepared. The next battle will not be so easy. The sergeant turned his head and warned the soldiers in the class. Rumble, rumble. A large bird painted gray-blue flew over their heads and flew away towards Dongying Island. The Marine Corps' previously landed regiment has arrived on the north side of Qiancang Island for a temporary rest and recuperation. Another regiment is stationed in central Qiancang. The wounded are being evacuated, and all ships are ready to receive them. According to statistics, the next low tide should be at 1812 this evening. The mixed armored brigade is fully prepared and ready to attack at any time. On the navigation bridge of Luzhou, Chu Qing was listening to the reports from his men. According to the original plan, after their side quickly captured Qiancang Island, the panicked French and Spanish would most likely choose to retreat and defend, or even blow up the bridges connecting the islands to avoid fighting. The Guangdong Navy would take advantage of its rest and annihilate the British and French fleets that came to support. while using the armored forces as the vanguard to break through the defenses of the French and Spanish army. The key to the plan is to preserve the well-developed network of bridges. Only in this way can the armored forces launch a rapid assault. Therefore, Chu Qing has ordered the reconnaissance plane to take off to observe whether the French and Spanish have any intention of blowing up the bridge. Unit number 1 reports that the Franco-Spanish army is concentrating on Dongying through the bridge. The intelligence chief hurriedly boarded the navigation bridge with the report sent back by the reconnaissance plane. How many troops are there? Unclear. According to visual observations from reconnaissance aircraft, at least 3 enemy regiments are crossing the bridge and approaching Dongying. Black smoke was also observed emitting from steam vehicles. Combined with previous investigations, these are likely enemy artillery units. What do the French and Westerners want to do by mobilizing such a large number of troops at this time? Zhang Fengyang, deputy commander of the Marine Corps, said in confusion. The French and Spanish field artillery has powerful firepower, but given the current situation, wouldn't it be more effective to build positions and arrange defenses on the spot? What are they thinking? Order Unit 1 to return and bring back the reconnaissance film. Units 2 and 3 will continue surveillance and reconnaissance. Chu Qing quickly issued an order. In order to avoid being affected by anti-aircraft fire, the 3 seaplanes did not fly at low altitude, so the visual observation effect was relatively general. The specific details could only be seen clearly after the film was developed and enlarged. About 2 hours later, the development and enlargement of the reconnaissance film was completed, and it was finally confirmed that almost all the forces of the French and Spanish army, including cavalry and 36 field artillery pieces, were moving towards Dongying. The situation was very obvious, and they wanted to launch an attack on Qiancang Island. 3 regiments of troops. The French are going all out. Zhang Fengyang stroked his chin and sighed. Where do they get their confidence from? The deputy commander couldn't imagine how these French soldiers could fight against his Marines, who were armed to the teeth. They couldn't even stop his attack with their fortifications, and now they dared to jump out and fight back? We know the firepower configuration of the Marine Corps, but the French and Westerners may not know. They may think that our combat effectiveness and equipment level are similar to those of the islands in the Cangnan Sea area. Chu Qing shrugged his shoulders. It's better this way, so they don't have to hide in residential areas and fight us in street battles. With such a large-scale mobilization of forces, they certainly won't rely solely on the cross-sea bridge during the attack. Otherwise, the troops would be unable to deploy at all. Furthermore, they've also mobilized cavalry. They're likely waiting for low tide to attack Qiancang Island from the exposed seabed in that road. So, Chu Qing looked at the clock. We still have about an hour and a half to prepare for battle. Deputy Commander Zhang, in order to prevent unnecessary casualties from the enemy's artillery fire, I suggest that the Marines be withdrawn a certain distance. Chu Qing turned to Zhang Fengyang. Considering the considerable projection power of Mis-75, Chu Qing decided to gather the army troops and withdraw them a certain distance, out of the sight of the French observation post to avoid losses. Yes, I'll have the reconnaissance planes continue to monitor the enemy artillery's movements. Once their exact location is confirmed, the assault artillery units will destroy those field guns. It's time to mobilize the steel monsters of the armored forces and give these arrogant fascists a head-on blow. This time, the Marine Corps brought 8 assault guns, 8 tanks, and 8 armored vehicles. These new equipment will test their combat effectiveness in the Qiancang Islands. Chapter 147 Bloody Assault 3. Da-da-da-da-da. Give me a new springboard. Click, click. 2 M1897 heavy machine guns were mounted on a horse-drawn carriage by French and Spanish soldiers and fired into the sky to drive away the Cangdong reconnaissance plane hovering overhead. These buzzing flies had been staying overhead for almost an hour. A box of ammunition had been used up, and the machine gun had overheated several times, but the plane still looked unharmed. In front of the carriage was a steam tractor, used to tow the powerful M1897 field gun. The small horses produced in Qiancang were not suitable for towing such a large gun, so this coal-fired tractor was still needed. Coal dust wrapped in hot air flew straight into the faces of the fascist machine gunners, and mixed with the smoke and smell of gun oil, it made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, they were transferred from the infantry units and had not received any training in anti-aircraft shooting, so the bullets they fired were completely inaccurate. Hey, Plessin, stop wasting your energy and save some ammunition to cover our charge. The soldiers marching along the road recognized one of the machine gunners and couldn't help but speak to stop him, but Plessin didn't respond to him. Instead, he pressed the trigger again. He knew that once he stopped shooting, the seemingly indifferent fly would most likely drop an aerial bomb filled with explosives on their heads. Woo! A flat surface appeared on the side of the road, and the driver of the steam traction vehicle blew the whistle to inform the carriage behind that it was approaching the designated location and to prepare to slow down and stop. Should we lower our altitude a bit and give them a good beating with the weapon I have? The radio operator, observer, and self-defense machine gunner in the back seat patted the shoulder of the person in the front seat. The one in his seat was a 12.7mm heavy machine gun that had been converted to an air-cooled one. Its appearance was 90% similar to the classic air-cooled M2 of that year. Have you forgotten the governor's ban? The pilot snorted coldly. If this plane suffers any unnecessary damage, the consequences will be beyond the two of us to bear. You'd better send a telegram quickly and let the artillery unit deal with them. The man in the back seat turned back angrily and started fiddling with the aviation radio. Coordinates 232, 141. It is suspected to be a field artillery position with 6 field guns and 2 anti-aircraft machine guns. There are no civilian buildings around it. The target possesses anti-aircraft firepower. The hit rate of bombs dropped from above a safe altitude is low. Artillery strikes are recommended. The tractor formation had stopped in an open space. The French and Spanish artillerymen began to build artillery positions and deploy artillery. The reconnaissance aircraft quickly transmitted the location of the area back to the Marine Corps Forward Command on Qiancang Island and the elite armored brigade via radio waves. In fact, the 2 small-caliber air-cooled machine guns do not pose a big threat to the Javelin. The Javelin's front-firing firepower and rear-seat self-defense machine guns after the enhanced power are both 12.7mm caliber, which are more than enough to deal with unprotected targets. However, in order to protect the precious aircraft and the more precious pilots, Chu Qing still strictly prohibits the Air Force from launching independent attacks on ground targets with anti-aircraft firepower. Soon, the Forward Command, having received the exact coordinates, quickly approved the strike. 4 of the 8 self-propelled guns lifted the tarpaulins from their vehicles and slowly raised their gun muzzles. Target 102. Enemy artillery position. Reticle 250, left 1 to 15, base fire 0-05. Grenade. Instantaneous fuse. Second charge. Test fire 1 round from each gun. Load. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Aiming point. Independent house in front left, direction 2450, site 208. Grenade. 3 shots, 10 seconds apart. Load. The French and Spanish gunners skillfully followed their superiors' orders, pulled open the breech blocks of the 75mm guns, and stuffed 75mm grenades loaded with picric acid into the barrels, preparing to launch a sudden fire attack on the opposite bank to clear obstacles for the infantry attack. This is an open area, about 4,300 meters from Qiancang Island, with no obstructions in front. The French and Spanish artillery chose to set up their artillery positions here because of the range advantage of the 75mm artillery. After all, the 37mm, 47mm, and other light artillery equipped by the land combat units of other forces in this plane rarely can reach this distance. So the French and Spanish dared to set up artillery positions under the noses of reconnaissance aircraft without any scruples. The mountains of ammunition boxes showed the French's determination to attack. According to the idea of the top leaders of the Qiancang garrison headquarters, this artillery preparation would last for an hour, which was enough to destroy all the temporary fortifications built by the Shandong army. However, the confident French and Spanish did not know that their opponents this time had more mobile and more powerful support firepower. Swoosh! The dull sound above their heads startled everyone. 33. The French and Spanish artillerymen reacted quickly, but before they could move, the first 102mm shell had already exploded on impact. Boom! The intense heat and powerful blast from the aluminum RDX explosion instantly killed everything within a 20-meter radius of the impact point, then detonated the surrounding ammunition. As the reconnaissance planes watched in astonishment, the entire artillery position was reduced to a giant cloud of smoke. What is the Franco-Spanish fleet thinking? Are they so confident that they can deal with Shandong's main fleet? On the flagship HMS Savage, Major General Beatty looked at the telegram in his hand with an expression of disbelief. After receiving the news of the attack on Qiancang, both sides responded quickly. Originally unwilling to be inferior to others, he agreed to temporarily accept the leadership of Vice Admiral Laperere before the arrival of higher-ranking officers, and hoped that both sides would act together and concentrate their forces to severely damage Shandong's main fleet. However, Vice Admiral Laperere refused the British fleet to act together, saying that this would leave Hong Kong empty and the enemy might take advantage of the situation. However, the main fleet of the Shandong Autonomous Region has already appeared in Qiancang. At this time, The best option is to concentrate forces to severely damage the enemy. Dividing the troops into two routes will only reduce the chance of victory in the battle. Even if the Guangdong Autonomous Region still has enough strength to harass Hong Kong, Hong Kong's own defense is enough to keep small fleets out. Relying solely on two Kerbet-class ships is clearly not enough to secure a victory over the Guangdong Navy. Perhaps the two Breton-class ships the French have transferred from the Annan colony will soon arrive. Colonel Hoskins spoke cautiously. Chapter 148 Bloody Assault 4. Commander Zhang, the reconnaissance plane reported that the French and Spanish have dispersed the remaining 8 field guns in the residential area. How despicable, a staff officer couldn't help but scold. The Qiancang Islands are not Luzon or Dongying. The residents there are all Qiancang people. Now that Guangdong Autonomous Region is under the banner of recovering lost territory, if a large number of civilian casualties are caused in the battle, it will obviously be detrimental to the subsequent finishing work. That's nothing. If they weren't stupid, they would have reacted by now. Besides, we have countermeasures. Zhang Fengyang, who stayed on Wenchang Island, was not surprised to learn that the French and Spanish used the residential area as cover for their artillery. He just slightly adjusted the deployment. Record the coordinates of each artillery piece. Tell the assault gun unit to temporarily cease fire and stand by. Reload the Type 2 grenades. Move the armored units slightly forward and prepare for a counterattack. Move the main infantry unit to the rear and prepare for battle. And have the reconnaissance aircraft return for resupply. The French deployed artillery positions in the residential areas in the rear, which made the Marines hesitant to a certain extent, but also sacrificed the ability to support infantry attacks. Moreover, the Ordnance Department had previously developed a special ammunition for the Marines, which happened to be suitable for use in this situation. In any case, without the cooperation of forward observers, the field artillery positions deployed 5 kilometers away could not play much of a role. In fact, the French artillery firepower advantage had been offset, and their own combat objectives had been basically achieved. Well, it wouldn't be a big deal to let the French bombard the deserted first-line defense positions for a while, and those that slipped through the net could be dealt with later with new ammunition. Moreover, Zhang Fengyang judged that in order to offset his own air advantage, the Fasci commander would definitely choose to launch an attack at night. On the southern beach side of Dongying Island, 3 regiments of the French and Spanish army were quietly lurking here, waiting for the final order for the general attack. Since the original artillery support was likely to be ineffective and the enemy had artillery firepower beyond expectations, the command temporarily changed the plan and decided to put 2 regiments into battle at once. The tide had begun to recede, the sky had darkened, and the annoying buzzing sound in the sky had finally disappeared. The French and Spanish soldiers looked at the vague flames that occasionally broke out on the opposite bank and did not feel at ease. Anyone could see that this was just aimless artillery fire, and its purpose was probably to give the superiors some psychological comfort. The 3 earth-shaking explosions just now were heard clearly throughout Dongying Island. 3 field artillery positions along with 28 75mm field guns were now all destroyed. This told the French and Spanish soldiers that the enemy had more terrifying and accurate artillery than their own. There is no worse news than this. The main planner of this operational plan, Major Neville, was still in high spirits at this time. He enjoyed the feeling of having such a powerful force in his control. Under the financial offensive, Major General Fry gave him full autonomy. Such firepower looks like a 120mm caliber gun used on a ship. Major Neville made a preliminary assessment. The enemy only had a few sampan guns. Our only mistake was not anticipating their ability to use aircraft to guide their bombardment. The Ironblood Nation is truly a good teacher. Major Neville looked up at the darkening sky, then checked his pocket watch. At 7:15, according to the planned attack plan, launch a general attack on Shoal Number 3. Antoine, a short Franco-Spanish army soldier, looked at Antoine, who was left as a reserve, and handed him a stack of papers in a cigarette box. If I can't go back, please keep this for me. Antoine reached out to take it and stuffed it directly into his pocket. His pocket was now bulging with many similar things. The short soldier never looked back, but carried a box of ammunition and followed his squad leader into the darkness. According to the French-Spanish Army infantry regulations, the infantry will attack in columns, giving priority to attacking the enemy's flanks. Before the general attack is launched, a part of the vanguard will quickly advance to seize the offensive fulcrum. Along this coastline that is more than 1 kilometer long, there are many small teams like this one moving forward in the darkness. The seabed between the islands of the Qiancang archipelago is mainly made of rock. During the day, you can see small rocks on the bottom of the water under the sunlight, which is a pleasant sight. When the tide recedes, The seabed, covered with pebbles, is completely exposed. Such an environment is not friendly to the attacking party. It is difficult to dig trenches and machine gun bunkers on the ground, and there is no cover. Once discovered, it is a dead end. It's almost like this. The picture was taken by the author in Shenzhen. Hurry up, urged on by the sergeant beside him. The short soldier and his comrades pushed the Hotchkiss heavy machine gun on a wheeled mount and rushed headfirst over a kilometer along the rocky path. Finally exhausted, the squad leader looked at his watch and found that there were less than 20 minutes left until the final attack. The main infantry force is coming up. Let's move forward a little, the squad leader said to his soldiers. In order to prevent the enemy's radio monitoring, the Franco-Spanish army abandoned the radio station, and the battalion-level units used wired telephones, while the method of message transmission below returned to the primitive manual transmission. In order to speed up the pace of the attack, it was planned that 15 minutes after the vanguard advanced, the covering artillery would cease fire, and the main infantry force in the rear would also begin to advance forward synchronously. The small steel wheels creaked softly as they rolled over the gravel ground. The flash of the last 75mm grenade explosion had already faded. Call out. A red flare was raised in the rear, signaling the start of the attack. Attack! Battalions of French and Spanish infantry formed a column and rushed towards Qiancang Island. One group passed the beach, while the other group attacked along the cross-sea bridge with cavalry as the vanguard. According to infantry regulations, the skirmish line composed of 2 regiments should be almost 2 kilometers wide after being deployed, but the width of the number 3 shoal was only 1 kilometer, which meant twice the troop strength and firepower density. Sure enough, notify the governor. The French have launched an attack. Zhang Fengyang looked at the slowly falling flares, pulled out his signal gun, and fired a green flare into the air. Deploying 2 infantry regiments at once. What a big deal. Order the assault artillery unit to fire the number 2 grenade at the designated coordinates. All units take up their positions and block the attack as planned. Grenade number 2. Airburst fuse. Charge number 3. 2 rounds from each gun. Fire. Boom. Chapter 149 Bloody Assault 5. The number 2 grenade is actually not a magical weapon created by black technology, but a low lethality ammunition. It was inspired by the chili powder shell, invented by a cannon god named Zhao in the original dimension. Of course, the number 2 grenade is not the original mortar shell made by homemade methods. Its shell body has been redesigned, with less explosives in the chamber and a large amount of chili powder, concentrated capsaicin, and a small amount of smoke agent added. Such a specially designed grenade will only produce 2 large fragments when it explodes in the air, and the chili powder in it will be spread over a large area. The capsaicin evaporates when heated, and the effect produced is like an oversized pepper spray. People near the impact point will definitely not be able to recover their combat capability in a short time. Coupled with the yellow-green smoke produced by a small amount of smoke agent, it looks like a poison gas shell, and has an equally huge psychological deterrent effect on the French and Spanish artillery. The yellow-green gas, the intense burning sensation on the skin and respiratory tract. If this isn't a poison gas bomb, what is it? With the poison gas bomb coming, who would dare to stay in the position? Of course, they would run away. After this round of shelling, the remaining artillery pieces of the Franco-Spanish army would be silenced for at least an hour, and this hour was enough for the Marines to kill all the Franco-Spanish army that was charging. Get into defensive positions immediately. Open machine gun fire to suppress enemy fire points. Boom, boom. Several rapid-fire cannons fired several flares into the sky, roughly illuminating the direction of the Franco-Spanish army's attack. The Marines who had been hiding in the rear rushed out of the streets and returned to their original defensive positions. Light and heavy machine guns were quickly set up, ready to weave an impenetrable metal net at any time. Forward. In the black night, 3 creaking metal monsters appeared under a ball of pale yellow light. They drove across the shallows, and their turrets slowly turned to the other side of the bridge. There, a group of French and Spanish infantry were launching an attack in that direction. Call out. Several much brighter flares floated into the sky with small parachutes. The large caliber flares used for naval lighting were indeed extraordinary, making the battlefield as bright as day. These were flares fired by the battleship's main guns. Although the error of the battleship's main guns launching long-range artillery fire on the opposite shore was large in a night battle environment, it was still possible to fire a few flares at the battlefield. In the eyes of the Marines, the Franco-Spanish army advancing in columns with gleaming bayonets were like living targets, and the crossfire points that had been set up were already eager to show their strength. Da-da-da-da-da. Antoine was shocked to find that the firepower point he had seized was completely exposed to the flares. Then, many fire whips suddenly appeared on the beach position 1,000 meters away and came straight towards him. "Get down and take cover." The sergeant quickly ordered the machine gun crew to lie prone, then quickly rolled over behind the heavy machine gun shield, hoping to block the onslaught. However, the 12.7 mm heavy machine gun rounds were no match for those 7.7/7.92 mm rounds. The fire whip easily ripped the 5 mm thick shield and the 5-man machine gun crew into a pile of tatters. Most of the firepower fulcrums established by the vanguard of the Franco-Spanish army collapsed in an instant, and they did not even hold out until the arrival of the infantry in the rear. After coming under attack, the Franco-Spanish army quickly deployed skirmish lines from columns in accordance with tactical regulations and launched an attack on the Qiancang Island beach in 3 lines of skirmish lines. Although this move successfully avoided excessive casualties, the dense heavy machine gun fire on the beach prevented them from making any progress. The single-shot Lebel rifle was powerless in the face of such terrifying firepower. Thousands of infantrymen were pinned down in front of the uncovered open space between the 2 islands. After sacrificing hundreds of lives, they had only advanced about 30 meters. At this point, even if the officers raised their pistols to supervise the battle, they could no longer drive the soldiers off the ground to charge. The infantry could lie low and hide to save their lives, but the 2 cavalry companies that attacked from the flanks in a dense formation were not so lucky. They faced the dense barrage of bullets head-on, and the effect could only be described as both men and horses were shattered. Damn, where did they get so much machine gun firepower? Major General Fry, who was watching the battle in the rear, was extremely anxious as he saw the tense fighting going on in front. Currently, the heavy machine guns of the Franco-Spanish army were only assigned to the battalion level, while the light machine guns that fed ammunition with magazines were not assigned to overseas colonial forces like them at all. On the other hand, the machine gun fire points on the enemy's positions were so numerous that they could not be counted. But after Major Neville carefully observed through his telescope, he came to a conclusion that reassured Major General Fry. Although the troops stationed on the beach have increased their machine gun firepower, overall, their number will not exceed 2 battalions. We have an absolute advantage in numbers. If we can launch another charge and shorten the combat distance to the effective range of rifles, we may be able to break the situation. General, please deploy the reserve troops to the battlefield. It will be too late once the 2 regiments on the battlefield are completely consumed by the enemy. Looking at the tragic situation on the battlefield, Major General Fry finally made up his mind to send the last regiment in his hands to the battlefield. The French infantry battalion that was rushing along the bridge also discovered that a low wall had appeared inexplicably 800 meters ahead. What was going on? They had crossed this bridge countless times and had never heard of a low wall being built on the other side. Only a few hours had passed, so even if they were building one on site, it wouldn't be too late, right? Wait, what's that thing on the wall? Why is it spinning? Before the fascist soldiers could figure out what that thing was, a torrential rain of bullets came towards them. 3 light tanks equipped with twin 12.7 mm machine guns blocked the bridge tightly. The 10-meter width of the bridge left no room for the fascist soldiers who wanted to take a shortcut to escape. This attacking infantry battalion seemed to have hit an invisible wall, and its offensive was abruptly halted. Even at a distance of 800 meters, the residual kinetic energy of a 12.7 mm heavy machine gun bullet was enough to smash several layers of human bodies into pieces. This cross-sea bridge instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. Internal organs, severed limbs, and heads that were smashed into pieces were left behind. After the ceasefire, no standing creatures could be seen. 6 large-caliber heavy machine guns were deployed within 10 meters. Such a density of firepower made it impossible for any carbon-based life to survive such a blow. Chapter 150 Bloody Assault 6. The French actually sent all 3 regiments into the battlefield. In the officer's cabin of the Luzhou, Chu Qing received news from the Marine Corps that the desperate French and Spanish had actually put almost all their forces into the landing battle, which meant that there would no longer be any suspense in this battle. This was exactly what Zhang Fengyang had planned in order to win a quick victory and reduce casualties. He concealed a considerable portion of his firepower. For example, he only used heavy machine guns, and the light machine guns only fired single shots. There were only 3 riflemen in a squad firing, etc. This created an illusion for the French and Spanish that victory can be achieved by investing more troops, and then the French and Spanish army on the island was wiped out in one fell swoop. Currently, in this dimension, as far as light weapons are concerned, the Marines with full firepower are crushing the army units of any force. The war in the Qiancang Islands will end soon. At least there will be no need for the Navy fleet's land artillery support. Since the war is progressing faster than planned, then there is no need for the fleet he leads to stay in Qiancang any longer. Radio monitoring shows that the panicked Franco-Spanish fleet has abandoned the British Navy and is heading towards Qiancang at full speed. This is a great opportunity for the Shandong Navy, which does not want to have a head-on conflict with Britain too early. Although the two Breton-class battleships transferred from Annan were about to meet up with the two Courbet-class battleships of the Franco-Spanish Far East Fleet, they had 3 Queen-class battleships equipped with new shells, which were more than enough to defeat them. Tell Deputy Commander Zhang to fight with all your might and don't worry about ammunition consumption. However, try to capture the senior French officers alive. Before leaving, Chu Qing gave a special order. After all, such opponents are rare. If they are accidentally killed, it will definitely be a huge loss for our side. After leaving behind the Taixi and a small number of ships, the fleet slowly sailed away from the Qiancang Islands under the cover of night and headed northwest to confront the Franco-Spanish fleet. Looking at the waves of people charging like a tide on the other side, the Marines were extremely excited. Now, they could let go and reap the lives of the Franco-Spanish army without restraint. Wait a little longer, get closer. Wait until they rush into 600 meters before firing. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the soldiers around him, the commander on the front line quickly told his soldiers to fire slowly so as not to scare away the French and Spanish army. Seeing the reserve troops being deployed to the battlefield from the rear, the 2 Franco-Spanish infantry regiments that had been suppressed mustered up their remaining courage and charged forward. They advanced about 200 meters despite heavy casualties, leaving behind at least 400 bodies. Just as the reinforcements from the rear were about to approach within 200 meters of the attacking force in the front, a red flare rose from the front, and the Huantai Island position suddenly erupted with firepower several times more intense than before. The thousands of semi-automatic rifles and over 100 light and heavy machine guns of the regimental units of the Marine Corps could finally unleash their terrifying power without any scruples. The offensive of the French and Spanish army was once again forcibly stopped. This was not over yet. With the sound of creaking tracks, 8 assault guns appeared at the front of the position, with their muzzles leveled, firing shrapnel at the skirmish line formed by the infantry regiment in the rear support. The deafening sound of artillery and the earth-shaking explosions soon attracted the attention of the senior French and Spanish army officials on the other side. Oh my God, this is really a 120mm artillery, and it's definitely not one of those old sampan guns. Major Neville cried out in surprise when he saw the sudden burst of fire on the battlefield. Only then did he realize that his opponent also possessed an extremely powerful and efficient artillery force. The equipment they were equipped with was not a sampan cannon removed from a temporary ship, but a large-caliber cannon with high maneuverability. As for why those cannons spewing deadly fireballs were covered with a large iron box, he understood that it was a new type of defensive shield installed to protect the precious artillery force. But no matter how he understood it, this battlefield, riven with countless steel bullets, had become the world's most efficient slaughtering machine. No matter what position a soldier took, standing, lying down, or crouching, they could not escape the strangulation. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere between Huantai Island and Dongying Island, and it was impossible to determine how many people had fallen in front of this shallow beach. The M1916's 20-round magazine design brought ample firepower continuity. The Marines using this gun completely reduced the dimensionality of the bolt-action M1886. All they had to do was extend the barrel out of the bunker, roughly aim, and then keep pulling the trigger at the vague figure in front of them until the target stopped moving. Anyway, the 20-round magazine was enough to waste, and the French and Spanish soldiers in red and blue uniforms were more conspicuous than the target under the muzzle of the gun. The French and Spanish lower-ranking officers and NCOs had already lost control of their soldiers. No one dared to advocate for a bayonet charge, a hand-to-hand fight, to end the battle anymore. After all, the moment they stood up and swung their command sabers, their bodies would be reduced to a pile of rotten flesh. The French and Spanish soldiers were completely stunned by the rising enemy firepower and were caught in a dilemma. They couldn't break through the machine gun fire, and the enemy's shrapnel cut off their retreat. The only outcome of staying here was death. Oh my God, these Qiancang people must have made a deal with Satan in hell. Major General Fry was completely frightened by the scene of sickles cutting wheat. He could not understand how the enemy produced poison gas shells to paralyze his artillery firepower, and where they got such a huge number of machine gun firepower and light large-caliber howitzers. This firepower configuration definitely exceeded that of any army of the great powers. However, something even more incomprehensible to Major General Fry happened later. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of engines and the creaking sound of metal rubbing against the stone ground, 16 large moving iron boxes appeared on both wings of the Franco-Spanish offensive force. The Franco-Spanish soldiers were scared out of their wits because these strange big guys could move at a speed of at least 25 kilometers per hour and were equipped with machine guns and rapid-fire cannons. The hasty rifle fire had no effect at all, and when the steel monsters crushed into the Franco-Spanish soldiers' skirmish line, their morale finally collapsed. Chapter 151: The Evil Consequences of the Green Water School. General, the Lorraine and Provence are approaching us at full speed, 30 nautical miles away. Major General Fry hasn't reported anything new yet. Also, the British have sent several more telegrams. New news flew to the commander of the Franco-Spanish Far East Fleet, Laperere, one after another, and Vice Admiral Laperere paced anxiously on his flagship, Paris. He led all the usable warships in the Franco-Spanish Far East Fleet, 2 Courbet-class dreadnoughts, 2 Charlemagne-class pre-dreadnought battleships, 4 Renault-Champs de Mars-class protected cruisers, and a number of stumbling gunboats and torpedo boats. Your Excellency, General, the Pelican gunboat has reported engine failure and requests to withdraw from the formation. The bow of the Lion gunboat has been torn apart and is taking on water. Let them leave the formation to repair. The general waved his hand and cursed inwardly. Stupid Theophile. Damn Green Water School. The bad news came one after another, making the lieutenant general even more annoyed. The seaworthiness of these offshore gunboats was not very good. At most, they could intercept merchant ships in the near sea. They were also poorly maintained, and now problems occurred one after another during navigation. Paris and Courbet were also sailing at full speed or even over speed at this time, forcibly accelerating to 22 knots. Even on the navigation bridge, one could feel the huge vibration of the overloaded engine room. The waves on the bow, which already had an overweight problem, became even more serious, and the seawater could directly hit the number 1 main turret. For a short while, Laperere cursed the Green Water School in his heart again. If it weren't for the wrong ideas of this group of people, he wouldn't have so few warships under his command. The current embarrassing situation of the French and Spanish navies is ultimately due to the fact that about 30 years ago, the Green Water School, headed by Theophile Obi, advocated the vigorous development of nearshore ships, such as torpedo boats, in an attempt to balance the large ships of the British Navy. In the end, however, it was proven that the practice of focusing solely on nearshore vessels and neglecting large ships and the ocean-going fleet was a profound mistake. Generals like Laperere successfully corrected this mistake, but much work remained to be done. Even if the Franco-Spanish Republic were to build ships at full capacity, it would be difficult to fill the gap in capital ships anytime soon. At least the Franco-Spanish Far East Fleet couldn't wait any longer. Send a message to the Brittany to rendezvous at the 2nd Assembly Point in the north of Qiancang, and then go into radio silence. We have to speed up. Vice Admiral Laperere decided to rendezvous with the Brittany-class reinforcements from the Annan colony before making any plans. In the telegram sent from Qiancang before, it was reported that the Shandong Autonomous Territory Fleet had at least 4 large battleships, and its strength definitely exceeded the level of the 2 battleships and battlecruisers on the surface, so it would be difficult to defeat the opponent with just the strength in their hands. The Vice Admiral had his own reasons for ultimately choosing to reunite with the Annan colonial fleet instead of taking the British fleet with him. First, he knew that the British were unwilling to be subordinate to others and might not obey his command at the critical moment. Second, considering that the Iron Blood people were on the side of the Qiancang people this time, they had fleets stationed in Palau and Luzon and were likely to join in the fun, so the British needed to stay in the Taixi Islands to confront the possible Iron Blood fleet. Lieutenant General Laperere was still extremely anxious. He knew that Major General Frey's ability was not very good, but he was very greedy for money. Naturally, he could not expect him to hold out for long against the enemy with superior naval support. If the enemy occupied the entire island before his fleet arrived, the situation would be irreversible. Commander-in-Chief Togo, congratulations on your promotion to Chief of the Military General Staff. In the Tsangbe Sea area, on the deck of Congo, the flagship of the Tosakura Task Force, Major General Dua Shigito congratulated the newly appointed Chief of the Naval General Staff, Haikaro Togo. After the 3 large battleships obtained by the Dongying Empire from the British arrived at the Tsangbe Sea area, the Qiancang fleet, which was originally ready to move, suddenly stopped. The Qiancang president's son Nanzhong even went to Beitzong in person to negotiate with the Dongying Empire. Although the Dongying Empire gave up a planned resource archipelago due to the intervention of the White Eagle Federation, it also won the ownership of the wreckage of 4 sunken battleships. For the generals and officers, including Togo Haikaro, this was undoubtedly a tremendous achievement, which wiped out the shadows of several previous failures. Togo's personal prestige also reached its peak. He was named the God of War and became the Minister of the Naval General Staff. It was only a matter of time before he was promoted to general. For the current Dongying Empire, this result is enough. They have suffered heavy losses and need to recuperate. A new batch of Congo-class battlecruisers has been launched and is being fitted out. In order to balance the power of the Shandong Autonomous Territory, the British gave great support to the Dongying Empire. They sold a lot of technical information to the Dongying Empire along with the 3 battleships, which made the construction of the Congo class go smoothly. Of course, the British's low price may not be that cheap for the Dongying Empire, but it doesn't matter. For the Dongying top leaders, it just means that the people will have to tighten their belts and eat coarse food for a few more years. It's no big deal. It's no big deal, Duokan. Togo Hayakairo responded with a smile. It's just the result of everyone's joint efforts. However, the challenges ahead will likely be even more severe, Togo said, pulling out several telegrams. He then turned and gazed out to sea. I will soon be returning to my homeland to assume my duties. I entrust the affairs here to you, Excellency. Dua Shigito unfolded the telegram, his expression suddenly becoming serious. They also asked us to send a fleet to conduct reconnaissance and harassment against Shandong. Is that what the British mean? Togo nodded helplessly, and Dua Shigito clenched his fists. They want us to bleed to the last drop of blood. Originally, the Military Affairs Department had decided not to clash with the Shandong Autonomous Territory in the short term, but now it wants to send a fleet to conduct harassment operations. There is undoubtedly a hidden story behind these contradictory orders. Duokan, all we soldiers can do is follow orders. Beyond that, let's not talk too much. Togo Hayakairo gazed at the distant horizon. After all, the British super dreadnoughts aren't something you can buy with money. Dua Shigito was slightly startled, then understood the whole situation. This must have been the additional condition for the British Empire to sell the super dreadnought and other technical data. Without these 3 battleships, the war in the northern Sangxi area might not have been settled so quickly. As the beneficiary, there really wasn't much for him to say. Dua Shigito sighed and returned to the cabin with the telegram, leaving Togo alone leaning on the railing. Vice Admiral Togo and other high-ranking naval officers knew very well that the Dongying Navy was absolutely not suitable to leave the mainland for offensive operations at this time. But the British didn't care about that. You, the Dongying Empire, took my battleships and should help me. What does your need to recuperate have to do with me? Chapter 152 Battle of Qiancang Strait. Mr. Lieutenant General, we have arrived at the second assembly point in the Qiancang Strait. After a night of sailing, at dawn, the captain of the Paris came to Vice Admiral Laperere, who had just woken up with a nautical chart. The Vice Admiral took the nautical chart and was about to ask about the location of the Annan colonial fleet when the lookout on the cruiser in front reported a good news to the flagship in light language. They would be able to reunite with the Annan colonial fleet soon. Starboard front, 1 o'clock. 5 or 6 columns of smoke. It could be the fleet of the Annan colony. About half an hour later, the fleet in the distance was fully revealed. Judging from the outline, it was undoubtedly the colonial fleet from Annan. The fleet's lights were flashing, and it was obvious that they had recognized the identity of Laperel's fleet. Come over, march in 2 columns. Lieutenant General Laperel waved his hand, then raised his telescope and said with a smile. It looks like they also brought 3 Renault-class ships. Those Qiancang people's small boats are in trouble. The 135-meter-long Renneberg-class cruiser equipped with 2 160mm guns and 6 140mm guns has no side armor and is still a protected cruiser, but it has a displacement of nearly 8,000 tons, so it is no problem for it to deal with the Qiancang people's small boats of 3,000 to 4,000 tons. This is one of the reasons why Laperel brought all the Renneberg-class cruisers he had. After all, according to their intelligence, the Shandong Autonomous Region, which integrated the fleets of many Shandong and Taixi Islands, had an unknown number of large battleships, but most of them were old and backward so-called cruisers. In order to prevent the ants from biting the elephant, it was necessary to bring warships like the Renault class that could crush the enemy. Send flags and light signals to have them sail on the starboard side of our fleet, have the cruisers advance 8 nautical miles ahead of the fleet to keep watch, and have the other warships follow us at 18 knots to quickly pass through the Qiancang Strait. Maintaining the fleet's speed at 18 knots instead of over 20 knots wasn't Laperere's original intention. It was a necessary measure. The 2 Courbet-class ships were fine, but the 2 Charlemagne-class pre-dreadnought battleships, even with their modified power systems, could only manage a meager 20.4 knots. After a long assault, their power systems were already overwhelmed. If they continued to run at 20 knots, their boilers would be in danger of exploding. We will turn southwest as a whole, then follow the coastline towards Taixi Island to block the Qiancang people's fleet. The two fleets flying the tricolor flags were gradually changing formations. After the two Britannia-class ships joined the formation, Vice Admiral Lapereire's confidence soared. Looking at the nautical chart with the routes drawn on it, he began to formulate a battle plan. Before the staff officer beside him could speak, the lookout on the mast reported a new situation. There seems to be a column of smoke at 10 o'clock. The officers on the bridge all expressed confusion. Their fleet had already assembled. So could this be an enemy fleet? This was a bit too fast. It should be a fleet with a large number of people. Judging from their course, they will meet us head-on. The lookout brought new news. Send the screen fleet forward to confirm the enemy's identity. The vice admiral glanced at the nautical chart and felt that their fleet had just reunited, and it was unlikely that the enemy would find them so accurately. I don't think it's an enemy fleet. It could be a fleet of blind merchant ships. From what we have learned in the past, the equipment of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory Marines has not been completely updated. I am afraid that many people are still holding bolt-action rifles similar to those of the Franco-Spanish Army. In terms of artillery, they cannot compare with the Franco-Spanish Army. Even if Fry is a good-for-nothing, it will not be easy for him to fight without the support of naval guns. If I were the commander of the other side, I would not withdraw the warships from the battlefield at this time. Moreover, the British and Franco-Spanish fleets did not capture any merchant ships heading to Guangdong or Luzon during this period. Instead, they seized a lot of merchant fleets heading to Qiancang Kingdom and the Second Empire. If they could capture a fleet of Guangdong merchant ships here, it would be a good result. The two Renneberg-class cruisers slowly accelerated to 23 knots, overtaking the four large battleships and heading towards the direction of the smoke column. However, 15 minutes later, the result received by Vice Admiral Lapereire left him puzzled. A huge fleet was detected, including 3 British-made Queen Elizabeth-class battleships. The Queen-class ships are the treasure of the British Royal Navy, a first-class super-dreadnought, and the real backbone of the British Navy. Even in the Malay colony and the Star City Islands, there are only 2 ships stationed. How could 3 of them appear at once near Qiongzhou? This is impossible. The British Far East Fleet clearly told us that the Queen-class ships from the Malay colony had just set sail. It's impossible for them to appear near Qiongzhou so soon. Let them come closer, don't make the mistake. The lieutenant general couldn't believe the news and wanted to send a telegram to Beatty to confirm the news. However, since his own radio was likely under the enemy's monitoring, sending a message rashly would risk leaking intelligence, so he ordered the cruiser fleet to get closer and see. Screen fleet reporting in, confirmed to be 3 Queen Elizabeth-class super-dreadnoughts, accompanied by 7 British-style cruisers, possibly other models of the Birmingham-class or City-class light cruisers. It seems that the British in Hong Kong did not tell us the truth. Vice Admiral Lapereire shrugged his shoulders. A fleet of this scale that is all British and also has iconic equipment such as the Queen-class battleships. Which other force in the world can produce such a fleet except the British Navy? As for why it doesn't match the information I have, I can only conclude that Betty is not telling the truth. How despicable. They actually hid important information from me. When I return, I must report the British for concealing information from their allies. This is an insult to the French Republic. The lieutenant general thought indignantly. Look at what level of flags they are flying and prepare to fire the salute. Seeing that the other side had approached to a distance of 16,000 meters, Vice Admiral Lapereire gave a few more orders. After all, no matter how much they cursed, basic etiquette was still necessary when meeting at sea. At least a few salutes should be fired according to the rank of the commander of the other fleet. However, the lights of the cruiser in front began to flash again. After the light language was translated, all the senior officers of the Far East Fleet on the Paris actually stayed where they were. This fleet equipped entirely by Britain was not flying the British naval flag. Then, the 3 most majestic figures in the British fleet burst into huge flames, marking the beginning of the Battle of the Qiongzhou Strait, in which Chu Qing's forces officially stepped onto the stage. Chapter 153 Battle of Qiongzhou Strait 2. Unlike the current shock of the French and Spanish, the Guangdong fleet was confident and organized at this time. Thanks to Chu Qing's presence and the auxiliary intelligent brain acting as radar, the exact position of the French and Spanish fleet could be found even if it entered radio silence. So there was no need to disperse the cruiser forces for reconnaissance and search, and the main force could be led directly to intercept them head-on. May our operation be a success. A series of signal flags were raised on the team's flagship Luzhou, and then Chu Qing gave the order to officially engage in battle. All ships in our fleet turn right 5 compass points and deploy the battle line. Eliminate them as quickly as possible. The fleet, flying golden swords on a blue background, turned in unison under the command of the radio, while a dazzling fire broke out in the core of the Franco-Spanish fleet 16,000 meters away. The Breton-class battleship Lorraine in the center of the Franco-Spanish fleet was hit by 3 new 381mm shells at the same time. The ballistic performance of this new ammunition improved by Chu Qing far exceeded any other shells in this plane, and it tore open the ship's 270mm main armor belt amidships without any suspense. The capped armor-piercing shells penetrated into the secondary gun ammunition depot below the waterline. The aluminum-containing RDX explosives detonated the secondary gun spare ammunition stacked there, sending this super dreadnought battleship guarding the Annan colony directly to the bottom of the sea. First round hit. Enemy battleship explodes. Looking at the column of smoke rising into the sky, the observer on the Luzhou exclaimed in surprise. He knew very well the significance of the first hit in a battle between battleships. If it were placed in a battle of equal strength, it would definitely be a blow that could shake the situation. The artillery chief was also shocked as he looked at Chu Qing leaving the firing control panel. He felt that his cognition had been overturned. As the artillery chief, he understood the value of this victory. Its difficulty was no less than breaking an embroidery needle from 1,000 meters away. The Luzhou had served in the Western Fleet for a long time, and many of its crew members had never experienced the battles with the patrol fleet back then, so they had no idea of Chu Qing's artillery talent. Seeing him today, they finally understood the formidable nature of their governor-general. Besides luck, this required the gunnery chief to have extremely rich experience, a thorough understanding of the ballistic characteristics of the ship's artillery, and a high degree of coordination with the crew. At least he himself was not yet able to achieve this level. The fitting calculation module has been closed, consuming 1021 spacetime points. Luckily I ran fast. While the gunnery officer was distracted, Chu Qing had already slipped away from the fire control room. Even without looking back, he could feel the burning gazes of the Luzhou's gunnery officers. The most shocked person was Lin Zhongqing, who was observing and learning in the fire control room. If Chu Qing didn't leave, he would probably be dragged by them to kowtow and worship him as his teacher. That would be embarrassing. After all, as a cheat brother, he had nothing to teach. Sink a Bretagne-class battleship of the French Navy, earning 150,000 spacetime points. The prompt sound of the intelligent computer rang out, and Chu Qing's time and space point balance jumped again. This income will be mainly used to purchase cruisers and other second-level screen ships. The large number of Hairon-class and Haitian-class cruisers in his fleet that are behind the mainstream level are so unpleasant no matter how he looks at them. It is too discordant to match the advanced main battleships with the screen ships that are 20 to 30 years behind. Damn it. Vice Admiral Laperere in the command tower of the Paris was still in shock as he watched the Lorraine broken into two and slowly sinking. Where did they get the Queen-class battleships and such new cruisers? An officer stammered, expressing the doubts in everyone's mind. Didn't they say the enemy only had 2 large battleships? Didn't they say they had, at most, a few dreadnoughts secretly aided by the Iron Blood Nation? Aren't they just old, outdated screen vessels? Look at this all-British equipment, these powerful super dreadnought battleships and new cruisers. Even the Malay colonial fleet wouldn't be able to handle them. Fire back. Fire back now. Faced with such a terrifying opponent, the captain of the Paris no longer cared about any combat regulations. He gave the order to open fire into the brass voice tube, bypassing the fleet command, causing panic among everyone. All guns stand by. All guns stand by. A pair of big hands pushed away the colonel standing in front of the voice tube. Colonel Francois, you should go to rest. After all, Vice Admiral Laperere was a pillar of the Franco-Spanish Navy. He quickly calmed down, and then signaled his men to take the panicked Francois away. He decisively took over the command to prevent the colonel's reckless behavior from causing greater chaos to the fleet. Send the flag signal. The main fleet turns right 7 compass points. The pre-dreadnoughts and battleships follow the rear. The main fleet heads north at full speed to leave the battlefield. However, Vice Admiral Lapere's action made the commanders of the Far East Fleet open their eyes wide. General, are you sure you want to retreat? The Navy will hold you accountable later. A lieutenant colonel staff officer couldn't help but question. Although the battle started with the loss of one of their only 2 super dreadnought battleships, there was no need to continue the battle. But as the second largest naval power in the past, the French also have their own glory to defend. The capture and second resale of the Jean Bart has already made the French Republic lose face. If the Far East Fleet escapes again, then it really will not be able to explain to the people. Gentlemen, the enemy's strength far exceeded our expectations. Victory is no longer possible. Vice Admiral Lapere took off his cap and said, It is meaningless to abandon precious battleships in a battle that cannot be won. It is also meaningless to let our sailors die in vain here. In order to preserve our naval strength, I am willing to take all responsibilities. Soon, the signal flag indicating a left turn and withdrawal from the battle was raised on the mainmast of the Paris. In the continuous water column, the Franco-Spanish fleet stumbled to reform its formation. A group of patrols surrounded the remaining 3 large warships and sailed in the front, while 2 Charlemagne-class pre-dreadnoughts and gunboats rushed to the front. Boom! During the turning process, the rear main turret of another Courbet-class ship was penetrated head-on. Fortunately, the damage was quickly controlled, and it avoided repeating the fate of the Lorraine. The Guangdong Navy certainly noticed the actions of the Franco-Spanish fleet, but it only slightly adjusted the target allocation, allowing the 2 unmodified Queen-class ships to suppress the advancing pre-dreadnoughts, while the Luzhou named the fleeing Franco-Spanish warships one by one. After all, at a distance of 15,000 meters, the new fire control system was able to support this level of dynamic shooting. The Luzhou performed quite well, scoring hits in succession, focusing on the remaining battleship Britannia, which allowed the Paris and 2 other Courbet-class ships to escape temporarily. However, the poor Britannia was unable to recover under the attack of the 381 heavy guns, and the entire ship was on fire that could not be extinguished. She was hit by 4 consecutive hits within 10 minutes, just like the Battle of Mers el Kir in the original dimension. 15 minutes after the Franco-Spanish fleet began its turn, the Britannia, with power cut off, turret number 3 disabled, and engine malfunctioning, also sank to the bottom of the sea. At this point, it was less than an hour before the 2 super dreadnoughts reunited with the Far East Fleet. Chapter 154, Déjà Vu. The enemy ship is approaching within 12,000 meters. Governor, if the enemy's pre-dreadnoughts come any closer, we'll be within the effective range of their 305mm main guns. As the lookout issued a warning, the captain of the Luzhou warned, these pre-dreadnoughts have been equipped with unified fire control equipment, which may cause us some trouble. Let's do as you say. Chu Qing nodded, agreeing to destroy the French and Spanish warships charging towards them first. Anyway, the Xuelong has already reached the interception position, and the French and Spanish can't escape. The French and Spanish fleet had already rushed to a distance of 12,000 meters. If they got any closer, their own ships would be at risk of being damaged by those old ships that had been modified with fire control. This was obviously not worth the risk, so Chu Qing also agreed to get rid of the enemy in front of them first to prevent their big toys from getting hurt. By the way, they could also take this opportunity to see how much improvement the new fire control had compared to the old Dryer 4-type fire control station. Boom! With the addition of Luzhou, the 3 Queen-class battleships opened fire with 24 381mm naval guns. A forest of water columns enveloped the Franco-Spanish fleet that was responsible for providing rear cover. The 152mm secondary guns of the 3 super dreadnoughts and the main guns of the 7 light cruisers had already opened fire before, but none of them were as loud as they were now. The muffled sound of the shells suddenly falling into the water and exploding was like a sledgehammer hitting the chests of the Franco-Spanish sailors. Less than 3 minutes after changing the target, Luzhou scored its first hit, while the 2 sister ships whose fire control equipment had not been modified took an average of around 7 minutes. If the 2 sides were firing in parallel, the 4-minute difference would be enough for Luzhou to conduct 8 effective rounds of firing. The combat effectiveness of the Charlemagne-class pre-dreadnoughts is not very strong. It can only be said that it has sufficient suppression power against ships of 3 or 4,000 tons. It cannot guarantee victory against new-type cruisers, not to mention that the opponent is replaced by super dreadnoughts surrounded by new-type light cruisers. The outcome can only be described as tragic. Although the main armor belt of the French Navy's pre-dreadnought battleships reached an astonishing 450mm thickness, the material was only Harvey nickel steel, and the protective area was not large. The large unprotected areas on the old battleships were excellent targets for the new high-explosive bombs loaded with RDX. Just one hit could cause a huge fire, and the huge vibration could also cause the armor to collapse. Every time a heavy 381mm shell fell, the fascist sailors on the 2 old ships would tremble in their hearts and pray that it would not hit them. As for those colonial gunboats that barely sailed out to the open sea, as long as a 381mm near-miss landed nearby, it would be enough to bring them a catastrophe. The lack of watertight compartments meant that they had no time to carry out damage control, and their fragile keels could not withstand any impact. In order to follow the fleet's actions, they used a military standard power system, but in order to reduce costs and shorten construction time, Their hull parts were built according to merchant ship standards. Black and white photo of the Charlemagne class. Not long after, all the gunboats disappeared on the sea. One of the two steam castle-like pre-dreadnoughts lost its combat capability due to the uncontrollable fire, and the other one lost its combat capability and was paralyzed on the sea because its propeller and rudder were damaged by a near miss. The Charlemagne class, which lost its combat effectiveness. Your Excellency, Vice Admiral, Major General Bartov's fleet has completely lost its combat effectiveness. Our ships are currently 19,000 meters away from the enemy, and we have not observed any signs of the enemy fleet turning to pursue. The lookouts on the Paris reported new distance data, and the senior officers of the Far East Fleet on this battleship riddled with holes also felt like they had survived a disaster. If we can return safely, I will do my best to promote the construction of the Normandy-class battleship. The outstanding performance of the Queen Elizabeth class further strengthened Vice Admiral Lapereire's determination to promote the construction of large ocean-going battleships. If he had two Normandy-class battleships, he might not be in such a mess. In order to prevent the enemy's fierce artillery fire from turning the two Courbet-class battleships into fireworks, the fleet's senior officers who had no intention of fighting ordered the injection of water into the ammunition depot under the turret when the two Breton-class battleships were destroyed. So now the two battleships are just toothless tigers and a target to be beaten. In a little while, we will be out of the enemy's effective firing range. The officers wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Despite the heavy losses, they finally saved the two battleships, right? A large amount of smoke was detected ahead. On the afternoon of July 23, 1665, in the local calendar, a fleet flying the St. George naval flag gathered in the waters near the Qiancang Islands. Since no Sangdong merchant ships had been captured, Major General Betty had ordered the main battleships to regroup. General, we have already sent the news of Qiongzhou's fall via radio. However, according to the information provided by our Dongying allies, the Franco-Spanish fleet's radio may have been blocked and interfered with by the enemy. Captain Hoskins, the captain of the HMS Savage, reported to Betty at an extremely fast pace, trying his best to hide his inner horror. Not long ago, Hong Kong received a message from Qiongzhou through the submarine cable. Major General Fry, the commander of the Franco-Spanish army stationed in Qiongzhou, said that the enemy's strength was beyond imagination and was equipped with a huge number of automatic weapons and artillery firepower. They were unable to resist and were forced to surrender to the other side. He hoped that the British side could tell Lieutenant General Lapereire to give up the rescue of Qiongzhou. It's okay. Please calm down, Mr. Peyton. Major General Betty looked at the urgent telegram on the table and leisurely lit a cigar. I have reported the situation here to the mainland. As long as the two Queen-class battleships from the Malay colony arrive, the initiative will be back in our hands. Even if they have the support of the Iron Bloods, it won't be easy for them to destroy the French and Spanish fleet with two super dreadnoughts. Taking into account the time it takes to recover after the fierce battle, I don't think the enemy will arrive faster than the reinforcements. General, a telegram from the iron-blooded people. Betty reached out to take the telegram handed over by the chief telecommunications officer, glanced at the content, and her face became very strange. This content. Why does it seem so familiar? Chapter 155. The enemy is at the gate, but the identity is reversed. We hope that your country will respect the legitimate territorial claims of the Sangdong Autonomous Region. For the sake of regional peace, stability, and common interests, withdraw from the Qiancang Islands as scheduled. Felix von Bendman, commander of the Iron Blood Empire's Far East Fleet. The content of this telegram is extremely similar to the one that the Dongying Empire had previously instructed at Britain to take advantage of the Iron Blood Nation fleet at Qiancang Island base. It is almost as if they were carved out of the same template, except that the identities are reversed. Its purpose is, of course, to discuss the senior officials of the British Far East Fleet. Of course, it was not only this telegram that arrived in Hong Kong, but also the main force of the Iron Blood country's Far East Fleet. Hubert, how long do you think we have to confront the British? I bet half a month's salary, at least a week, said Lieutenant General Benman, commander of the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet, who made a bet with his chief of staff on the flagship Scharnhorst armored cruiser. Mr. Lieutenant General, I'm afraid I cannot agree with you. I expect the British to leave Hong Kong in 3 days at most, replied Rear Admiral Maximilian Hubert von Spee, looking at the land gradually growing larger in the distance. General, a telegram from Sangdong. Oh well, it seems you've won half a month's salary from me. Vice Admiral Benman shrugged. In the telegram just sent by his subordinates, Chu Qing informed them of the annihilation of the Franco-Spanish fleet and the capture of Vice Admiral Lapereire. In addition, The Qiancang Islands were now under the control of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, so the British fleet here was unlikely to cause any trouble. According to the pre-agreed plan, after completely annihilating the Franco-Spanish fleet, Chu Qing will lead the main force of the fleet to the waters of Hong Kong to reunite with the Iron Blood country. By then, even if the Malay colonial fleet on the way is blown to Hong Kong by the storm, it will not be able to withstand the combined fleet of both sides. Regardless of whether they will retaliate later, facing such an opponent, the British, unless they are mentally ill, will choose to temporarily avoid the attack and withdraw from Hong Kong. According to our assessment, until the new Guangdong-produced shells arrive, the Polamia's combat effectiveness is slightly lower than that of the Bayern and Queen Elizabeth-class ships. However, it can easily handle dreadnoughts and common super-dreadnoughts, Vice Admiral Benman said, fascinated by the majestic ship's silhouette outside the porthole. That's 6 main turrets. 6 in total. Truly unparalleled firepower. Rear Admiral Spee on the side had become accustomed to his boss's behavior. Ever since the Polaris entered service, the Vice Admiral had been fascinated by her. Whenever he had free time, he would come to the Polaris for inspection. If the ship had not lacked the iron-blooded German command equipment as a flagship, Rear Admiral Spee had no doubt that his boss would move the headquarters to the Polaris. Your Excellency, Vice Admiral, I think we have been discovered, Spee said to Vice Admiral Benman, pointing to a wisp of black smoke outside the porthole. That should be a reconnaissance ship of the British Navy. Don't worry about him. Let's continue to march towards Hong Kong. The sooner the British arrive, the better. I'd like to meet that hastily appointed Major General Commander, Lieutenant General Benman said with a smile. I wonder what his expression is like right now. All fleets, advance at maximum speed. 2 Scharnhorst-class armored cruisers guarded the battleship Polamia in the center of the fleet, leading a group of Bremen-class cruisers to cut through the waves and head straight for the Qiancang Islands, whose outlines were gradually becoming clear. 4 o'clock. Huge column of smoke. I think that's the Brute. The British acted quickly. In about half an hour, the lookout reported the arrival of the British fleet. Looking at the commander's flag and the Major General's flag flying on the battleship, Vice Admiral Benman concluded that this was the main force of the British Far East Fleet. I think that's the HMS Savage. Benman rubbed his chin, carefully observing the British battleship across the way. I didn't expect it to be repaired on time. Do we need to fire a salute, General? The captain of the Scharnhorst stepped forward to ask, but was reprimanded by the Vice Admiral. Don't you see that the HMS Savage is only flying the flag of a rear admiral? According to convention, they should fire first. However, after waiting for a while, the 2 fleets had approached to a distance of 18,000 meters, and the British fleet on the opposite side had no intention of firing any cannons. All fleet, maneuver to the right and deploy into battle formation. The Vice Admiral, somewhat annoyed by his superior force, decided to give the British fleet a warning. Remove the muzzle plugs. When the 2 fleets encountered each other at sea, it was undoubtedly a provocation for one side to remove the muzzle plug first. Even if the other side did not salute according to convention, it should not do so. Major General Spee was surprised. According to the previous practice of the Iron Blood Navy facing the British, they would not dare to take the lead in making such a provocative move in such a situation where it was extremely easy for a gun to fire accidentally. However, Vice Admiral Benman broke with his usual behavior today and took a strong stance, which to a certain extent reflected the change in the Iron Blood Navy strategy. They were no longer willing to be inferior to the British. These Iron Blood Nation barbarians. Meanwhile, David Betty, watching the Iron Blood fleet deploying into battle formation through his telescope, cursed inwardly before issuing an order to his men. Immediately confirm the enemy's model and number. Focus on that battleship. Captain Peyton, the captain of the HMS Savage, also frowned when he saw this scene. No matter what the relationship between the proxy forces below is, there is no direct war between the 2 countries. What do you want to do by acting like this right from the start? Send out flags and light signals, and ask the Iron Blood people what they want to do. Peyton ordered his men. However, his men soon brought back a reply from the Iron Blood Far East Fleet. Didn't your ship see the rank flags we were flying? Seeing the Vice Admiral's flag flying aboard the Scharnhorst through the telescope, Captain Peyton's forehead immediately began to sweat. When encountering at sea, the commander of the lower rank should salute the commander of the higher rank first. Previously, the fleet's senior officers were so busy confirming the rank and number of the Iron Blood fleet's warships that they had forgotten basic etiquette. As the most established naval power on the planet, they actually made such a basic mistake. If it got out, everyone would laugh. Quick, fire a 15-gun salute. Colonel Peyton quickly ordered the HMS Savage to fire a 15-gun salute. Although Betty was reluctant to do so, she did not say anything to stop him, because naval etiquette was a rule that had been followed by all major forces for hundreds of years, and she could not break it at will. After the sound of the 15-gun salute faded from the sea, the satisfied Vice Admiral Benman ordered a 13-gun salute in return and disbanded the battle formation, moving towards the British fleet. Chapter 156 Chaos. On the night of July 23, 1665, in the local calendar, the Qiancang Islands. The news of the recovery of Qiongzhou and the destruction of the Franco-Spanish fleet had spread throughout the Hong Kong Islands via radio waves and through local newspapers. For a time, the originally prosperous free port was in chaos. Although the authorities did not lift the curfew on Qiancang residents, the soldiers of the Chinese battalion still guarded the main roads with Martini-Henry rifles. They were once so powerful, but now they were nervous, fearing that the Qiancang workers would take to the streets for another strike. In fact, during the decades when the British occupied Hong Kong, large-scale strikes and other demonstrations occurred frequently because of their long-term high-pressure policy towards the Qiancang people. The Chinese battalion and the soldiers recruited from Inca were the sharpest swords in the hands of the Hong Kong authorities. However, the British gentlemen living in the mountaintop area of the island have lost their former elegance. They are hurriedly packing their luggage and scrambling for boat tickets to go out to sea, for fear that if they are too slow, they will be liquidated by the Qiancang people living in the east and west ends of Hong Kong City. Since the authorities have frozen most of the ocean liners, the prices of the few remaining high-speed passenger ferry tickets have been driven up to sky-high prices. A lowest-class ticket can be sold for the price of a first-class cabin on the world's most luxurious cruise ship. However, even so, the citizens of the powerful countries living in Hong Kong are willing to sell all their belongings to grab a seat. The Iron Blood Nation fleet has appeared near the Hong Kong River, and the rumors are getting more and more outrageous. It is even said that the Iron Blood Nation has transferred all the warships of the East African colonial fleet to support its younger brother, forming a powerful fleet with 3 super dreadnought battleships. Naturally, there were also rumors that the Far East Fleet had already abandoned Hong Kong and was preparing to flee. The official residents of Francis Henry Messrs of Britain and other countries who had been unable to secure ferry tickets gathered in front of the residence of Francis Henry Messrs of Hong Kong, governor of the British Empire, were surrounded by people demanding guarantees from the authorities and the opening of shipping routes for the evacuation of the people. The entire Qiancang Islands are like a big powder keg that can be ignited at any time. And on the nearby sea, Major General David Beatty, commander of the British Far East Fleet, is also anxious. Close observation shows that the battleships brought by the iron-blooded Chinese have undoubtedly reached the super dreadnought level. Although the defense level is unclear, the central axis firepower of the 6 main turrets and 12 main guns is also amazing enough. Rear Admiral Betty stood at the porthole, gazing at the Polamnia, which loomed in the moonlight, with gritted teeth. If nothing had happened, she should have been our battleship. The ship's length, over 200 meters, and 5 or more large-caliber main turrets, along with other specifications, largely matched the data provided by the East Sakura people about the miracle warship. Therefore, the British were certain that this warship was the large vessel that had been intercepted. As for some discrepancies in details, well, how could ordinary people accurately determine the various parameters of a warship? Some discrepancies were normal. When the two sides confronted each other, the Iron Blood Nation warship also ran at a speed of 22 knots, indicating that its maneuverability was by no means bad, and at least the Far East Fleet could not escape the other side's grasp. Not counting auxiliary ships under 5,000 tons, the enemy also possessed a super dreadnought and 2 large armored cruisers. Meanwhile, their 2 Qiangshan-class first-class cruisers, though boasting a tonnage of 10,000 tons, were in reality merely patrol vessels, armed only with 152mm main guns. Their only advantage, range, could not be utilized in this combat situation. These White Elephant colonial cruisers were of course no match for the heavily armed Chinese cruisers. Even a fleet of the Iron Blood country has already doubled the pressure on the British Navy in the Qiancang Islands. If the Guangdong Navy, which has just annihilated the Franco-Spanish fleet and is in its heyday, also comes to Xiong, the situation will really be out of control. Contact the Navy Department and have our East Sakura allies take action now. Remember to use submarine communication cables, not radio. Judging from the tragic situation of the Franco-Spanish fleet being completely wiped out in one battle, the Guangdong Autonomous Territory Fleet should have lost all its main forces, leaving the territory empty, and may have only the minimum defensive force stationed there. After careful consideration, Major General Betty decided to have the Dongying people attack the border of the Shandong Autonomous Territory in order to force Chu Qing to lead his troops back to provide support, thereby buying time for the arrival of the Malay colonial fleet. 3 hours later, Shandong Autonomous Territory, southwestern border waters of the Taixi Islands. In the pitch-black night, 15 meters below the sea surface, the arrival of a steel whale dispersed the surrounding fish. This iron lump with a series of white bubbles coming out of its tail was one of the 4 newly completed Xia-class nearshore attack submarines. It had been diving underwater for a full 2 hours after it surfaced for charging last time. According to the plan, after arriving in Taixi, it will use the Taixi Islands as its base and garrison the northern border of the Shandong Autonomous Region, while undertaking certain reconnaissance and patrol tasks while undergoing training. The lights in the distance were faintly visible through the periscope. The crew operating the periscope knew that they were patrol ships of the Northern Fleet. The aging Haitian-class and Hairon-class ships had all withdrawn from frontline combat and were instead used for border patrols. Captain, I received a message from Chief of Staff Li asking us to help keep an eye on the northern waters. Taixi intercepted a short telegram from the Dongying people. They seem to be moving, but their specific whereabouts are unknown. A crew member came to the command desk and handed the latest telegram to the captain. It's an auxiliary reconnaissance mission, not a strike mission. The captain muttered softly. How's the debugging of the sonar equipment going? There are still some minor glitches, but the people at the ordnance department said they can fix it in less than half an hour. All right, tell them to stop fiddling with the launch module. Just make sure the passive detection works. Retract the periscope, dive to 50 meters, rudder 20 degrees left, 1/2 thrust, and we're heading north. Captain Chen Kreiji waved his hand and told his men to stop messing with the unreliable new equipment. He was a capable young man who was originally the navigator of a Hairon-class ship. Later, he was selected to join the submarine force as a captain. This Xia-class submarine is different from its sisters. It has been experimentally modified with a submarine sonar. Only the 2 upper torpedo tubes are left of the original 4 torpedo tubes at the bow, and the positions of the 2 lower torpedo tubes have been occupied by the sonar. This experimental sonar was actually a product of a temporary rush job by the Ordnance Bureau. The purpose of the modification was to prepare for the installation of detection equipment on 2 ocean-going submarines that were about to be built. Compared with the hydrophones previously equipped on command ships, the equipment on this Xia-class submarine has added active detection capabilities, but the effect seems not very good. The effective range of active detection is only over 2 kilometers, and the reliability is not very good. It can barely detect underwater mountains, and the enemy ships cannot be found for the time being, and passive sonar must still be relied on. Long. About an hour later, a series of rhythmic engine roars emanated from the sonar operator's headset, startling the sleepy operator. He immediately confirmed the direction and source of the sounds. 11 o'clock. 5 kilometers away. A large battleship. Chapter 157 being underestimated. More than one, at least 3 10,000-ton warships were sailing at 22 knots at a distance of 5,000 meters. Their course was initially estimated to be directly towards the Taixi Islands. The sonar operator's report was quickly handed over to the captain, and this news made the entire boat lively. Ascend to periscope depth and prepare to report to Taixi. After quickly marking a few strokes on the nautical chart under the dim red light, Chen Ku turned his head and looked at the torpedo officer with fiery eyes. The intelligence showed that there were not many large warships in the Dongying Navy that could reach a speed of 22 knots. He might have encountered a big fish. Are you sure? The torpedo officer looked at the mark on the chart, then looked at the crew who were looking forward to it, and shook his head helplessly. It's very difficult. The enemy's speed is twice ours, and we're not in a favorable firing position. We can only get as close as 3,000 meters. And firing a torpedo at a high-speed maneuvering target at 3,000 meters, the hit rate is almost negligible. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi did not force an attack, but the order he issued surprised the crew even more than the attack itself. Surface immediately, exit submarine, start the diesel engine, and go full speed ahead. Captain, isn't this a risk of being exposed? The navigator was the first to stand up and raise an objection, but Chun Yi firmly told him to follow the order. The modified Xia-class submarine quietly appeared on the dark sea, and the Dongying fleet was approaching it without knowing it. Afterwards, Chun Yi explained to his crew members, the patrol ships of the Northern Fleet had obviously entered the enemy's firing range, but the enemy had no intention of opening fire at all. This showed that the enemy acted in a hurry, was fully focused on breaking in, and had no intention of fighting, and would inevitably neglect observation. Now, it was a dark night, shrouded in dark clouds. Even if a submarine-sized target appeared quietly, the soldiers on the East Sakura battleship would be unlikely to see it hidden in the darkness. Only above the water, at its maximum speed of 13 knots, could the submarine track and confirm the target's position. Moreover, the signal attenuation of underwater shortwave radio stations is too serious, and the frequency of medium and long-wave radio stations sending messages is pitifully low, so it is acceptable to surface in order to report the enemy's coordinates to Peng Huai more accurately. The target is approaching. 4,500 meters, 4,000 meters, 3,800 meters, 3,600 meters. A sea breeze whistled across the command tower's hull. Chun Ku crouched low, his eyes fixed on the enemy's general position through his telescope. The dark clouds seemed to be cooperating with them, and when the fleet closed to a minimum distance of 3,000 meters, they tactfully dispersed slightly, letting in a ray of moonlight, revealing the outlines of the 3 warships. Target comparison confirmed. 3 Satsuma-class pre-dreadnoughts, advancing at 22 knots. It's really the Satsuma class. After hearing the navigator beside him report the same identification conclusion, Chen Yi put down the telescope in disappointment. The outline of the hull and the appearance features of the 2 main turrets at the bow and stern were too obvious under the moonlight. It was hard to make a mistake. The abnormal speed might be that the Dongying people had modified their power system. The Northern Fleet Command, which received Chen Yi's report that 3 suspected improved Satsuma-class battleships were approaching, also made rapid deployments, mobilizing the Haizhou, Shinpu, and the battleships in the formation to intercept head-on, and ordered the torpedo boat mothership to lead the torpedo boat force to encircle from the flank. Moreover, with the approval of Li He, commander of the Northern Fleet and Chief of Staff, Bai Hong, deputy commander of the Northern Fleet, also loaned an Admiral-class ship from the Eastern Fleet to Haizhou and Peng Huai to provide support and alert, and wait for an opportunity to launch another counterattack against Dongying's homeland. On the other side, on the ship of General Beatty, commander of the British Far East Fleet, telegrams were presented to his conference room like snowflakes. Colonial Secretary Joseph Chamberlain wants us to prepare emergency plans to protect the overseas interests and security of British citizens to the greatest extent possible in extreme times. Governor of Hong Kong. The Admiralty instructed us to withstand the pressure from the iron-blooded Chinese and hold out until at least the Malay colonial fleet arrives. Gentlemen, the young general sitting at the end of the conference table, his navy cap tilted, tapped the table. The iron-blooded Chinese are coming with great force, but the situation is not as serious as it should be. The chess players don't play in person. Victory is won by the pieces on the board. So, everyone here doesn't need to worry about their lives for now. Unless that psychopathic emperor of the Iron Blood Nation goes truly mad and is willing to go to all-out war with the British Empire to save his subordinates. In short, Betty shrugged and picked up her pipe. All we have to do is stay here and wait for the East Sakura people to take action. Governor, Chief of Staff Lee reports that 3 Satsuma-class battleships have been spotted in the Peng Huai waters. The interception fleet has already moved to meet them. Has the monitoring station detected any unusual movements of the Dongying people in other directions? Chu Qing continued to ask. Not yet. Chu Qing waved his hand and asked the signalman to leave the bridge. Even if the Dongying people discovered our surveillance and switched to wired communications, they would still have to use radio to issue orders to the fleet at sea. This shows that the Dongying people really only deployed 3 secondary battleships like the Satsuma class, Fleet Chief of Staff Zhong Qilan said. However, facing our strength, what effect can such an offensive force have? Haven't the Dongying people suffered enough at our hands? Perhaps this isn't the original intention of the Dongying people. Zhong Qilan pondered for a moment. This fleet isn't strong, but it's not weak either. It's like a pawn forced to attack, with some fighting power. Besiege Wei to save Zhao. The two looked at each other, understood each other's thoughts, and then laughed together. This move was not very clever, but if Sangdong's own strength was not good enough, there would be no good way to crack it. 3 improved Satsuma-class battleships. In the conditions of night battle, at least 2 dreadnoughts were needed to win. I guess in the British prediction, this was the last trump card of the Sangdong autonomous territory. Since the British underestimate us, let's give them a big surprise. Speed up the fleet and reach the Xiangjiang River before noon. Chapter 158, From Heaven to Hell. Colonel Hori, the engine system has been overloaded for 2 hours. If this continues, the life of the engine system will be severely reduced. On the improved Satsuma-class battleship Hitachi, Captain Hori has ignored repeated warnings from the engine room department. Idiots. If we slow down, we're screwed. The colonel continued to draw various lines and symbols on the nautical chart, trying to find a glimmer of hope for himself and his men to escape. The three improved Satsuma-class battleships, led by the Hitachi, were newly built and launched by the East Sakura Navy 3 years ago. They were modeled after the Satsuma class that arrived in the Miracle Storm, with a focus on improving the power system so that it can reach a maximum speed of 22.5 knots. Therefore, they are often referred to as the Hitachi class within the East Sakura Navy. If we break in from the northeast, complete the bombardment, and then turn southwest to avoid possible. No. If you detach directly in the opposite direction, you might encounter. It still doesn't work. As time passed, Colonel Hori's forehead was soaked with sweat. He gradually realized that the probability of his fleet escaping was almost non-existent. In fact, Hori and the senior leaders of the fleet knew very well that these 3 warships, which should have been in their prime, had now become abandoned pawns. They were carrying out an outright suicide mission, just to put on a show for the British. The newly appointed chief of the Naval General Staff, Hyakuro Togo, clearly realized that the 2 Far East fleets of Britain and France and Spain, which were in name only and at odds with each other, could not deal with the Shandong Navy and the Iron Blood Fleet. But at the last moment, the British will definitely force Dongying to use troops against Shandong again to contain Shandong's fleet strength. After taking the British warships and technical data, Dongying will definitely not be able to explain to the British if they remain silent, and they will inevitably bleed. The British Empire is not a fool. It cannot just pull out a few old ships to fool around, but the precious dreadnoughts cannot be easily sent out to die. So these 3 high-speed quasi-dreadnoughts that were once highly anticipated, the improved Satsuma-class battleships, are just the right choice. Therefore, after Togo succeeded as the Minister of Naval Affairs and replaced the entire set of Tosakura Navy communication codes, the first order he issued was to send these 3 warships to the vicinity of Shandong's territorial waters for a combat readiness patrol, and at the same time issued a faint order to various naval bases through submarine cables to contain the Shandong fleet. These 3 warships will secretly penetrate into Shandong's territorial waters, and then lift radio silence in the waters near the Taixi Islands to clearly announce their presence to attract attention, and then carry out suicidal retaliatory bombardments on the Taixi Islands. Therefore, the number of crew members on these 3 ships is only the minimum to maintain combat, and they only carry half the basic amount of ammunition. Even the secondary gun ammunition has been removed. Obviously, they cannot cope with high-intensity combat. Despite this, Captain Hori also hoped to bring the 3 warships and their crews back to Tosakura, so he racked his brains to plan a route. As the supervising officer and first captain of the Hitachi, he had a special affection for the warship and did not want to see it go from being the glorious Tosakura's first domestically produced warship to being ruthlessly abandoned. Of course, all his efforts at this moment were in vain, because the Xia-class submarine that was being left further and further behind had already reported their whereabouts to the Northern Fleet Command in advance. "Captain, the radio direction-finding equipment is responding." The signalman ran into the bridge in panic. It's a high-power shipboard radio, the frequency band commonly used by the Shandong Navy, within 10 kilometers to the southwest. 10 kilometers. Colonel Hori's heart trembled. The decoy message had only been sent 5 minutes ago. How could the enemy have come so quickly? The radio direction finder is a newly developed device. Its principle is to monitor the radio waves emitted by the enemy to roughly determine the direction and distance of the enemy when sending a message, so as to indirectly infer the enemy's position. In this era, ships equipped with high-power radios can basically be identified as battleships and battlecruisers. These gas-guzzling ships would not wander out to sea for no reason, but could approach within 10 kilometers of their own. Colonel Hori looked out the porthole. 10 kilometers was already the visual distance, but the sea was still quiet and dark. If it was just a patrol ship, there was no need to maintain a blackout in their own waters. So, his fleet had been exposed long ago, and it was coming for him. Captain Diggingwell's hair stood on end. It was as if he was being stared at by a vicious beast. After the Kagoshima base was bombarded, a group of experts from the Navy Ministry conducted an on-site survey. Combined with the damage effects, they speculated that the Shandong Navy had 15-inch or even 16-inch or larger naval guns. Although this news was not told to the British, a consensus had been reached within the Dongying Navy. Notify Tamba and Awami immediately. Disband the formation and disperse. However, before the colonel could finish his words, a series of dazzling flashes appeared on the sea in the southwest. July 24, 1665, 10 a.m., Qiancang Islands. General, the fleet that broke through from the East Sakura people was annihilated. All 3 quasi-dreadnoughts were destroyed. The captain of the HMS Savage delivered the announcement telegram just issued by the Shandong Autonomous Territory to Betty's desk. The acting commander of the fleet quickly read the report with a frown on his face. To defeat 3 quasi-dreadnoughts, perhaps 2 dreadnoughts would be enough, but to wipe them out so cleanly and efficiently, at least 1 super dreadnought and 2 dreadnoughts would be needed. It seems that the strength of the Qiancang people has far exceeded our expectations. Betty used a cigar cutter to cut off the burned part of the cigar and then slowly placed it on the ashtray. The Iron Blood Nation fleet has 1 super dreadnought, and the fleet coming from the Taixi Islands may have at least 2 super dreadnoughts. There is also at least 1 super dreadnought stationed in Sangdo. Betty was shocked to find that the power in the Far East had completely lost its balance. Southwest. Large columns of smoke detected. The lookout shouts made the senior officials of the Far East Fleet even more nervous. However, after they raised their binoculars and saw the person coming clearly, many of them breathed a sigh of relief. It's a Queen-class battleship. It must be the Malay colony fleet. A staff officer shouted excitedly. Chapter 159 Meeting. How come the Malay colonial fleet arrived so quickly? Betty was surprised when she saw the fleet emitting light white smoke outside the porthole, because according to the information provided by the Malay side, the colonial fleet would arrive in Hong Kong at least 18 hours later. Quick, accelerate this ship to 20 knots. Ignore those iron-blooded Chinese people over there, fire a salute, and get ready to stand on the side and salute. At Betty's instruction, the captain of the HMS Savage issued orders to prepare to receive reinforcements. The British sailors, who had been suppressed by the iron-blooded Chinese, ran onto the deck with cheerful steps and stood in a row proudly, gazing at the fleet in the distance that was heading towards Hong Kong. However, what made some British sailors feel a little strange was that a similar scene was happening on the Iron Blood fleet, which was confronting the British Far East Fleet 2 kilometers away. One by one, the Iron Blood sailors began to line up on the deck. On the Iron Blood super dreadnought, flags were hung on steel cables under the linkage of rigging, and it looked like the ship was full of flags. What are they doing? Are they frightened by the might of the Royal Navy? Captain Peyton, the captain of the HMS Savage, lowered his telescope, feeling both delighted and slightly puzzled. This seems to be beyond the scope of normal naval etiquette. Boys, cheer up. Show our allies the outstanding qualities of the Iron Blood Navy. On the deck of the Iron Blood warship, sergeants and low-ranking officers ran and shouted to the soldiers. Soon, the colorful flags hanging all over the ship fluttered in the wind, decorating the warship as if it were welcoming a major festival. The Iron Blood Nation sailors, who already knew the inside story, couldn't wait to see the British people across the way make a fool of themselves. On the bridge of the Palamonia, Vice Admiral Benman straightened his uniform and looked at Rear Admiral Spee beside him. What a terrifying fleet. If they say they have God's help, I think I have to believe it too. With a fleet this powerful, even the East African colony fleet plus us wouldn't be a match. This should be enough to silence those within the empire, right? Major General Spee nodded in affirmation. Previously, although it was jointly led by the Emperor and Tirpitz, there were still some voices within the Iron Blood Empire that were not optimistic about equal cooperation with Sangdong. Some even believed that the frequency of miracle storms in the Sangdong waters was so high and the patterns were inconsistent with the known ones, so they might as well destroy the Sangdong Navy and let the Iron Blood Empire take control of it themselves. Therefore, even though the Iron Blood Empire has announced its recognition of the Sangdong Autonomous Territory, the diplomatic envoys heading to Sangdong have yet to determine the final candidate. But now, the strength displayed by the Sangdong Autonomous Territory is no longer something that the Iron Blood Empire can easily shake, so those voices will naturally die down as the news spreads back, and no one will dare to say anything sarcastic anymore. Look, the Savage is heading over there. Vice Admiral Benman noticed that the battleship flying the St. George flag was spewing out thicker smoke. Bang! Bang! A puff of smoke rose from the side of the HMS Savage. After the 15-gun salute was fired, the fleet approaching from afar became clearer and clearer, close enough that the flags flying on the enemy's large warships could be clearly seen through a telescope. Finally, someone noticed something was wrong. They're not flying the St. George flag. What a joke. Betty suddenly had the urge to teach the lookouts how to identify flags. With all this advanced British equipment, you're telling me this isn't a British flag? Did the gentleman in Parliament secretly sell off the entire fleet? Then, the exclamations from the bridge made him realize that the situation might be unusual. After raising the telescope himself, he saw the blue and gold flag in disbelief. And then he couldn't help but blurt out a verb starting with an F. The sailors on the deck were stunned, and the British officers on the bridge seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell, their brains instantly going into a collective shutdown. However, the story did not end there. Another fleet also appeared in the sight of the British sailors. At 3 o'clock, large smoke columns have been detected, containing a large battleship. It is suspected to be the Iron Blood Nation's Derflinger class. Colonel Peyton was the first to react. It's the Qiancang fleet. Quick, all crew members, return to your posts immediately. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Stop, Peyton. If they wanted to engage us, they would have opened fire long ago. Betty patted the colonel on the shoulder and asked him to withdraw the order he had just issued. Although the Royal Navy had a tradition of fighting every enemy, facing 5 battleships including 4 super dreadnoughts, Betty really did not have the courage to fight. What's more, he had just become the youngest major general in Britain, and he still had a long way to go. Fire the 17-gun salute again, contact the other side, show our willingness to resolve the issue through non-violent means, and then immediately report the situation here to London. Let the Admiralty and Parliament make the decision. The British want to talk to us? On the Luzhou, Chu Qing quickly received a telegram from Betty. Okay, let him come to the Luzhou. Clean up. I need to entertain this guest well. Half an hour later, 3 small boats were lowered from the HMS Savage and headed towards the HMS Luzhou. After a while, after the 13-gun salute was fired, the sailors on the deck brought the Major General up, and Chu Qing was able to catch a glimpse of the appearance of this future figure in the Battle of Jutland. Chapter 160 Ultimatum. What kind of rifle is that? As soon as David Beatty's left foot stepped onto the rear deck of the Luzhou, he noticed 2 rows of mighty soldiers standing solemnly in front of the rear turret, holding a kind of gun he had never seen before. I don't know either. Such a long magazine shouldn't be the Gu-98 type made by the Iron Blood country. Colonel Peyton whispered, these. Compared to these rifles, I still can't believe that the Queen-class battleship actually appeared in the hands of the Qiancang people. Captain Peyton stamped his foot, feeling the vibration of the teak deck. Except for the larger fire control room on top of the main mast, everything else is exactly the same as the Warspite. As they were talking, their whisper was interrupted by a loud shout, followed by a series of neat clicks. A Sangdong Marine Corps officer drew his sword and gave the order to salute. The military appearance is neat. At least it looks more professional than the Navy of Qiancang Empire, commented the staff officer behind Betty. But Betty did not comment, because judging from these details, this young governor might not be easy to deal with. General, please follow me. A young officer with the rank of major walked forward and spoke to the group in Qiancang language with a serious expression. General Laperere, please take a seat. As Major General Spee, Lin Zhongqing, Zhong Qilin, and others sat down one by one, Chu Qing pulled out a chair and motioned for a haggard middle-aged man wearing the uniform of a French lieutenant general to sit down. This was none other than the commander of the Franco-Spanish Far East Fleet, Laperere, who had been captured in the battle earlier. It was obvious that his attempt to keep the large battleship had completely failed. As the ammunition depot had been flooded, the 2 Courbet-class ships were truly powerless to fight back against the Derflinger-class ships that came to block them. They were all taken prisoners and escorted back to Cheongzhou by the Taixi fleet. The guards standing at the door stood at attention and saluted. A major led Betty and her group into the conference room. Betty looked embarrassed, having obviously noticed Laperere sitting at the last seat. She was surprised to notice a face that looked too young compared to the rank on his shoulders. After both sides finished their pleasantries, Chu Qing signaled for his attendants to close the conference room door. Then, smiling, he said, however, compared to these polite words, I would rather hear your explanation for not evacuating Hong Kong on schedule. It's finally here. Betty looked at Vice Admiral Laperere for a while and found that although he was in a mess, he should not have been abused. It seemed unlikely that the Qiancang people would really dare to confront the Royal Navy head-on. She felt relieved and her attitude became arrogant. Your Excellency, Governor, as you can see, the Empire has invested countless resources and manpower in the Qiancang Islands, making Xiangjiang the most developed free port in the Far East. So, if you're planning to use verbal threats to force us to give up Hong Kong, I think you'd better give up the idea as soon as possible. Betty spoke more and more excitedly. If you lead the fleet away now, this incident will only be an armed conflict and will not develop into an all-out war. Mr. Major General, I have to remind you to put yourself in the right place. Chu Qing really couldn't stand it anymore. These British people were really good at taking advantage of others. If she was a little polite, they would think she was giving in. First of all, the sovereignty of the Qiancang Islands does not belong to the British Empire, but to the people of Qiancang. Secondly, we have already declared a state of war with your country. I did not launch an armed attack directly, but was willing to negotiate with you for the sake of regional peace and stability and to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. If you insist on such a condescending attitude, then I regretfully order my soldiers to prepare for battle. May I ask, are you prepared to use a single dreadnought against our combined 5 large battleships? Chu Qing's attitude took a sharp turn for the worse, and her tone became cold and hard. When the translator finished relaying Chu Qing's words, Betty's face became visibly ugly. It seems that the best way to deal with robbers is still force, Chu Qing thought to himself. Your Excellency, Governor, please forgive my previous intrusion, but I would also like to remind you that although you have great super dreadnought battleships, the Queen class is not the Royal Navy's most powerful strike force. The Qiancang Islands are an imperial colony. If you take military action against the Qiancang Islands, it will be a direct confrontation with the British Empire and the Royal Navy. Betty's pride was also aroused. Although the strength of the Far East Fleet cannot match yours now, the most powerful British Empire Royal Navy in the world stands behind me. The Queen-class battleships are indeed powerful, but they are only the backbone of the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy's real top combat power is the high-speed strike fleet consisting of the newly arrived Admiral-class battlecruiser and 2 Renown-class battleships. Unexpectedly, Chu Qing laughed instead of getting angry. General, I admit that the Royal Navy is indeed much stronger than us now, but if a full-scale war really breaks out, I can also guarantee that the British Empire will lose the trident of Poseidon that controls the sea power. Besides, who said that what you saw was our most powerful battleship in the Cangnan Sea area? Betty and his group keenly realized that something was wrong, but before they could think about it any further, Chu Qing asked them to leave the meeting room. Betty was thinking in the swaying boat. After a frank and sincere communication, the situation became even more tense. Sangdong has issued an ultimatum, requiring them to make a decision to evacuate within 4 hours, otherwise an armed attack will be launched. General, do you think they really have battleships more powerful than the Queen class? Colonel Peyton expressed doubts about Chu Qing's words. Who knows? It's already amazing that they got the Queen class, Betty said worriedly. Who can guarantee that these Qiancang people won't really come up with more powerful warships? The Dongying people's fleet was just destroyed. 15 minutes later, in the British Empire, at 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister's official residence. The emergency cabinet meeting chaired by Prime Minister Cecil had lasted for 2 hours and had generally reached an uncompromising decision, but a telegram from the Far East once again stirred up a storm. It seems we really underestimated this new force in the Far East. Lord Clare, the Empire's first sea minister, finished reading the Far East Fleet's report. Even the most radical estimates of Sangdong's military strength greatly underestimated them. Chapter 161 Goodbye. We originally thought that the Sangdong Autonomous Territory was just a white glove supported by the Iron Blood Empire. Now it seems that we were completely wrong. Sangdong's fleet construction hardly relies on the Iron Blood Empire. If that's the case, we may really have to prepare to accept the fact that we will lose Hong Kong. Before Lord Clare could finish his words, Colonial Secretary Chamberlain jumped up to object. When we lost control of Oceania in the early years, our influence in the Far East was severely weakened. If we were to lose the Hong Kong colony now, the Empire's control over the Far East would be completely over. Your Excellency Lord Clare, are you and the Admiralty intimidated by the enemy's warships? Shouldn't the Royal Navy continue to fight to safeguard the Empire's overseas interests? The Colonial Secretary's voice echoed in the conference room, making people's eardrums hurt. On the contrary, Joseph, in this situation, evacuating Hong Kong is the most beneficial option for the Empire. The enemy's possession of 3 more super dreadnoughts isn't an irreversible change. Even if they have warships more powerful than the Queen class, if we can afford the losses, we can send the entire Sangdong Navy to the bottom of the sea in 6 months to a year, Lord Clare said helplessly. But now that our main battleships are in the hands of the enemy, it's not that simple. Everyone understands that the Qiancang people and the Iron Blood Nation have formed an alliance, so the information about our main battleships must have been provided to the Iron Blood Nation. Just think about it. What a terrible thing this is. The 8 Queen-class battleships are our backbone, and the remaining 8 Revenge-class battleships are also modifications based on the design of the Queen Elizabeth-class battleships. Lord Clare's expression grew increasingly grim. This means that apart from the 3 high-speed battlecruisers of the second tier that we have, the remaining 16 381mm gun-carrying ships have been completely ripped apart by the iron-blooded Chinese. They now know the parameters, strengths, and weaknesses of our main battleships better than you do. Respected Prime Minister Cecil and colleagues, I have to share the latest intelligence with you, Lord Clare said, producing an investigative report. Martial law has been in place around the large shipyards within the Iron Blood Nation for months, prohibiting any foreign merchant ships from approaching. Furthermore, the Iron Blood Nation has recently cleared out almost all the shipbuilding materials in the Principality of Yangzhou and the European market. Based on various signs and our calculations, it's clear that the Iron Blood people are carrying out an extremely large-scale shipbuilding program, and we estimate that they will produce no less than 5 super dreadnoughts and 5 dreadnoughts. Although we have no way of knowing the details due to the destruction of the intelligence network, I believe you can all guess that these warships were carefully designed by the Iron Blood people after obtaining intelligence, specifically to target us. Once the Iron Blood Nation's fleet is formed, the British mainland will be seriously threatened. Therefore, I think we can temporarily abandon the Far East and support the Dongying people to contain Qiancang. We need to avoid unnecessary losses and shift our focus back to the Iron Blood Nation first. Lord Clare gestured to present the documents to the ministers present, and then waited quietly for Prime Minister Cecil's response. Sure enough, Prime Minister Cecil's brows were furrowed more and more, and he realized the seriousness of the problem. Britain was founded on sea power, and it would inevitably decline if it lost its sea power. In order to safeguard global interests, the huge fleet could not just stay in the homeland. When war broke out, it would only be the 2 main fleets that could deal with the attack of the Iron Blood country. If the Iron Blood man really built a naval force capable of confronting the home fleet and the Mediterranean fleet, the British Empire would inevitably be unable to sleep or eat. Compared with the foundation of the British Empire, the Qiancang Islands and the temporary face seem to be less important. Moreover, the situation in South Africa has always been turbulent. It would be even worse if the Iron Blood Empire took advantage of Britain's focus on the Far East to establish contact with the Boers in the South African colonies. As Prime Minister Cecil fell into deep thought, the ministers present also keenly felt the change in the wind direction in the conference room. I think I need to withdraw my previous support for a tough approach to the Far East. Prime Minister Cecil said helplessly, what we need more urgently now is a larger fleet to curb the restless, iron-blooded people. Hello, Major General, it's nice to see you again. In the meeting room of Luzhou, Chu Qing was sitting in the main seat with a big smile on her face, while Betty on her right was trying her best to keep a normal expression. Your Excellency, the Royal Navy's Malay colonial fleet has received orders not to proceed to Hong Kong, and the Empire has decided to return the Hong Kong Islands to you. However, British citizens and property in Hong Kong will also require time to evacuate. The staff officer behind Betty spoke. So I hope you can give us a week to complete the aftermath. Of course, we can give your people a month to evacuate Hong Kong, and we only require your relevant agencies and military personnel to complete the evacuation within a week. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes. However, even if you evacuate now, it will have exceeded the deadline for our statement. Is it possible? We can provide a certain amount of military compensation according to the date. Betty said this with gritted teeth, and Chu Qing nodded with satisfaction. It's a pleasant conversation, General. Then he signaled his men to present the 2 agreement documents that had been prepared long ago. After Zhong Qilan stood up and watched Betty and her group leave the Luzhou, Chu Qing turned to look at the silent Lieutenant General Laperal and said, Your Excellency, we also have good news to inform you and your subordinates. Lieutenant General Laperal shook his messy beard, and his heart trembled with it. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, the French government has contacted us and expressed its willingness to pay a price in exchange for the captured officers and soldiers of the Far East Fleet, approximately 3 million taels of silver worth of supplies and materials. As for the 2 captured warships, well, we'll allow you to redeem one at most. Chu Qing raised a finger and shook it. As for the price, 10 million taels of silver or precious metals of equal value, or 15 million taels of silver worth of resources and materials. After all, the ships are in good condition. Furthermore, in order to quickly recover you and the other officers and soldiers of the Far East Fleet, the French and Spanish governments have also issued a statement recognizing the legal status of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory in the international arena. So, I want to congratulate you, Your Excellency. You can now leave here with your subordinates. Chapter 162, Export Revenue. August 24th, 1665 in the local calendar, 1 month after the recovery of Hong Kong. The failure of the 2 major powers, Britain and France and Spain, in the Far East shocked the world. After the 2 countries were forced to recognize the legal international status of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, Lieutenant General Laperal and the captured officers and soldiers of the French and Spanish Far East Fleet also boarded 2 disarmed patriots and headed for the Yan'an colony. In exchange, they received a batch of resources and materials as well as spare parts for the Corbeil-class battleships. The captured battleships and cruisers of the French and Spanish Navy squeezed a total of 20 million taels of silver and other equivalents from the French and Spanish. Originally, Li He was planning to launch a second attack on Dongying, but was stopped by Chu Qing before the action began, because not only did the fleet that was pulled out need to be rebuilt, but the main ship configurations of the four major fleets also needed to be optimized and reorganized according to the situation. During this period, including the gains on the battlefield and the rewards for recovering lost territory, Chu Qing has earned nearly 720,000 time and space points. This money was exchanged for a new Queen Elizabeth-class battleship, a new Admiral-class battlecruiser, 16 Birmingham-class light cruisers, for Shakespeare-class destroyers, and 3 Hawkins-class heavy cruisers, which were distributed to the 4 major fleets to ensure that each large fleet could put forward a combat formation composed entirely of advanced ships. 2 dreadnoughts, 9 Queen Elizabeths, 3 Admiral-class battlecruisers, and 1 Qi-class, plus the original 1 Pinghai, 7 Qiancang-class light cruisers, for advanced destroyers, and 3 heavy cruisers. At least now that Sangdong Navy has made great strides into the top echelon in terms of equipment. On paper, its strength is catching up with the Taixi Navy. It will not encounter the magical scene of the original advanced battleships attacking with a group of screen ships that are 20 years behind. The Northern Fleet stationed in the north was allocated 3 of the original 9 Queen-class super dreadnoughts, and the modified Shuilong battlecruiser also returned to the Northern Fleet's combat sequence. They will be used to guard against the Second Empire and Qiancang Kingdom's fleet, and at the same time cooperate with the Eastern Fleet to be responsible for operations against Dongying. The Western Fleet was only allocated 1 Queen-class battleship due to its lighter combat readiness mission. Correspondingly, it was strengthened in terms of cruisers. The Southern Fleet, commanded by Zhang Mingxuan, had 3 of the remaining 5 Queen-class ships. Of course, the command of the newly captured Courbet-class battleship, which nominally belonged to the Luzon Republic Navy, was also in Zhang Mingxuan's hands. Yes, the Luzon Navy has been established with the joint assistance of the Sangdong Autonomous Territory and the Iron Blood Country. The people of Luzon, who have suffered from colonial rule for a long time, are extremely enthusiastic about joining the fleet. The Iron Blood Country's Far East Fleet and the Sangdong Southern Fleet have screened and absorbed the first batch of 4,500 sailors and 500 officers from the applicants. They are currently undergoing training. The flagship is the battleship captured from the fascists, and the other equipment is the 10 or so old ships such as the Haitian and Heron classes that were retired and replaced by the Sangdong Navy. The nominal command of the Luzon Navy belongs to Emilio Aguinaldo, President of the Republic of Luzon, but 80% of the officers above the rank of lieutenant colonel in the fleet are officers of the Southern Fleet or iron-blooded instructors, so the actual control is still in the hands of the Southern Fleet of the Sangdong Navy. The Eastern Fleet, which is directly controlled by Chu Qing and has the heaviest combat readiness mission, is the real elite force of the Sangdong Navy. The Dreadnought class is not qualified to be mentioned, and even the Queen-class battleships are not enough here. The 3 Admiral-class battlecruisers and a Qi-class high-speed battleship that has just formed combat effectiveness are its real combat core. In a secret shipyard in the Taixi Islands, the first 8 UB-3 or Xia-class coastal attack submarines have been completed, marking the beginning of the formation of the submarine fleet. However, the construction of the Xiong-class ocean-going submarines, based on the U-93 prototype, has been slowed down due to the need to modify the hull to install a detection device called sonar. Once the sailors have become familiar with the new warships with the help of the intelligent computer, Chu Qing will truly possess a force in this dimension that is enough to allow him to stand on the world chessboard and play against the great powers. The intelligence sent back from Hong Kong was also quite encouraging. First, the British left in a hurry, and second, Chu Qing specifically ordered the Marines to take over Hong Kong's ports and docks as soon as possible. Therefore, the ship-related facilities in the Hong Kong Islands were relatively well preserved. The 3 270-meter-long and 40-meter-wide docks allowed them to operate and build 40,000-ton or even 50,000-ton warships. Moreover, thanks to the British's discriminatory and brutal management at this stage, the Sangdong Autonomous Region took over Hong Kong very smoothly and basically encountered no obstruction from the people. On the contrary, for the Qiancang faces with the same blood, taking over Hong Kong was not as difficult as the post-war work of the Hong Kong Islands after a long period of colonization and assimilation in the original plain of Blue Star. As soon as the Sangdong soldiers entered Hong Kong, they were welcomed by the people. They were forced by the British to live in the east and west areas of the city. Their living conditions were not very good, and they suffered from discrimination from the powers. Now they finally have the opportunity to live an equal life. The British also acted quickly, evacuating all the local British officials within a week. The citizens of the major powers also basically fled for fear of being liquidated. As for the Chinese warriors originally hired by the British, excluding those who committed crimes and took advantage of the power of others, the rest who worked for the British because of their livelihood, Chu Qing also gave them several ways out. Move to the Guangdong Autonomous Territory to live, get compensation to stay in Hong Kong, to find another job, or be arranged by Guangdong to leave and make a living overseas. There is more than one piece of good news. Under the guidance of Chu Qing, the team led by Ding Wenxiang found a shale oil field with reserves of hundreds of millions of tons in the Gaozhou Islands in the Cangnan Sea. Although the mining cost is relatively high and the corresponding refining technology is backward due to the weak chemical industry in this plain, the technical information originally from Blue Star purchased in the Spacetime Mall can make up for these shortcomings. Chu Qing is also ready to take this technical information out to exchange for some money. Even after receiving reparations from Britain, France, and Spain, the Guangdong Autonomous Territory under Chu Qing was still severely short of funds. While free prisoners were used for infrastructure projects, could the cost of materials for building large warships be reduced? The shipbuilders' wages and overtime pay couldn't be reduced, right? And the sailors' subsidies or pensions for going to war couldn't be reduced either. There were also projects like research at the Ordnance Bureau, the construction and renovation of ammunition production lines, and other expensive projects. Curry had burned through hundreds of millions of taels of silver, a painful sight for Zhang Shaoan, the former Taixi Islands chief administrative official in charge of the autonomous region's economic development. Chu Qing was unwilling to increase taxes and deprive the people of their livelihoods, so the only remaining option was to generate revenue through exports. Chapter 163 Hey Hey Hey, the God of Wealth is here. The main external revenue-generating projects of the Guangdong and Cangnan Sea areas were to contract the cargo transshipment business for the latter half of the route, when the great powers traded with the core area of the Qiancang Empire, and to serve as a transit station for freight exchanges between the Americas and Yangzhou, Central Asia, and other places. However, since the outbreak of the war, this area of freight revenue has dropped significantly, and the overdeveloped shipping industry seems to be a bit bloated. Although the streamlined personnel can be turned to ocean fishing or simply added to the fleet, the problem of reduced income is even more serious. After much thought, Chu Qing still felt that arms trade and technology transfer were the most profitable. The tanks used in the Battle of the Qiancang Islands can also be sold. Anyway, the French and Spanish soldiers who were exchanged back will definitely leak the news that they encountered the mobile steel bunker. The development of tanks has been greatly advanced by Chu Qing, so why not take advantage of the current Blue Ocean project period to reap some benefits? The money earned can be used to further improve the prototype vehicle, such as developing an amphibious model, etc. The torpedo boats, which used to be the main product, are still the best-selling products. With the recent record of besieging and sinking a Satsuma-class quasi-dreadnought, its sales have been greatly expanded. The Principality of Yangzhou placed an order for 120 boats in one go half a month ago, and the Caucasus Empire also ordered 60 boats to protect the ports on the front line. The Second Empire and Qiancang Kingdom bought 50 boats each in a tit-for-tat manner. In addition, as a force that already possesses the technology to build super dreadnoughts, Chu Qing also decided to sell warships to the outside world, one to increase revenue, and the other to make use of the docks that have gradually become idle in the archipelago. In view of the overwhelming advantage of dreadnoughts and the rule of the bigger the gun, the more powerful it is in naval battles, Chu Qing has asked the Ordnance Bureau to design a Beggar's Edition battleship and battlecruiser exclusively for export. The purpose is only to make money, and there will not be a lot of conditions attached when selling dreadnoughts like other powers. The battleship's design essentially continued the original Iberia-class design, except the 4 twin main turrets were redesigned to a more advanced layout, with 2 fore and 2 aft. The ship's length was lengthened to 150 meters to accommodate the fore and aft super-firing turrets, while the beam was reduced slightly to 24 meters. Underwater torpedo tubes removed. Torpedo bulges of course not. 4 vertical armor defense. A 203 mm main armor belt installed at a 12-degree inclination is used, which is just above the passing line. The secondary armor is also cancelled. The turret-type secondary guns are removed and replaced with double saddle deck gun mounts, and the bow and stern armor are laid 2 inches above the waterline to prevent leakage from small-caliber guns. For horizontal protection, it is better than nothing, using a 25+38 double-deck protection system. Of course, the firepower is copied from the 305 gun of the Dreadnought class. Although it is only at the passing level of the Dreadnought, it is enough to deal with the pre-Dreadnought. and it can also adapt to the common British shells of this era. As for the fire control, we'll go as low-key as possible, using the full British tech Dryer 1 Malawian Kwacha. If the buyer has special requirements for cost, we can even remove the fire control. What? Any angle loading system? Of course it's saved. Fixed angle loading is more reliable. Install a kerosene co-fired furnace and 2 engines to output 30,000 horsepower, and push the ship to 22 knots, which is enough to catch armored patrol ships. Roughly estimated, the displacement is similar to that of the Iberia-class dreadnought, with slightly better firepower and the same armor. Although all the indicators of this thing are terrible and it looks like a beggar, it has 8 305mm large tubes, which is enough to bully outdated battleships such as pre-dreadnoughts and armored patrol ships. As for the export trade battlecruisers, they are positioned a little higher end and use 356mm naval guns. Yes, the same main guns as the Congo class, in order to take care of the spare parts problem of the Pomerania of the Far East Fleet. However, there are only 6 guns, which are installed in 3 simplified twin-mounted turrets. The hull is 185 meters long and 26 meters wide. The armor protection is basically copied from the previous beggar version of the Battleship. The power system is more advanced, with 64,000 horsepower to support the 24,000-ton Battleship to reach a speed of 27 knots. If it is in a blank state and the buyer does not purchase additional accessories, the construction price of this type of cheap battleship will be less than £1.5 million, 9 million taels of silver. If it is put up for sale, just sell it for 12 million taels. The battlecruiser is a bit higher end, about £2.4 million, 15 million taels of silver. Of course, personnel training, accessories, or technology transfer are calculated separately. The main feature of the 2 battleships is to use ready-made cheap products to solve the problem of whether there is a battleship or not, and there is no need to occupy the large slipway used by the Guangdong Autonomous Territory to build high-speed battleships. Although low profile, the price is by no means high. The configuration of the battleships for foreign trade of the British next door is not discounted, but the price and additional conditions are hard to say. Without any additional conditions, it is impossible to buy a 14-inch main gun battlecruiser with a speed of 27 knots for £2.4 million unless the British Navy orders it from its own shipyard. However, what Chu Qing did not expect was that the first customer was not one of those poor countries that had never used dreadnoughts, but the quite wealthy Principality of Yangzhou. Your Excellency, Governor, I am honored to have concluded this arms trade with you on behalf of the Principality of Yangzhou. The tall, elegant, well-dressed man in front of him was Perry Patterson, the special envoy sent by the Principality of Yangzhou. The envoy had only been in Guangdong for 1 day with his inspection team by airship. He had not even carefully checked the drawings. After a visit to the Xinpu shipyard, he placed an order for 2 battlecruisers and requested special customization based on the original plan, with further upgrades to the armor protection and power system. Chu Qing welcomed the god of wealth with open arms, and he hosted a banquet with his chief of staff Li He and the second-in-command of the Ordnance Bureau Chen Lishu. Both sides cooked and chatted, and both the host and the guests were very happy. Not counting the subsequent personnel training costs, the 35 million taels of silver only included the price of the hull and armaments. The special envoy paid 30% immediately after the contract was signed. Such a high advance payment ratio is not common, even if the relationship between the 2 parties is relatively friendly. Without Li He's hint, Chu Qing also understood the intention of the Principality of Yangzhou. They hope to obtain technology transfer. Our country is very interested in your shipbuilding technology. If you are willing to provide us with some technical assistance to help us build advanced battleships. Sure enough, halfway through the banquet, Special Envoy Perry Patterson spoke tentatively. On behalf of the Principality of Yangzhou, I can pay another 10% of the total contract price and purchase all the main components of an additional battlecruiser. Chapter 164 Big Purchase. Hiss. The people present from Guangdong all took a deep breath in their hearts, and Chu Qing was even more amazed at the wealth of these businessmen. As for technology transfer, it depends on the object. If it is a country like the Kingdom of Iberia, which is still quite a distance away from producing its own dreadnoughts, Chu Qing is not very willing to provide technical assistance. After all, finished products are the most profitable. If I sell you the technology, you will not come to me to buy again. However, the situation of the Principality of Yangzhou is a bit special. Yangzhou itself is extremely rich in mineral resources. As the largest free trade market in the Blue Star, it has huge funds, but does not have a fleet strength to match it. The only large battleships it has are 3 Indefatigable-class battlecruisers that came down in the Miracle Storm. The plan to build its own dreadnoughts has been implemented for a long time, but no major progress has been heard so far. Faced with such a buyer who is very rich but lacks a little bit of technology, after exchanging glances, a few people decided to add icing on the cake. Indefatigable class battlecruiser Australia. I don't know why I can illustrate again. After receiving Chu Qing's affirmative answer, Special Envoy Perry Patterson immediately smiled happily. In fact, the main purpose of the trip to Cangdong was to obtain the construction technology of advanced large battleships. The Yangzhou Navy's indefatigable class battlecruisers, each armed with 8 305mm guns, were once considered a formidable force, but with the increasing prevalence of super dreadnoughts, they were becoming less so. The rise of the East Sakura Empire, the intensifying conflict between Britain and the Iron Blood Nation, and the ongoing conflict between the White Eagle Federation and the Kingdom of Iberia in Luzon were all contributing to the growing tensions surrounding the Principality of Yangzhou, who felt the urgent need to strengthen their armaments and protect themselves. In fact, Yangzhou had already begun seeking to purchase or manufacture dreadnoughts, or even super dreadnoughts to strengthen its fleet. However, the conditions for exporting dreadnoughts by the major powers were very harsh, and they also strictly controlled the relevant technologies and were unwilling to leak any information. Moreover, they did not have relevant shipbuilding industry talents, so even if they invested a lot of money, they had not yet achieved full success. However, its actual progress is faster than the outside world knows. By reverse engineering a tireless class battlecruiser in poor condition and purchasing related equipment at high prices, the USS Canada is now able to produce major components such as 305mm guns and steam turbines. However, it is still unable to produce the most advanced Krupp-type carboized armor steel and lacks further integration and design capabilities. In short, it is missing the last few pieces of the puzzle. Yangzhou hopes to obtain technology transfer through cooperation with the rising Cangdong, crossing the threshold of large battleships in one fell swoop, and at the same time further deepen the connection and cooperation between the two sides. If they truly can't obtain technology transfer, it's no big deal. The Duchy of Yangzhou is already on the threshold of developing a dreadnought, and even without Cangdong's help, they'll definitely be able to break through in due time. If that's not possible, they can just decommission an indefatigable class battlecruiser and completely reverse engineer it, copying the exact same design. They've already ordered new ships to fill the gap in their fleet's capabilities. The complete set of blueprints for this type of battlecruiser you ordered will only cost you an additional 8 million taels of silver. Chu Qing made an 8 gesture. Of course, if you require additional technical guidance during the construction process, the cost will be for million taels. Also included are blueprints for another type of export-oriented dreadnought. As for the price of all the major components of this class of battlecruiser, I will calculate it as soon as possible and give you a quote. What do you think, Mr. Special Envoy? Deal. Perry Patterson shook Chu Qing's outstretched hand. I'll prepare the subsequent detailed contract as soon as possible. Happy working with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. The people present shook hands with the special envoy in celebration. There was another round of toasts. Chu Qing suddenly thought of taking the special envoy to the Ordnance Bureau's weapons testing ground to see some tanks. Perhaps they could even do a business deal. Boom. The tank prototype, which retains its original metallic color and shines silver, drives on the large washboard road and mudflat terrain of the weapons test site, demonstrating good maneuverability and terrain adaptability. The 12.7mm large-caliber machine gun it carries also easily penetrates common breastwork bunkers, showing good breakthrough capabilities overall. Washboard road used to test the performance of tank suspension systems. However, these did not seem to attract the attention of Special Envoy Perry Patterson. He just nodded and praised politely. After all, as a naval officer, he was accustomed to heavy firepower, and machine guns were nothing to him. It was only during the subsequent artillery firing tests that he regained some interest. After seeing that the 47mm artillery shells failed to penetrate the tank's frontal sloped armor at a distance of 100 meters, he looked at Chun Leshu, who was receiving him. This weapon called a tank is indeed a good mobile fortress. It is difficult to destroy the land forces of most forces in the world. If it is used as equipment for beach garrisons, it can effectively delay the enemy's landing process. It can also effectively support weak points behind the defense line. Chu Qing could only smile bitterly inwardly after hearing this. Mobile bunker? It seems the tank's breakthrough capability is not reflected at all. Actually, it's not Perry Patterson's fault. After all, there are very few large-scale land conflicts in this dimension. Most land battles are landing battles and close-range street fighting. Tanks without amphibious capabilities will find it difficult to complete the task of covering the infantry in the first wave of attack. In this dimension, Only medium-sized and larger cargo ships can carry large land combat equipment, such as tanks, into the landing site. If this type of equipment can dock, it means that the port has been taken, and then the necessity of tanks will not be so great. Looks like it's time to bring out another type of equipment. Mr. Special Envoy, do you think tanks can't play a role in landing offensive operations? Seeing that Perry Patterson didn't comment, Su Zhonghu took out a design sketch and said, "Take a look at this. I think it will change your mind." The Yangzhou envoy took the blueprint with great interest, then his expression became more vivid. He then called over his assistant and whispered a few words. Smiles also crept onto the eyebrows of Chu Qing and others. The amphibious tanks under development were naturally not taken out. What Chu Qing took out was the first tank landing ship in this plane. According to the classification of later generations, it was medium-sized, with a displacement of 130 tons. It was square in shape and had a gangway door at the bow that was basically the same width as the boat. It could directly transport 2 tanks or a tank plus 2 infantry squads to the beach. The only drawback was that it used a coal-fired boiler for economic reasons, which affected the space and carrying capacity inside the boat to a certain extent. On behalf of the Principality of Yangzhou, I will first order 50 tanks, Perry Patterson said, turning around with a smile. As for the landing craft, we will finalize the specific procurement plan later. Chapter 165, Mr. Holland. Although the Principality of Yangzhou itself does not have much demand for this obviously offensive equipment combination, it is different for other powers. Even though the envoy didn't know much about land warfare, he could see that this combination of landing ships and tanks could completely determine the outcome of a landing operation. This new equipment certainly contained huge business opportunities. That night, Special Envoy Perry Patterson delivered a contract, which included 50 tanks and 30 medium-sized landing craft. With the battlecruiser contract as a precedent, the total price of 6 million taels did not seem too surprising. Yangzhou wanted to buy more, but the production capacity of the Shandong Autonomous Territory was also limited, and it had to give priority to ensuring its own equipment. The configuration of the export warships is not very good, and the export tank models are naturally also reduced. For example, the engine horsepower is smaller than the original version. In order to ensure the supply of high-strength and high-toughness steel for the torsion bar suspension of domestic tanks, the suspension of the export tanks has also become a leaf spring type. However, the thickness of the front armor has also been weakened to 25 millimeters, so the maneuverability is not much different, and the main weapon is of course only equipped with a machine gun. When everyone from Yangzhou left the next day, Chu Qing personally led the autonomous region's senior officials to watch them board the airship, grinning from ear to ear. The total amount of this arms transaction with the Principality of Yangzhou was approaching a terrifying 60 million taels of silver, of which the advance payment reached 20 million taels. Who wouldn't be happy to see such a huge amount of silver flowing into their pockets? However, Chu Qing's excitement did not last long. An uninvited guest came to his office and asked for money. "Uncle Zhang is here to lobby for Mr. Ma again," Chu Qing said with a wry smile, looking at Zhang Shaoan, the Minister of Finance, who had fiery eyes in front of him. Zhang Shaoan was the original top scholar in the Blue Star Plane, and the old ma mentioned by Chu Qing was Ma Xiangbua, the current Minister of Education of Shandong Autonomous Territory. The two agreed that although Shandong now has a large number of skilled technicians and junior and mid-level engineers, as well as a naval academy, if it wants to continue to develop, it still has to establish a new comprehensive institution of higher learning to cultivate high-level talents and engage in scientific research. Therefore, they often come to persuade Chu Qing to establish a university. However, due to the continuous wars and financial difficulties, the plan to run a school was temporarily shelved and was rejected every time by Chu Qing on the grounds of immature timing and insufficient funds. Now that he saw that the Principality of Yangzhou had contributed a large order and its financial accounts had become more affluent, Zhang Shaoan went to Chu Qing's office again. In fact, Chu Qing also understood that science and technology are the primary productive forces, and scientific and technological talents are also an extremely important part of competition, and this is precisely Shandong's weakness. Although he owns the space-time mall and can unlock the technology of the original Blue Star, the technological development speed of Blue Star may not be much faster than this plane, and the technological development trajectory of this plane may not necessarily overlap with that of Blue Star. Institutions of higher learning not only cultivate their own talents, but also attract outstanding talents from outside. Chu Qing also hopes to use the excuse of running a university to lure a few good talents from the Taixi country to Shandong. Moreover, some of the technologies that are ahead of their time and can be exchanged in the space-time mall cannot appear out of thin air. It would be more reasonable to have a university to cover it up. Now that we have money, the wars in Guangdong and Songnan have been settled, and the powers such as Britain have withdrawn, the situation has stabilized. It is a rare development opportunity, and it is time to open a university. I can clearly see the sincerity of the two general managers. Chu Qing pulled out a blank order template and began to write and draw on it. Right now, it is indeed time for Guangdong to develop education. Xinpu is selected as the site for the establishment of Guangdong University. The first batch of funds for the establishment of the university is specially approved, totaling 5 million taels of silver, and the funds are earmarked for the specific purpose. While Guangdong was seizing the opportunity to develop intensively, the White Eagle Federation on the other side of the ocean was also not idle. Mr. President, the fleet bound for Qiancang has set sail. President McKinley's assistant handed a report to his desk. Also, the battle in Havana is nearing its end, and the stars and stripes are flying on the top of Mount Cantero. McKinley opened the report, which contained information about the Second Fleet heading to the Qiancang Sea. Britain and France withdrew their tentacles from the waters of the former Qiancang Empire, while the Guangdong Autonomous Territory and the Taixi Kingdom were in full swing. Now the eyes of the great powers were on the weak Second Empire. Previously, due to insufficient troops, the White Eagle Federation Task Force could only play a supporting role in the war in the northern Shaanxi area, so that a large piece of the pie was snatched away by the Dongying Empire, which made Congress very dissatisfied. Now, in order to intimidate the Caucasus Empire, which is currently gathering troops in the Far East, and to help its younger brother take down the Second Empire, the White Eagle Federation finally decided to send a second fleet to the area controlled by Qiancang Kingdom. The battleship lineup of this fleet is luxurious, consisting entirely of super dreadnoughts, including 2 Tennessee-class and 2 New Mexico-class super dreadnought battleships, with a total of 48 356mm guns, which can surely deter the restless Caucasus Empire. President McKinley put the signed document aside and suddenly thought of something, looking up at his assistant. I heard that Mr. Holland has resigned and decided to leave the White Eagle Federation? Yes, the assistant recalled for a moment. But, Mr. President, I don't think you need to worry too much about him. That weird old man's invention is unique, but it's ultimately just a toy that burns money. A half-baked toy cost us $150,000, and he's actually asking us to pay $300,000. It's ridiculous. Although I don't know much about the Navy, I understand that the future belongs to mighty steel dreadnoughts, not expensive gadgets like these. McKinley shrugged his shoulders and remained non-committal, not expressing his own attitude. Instead, he changed the subject from Holland to his dear former Undersecretary of the Navy. Where is Teddy now? Mr. Roosevelt played a great role in the Battle of San Juan. Now that the outcome of the battle is decided, he is heading home with his volunteer cavalry regiment. President McKinley nodded with satisfaction. After his assistant left, he leaned back in his large chair and lit a cigar. Teddy, the position of Undersecretary of the Navy is still not enough for you. Chapter 166. You Chase Me. Another month passed, and it was September 31st, 1665 in this dimension's calendar. The site selection for Guangdong University has been completed, and the construction of teaching buildings and school buildings has begun. The experimental equipment are all the most advanced equipment selected by Chu Qing within the time limit of 1925 in the Space-Time Mall. The Minister of Education Ma Xiangbo personally serves as the administrative principal. The notice issued by Chu Qing himself to recruit faculty and staff from all over the world has also attracted a group of lecturers and even professors from Qiancang University in the Qiancang Empire. After the personnel selected by the Taixi country arrive to negotiate other matters, they will begin to carry out enrollment work. The condition for the Iron Blood Nation to allocate personnel to Guangdong to support the construction of Guangdong's higher education was that Chu Qing help the Iron Blood Nation design and build 3 6,500 to 7,500 ton cruisers. After learning about the epic-making technological level of the cruisers being built in Guangdong, the avid naval enthusiast William II could not sit still and said that the Iron Blood Nation's fleet also needed this kind of dreadnought-like light cruiser born for battle. In front of this new type of warship, those small cruisers in the past have become high-speed merchant ships with guns. Chu Qing certainly tried his best to meet this request. After all, it would be a fool not to make money, let alone his ally. The plan is also ready. We only need to replace the armament with the 150mm gun commonly used by the Iron Blood country, and then make some modifications based on the cruiser currently being built in Guangdong. The Ordnance Bureau came up with 2 plans for the Iron Blood Nation to choose from. One was a plan using 3 triple-mounted 150mm saddle turrets and a speed of 28.5 knots, and the other was a design with 4 twin-mounted turrets and a speed of 29 knots. Both were prepared to install a simplified version of the new Bolin electromechanical fire control. The protection level was strengthened according to the preferences of the Iron Blood Nation, and the coverage of the main armor belt was appropriately extended to prevent excessive buoyancy due to water ingress at the bow and stern of the ship. In the end, perhaps due to considerations for shooting accuracy, the Taixi people chose plan number 2 with 1 less gun. Chu Qing was not vague and immediately instructed to build the hulls of the 3 cruisers for the Taixi Empire at the Qiancang shipyard. As for the armament, let the Taixi people install it themselves. After Chu Qing exchanged a large number of advanced equipment from the space-time mall, the industrialization level of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory has risen to a level that was previously unimaginable. The output value of all industries except oil has exceeded the total of the Qiancang Empire in its heyday. The armor steel manufacturing technology has also been slightly upgraded from Krupp's KC armor to Vickers VC armor steel with slightly improved performance. Once the personnel are fully staffed and the production capacity is fully utilized, the annual output of hardened armor steel will soar to 50,000 tons. During this period, the Miracle Storm also visited the Dongying Islands. The 2 Haitian ships, 4 Longwei-class armored patrol ships, and 3 Vulcan-class torpedo hunters that landed one after another were nothing serious. These ships, which seemed a bit outdated, were all pulled by Chu Qing to the Western Fleet or simply assigned to the Naval Academy. However, it is worth noting that a Ling Yuan-class battleship also landed in the Dongying Islands. If it was a year ago, this dreadnought that arrived would definitely be treated as a treasure by Chu Qing. If it had arrived half a year ago, it would have become the backbone of the fleet. But now, the combat power of a Delaware-class ship is not enough, and it is also incompatible with the British or Iron Blood-style logistics system currently owned by Chu Qing. Keeping it in his hands will only depreciate. Although the Inspector General of Guangdong had previously hidden a Ling Yuan-class ship in Jingling, it was because Sun Nanzhong and the White Eagle Federation colluded with each other at that time and secretly helped to provide spare parts. Now that the White Eagle Federation had just suffered a great loss in Luzon, it would certainly not be so easy for it to provide logistical support to the Guangdong Autonomous Region. Moreover, the people in this plane do not know the rules of the Miracle Storm, but Chu Qing, a visitor from Blue Star, can more or less infer that the Miracle ship is closely related to the naval fleet of the force corresponding to the same coordinates of the original Blue Star by combining the information of the 2 planes. Unfortunately, the Blue Star forces corresponding to the Qiancang Empire's territory almost completely missed the era of battleships and early aircraft carriers. Therefore, it can be predicted that for a considerable period of time, the warships of Miracle Storm will not see any significant increase in combat power. There is no need to build a separate logistics support system. So, Chu Qing put this Ling Yuan-class warship up for sale again, and the buyer was none other than the Qiancang Second Empire, equivalent to 13 million taels of silver. They also placed an order for a dreadnought for export. Furthermore, it was rumored that the Caucasus Empire had also sold a few cruisers to the young emperor. These repeated largesse in ship purchases made Chu Qing wonder just how much of the Qiancang Empire's legacy the Second Empire had inherited. The reason why Chu Qing repeatedly sold warships to the Second Empire was not because he really supported the Second Empire, but because he needed the Second Empire to form a tie with the Qiancang Kingdom supported by the White Eagle in the north, so as to prevent Guangdong from being attacked from both sides in the future. Recently, the White Eagle Federation's fleet communications in the Pacific direction have become more frequent, and it is obvious that they are preparing to send additional troops to the Zhongbei Sea area. We don't ask the disabled Second Empire to draw with the White Eagle Federation, but at least the gap in strength shouldn't be too great. Chu Qing was seizing the opportunity to develop, while Britain and France, who had suffered a great loss, were also preparing a big move. The French quickly approved the construction plan of the Normandy class and prepared to transfer a Normandy-class ship that came down in the Miracle Storm to Malay to join the British fleet there. Newspapers in Britain called this incident the greatest shame of the empire in this century. Parliament urgently added 3 shipbuilding budgets, and the shipyards in Britain were fully operational. In addition to the improved Lion-class battlecruisers under construction, 4 more battlecruisers were urgently built based on the Renown-class battlecruisers that descended in the Miracle Storm. All citizens were waiting to seek revenge on the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. The British fleet that retreated to Malay was also reorganized and merged with the Malay colonial fleet to form the new Far East Fleet. Beatty handed over the command to Vice Admiral Gerard Noel. Jellicoe, who was promoted to Major General, returned to the Far East Fleet with 2 newly added Queen-class battleships. Together with the two original Queen-class battleships in the Malay colony, the newly formed Far East Fleet had 4 super dreadnoughts. Fisher also seemed to have the idea of transferring a Reputation-class or Revenge-class battleship to the Far East. If this idea was realized, the Far East Fleet would become the most powerful squadron outside the home fleet. Chapter 167: The Boers and the Iron Blood Nation Experts. Thank you for your help, Your Excellency the Governor. Not long after seeing off the Yangzhou envoy, Chu Qing received another important client, a bearded Boer, General Pete Crony. The Second Boer War that should have taken place in this dimension was delayed for some reason. Although the two sides were on the verge of a war, what had broken out so far was only a small-scale armed conflict. The British Empire did not seem to have made up its mind to deploy large-scale troops to South Africa again. However, the Far East had already suffered a defeat, and the British would certainly not be willing to lose control of the huge wealth of South Africa. War was imminent, and General Pete Crony, one of the senior commanders of the Boer armed forces, had to come to Sangdong in person to purchase weapons. Compared with naval equipment, the Boers asked Sangdong to buy light firepower such as rifles and light and heavy machine guns. General Crony asked for 70,000 rifles and 2,500 light and heavy machine guns. However, when Chu Qing placed the quotation in front of General Crony, the dark-skinned General Boer frowned and whispered a few words in the translator's ear. Your Excellency, Governor, is your offer too insincere? Crony pointed at the price of 80 taels of silver for the rifle on the quotation sheet and shook his head in dissatisfaction. Even the Mauser Gu-98 rifle, originally produced in the Iron Blood Empire, only costs 20 taels of silver on the market. You're selling the same product for 4 times the price. According to you, that's taking advantage of someone's misfortune and raising the price, right? Chu Qing looked at General Crony with a frown on his face and couldn't help laughing. General, you may not be aware that our rifles use 7.92 mm ammunition, but they are not the Gu-98 type used by the Iron Blood Nation. Please follow me. Arriving at the underground shooting range of the official Residence Guard platoon, Chu Qing reached out and took the guard's semi-automatic rifle and handed it to General Crony. It is 2 levels better than the British Lee Enfield rifle. The latter has been in battle for a long time, so he can naturally see that this gun is very different from the Gu-98. Bang! Bang! After pulling the trigger twice, 2 bullet holes appeared in the small circle of 10 on the target board. General Crony's originally frowned brows completely relaxed, and Chu Qing also released the resonance amplification field. It really is a semi-automatic rifle, and it's surprisingly easy to use. Your Excellency, Governor, please forgive my rudeness just now. Such a rifle is indeed worth 80 taels of silver. We need 70,000 units. When can you deliver? Well, because our own armed forces are also waiting for equipment replacement and production capacity is limited, so. I understand. Friends in Qiancang, please rest assured that funds are not a problem. We can use gold for settlement. Pay a 30% deposit first, and after the delivery is completed, we will settle all the payments at the agreed port in Yangzhou. With a magnanimous wave of his hand, General Crony controlled the Orange Free State and the Transvaal Republic, which were controlled by the Boer armed forces and had large reserves of gold and diamond mines, and the thing they had the most was precious metals. After happily reaching a purchase intention, General Crony went to the Ordnance Bureau's test site to observe the shooting demonstration of the 12.7 mm heavy machine gun. He fell in love with the air-cooled version of Lao Gan Ma at first sight and purchased 500 of them. However, when inspecting the light machine gun, General Crony did not show much enthusiasm and even only ordered 500 of them. This is not surprising. The light machine guns currently used by the Sangdong Autonomous Territory are not very good. The light machine guns converted from semi-automatic rifles inherently have the defect of low rate of fire. In addition, the weight has increased significantly due to the thickening of the barrel, the addition of heat dissipation components, and the use of drum magazines to enhance firepower sustainability. Compared with semi-automatic rifles, the firepower improvement is limited and the mobility is greatly reduced. No wonder the Boers don't want to buy it. General Crony, I think this weapon should also meet your needs. Chu Qing thought for a moment and took a Thompson from the guard of the Ordnance Bureau. It is now called the Type 65 submachine gun within the Sangdong Autonomous Territory. Correspondingly, firearms such as the M1916 semi-automatic and the Lao Gan Ma-like 12.7 mm heavy machine gun have all been given the code name of Type 65. This weapon uses .45 bullets and is very powerful. Its short burst of firepower exceeds that of the Type 65 light machine gun you previously examined. It is also lighter and well suited to your army's guerrilla tactics. We're using 30-round magazines, And we can also use 70 round drum magazines. 300 militiamen armed with Type 65 submachine guns can easily defeat a British infantry regiment at the right combat distance. Seeing the terrifying firepower of the Thompson submachine gun at close range, General Crony's eyes lit up. Without even asking the price, he directly placed an order for 3,000 guns. At this point, these tens of thousands of guns and matching ammunition were equivalent to an increase of more than 12 million silver dollars in income for Songdong. Chu Qing also sent the tycoon away with a smile on his face. And by the way, he also gave the batch of French and Spanish rifles seized when the Songnansi area was annexed to General Crony. Governor, delivering 70,000 rifles a month. I'm afraid the Ordnance Department's current production capacity is not enough. Chen Lishu couldn't help but remind Chu Qing that the current rifle production line of the Ordnance Bureau can only produce 50,000 rifles per month, and the remaining gap will not be easy to fill. The rest can be delivered from the Marines' existing equipment. Money is secondary. We mainly need those boars to delay the British as much as possible and bleed them more. Chu Qing directly issued an order to the Marines. Compared to weapons, time is the most important thing to us. The rise of the Songdong Autonomous Territory is definitely not what the great powers want to see. In recent times, reports of spies from the great powers infiltrating or instigating rebellion have been common in various places. This has never happened before. It can be seen that the desire of various forces to spy on Songdong has reached an extremely blatant level. Since Songdong dares to confront Britain, France, and Spain head-on, it is obvious that the iron-blooded empire alone is not enough to provide cover. Apart from the Boers, Chu Qing even considered establishing a connection with the Dublin Free State and letting them set a few fires in the British backyard. While Chu Qing was trying his best to buy time for the development of the Songdong Autonomous Territory, the guest from the Taixi Empire finally arrived in the Songdong Autonomous Territory. Hello, Professor Braun. On behalf of the Songdong Autonomous Territory, I welcome you and all the experts. At the Taixi Islands airship landing site, for silver-gleaming hardshell airships painted with red claws and red beaks of black eagles, and the Iron Blood Nation delegation and expert team who had just completed a long-distance flight and came from afar, walked out of the crew cabin one after another. Putting aside the diplomatic officials from the Iron Blood Nation who came to establish formal diplomatic relations with the Songdong Autonomous Region, this group of experts from the Iron Blood Nation was enough for Chu Qing and the senior executives to personally welcome them. The first batch of experts and professors to provide assistance were directly transferred from various universities and other related research institutions of the Iron Blood country. They were mainly from engineering and science fields. The team was led by Carl Ferdinand Braun, an expert in electricity and radio. The inventor of the cathode ray tube also won the Nobel Prize on Blue Star for his outstanding contributions to the field of radio. The next morning, Professor Braun and others were taken to the warehouse where the experimental equipment was stored to see the research equipment prepared by the Songdong Autonomous Territory. Professor Braun and his companions knew little about the distant country of Qiancang. They only knew that it had been quite prosperous hundreds of years ago, but had gradually declined due to internal strife in the past 100 years. It had made no achievements during the period of modern technological explosion, so it needed assistance from the Iron Blood Empire. However, the various instruments stored in this warehouse seemed to be no less advanced than the current state-of-the-art level, and many of the brand-new equipment are things that even these professors have never seen before. How is this different from the rumors? Chapter 168 Shocking Change. Chu Qing waved his hand, signaling his men not to stop this group of professors from touching the instruments. Although he had no expression on his face, he was secretly happy in his heart. The prices of these devices in the Space-Time Mall were very expensive, and he would not be able to scare you natives away. For this group of experts from the Iron Blood Nation, Chu Qing not only expected them to teach students, but also hoped that they could use these equipment to make some technologies appear in this dimension in advance, such as radar. Professor Braun and another engineer, Christian Hounsmel, were both specifically requested by Chu Qing from the iron-blooded Chinese people in order to pave the way for the emergence of radar. Hounsmel was the inventor of the electric mirror, the prototype of the Blue Star plane radar, which used radio echoes to detect objects. The Braun tube invented by Braun, the cathode ray tube, CRT, was an essential component for the manufacture of early displays. Radar, without a display, would have difficulty effectively feeding back information. Furthermore, he was also a radio expert. If the two could work together, perhaps they could bring true radar to this plane sooner rather than later. While Chu Qing was thinking, a lieutenant colonel from the monitoring department rushed to him and brought a telegram that would cause a huge storm in this dimension. At the same time, the Kyoto Bay waters of Taitamaoki. Boom! An old, disarmed Matsushima-class warship was lifted off the water in a violent explosion. The hull was torn apart by the vibration and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. On the Tianlong-class light cruiser observing from a distance, the Dongying officials from the Naval General Staff and the Naval Headquarters cheered. Yes, this was the site of the final test of the Dongying Empire's first practical oxygen torpedo. The Dongying Empire in this dimension was very lucky. After only a few explosions, they found the trick of first passing air and then pure oxygen, and then successfully developed this prototype oxygen torpedo based on the Type 8 610mm torpedo. This torpedo boasts formidable performance, capable of carrying a 500 kilograms warhead and traveling 20,000 meters at 50 knots. At reduced speed, its range can even surpass that of a battleship's main gun, reaching 40 kilometers. Captain Kishimoto has made a truly remarkable contribution to the creation of such a powerful weapon. The head of the second section of the first department of the Naval General Staff looked at Captain Kishimoto Kakaharu, who had just joined the Naval General Staff, with satisfaction. It was he who discovered the compromise method of first introducing air and then introducing pure oxygen after the air was exhausted. In time, my position will definitely be taken by Kishimoto-kun. This year is the 2566th year of the Imperial Era, so let's name this type of torpedo weapon the Type 66 Special Torpedo. After a burst of whispers, Vice Admiral Saito Minoru, director of the Naval Administration Headquarters, finalized the name of this type of torpedo. The various naval factories have already prepared to renovate the existing ships. I will immediately report this to General Togo, the Chief of Naval Affairs, and have the fleet develop a reasonable renovation plan as soon as possible. However, the oxygen torpedo is our secret weapon against Songdong and even the American and British powers. It must be kept strictly confidential. From now on, the term pure oxygen is strictly prohibited in any published operating manuals. Second air must be used instead. All personnel involved in research and development must maintain strict confidentiality. The cruiser Tianlong returned to the dock from Taitamacho with a shipload of senior officers from the Tosakura Navy, while the new Chief of Naval Affairs Hayakuro Togo had been waiting on the shore for a long time. The newly promoted admiral had a solemn expression on his face and did not have the excitement he had when he received the news of the torpedo test. Headquarters has received some unusual reports. Therefore, the Military Affairs Department has decided to hold a special meeting in half an hour. All officers above the rank of colonel must attend. 3 hours ago, at 36 degrees north latitude and 127 degrees east longitude, there were violent storms and raging waves. This place originally belonged to the Gali Peninsula, but after geological changes 100 years ago, it sank as a whole, leaving only a vast ocean. It has gradually become a fishing base for distant water fishing boats from various nearby forces, but today the wind and waves are too strong and visibility is poor. Apart from an ocean liner sailing on the scheduled route, there are no other ships. The wind and waves are so strong. It's really strange. According to past experience, there shouldn't be such a big storm in this area of the sea at this time of year. The White Eagle captain tried his best to stand upright in the turbulent wind and waves, while the helmsman beside him concentrated on keeping the ship on course and sailing against the waves. However, the lookout who was securing himself with ropes on the mainmast noticed something unusual. There seemed to be a strange-looking ship in a thick fog ahead. There's a ship 4,000 yards ahead. It looks like a battleship. The captain also noticed the strange ship at this time. As the former navigator of the White Eagle Navy, he claimed to have some knowledge of ships of various countries, but he had never heard of the battleship in front of him that was about 5,000 tons, had a bloated superstructure, and only had one naval gun. Could it be a new miracle battleship? The captain of the White Eagle passenger ship muttered to himself, and then quickly turned to surprise. Immediately send a message on the medium wave radio to notify the naval fleet on Taixi Island to set off. Damage Control Center. Immediately confirm the status of all components of this ship. Second Lieutenant Commander Yamizu Saburo, whose head was dazed by the shock, finally recovered. Check communications, contact friendly ships and Sasebo Air Base, and report that this ship is in distress en route to the experimental area. Fire in the electrical equipment on the second deck. Damage control team has arrived to deal with it. The engine room reports a malfunction in engine number 2. CIC Combat Intelligence Center, urgent report. Communication equipment is fine, but the FCS-2 fire control radar is malfunctioning, and the OPS-28 surface-to-surface radar system has been impacted and is offline. Restarting. No response from the command center. No response from the friendly ships, Yudachi, and Harasame. All our communication frequencies are radio silent. Bad news came one after another. The captain of the missile destroyer Murasame, Saburo Yamizu, still couldn't figure out the situation. Even if the friendly ship was separated from him in the storm, he should not be unable to contact the Sasebo base on the shore, right? An ominous premonition has already enveloped Yamizu Saburo's heart. Bearing 355, a ship is approaching. No response from friend or foe identification. Visual confirmation in progress. Chapter 169 Emergency Dispatch. CIC reports to the bridge. The satellite antenna is working normally, but it cannot search for signals from any satellite. The communication device in the bridge sounded again, but still did not bring good news. Inside the bridge of the Murasame, a group of self-defense force officers were using binoculars to carefully observe the old antique passenger ship that passed closely by the Murasame, and the more they looked, the more confused they became. This type of passenger ship is still in operation and is so well maintained. It should have been retired long ago, and the crew's clothing is also inappropriate. Navigation Captain Katakawa Seiichi couldn't help but complain. Are we really going to another world like in those light novels? Maybe it's true. The deputy captain Sato Yosuke, who had been silent, spoke up. Satellites, friendly ships, and land bases have all lost contact. Even if a nuclear war had just broken out, they couldn't all be destroyed in such a short time, right? Coupled with this brand new old-style passenger ship, I have sufficient reason to believe that this ship has encountered the so-called crossing incident. Colonel Sato, now is not the time to tell these jokes. Yamizu, in the captain's seat, propped up his head and spoke, but was immediately interrupted by Sato. Look at the sextant report from the lookout team, Captain Yamizu. We've deviated over 300 kilometers from our original position and are now in the waters off the Gali Peninsula. Is this normal? Colonel Sato, even if what you said is true, what should we do next? Contact Dongying in this dimension? Will that bring some unpredictable consequences? Are you worried about changing the course of the times? Captain Katakawa, it has seen us now and may have already transmitted our coordinates. The Murasame can no longer turn back. Sato stared at Colonel Katakawa with his eyes and pointed with his right hand at the departing passenger ship. The wind and waves outside the porthole were hitting the Murasame, forcing him to stretch out his left hand and grab the back of the captain's chair. Now that we're here, should we follow the path of history and willingly serve as vassals of the White Eagle Federation? Or should we unleash the weapons of 90 years from now aboard the Murasame, change the fate of the East Sakura Nation, and completely wash away this shame? Okay, Lieutenant Colonel Sato, Lieutenant Colonel Katakawa, let's end the argument. The top priority now is to ensure the survival of our ship and all crew members. As for whether we should intervene in the progress of this dimension. Second Lieutenant Colonel Yamizu paused, and a thunderclap sounded above his head. We have to adapt to the situation. After all, we don't know the specific situation of this plane. Moreover, many of our equipment has malfunctioned. Even the engine room is only half operational. However, common sense dictates that if Dongying also exists in this plane, they shouldn't harbor ill will towards us. For the sake of obtaining fuel and supplies, I suggest immediately transmitting according to the recorded communication frequencies and codes of the old Dongying Navy, prioritizing contact with the Dongying forces in this plane. That merchant ship was flying a flag with 45 white stars, which corresponds to the style of the White Eagle Federation from 1890 to 1908. It's speculated that the technological level of this dimension should have reached the early 20th century, and diesel should have been available by then. Colonel Yamizu cleared his throat. Turn on the ship's microphone. I want to address the entire ship. Gentlemen, if the contents of this telegram are accurate, then we are undoubtedly facing an enemy far beyond our current understanding. At the fleet's emergency meeting, Chu Qing faced the senior officials with a serious expression, while the attendants quickly distributed the enemy situation briefing written by Chu Qing himself to everyone. Based on these three pieces of intelligence, we can confirm that this descending miracle battleship is already under the control of the Dongying people. The White Eagle Federation has also learned of this news, and the Qingdao base's communications have also become active, so they are very likely to be involved. The monitoring department intercepted 3 telegrams in succession, 2 of which came from a communication frequency that had never been recorded, and the encryption method of one of them had never been seen before, but the signal strength was unprecedented. Chu Qing used the intelligent computer to analyze the encrypted telegram and combined it with the other 2 intercepted telegrams. A sense of crisis instantly surged in his heart, and he immediately held an emergency meeting and ordered the fleet to prepare for battle. A damaged Murasame-class guided missile destroyer appeared in the waters of the Gali Peninsula, carrying a crew from the East Sakura Maritime Self-Defense Force of another time and space. Most importantly, the ship has also attempted to contact the East Sakura Empire. The threat behind this is self-evident. The Qiancang Autonomous Territory and the Dongying Empire are in a hostile relationship, and as warships of the Dongying Maritime Self-Defense Force in another dimension, they will never have a friendly attitude towards the Qiancang Navy. Once the ship successfully arrives at the Dongying Empire, Chu Qing cannot imagine how terrifyingly high the technological level of the latter will be pushed to by the technological products that are decades ahead and the basic scientific knowledge of the crew. A device capable of overcoming the curvature of the blue planet and searching for targets at distances exceeding 100 kilometers, an anti-ship weapon with a range exceeding 100 kilometers and a very high hit rate, and a torpedo that can autonomously seek out and attack targets. Compared to these terrifying weapons, its speed of over 30 knots and excellent acceleration performance seem mediocre. Is this a technological level that's more than 80 years ahead of our current era? Chief of Staff Zhong Qilan looked at Chu Qing in disbelief. After receiving a positive response, he sighed, "I really can't imagine what the Dongying people will do with it. Fortunately, it is not at full combat capability right now. Judging from the message, it has lost half of its power, and its weapon system seems to have some problems." Chu Qing comforted everyone. It's not that we can't deal with it in this situation, but if it reaches the Dongying Empire and regains its full combat capability, even if we sink it, it will cost a huge price. Notify Chief of Staff Li that all surface warships of the Northern Fleet with a speed of 24 knots or above depart for the Gali Sea to search for targets. The Eastern Fleet's Qixia, Wui, and Tianzhu units will conclude their formation training and proceed to Tongzhou to rendezvous with the 1st Destroyer Squadron. I will personally command from Tianzhu and issue detailed operational instructions. We must intercept them outside Dongying's territorial waters at all costs. Also, unless there is a direct order from me, seaplanes and submarines are strictly prohibited from deploying. Yes, the Murasame-class missile destroyer, originally launched by the East Sakura Sea of the Blue Star in 1996, is the first destroyer equipped with an active phased array radar. Its situational awareness capability is unparalleled in this dimension, and its air defense and anti-submarine capabilities are its strengths. It is basically wishful thinking to confront it with the infant-like air and underwater forces of the Qiancang Autonomous Territory. The rapid-fire artillery on it is not something that 1 or 2 small and medium-sized ships can easily deal with. Chu Qing's idea is to take advantage of its power failure and use the speed advantage of the large and high-speed battleship with thick skin and strong muscles to approach the maximum range, and then activate the fitting calculation module of the intelligent brain, seeking to make the opponent lose its combat effectiveness before the opponent's firepower paralyzes itself. Chapter 170 Chasing. Chris, tell me how long this voyage will take. On the open-air bridge, Lieutenant Commander Komen, captain of the White Eagle Navy's Wix-class destroyer, wiped the seawater that was about to flow into his eyes and yelled loudly at the navigator. This Vickers-class destroyer is the most advanced screen ship of the White Eagle Federation. It was recently deployed to the Qingdao base and is equipped with 4 102mm guns. Its maximum speed can reach 35 knots. Unlike Blue Star, the first batch of Vickers-class destroyers are equipped with radio direction finders and special radio jammers. After testing, it can simultaneously interfere with shortwave communications of 3 frequencies within a range of 20 kilometers, and can also effectively interfere with medium-wave communications. Originally, she and her 2 sister ships were not needed for this mission, but after Qingdao base received a report from the passenger ship that someone was suspected of boarding the ship, Commander Rear Admiral Rogers seemed to be interested in testing the power of these 3 destroyers. So, the 3 Weeks-class destroyers were sent to the Gali waters to meet their first battle. The goal was to block communications and seize control of the ship as soon as possible, waiting for the arrival of subsequent tugboats. If the ship hasn't moved too far recently, it will take about 3 hours. Major Chris responded with an equally loud roar. What a damned awful weather. With such strong winds and waves, I hope that boat doesn't get sunk by the waves. There are still 3 hours left. I really don't know what General Rogers is thinking. A 5,000-ton ship with only a small caliber main gun. What's the point of letting the Dongying dwarves tow away such a crappy ship? Lieutenant Colonel Komen was indignant. The Federation Navy's newest destroyer should demonstrate its power on a real battlefield, rather than fighting a storm for a broken ship like it is now. Captain, we've detected that ship's communications. The signal strength is very strong, and they're still using the East Sakura Navy's communication frequency, but the content is coded and cannot be deciphered. The direction finder indicates that they're located southwest of U.S. The signalman rushed up from the bottom hold and waved a report, and Lieutenant Colonel Coleman immediately issued an order to change course and sail at full speed. However, the Murasame, 100 kilometers away, was still sailing at a low speed of 10 knots due to a malfunction in the engine system, and was completely unaware of this. Damage control reports to the bridge. Inspection has revealed that some circuit components of the Type 90 missile launch tubes and the Mk-41 VLS are damaged and temporarily inoperable. However, the OPS-28 search radar system is expected to be back online within 4 hours. The navigation radar and FCS-2 fire control radar have also returned to normal. It's good news. If the launch device is repaired, we will regain full combat capability. Captain Yamizu straightened his white Maritime Self-Defense Force uniform, and a hint of joy finally appeared on his face. Although the most powerful Type 90 anti-ship missiles cannot be used for the time being, the auto-naval guns and ESSM missiles can be used. Coupled with the 16 ASROC missiles loaded in the VLS, vertical launch system, it can also carry out anti-ship strikes in emergencies. Once the repairs are completed, the Murasame will be invincible in this time and space, echoed Colonel Katakawa. The warhead of the ASROC anti-submarine missile is a lightweight 46 Malawian Quachas torpedo. Although it has a small caliber and is light in weight, the warships in this dimension should not be able to avoid the attack of this acoustic homing torpedo. Katakawa, you should have some knowledge of the Navy of the old times, right? Which is the most powerful warship in this plane right now? Judging from the flag flying on the White Eagle passenger ship, this dimension is no later than 1908. Considering the tonnage and style of that passenger ship, the most powerful warship currently should be the British Navy's Dreadnought-class battleship. Captain Katakawa confidently answered the captain's question. As a fan of large ships and cannons, he was familiar with early battleships. 10 12-inch guns, while powerful, are nowhere near as swift and accurate as Murasame. Since this dimension is different from our history, the Mikasa may not have encountered that accident and is still serving in the old Navy. I really want to see her heroic appearance as a battleship. When he thought of these famous ships in the history of Tosakura, Lieutenant Colonel Sato, standing in front of the porthole, could not control the desire in his heart. Don't be so excited, Lieutenant Colonel Sato. Judging from the information we have, we may not be welcome even if we arrive at Sasebo port. Second Lieutenant Colonel Yamizu interrupted Sato's daydreaming in time. In the previous communications with the Dongying Empire in this dimension, the other party was very cautious and only asked Murasame to go to Sasebo port with the reception fleet, and to be careful of the White Eagle Navy fleet stationed at the Qingdao base and the Qiancang Navy in the south. All other information was no comment. Although the command of Murasame did not know why the Gali Peninsula no longer existed, why there were White Eagle people on Qing Island, and did not know what the weak Qiancang Navy needed to pay attention to at this time, they could also judge that this plane was obviously different from Blue Star. CIC calling the bridge. CIC calling the bridge. I'm Yamizu, CIC, please speak. The electronic warfare system has detected a significant increase in radioactivity in the northeast. Based on the intelligence provided by the Dongying Empire in this plane, we have determined that this is a military frequency used by the White Eagle Federation. The source of the signal is being determined. The White Eagle Federation fleet stationed on Qing Island, coming to find us. Captain Yamizu clasped his hands together, supporting his head. Engine room. What's the maximum speed we can reach to ensure safety? Engine room reporting to the bridge. Half of the ship's engine group has failed. The maximum speed is expected to not exceed 20 knots. 20 knots. Yamizu looked at the navigator Katakawa, who told him with certainty that this speed was not enough to outrun the Blue Star's 1908 level reconnaissance ships. All right then. Increase speed to 16 knots. Get the surface radar back online as soon as possible. Activate the air search radar and mobilize the entire lookout squad to a full air and surface alert. Yamizu stood up and left the red captain's seat, walked to the porthole, looked at the Oto Malara 76mm naval gun with a maximum firing rate of 120 rounds per minute and the 16-unit 41 Malawian Quachas vertical launch system on the front deck, and thought for a moment. Prepare the Seahawk for takeoff and provide aerial reconnaissance for this ship. If it is confirmed that the other side is hostile and may pose a threat to our ship and our 160 crew members, the use of force in self-defense is permitted. Chapter 171 Hellfire. On October 3, 1665 in the calendar of this plane, in the waters of Uenguli Peninsula, the strong winds, raging waves and heavy rains have passed, and the fleet of the Tsangdong Navy is advancing at full speed. The giant ship in the middle, towering like a mountain, is the Qi-class battleship Tenju, accompanied by 2 Admiral-class battlecruisers. The previous bad sea conditions made the wave problem on the rear deck of this class of ships even more serious. Originally, as a battleship, it should have been named after the archipelago instead of the mountain named Tianju. However, the old-fashioned people in the fleet stubbornly believed that this high-speed battleship with a maximum speed of nearly 30 knots belonged to the category of battlecruiser. Coupled with the support of the officers and soldiers of the ship, this high-speed battleship was given the title of battlecruiser in a confused manner. Since it was not a fleet-decisive battle between battleships, the deployment of the fleet was different from normal circumstances. Chu Qing took into account the gap in technological levels. It was almost impossible for destroyers and cruisers to cause any damage to the Murasame class. Therefore, the 4 Shakespeare-class destroyers and 4 Hawkins-class heavy cruisers dispatched by the 2 major fleets did not serve as the vanguard in front of the main battleships, but together with the rest of the Northern Fleet ships, they conducted search and reconnaissance of the Dongying fleet in the waters south of the Gali Peninsula. The main fleet consisting of 3 high-speed large warships headed straight for the coordinates reported by the White Eagle passenger ship, while 2 slower Queen-class battleships were stationed behind the light ships to prevent the White Eagle Federation Qingdao fleet from launching a surprise attack or annihilating the Dongying reception fleet. Governor, this is the report from the monitoring station. After sorting out the deciphered telegrams, we can conclude that the White Eagle Federation Navy Qingdao base dispatched 3 new destroyers to Gali, and they seem to have discovered the Dongying battleship. So, she's probably here. 10 o'clock on our current course. Lieutenant General Zhong Qilin quickly marked the approximate location of the Dongying battleship on the nautical chart. It looks like the White Eagles will make contact with this battleship before us, 4 hours earlier. That might not be a bad thing. It's impossible to take it down with just these 3 destroyers. Every time we consume its ammunition, our chances of winning increase. Should we recall other warships? Zhong Qilin asked. No, don't break the radio silence. This will expose our presence in advance. If our 3 high-speed battleships can't handle it, then even recalling the guard fleet will be of little use. As a time traveler, Chu Qing clearly remembered that the Murasame was equipped with the NOLQ-9B electronic warfare system. With the electronic technology of decades later, it could easily determine the direction of the radio waves and suppress the communication equipment in his hands that was only at the level of the 1920s. Chu Qing put down the teacup in her hand and said, "Send flags and light signals to all ships in the fleet. Change course to 341 and advance at maximum speed." Yes. The radio wave detection module of the auxiliary intelligent brain has been turned on, and no radar signal operating in the C-band has been detected. It can be inferred that the Murasame has not turned on its sea surface radar, or its sea surface radar has been damaged. This is good news, indicating that Chu Qing's fleet is not at risk of being exposed for the time being. Before launching, the Type 90 anti-ship missile needs to input the target direction and characteristics measured by the radar, and then the sea surface radar provides visual guidance. In the middle stage, it uses inertial guidance to reach the vicinity of the target, and finally turns on the active radar to autonomously search for the enemy and attack. If the sea surface radar cannot be used, then its threat will be greatly reduced. Although the Type 90 anti-ship missile with a small warhead and flying at subsonic speed is unlikely to penetrate the main armor belt of a battleship, it can still cause damage to the superstructure and unprotected areas. If the sighting and fire control are damaged, such a large battleship will become a blind man that can passively take a beating. If it is hit by a few 46 Malawian Quachas shells, even if it does not sink, it will take on a lot of water and will need to be docked for at least half a year for repairs. Sea Eagle reporting, a column of smoke has been detected on our starboard side. We believe it's a small to medium-sized vessel fueled by heavy fuel oil, approaching at 35 knots. Photoelectric detection has captured the target and is sending back images. Project the image onto the screen. Zoom in. This is impossible. The large screen inside the CIC displayed an image of a flush-deck destroyer with 4 funnels. Colonel Katakawa's exclamation was still echoing in the CIC, while the artillery chief, Miyazu, looked at him with concern. What's wrong? Colonel Katakawa. This battleship shouldn't belong to this time period, Katakawa said in astonishment. From the looks of it, this should be one of those flush-deck destroyers built in large quantities by the White Eagle Navy during the interwar period. While the exact model can't be confirmed, it definitely couldn't have been produced before 1908. Only now did Colonel Katakawa realize that the technological development of this dimension was most likely beyond his expectations, at least in terms of the naval fleet. So, would the title of the strongest battleship still belong to the dreadnought? Was there really no battleship that could threaten the Murasame beneath his feet? Katakawa was no longer sure. Sea Eagle reporting, 2 more smoke columns have appeared behind our starboard side. They are suspected to be from the same type of ship, approaching at a speed of 35 knots, 20 kilometers from our ship, bearing. Electronic warfare equipment indicates that the enemy is suppressing and interfering with the communication frequencies of the Dongying Empire Navy. At the same time, the operator of the electronic warfare system also issued a warning. The enemy is trying to prevent us from contacting the Dongying Empire. CIC to the bridge. The enemy has shown hostile intent towards me, requesting further instructions. Captain Yamizu was still thinking when he heard the call of the mines man on the communicator, but the urgent shout of the deputy Captain Sato rang in his ears. Captain, the enemy has shown hostility. If we don't attack now, do we have to wait until the enemy gets closer before firing our 76mm guns at the 3 destroyers? Electronic warfare system activated, countering electronic interference. Send a message to the White Eagle Navy warships, warning them not to approach within 10 nautical miles of our ship, or they will be met with resolute attack from our ships. With determination, Yamizu Saburo raised his communicator. Activate fire control radar. Prepare main guns for sea combat. Sea Eagle, prepare to use Hellfire missiles. Captain, there's something wrong with our jamming equipment. Also, this is a telegram from the East Sakura people. They've issued a warning to us, demanding we leave. Humph. The captain snorted coldly and turned to the navigator who was operating a high-powered telescope. Chris, do you see clearly? It's absolutely true. Captain, it really only has 1 main gun, and its caliber is very small, which is completely inconsistent with its huge superstructure. It's unexpected that it could disable our jamming equipment, but the firepower of a single main gun is simply too weak. It might be an auxiliary ship equipped with advanced electronic equipment. It seems we have caught a good one. The people in the Navy Department will be interested in it. Lieutenant Colonel Coleman licked his lips, a fierce look on his face. Notify Ward and Howard. Don't let this little sweetheart escape. Enemy ship distance, 18,000 meters. What's that white dot? The lookout on the mast pointed at a small, rapidly moving white dot in the sky. Then, many pairs of eyes on the bridge saw flames erupting from both sides of the white dot. Seahawk helicopter launches Hellfire anti-ship. Chapter 172, Big Fat Sheep. Boom. 2 AGM-114M Hellfire anti-ship missiles with tail flames hit the navigation bridge of the Vickers directly. The explosion of the warhead equivalent to 8 Cage Tinty took away all the officers who were commanding on the bridge. The second shot accurately hit the side torpedo tube of the Weeks. The torpedo explosion caused the destroyer, which was sprinting at high speed, to tremble suddenly. The chaos caused by the loss of command greatly hindered the damage control, and a chain explosion occurred immediately. In the end, the White Eagle Navy's new destroyer turned into a floating volcano. Afterwards, another Vickers-class ship received a similar treatment. It lost its combat effectiveness under the combined attack of 2 Hellfire missiles and the semi-armor-piercing extended-range shells fired by the 76mm auto-naval gun. Seeing this, the third Vickers-class ship wisely turned away, and in order to save ammunition, the Murasame did not pursue it. Seahawk reporting, the third flush deck has changed course and is no longer hostile to our ship. After receiving the helicopter's accurate report, Captain Yamizu returned to his captain's seat and said, "Cancel the combat alert. Reduce speed to 14 knots. Send a message to the East Sakura Empire, informing them that we have engaged the White Eagle Navy fleet and inquiring about the location of the receiving fleet." Yes. The ocean is wider than the original plane, and the warships are more advanced than those on Blue Star at the same time. These clearly tell Meijin that the development of this plane has greatly deviated from the original trajectory of Blue Star, and also make Meijin more inclined to let Murasame cooperate with the Dongying Empire of this plane. Damage control reports to the bridge. The sea radar system has been malfunctioned and is back online. After sailing for an hour or so, the OPS-28's radar was finally repaired. But before Meijin could be happy, the artillery chief, Miyazu, called out urgently from the communicator. CIC urgent call. 3 large ships approaching at 30 knots have been detected behind our port side, bearing 274, 40 nautical miles away. They're battleships at least. 2,000-ton White Eagle destroyers sank in battle, and 1 escaped. From the start of the battle, the whole process took no more than 10 minutes. The captain of the Tianju was surprised as he looked at the report in his hand. The signalman on the Tianju has distributed the monitoring reports to every senior officer on the bridge, mainly the reports sent by the White Eagle destroyer to the Qingdao base before and after the battle, and Chu Qing once again issued in order to correct the course. Equipped with a 3 to 4-inch rapid-fire cannon with a range of 15,000 meters, extremely fast firing rate, and extremely high accuracy. Zhong Qilan frowned. A weapon launched from an aircraft, with a trailing flame, capable of autonomous attack. Such advanced technology simply doesn't conform to the laws of Miracle Storm. One ship is fine, but if another fleet arrives, we'll be completely overwhelmed. Maybe it's just a coincidence, Chu Qing said with a laugh as he marked the sea chart. And this might not be a bad opportunity. If we can obtain the finished weapons on it, it will be of great benefit to our technological advancement. After Chu Qing made the final course correction on the nautical chart, the Auxiliary Intelligent Computer's telegraph monitoring also issued a C-band radio wave scanning warning. Has the anti-sea radar been repaired by now? Chu Qing thought to himself, but it's too late. Now, the Murasame, sailing at 14 knots, was crawling like a turtle in front of its Sangdong fleet, which was advancing at 30 knots. The distance between the two sides had been shortened to 40 nautical miles. The Auxiliary Intelligent Brain has a detection function. At this level, it can consume time and space points to conduct a scan with a range of 120 kilometers. Therefore, before the Murasame sea-to-sea radar was repaired, Chu Qing had already determined the opponent's precise position and corrected the course several times to enter the best interception channel. At this time, a young lieutenant standing next to the captain of the Tianzhu looked at Chu Qing, wanting to speak but hesitant, and finally spoke with Chu Qing's encouragement. Governor, I have a guess. I wonder if you would be willing to give me some advice. Tell me about it. The captain of Tianzhu was about to stop the lieutenant's bold actions when Chu Qing came to him. Since rocket weapons carried by aircraft have extremely high hit rates and can destroy small ships, wouldn't larger versions of similar weapons carried by ships have even greater power and a longer range? Naval guns are becoming more like auxiliary weapons, becoming smaller and smaller. Is this the future direction of warship development? It's very likely that this is the case. Chu Qing straightened his face and pretended to be deep. So I have already asked the Ordnance Bureau to start researching rocket propulsion technology a long time ago. As for the guidance method, we'll be able to solve the mystery after we capture it. By the way, what's your name? Chu Qing was quite surprised that he could predict the future development trend of missile-based warships, so he asked casually. The answer was Yi Naifan. This name seems familiar. The original designer of the Blue Star Yixian was called Yi. Before Chu Qing could think about it, the lookout's voice was heard back to the bridge. Enemy air targets approaching. Governor, are we going to prepare for air combat? The captain of the Tianzhu asked. No, withdraw the anti-aircraft gun crew. Our anti-aircraft firepower cannot deal with it. All bridge crew members move to the armored command tower. Secondary gun crew members withdraw to the inner cabin, and all secondary gun ammunition is emptied. Chu Qing looked up at the white dot in the sky that was buzzing and flying closer and closer. Although the maneuverability of the Seahawk helicopter could not be compared with that of fixed-wing aircraft, the anti-aircraft firepower on the Tianzhu was limited to intercepting airships and early biplanes. Also, tell Qixia and Wui to close the fire doors and prepare for a starboard artillery engagement. Chu Qing adjusted the brim of his hat and issued various instructions. Although the Murasame-class missile destroyer had technology that was decades ahead, its expertise was in air defense and anti-submarine warfare, and it was still weak in anti-ship warfare. It also did not have land attack cruise missiles like the Tomahawk, so it would take a lot of effort to sink the Qi and Admiral-class destroyers. The most crucial thing was that Chu Qing had spent a huge amount of time and space points to conduct a detailed directional scan at a distance of 75 kilometers. The results showed that the Murasame weapon system had malfunctioned. The two most powerful quadruple anti-ship missile launchers and the ASROC rocket-assisted torpedoes were unusable. Isn't this a big fat sheep? Chapter 173, A Showdown Across Time and Space. Those two are the famous Admiral-class battlecruisers. The Royal Navy only commissioned one HMS Hood in 1920, and there are two here. And that 5-turret battleship is the unbuilt Amagi, Kaga, or Ki. Everyone in the CIC could hear Katakawa's voice trembling, and their hearts sank to the bottom. It wasn't that they were scared by the images of the battleships on the screen, but because they were afraid of this unknown dimension. The more ships that shouldn't appear, the greater the difference between this plane and the original Blue Planet will probably be. A plane that has been completely changed is what the Self-Defense Force officers fear. A telegram has been sent from the Dongying Empire's reception fleet. Read, yes, our forces have arrived 80 nautical miles southeast of your ship and are being harassed by the Qiancang Navy fleet. We are currently engaged. We believe the enemy your ship is encountering is also the Qiancang main fleet. Hold the Seahawk to maintain high reconnaissance. and this ship is ready to engage the enemy. Captain Mei Jin, who was in charge of the CIC, suddenly looked unhappy. He never expected that the Qiancang Navy, which was so weak in this time and space, would be so powerful in this dimension. Katakawa, Miyazu, give me a battle plan within 5 minutes. If I remember correctly, the British Navy's 15-inch guns had a maximum range of over 31 kilometers at an elevation of 30 degrees, and the Type 3 410mm guns had a maximum range of over 30,000 meters. Katakawa tried to recall the parameters of the three ships' artillery. Fortunately, due to limitations in observation range and fire control capabilities, we have to get within 20,000 meters to have a decent chance of hitting a surface ship. If the enemy doesn't use seaplanes for alignment, the effective range will be even shorter. But our 76mm auto naval guns firing extended-range semi-armor piercing rounds only have a range of 23 kilometers, and the 76mm guns aren't powerful enough to inflict fatal damage on the tough battleships, said the mine master, Miyazu, looking helplessly at the flickering radar screen. Without our anti-ship missiles, our anti-ship capabilities are truly stretched. We also have triple-tube 46 Malawian Quachas launchers. As long as we get within 11 kilometers, our acoustic homing torpedoes will definitely cause them trouble. 11 kilometers? Even for a battleship of this era, 11 kilometers is a very dangerous distance, right? Lieutenant Colonel Miyazu, the Murasame we're on is also highly capable of maneuvering and evading attacks. Even an Admiral-class cruiser, with its fire control system, wouldn't be able to strike a constantly maneuvering light cruiser, Katakawa said hastily. We can completely evade enemy fire by disrupting the enemy's firing parameters, just like the Yukikes did back in the old Navy. Then let's do it. Use our maneuverability to close in on the enemy, then unleash our homing torpedoes. Miyazu adjusted the communicator and pulled the gun handle. Prepare for sea battle. Fire control radar activated. Full left rudder. Attack at maximum speed. Full left. Speed 20. As the alarms blared within the ship, the entire crew of the Murasame tensed under the red lights. As the 76mm auto guns swerved, the OPS-24s atop the quadrilateral masts and the fire control radar, which had been shut down, reactivated, preparing to guide the guns, and the ESSM advanced Sea Sparrows into attack. Distance, 40 kilometers. Distance, 35 km. 30 km. The optical equipment has detected a smoke column. Lookout report. Target ship spotted, 28 kilometers to starboard. Since seaplanes could not take off for reconnaissance, they could only rely on the Key class's towering masts and shipboard observation equipment to detect targets, which resulted in the inability to start shooting at the extreme range of artillery ballistics, which was a small disadvantage. However, Chu Qing, aided by his cheating AI, had already arranged the fleet into a single-line formation, seizing advantageous positions where they could unleash their full firepower. He had also already issued the artillery firing instructions to the three ships, waiting only for the countdown to end before pressing the launch button. 3, 2, 1. Boom. With violent tremors, the Key-class ship Tenju blasted out 10 orange-red flames at a target 28,000 meters away with thunderous force. The muzzle wind instantly caused the surrounding sea surface to churn like boiling water. The huge momentum of the 410 heavy gun made the crew in the masthead observation room tremble. Immediately afterwards, a total of 16 15-inch guns on the Qixia and Wui ships also fired a salvo. The sound waves from the double-digit large-caliber naval guns echoed on the sea, and the seabirds surrounding the fleet were directly stunned and fell into the sea. Key. Admiral fire. All guns fire. Bearing 350. 26 high-speed targets. Attacking me. 50 seconds until they hit. At the same time, in Murasame CIC, the operator at the control seat quickly reported the direction and source of the threat. Target trajectory fixed, ballistic calculation complete. 8 targets impact points near our ship. Remaining targets pose no threat. Anti-artillery radars were already common during the Murasame-class era, and this ship carrying an active phased array radar naturally also had the ability to predict the landing point of artillery shells based on the information fed back by the radar. 43, 42. Slow down to forward 1 and evade with full right rudder. Katakawa made a quick decision based on the information displayed on the big screen. Yes, 2 cars in, full starboard. 38, 37. The ship's hull tilted dramatically from the sudden deceleration and turn. The display screens projected the positions of both ships and the trajectory of their shells. Katakawa could almost hear the shrill whistles of falling shells above the hum of the gas turbines. The bold use of salvos rather than round-robin fire at the outset of the engagement contradicted his image of the era of large ships and massive guns. Could it be that this era's fire control technology was even more advanced than the ships themselves? 8, 7. Prepare for impact. 3, 2, 1. Bang! A forest of water columns suddenly grew out of thin air around Murasame. 381 millimeters and 410 millimeters high explosive shells exploded upon hitting the water. Under the effect of dyes, red, blue, and green 100-meter water columns completely obscured Murasame's figure, and the crew on board were terrified. The Reiwa youth who grew up in peacetime had never seen such a scene. Avoid everything. We succeeded. Damage Control Center reports to CIC. The lower compartment has been slightly damaged by the impact. The damage control team has arrived to deal with it. Enemy ships open fire. 26 high-speed targets. Bearings 350 to 355. 48 seconds left to bomb drop. Calculating trajectory. Having narrowly avoided heavy artillery fire, the crew of the Murasame had no time to cheer as the next round of attacks began. The face of the minesman Miyazu was covered in sweat. Although he did not know as much about the old-fashioned ships as Katakawa, he knew that a battleship gunnery officer who could hit 8 out of 26 targets at the beginning of the battle was definitely not an ordinary person, and evasive maneuvers might not work every time. Perhaps there were other defensive methods besides passively taking the beating. ESSM, prepare to fire. Chapter 174, Shit Luck. ESSM, launch preparation complete. The Murasame is equipped with 32 ESSM Advanced Sea Sparrow missiles, which are RIM 162C types adapted for the 48 Malawian Kwacha's launch system. Although it still bears the name of Sparrow, it actually has little similarity with the Sea Sparrow missile. The missile uses a small aspect ratio wing with a maximum maneuvering overload of 50 G and a maximum flight speed of Mach 4. Judging from the data, it is still possible to intercept battleship shells whose terminal speed has dropped to about twice the speed of sound. After all, the radar cross-section of large-caliber naval guns is not much smaller than that of anti-ship missiles, and the British-made Seawolf missiles were even able to intercept 114mm shells in 1984. Can't the more advanced ESSM carried by Murasame do it? However, during the era of Murasame, the East Sakura Self-Defense Force did not have to face the threat of battleship cannons, so previous training had never involved this subject. The enemy battleships and battlecruisers could easily fire a salvo every minute, creating more than 20 high-speed targets, which was a saturation attack for Murasame and its anti-aircraft missiles. Miyazu was not sure how to deal with such a battle, and he was unable to make a decision whether to waste ESSM missiles, which were already a non-renewable resource, on something he was not sure of. While Miyazu was thinking, the trajectory of the incoming artillery shells was being calculated automatically. Ballistics calculated. 6 of these missiles may impact our ship. 40, 38, 36. The impact point of the shells was already marked on the big screen, but Colonel Miyazu suddenly noticed something was wrong. He subconsciously glanced at Navigator Katakawa, only to find that Colonel Katakawa, who was supposed to give the maneuver order, was now ashen-faced, with his mouth half open, muttering, "No, they're scattered just right. They can't be avoided. No matter which direction they go, they can't escape." 32, 30. Not good. This bastard Katakawa was actually stunned at this moment. Miyazu screamed in his heart and looked at Captain Yamizu, who rushed directly past Miyazu and rushed to Katakawa's battle position. Right handrail 20. 2 cars moving in. "Master Gunner, please trust this Murasame." Miyazu stared at the light spot on the display screen, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quickly rehearsed various interception plans, issuing the launch order at a speed that he had never imagined during training. 24, 22. Fire control radar locks onto targets 1 and 4. ESSM, for rounds of interception. ESSM, rear VLS, for launches. As the operator pressed the launch button, flames rose from the 48 Malawian Kwacha's vertical launch system between the 2 funnels of the Murasame, and 2 FCS, 2-31 fire control radars guided 4 advanced Sea Sparrow missiles towards the target. The enemy ship was hit. No. What is that? On the Tianju, 20,000 meters away, a fleet staff officer thought that the sudden flames on the Murasame were caused by a bullet, but the next second he was shocked to see 4 tail flames rising from the Murasame through the telescope and then turning in the air. Prepare for impact resistance. Upon seeing this, the captain of the Tianju immediately thought of the anti-ship weapons with tail flames mentioned in the previous intelligence. However, those tail flames did not go straight to the Tianju as the captain had worried. After about 7 or 8 seconds, the smoke seemed to collide with something in the air, and 3 huge balls of fire suddenly exploded in the air in front of the blue-gray painted cruiser. The officers in the command tower, except Chu Qing, were confused for a moment. No hit, 6 water columns. All 6 missed. But soon, the news reported by the lookout came back through the megaphone, and everyone understood the specific situation. The Tianju fired a full salvo, but the lookout only observed 6 jets of water from the 410mm cannons. This means that 4 of the shells didn't even have a chance to hit the sea. Lieutenant General Zhong Qilin smacked his lips in astonishment. Is this what the Governor-General meant by interception? Only seeing it with my own eyes can you appreciate its incredible maneuverability. A 5,000-ton cruiser can be so agile. The Tianju's navigator exclaimed. Such maneuverability will give it a tactical advantage in a gun battle with similar ships. Horizontal aim. Elevation, load armor-piercing rounds. Chu Qing, who was in the fire control room, immediately distributed new fire control parameters to each turret. He was a little surprised at this time because he had used fitting calculations twice in a row. If the failure of the first bombardment assisted by the fitting calculation module was due to the fact that the intelligent computer did not record the maneuverability of Murasame, then the failure of the second round of salvos to achieve any results was beyond Chu Qing's expectations. Chu Qing knew from the beginning that the anti-aircraft missiles of Murasame could be used, and also took into account the possibility of being intercepted, so he ordered the 3 ships to directly engage in salvo firing, creating multiple targets to increase the load on the radar system of Murasame, and then deliberately used the fitting calculation module to provide a set of fire control parameters with a larger drop range. The impact of the 410mm high explosive shells when they fell and exploded on the nearby sea surface was enough to damage the hull of a frigate like Murasame. According to the auxiliary AI's calculations, even if 2 of the 410mm rounds were intercepted, the remaining 410mm rounds would still be enough to block the enemy's maneuvering space. Given the performance of Murasame's 2 FCS 2-31 fire control radars, which normally have 4 firing channels, and, with time-sharing illumination, a total of 6 fire channels, intercepting 1 would be normal, but intercepting 2 would be quite a feat. However, the 4 advanced Sea Sparrows launched by the Murasame not only intercepted 2 410mm shells, but the shock wave of the high explosive shells accidentally detonated 2 more shells, which allowed it to take advantage of the loophole and escape. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. As Chu Qing pressed the trigger button, the Tianju's hull vibrated for the 3rd time, projecting 10 tons of hot steel at an initial velocity of twice the speed of sound. You were lucky before, but I wonder if you can still dodge this round of bombardment. Chu Qing looked up at the blue-gray ship's silhouette. This time he had learned his lesson and replaced the original high-explosive bombs with armor-piercing shells that were not easily detonated. He was determined to paralyze this warship that was decades ahead of him. Chapter 175, Can he be captured? Enemy fire. Distance 25,400. All guns fire. 26 high-speed targets. Trajectory determination complete. 3 high-level threats identified. 44 seconds to bomb drop. 38, 36. Set the course. Prepare the auto guns for air defense. Captain Yamise's expression grew increasingly serious. Drawing on decades of ship handling experience and the impact points displayed on the screen, he had discovered that all of Murasame's possible maneuvering trajectories were already within the danger zone of the enemy's bombardment. His only hope was to intercept the 3 incoming shells on the channel ahead, and the difficulty of this was self-evident. Control. Lock on targets 2, 11, and 8. Yes SM, 6 rounds to engage. Rear VLS activated, 6 YSSM rounds fired. Miyazu had already sat in the operating seat himself, his palms full of sweat. Previously, in order to ensure the success of the interception, he almost used data links and radio commands to correct the missile's trajectory throughout the process, and only allowed the active seeker to guide the attack after ensuring a hit. With the help of God, he had a glimmer of hope. This time, he had to intercept 3 targets traveling at more than 1 times the speed of sound at the same time, which increased the difficulty by an order of magnitude. The 2 fire control radars were operating at full capacity, using time-sharing illumination to guide 6 missiles each to attack 3 targets. This was already the limit for Murasame, which was not a shield ship, and whose overall focus was on anti-submarine warfare. Interception countdown 12 seconds. 11:10. Dozens of tracks were running in both directions on the screen. The suffocatingly tense atmosphere gradually spread to the entire CIC under the red light. Everyone had only one wish in their mind. They had to hit the target. If we can land 2 hits, then perhaps we can use the shockwave to disrupt or even detonate the remaining shells, just like we did just now, and Murasame will be saved. The Murasame torpedo master tried his best to remain calm in order to increase the success rate of interception, but fate would not always favor Miyazu. The 6 ESSMs he guided only shot down one of them and did not detonate the remaining shells as before. They were firing armor-piercing rounds. Miyazu instantly realized the problem. The enemy had changed their ammunition type this time. Bomb drop countdown 14-13. Auto naval gun, lock on to target number 8. Semi-armor piercing extended range projectile firing. Begin. There was no time to launch a second round of attack. Miyazu pulled out the firing handle of the automatic naval gun, and the 76mm Otomelera naval gun on the bow immediately raised its muzzle and began to pour semi-armor piercing shells into the air at a rate of 120 rounds per minute with the assistance of the fire control radar. The reason why pre-made fragmentation proximity grenades were not used was easy to understand. The thick skin and flesh could not be damaged by large-caliber armor-piercing shells that were not capable of being destroyed by fragments of small and medium-caliber high-explosive shells. Within 2 seconds, the direct impact of 3 76mm shells successfully changed the trajectory of a 410mm large-caliber shell, but the remaining shells had reached the end of the trajectory, and the 76mm gun was obviously powerless. 7, 6, 5. CIWS meets the attack. Prepare for impact. With a hoarse cry, Colonel Miyazu desperately activated the two 15mm Quachas 6-barrel 20mm phalanx systems located at the bow and stern of the Murasame. The 20mm caliber M194 armor-piercing, discarding sabot shells rained down on the incoming shells. However, the depleted uranium warhead weighing about 100 g had a destructive power not enough compared to battleship shells. Although many of them hit the large-caliber projectiles firmly, they could not cause any decisive damage to these pieces of steel flying at supersonic speeds. Boom! A ton of steel directly penetrated the thin hull of the helicopter hangar at the rear of the Murasame ship, passed through several compartments, and smashed into the interior of the ship and exploded. The impact caused the rear of the Murasame ship to bulge and the skin to crack. Even a set of phalanx systems above the hangar was shaken out. However, the most serious damage was to the engine system. The 2 gas turbines in the number 2 engine room were all shut down. The only usable unit on the entire battleship was a 13,500 horsepower SPA SM-1C in the number 1 engine room. This is because the incoming armor-piercing shells had a small charge. If it had been a high-explosive shell, the Murasame would have already capsized and sunk by now. Hit the rear of the enemy ship. Smoke detected. Enemy ship slows down. The observer's report made all the crew members of Tianju extremely excited. In this battle, the first hit by their side meant that they had secured victory. I don't think it will have the chance to launch that kind of ultra-long-range attack on us again, Chu Qing said to the officers with a smile after returning to the armored command tower. We have already put the noose around the neck of this big fat sheep. Signalman, send a message to the enemy ship and the aircraft hovering in the air. If they are willing to lay down their weapons and surrender, and do not deliberately destroy their equipment, we can guarantee the safety of all their lives, Chu Qing called the signalman. Governor, there's no way the Dongying people would let such an advanced warship fall into our hands. We might as well just sink it. The captain of the Tianju interrupted. It's already in our hands. We can destroy it at any time, but if there's even a slight chance of capturing it, we must seize it. Chu Qing put away his smile and looked at the veteran colonel. Captain Qing, don't you want your Tianju to be equipped with rocket-propelled weapons like that? The captain of the Tianju immediately understood and expressed his support for Chu Qing's decision. Chu Qing estimated that sinking the Murasame would earn her a significant amount of space-time points, a significant step forward in her AI upgrade. However, compared to her current daily income of nearly 2,000 space-time points, Chu Qing found the Murasame's advanced weapons, radar, sonar, gas turbines, and other equipment more enticing. Those were decades-old equipment and weapons. Harpoon-like anti-ship missiles, advanced sonar, active phased array radar, 46 Malawian Quachas acoustic homing torpedoes, and LM-2500 and SPA gas turbines. All equipment that required several levels of AI upgrades to acquire. If they could be obtained as completely as possible and reverse-engineered, even replicating 20% or 30% of them would bring a formidable leap forward in our technological capabilities. Even if we can't imitate it, we can dismantle the usable equipment and install it on our existing warships. I just want to ask you, Are you afraid of the missile battleships that can fight and resist in this plane? Chapter 176 Accidental Error. Ahem. The CIC was filled with choking smoke and crackling sparks. Captain Yamizu staggered to his feet from the floor. Several screens and red lights that had just gone out lit up again, obviously indicating that the backup power generation equipment had started working. The minesman Miyazu had fainted due to the impact, and the deputy captain Sato had just woken up, so he carried Miyazu out on his back. Damage Control Center reports to CIC. There is a fire in the rear compartment, the engine is damaged, and the rear CIWS. All departments, report casualties immediately. Mei Jin looked at the chaotic CIC and felt a pang of fear in his heart. This was the deepest part of the entire battleship and was arguably the most strongly protected part of the entire battleship. If there was a power outage and casualties here, there was no need to say more about the situation in other departments. Sea Eagle reports, the enemy is trying to persuade us to surrender. The enemy has sent a message to our ship. After taking the telegram and quickly scanning its contents, Mei Jin's brows tightened slightly. This fleet, claiming to be the Sangdong Autonomous Territory Navy, under Qiancang, said that it could guarantee the personal safety of all crew members of Murasame if Murasame voluntarily laid down its weapons. As a sign of sincerity, we will unilaterally cease fire for 5 minutes to allow you to make a decision. The lives of all your crew members depend on your decision. Captain Yamizu's mind lingered on the words at the end of the telegram, and as he looked at the devastated CIC, he began to hesitate. The attack of a 410mm caliber cannon is absolutely fatal to a 5,000-ton warship. Moreover, judging from the 3 salvos with an astonishing hit rate since the start of the battle, it is only a matter of time before the enemy wants to sink the Murasame. The fate of the Murasame and its crew is foreseeable. As a self-defense force officer, fighting for the East Sakura Empire is a given, but the East Sakura Empire doesn't seem particularly friendly to them. So, is it worth it for the Murasame to sacrifice everything for them? Damage Control Center reports to CIC. Flooding has essentially ceased. The ship is trimmed 2 meters aft and is currently being counterbalanced with reverse flooding. All engine power is being used to power the ship's electronic equipment, so the ship is currently adrift without power. Preliminary statistics show that 5 crew members on this ship have died. 11 are seriously injured and unconscious. 34 are slightly injured. The engine room has lost contact, and the casualties are unknown. The communicator rang again, and the damage control report was delivered to Yamizu. If the engine department, whose situation was unknown, was included, the casualties of the Murasame class, which had a quota of more than 160 people, had exceeded nearly 1/3. Fortunately, most of the lightly injured were contusions and abrasions caused by the collision. The bow fire control radar is back online. The enemy ship is 20,950 meters away and within the ship's gun range. Lock on target. Load semi-armor piercing extended range rounds target key, requesting permission to fire. The soldier at the gun operating seat had already grasped the firing handle, waiting for Yamizu's order to fire. Damage Control Center reports to CIC that contact has been re-established with the engine department. Chief Engineer 3rd Lieutenant Yamaguchi and 11 self-defense force officers have been killed, 8 seriously injured, and the rest of the engine department has only minor injuries. The engine department is inoperable. This news was the last straw that broke the camel's back, prompting Mei Jin to change his mind. Don't shoot. Raise the muzzle to show we have no hostility. Turn off sea, air, and navigation radars to save energy. Captain. The sailor, realizing Yamizu's intention, looked back in surprise, only to see an old and helpless face. As you can see, this ship is currently facing an enemy it has never faced before. Murasame's most powerful weapon is currently unavailable. By persevering in this unique and urgent situation, isolated and helpless, you have fulfilled your duties as self-defense force officers. Persisting will not benefit the war. Besides, the Dongying that belongs to us does not exist in this plane. We don't need to fight to the death for this Dongying Empire. Captain Yamizu paused. Therefore, for the safety of all the self-defense force officers on this ship, I, Captain Yamizu of the Murasame, 2nd Lieutenant Colonel, have decided to initiate negotiations with the Qiancang Navy. Suddenly, Captain Yamizu felt a hard object pressed against his left waist, and then Sato's angry shout rang in his ears. Yamizu, you are defecting. Defecting. This is cowardice. This is surrender to the enemy. Even if this Murasame is destroyed by our own hands, we must never hand it over to the despicable Qiancang people. Sato became more and more excited as he spoke, and Yamizu even felt the pain from the muzzle of the gun on his waist. The latter hardened his heart, estimated the positions between them, then dodged to the right, grabbed Sato's wrist holding the gun, clicked Chata, instantly took the weapon away, and kicked the gun away. Lieutenant Commander Sato, you have been relieved of your duties and command on board the ship. Please leave the CIC immediately. After taking a look at the furious Yumizu and the loaded SIG Sauer P-220 in his hand, Sato, though filled with resentment, still left the CIC. Send a message immediately to contact the other party and indicate our willingness to negotiate. The other party send a telegram. Read, therefore, our ship and all crew members are willing to comply with your arrangements and cease resistance. We also hope that you will send personnel to discuss in detail the terms and conditions for protecting the basic human rights of all officers and soldiers on our ship and aircraft. The sound was transmitted to every corner of the Tianju through the ship's broadcast. Suddenly, the huge warship was filled with joy inside and out. The ferocious beast that was decades ahead in technology had surrendered to their hands. The Outer Fleet reports that they have repelled the Dongying Reception Fleet, sinking 3 Chikuma-class patrol ships and 3 destroyers. The enemy Congo-class battlecruiser was wounded and retreated before the battle fleet could engage. The Outer Fleet also reported back victory news. All fleets maintain a distance of 11,000 meters from the enemy and do not approach any closer. Chu Qing called the signalman over. Tell them to figure out their position and send someone up to talk. Clear the rear deck of the Tianju and let that thing in the sky bring their people down. When the Seahawk helicopter picked up the special envoy of Murasame with a ladder and landed thrillingly on the rear deck of the Tianju, the prompt sound of the intelligent computer also rang in Chu Qing's mind. Correct the current space-time accidental error, space-time points income, 500,000 points. Done. Now that the AI had responded, even without initiating negotiations, Chu Qing was certain Murasame could no longer pose any threat. However, the mention of accidental error in this prompt was noteworthy, as it at least indicated that this type of space-time point income wasn't the same as the typical sinking reward. While Chu Qing was pondering this, the visitor was brought before him. Chapter 177, Seizing the Ship. About 10 minutes later, the action group heading to Murasame had already started boarding the boat. The petty officer with a cherry blossom embroidered on his identification badge also returned to the deck of the Tianju to join the action group. Zhong Qilan behind him still had a bad look on his face. There were 2 reasons for this. One of them was that the conditions offered by the other party seemed a bit excessive to the fleet officers. The second reason is that they think the other side's rank is too low. Not to mention that I have several generals in my command tower. Even if I were to contact my own captain, I wouldn't send a sergeant, right? However, Chu Qing didn't get angry, so Zhong Qilan and the others didn't say much. Chu Qing wasn't really concerned about these minor details right now, because the most urgent task was to quickly control the missile destroyer. Besides, although the rank of the sea sergeant was not equal to theirs, his position was not low. The cherry blossom insignia on his chest indicated he was the former petty officer aboard the guided missile destroyer, the most senior petty officer. He had a dedicated office aboard the ship and the authority to overrule decisions by the heads of the navigation and engineering departments and to make direct recommendations to the captain. On the other hand, the dispatch of such a senior petty officer also reflected, to some extent, a vacancy in the ship's command structure, a situation where no one was available. As for the preferential treatment he offered, of course, we can accept it grudgingly first, and then we can get the operation and maintenance methods of the ship's equipment. Prepare to shut down the combat command system. Check the bottom sea valves and cabin watertight doors. Do not damage the equipment and operating manuals. All crew members prepare to leave the ship. Commander Yumizu put down the ship's communicator, took off his headphones, and prepared to leave the CIC. But at this moment, a crew member reported an abnormal situation. Captain, the weapons depot surveillance footage is off. Also, look at this. After resuming the surveillance, the figure of Deputy Commander Sato suddenly appeared on the screen. The time in the upper right corner stopped at 15 minutes ago. Yumizu's pupils constricted, and he instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. Sato, you idiot. The ship's armory contains not only light weapons such as rifles and light machine guns, but also explosives such as grenades and plastic explosives. What good can Sato, who was dismissed for refusing to surrender to Qiancang, do by going to the armory at this time? Quick, go to the main turret. It is impossible to destroy this carefully designed 5,000-ton warship with just a few pieces of plastic explosives in the armory. Sato must either detonate torpedoes and anti-ship missiles, or detonate the main gun's ready ammunition. Judging from the distance, it is obviously most likely that he will go to the main gun ammunition hoist under the main deck. If Sato succeeds, even if the Murasame doesn't sink, they will still be doomed to die if they lay down their weapons and face the angry Qiancang people of this dimension. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, several veterans and Captain Yamizu immediately prepared to go under the main gun. However, the next second, Sato with 4 pieces of plastic explosives wrapped around his waist appeared on the surveillance screen in front of the watertight door leading to the compartment where the ammunition supply system was located under the main gun. Boom. Yamizu. Second Colonel, given your subordinates' reckless actions and their violation of our mutual agreement, we regretfully declare some of the preferential treatment we previously granted you null and void. Before docking, your subordinates will be detained and guarded separately. We now require you to hand over a roster to facilitate our management. In the storage room of the Tianju, a Sangdong Navy Lieutenant Colonel coldly threw down the notice from the fleet's top brass, leaving behind a frightened Yamizu and several self-defense force sailors. The plastic bomb detonated by Sato 2 hours ago caused serious damage to the front hull compartment of the Murasame, and the Oto Malara 76mm rapid-fire naval gun system became worthless for repair. Fortunately, a large amount of ammunition was consumed in the previous attack on the White Eagle destroyer in air defense, and the few remaining rounds on the bomb hoist below were semi-armor-piercing extended-range bombs with less explosives, which prevented a chain explosion from affecting the front 41 Malawian Quach's launch system and the ASROC anti-submarine missiles inside. The cable has been secured. You can try towing it. Forward 1. 2 cars in, 1 in, advance at a slow speed. Behind the slowly accelerating Tianju battleship, the long-suffering Murasame was being towed by more than 10 steel cables. Chu Qing stood alone next to the Seahawk helicopter tied by cables on the stern deck, silently watching this battleship that, like herself, should not belong here. The intelligent computer had already reported to him the detailed scan results of Murasame. Although it was damaged by the bombardment and the main gun was damaged by an error before the reception, there were still many well-preserved parts on this missile destroyer that needed further research, such as various radars, the Spey gas turbine, the 46 Malawian Quach's torpedo, etc., and their value was beyond words. The difficult part was the crew members. Except for some temporary consultants and seriously injured personnel, the surviving 100 or so Maritime Self-Defense Force crew members had been detained in groups of 10 on 3 warships. Chu Qing also issued a strict order that no one was allowed to contact them without authorization, but he still couldn't make up his mind about how to deal with these people. It is impossible to let them go. After all, we cannot reveal our identity as someone who does not belong to this dimension. So the safest way is to throw them and the secrets of Blue Star into the sea to feed the fish. But if we kill this group of Dongying people, who will we turn to for help if any problems arise? Governor, Commander Liu has asked when we can dock. A signalman ran up behind Chu Qing and saluted. Yes, old Liu must have a way. Chu Qing slapped his forehead, almost forgetting this way. Over the past few decades, the various islands of Sangdong have developed a set of unique methods to deal with spies, especially Yanling and Jingling. With a large-scale memory recovery technique, how many of these Maritime Self-Defense Force members who grew up in peacetime can withstand it? It just so happened that Lu Feng personally brought people to receive the new Admiral-class warship. Readers who have doubts about this warship that is waiting for the crew to take it and has not yet entered service can refer to the description of the fleet organization in Chapter 162. The first version uploaded before mistakenly wrote 2 Admiral-class warships in the paragraph about the strength of the Sangdong fleet, but combined with the above, it should be 3, and it was subsequently revised, and also participated in the launching ceremony of the self-made cruiser. So, saying hello to Lu Feng and throwing these troublesome guys to him to help educate them is also an idea. As for the strange words these sailors might have uttered that didn't exist in this dimension, well, they must have developed some kind of mental illness or insanity from being bombarded by heavy artillery fire during battle. Chapter 178 Launching Ceremony. On October 10, 1665 of the local calendar, in the Shinpu Islands, in the shipyard office of the Shinpu branch of the Sangdong shipyard, Chu Qing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the 4 full-sized cruisers in the dock. Governor, this is the report from Section B of the Security Bureau. Also, Chief Liu said he'll be staying at the Security Bureau, so he won't be attending the launching ceremony today. Section B of the Security Bureau is a department that specializes in targeting external spy infiltration and interrogating and screening prisoners, and the interrogation reports that the attendant delivered were of the Maritime Self-Defense Force crew members. At the beginning, the treatment of these 100 or so crew members was quite good. Although the guards did not respond to any of their questions, they were still polite to them. But since the arrival of a skinny old man, their treatment took a sharp turn for the worse. It is said that when the second-class Marine surnamed Mei Jin was taken away, he cursed Chu Qing for being untrustworthy. After 7 consecutive days of high-intensity and fancy interrogation, more than 10 of the 100 crew members died suddenly. 16 became completely insane, and the rest entered the next stage of brainwashing and then completed the big memory reset technique. Alas, this is against the harmony of nature. This is against the harmony of nature. Chu Qing closed the report and asked his attendants to take it away and seal it. He sighed in his heart that among the 100 or so crew members, only a small half would be able to survive in the end. This method of destroying the spirit is different from the hard kill of guns and artillery on the battlefield. It is another level of cruelty. In fact, if there were other ways, Chu Qing, who had been an honest student since childhood, would not be willing to use such despicable tricks. However, in order to eliminate the risk of exposure and pry out the information from his mouth, he could only use this cruel trick. What's more, what their predecessors did on the Qiancang land of the original Blue Star was much more excessive than these. The wall clock was about to hit 10, and Chu Qing estimated that the launching ceremony was about to begin. He adjusted his military cap, straightened his dress in front of the mirror, and then handed the office back to the person in charge of Xinpu shipyard. In any case, today's main agenda is to watch the launching ceremony of the new cruiser. Although this 6,000-ton light cruiser is not large in tonnage, it is of great significance. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a milestone in Sangdong's shipbuilding industry. Although the submarines or destroyers built in the past had some modifications to the original designs, they were generally built according to the drawings purchased from the Space-Time Mall. However, this light cruiser was different. It was a combat ship independently designed and built by the Sangdong Autonomous Territory after digesting and absorbing many technologies from the Space-Time Mall. It was also the first light cruiser in this plane to adopt a full central axis layout with twin main turrets. The construction progress of the 4 cruisers built in the Taixi Islands is basically the same, so Chu Qing directly ordered that the 4 ships be launched on the same day and invited representatives from all walks of life to participate in the launching ceremony. One purpose is to demonstrate military power and strength, deter foreign enemies, and appease the people. The other is to demonstrate the strength of Sangdong's shipbuilding industry and attract more potential customers. Governor. Hello, Governor. Governor. As Chu Qing and his entourage arrived at the venue, surrounded by frontline workers, the technical officers with purple epaulets on the left viewing platform stood and saluted. Chu Qing returned the salutes one by one and instructed the Ordnance Bureau and the shipyard leaders to commend all those involved in the project and provide them with overtime pay at 5 times their normal salary. From mid-level and senior technical staff to grassroots employees on the cruiser project, they had been toiling day and night at the shipyard since the first keel was laid, working tirelessly and tirelessly. Their contributions were immense, and they deserved recognition. Your Excellency, Governor, your side has set a precedent in the field of shipbuilding this time, said Colonel Reichman, the liaison officer of the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet stationed in Sangdong, speaking in a half-familiar Qiancang dialect, and approached enthusiastically. I believe this ship will leave a strong mark in naval history, just like the Dreadnought. Chu Qing smiled slightly. Colonel Reichman, you are too kind. And as far as I know, the 3 cruisers at Xiangyang shipyard are also excellent cruisers. Colonel Raymond immediately understood and laughed, then came to Su Zhonghu, who held the rank of technical lieutenant general, and took out an exquisite velvet box. The 3 cruisers at the Xiangyang shipyard were built for the Iron Blood Kingdom under the supervision of Su Zhonghu, and the weapons to be installed had already been shipped from the Iron Blood Empire. General Su, on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, I would like to express the Iron Blood Empire's most sincere gratitude to you. The colonel opened the velvet box, and inside was an iron cross medal, but Su Zhonghu could not tell the rank. It's just my duty. Su Zhonghu nodded slightly, and accepted it neither humbly nor arrogantly. Then he looked at the 4 warships with colorful balloons hanging on them in the dock, as if he was looking at his outstanding children and grandchildren. After boldly adopting the bulbous nose to reduce drag and the square stern to optimize the length-to-width ratio, the maximum speed of this type of cruiser will be able to reach more than 30 knots. With the support of the Poland electromechanical fire control, the firepower of 6 152mm guns can completely crush the current popular anti-cruiser or early light cruiser. Once it enters mass production, the situation where the Zhongqing-class light cruiser plays the leading role in the Sangdong Navy will be broken. In a joyful atmosphere, salutes rang out, and the colorful balloons hanging on the bows of the 4 ships scattered at the same time. Countless red ribbons fell, revealing the names of the 4 ships: Linghai, Xinhai, Yanghai, and Yunhai. Then, the dock began to be filled with water, and the hulls of the warships broke away from the bottom support under the action of buoyancy, and the long-awaited tugboats came forward to meet them. Applause broke out from the audience seats on both sides. There were representatives from all walks of life in Cangdong, as well as an observation group from the Navy of the Republic of Luzon. The Cangdong audience was more proud, while the representatives of the Luzon Navy were more full of admiration and envy. On the sea outside the shipyard, since the previous blockade has been lifted, many foreign merchant ships have chosen to temporarily anchor outside the warning zone designated by the two city-class light cruisers. Most of them are there to watch the fun. Of course, a small number have other purposes. Look carefully, Klein. While the tugboats were moving the four warships one after another towards the outfitting dock, an old British man, who looked like an old sailor, knocked on the masthead of a merchant ship. The young sailor was fiddling with an unusual high-magnification telescope. These Qiancang people have been guarding so closely in the past. It's hard to believe that they have managed to get something out this time. Don't miss a single detail. Don't worry, old John. Let me take a closer look. I see it. There are 3 holes in the hull, 2 in front and 1 in the back. One of them is obviously higher. That should be the space they left for the weapons. 3 gun mounts. Yes, they are concentrated on the central axis. The 2 on the foredeck are arranged in a back-to-back arrangement. Judging from the size of the gun mounts, they can at least install a complete twin 6-inch turret. This bow shape, a scissor bow? What a grand gesture. Klein couldn't help but be amazed. The British Navy naturally knew the advantage of the clipper boat in being suitable for harsh sea conditions, but due to the high cost of manufacturing it, even large battleships had not made up their minds to use it on a large scale. These Qiancang people actually dared to use it on a light cruiser. Quick, write it all down. Chapter 179. The Hot Man. He is here. The day after the launching ceremony, a cargo ship traveling between the Qiancang Kingdom's controlled area and the Cangdong Autonomous Territory docked at the Taixi Islands. During the unloading period, a Dublin man wearing a woolen coat, rimless glasses, and a big beard walked down from the ship. The guard noticed him and quickly stepped forward to stop him. As far as Cangdong was concerned, even foreign sailors needed approval to enter, and this old man was clearly not a sailor. Unexpectedly, the Dublin man calmly produced a business card and handed the briefcase to the soldier, requesting that he pass the contents on to the young governor of Cangdong. Yes, this is the real inventor of the original practical submarine on the Blue Star plane, John Philip Holland. Mr. Governor, here are the schematics and specifications of all the submarines I built. Holland opened his briefcase, pulled out a few blueprints, and placed them in front of Chu Qing. There are 6 in total. I think Mr. Governor should have heard of them. If nothing unexpected happens, they are the most advanced equipment in this field. Holland adjusted his glasses, feeling very nervous. He had been frustrated for half his life. The 6 submarines he built over the decades had never received due attention from various forces, and the funding was scarce day by day, so that he almost lost all his family fortune. The White Eagle Navy Department originally gave him a bonus of $150,000 for the design of Holland No. 6, but when Holland No. 6 was completed and he asked them for the construction funds for the next submarine, he was ridiculed by the Navy officials. He quit in anger. As he was born in the Dublin Free State, it was naturally impossible for him to cooperate with any pro-British forces. Therefore, the French and Spanish countries that had recently shown a tendency to form a group and the British younger brother, the Easting people, had long been excluded from his options. The relationship between the White Eagle Federation and the Caucasus Empire was deteriorating and difficult to reach. Then, the new force in the Far East that was at odds with Britain became the best choice. Chu Qing, who was sitting across the table, looked at Holland, who was full of expectations, and the simple drawings on the table. He felt a little amused and helpless. The most advanced Holland 6 had a speed of only 7 knots and a range of 1,000 nautical miles. It was really like a young baby in front of the already established Cangdong Fleet submarine force. Mr. Governor, these ships can sail underwater. After closing in close, they can use torpedoes to attack the enemy's large warships. 2 torpedoes are enough to send the British dreadnoughts to the bottom of the sea. Seeing that Chu Qing didn't express his opinion, Holland thought he didn't understand the purpose of submarines, so he hurriedly introduced them. I assure you that this type of ship can defeat the strong with the weak and change the pattern of naval warfare. It is absolutely suitable for the Cangdong Autonomous Territory. Stop talking, Mr. Holland. Chu Qing stood up and sent the translator away. Seeing this, Holland's heart immediately sank. It's over. According to the custom of the Qiancang people, the next step is to order him to leave. Mr. Holland, I certainly know the importance of submarines. We have even conducted some explorations and experiments in this area. After sending the translator away, Chu Qing turned around and shook Holland's hand, speaking fluent English. So, on behalf of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, I welcome Mr. Holland to join us. You don't need to worry about research funding. I will do my best to meet your needs. However, before you take up your position, would you be willing to go and see our work first? Of course I would be happy to, Your Excellency Governor. John Philip Holland gladly accepted Chu Qing's suggestion and was ready to give some pointers. However, he had no idea how big of an impact he would face next. After the Guangdong fleet's radio signals faded away, our reconnaissance ships arrived at the coordinates of their last contact, but found no wreckage, coal slag, or heavy oil. Divers also didn't find anything noteworthy on the seabed. In the office of the Chief of the Naval General Staff of Tosakura, Haihakuro Togo was listening to reports from his subordinates. His situation has been very difficult these days. The identity of the ship that appeared and disappeared inexplicably has become a mystery. The so-called East Sakura Maritime Self-Defense Force frigate, possessing powerful future weapons and key information that will change East Sakura's destiny, and other mysterious things in the telegram, are probably too mysterious for even a junior high student to believe. But Dongxiang's intuition told him that this might be a rare opportunity, and it was worth the risk of contacting the other party. He sent a fleet to greet and escort them against all odds. What if it's true? Then the Dongying Empire would have technological weapons that are decades ahead. As a result, the Jiaying fleet was strongly blocked by the Guangdong Navy, and the cruisers suffered heavy losses. Even the precious Congo-class battlecruiser was almost lost in the Galley Sea. When the disgraced Dongying fleet returned to Sasebo port, the generals and officers within the Dongying Navy who opposed Togo dispatching the fleet all demanded his resignation, accusing him of being whimsical, greedy for merit and reckless, and falling into the trap set by the Qiancang people to lure the enemy, causing the imperial warriors to bleed in vain. What's more, some directly criticized him for having secret dealings with Qiancang and demanded that he commit seppuku to apologize. The only way to silence the dissenting voices was to find the battleship or any trace of her existence. But this report essentially destroyed any hope of that. Could the mysterious warship really be a trap set by the Guangdong Navy? Dongxiang himself began to doubt himself. After all, if the Murasame truly possessed weapons from 80 years ago, even if it were sunk by the Guangdong Navy, it would still have been able to take a bite out of them. But now there was nothing on the seabed. Had it been salvaged? Impossible. While the waters off Galley were not deep, salvaging and relocating a cruiser-sized vessel in just a few days was impossible. Could it be that Murasame, armed with advanced weaponry, surrendered without much resistance? Togo rejected this speculation. After all, the soldiers of the East Sakura Empire were known for their tenacity. How could they surrender to the enemy when they still had the strength to spare? Waving his hand to let his men leave, Dongxiang opened another report on the table, information about Guangdong's newly launched cruiser. At this moment, the guards outside the door saluted with a click of a gun, and a powerful voice came in. Togo-kun, is the identity of that mysterious ship still unclear? The person who walked out of the door was the current Minister of the Navy of Tosakura, Admiral Ito Yuing. Seeing that Togo was silent, he comforted him. Togo-kun, don't worry. The current major changes are about to come, and the Empire must maintain stability. There will be no major personnel changes. The official production of special torpedoes has begun. However, due to their huge size, they are not suitable for installation on some old ships. Therefore, the naval headquarters decided to build a special warship to carry out torpedo attacks. Does Togo-kun want to make some suggestions? As he said this, Ito Yuing took out a design draft. Chapter 180 Malay. Using such a design on a light cruiser is truly extravagant, said ship designer George Thurston, extinguishing his cigar. After ensuring the performance of these mass-produced ships, the first priority should be speed of construction. Blindly pursuing the quality of individual ships is completely a small nation mentality. After receiving reports from overseas observers scattered on merchant ships, Royal Navy designers had different opinions on this newly launched light cruiser in Guangdong, which was similar in concept to a smaller version of a dreadnought. In the view of many British designers, including Thurston, it is unwise to spend too much money on small and medium-sized ships. No matter how you pile up advanced equipment, these 4 Qiancang cruisers combined cannot beat a Royal Navy Invincible-class battlecruiser. Moreover, the 6 152mm main guns with unified fire control look very good and are indeed stronger than those City-class light cruisers. However, given the ballistic characteristics of the 6-inch main guns and the performance of the drier fire control equipment under current technology, the improvement in the hit rate in long-range engagements is limited. Moreover, Cruisers are not battleships that stay in the battle line. They often face close-range melees with the enemy's vanguard fleet, and the enemy's position and distance are uncertain. Therefore, the current light cruiser designs of the Royal Navy and even the world are all full of artillery arrangements, and they want to fill both sides with artillery. However, Philip Watts, director of warship construction for the British Royal Navy, has a slightly different view, but it uses a complete twin-mounted turret. With the assistance of mechanical equipment, its rate of fire and firepower sustainability undoubtedly overwhelms single-mounted turrets and even deck gun mounts. She is undoubtedly an excellent and forward-looking design. If used in large numbers in future battles, she will definitely be able to easily inflict a devastating blow on the vanguard fleet that lacks high-speed battleships. Sir Watts first affirmed her design, then changed the subject. However, the Royal Navy is not short of high-speed battleships at present. Jazz lit a cigar. There will be no shortage now, and there will be no shortage in the future. A new budget plan was slammed on the table by the night. The Parliament's new shipbuilding budget, totaling £9 million, will build an additional 4 battlecruisers within 2 years. Come on, gentlemen, let's talk about the design of the new battlecruiser. Excuse my composure, Your Excellency the Governor, but your progress is truly. John Holland was speechless at the secret shipyard of the Taixi Islands Ordnance Bureau. It's truly incredible. Compared to your submarine, the ones I built before were really just toys. After seeing the 2 Xia-class nearshore attack submarines and a newly built transport submarine assembled in the dock and reading their performance descriptions, he truly felt his own short-sightedness. I had originally thought the Holland SIX's 1,000 nautical mile range was astounding, but I hadn't expected other countries' nearshore attack submarines to have nearly 10 times the endurance of the Holland 6, with armament and speed far superior. It was truly frustrating. Seeing that Shandong Autonomous Territory's sophisticated submarine industry, Holland felt completely useless now. As I said before, we attach great importance to the development of submarines, and we have long been aware of you. Chu Qing said seriously, looking at the shocked Holland. Do you believe it now? Whether it's sufficient funding or the necessary resources, we can provide them. Our ship design team is currently lacking a dedicated submarine designer. If Mr. Holland has no objection, you can start as a senior researcher at the Ordnance Bureau. Of course, you don't have to worry about the salary, as it will be paid according to the standard of a naval captain. Chu Qing continued to tempt him. You can refer to all the technical information on submarines at the Ordnance Bureau at any time. I look forward to seeing your outstanding work soon. In fact, the research results brought by Holland are worthless in Chu Qing's view. It's just that the Ordnance Bureau is in urgent need of relevant talents to share the pressure. Chen Lishu, Su Zhonghu, Zheng Jingxi, Wei Jizhu and their design team have all been deeply engaged in the field of surface ships in the past. It is inevitable that it will be difficult for them to switch to studying submarines. The work of installing sonar on the Xia-class submarine had encountered difficulties before, and Wei Jizhu had to postpone further modifications to the submarine design because he had to preside over the analysis, research, and repair work of the Murasame. As a result, the construction of ocean-going submarines was slowed down. Now, the arrival of Holland, who has spent most of his life in the submarine field, has made up for this. Thank you for your generosity. Holland bowed deeply to Chu Qing, accepting the olive branch. Today, in the secret dock, he saw the completed nearshore attack submarine, transport submarine, and the ocean-going submarine under construction. For him, who has been engaged in the submarine industry for most of his life, it is not an exaggeration to call the current Shandong Ordnance Bureau a holy place. This trip to Shandong was the right one. Chu Qing readily cleared out an office for Holland and asked him to follow Wei Jizhu to familiarize himself with the situation. He then went to the director's office on the top floor of the Ordnance Bureau headquarters, ready to discuss with Su Zhonghu the relevant matters of introducing foreign talents to the Ordnance Bureau. After all, the Spacetime Mall can purchase blueprints, but it cannot buy the flashes of inspiration from these outstanding designers. All technological advances need to be accomplished by people, and not every relevant expert dares to go to the previously highly closed Shandong Sea like Holland. So the autonomous region needs to come forward to standardize and publicly announce relevant regulations and rules. The two talked for about an hour and preliminarily finalized the types of talents to be introduced, as well as the incentive measures and salary arrangements. When they were about to discuss the specific procedures, the office phone on Su Zhonghu's desk rang. Hello, this is Su Zhonghu. Yes, the governor is in my office right now. Hearing that it was Chu Qing who was looking for him, Su Zhonghu handed the receiver to him directly. It's from our garrison in Luzon. I'm Chu Qing, what's going on? What? Okay, arrange for immediate medical treatment. Do your best. I'll arrange for a specialist to go to Luzon and contact him as soon as possible. Something happened in the Luzon Islands. Su Zhonghu could tell from Chu Qing's face that something was unusual. It's not Luzon, it's North Borneo. Chu Qing took a deep breath. A fishing boat from North Borneo just entered the waters of Luzon. The entire ship was riddled with bullet holes, leaving only one survivor. The Qiancang captain fainted without saying a word. Our opportunity to intervene in Malaya and Qiancang Island may be coming soon. Chapter 181: The Disaster of the Qiancang Clan. Sandakan is a port city on the northeast side of Kalimantan Island and the capital of the British colony of North Borneo. The people of Qiancang descent living here account for about 35% of the total population. Some of them have lived here for hundreds of years, while others have fled here due to the unstable situation in recent decades and run plantations, commerce, or shipping. Unfortunately, despite their considerable population and wealth, the Qiancang people remained third-class citizens on these islands. The British and Dutch colonists viewed them as tools to appease indigenous hatred and deflect conflict. After the British were forced to withdraw from Tsangnan, the local colonists viewed the Qiancang people as a thorn in their side, first confiscating privately owned radio stations under the pretext of radio control, and then gradually condoning indigenous violence against the Qiancang people. In the end, driven by greed, the riots intensified. The situation in several states on the Malay Peninsula was relatively good, but it is not an exaggeration to say that the recent days on the island of Qiancang are a purgatory for the Qiancang residents. Mom. Inside a store, a child's cries suddenly began and then abruptly stopped, as if muffled by something. A young Qiancang woman covered her child's mouth and nose to prevent the recently departed thugs from noticing that there were still people alive in the room. Behind the counter on the other side of the wall, her husband had been shot in the back of the head by a .450-inch rifle bullet. She and her child were lucky. The thugs were so obsessed with looting that they did not search the house carefully. There was a charred body curled up at the door of her shop. No one could tell that it was a Qiancang girl who had been assaulted. The colonial soldiers and police who were supposed to maintain order were nowhere to be seen. They even deliberately discarded their weapons to fuel the atrocities. This was also the origin of the martini rifles in the hands of the thugs. The entire street was filled with thick smoke. A large number of houses and properties of the Qiancang residents were burned down in the riots. The charred bodies of the victims were scattered in every corner of the streets and alleys. Among these charred corpses, there were pregnant women with their abdomens cut open and young children with their heads cut off. In the distance, one could hear the cheers of the rioters as they burned, killed, and looted. Countless tragedies happened in countless corners. Of course, the Qiancang residents did not fail to resist. A few hundred kilometers away, near Mount Kinabalu, there was a self-defense force composed of the remnants of the former Lanfang Republic. Its leader was Liu Ingwen, the last governor of the Lanfang Republic. In the northwest of Qiancang Island, the descendants of King Wu of the Dongying Kingdom also spontaneously organized a resistance force to fight against the thugs and the colonial forces of the great powers. The Lanfang Republic was founded a century ago by the Qiancang people. Its predecessor was the Lanfang Company, founded by the wealthy Luo family in the Tsangnan Sea region. Its leader was known as the Great Commander. The Dongying Kingdom was founded by the Wu family, a fellow countryman of the Lanfang Republic's founder. Both countries' domestic order was severely damaged by the geological event, and due to their lack of a strong navy, they were both taken advantage of and destroyed by the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Therefore, these resistance forces, which were spontaneously organized by the remnants of their homeland and had limited numbers and poor equipment, found it particularly difficult to face the large number of indigenous mobs supported by the colonial authorities. Unable to obtain high-power radio communication equipment, they were unable to contact Sangdong for a long time, so they had to take the risk of sending people to Luzon by boat for help. As a result, they were intercepted by indigenous armed forces halfway. Only one crew member who pretended to be dead escaped and successfully entered the Luzon waters. The thugs have looted and raped, and the people of Brahma have suffered terribly. Our compatriots desperately hope for help. The remaining people, the benevolent officials, weep and shed tears to present this. Chun Gyus, commander of the Tsangdong Autonomous Territories Luzon Task Force, chief of staff / military advisor of the Luzon Republic Navy, and former Liandu garrison commander, opened a letter written in blood and 2 maps, both of which were found on the unconscious Qiancang man. They recorded the atrocities committed by the indigenous people of Qiancang Island against the Qiancang residents. With every sentence he read, Chun Gyus' hands clenched tighter. As a former garrison commander of the Tsangnan Sea area, he had heard about the difficult situation of the Qiancang people in Southeast Asia, but he could not imagine that the lazy local natives could do such a thing. He was also angry that the great powers, after levying heavy taxes, would still do such a black hand to the overseas Qiancang people. He was previously placed under house arrest by Lu Wuming, the inspector general supported by the French and Spanish, so he hated the great powers to the core. Now seeing his compatriots suffer, the anger in his heart was even greater. Copy the entire contents of this blood letter to Taixi. Chen Gus suppressed his anger and called his secretary. Make sure it's word for word. General Chen, that man is awake. Seeing Chen Gus, the general with a star on his shoulders, walk into the ward, the man with gauze wrapped around his right chest ignored the medical staff's attempts to stop him and knelt before him with a thud. I, Chu Xiong, a remnant of the country, kneel down and beg the army of my homeland to rescue me. I have seen Mr. Lu's letter. Governor Chu will certainly not sit idly by while our compatriots on Dongying Islands suffer this disaster. Chen Gus gently helped him up and said firmly, no need to say anything extra. I need you to tell us the current situation of the Dongying Island colony and the Malay colony in as much detail as possible. Good. The scale of the riots on the Malay Peninsula was nothing compared to the one on Qiancang Island. The natives didn't dare to cause any major disturbances, but the natives on Qiancang Island had already begun to organize looting and massacres of the Qiancang people. Roughly estimated, the Qiancang compatriots in North Borneo alone suffered over 10,000 casualties, not to mention the southern part of Qiancang Island in Java, which were controlled by the Dutch. General Lu's self-defense forces currently control the area around Mount Kinabalu and a port on the north side, accepting Qiancang refugees. However, apart from wooden boats, there are only a few steam fishing boats offshore, and the offshore area is also surrounded by armed indigenous fishing boats. Northwest of Qiancang Island is a Qiancang refuge area established by the Wu family's armed forces, and it is also being pursued and intercepted. Although there's no shortage of food supplies, our weapons, aside from homemade guns, are limited to over 300 rifles captured from captured local police stations. Furthermore, the British and Dutch authorities will certainly not tolerate Lan Fang's restoration in any form. I believe it won't be long before the self-defense forces resisting the rioters are declared mobs. More than 1,000 of the 2,000 self-defense forces only have cold weapons, and most of them are untrained. The situation in Pontianak is even worse. If they are strangled by the British and Dutch armies, they will definitely not be able to hold out for long. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Su, thank you for the information you provided. Chen Gus helped Chu Xiong lie down slowly and looked at the clerk behind him. Have you written it down? Send a copy to Sangdong immediately. Wait for the governor's decision. Chapter 182. Send out troops. Send out troops. The struggle history of the Qiancang people in Nanyang is a history of blood and tears. Chu Qing sighed. He had already read the report sent by Luzon. In another dimension, in the future world of Blue Star, the local natives had similarly used despicable and shameless means to exclude, attack, and massacre the defenseless Qiancang people on numerous occasions. Their cruelty was abhorrent to both humans and gods. Publicize the contents of this letter and the atrocities committed by the local natives to the entire army. Since Sangdong now has the spare capacity, and it is in line with the current strategy, then why should we sit idly by? Chu Qing immediately decided to send troops to rescue. Governor, are we being too hasty in sending troops to the Nanyang region? Zhong Qilan was keenly aware of Chu Qing's intentions and was a little worried about it. The eastern and southern fleets have both recently endured a tough battle, and both personnel and equipment need to be repaired. Furthermore, any intervention in either the Dongying Islands or Malaysia would only further intensify the conflict with the British and other major powers. Last time, we easily won by exploiting the information gap and the enemy's underestimation. This time, we have to face the British Empire, who are going all out. Zhong Qilan's worries are not without reason. The Dutch Navy is still okay, but since the British retreated to Malaya, they have spared no effort to strengthen the strength of the colonial fleet in the past 3 months. Even the French and Spanish in the Annan colony are desperately strengthening their defenses. The news from the Iron Blood Empire is even more terrifying. At least 3 superdreadnoughts and 2 superdreadnought battlecruisers have once again set out from the British mainland and the Mediterranean fleet to support the reorganized Far East Fleet. I'm worried that the riots that broke out in the 2 places are the great powers deliberately luring us into a decisive battle, and they may have already made full preparations for the Sangdong Navy to intervene. Indeed, at this critical juncture when the 2 sides are on the verge of a war, the governor of the British colony still dares to allow the natives to do whatever they want. In addition to venting his anger, he may also be deliberately trying to lure Sangdong into a long expedition. Your worries are reasonable, but even if it's a British trick to lure the enemy, what then? Chu Qing leaned back in his chair slowly. If they have accumulated enough troops, even if we don't take the initiative to attack now, they will come to our door in a while. I've seen the intelligence from the Iron Blood Nation. They already have 14 large battleships in the Southeast Asian waters, accounting for less than a quarter of the British Navy's total. We can still handle it. If the British Navy is ruthless, even if they are on guard against the Iron Blood Nation, it will only take 3 months to double this number. Then it will be difficult to deal with. We must strike first to prevent 100 blows. If we can destroy these 10 or so large ships here, the British Navy may not dare to mobilize a fleet of this size to our doorstep again in the face of the iron-blooded people's containment. Zhong Qilan fell silent and began to weigh the pros and cons, seeming to be convinced. If the Eastern and Southern fleets can't secure victory, what about the main force of the Western fleet? Chief Lu always complains to me that the Taixi Sea area is too peaceful and he's bored to death. Chu Qing continued to pursue the victory. Besides, we previously fought to retake Hong Kong under the banner of all the people of Qiancang. Now our compatriots overseas are dying, and we sit back and do nothing. What will happen if the news spreads? Also, fighting to protect compatriots and fighting for Malay resources are two different concepts. Moreover, the remnants of the overseas Lanfang Republic are distributed in Malay and Khammon Island. If we use the name of helping the Lanfang to restore their country, we can also gain their support, which will be beneficial to our future management. Chu Qing turned his chair towards the map hanging on the wall. Of course, our direct forces will not intervene so quickly, so as not to arouse excessive vigilance of the great powers, and also to buy time for the fleet to mobilize. Zhong Qilan immediately understood Chu Qing's intention. The transport submarine has already gone out to sea for sea trials. I will immediately order several boats offshore to go to Luzon to pick up supplies. Chungyus is also already taking inventory of the remaining supplies in Luzon and preparing to provide assistance. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction and first sent some weapons and radio equipment to the local Qiancang armed forces. He didn't ask them to counterattack, but at least they had to hold out until the arrival of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory Army, and also to protect as many compatriots as possible. After completing their transport mission, the submarine force will not need to return to port. Instead, they will advance directly to the Strait of Malacca, ready to ambush and harass the British transport lines at any time. Let the Luzon Republican Army begin its movement to the south. Let them be the first to land and lead the charge. After months of training, it's time to send them out to test their results. The British think they can completely wipe out the Qiancang Navy by deploying these super dreadnoughts in Malaysia? What a joke. Since they are willing to use this fertile land as bait, we have no choice but to accept it. After seeing off Zhong Qilan, Chu Qing opened the space-time mall again. The Eastern Fleet and the Southern Fleet had a total of 6 super dreadnought battleships and above, plus 2 Admiral-class battlecruisers, and the Western Fleet's Queen-class and Admiral-class, a total of 11 advanced large battleships. They should have no problem dealing with the Far East Fleet after its strength increased. However, considering the need to leave behind troops to guard against sneak attacks from the Dongying Empire, a batch of armaments needs to be expanded before the war comes. After resolving the issue of Murasame, he obtained 500,000 space-time points. He spent 100,000 points on scanning and drawing detailed blueprints of Murasame for research and repair. Adding the remaining 100,000 points, there are still more than 500,000 space-time points in the account. Excluding the part reserved for crew training and the part exchange for some advanced industrial products, the remaining points are still enough to buy a half-hood. Thus, the Guangdong Autonomous Territory's 4th Admiral-class ship, the 24th and 25th Birminghams, and a 10,000-ton ship fully loaded with oil arrived. Blue Star's dying. I had a long dream, dreaming that all 4 Admiral-class ships were built. The Lumpsboa Islands, the capital of the Malay colony, guarded the entrance to the strait, making it a base for the British Far East Fleet. A gentle breeze rustled, waves lapping gently, coconut trees swayed gracefully, and flocks of seagulls flitted. White-bellied frigate birds chased the service vessels entering and leaving the harbor. 7 steel behemoths, flying the St. George Naval Ensign, lay anchored at the deepwater docks, quietly awaiting their next expedition. The 2 warships at the back are the Colossus-class dreadnought battleships Colossus and Hercules, and the one ahead is Beatty's flagship, the Neptune-class Barbaric. The first 4 ships are basically the same in appearance, all with thick masts and solid hulls. The 2 back-mounted main turrets on the bow are fierce and captivating. These are the pillars of the British Navy, the Queen Elizabeth-class super dreadnoughts. There were several wooden fishing sailboats floating on the sea outside the naval port. They were basically driven by nearby Malay fishermen who could not read or write and only caught a few nets of fish every day. Therefore, the British did not bother to care. As long as it did not affect the sailing of the warships, they could fish. It just showed them the military power of the empire. Tommy, what are you looking at here? Bosun Hanks greeted 17-year-old midshipman Tommy on the forecastle of the Queen Elizabeth-class battleship HMS Valiant. Are you just going to sit here on your precious day off? Why don't you go inside and play some cards? I've never been to the tropics before, so I came up on deck to take a look. Young Tommy scratched his head. By the way, Bosun, my brother served on the Revenge. I heard that the Revenge was also transferred here. Is that true? Yes, that's right. And their departure date is half a month after we set sail. It should be almost here now. Look, here they are. Following the direction of the bosun's finger, Tommy saw a series of black smoke columns, followed by steel masts that blocked out the sky. In front of the mountain-like figure of the giant steel ship, the wooden sailboats fled desperately like panicked rabbits. Chapter 183 Rockets. Bang! 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 October 15th, 1665, according to the local calendar. More than 10 sporadic salutes rang out in the Longpa naval base, scaring away the seabirds circling around. Greetings, Vice Admiral Gerard. Rear Admiral Charles Cross of the Royal Navy reports to you with the battleships Vengeance, Remillis, and Sovereignty and the battlecruisers Indomitable, Anson, and Princess Royal. Charles Cross walked down the gangway of the Revenge and stood at attention to salute a dignified general with two striking red stripes sandwiched between the gold edges of his cuffs. This was Vice Admiral Gerard Noel, the new commander of the Far East Fleet. He was known for his seriousness in the Royal Navy, and his subordinates believed that he was bad-tempered, strict in discipline, and difficult to please. The Far East Fleet welcomes you all and hopes that you will serve His Majesty the King faithfully. Vice Admiral Gerard raised his hand in return, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd, then to the 7 large warships that had just been moored. They had officially replaced the pre-dreadnoughts originally stationed there. Now, with 14 large warships stationed there, the British naval base on Lump Island had reached its maximum design capacity. The cruisers accompanying these capital ships were now forced to relocate to the Star City Islands further east. Vice Admiral Gerard felt a surge of pride in his heart. If such a large fleet was pulled into the Atlantic Ocean, even the iron-blooded Chinese would tremble in fear. But this was only 1/4 of the Royal Navy's combat power. This showed the Royal Navy's century-old foundation, and it was definitely not something that could be challenged by any scoundrel. Initially, he had disdained the British high-level plan to lure the enemy, and even accused the colonial governor, Sir John Anderson, of letting the mob go, which humiliated the honor of the British aristocracy. But at this moment, unprecedented self-confidence and a desire to achieve great things filled his mind. The Qiancang people must pay back double for the humiliation they had inflicted on the empire. Not only must their navy be destroyed, but also Xiangjiang and Xiongzhou must be reclaimed, and their territorial waters and hinterland must be invaded. Chief Engineer Wei, how is it? In the open ocean between Shinpu and Taixi Islands, there is a floating dock directly under the Ordnance Bureau next to the Vesta-class repair ship, and the captured Murasame is lying quietly here, being personally led by Wei Jizhu for research and repair. The internal water accumulation has been dealt with, but the situation is still not optimistic. The damage to the cabin near the main gun at the bow is not serious. The damage is not serious. At most, we can just replace the gun. Wei Jizhu pushed his glasses, wiped the sweat off his face, frowned, and looked at Chu Qing and continued. The damage to the rear hull is too severe. Its engine system is too advanced, completely different from any known power plant. It is impossible for us to repair it at this stage. The stern and power system are broken, so why don't we just rebuild it and install our own engine? At worst, we'll be a few knots slower. Before Chu Qing could finish her words, Wei Jizhu glared back at her. Shipbuilding is no joke. Its internal pipelines are intricate, not to mention the engine room also has the task of powering the ship. If we just want to repair the structural damage, it's possible with the detailed drawings you provided. The biggest problem is that our current technology can't provide energy for the electrical equipment on board. Without these devices, this ship is just a showpiece. Hearing this, Chu Qing was shocked. Could it be that the missile destroyer he had towed back was completely scrapped? However, fortunately, you used armor-piercing shells with a light charge, and the ship itself was both lucky and resistant to damage. The 410mm gun fire didn't cause fatal damage to the keel, and even saved a set of engines and power supply systems. Wei Jizhu presented a repair plan. Forget about fully restoring its combat capabilities. Those offensive weapons are temporarily unusable. Even if those blueprints from who knows where are they from, it's impossible to repair them. However, it's possible to restore some of the functions to a limited extent. Give me enough time. Once it's repaired, as long as we don't encounter high sea conditions, the detection and communication equipment above will still be usable. Don't ask me how long it will take. It won't be able to move within 6 months, and it's hard to say if it will be more than a year. The chief shipbuilder of the Cangdong Ordnance Bureau immediately understood what Chu Qing was going to ask. If that foreigner hadn't come, it would have taken even longer. Well, it seems that we really can't rely on it in the Malay campaign. Chu Qing was about to board the ship and leave when Wei Jizhu called him back. However, Chun Lishu has made some progress. They have some clues about the rocket. On an uninhabited island within the Taixi Islands stands a row of residential-like buildings, like a street that appeared out of thin air on the island. There is also a tall and sturdy blockhouse in it. Closer to the shore are trenches, positions, and other fortifications. An old Hiron-class ship is lingering near the shore. This is a weapons testing ground of the Ordnance Bureau. This cruiser is also a test ship allocated to the Ordnance Bureau specifically for testing new weapons. It was renamed Dolphin. Its original main guns have now been removed and replaced with iron cage-like devices with rotating mechanisms. 3, 2, 1. Clusters of flames shot out from the iron cage-like device, and a row of blockhouse-shaped targets and trenches pre-built on the coast immediately disappeared in the smoke and dust. Boom, boom. When the smoke cleared, only ruins remained of several buildings, including the concrete blockhouse. Dolphin, reporting in, all rockets have been launched. The building target has been destroyed. Ground observation team, please proceed to confirm the effectiveness of the attack. On the Hiron class, the technician crouching in front of the high-power telescope put down the communicator, and at this time the iron cage was also surrounded by researchers who were recording the impact of the rocket launch on the launch device. At the same time, a group of Ordnance Department technicians emerged from the other side of the uninhabited island. Some entered the ruins, while others jumped into the trench. After a long moment, the Dolphin's communicator rang. Ground observation team reports. All test animals in the trench and building targets are dead. The launcher's ignition function is normal, there is no structural damage, and there are no overall abnormalities. Chun Lishu, standing on the bridge of the navigation ship, showed a relieved expression. The previous test of the thermite warhead rocket had been successful, and today the experiment of the high-explosive warhead was completed. It can be said that the rocket used for attacking the other side has been basically developed. Chapter 184 Lan Fong Self-Defense Force. October 19, 1665, according to the local calendar. Amin, hold on. Goddess Mazu blesses me. If Ming can survive, I will definitely offer 3 animals to fulfill my vow in the future. At night, flames flickered in the mangroves on the coastal mudflats north of Mount Kinabalu. This was a base for the self-defense forces under Lu Ingwen, with about 500 people scattered around, most of them wounded, wailing everywhere. More than 30,000 Qiancang refugees and their belongings have been gathered around Mount Kinabalu, and the low house in the port not far away is Lu Ingwen's command center, where several staff officers from the former Ministry of National Defense of the Lanfang Republic are responsible for commanding the operations. General, today we seized another 10 guns and dozens of Pamo knives. The team heading east rescued another 100 people, including more than 20 strong men. Ada, what are the casualties among the brothers? More than 70 brothers were killed, and more than 130 were injured. In the east of Kota Kinabalu, more than 50 brothers were killed. There were too many natives. The brothers couldn't rush in at all. The damn British were helping them. The man called Ada's voice became lower and lower as he spoke, and gradually he began to sob. Lu Ingwen sighed and helped him sit down. The biggest problem facing the self-defense forces at present is the lack of weapons, making it difficult to deal with large numbers of armed thugs. The elite forces only have 50 second-hand French and Spanish 1886 rifles that were secretly purchased from the Principality of Yangzhou. The remaining hundreds of standard rifles are mostly Martini Henry rifles seized from the colonial military and police. The rest are a variety of homemade guns and cold weapons. It seems we can't enter Kota Kinabalu. Let's send more people eastward to Sandakan tomorrow. Another man ran in from outside the door and shouted in panic. General, look at this. The British are about to intervene. Lu Ingwen's frown deepened when he took the stack of papers from the man's hand. These were leaflets that the British instructed the natives to throw around to persuade them to surrender. The leaflets said that Lu Ingwen's self-defense forces had been declared rebels by the colonial authorities, and that the colonial military and police would be dispatched to clear them out. Those who came down the mountain with the leaflets would be exempted from punishment. These British are so shameless. They allow the natives to attack us and don't even allow us to resist. The man who delivered the leaflet said indignantly. Do they want us to lie on our backs in bed and wait for them to chop off our heads? A song. There's no point in talking about these things now. Lu Ingwen rubbed his temples. Tomorrow, place more spies at the foot of the mountain and look for evacuation ships. The colonial armies of the great powers are not comparable to those unorganized mobs. Back then, the entire Lanfang Republic was a soldier, and tens of thousands of armed forces were easily defeated by the Dutch army. The British colonial army would only be more brutal and ferocious, and the fate of his 2,000 self-defense soldiers was foreseeable. When the Lanfang kingdom was destroyed, Lu Ingwen was still an adult and therefore powerless. Now he is over 40 and in the prime of his life. He risks being killed by the colonists and raises the banner of the Lanfang kingdom again to protect his compatriots, but judging from the current situation, it seems that the story is no different from more than 10 years ago. I hope that Staff Officer Su can successfully contact the Sangdong side. Lu Ingwen prayed silently in his heart. Although his old subordinates were still in the Malay area, judging from the current situation, it was impossible for the Qiancang people to travel between Dongying Island and Malaysia, so naturally, they could not wait for their support. Now the only hope for the self-defense forces and all the Qiancang people on Dongying Island is the Sangdong Autonomous Region in the north. As he was speaking, an inexplicable commotion broke out in the harbor, and a little while later a small leader ran in. General, what's going on? What's the noise outside? There are suddenly several more ships in the harbor. Staff Officer Su is back too. They are not enemies. They are reinforcements coming to help us. Distinguished guests sent by Sangdong. I'm Chu Xiong. Why are you still surrounding them? Hurry up. Come and help. Chu Xiong waved his hands vigorously, signaling the self-defense soldiers who were surrounding the Luzon soldiers in the port to come over and move their weapons. Seeing Chu Xiong's face, the self-defense soldiers finally believed that these armed men in front of them, who did not look like Qiancang people but were different from the local natives, had no hostility. They dropped the wooden sticks and iron bars in their hands and took over the heavy wooden boxes. In the distance, several clusters of torches escorted a man in his 40s to the shore. Chu Xiong saluted hastily, pointing to the 40 or so Luzonians and saying, General Lu, Chu Xiong has fulfilled his mission. The Sangdong Autonomous Territory has agreed to send troops to come on island and has initially dispatched a platoon of Luzon troops and a batch of equipment to support us. Then he looked at an officer on the ship who was fiddling with the radio. This is Lieutenant Colonel Li Fong, the liaison officer from Sangdong. The Lieutenant Colonel will be responsible for our follow-up communications with Sangdong. Thank you for your hard work, distinguished guest. Lu Ingwen clasped his fists and signaled his men to take Li Fong and his party downstairs to rest. Then he opened a large wooden box, which contained some firearms he was not familiar with, short barrels with long magazines, wooden stocks, and front and rear grips. General, this is a newly developed firearm from Sangdong. It's capable of continuous fire and has very strong close-range firepower. We've sent 30 of them this time. The rest are French-Spanish Lebel 1886 rifles, over 300 of them. Chu Xiong rubbed his hands together and introduced excitedly. An even larger batch of aid is on the way and will arrive within 3 days. We will ensure that our self-defense forces have a gun in every hand. We don't have to be afraid of those natives anymore. The frown on Lu Ingwen's face finally relaxed. The channel to Luzon has been opened, and Sangdong has also made it clear that it will send troops to provide assistance. So there is no need to worry too much about the land battlefield. The compatriots on Dongying Island have also been saved. However, in terms of naval power, can the young Sangdong Dominion really deal with the strongest British Navy in the world? Lu Ingwen became worried again. General Laprel, all 3 warships have been repaired and resupplied. These large vessels are in top mechanical condition. In the port of Vung Tau, the largest deep-water port in the Annin colony of the French Republic, 3 of the 8 steel giants that originally flew the red, white, and blue naval ensigns now fly the flag of St. George. On the Normandy-class battleship Gascogne, flying the Vice Admiral's flag, British Rear Admiral Jellicoe is bidding farewell to General Laperere. The British Empire thanks the Franco-Spanish Republic for the helping hand it has extended. Chapter 185, Leasing Ships. May God bless you, Mr. Jericho, Lieutenant General Laperere replied as a matter of course. Give my regards to General Gerard. Your Excellency Vice Admiral, has the Franco-Spanish Navy really decided not to participate in the joint operation? Jericho hesitated but finally spoke. I'm sorry, Mr. Jericho. General Laperere spread his hands and shook his beard. This is the decision of the conservatives in the Navy Department. I have no right to interfere. All I and my fleet can do now is wait for your good news at Vung Tau Port. Yes, the Franco-Spanish Navy, which had suffered heavy losses together with the British at the hands of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, decided not to follow the British this time. The reason was very simple. That is, the Franco-Spanish Navy had no surplus food. There were really only a few ships left. Unlike the British Navy, which has more than 60 dreadnought-class battleships, the Franco-Spanish Navy, which was led astray by the Green Water School, does not have such abundant resources. It also lost several large battleships at the hands of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory. After dispatching 1 Normandy-class and 2 Breton-class battleships, it can no longer dispatch a super dreadnought battleship, while taking into account the vast colonies in the Mediterranean and Africa. Moreover, after witnessing the appalling hit rate of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory Navy, Vice Admiral Laperere really didn't want to stand opposite the guns of the Guangdong fleet again. So, when the British began to advise the French and Spanish to fight together to retake Guangdong, the Vice Admiral suppressed the colonial governor's eagerness to try, and on the other hand, he explained the pros and cons to the French and Spanish Navy Department, and tried his best to promote the idea of preserving the existing dreadnoughts and avoiding meaningless battles. He mobilized almost all of his connections, and finally made the Navy Department decide to wait and see for the time being, and wait until the situation became completely clear before sending in the fleet to add icing on the cake. However, the British were not satisfied with this and began to put pressure on the French to temporarily lease 3 Danning-class quasi-dreadnought battleships to further expand their fleet strength. In the end, the French Navy Ministry agreed to the other party's request, but also stated that as long as our fleet fired a shot during the war, we have the right to participate in the division of the fruits of war. After seeing Jericho off, Laperer's staff officer knocked on his door again. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, the Guangdong side has issued a new statement. It seems they already know what happened in Malay and Garmin. Well, all right, call all the boys on leave back to the ship, General Laperer said to his staff. If everything goes well with the British, we will have a chance to reclaim Qiancang. Governor, the public reaction to last night's broadcast was extremely strong. Our military and political organizations in various archipelagos reported receiving a large number of letters today. Most of them expressed the hope that the Dominion would send troops to rescue our compatriots who are being persecuted. The officers and soldiers within the fleet also basically agree that sending troops to Southeast Asia is necessary. After learning that the first batch of weapons and equipment had been successfully delivered to the island, Chu Qing ordered the scope of disclosure of Lanfang's letter to be expanded from the entire army to the entire Guangdong territory. And today a telegram was sent to the world through a high-power radio station to condemn the atrocities in order to occupy the moral high ground. How is the Malay infiltration plan going? The personnel drawn from the Luzon army have already entered Malay territory by boat. Following the guidance of the self-defense forces, we have found a former Lanfang Republic staff officer named Liu Chang. He is very happy to help us contact Lanfang's former subordinates. Very good. We need to get to know the situation in Malaysia through him as soon as possible. It would be best if we could send a batch of weapons to create favorable conditions for the landing operation. Chu Qing nodded, expressing satisfaction. Let Chief of Staff Zhong take charge of this matter. Yes. After deciding to provide assistance to the Qiancang armed forces on Guman Island, Chu Qing naturally thought of sending Marines to the Nanyang region in advance as an insider. However, given the current tense situation, even if there is no accidental conflict with the local rioting natives in advance, it is difficult for these large numbers of unfamiliar Qiancang faces to enter the Nanyang region without attracting the attention of those who are interested, which would be bad if they alerted the enemy. Zhong Qilan therefore proposed that the Luzon Republican Army send reliable soldiers to infiltrate. Although the Luzon people were slightly different from those in Malay and other places, they were not as eye-catching as Qiancang's faces. However, the Luzon Republican Army had a short training period, and the available personnel were not enough to cause unrest independently. Therefore, they would need to utilize the power of the former Lanfang general. After the attendants left, Chu Qing stood up and looked at the warship in the harbor outside the building that stood out among the merchant ships. Yes, this was the newly exchanged battlecruiser, the 4th Admiral-class battlecruiser, Yindang, of the Guangdong Navy. So far, the scale of the Guangdong Navy has reached a bottleneck again, and the main constraint is personnel. In order to crew this battleship, not only were key personnel transferred from the old ship, but a group of cadets were also allowed to graduate early from the Naval Academy, and a group of sailors were recruited through the Shipping Bureau. Only then was this big guy able to go out to sea. The next step was to activate the resonance amplification field to accelerate the crews running in. It is probably too late to modify the fire control equipment and add seaplane slides, So we have to use the old Dryer 5 Malawian Quach's fire control console for the time being. After all, no one knows when the battle will break out. Based on the call signs of the British warships provided by the Taixi nation, Chu Qing has determined that the number of large British warships that have arrived in the Nanyang region is 14. Compared with the 12 ships that his side can mobilize, the other side has an advantage in quantity, but the Shandong Navy is far superior in quality. At least in terms of super dreadnoughts, his side has an overwhelming advantage. According to the results of previous intelligence monitoring, the British Navy should not have replaced its equipment with new hard-capped armor-piercing shells on a large scale. So the armor-piercing ammunition currently fired by these British warships is still the old-fashioned soft-capped shells that have the problem of premature explosion. On the other hand, Shandong had developed new ammunition with better performance than Greenbowie under Chu Qing's instructions. Even if it was the same 42 caliber 15-inch heirloom, the combat effectiveness of the two sides was very different. In this way, defeating the current size of the British fleet should not be a big problem. The only variable is the French. Their fleet in the Annan colony also has 3 or 4 super dreadnoughts. If they are deployed into the battlefield, how will the situation change? No one can predict. Just look at the reaction of the French to this statement. Chapter 186 The New Look of the Sea Rhino. On October 21, 1665 in the calendar of this plane, in the port of Wilhelm in the Hanover province of the Iron Blood Empire, the sky was clear and a dazzling golden light wave flashed on the sea outside the port. Inside the 4 large docks of the naval shipyard, machines roared, rivet guns crisped, and 4 steel behemoths had taken shape. My dear Alfred, the York class is making good progress. The hull is 85% complete, and the power system provided by Shandong has arrived in the Empire. We will see her enter service soon. Admiral Tirpitz accompanied William II in inspecting the naval shipyard. Thanks to the highest priority investment and the 3-shift work of the shipyard, the construction progress of the 4 battleships was extraordinarily fast. The submarine construction was also very smooth. 25 ships have been launched and 16 have been put into service. Alfred, have you read the statement from Qiancang's friend? William II suddenly stopped and asked, what do you think our response should be? The British behavior is indeed not glorious, and we should naturally condemn it. Admiral Tirpitz paused. Your Majesty, are you still considering sending troops to assist? Our friends are now facing a direct military threat from the British, including 14 large battleships, including 9 super dreadnoughts. Wouldn't it be unreasonable for us to just stand by and watch? William II now has a particular interest in the power in the Far East. After all, the naval strength of the Osmiga Empire does not match its territorial waters, and often has to rely on the assistance of the Iron Blood Empire. The Shandong Autonomous Territory always has some surprising designs or technical equipment. It is very likely that the Iron Blood and Shandong will support each other and bring the British Navy down from its pedestal. Now that the Shandong Autonomous Territory was facing an armed attack, it was not morally or economically appropriate for them to remain inactive. At the Emperor's behest, the Iron Blood faction contacted the Shandong Autonomous Territory upon receiving news of the British naval deployment, offering military assistance if necessary. However, Chu Qing politely declined the Emperor's offer, and the assistance fell through. Now, after confirming the current strength of the British Empire's Far East fleet, Emperor William was in a dilemma. If he sent a fleet to provide direct assistance, he was afraid of dragging the entire Iron Blood Empire into the war too early. But if he did not send a fleet and Shandong was defeated, the Iron Blood Empire would have to fight the pressure of the British alone again. Your Majesty, we just need to keep a close eye on the fascists' movements, Tirpitz finally said. We will do whatever the fascists do. If the French and Spanish ultimately decide to join and expand the conflict in Southeast Asia, it would mean that Britain and France are completely tied to the same ship. We will then send all our troops to aid Shandong, to prevent Shandong from being destroyed in the future and us from being surrounded and attacked by both sides. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. As soon as Tirpitz finished speaking, hurried footsteps and shouts were heard from behind. Without looking back, just by listening to the voice, he could tell that the person coming was Major General Ingenol. The Fasci have issued a statement. Everyone present felt a pang of anxiety. William II snatched the newspaper and quickly scanned every word. Based on the principles of equality and fraternity, the government of the French Republic expresses its concern for the humanitarian disaster currently occurring in the Malayan colony and the island of Gamun, and calls on both sides to exercise restraint and refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs. There was joy in the eyes of the 3 men. The Fasci did not send troops directly. Since the governor of Shandong is confident that he can deal with the British fleet, and the French have no intention of intervening, then there is no need for us to get involved in the struggle prematurely. Alfred von Tirpitz stroked his beard. However, we can also hold military exercises to contain the British fleet in the Mediterranean and mainland, so as to prevent them from sending reinforcements to Shandong again after the war breaks out. Also, although we cannot openly participate in the war, we can still lease our warships to them. Given that the British have sent a number of 10,000-ton cruisers, and our allies lack similar warships in their equipment, Major General Ingenol interjected, I suggest that we lease them the Far East Fleet's 10,000-ton armored cruisers. What do you think, Alfred? The Emperor looked at Tirpitz, who replied simply, armored cruisers are not as sensitive as super dreadnought battleships, so I think Rear Admiral Ingenol's proposal is entirely feasible, Your Majesty. Then let's do it. Ingenol, summon the military officer from Shandong immediately. Shandong Autonomous Territory Fengzhou Shipyard, Large Dock Number 2. A ship with a strange appearance was towed by a tugboat and slowly left the dock, revealing its true form. She was huge, weighing tens of thousands of tons, but there were no turrets on her deck. Instead, there were catapult-like devices. Yes, this is the Duke of Bismarck-class armored cruiser Hai Shi, which was originally obtained from the Iron Blood Navy. Now it has completed several months of modification and has become a seaplane carrier. Its superstructure was completely demolished and rebuilt, and the smoke ducts were led to the starboard side. The original bow and stern 240mm main turrets were completely removed and replaced by two large rotating catapults that can directly launch 5,000 kg class seaplanes. On the port side, there is a crane that can lift the aircraft to the water surface for takeoff and landing, and two catapults. The launching capacity is enough to allow a Javelin torpedo plane fully loaded with ammunition to take off. Of course, due to the lack of a full-length flight deck, seaplanes cannot land on the Sea Rhino, so it is necessary to rely on the crane installed at the stern of the ship to lift and recover the seaplanes one by one. Take the stern of the French test seaplane carrier as an example. After the transformation, the Sea Rhino only retained 4 150mm guns for self-defense. The side armor was also removed, and a new set of power equipment was installed. With a total of 16 aircraft, her speed can reach 26 knots. Chu Qing originally wanted to build the Haishi into a professional aircraft carrier in one go, but considering the short length of the Haishi, even if it was converted into a full-length flight deck, it would not be able to take off and land new carrier-based aircraft in the future. Moreover, the training process for carrier-based aircraft pilots is much more complicated than that for seaplane pilots. After careful consideration, the Ordnance Bureau had to give up the idea and only experimented with the process of leveling and converting the ship into a smoke duct, or to transform it into a seaplane carrier. Chapter 187. Tensions Rise. October 29, 1665, in the local calendar, the Qiancang Islands of the Shandong Autonomous Territory. 4 days ago, when Britain and the Netherlands announced the blockade of the waters near Malay and Garmin, the Shandong Autonomous Territory announced the closure of its borders. All the ships in the port that originally belonged to the Shipping Bureau were transferred to the north, and berths of all sizes were filled with warships armed to the teeth. At this moment, faint smoke was coming out of the chimneys of these warships, and it was obvious that the boilers were in working condition and could be deployed at any time. On the fleet's flagship, Tianju, Chu Qing was studying the battle plan. The Malay team reported that a concentration camp for the Qiancang people had been built in the colony. It seemed that the British were determined to be shameless to the end. So why not just take the initiative to attack while the British were not reacting and catch them off guard? The general idea was to attack from the southwest of Luzon, cover the armies landing on Khammon Island, and then engage in a decisive battle with the British naval fleet off the coast of Khammon. The Boers called back saying the first batch of weapons would arrive soon, but the British blockade was getting increasingly severe, and it might be difficult to get more equipment in the future. Governor, a telegram from Garmin Island has been intercepted. Let me see. Notify all officers above the rank of Rear Admiral in the fleet to convene a combat meeting in 1 hour. An explosion occurred in the British settlement in Sabah, resulting in heavy casualties. Chief of Staff Leahy looked at the telegram in his hand, his expression becoming serious. If I remember correctly, the Lanfang army should not have initiated an active attack, right? Although the Qiancang armed forces on Gaman Island regained their foothold after receiving assistance, defeated the encircling colonial army, and expanded their control area, Shandong should not have instructed them to launch attacks on other cities. After receiving Zhong Qilan's negative response, Leahy sighed. It seems that the war is not far away. Our army did not attack Sabah, and an inexplicable explosion occurred on the British side. Next, The other party will definitely put the blame on Sangdong, and then disguise themselves as victims and have to fight. Isn't that what the White Eagle Federation did before? Whatever the cause of this explosion, the British will use it to reverse their moral disadvantage and convince the people at home to find a legitimate excuse to go to war with us. Being prepared to play this trick meant that the other party must have been prepared for war long ago. Chu Qing nodded calmly. How is our navy prepared? The main force of the Western Fleet has passed through Panyu and will reach the Qiancang Islands within a day. The main force of the Eastern Fleet currently stationed in Hong Kong has reunited with the Taixi, awaiting departure for Luzon. The main force of the Southern Fleet has already departed from Qiangshu and is maneuvering southward with the least Iron Blood Nation warships. Zhong Qilan continued. The Marines have arrived in Luzon, and the Luzon Navy is also ready for combat. Where's the submarine? 3 Xia-class submarines are located near the Riau Islands, 500 nautical miles off the coast of Malaysia, and 2 are heading to the Qiancang Islands. Well, since the British want to fight, then we'll join them. I've lived in the Western Fleet Commander's residence for so long, I can't even remember the roar of the naval guns. Lu Feng chuckled. I'm going to sail with the fleet this time, no matter what. I've never personally commanded a warship as powerful as the Luo Xiao. Chu Qing understood that Lu Feng was determined to personally attack this time, so he did not bother to stop him. His face became serious. The Southern Fleet should strengthen patrols, focus on southwest Luzon, and be ready to respond to any attack from the British at any time. Notify the Iron Blood people that their exercises can begin. However, the previous plan to go to Luzon needs to be changed. The cruiser forces will be deployed on both wings, and the main fleet will be stationed near the Qiancang Islands. The Luzon Navy's plan will remain unchanged. Chu Qing thought about it and said, the original plan was based on the assumption that we could seize the strategic initiative. We assumed that the British Navy would adopt the passive defensive posture. However, current intelligence indicates that both the British and I are primarily interested in an offensive strategy. Therefore, we need to make some changes to facilitate the British to take an unconventional approach and not attack Luzon, but directly attack Qiangshu. The Qiancang Islands are located between Malay and Luzon, bordering Luzon to the east, Kaman to the south, and the only passage from Malay to Qiangshu to the west. If the main fleet sails towards Qiancang, then no matter what the British do, they will have enough time to respond. 48 hours later, the news of the attack on the British settlement in the North Borneo colony had spread throughout the British Empire through radio waves. In the capital of the British Empire, in the Palace of Westminster on the west bank of the Thames next to Westminster Bridge, Prime Minister Cecil was delivering an impassioned speech. Gentlemen, I have some sad news to share with you. Just yesterday morning, Great Britain's sacred overseas colonies were subjected to a despicable and sudden attack by the Dominion of Eastern Asia. Prior to this, we had respected the Dominion's territorial sovereignty and made concessions in the Qiancang Islands. However, regrettably, the Dominion of Eastern Asia still views us as an obstacle to their rule over the waters of Southeast Asia, and our peace-loving residents have become victims of their vicious war. Consequently, they brazenly support the thugs in their massacre of innocent British citizens. This surprise attack was meticulously planned and executed, proving that the Dominion's interference in colonial affairs was premeditated. 14 unarmed British citizens tragically perished in the attack. 14 families were devastated and destroyed. We must ensure the safety of our people and their property, and ensure that the good people of Britain will never again be persecuted like this. No matter how long it takes, no matter how much it costs, we must defeat this enemy. We will take all necessary measures to protect the interests and dignity of the empire. We will meet this challenge together. We will unwaveringly defend our values and principles. We will never succumb to any form of pressure or threats. Gentlemen, there is no doubt that this is a treacherous attack. This is a provocation to the dignity of the empire. We cannot turn a blind eye to aggression and atrocities, and we cannot turn a blind eye to evil. I, Robert Gascoigne Cecil, now ask Parliament to approve and authorize the unrivaled Royal Navy to be dispatched now to destroy all despicable and hateful opponents. As soon as he finished speaking, there was thunderous applause. Most of the MPs were infected by the fanatical atmosphere, but there were also a few who knew the truth, such as the Minister of the Navy, Earl Selborne. Chapter 188, The Necessary Price. Frankly speaking, such behavior is not glorious. Once exposed, it would be enough to force Prime Minister Cecil to step down directly. However, it is beneficial to the overall interests of the British Empire. Although it sacrificed 14 lives, it mobilized the war sentiment of the people. May God forgive me. The First Lord of the Admiralty, Earl Selborne, prayed silently in his heart. What prompted the British Admiralty to make this decision were reports from the South African colonies and the instigation of several shipyards. The report stated that the local Boer armed forces were defeated by the Great British Imperial Army, and the Marines also seized the strategic mistakes of the Boer army and fought several beautiful annihilation battles. After calculation, it was found that the Boer armed forces could not hold out for long under the iron hoof of the empire, and victory in South Africa was in sight. In order to prevent complications and eliminate the possibility of external interference. At this time, the Guangdong Autonomous Territory, which was selling arms on a large scale, was again targeted by the Colonial Office and the Admiralty. How dare you sell dreadnoughts and super dreadnoughts at that price? Wouldn't that be destroying my job? Destroying someone's financial resources is like killing their parents, especially when it comes to large-scale arms sales. This was intolerable. Consequently, driven by the complex web of interests behind the Colonial Office, the Admiralty, and even the various shipyards, the British Empire, having recovered from its shock, decided to severely punish this man who had challenged its authority. However, the British people and French and Spanish public opinion were dissatisfied with the actions of the British colonial army in the Boer-controlled areas. Moreover, no substantial evidence was found, and the Parliament might not approve it. Moreover, a rash attack on Guangdong might lead to an outbreak of anti-war sentiment at home and abroad. In this way, Earl Selborne and Colonial Secretary Chamberlain jointly took the lead in formulating a strategy that combined provocation with self-torture. If the Guangdong Autonomous Region took the bait, they could take the opportunity to completely defeat the Guangdong Navy and cut off the Iron Blood people's idea of challenging sea power. Even if they failed, they could plunder the wealth of all the Qiancang people in the colony and disgust the Guangdong Autonomous Region. The speech in the Palace of Westminster has ended, and all the MPs shouted, "Take up arms." The fanatical mood almost broke the roof of the Parliament building. On the other side of the earth, a huge naval fleet has made all preparations for sailing. In the southern part of the Malay colony, at the anchorage of the Star City Islands, on the battleship HMS Valiant, the flagship of the British Far East Fleet, Vice Admiral Gerard Noel was pacing back and forth in the officer's cabin, waiting for a telegram, a formal order to attack. "Your Excellency, Vice Admiral, a telegram from the Admiralty." Read, "Urgent telegram from London. The British Empire and the Guangdong Dominion are officially at war. Order the Royal Navy's Far East Fleet to attack immediately and completely destroy the Guangdong Naval Fleet. Long live His Majesty the King. Let's go. Let's head to the bridge and give those Qiancang monkeys a good beating." Vice Admiral Gerard put out the cigar in his mouth in the ashtray with one hand and called to his adjutant with the other hand. "Tell Major General Edmund to search for the Qiancang people's main fleet with all your strength, and then we will send them to the bottom of the sea as quickly as possible." Yes. On the morning of the second day after Britain and the Kingdom of the Netherlands officially declared war on Guangdong, Riau Islands Province, Natuna Islands, the sea in the mist shines light blue. On the white sand beach of an unknown island, sea turtles lie lazily on it. Silver pigeons and green broadbills fly across the sky from time to time, and a few langurs are resting on the tall palm trees. This territorial waters belonging to the Kingdom of the Netherlands was originally a gathering area for pirates and was also the only way to go to Luzon or Guangdong and Songnan. However, after being jointly attacked by several major forces, the pirates have now disappeared, leaving only the local primitive tribes that are still nomadic in the ocean. In the deep waters outside the archipelago, 3 nearshore attack submarines of the Guangdong Navy have been quietly ambushed. Tang Zhou, the captain of Xia-07, was leaning on the threshold of the watertight door of the chart room, sipping a cup of Qiancang-style green tea, and the command of the submarine was currently handed over to the deputy captain. Although it is a luxury to waste precious battery power to boil water for tea, Tang Zhou believes it is worth it because the aroma of tea can free people from the foul smell of engine oil in the boat, making the brain more clear-headed and sensitive. Depth hold, right rudder 15 degrees, half thrust, proceed to 1,000 meters, fill torpedo tubes 1, 2, 3, and 4 with water, set depth to 2 meters, set speed to maximum, small target number 2. Torpedo tubes 1 and 2 fire. As the young captain sipped his tea, he mentally calculated attack plans for various targets. The hydrological conditions around the Anambas Islands were complex, and submarines were limited to a few known deepwater channels. The advantage was that the enemy's position and trajectory were relatively fixed, allowing for pre-rehearsals of attack. After deducing several different situations, Tang Zhou began to close his eyes and rest. Combining the observation results of the past few days and the intelligence from Guangdong, the patrol fleet from Britain would enter this sea area in at most an hour. "Captain, there's something happening in the Southeast Sea." Not long after he closed his eyes, the voice of the deputy captain came from the voice tube in the chart room. Tang Zhou quickly put on his military cap, shouted, "Level 1 combat readiness," and "Captain, take over command," then rushed into the command platform and lay in front of the periscope. Tang Zhou turned the handle left and right, and then he saw several thick black smoke columns coming through the fog. About 4,500 meters away, 3 large targets, all using coal-fired boilers. Heading northeast, it should be the British fleet patrolling the northern waters of Garmin. However, the thickness of this smoke column is completely different from those cruisers we saw before. It seems like we've caught a big fish. Tang Zhou licked his lips excitedly. Engine half thrust, rudder 15 degrees left. Come closer and take a look. In the battle record, the tonnage of sinking of the several boats they built later was always 0. Although it was not due to their own fault, but because they had no combat missions, it still made people feel uncomfortable. What was that? A Dutch pre-dreadnought battleship? A British dreadnought? Or perhaps a large armored cruiser? Tang Zhou and the officers and men aboard were hoping to catch something more valuable. However, when the distance was shortened, the outline of the ships that appeared in the periscope disappointed Tang Zhou greatly. Except for the destroyers surrounding the periphery, the remaining 3 large warships were all old-fashioned British Navy strong-class protected cruisers, big but useless white elephants. According to the division of the British Navy, first-class cruisers are responsible for hunting down enemy warships of the same type and destroying trade lines. When necessary, they will go to the battle line to assist the main battleships in combat. Second-class cruisers are responsible for trade protection and colonial missions. Third-class cruisers are responsible for fleet reconnaissance and serve as destroyer leaders. Although the Qiancang class is called strong, its armament, protection, and power indicators are not outstanding. This first-class cruiser of the British Navy has a huge body of 14,500 tons, but it does not have a side armor belt near the waterline. It can only be classified as a protected cruiser. Its firepower is also unremarkable. It only has 2 old single-mounted 9.2-inch/234 guns at the bow and stern. The rest of the firepower is the 152 mm Armstrong 40 caliber rapid-fire naval gun arranged in the gun turret. The power system was quite good when it was first built, allowing it to reach a speed of 22.5 knots, and its seaworthiness and endurance were also excellent. But these old guys may not even be able to run at 18 knots now. Chapter 189, Weak Prey and Insidious Hunter. Although a considerable number of warships still use coal-fired boilers and are not advanced, Tang Zhou was still a little unwilling to give up when he encountered such an old guy. Although the displacement of 14,500 tons is real, there is always a difference between sinking new cruisers and dreadnoughts and this old-fashioned anti-ship ship, and the rewards the crew receives after returning to the port are also different. Never mind. It's a 10,000-ton patrol after all. Let's destroy it first. Tang Zhou thought of 2 similar silent hunters lingering in the nearby waters, so he decided to take down the enemy first to prevent other submarines from robbing him of his gains. Those 2 boats attacked the Dongying people before. Today we're going to have a go at the world's best navy, the British. Target confirmed. Position 251, 3 strong-class protected cruisers. The 3 smaller targets following behind are believed to be British Navy tribal-class destroyers, advancing at 14 knots. Hit the guy who hits the head first. Maximum thrust. Left rudder 5, approach to 2,000 meters to seize the launch position. Launch tubes 1, 2, 3, and 4 loaded. The 508 mm submarine launch torpedo equipped on the Xia 07 has a range of up to 4,000 meters at a maximum speed of 38 knots. For an old-fashioned 10,000-ton cruiser with a slow speed and sluggish movements, launching it at 2,000 meters can completely cut off her possibility of escape. Maximum speed, 5 meters depth. Maximum speed, 5 meters depth. Torpedoes loaded. Launch tubes filled with water. The narrow space of Xia 07 seemed particularly depressing under the illumination of red lights, but the crew's fighting spirit had been high. After lurking in the dark water for so long, wasn't it the moment they were waiting for to harvest their prey? 3,400. 3,300. 2,700. In the bow torpedo compartment, the torpedo commander pricked up his ears to listen to the distance information coming from the sound tube above and pulled the launch handle as soon as he received the captain's order. 2,500. Open the launch tube cover. 2,100. 2,000. Torpedo tubes 1 and 2 launched. The torpedo captain quickly and forcefully pulled down the launch handle. The Xia-class nearshore attack submarine trembled slightly, and 2 white lines appeared below the sea surface. Inside the silent submarine, all the crew members were counting down silently. It would take about 100 seconds for a torpedo at full speed to cover a distance of 2,000 meters. Finally, the hopes of all the officers and soldiers on the boat were not disappointed. Two rumbling and dull explosions were heard from the front, and Tang Zhou also saw in the periscope a towering water column rising from the starboard side of the stern of the leading British cruiser 2,000 meters away. The stern of the 10,000-ton Qiancang was displaced as a whole by the explosion, and after the water column fell, the stern of the old cruiser was completely torn apart and completely separated from the front half of the warship. The sailors on the battleship were completely unprepared, and many of them were thrown directly into the sea. As the lifeboats were lowered, the old ship began to tilt from the stern, and the sailors who did not have time to board the lifeboats jumped directly from the deck into the sea. Beautiful. She's done. Tang Zhou turned his head away from the periscope and signaled the deputy captain to record in the combat log. November 1st, 1665, at 7:21 in the morning, a British Navy Mighty-class cruiser was sunk. Boom. Another dull explosion was heard from the front of the boat. Tang Zhou quickly moved his head back to the periscope and saw a British destroyer arching upward from the middle of the hull. It was swaying continuously due to the impact force like a fallen leaf in the raging waves, and finally broke directly from the middle. As for the crew, Tang Zhou did not see anyone abandoning the ship. Most of them were trapped inside the ship and sank with it. After all, for a little ship weighing less than 1,000 tons, sinking on the spot was the only outcome when facing a torpedo attack of this level. It seems that other submarines have taken action, Tang Zhou thought to himself. It seems that there is more than one submarine targeting this British patrol fleet. Soon, the noise here will attract all the submarines in this sea area. The remaining British warships are definitely in danger. This foggy sea area has become a hunting ground for Sangdong submarines. Hurry. Second large target. Torpedo tubes 3 and 4 fire. Reload tubes 1 and 2. On the British Navy cruiser, terribly, Captain Colonel Arthur Stewart was extremely terrified. In front of him, the bow of the sister ship, Gibraltar, had just sunk into the sea, and the surviving officers and soldiers were struggling on the sea. As a soldier, he was not afraid of being attacked by the enemy in war, but was afraid of the attack coming from an unknown source and by whom. Within 2 minutes, a 10,000-ton cruiser and a destroyer of our side were attacked and sunk, but no one in the entire fleet saw the attackers. The fleet's radio communication channel was extremely lively. Some claimed to have been attacked by torpedoes, some said they saw mines, and the most exaggerated was a destroyer that actually reported that it was bombarded by a battleship. What the hell? Have we entered a minefield? I remember there were no mines laid in this area. Colonel Stewart was puzzled. The Terrible and the accompanying destroyers gradually slowed down. It was not a good idea to sail at high speed in a minefield. However, in another direction that he had not noticed, 2 deadly white tracks were heading straight for the Terrible. There's a torpedo track at 9 o'clock. Accelerate. Turn hard left to avoid. Full left. It's unavoidable. The chimney of the Terrible spewed out much thicker coal smoke than before, indicating that the sailors in the boiler room were trying their best to add coal into the furnace. However, the acceleration process of this battleship was too slow, and the steering effect was not so obvious at low speed. In the end, it was hit by 2 submarine-launched torpedoes on the port side. With the help of Topek's charge, the power of the torpedoes almost doubled, the keel of the hull was broken, and the huge impact force almost overturned this 10,000-ton ship. The remaining cruiser in the fleet finally discovered that it was attacked by torpedo weapons. The signalman immediately reported to the British Navy headquarters that they were under torpedo attack. The remaining 2 destroyers also began to try to maneuver. However, the 3 submarines of the Sangdong Navy had completed a round of reloading and each launched a fan-shaped attack, blocking their maneuvering path. A few minutes later, all 3 destroyers sank to the bottom of the sea, and the British main force in the rear also received the torpedo attack report from the cruiser. A large number of cruisers and destroyers patrolling around began to gather in this sea area to encircle the so-called Sangdong Navy torpedo ship. Chapter 190, A Tiger Among the Sheep. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Put away the periscope. We can't stay in the Taixi Islands any longer. Don't run into the British Army. Tang Zhou jumped off the command platform nimbly, and the sailors behind him also performed their duties. The water pump made a rumbling sound until the depth gauge stopped at the 35-meter mark. Use the electric motor at maximum power to propel. Hurry up and don't get blocked by the British. Tang Zhou was already satisfied with taking the heads of 2 10,000-ton cruisers. An entire fleet was lost here, and the British would inevitably surround them. Although the existence of the submarine had not been exposed, if the British fleet refused to leave, the submarine would not be able to surface for air. The periscope lowered, and the propeller stirred up more and more bubbles. At this moment, the three hidden hunters chose to leave at the same time, leaving the battlefield to the surface ships. Half an hour after the three submarines left, a patrolling British fleet arrived first in the waters of Taixi Islands province, southeast of the Taixi Islands. They were the destroyer fleet responsible for carrying out the blockade of Garmin. They were led by a Weymouth-class destroyer and 3 old-style destroyers of less than 1,000 tons. The commander was Captain John D. Edwards, captain of the Weymouth-class light cruiser Falmouth. Report to Major General Edmund that we have arrived at Natina. Colonel Edwards shouted to his signalman, then turned to the lookout on the mast. Increase surveillance and find those Qiancang people's torpedo fleet. The patrol fleet led by the 3 Qiancang-class ships has not responded since reporting the torpedo attack, so they must have been annihilated. The main fleet of the Guangdong Autonomous Territory would not appear here at this time, because the patrol fleet reported a torpedo attack, and the monitoring equipment equipped by the British Navy did not detect a large number of radio communications. Although the combat capability of the Qiancang class was outdated, the 152mm naval guns mounted all over its body were not something that ordinary destroyers could easily challenge. The fleet with 3 Qiancang-class ships was destroyed in an instant, which could only be because it encountered a large number of Guangdong torpedo ships hidden in the fog. If we can sink or disable one, maybe we can crack the legendary secret of ultra-long-range high-speed torpedoes, Captain Edwards thought to himself. But what happened next disappointed him greatly. The fleet led by Falmouth spread out and searched for a long time. More and more British cruisers and destroyers entered the waters of the Taixi Islands, but no one found anything. These Qiancang monkeys are really good at hiding, Colonel Edwards' deputy said hatefully. The fog is about to dissipate. They can't hide for much longer. Colonel Edwards looked up at the sun. The fog on the sea had visibly dissipated a lot. Something's happening in the northwest. 4 columns of smoke. Speed 13 knots. The lookout's report startled everyone on the navigation bridge. But when the high-powered telescope moved to the northwest, the ship silhouettes that appeared were an adventure-class reconnaissance cruiser and 3 small destroyers. The enemy sent a light signal. This ship is the attacker belonging to the 3rd Scouting Fleet. It looks like it's just a destroyer squadron. Captain Edwards looked away from the telescope. Wait, what is that? The colonel spotted an unusual plume of smoke in the northeast. Watch the northeast. Radio direction finding equipment indicates significant radioactivity in Taixi Islands waters. It seems our friend Qiancang guessed correctly. Using submarines to attack the British fleet in this area will inevitably attract more small and medium-sized British ships here. On the navigation bridge of the Scharnhorst, Iron Blood Navy Captain Maximilian von Spee was holding a telescope. The Strong class, Crown class, is that the Adventure class or the Amethyst class? Oh, and there's also a Cressy class. No British battlecruisers were found. Aside from one old-fashioned cruiser, all that's here are their protected cruisers and destroyers. Next, it's time for our hunting. All fleet, accelerate to 22 knots. Prepare for port artillery engagement. As the smoke grew thicker, the blue and gold anchor flag flying on the mast fluttered in the wind. Accompanied by the metallic clang of the watertight door closing, the white-skinned sailors in the cabin, wearing unmarked uniforms, quickly went to their battle positions. Yes, the Iron Blood Navy has leased the 3 armored cruisers Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and Blücher to the Guangdong Autonomous Territory and organized them into this mixed reconnaissance formation together with the 4 Hawkins-class ships, 8 Birmingham ships, 4 Shakespeare ships, and 4 newly completed Snake Island-class ships of the Southern and Eastern fleets. It is called a reconnaissance formation, but from its organizational structure it can be seen that it is actually specially created to hunt down enemy small and medium-sized ships. Since armored cruisers were eliminated by battle cruisers early on in the original dimension of Blue Star, there was no place for them in Chu Qing's fleet planning. However, facing the large number of large colonial cruisers and old-style armored cruisers under the British, even the Hawkins class may not be their opponent. However, Chu Qing felt that it was not cost-effective to buy large, slow-moving armored cruisers that would be eliminated soon. The 3 armored cruisers added by the Taixi Navy could just make up for this shortcoming. Signalman, give the light signal. The destroyer division is on standby behind the right rear of the cruiser fleet. The cruiser formation is in a line formation on the port side to engage the enemy. In the event of a melee, the Hawkins formation, this ship, and the Gneisenau and Blücher will operate together, prioritizing attack on armored cruisers and larger British first-class patrol cruisers. The Birmingham formation will attack the enemy's third-class reconnaissance cruisers, and the destroyer division will pursue and destroy the enemy's high-speed ships. Next to Colonel Spee was Major General Ernst Fritz, who was calmly issuing orders. Boys, I know this is the Imperial Navy's first battle against a future adversary. You don't need to be too nervous. Just bring your training to the table. The commander of the task force is also the deputy commander of the Iron Blood Nation's Far East Fleet, so his command ability is certainly guaranteed. In fact, their original mission was to search for the British naval fleet in the waterway west of the Taixi Islands and destroy as many British cruisers and destroyers as possible. But when Chu Qing learned the news of the successful ambush of the submarines from the British, the fleet leaders decided to go with the flow and do something big, concentrate the British screen ships and destroy them, and preferably lure out their precious battlecruiser formation as well. Chapter 191, pretending to patrol and show off his power. The order is wrong. Don't read it yet. Okay. It's changed and you can watch it now. As a result, this task force temporarily took on the dual tasks of annihilating and luring the enemy. So, who will find the main force of England? No need to look for them. If the plan goes well, they will pop out on their own, Chu Qing said. A fleet with 3 Iron Blood armored cruisers launched an attack on these small and medium-sized ships. Chu Qing didn't believe the British battlecruiser squadron could hold back. If the British battlecruiser formation dared to attack, then the 4 Admiral-class ships on his side would teach the world's #1 Navy a lesson. Faced with 4 high-speed warships equipped with 381mm guns, no matter how calm the British Royal Navy commander was, he would not be able to resist deploying the battleship formation. Even if things do not develop according to this trend, the Sea Rhino seaplane carrier has completed the task of launching seaplanes, and she can largely replace the cruisers to complete the forward reconnaissance and search tasks. The smoke column is getting denser and denser. It seems the British have noticed us too. Tell our friends in Qiancang that the task force reconnaissance team is about to engage the enemy. Major General Fritz straightened his clothes and put on all the medals he had won on his chest. I have been looking forward to this showdown with the world's #1 Navy for too long. 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 columns of smoke. That's a massive fleet. Oh my god. There are 3 large ships inside. They look like they're from the Iron Blood Nation. Report to Rear Admiral Edmund. Quick! In the waters of the Taixi Islands, for large British frigates, a Cressy-class armored cruiser, and a group of 2,000 to 3,000-ton reconnaissance cruisers, and even smaller destroyers they brought with them all noticed the fleet rushing towards them at high speed and became panicked for a moment. On the radio channel, telegrams asking for help came one after another, intertwined with the reply telegrams from the British fleet in the surrounding islands, making the translator busy. However, the chaos did not last long. The captain of the only armored cruiser present, the Cressy-class Dionysus, proposed that the 5 large ships approach first, using them as the core of the attack to break up the enemy's offensive array and close the distance. The destroyers formed a combat formation around the reconnaissance cruiser, waiting for opportunities to harass the flanks and release torpedoes. The brief chaos ended immediately, and the British cruisers scattered around the Anambas Islands gathered together as quickly as possible, forming a loose formation to try to meet the attack. However, the Shandong Navy's task force reconnaissance, which had been well prepared, had already approached to a distance of 14,000 meters. All the British sailors on the deck could clearly see the solemn figures of the 3 iron-blooded armored cruisers flying the Shandong Navy flag. Rear Admiral Edmund has called back, and the support fleet is about to arrive. All we have to do now is delay. Although the enemy is powerful, the Royal Navy will never surrender to any opponent. All the British ships nearby received a telegram from Captain Christopher G.F. Craddock, captain of the Cressy-class armored cruiser HMS Dionysus. Then, the iron-blood British armored cruiser in the distance fired the first shot of this naval battle. Turn complete. All fleets, starting with Blucher, open fire in sequence. Maintain a speed of 15 knots. Each fleet selects the nearest target. The port-side artillery engagement begins. As soon as the order to open fire was given to the Scharnhorst, the Blucher, at the head of the formation, fired a half salvo on the port side, with 2 twin 210mm guns on the port side, and 2 twin 210mm guns on the front and rear of the central axis. The speed of the formation was reduced in order to reduce the vibration and swaying of the ship and improve the accuracy of the shooting. Taking the firing of Blucher as a signal, the 2 armored cruisers, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, and 4 Hawkins-class heavy cruisers all launched attacks on their opponents using their long-range main guns. Although the 1 Qiancang and 1 Cressy-class ships present were equipped with the largest caliber main guns in the field, 234mm 9.2 inches, their fire control equipment was outdated and could not support engagements at a distance of more than 10,000 meters. The fire control equipment of the Weymouth class was slightly better, but the gun range was not as good as these 210mm and 7.5-inch 190mm main guns. As for the 3 Crown-class frigates, they were even more pitiful. They had a 10,000-ton hull, but were equipped with 16 old 52 guns. Therefore, this group of British fleets could only passively take the beating at this distance. Where did they get the Hawkins class? The home fleet was only recently equipped. Aboard the Falmouth, Captain Edwards clung to the canvas-covered bridge railing to prevent himself from slipping as the ship turned. Dozens of water columns rose around the British fleet, scattered and irregular, but no one dared to relax. They're firing again. As flames rose in the distance, the lookout issued another warning, and this time the bomb landed a little closer. Colonel Edwards looked back and saw several of his own large ships stumbling in the water column. Left rudder 15, accelerate to 25 knots. Go forward at maximum speed. Captain, the Andromeda requires us to approach her. The signalman sent a telegram, and the colonel glanced at the position of the Crown-class frigate and found that she was at the other end of the formation and was being enveloped by the water column fired by the Iron Blood 210 naval gun. Tell them to shut up. We won't be their shield. Colonel Edwards spat. Now that Sangdong fleet with the Iron Blood nation joining in has begun the attack, while their own large ships have not yet joined. If they continue to take advantage of this momentum, the British fleet here will only end up being killed and dispersed. Therefore, some method is needed to slow down the offensive pace of the Sangdong Navy, and the torpedoes carried by the destroyers are a good choice. Have the destroyers follow closely. We need to close the distance as much as possible. If we're lucky enough, we might be able to capture an Iron Blood Nation cruiser. In addition to the Falmouth, 3 other cruisers in the British fleet made the same decision, a City-class cruiser like the Falmouth and 2 Adventure-class reconnaissance cruisers. The 4 cruisers, either alone or with their destroyers, rushed towards the aggressive task force. Patrol units, open fire. Ignore these little guys. Have the Birminghams prepare to intercept them. Don't let them get within 5,000 meters. Major General Fritz immediately made a response deployment. The main guns of the 8 Birmingham-class ships in the formation were generally ineffective against large-scale anti-patrol ships of 10,000 tons, but they were very good at this kind of work. Chapter 192 The Fierce Battle is in full swing. Round 6. Too far, too close, straddle shot. Good job. Switch to effective shooting. The battle continued. Blucher took the lead in achieving a straddle on the Cressy with the 5th and a half salvos. At this time, the distance between the two sides was 12,700 meters, and this old-fashioned cruiser could not reach her at all. The large-scale patrol vehicle that was originally born at the wrong time on Blue Star finally achieved its original design purpose here. The gun crew members on the Blucher skillfully completed a series of actions of lifting bullets, pushing bullets, and closing bolts, allowing the 8 main guns to fire 108 kilograms armor-piercing warheads at a maximum rate of fire of 6 rounds per minute. Although this blue and yellow painted armor-piercing projectile is classified as a light bullet according to its parameters, and its long-range accuracy and armor-piercing ability are reduced, it has the advantage of a large projection volume. In the 3rd round of salvo, it achieved the first hit of this naval battle, hitting the gun turret on the side of the Bacchus Priest and destroying 2 152mm main guns. The 2 Scharnhorst-class ships each targeted a Crown-class cruiser and a Strong-class first-class protected cruiser, both of which achieved crossfire. The 4 Hawkins-class ships were responsible for focusing their fire on the 2 Crown-class protected cruisers, which were surrounded by a forest of water columns. At the same time, the British screen ships that launched the assault also entered the attack range of the Birmingham class. 8 Birmingham-class ships concentrated 40 152mm naval guns on a single side. Under the command of Unified Fire Control, it didn't take long for them to paralyze a destroyer and severely damage 2 Adventure-class reconnaissance cruisers, making the 6,000-meter distance an insurmountable barrier for these small and medium-sized ships. They had to turn back to the first-class cruisers, and in the process of turning to escape, 2 unlucky destroyers lost power and became sitting ducks. The Blucher completely suppressed the Bacchus, hit it with 4 shells, penetrated 3 of them, successfully broke the mast of the Bacchus, and destroyed its 9.2-inch turret at the rear. The 76mm 12-pound secondary guns on the upper deck were all paralyzed, and the corpses of the gun crew members were scattered all over the ground. The technology that was 10 years ahead allowed this last-generation British patrol ship to be severely beaten. The two Crown-class ships were also unable to withstand the 24 190mm guns concentrated on one side by the four Hawkins. Although they were not easily sunk due to their size and dome armor without side armor belts, cabin damage and reduced buoyancy were inevitable. Flames spread over them, and the beautiful white paint was now covered with charred patches, while the 152mm guns without armor protection were destroyed in batches by shrapnel and shock waves. The 10,000-ton battleship trembled under the continuous firepower, and the damage control personnel on the ship were exhausted, and there was no sign of the majesty of being a first-class cruiser. After holding out for several minutes under the overwhelming firepower advantage, the 5 British first-class cruisers finally managed to form a sparse formation and began to launch a counterattack against this group of bloodthirsty, hungry wolves. At this time, the two fleets were about 9,500 meters apart. The 234mm main gun on the bow of the Bacchus Priest opened fire first, followed by the powerful class protected cruiser Shannon. The rumbling of the guns was full of anger, but the law will not be changed by human will. The consequence of hasty distance measurement, calculation, and firing is likely to be inaccurate. Then there are the remaining 152mm naval guns. Although the 152 guns on each ship have suffered more or less damage, the total amount is there, and the momentum when firing is just as huge. The 5 ships were lined up in a straight line intersecting with the task force's track. The two sides were getting closer and closer, and the naval gunfire became more and more accurate as they went back and forth. The 150mm secondary guns equipped by Blucher and 2 Scharnhorst-class ships also joined the battle. The rumbling artillery sound on the sea was like the drumbeats of the march in past wars, and the flying steel shrapnel made the hulls crackle. When the two sides were 8,000 meters apart, the British artillery fire finally hit the Blucher. However, this last-generation armored cruiser, weighing nearly 15,000 tons, had no problem defending against 152mm guns. The 170mm Krupp-hardened armor at the waterline was enough to withstand the high explosive and semi-armor piercing shells of the 6-inch guns, and the explosion of the shells did not even leave a dent. In fact, the outcome of this naval battle was already determined since the 3 remaining 234mm naval guns in the British fleet were destroyed 4 minutes ago. The 5 British first-class cruisers were quickly defeated in the exchange of fire with the armored cruisers. The protected cruisers without waterline armor protection could not show the survivability commensurate with their tonnage in the face of rapid-fire guns. A Commodore flag was flying on a Hawkins-class heavy cruiser in the formation. That was Lin Zhongqing's flagship. The Commodore captain could indeed be said to be a high-ranking position, but it was a necessary process for this veteran who had never been exposed to advanced ships. After all, if you want to command a cruiser formation, you must have experience serving on related ships, right? General Lin, you should go to the Armored Command Tower. The British firepower is getting more and more intense. It's safer there. The first mate behind him warned him, but Lin Zhongqing on the bridge remained unmoved. He laughed and said, "Back in Baitsong, when I was driving that old Jingyuan and fighting the Dongying people, I never left the bridge. Now that we have this new Jingyuan, there is no reason to retreat." Since he led the fleet out of the Qiancang Empire, the Qiancang Empire Navy had already removed his former flagship from the list. Now this battleship respected his personal wishes and inherited the name Jingyuan. Lin Zhongqing was very satisfied with the new Jingyuan. After all, compared with the old Jingyuan, although this 10,000-ton battleship under his feet had a serious problem of running into waves at high speed, its speed and firepower were unquestionable. The 6 190mm guns on a single side were enough to overwhelm all light cruisers in this dimension. Boom. A hit amidships. The second deck of this ship has been damaged, and the damage control team has arrived to deal with it. As the enemy's shells fell with water columns, our side artillery opened fire again. The thick smoke from the muzzles, the smoke from the explosion of explosives, and the exhaust gas from the chimney gathered together and lingered over the battlefield for a long time. In Lin Zhongqing's vision, several city-class light cruisers and those third-class reconnaissance cruisers in the British fleet had launched a second assault, but facing the joint interception of 8 Birminghams and 8 destroyers, they had little effect and could only hastily launch torpedoes from a distance. A Crown-class frigate became the first large warship to fall. Its broadside guns were all destroyed by the intensive firepower, and its bow lost buoyancy, half of it submerged in water. The captain immediately gave the order to abandon ship, and the panicked British sailors on the deck jumped into the sea one after another. Starting with this Crown-class ship, the remaining patrol ships also lost their combat capabilities one after another within half an hour, becoming a floating island of steel fire. Only the Bacchus priest was left alone to face the siege of the 3 Iron Blood armored cruisers. Chapter 193: The battle between the last generation of patrols. Birmingham and the destroyers had already received the pursuit order from the flagship and left the formation and, under the leadership of the Hawkins class, hunted down the Weymouth, Chatham, and Adventure class reconnaissance cruisers that had no large ship escorts. About an hour later, a destroyer division coming to support from the northeastern waters was also drawn into the battlefield and was severely beaten by the 8 Birminghams. The St. George flags that had been gathered with great difficulty near the Anambas Islands had scattered like sparks. 7 British warships, including 3 Adventure-class reconnaissance cruisers and 1 City-class light cruiser, sank to the bottom of the sea. One of the destroyers, which had the courage to launch a torpedo attack on the Blucher alone, was hit by concentrated fire and sank due to the torpedo explosion. In addition, 3 destroyers were hit by the Shakespeare-class 120mm naval guns and lost power, and the crews voluntarily abandoned the ships. All ships report casualties, recall destroyers, and reorganize the formation. I believe British reinforcements will be arriving soon. Rear Admiral Fritz was wounded in the waist by shrapnel and was receiving treatment. His replacement, Captain Spee, ordered the fleet to withdraw. The battle lasted 3 hours. All 5 British first-rate cruisers were rendered inoperable, 1 was sunk, and the remaining 4 were abandoned by the British due to severe damage. 7 ships below the second-rate cruiser level were sunk, and 3 destroyers were captured. The losses among our own ships were acceptable. Scharnhorst was slightly damaged, 2 Birmingham-class ships received moderate damage, 1 Hawkins had its main gun damaged, and 1 unlucky Snake Island-class destroyer was hit by a 152mm shell at the stern near the waterline, causing it to lose power and lower its flag to withdraw from the battle. The crew members who abandoned the ship were picked up by the ships in the formation. In general, the results of the battle were quite fruitful, but the officers and soldiers present were aware that a large number of British naval warships were definitely pouring in here, and the next battle would only be more severe. Southwest. Lots of coal smoke, approaching at high speed. That must be the British reinforcement fleet. Confirm the type of their ships as soon as possible. Then ask where our Qiancang friends are. More than half an hour later, new enemy situations appeared. Colonel Maximilian von Spee was filled with fighting spirit, but he still had his wits about him and did not directly order an attack. The task force had just relied on its equipment advantage to crush the British fleet, but the British had battlecruisers in their hands. If you encounter a battlecruiser squadron that specializes in hunting armored patrols, your own task force combined will not be enough to kill 2 battlecruisers, so it is very important to learn to judge the situation. Rear Admiral Kemp, the Dionysus has sunk, and 4 first-class protected cruisers, including the Andromeda, have also been abandoned. According to the intelligence sent back, the main force of the enemy fleet in the Anambas Islands is composed of 3 Iron Blood armored cruisers, including the Blucher that came from Africa. Blucher, he is our destined opponent. Major General Thomas Kemp is the commander of the 3rd Cruiser Division. After receiving the enemy attack warning, he led his warships to provide support, but they were harassed by the Zhangdong Navy warships along the way. He sent some ships forward to drive them away. The 4 most powerful armored cruisers under his command have now arrived at the battlefield. Minotaur class, bow and stern twin 234, side secondary main gun 190mm. The Cat's Eye, under his feet, is the last armored cruiser of the British Royal Navy. The Minotaur-class armored cruiser, equipped with 4 234mm main guns and 2 twin turrets, 5 single-mounted 190mm naval guns of the same type as the Hawkins class on each side, and 16 76mm caliber 12-pound secondary guns. In terms of the main armor belt, the thickest part is 152mm amidships, gradually thinning to 76mm towards the bow and stern. The deck protection is 38 to 51mm, which is common in this era. The 14,800-ton ship is propelled to 23 knots by 27,000 horsepower. The Minotaur class's main gun caliber and projection are larger than the Blucher, but its protection and armor are inferior. Generally speaking, the 2 sides are natural rivals. If you have to distinguish between them on the same level, the Blucher may be slightly stronger. The remaining 3 are of the Monmouth class, which are of the economical and practical performance type. They have a mediocre speed of 23 knots at 22,000 horsepower, a standard displacement of 10,000 tons, and 14 152mm naval guns. Except for the 4 guns on the bow and stern centerline, the remaining 10 guns are installed in the gun turrets on both sides of the hull. The 102mm main armor belt protection is also not outstanding, and the gun turrets are arranged too low and are prone to water ingress. Major General Edmund called. He asked us to hold the enemy back. The battle patrol squadron is about to enter. The signalman brought the order from Major General Edmund, and the battlecruiser formation was already on its way to the Anambas Islands. The fleet led by the Iron Blood Nation's armored cruiser was already trapped. Go forward. Let's fight the iron-blooded people. Major General Kemp waved his hand, and the Cat's Eye raised the battle flag. This elite armored patrol team began to accelerate and took the initiative to rush towards the Iron Blood fleet that had just killed some people. He could clearly see the more than 20 columns of smoke ahead. The enemy's strength was beyond his expectations, but the British Navy had more than one cruiser squadron nearby. The other fleets were definitely on the way after receiving the Rear Admiral's orders. The previously lost Strong and Crown were both outdated old ships. The Blucher and two Scharnhorsts here were all newly equipped cruisers. Those Birmingham and Hawkins that came from nowhere were definitely treasures of the Qiancang people. When the battlecruiser formation arrived and swallowed them up in one bite, this deal would be a good deal. If the opponent's main fleet could be lured out, it would be a great achievement. During this period, there was no interference from the Dutch Navy. The Luzon Marines have landed in the northern part of Guman Island and are about to join forces with the local Qiancang armed forces. Governor, we've monitored the movements of the British battlecruiser formation. They're heading towards the Natuna Islands and are expected to engage the task force in 4 hours. Judging from the call signs, it's an Invincible-class battlecruiser, indomitable and indomitable. In the Tsangdong Navy's task force, on the Tsangdong Navy's flagship Tianju, intelligence from all sides is gathered here. Chu Qing and the fleet staff are analyzing the enemy situation and issuing orders in the chart room. It's a pity that the Invincible-class ship didn't attract those 2 lions, said a staff officer with a slightly regretful tone. Don't be too greedy. Those 2 lions should be following the British main force. The speaker was Chief of Staff Zhong Qilan. Send the intelligence to the Special Reconnaissance Team and tell them to complete their mission of luring the enemy and not to withdraw from the battle prematurely. Each ship activates its radio direction-finding equipment to quickly determine the location of the British Navy Patrol Squadron and send it to Commander Liu. Chu Qing put a red scissors mark on the map. I caught a small fish. Have you seen any signs of the big fish? The British main force should be in radio silence. The monitoring department has not detected it. The Sea Rhino seaplane has already set off to search. Chapter 194 Close Combat. 13:51 p.m., November 1st, 1665, Riau Islands Province, 80 nautical miles east of Anambas Islands. The lagoon appeared a deep blue under the sunlight, and was even more beautiful against the backdrop of the white sand beaches of the surrounding islands. Slowly crossing the clear sky was a large bird with 2 pairs of wings, humming. Zhu San, the rear seat observer and sergeant of the Tsangdong Naval Aviation Corps, raised his binoculars and scanned the sea, searching for any suspicious targets. Oldly, how much fuel do you have left? Don't worry, we don't have any bombs with us, so we still have plenty of fuel, enough for us to get back. The pilot of this Javelin-modified seaplane casually answered questions from the rear seat observer and machine gunner. Their mission was to find the main fleet of the British Navy and report its position and course. For this mission, the seaplane had been flying in the sky for more than 2 hours. Old Zhu, there seems to be something in front of the left. Where? Zhu San held up the telescope and scanned the sea surface below the plane, but found nothing. I'm not talking about the sea, I'm talking about the sky. At 10 o'clock, almost at the same altitude as us, there's a smoke trail. Looking towards the 10 o'clock direction, Zhu San discovered his companion in the sky, a steam-powered reconnaissance airship, which must also belong to the British Navy. A steam reconnaissance airship, about 40 meters long, with 2 propellers, flying forward from our left front. The distance is about 8,000 to 9,000 meters. Hold on tight. Let's go over and take a look. The pilot in the front seat gave a loud warning, then gently pulled the stick and rudder, increasing the throttle. There was nothing much to see in this airship, but since there was an airship acting as a scout in front, there would most likely be a fleet behind it, perhaps the main force of the British. As the distance got closer, the outline of the airship became clearer and clearer. From the outside, it can be judged that this is a soft airship without an external supporting frame. There is a machine gun position above the elliptical airbag, and the machine gunner goes up and down through a soft ladder. Below the airbag is a ship-shaped crew cabin equipped with 3 machine guns, and outside the crew cabin are 2 propellers. The rear chimney discharges black coal smoke. The Javelin passed the airship at a distance of about 2,000 meters, And then Zhu Sun noticed a series of thick smoke columns near the junction of the sea and the sky. 1, 2, 3, 7, 9, 11, 15. 75 nautical miles east of the Anambas Islands. 15 large ship shadows, 15 medium and small ship shadows, reconnaissance airships overhead. No seaplanes seen. Heading west, coordinates 2K, 3F, speed. The sergeant's eyes were glued to the telescope, his gaze fixed on the waves stirred up by the bow of the British battleship. After training, the observer could judge the approximate speed of the ship by the waves stirred up by the bow. Come closer, I want to confirm the specific model. 16 knots. At the front of the fleet are a group of City-class cruisers and Line-class battlecruisers, and behind them are Queen Elizabeth-class or Revenge-class, and Neptune-class. The last three are Dantons? Fasky-class ships. After the seaplane flew over the British fleet at an altitude of 400 meters, Zhu Sun immediately confirmed the model of the British warship and quickly tapped the keypad to send the relevant information back to the fleet, but he never received a reply from the fleet, and there was a chaotic beeping sound in his headphones. No, we can't send it out. There's interference here. Lowly, we need to fly farther. The sergeant quickly realized he was experiencing radio interference. It is obviously irrational to use limited-power airborne equipment to fight against high-power shipborne jamming equipment. At this time, the best strategy is of course to retreat. We are in trouble. The voice of the pilot in the front seat had just fallen from the headset when the sporadic anti-aircraft fire from the British fleet below came over. The 47mm rapid-fire guns and the machine guns on the sides were adjusted to the maximum elevation angle to shoot at the reckless seaplane. Zhu Sun also saw that the two seaplanes that had just been launched were climbing below, and the three airships around them were closing in on them, with a tendency to encircle them. Click. The sergeant cocked the bolt of his recoil-operated 12.7mm self-defense machine gun. November 1st, 1665, 3:22 p.m., Natuna Islands. The fleets of both sides have been fighting here for an hour and a half. The original formation was divided into two. The flagship Scharnhorst has ordered the division of command, and the command of the two Hawkins and Birmingham formations, and the little guys were handed over to Lin Zhongqing, who led the fleet to intercept the British cruisers coming from all directions. Boom. The upper armor belt of the Blucher was penetrated by a 234mm shell, the hull shook, and the two 150mm secondary guns silenced, and shrapnel shattered the sailors' cabins along the way. Her battle with the Minotaur class had reached a fever pitch. Both sides had approached a distance of 4,000 meters and were bombarding each other indiscriminately. The hulls of their respective ships were covered with traces of artillery fire, and the flying shrapnel made it impossible for any living carbon-based life forms to be on the deck. The 170mm side armor belt was no longer able to withstand the 234mm caliber armor-piercing shells at this distance. Similarly, the Iron Blood 210mm nickel-steel armor-piercing shells could also penetrate the Minotaur-class main armor belt at this distance. The confrontation between the two sides was fierce. Three of the Minotaur's 190mm single-mounted secondary main guns were knocked out, and one of Blucher's main turrets lost its combat capability. The superstructure without armor protection was swept by shrapnel several times, and the lifeboat on the gantry was burning, and the deck was smoked black. Before the battle cruise formation arrived, the two monsters were already bloodthirsty. Apart from technical and tactical levels, the objective factors that affect the hit rate in naval battles are distance and sea conditions, and distance is sometimes even the most decisive factor. During the Battle of Jutland on Blue Planet, the hit rate of the dreadnoughts and superdreadnoughts on both sides fluctuated around 3%. However, 20 years prior to the Battle of the Yellow Sea, the Qiancang Navy's Pingyuan ironclad, lacking fire control equipment, managed to achieve a 20% hit rate for its main guns. This was due to the shorter engagement range. Therefore, the current close-quarters combat was far more brutal than before. Behind the two fighting beasts, two Scharnhorst-class ships each intercepted a Monmouth, and the remaining one was fighting with two Hawkins-class ships at the same time, all of which were bombarded at a distance of less than 6,000 meters. Monmouth-class armored cruiser. Their situation is not so bad, because the Monmouth class is a large quantity and sufficient product, and its offense and defense are not outstanding. The old 152mm naval gun cannot penetrate armor of the same caliber, and the 102mm main armor belt has little protection against the 210 naval gun at this distance. The combat capability of a single ship is definitely not as good as the Scharnhorst class. If this continues, the winner will only be the newer Scharn and Nays. Chapter 195 Waiting for the Opportunity. Compared with the iron-blooded domestic cruisers, more attention should be paid to the British-style ships commanded by Lin Zhongqing. Although they have a lead in the quality of individual ships, they need to fight against the many British cruiser squadrons that keep coming to the west side of the battlefield, and the pressure is increasing. The British Navy needs to protect the transportation lines that span the world, and what it lacks the most is cruisers. A Weymouth-class light cruiser cannot deal with a Birmingham, so what about adding an adventure-class reconnaissance cruiser? The continuous influx of ships gradually made the task force feel exhausted. While sinking a City-class light cruiser and severely damaging 2 adventure-class ships, a Birmingham-class ship also caught fire, and a Shakespeare-class destroyer leader was seriously damaged under the siege of a British destroyer detachment. However, with the newly developed ammunition and the superior quality of the ships, the British would not be able to gain any advantage for a while. Moreover, because they came from all directions and lacked unified command, they could only fight on their own. Although the British warships had a numerical advantage, they were still at a disadvantage as a whole when facing the task force with unified command and dispatch. Damn it, we both have 6-inch guns, but why are their shells so much more powerful than ours? The captain of the British Navy's first-class protected cruiser, Amphitrite, felt very frustrated when facing the siege of 2 Birmingham-class ships. She was the British cruiser that had seized the opportunity to severely damage the Shakespeare class. The near miss of the 152mm naval gun damaged one of the propellers of the Shakespeare class. When she was about to launch further attack, she was forced back by a torpedo attack from another Snake Island class, and then she was entangled by 2 Birmingham-class ships. The Crown is equipped with 16 152mm naval guns, evenly distributed on both sides of the ship. Even the bow and stern are equipped with 2 independent parallel main guns. This design ensures that she can engage the enemy from multiple sides at the same time, but the disadvantage is that she cannot exert her full firepower in a single-sided battle. The 2 Birmingham-class ships on the opposite side were obviously aware of this and had been using their speed advantage to stay on her starboard side, causing the 8 naval guns on the port side, which accounted for half of the total, to be unable to function. Moreover, the shells of these Qiancang people were obviously not the high-explosive shells with picric acid charge, and the explosion temperature and shock wave generated must have exceeded the 6-inch level. If one of them hits the gun rim, even if it fails to penetrate the 4.5-inch 114mm gun shield, the shock wave, which is stronger than that of similar British products, is enough to kill nearby gun crew members, and even if they survive, they will suffer severe burns. Our old-fashioned 152mm shells could only cause damage to the enemy when hitting near the deck gun mounts, and the semi-armor-piercing shells with picric acid charge had limited armor-piercing performance. When bombarding near the waterline of the enemy protected by side armor, they could only leave a large area of charred spots and could never cause fatal damage. The freeboard of the Crown-class frigate is very high, so the hull looks quite majestic and has good seaworthiness, but it also increases the probability of her being hit during combat. At a distance of 4,000 meters, the Birmingham class with unified fire control can deal with such slow-moving large targets by shooting. Shrapnel sweeps across the upper deck, paralyzing the 4 unprotected bow and stern main guns. The 152mm rapid-fire main gun equipped with new shells deliberately attacked near the waterline, which soon caused the cruiser to tilt due to water ingress, and then the gun turrets on the lower deck could not work. Only the 2 main guns on the upper deck gun turrets could fire normally. It was obvious that it could not hold out for long against the 2 light cruisers. Then, a Snake Island-class ship advanced and approached the Toothless Tiger, firing 6 torpedoes, hitting 3 of them and completely destroying it. Boom! The leading Jingyuan ship fired a starboard salvo at an Amethyst-class cruiser 5,000 meters away, and the sister ships following behind also fired a round of artillery fire. The poor reconnaissance cruiser was immediately enveloped by a tall water column and was hit by 5 190mm shells within minutes, losing its combat capability. The Hawkins class, equipped with 190mm naval guns and a speed of 30 knots, is an expert at hunting down these second- and third-rate cruisers. 2 Hawkins-class ships, serving as the pillars of firepower, have led the fleet from the southwest to the west of the battlefield and then to the northwest, drawing a semicircle. When Lin Zhongqing received Chu Qing's telegram, the bow of the Jingyuan was pointing towards the armored patrol formation that had been fighting for a long time. General Lin, the governor's telegram. Read, the enemy battlecruiser squadron will reach the Taixi Islands within the hour. Your unit has completed its mission to lure the enemy. The first battlecruiser squadron is en route. Please prepare to disengage in an orderly manner. Send flags and light signals to all ships. Regroup. accelerate the formation to 25 knots, and have the destroyer detachment close in on the patrol detachment. On the bridge of the Jingyuan, Lin Zhongqing issued a new combat order. The British battlecruiser formation was about to arrive, and it would be very risky to engage with these cruisers and destroyers. Moreover, the British must know that Sangdong had radio monitoring equipment. In this case, the behavior of knowing that the battlecruiser was coming but having no reaction itself was very suspicious. Therefore, whether for the purpose of reducing unnecessary casualties or avoiding exposure of the plan, the task force should leave the Taixi Islands, or at least show a trend in this regard. Boom. On the east side of the battlefield, accompanied by a deafening explosion that shook the sky and the sea, the Scharnhorst was the first to sink the Monmouth-class ship it was fighting against. The excess secondary gun ammunition piled on the upper deck was detonated, and the high temperature induced the main gun rim propellant on the lower deck to detonate, which led to a chain explosion. The flying steel fragments hit the hull of the Scharnhorst and made it crackle. Speed up, press forward, and force the Minotaur back. After assessing the situation, Colonel Spee in the command tower of the Scharnhorst made a decisive decision to send a 10,000-ton patrol ship forward, threatening to encircle the Blucher together. General, those Qiancang warships have shaken off our cruisers and are turning. They're outflanking us. In the chart room on the Cat's Eye, Rear Admiral Thomas Kemp had just recovered from the shadow of the explosion of a friendly ship when his staff brought him horrifying news. Amidst everyone's panic, Rear Admiral Kemp remained calm, glanced at the chart, and immediately issued the order to withdraw from the battle. Let's turn and disengage. Whether they want to escape or fight to the death with us, we've already held them back long enough. Destroying them will be the job of the battlecruiser formation. Cat's Eye is worthy of being the last generation of cruiser-armored battleships and the cruiser-armored version of the Lord Nelson-class battleship. It was hit by at least 100 shells, but the main armor belt with good coverage and the side coal bunkers absorbed the aftereffects of the shells, reducing the destructive power to the lowest possible level. In addition, as the flagship of the cruiser division, its damage control personnel were well trained, so it fought with Blucher for a long time without a clear outcome. Instead, it stopped Blucher's 2 twin main turrets at the cost of 3 secondary broadside main guns. Cat's Eye, still powered, began accelerating to disengage, releasing torpedoes from its underwater torpedo tubes, forcing Blucher to turn and evade, ultimately escaping. This acted as a signal for the British ships engaged in the battle with the Sangdong Navy to withdraw one after another. Spee, in turn, commanded his ships to rendezvous with Lin Zhongqing. The task force then began to depart Natuna at a speed of 20 knots, heading east. Chapter 196, Battlecruiser appears. 16 nautical miles west of the Taixi Islands, a lean fleet was sailing at maximum speed, with sparks mixed in the coal smoke and the waves raised by the bow almost hitting the deck. Major General Edmund, General Kemp reports that the enemy fleet in the Taixi Islands has begun to flee. Run? Can they run away? Major General Edmund, who was in charge of the Indomitable, said this contemptuously, and all his staff officers agreed. Although the overall performance of the two ships, Indomitable and Unyielding, has lagged behind similar ships, as warships equipped with 8 305mm naval guns and capable of reaching a speed of 26.5 knots, they are a dimensionality reduction attack on any armored cruiser. Combined with the assigned Linxing-class squadron, it is more than enough to deal with the iron-blood Chinese-equipped cruiser mentioned in the intelligence and the British cruiser that Sangdong got from somewhere. Our fleet's speed of 26.5 knots was 20 knots higher than that of the enemy. If everything went well, the two battlecruisers would be able to catch up with the enemy that had severely damaged our cruiser formation within a few hours and seize the initiative in the vanguard battle. Previously, a seaplane of the Sangdong Navy flew over their own team, shot down a reconnaissance airship, and successfully escaped from the shielding range. Now it must have transmitted the coordinates and heading of their own team back. Lieutenant General Gerard was furious and asked Edmund to annihilate this rampant fleet as soon as possible and lure out the main fleet of the Sangdong Navy. In a sense, the goals of both parties were the same. In the waters of the Taixi Islands, the ships of the task force that had just escaped from the battle were rushing to repair themselves. 4 Hawkins-class ships were leading the way, the Birmingham-class ships were in the middle, and the 3 Iron Blood armored cruisers were behind, with the destroyers providing the rear guard. After a fierce battle, all the ships were more or less slowed down due to damage, so the speed of the formation has gradually dropped to 18 knots. The 8 Birminghams were all damaged. Except for the Snake Island that lost power and received the order to abandon ship, the 3 Iron Blood patrol ships were in the most serious situation. The damage control personnel of Shane and Janai put out more than one ship fire. The bow of the Blucher was damaged and slowed down, and the two main turrets were damaged by direct hits from 234mm guns. This 172 kilograms armor-piercing shell was far superior to the 108 kilograms Iron Blood 210mm shells. The powerful power impressed the officers and soldiers who participated in the battle. Captain Spee came to the top of the Scharnhorst's mainmast and saw the sailors rushing to spray water and sand the deck. He then looked at the British warships that had been integrated into a formation. They did not send ships forward to harass, but kept following at a distance of 10,000 yards at basically the same speed, like hounds chasing prey. Maximilian, according to our friend Qiancang's plan, the real hunter is about to appear. Major General Fritz finished bandaging and came to the colonel. Captain Spee took out his pocket watch, glanced at the time, and nodded. In 15 minutes at most, the world's most elite fast battleship division will bare its fangs. It's also a top-notch, high-speed British battleship. Understanding its combat effectiveness will help us deal with similar British warships in the future. Major General Fritz's words came to an abrupt end. Captain Spee then noticed several more columns of smoke behind the fleet. The lookout beside him immediately shouted, "Smoke detected, heading 263, approaching at 26.5 knots. It seems that our mission has been successfully completed." The two smiled at each other. The British will have to suffer this time. As the clusters of coal smoke got closer, the British fleet behind began to accelerate, and the destroyers reappeared behind the task force reconnaissance formation. Boom. 22,000 meters from our ship. Enemy fire. As soon as the Invincible-class battlecruiser appeared in the distance, it couldn't wait to unleash the power of its 305mm naval guns on the destroyer unit at the rear of the task force. However, everyone knew that with the technical level of the Invincible class, the hit rate of using 305mm naval guns to shoot at moving targets at this distance while traveling at high speed was negligible. It looks like they've made some minor changes. Colonel Spee keenly noticed something unusual. The destroyers at the rear of the fleet were about 18,000 meters away from the British battlecruiser. According to previous intelligence, although the 10 Malawian Quach's 305mm naval gun could reach a maximum range of 22,300 meters, when mounted on the Invincible class, the elevation angle was limited by the turret, so it was impossible to fire at a target 20,000 meters away without modification. Spee was right. As the Royal Navy's oldest battlecruiser unit, the three Invincible-class ships underwent turret modifications and refurbished power plants before departing for the Far East, raising their elevation angles and increasing their range by over 4,000 yards. However, firing in such extreme conditions was more of a show of force. General, a telegram from the 1st Battlecruiser Division of the Shandong Navy. Boom. The distribution of the Invincible-class battlecruiser's main turrets allows it to use two twin-mounted main guns simultaneously against targets in the right front. When two Invincible-class ships fire together, the power of the 8 305mm main guns is still quite terrifying. 8 columns of water rose up, and although they all disappeared in the distance, they greatly boosted the morale of the British fleet in front. Even if they did not cause an effective blow, the deafening sound of the explosion could give the sailors the illusion that we are beating the enemy hard. The enemy destroyer is speeding away. Battlecruisers, cease firing. Change target to the Iron Blood armored cruiser. Close the distance before firing. After showing off his muscles, Major General Edmund was satisfied. He stopped the artillery fire and ordered the guns to target the 3 armored cruisers of the Iron Blood nation. These 3 armored cruisers were the most expensive in the fleet, and the bounty for sinking them was the highest. Yes, the Maritime Patrol and Escort Act is still in effect at this time. According to the provisions of the Act, apart from anything else, as long as the 3 Iron Blood armored cruisers are sunk, all officers and soldiers from Major General Edmund and below can earn at least several decades of salary. As for more, it is not impossible to earn salary for dozens of lifetimes. 5 minutes later, the 305mm naval gun roared again, and the water column was getting closer and closer to the fleet in front with a blue flag with a gold anchor. Major General Edmund couldn't help but imagine the amount of bounty issued by the Ministry of the Navy after the war amid the rumbling of the guns. Although the accuracy of the artillery fire was a little worse now, the hit rate would naturally improve as the distance got closer. The Iron Blood nation's armored cruiser might be able to withstand 1 or 2 of the 234mm main guns, but it would definitely be doomed to die, facing the 305mm battleship-level firepower. We must keep the 3 Iron Blood armored cruisers, and we can also capture a few Birmingham-class ships, so... General, Smoke and the shadow of a ship are spotted at 9 o'clock. They are heading towards us at 32 knots. Edmund, whose daydream was interrupted, opened his eyes in dissatisfaction and pushed away a panicked staff officer. No matter how dissatisfied he was, as the commander of the fleet, he needed to raise the telescope to find out what was going on. 32 knots, just a few destroyers. Chapter 197, The Real Hunter. What appeared in Major General Edmund's eyes was the slender hull, the bow slightly tilted toward the sea, the simple-looking bridge, the tall and stable mainmast, and of course the heavy artillery raised high in the sunlight, shining with a chilling light. When 4 Admiral-class battlecruisers appeared in a trapezoidal formation on the north side of the British fleet chasing its prey, the cat-and-mouse game entered a new stage, marking the real climax of the Taixi Islands from the brief calm just now. An orange-red flame flashed by, and a heavy artillery shell broke through the thick black smoke and flew 20,000 meters away, then fell into the water with a bang, stirring up thousands of white waves. This is impossible. Major General Edmund stared at the 4 huge, high-speed warships rushing towards him, his muttering becoming louder and louder. The staff officers were stunned, and some of them looked again and again through high-powered telescopes, unable to believe this fact at all. The lone Admiral-class battlecruiser was the Royal Navy's most prized possession, its pride. The 8th Battlecruiser Division, formed with 2 other renowned-class battlecruisers, was the cream of the crop, and commanding the division was a position coveted by countless. And now, thousands of miles away in the Far East, 4 of them had appeared at once. A few months ago, the Queen-class battleships that the other side brought out shocked the entire Royal Navy, and now that 4 Admiral-class battleships have appeared, I wonder how big a storm they will cause. The staff officers who had originally intended to lure out the Qiancang battleship were now sweating profusely. They had lured out the fish, but they hadn't expected it to be a man-eating prehistoric megalodon. The identities of hunter and prey were instantly reversed. Send a telegram quickly. Report to Lieutenant General Gerard. Have our team move closer to here. The captain of the Indomitable shouted at the signalman. Rear Admiral Edmund didn't stop him, but he sighed softly. According to the intelligence provided by the East Sakura allies and the French and Spanish, the enemy's large warships must have radio shielding equipment. Our message won't get through. Disband the formation, have the destroyers retreat, and the rest of the ships, please fight bravely with us. Rear Admiral Edmund's tone suddenly calmed down. Send out flags and light signals. Turn left to meet the enemy. As an officer of the Royal Navy, he was very clear about the performance parameters of the Admiral class. It was undoubtedly the most powerful battlecruiser in the world. Whether it was firepower, protection, or speed, the 3 major indicators definitely exceeded any current type of battlecruiser. No matter those armored cruisers, protected cruisers and light cruisers with a speed of less than 30 knots, or even the invincible class under his feet, they would have no chance of survival in front of her. Lift radio silence and report to the Governor General. We have engaged the British Navy. The enemy has 2 battlecruisers, 2 armored cruisers, and several light cruisers. The enemy ship is turning. It's heading towards me. Hold firing. Reduce engine speed. All ships turn right at a constant speed of 3 compass points and deploy the battle line. Order the 2nd Combined Cruiser Division to enter the battlefield. Sole drawing. Dear readers, I think you can understand the general meaning, right? The squadron flagship, Luo Xiao, was the first to start turning. The huge hull pressed against one side of the sea, crushing the waves into snow-white fragments. Then, Qixia, Wui, and Yandang, 3 warships with the same simple appearance, followed at the same time. After forming a battle line, the flagship Luo Xiao issued another turning order. Each ship followed the flagship and turned to the right for 1 compass point. After 5 or 6 minutes, the 4 ships completed the turn, and the majestic formation stood in front of the British fleet. The ships had aimed all their firepower at the Royal Navy fleet that was also turning. Use the flagship's firing as a signal. Each ship in the formation will take turns firing, prioritizing attacking the enemy battlecruisers. Horizontal mark 268.40, elevation 15.65. All gun positions are ready. First round of round, fire. Boom. After the gunnery officer pressed the firing button, a cloud of black smoke erupted from the muzzle, covering half of the ship's hull. 210 kilograms of propellant in the chamber was ignited, and the energy generated instantly raised the pressure in the chamber to more than 3,000 kilograms per square centimeter, pushing the 900-kilogram shell to a muzzle velocity of more than 800 meters per second. In comparison, the original British Navy 381mm 4CRH shell weighed 879 kilograms and had a muzzle velocity of 762 meters per second. The artillery shells improved by Chu Qing himself use a 6 CRH cap and optimize the projectile structure to reduce drag. Appropriate weight increase makes the projectile weight coefficient close to 0.59. It is definitely a heavy shell. The energy storage is improved to optimize the long-range ballistic performance. After increasing the projectile weight and taking appropriate drugs, its power is far beyond the British Navy's same-caliber shells. Lu Feng held the hilt of his sword, feeling the vibrations of the ship's hull as the main gun fired. The 15-inch main gun really lives up to its reputation. In the Western Fleet, because there was no pressure from war, the Queen Elizabeth-class ship assigned to it rarely conducted live-fire training. Even he, the commander of the Western Fleet, had not witnessed the firing of large cannons many times. In this actual combat, when each ship in the formation fired, the amount of propellant was increased within the range permitted by the new regulations, so the visual effect was even more shocking. The stubborn old man finally decided to make it the new flagship of the fleet. Unlike other generals in the Shandong Navy who abandoned their new loves, Lu Feng was reluctant to part with the Yanling, which had accompanied him in battles for many years and had secured his position in the Taixi Islands. Therefore, the Western Fleet had always used the Yanling as its flagship. However, the light cruiser space of this destroyer was too small to accommodate the increasing number of new command equipment in the future. Lu Feng was naturally aware of this, but he just couldn't get over it. Now, with the Luo Xiao in service and the appearance of the big ship and big guns, the old man's passion was finally awakened. Big is good. Big is beautiful. Oh my God, what kind of monster is that? These Qiancang people must have made a deal with Satan. That's at least a 15-inch gun, right? 16-inch is even possible. In the southwest corner of the waters of the Taixi Islands, there are more than a dozen lifeboats flying Red Cross flags. The battle in the distance is full of twists and turns, but it has nothing to do with them in the short term. They are the crew members of the 3 British destroyers that were captured earlier. The Shandong Navy and the British are too busy fighting to take care of them, and the 3 powerless warships, so they can only be spectators here now. However, these sailors were also extremely grateful at this moment, because they did not have to face the enemy's terrifying artillery fire like their colleagues. Although lower-level sailors and officers did not necessarily understand the combat effectiveness of the Admiral class, they could predict the outcome of the battle by looking at the size and the water column produced by the shells hitting the sea. Chapter 198. The Fight of a Trapped Beast. The engine is producing 52,000 horsepower. She's almost collapsing. After receiving the warning from the engine room, Captain Herbert King Hall, the captain of the Indomitable, instead of reducing speed and ensuring safety as required by regulations, simply replied, "Don't tell me that. Now, whatever the hell you do, make her run faster." The Invincible-class battlecruiser's power system has a maximum output of 46,000 horsepower, which is already overloaded. Even though the power system has just been refurbished for a 10-year-old ship, overloading is definitely a huge risk. However, at this time, no officer on the bridge raised any objection. Because the Royal Navy officers who were aware of the strength of the admiral level knew that this battleship would never be able to leave the Taixi Islands safely, and the large fleet commanded by Vice Admiral Gerard might not arrive. All they could do was to bite off as much meat as possible from the opponent. At conventional combat distances, it is almost impossible for the 10 Malawian Quach's 305mm naval gun to cause any damage to the opponent's 305mm thick main armor belt with a 12-degree inclination, so the 2 Invincible-class battlecruisers have now reached an unprecedented maximum speed. Even the wooden furniture and decorations on the ship have been thrown into the furnace, causing the engine output to break the record set during the sea trial. The 2 ships ran at an astonishing 26.8 knots. Schematic diagram of the internal structure of the Invincible-class turret. Boom. The port turret of the Indomitable fired another shot, but of course it achieved no results. To be honest, the ship's gunnery officer knew very well that the only use of such a shot was to distract the enemy's attention. At the secondary gun position next to the chimney in the middle of the Indomitable hull, Sergeant Wilson was encouraging the recruits to stay at their posts. The whistling sound of a heavy cargo train braking sounded in the sky, and the recruits at the gun position all buried their heads behind the gun shield, but the sergeant spoke confidently to comfort them. "Don't be afraid, boys. I've been on this boat for 8 years. She's not that easy to hit." As an old sailor, Wilson was able to judge the distance of the landing point by the sound of the falling shells. Experience also showed that even the warships with the best gunnery in the Royal Navy were not very confident in long-range bombardment of a high-speed battlecruiser. Boom. Several columns of water rose up more than 60 meters outside the ship, and the splashing water fell in the air, pouring down on the gunners. See, they can't hit us. The sergeant's hearty laughter relaxed the tense nerves of the surrounding gunners. However, another column of water rose up more than 20 meters in front of their left. The shock wave stunned everyone, and a piece of shrapnel was directly inserted into the nearby bulkhead. Sergeant Wilson was secretly surprised. But the next second, the muffled sound of a spinning top reached his head, and a dark object grew larger and larger within his sight. Boom! Hit the enemy ship amidships. At a distance of 18,000 meters, the Chu Xiong, which had modified its fire control equipment and the highest degree of running in, was the first to achieve the first round of hits. Despite the course angle, the 381mm 6 CR8 shells penetrated the unprotected upper hull of the Invincible-class battlecruiser without a doubt. Shot in from the secondary gun position, they penetrated several lower compartments from the deck near the chimney. The thin horizontal armor was unable to stop the armor-piercing projectile with huge kinetic energy. The 900 kilograms capped armor-piercing shells penetrated directly into the P-turret ammunition depot behind the power compartment under the chimney. After the perfectly set delayed fuse was detonated, bang! A bright yellow ball of light with a radius of tens of meters appeared in the middle of unyielding, and then countless fragments were ejected into the sky by the impact of the ammunition explosion. Perhaps there were also fragments of human limbs. To the Tsangdong sailors in the distance, it looked like a volcanic eruption. The 17,000-ton hull was thrown out of the water and then slammed into the sea surface under the action of gravity. The keel, unable to bear the weight, twisted and broke under the impact. Many crew members inside the battlecruiser were squeezed into meat paste by the bulkheads twisting like waves before they could react. More people were trapped in the compartments by the influx of seawater because the watertight doors were damaged. Looking back from the Indomitable, the sister ship that was originally moving at high speed was now like a toy broken in half by a titan, with its bow and stern raised high, and it completely capsized within 2 minutes. The fall of the battlecruiser Indomitable had a huge impact on the Royal Navy officers and soldiers on the bridge. Major General Edmund was well aware of this and knew what he should do. Boys, the Major General stepped forward. Our fight is not in vain. In half an hour at most, Vice Admiral Gerard's fleet will realize that we have encountered a powerful enemy and will come to reinforce. The 4 Admiral-class ships are powerful, but they are not invincible. Even if we can't do it, the battleship formation led by the Vice Admiral will definitely be able to destroy them. What we have to do now is to hold back these brutal Qiancang people and buy time for the battleship formation. Send flags and lights to the entire fleet. Britain expects each of us to do our duty. Major General Edmund quickly found a solution and decided to follow Nelson's story to boost morale. The lights of the Indomitable flickered, and a Z flag fluttered to the top of the mast. The message gradually spread to all the warships in the fleet. Inspired by the well-known anecdote in the Royal Navy, morale rose again, and even the sound of artillery fire became a little more frequent. Many warships also raised the Z flag. At this time, the distance between the two sides was shortened to 17,000 meters. The increasing density of the British fleet's artillery fire made Lu Feng look sideways. At this time, another column of smoke appeared in the southeast direction of the battlefield. When Major General Edmund and the Royal Navy staff were puzzled, Lu Feng, who was commanding on the Luo Shao, realized that the last force had arrived. He immediately ordered the Special Reconnaissance Fleet to return and, together with the Battlecruiser Division and the 2nd Cruiser Division, encircled the trapped British fleet. 16 compass points to left, let's go back. After his injury improved slightly, Major General Fritz took over the command again. The track of the Task Force Reconnaissance Formation drew many arcs on the sea and rushed towards the British fleet again. In the southeast corner of the battlefield, a fresh force consisting of 8 Longwei-class battlecruisers joined the battlefield. Although the Longwei class, equipped with 4 203mm guns and a speed of 28 knots, could not keep up with the battlecruiser squadron, it was still sufficient to serve as a mobile reserve. If the battle was unfavorable, it would cover the evacuation of the Task Force Reconnaissance Squadron, and if the battle was going well, it would give the task force a good beating. Chapter 199, Fierce Battle with Garmin. On the north side of Qiancang Island in Sabah, on the west side of Mount Kinabalu, outside the city of Kota Kinabalu, a reconnaissance airship appeared in the sky, causing a commotion among the natives on the ground. They had no channels to obtain information from the outside world, so they didn't know what the big guy in the sky was doing. Naturally, they were completely unaware of the coming danger, nor did they notice the panicked expressions of the foreigners in the city. These days, although the Qiancang people outside the city did not come to harass, the number of British colonial troops increased. The local natives were a little scared at first, But when they found out that the purpose of the colonial army was not to stop their carnival, and instead to throw the remaining Qiancang people in the city into a concentration camp southwest of Kota Kinabalu and hired them as guards, some of the natives who were previously wavering and did not dare to participate in the atrocities also joined in, and the entire Kota Kinabalu city became an absolute Shura purgatory. At this time, a 50-man Lanfang self-defense force was advancing rapidly on both sides of the jungle trail, and behind them was a platoon-sized unit mainly composed of Luzon people. Perhaps because they were not familiar with the terrain, their marching speed was a little slower. Hurry, follow me. Check your weapons. Load them. The outline of Kota Kinabalu city ahead had already appeared, and the rattling sound of bolts being pulled could be heard. Chu Xiong held the Type 65 0.45-inch caliber pistol given to him by Chen Gus, checked the gun one last time, and then crouched behind a low plant, quietly waiting for the general attack to begin. The previous wound had healed not long ago and was still a little itchy, so this time he came to take revenge. Next to him were 50 self-defense force soldiers, each armed with a French-Spanish 1886 rifle. A small number of veterans with combat experience used submachine guns, and the platoon-level units behind him belonged to the Marine Corps of the Republic of Luzon. According to previous intelligence, there is a British checkpoint at the intersection ahead. It is called a checkpoint, but it has been reinforced into a stronghold in recent days. It has all the necessary fortifications such as trenches, breastworks, and even an earthen bunker. There are about 20 Inca soldiers and a few British people guarding it. It is not known whether there are machine guns, but based on past experience, the colonial army at the platoon level should not have such precious equipment as heavy machine guns. The footsteps behind him were getting closer, and Chu Xiong also caught a glimpse of a man wearing the uniform of the Luzon Marine Corps standing next to him. The two looked at each other in silence. In a moment, the better-equipped Luzon Marine Corps would suppress from the front, while the self-defense forces would be responsible for attacking from the flanks on both sides. There are dozens of teams like theirs lurking around Kota Kinabalu. It is obvious that the self-defense forces are determined to take over this city today. Chu Xiong took out his pocket watch and the minute hand moved to 7. According to the prior agreement, in 3 minutes, the general attack would begin when the reconnaissance airship dropped the first bomb. At checkpoint 13 outside Kota Kinabalu, inside a reinforced, roofless bunker made of earth and wood, Lieutenant McCree Bruce of the 6th Punjab Infantry Regiment gazed anxiously at the massive object in the sky. Compared to the city's ignorant natives, the Edinburgh-born McCree Bruce could certainly recognize it as an airship, and his military training had also taught him that it was an Iron Blood type. Combined with the previous news about Luzon people forcibly landing in Sabah port, the words "the battle is about to begin" were almost glued to his eyes. He just didn't know which direction the other side was preparing to launch the attack. In order to resist for as long as possible, he had ordered his Inca soldiers to prepare for battle and load the machine gun bullets. Checkpoint 13 wasn't a very auspicious number, and he was well aware of the combat effectiveness of this primarily Inca army. Most were equipped with obsolete Lee Metford magazine action rifles, with a few Martini Henry rifles also present. Bullying the natives was fine, but encountering the Qiancang rebels backed by external forces would be difficult. Fortunately, he managed to get a Vickers water-cooled heavy machine gun from the regiment through some means. Coincidentally, the quartermaster of the 6th Punjab Regiment was his uncle, so he allocated a newly refurbished Vickers to his unfortunate nephew. With this Vickers, we should have no problem holding off 100 Qiancang people, Lieutenant Bruce thought to himself. Previous intelligence indicated that the Luzon army controlled by the Qiancang people had headed east. Although the Qiancang-born resistance army reported by other troops was equipped with French and Western weapons from the Eastern Song region, they rarely had automatic firepower. A Vickers machine gun would definitely significantly increase the combat effectiveness of this checkpoint. Just as I was thinking about it, a group of blue-winged leafbill flew out from the dense forest ahead, and then, the sound of bombs falling came from the direction of the airship. Swish. Before the order, "Take up arms," was shouted, a series of bullets came out from the dense forest ahead. With a few puffs, the 2 Inca soldiers standing in front of the checkpoint trembled like sieved sugar and then fell to the ground. The Inca soldiers in the trenches hurriedly pulled the triggers in all directions, but the jungles of Southeast Asia were quite dense even in the autumn and winter, and it was difficult to see inside from the outside, so the hit rate was quite low. Coupled with the numerical disadvantage, these 20 or so rifles could not suppress the well-prepared Luzon army and self-defense forces. Shoot! Shoot! Lieutenant Bruce lowered his head and waved the Webley revolver in the direction of the machine gun group. This weapon is loaded with 6 rounds of 0.455-inch bullets, which have a very good stopping effect on the human body. It is also sturdy and very reliable. Every British officer is equipped with one, but it does not play a big role in the current battle. What are you doing? Shoot. After being hit by the rifle handle, the 3 Inca soldiers at the Vickers machine gun position finally loaded their guns with their unfamiliar techniques. The rattling sound of the heavy machine gun was heard, and the offensive from the opposite side weakened a little. Pooh! Chu Xiong spat, rolled over and lay down, avoiding a series of heavy machine gun bullets. He was secretly surprised. There is actually a heavy machine gun in this small stronghold. However, no matter how surprised they were, this close-range, exposed machine gun fire point was not difficult to deal with. The Luzon side had an equipment that could deal with this type of fire point. He called on his men to concentrate 4 or 5 submachine guns and fire at the firing port of the earthen bunker. After a short period of suppression, Chu Xiong saw several small black objects falling near the earthen bunker. One of them seemed to have smashed into the wall made of logs, sandbags, and rammed earth. Chapter 200 Bad Weather. After a burst of explosions, the machine gun bunker and the lieutenant were destroyed, and then more than 10 submachine guns swept the remaining Inca soldiers in the trenches into pieces like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. At this point, more than 20 Inca soldiers, 3 British soldiers, and a lieutenant were all killed. The only casualty in the battle was a Luzon Marine who was hit in the left arm by a machine gun bullet and was seriously injured. It was a great victory, and such scenes were happening simultaneously in many places outside the city. At the position of the 6th Punjab Infantry Regiment of the British Inca Infantry outside Kota Kinabalu, several double-mounted heavy machine guns using anti-aircraft gun mounts were firing to drive away the airships in the sky. It was this big guy who dropped the bomb that completely paralyzed the artillery positions behind Kota Kinabalu. Commander Colonel Charles James William Grant stood in front of the position outside the city, looking coldly at several Inca soldiers who ran back, while the staff were frantically sending telegrams for help to Star City and the capital of the Malay colony, Lumpur, through submarine cables to report that Kota Kinabalu was under attack. Unlike those staff officers, Grant, as one of the highest-ranking commanders of the British colonial army in Borneo, and his chief of staff were very clear that from the moment the Luzon Republic Marines landed, Qiancang Island had been temporarily abandoned by the British high-level officials. A large number of land combat forces were concentrated on the Malay Peninsula and the Star City Fortress in the Star City Islands, and there was no plan to send reinforcements for the time being. The only order received by his 6th Punjab Infantry Regiment and the 15th Punjab Infantry Regiment in Sandakan City was to delay the enemy's attack as much as possible and save as many large cities as possible before the Royal Navy defeated the Tsangdong fleet. Under this operational guiding ideology, he cleared the city of Qiancang residents in advance to prevent chaos, and ordered the soldiers to dig 3 trenches outside Kota Kinabalu and concentrate most of the heavy machine guns. It was a pity that the British Empire had not learned how to lay barbed wire at that time. Otherwise, he would have to surround the position with 3 layers of defense. All the checkpoints outside the city have lost contact. Based on this rough estimate, the other side should be at least a regimental-level unit. Colonel Grant's chief of staff had come to his side. As long as that terrifying Qiancang land force is not deployed to the battlefield, we don't have to worry too much. Even if 2 regiments of Luzon troops come, they can't take us down so quickly. Colonel Grant was confident, because the British Army had laid a large number of mines in the waters bordering Luzon in advance. It would be difficult for the other side to clear multiple shipping lanes so quickly in a short period of time, and the number of troops that could be deployed would be limited. How effective could the limited number of colonial troops be? Colonel Grant, also the commander of the colonial army, thought he knew it very well. Defending in the second line was fine, but charging into the front line as the spearhead of the attack was absolutely impossible. Therefore, the war here should become tense, and the key to victory lies in the sea. As long as the Royal Navy takes control of the sea, no matter how many enemies there are on the island, they will be trapped like turtles in a jar. Governor, do you want to launch a torpedo attack on the British Navy? In the evening of November 1st, the sun set in the west. Under the orange-red cumulus clouds, the fleet's flagship, the Tianju, was bathed in the sunset glow. Even the waves raised by the bow were stained with a little red. The Battle of the Natuna Islands was over. The 4 Admiral-class battlecruisers carried out a ruthless massacre of the British Vanguard fleet, which had only 2 Invincible-class battlecruisers. Except for a few light cruisers and destroyers that escaped, all the slow-running first-class patrol boats and armored patrol boats were sunk or captured. Thousands of prisoners were taken and could only be boarded on 2 disarmed patrol boats and towed back to Luzon by the Birmingham-class cruisers, which were damaged in the battle but had intact power systems. In the chart room, Zhong Qilan looked at the telegram in front of him and excitedly asked Chu Qing for his opinion. A few hours ago, a seaplane carried by the Sea Rhino broke through the radio shielding and successfully transmitted the location and formation information of the British Navy headquarters. However, perhaps due to limited timeliness and the subsequent evasive maneuvers by the other party, the subsequent seaplanes did not find the British Navy headquarters at first. However, after the reinforcements were dispatched, the subsequent seaplanes learned from their mistakes and increased their flight altitude, so they witnessed the British Navy battleship formation with smoke columns outside the range of the British Navy jammers. A rough estimate shows that it was about 75 nautical miles away from the large fleet commanded by Chu Qing, only about 50 nautical miles away from the battlecruiser squadron commanded by Lu Feng, and about 60 nautical miles away from the Sea Rhino. The fleet's weak anti-aircraft firepower made Zhong Qilan eager to try, and he couldn't wait to use aerial torpedoes to weaken the strength of the British Navy before the battle. Of course, I will have the aviation launch a torpedo attack. But not now. Chu Qing paused. Because our goal is not just to defeat the British Navy, but to completely inflict a heavy blow on them. Even if we can't completely annihilate them, we must at least inflict heavy damage. Chu Qing continued. A rash attack with torpedo planes might indeed yield some results, sinking 1 or 2 dreadnoughts. But given the number and performance of the seaplanes aboard the Sea Rhino, they are still unable to inflict a devastating blow on this sizable fleet. Not only will this level of attack fail to inflict significant damage on the enemy, it could also cause them to abandon the decisive battle and retreat to await reinforcements, leading to even worse consequences. After all, they've already lost the Vanguard battle, 2 battlecruisers, and we have this beyond visual range attack capability. Without a clear understanding of the situation, the British will definitely delay the decisive battle or even retreat to their naval base in Malaya to await reinforcements from other colonies. This would be disadvantageous to us. Also, there is a very important condition that you have overlooked. Chu Qing opened the curtains of the porthole in the chart room and looked out the window. Zhong Qilan was a smart man, and he quickly followed Chu Qing's gaze to find the problem: cumulonimbus clouds. The cauliflower-shaped cumulus clouds in the sky are a prerequisite for cumulonimbus clouds. If the updraft continues to develop, it will become larger and higher, eventually becoming a cumulonimbus cloud, and then bringing a heavy thunderstorm. Therefore, it is indeed inappropriate to take off a seaplane under such climatic conditions. I stole a picture from outside. I think it is very vivid. Our naval fleet lacks experience in ocean-going operations, so it's normal for you to be a little inconsiderate in this regard. Just pay more attention to it in the future. Chu Qing straightened his face and then spoke to comfort Zhong Qilan. Of course, as a time traveler, he actually had no ocean-going experience, and he had almost forgotten what he learned in his Chinese textbooks as a child about observing the clouds and judging the weather. This was all thanks to the weather forecast function of the auxiliary intelligent brain. By consuming a few thousand time and space points, he could obtain an accurate forecast of the weather in the nearby period, and the forecast results showed that the probability of a large-scale thunderstorm in the waters of the Riau Islands province was as high as 94.76%. Have the Sea Rhino call back the seaplanes and hand over reconnaissance work to the surface ships. Also, in 15 minutes, send a radio message according to Plan 4 to lure the enemy. In order to prevent the British Navy's monitoring station from confirming the location of his main fleet through radio signals, Chu Qing ordered the main fleet to change the communication frequency and call signs in sequence after declaring war. However, in order to meet the possible need of actively exposing to lure the British Navy, he also formulated a plan numbered 4. The plan was to use the original frequency to send a large number of radio communications, disguised as a pre-war deployment, and use a smaller number of call signs to show the enemy weakness. In order to conduct a fleet decisive battle as soon as possible, Chu Qing decided to activate this plan after weighing the pros and cons, giving a shot of adrenaline to the British commander who might be hesitant, so that the big fish would bite the hook quickly.